Su Mingqiu suddenly bolted upright from the bed, his gaze sweeping across the completely unfamiliar room before him. His mind went utterly blank. That was wrong. He had clearly just finished his first day as a full-time employee crossing the street when a truck ran a red light and slammed into him. That massive freight truck had sent him flying, high and fast. How did he end up lying on this soft bed the moment he opened his eyes? His thoughts were a tangled mess when suddenly a painfully familiar meme popped into his head. What the hell is this place? Is this even still China? He muttered furiously. Damn you treacherous heavens. Su Mingqiu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. He was an orphan. With the help of government subsidies, he had painfully worked his way through college, finally enduring until his internship converted to full-time employment. Just as he was about to enjoy a few good days earning his own money, it was all gone. Just like that. After he finally managed to merge the two streams of memories into some coherent order, he finally understood the situation. He had transmigrated into a high martial world where everyone could awaken supernatural abilities. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body happened to share the same name, Su Mingqiu. Also an orphan with no ties, currently in his final year of high school. In a few days it would be the unified awakening day for all final year students. This world was far from peaceful. Monstrous beasts rampaged across the land. Beyond the heavens, countless races watched with predatory eyes. The law of the jungle was the absolute rule here. Su Mingqiu stroked his chin, his heart a little uneasy. He wondered what kind of ability he might awaken. Please not some useless trash power. Wait. With this setup, transmigrating parents dead, it was the classic protagonist template. System. Come on system, show yourself. The instant he finished mentally chanting, a crisp electronic tone suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding. The universe super supreme system has activated. Host strong request detected. Would you like to open the newbie gift pack? The moment he heard that voice, Su Mingqiu nearly leaped off the bed with excitement. It came. I knew you'd definitely come. Open it, he shouted in his mind without a second thought. The words had barely fallen when that emotionless mechanical voice rang out again. Please select your newbie ability: S rank Fire Element ability, Raging Inferno, or SSS Rank Ice Element ability, Ice Age. Su Mingqiu didn't hesitate for even a single second upon hearing this. Fire Element. It burns. Ice is way more comfortable. I'll choose the second one, he blurted out. After all, who could refuse an ice-cold cola? The instant his words fell, a stream of icy yet power-filled energy suddenly surged forth, rushing through his limbs and meridians to flood his entire body. The original owner's somewhat frail body was instantly filled to the brim with this energy. His entire body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. He felt like even if he were asked to do 20 reps right now, he wouldn't even be out of breath. Su Mingqiu instinctively opened his mouth, and a breath of bone-chilling cold air suddenly blasted out. Where it landed in the air, a thin layer of white frost instantly condensed on the bed's edge. Coming back to his senses, Su Mingqiu finally remembered to examine this new body of his. Wearing slippers, he padded across the floor to the corner of the room and stood before the wooden-framed full-length mirror. The young man reflected in the glass had a tall, sharp build. Even better, the ice element ability's energy had just nourished his entire body. The original owner's previous sallow complexion had completely faded away. His skin carried a healthy pale white tone, making him look fresh and energized. Compared to his past life face, exhausted from 4 years of sleepless nights and overtime work, he looked far more handsome now. Wow, with these looks wouldn't I have made a living off my face in the past? He stroked his own chin, unable to hold back a laugh. Right? He hadn't even tried out his SSS rank Ice Age yet. In this world, S-rank abilities were already exceedingly rare. Haiming Province hadn't produced a single S-rank awakener in nearly 3 years. And just any S-rank ability once awakened would get you directly specially recruited by the nation's top martial arts universities. You wouldn't even need to touch the college entrance exam threshold. One step straight to the top. But even such an S-rank ability was still 2 full major ranks below his own. He had merged with all the original owner's memories from childhood to now and had never heard of anyone awakening an SSS rank ability. The thought had just landed when he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering the half-box of stash hidden under the bed. Wasn't this the perfect thing to test his powers with? He crouched down and pulled out a room-temperature can of cola, and the moment he gripped it in his hand, he activated his newly acquired ability. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged out from his palm. The temperature of the entire small room plummeted by several degrees. In the blink of an eye, the aluminum can became coated in a thick layer of white frost. The room temperature cola he'd just pulled out was instantly frozen into a solid block of ice. Su Mingqiu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Seems like I got a bit too worked up and used too much force. He grabbed another can. This time he didn't dare to be so reckless. Closing his eyes, he carefully guided the ice element energy within his body, channeling it into the cola bit by bit. This time his control was exceptionally steady. In just a moment, the aluminum can's surface became coated with fine beads of condensation. The temperature had dropped to just the perfect chilled level, and the soda inside hadn't frozen at all. Su Mingqiu popped the tab with a click. With a hiss, cool bubbles burst from the can's opening. He tipped his head back and took a big gulp. The icy sweetness slid down his throat, so refreshing that he narrowed his eyes in pleasure. As expected, cola just tastes better ice cold. Setting the can casually on the desk corner, Mingqiu planned to properly test his current physical strength. Without any fancy testing, he dropped straight into his standard push-up position on the floor. For the original owner, doing 10 would leave him gasping for air, arms trembling. But as he held the position, his core was steady, as if rooted, his arms supporting his body, rising and falling with ease, as if it were merely a warm-up. 1, 2, 3. He rattled off 20 in one go. He didn't even draw a single heavy breath, and even felt this bit of exercise couldn't even count as a warm-up. He pushed himself up off the ground and lifted his head, clicking his tongue in amazement. After testing his body, Mingqiu felt completely refreshed all over. He grabbed a change of clothes and headed into the cramped little bathroom next to his room. He turned the shower knob, and lukewarm water poured down from above. He raised his eyes to look at the bathroom mirror veiled in a thin mist. The young man in the reflection was no longer the intern from his past life, staying up late working overtime, carefully saving every penny to get by. Since he had transmigrated to this high martial world, since the heavens had given him a second chance at life, and even given him an SSS rank ability. Mingqiu wiped the water from his face, and his gaze slowly brightened, carrying the unique, spirited confidence of youth. In this life, he was destined to shake the world with a single brilliant cry. Time flew by, and an entire week had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Mingqiu hadn't been idle for a single moment. Every single day, he was busy exploring and mastering his newfound supernatural ability. His control over the Ice Age ability grew increasingly refined, so much so that out of sheer boredom, he could even carve intricate frostflower patterns onto the wall. Moreover, using this ability came with absolutely no burden at all. He had pushed himself relentlessly for an entire afternoon, activating his ability countless times. Yet not even the faintest trace of fatigue surfaced, nor could he detect any sense of energy consumption whatsoever. It was exactly like one of those skills in a video game with no mana bar, infinite and limitless. At this realization, he was overjoyed. This system truly lived up to its legendary reputation. As expected, anything produced by a system bearing the name Cosmic Super Invincible was leagues beyond ordinary. It had even upgraded his ability into an infinitely rechargeable version. Indeed, products of the system were guaranteed masterpieces. But strangely enough, ever since the Cosmic Super Invincible system had delivered its newbie gift pack, it had vanished completely, as if it had never existed at all. It hadn't surfaced even once since. Not a single notification tone, not the slightest ping. Meanwhile, on the sports field of Beijing, high school, the sharp crack of fists meeting flesh rose and fell in steady rhythm. Many students in uniforms were paired off, practicing fundamental strikes and blocks. This was a unique martial arts sparring class exclusive to the senior year, designed to build a solid physical foundation before their supernatural abilities awakened. Physical education teacher Li Gang had just finished sparring with the previous student. Retracting his fists, he wiped the sweat from his temple and called out, "Next, Mingqiu." Mingqiu stepped forward at the call, settling into a basic boxing stance. A week ago, right after he had transmigrated into this body, sparring with teacher Li had been nothing short of being completely overpowered. He hadn't even had the chance to counterattack, relying entirely on the body reinforced by his supernatural ability just to absorb the blows. But after this week of drilling foundational combat techniques with teacher Li, his progress had been frighteningly rapid. The moment they exchanged blows, Li Gang sensed something was off. This kid's punches were far steadier than last time, and his evasive movements were growing increasingly agile. Even though he deliberately held back to control the pace, the boy could keep up steadily, occasionally even precisely deflecting his probing strikes. A few minutes later, they both lowered their fists. Li Gang looked at him, eyes brimming with undisguised astonishment. Not bad, Mingqiu. He truly hadn't expected that this kid, who had always ranked dead last in martial arts class, could make such tremendous progress in just a single week. Mingqiu smiled, wiped away his sweat, and humbly replied, "Not at all. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher Li." After saying this, he walked to the edge of the field and dropped himself onto the ground. Li Gang said nothing more, turning to call the next student's name and continuing to spar with the others. Mingqiu absently rolled a small pebble between his fingertips. Tomorrow was the ability awakening day. Once the awakening was complete, he would have to choose which martial arts university to attend. He wondered whether by then those top-tier martial arts academies would be fighting to recruit him. He mentally reviewed the top martial arts academies in the country. There were 5 universities standing at the very peak. The first was Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, which guarded the heartland of the capital region. Then there was Magic City Martial Arts University, which held the reins of the coastal economic powerhouse. Next was Jinheim Martial Arts University, standing guard at the northern gateway, and Heiming Martial Arts University, stationed along the border's exotic beast defense line. And finally, there was Central Plains Martial Arts University, stationed deep in the heart of the central region. Each of these 5 was a top-tier institution that countless senior year students would break their necks just to get into. In the past, the original host wouldn't have even dared to dream of brushing against the threshold of these 5 institutions. In the blink of an eye, the day of ability awakening had arrived. Across the entire sports field of Beijing, high school, the senior year students stood in a long queue. Every single face wore an expression caught between nervousness and anticipation. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the half-human-tall blue-gray stone tablet at the center of the field. Simply pressing one's hand against it could reveal each person's ability type and grade. Soon the first boy stepped forward, fists clenched, his face so nervous it had gone pale. He took one trembling step after another toward the stone. He drew a deep breath and with shaking hands pressed his palm against the tablet. The next instant the stone tablet suddenly lit up with a layer of green light, so faint it was barely visible. As the luminous mist faded, the ethereal image of a small blue grass sprig floated up above the tablet's surface. Beside it a line of pale white small text appeared: Grade D grass type. Instantly, an undisguised wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. Someone shouted in jest, "Ha ha ha, Grade D grass. Are you going home to feed chickens with this ability? What's even the use of this kind of power?" The mocking laughter rose and fell in waves. That boy's face instantly flushed crimson, head hanging so low he wished the earth would swallow him whole. Silence. Homeroom teacher Wang barked sharply, furrowing his brows, and only then did the chaotic mockery finally subside. He turned toward the boy who was on the verge of tears and gently comforted him. "It's all right. Grade D is no big deal. Even if your ability isn't much, you can still get into university through your academic scores. You'll still have a future ahead of you." The boy from before retreated with his head lowered, hurrying back. Immediately after, the next boy practically sprinted toward the stone tablet. The moment he reached it, he slammed his hand onto the surface, even holding his breath in suspense. This time the stone tablet blazed to life with dazzling orange-red light, many times brighter than the faint green glow from before. A flickering little flame phantom rose up, and the accompanying text changed: Grade C fire type. The instant he saw those words, the boy nearly leaped into the air on the spot. He kept repeating to himself, "Grade C. It's Grade C fire type. I can finally get into a martial arts university." The surrounding classmates cast envious glances one after another. After all, a Grade C ability was already enough to meet the minimum threshold for an ordinary martial arts university. It was worlds apart from the Grade D earlier. At the very least, he wouldn't be forced onto the single plank bridge that was the academic-only track. The subsequent tests proceeded in an orderly fashion. Students went up for testing one by one, some landing respectable Grade C results, others occasionally producing a Grade B. Each time a Grade B emerged, a small wave of exclamations would ripple through the crowd, for Grade B already counted as quite decent talent. But after an entire run of tests, not even the shadow of a Grade A had appeared. Quite a few of the watching teachers were feeling disappointed. After all, everyone was hoping their school could produce a Grade A, or even a Grade S prodigy who would be specially recruited by one of the top universities on the spot. But so far they hadn't even brushed against the edge of an A. The line grew shorter and shorter. Soon it was Su Mingqiu's turn at the very front. Su Mingqiu walked forward with a calm expression, none of the nervousness or anxiety that had plagued the previous students. After all, he already knew exactly what his ability was. He extended his hand and gently placed it on the blue-gray awakening stone tablet. The very instant his fingertips touched the stone, a piercing wave of cold burst outward from the tablet's location. The sports field that had been baking under the hot sun a moment ago saw its temperature plummet. Tiny ice crystals began drifting through the surrounding air. The first to react were the students in the front row. One of them rubbed his arm in confusion and nudged the classmate beside him. "Huh? Do you feel that chill?" "I feel it too. Why did it suddenly get so cold?" Before the words had even finished falling, the chill grew increasingly intense. The tiny ice grains that had just been scattered suddenly transformed into heavy snowflakes, drifting down in great flakes from the sky. It was midsummer, yet snow was falling. The cold energy emanating from Su Mingqiu intensified further. The concrete ground at his feet began to frost over at a visibly accelerating pace. Within moments, an icy expanse spanning over half a meter had spread outward. He had actually been deliberately restraining his power. Otherwise, with just this display, everyone in the surrounding circle would likely have frozen solid instantly. Principal Zhang Weigua, who had been frowning in puzzlement over the sudden temperature drop, now stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the bizarre phenomenon of snow filling the sky and ice forming on the ground. It's an S rank. An S rank ice-type ability. Our school has produced an S rank. The moment these words echoed, the entire playground erupted into chaos. The crowd that had been chattering just moments before fell silent for a heartbeat, then burst into stunned exclamations. An S rank. That was an S rank ability. An S rank hadn't been produced in all of Heiming province in nearly 3 years. Everyone stared at Su Mingqiu as though he were some kind of monster, their faces twisted in utter disbelief. What S rank? This pathetic awakening stone could barely register up to S rank at most. His own SSS rank ability was completely beyond its detection capacity. While he was lost in these thoughts, Principal Zhang had already rushed forward several steps. Grasping his hand tightly, he pulled him toward the office building, rubbing his palms together eagerly as they walked. With an excessively warm smile, "Student Su. Come, let's go to the office and discuss this in detail." Then hesitantly adding, "Student Su, do you happen to have a girlfriend?" "I have a daughter who studies in the first year of high school right here at our school. Let me tell you, I never oppose students dating early." Su Mingqiu was thoroughly bewildered by this sudden father-in-law pitch, awkwardly scratching his head as he stammered, Principal, I'm not planning to date right now. Zhang Weiguo didn't seem embarrassed at all, chuckling good-naturedly and letting the matter drop. He simply pulled Su Mingqiu along and quickened his pace toward the office building. The two departed, leaving the entire playground crowd still processing what had just occurred. The homeroom teacher from another class squeezed up beside Teacher Wang, patting his arm enviously. Old Wang, you've got an S-rank genius in your class. This is great. This kid will definitely be snapped up like crazy by those 5 top martial arts universities. Teacher Wang stood there, still not fully regaining his composure. Gazing at the direction where Su Mingqiu had disappeared, his mind continued to whirl. That Su Mingqiu who had previously been average in academics and near the bottom in martial arts classes. Could he have really awakened an S-rank ability? Upon entering the office, Zhang Weiguo promptly poured Su Mingqiu a cup of hot water. The bone-chilling cold from earlier had still made him shiver several times. Student Su, please don't worry. News about your S-rank awakening spreads faster than wind. The admissions teachers from those 5 top martial arts universities already received the news just now. They're on their way here and should arrive any moment. Su Mingqiu took the water cup, sat down, and looked up to ask, then Principal, which university do you think I should choose? He only knew the names of these prestigious institutions, so he genuinely wanted to hear the principal's advice. Zhang Weiguo waved his hand, refraining from directly recommending any one of them. Instead, he offered advice with a smile. I won't blindly make decisions for you. All 5 have their respective strengths. Take your time. When they arrive, they'll certainly be eager to offer you favorable terms. Advanced combat techniques, dedicated mentors, cultivation resources. Choose whichever offers better terms and resources most beneficial to your ice-type ability. The moment he finished speaking, a loud, burly laughter echoed from outside the office door. Immediately following, with a loud clang, the office door was shoved open. A burly man dressed in black athletic gear strode forcefully into the room. His voice was so loud it resonated throughout the entire office. Old Zhang, I heard your school produced an S-rank ability user. I arrived pretty quickly, didn't I? No sooner had he finished speaking when his eyes immediately landed on Su Mingqiu sitting on the sofa, instantly lighting up with excitement. In just a few steps he approached, excessively warm and eager. You must be student Su Mingqiu, right? Truly proves that heroes emerge from the youth. I'm Lin Feng, the admissions teacher from He Ming Martial Arts University. On behalf of our He Ming Martial Arts University, I formally invite you to join us. Our university possesses all kinds of cultivation resources. Before he could finish these words, several more people came rushing in from outside the door. One man in a suit pointed at him irritably and shouted, Lin Feng, you ran faster than a rabbit. We had barely reached the ground floor when you charged upstairs. Shun Mo ignored Lin Feng, who was still glaring, and turned towards Su Mingqiu with a gentle smile, saying, Student Su, I'm Shun Mo, the admissions teacher from Dijing Martial Arts University. On behalf of Dijing Martial Arts University, I invite you to join us. Whatever resources Lin Feng can offer you, we at Dijing can provide in full. Moreover, our Dijing Martial Arts University boasts the nation's most top-tier ice-type ability mentors. I will specifically arrange for him to serve as your dedicated guidance mentor. No sooner had he finished speaking than teachers from Jinhai Martial Arts University and Zhongyuan Martial Arts University also hurriedly squeezed forward. Student Su, come to our Jinhai Martial Arts University. We'll offer you the highest tier special scholarship plus a private cultivation room exclusively for you. Come to our Zhongyuan Martial Arts University. Our logistical resources are more than sufficient. Whatever ice-type cultivation materials you need, we can prioritize allocating them for you. The conditions offered by both were similar to those of the previous few. It was merely a matter of piling on resources and benefits, each desperately afraid of being too slow to secure the talent. At this point, a female teacher who had remained silent until now, dressed in a light-colored dress, stepped forward with a smile. She possessed a radiant and lively beauty. She winked at Su Mingqiu, her voice soft and sweet. Oh, you only know how to talk about resources and mentors, how boring. She took 2 steps forward, smiling as she spoke. Student Su, I'm Su Wanqing, the admissions teacher from Mo Du Martial Arts University. Whatever they can offer you, we at Mo Du Martial Arts University can offer in full. And moreover, the girls at our school are much more attractive than those at their universities. As she spoke, she covered her mouth and giggled, leaning in to whisper. And furthermore, if you come here, big sister can also fulfill a small wish of yours. The moment these words were uttered, Lin Feng beside them became instantly anxious. He watched Su Mingqiu sitting there with his chin resting on his hand, appearing deep in thought, and felt a slight pang of concern in his heart. It wasn't that he feared Chun Mo's resource offerings would surpass his own. After all, everyone's conditions were quite similar with no significant differences. But he was truly afraid of Su Wanqing's tactics. Not only was she beautiful, but she also knew how to say such alluring things. Su Mingqiu was only 18 years old, a young man in the prime of his youth. How could he possibly resist such charm? If this lad were truly bewitched by her beauty and chose Mo Du Martial Arts University, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Su Mingqiu, however, did not notice the undercurrents passing between the others. He was resting his chin on his hand, mentally weighing the conditions each of them had proposed. As for Su Wanqing's words, he hadn't taken them to heart at all. What woman? Women only slowed down my freezing speed. His SSS grade Ice Age was not meant for chilling soda at home. What he craved was the thrill of battle, the joy of freezing and obliterating aberrant beasts. That was the real excitement. With that thought, he already had a rough idea in mind. He was leaning toward choosing Himing Martial Arts University since it bordered the frontier's aberrant beast defense line. Once there, he would have plenty of aberrant beasts to practice on, and he could unleash his power freely. That would be truly satisfying. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Feng standing beside him could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and declared loudly to Mingqiu Su, "I'll add one more condition. If you come to Himing Martial Arts University, I'll give you a beast crystal core right now." The moment he said this, the office fell silent for half a second. Chen Mo and the others widened their eyes in sheer disbelief. A beast crystal core? That was something that only a 6th-tier aberrant beast had a chance of dropping, and the probability was terrifyingly low. Even though Himing Martial Arts University was adjacent to the frontier and dealt with aberrant beasts daily, such cores were extremely rare. The entire university might not be able to produce more than a few in a year, and Lin Feng was actually offering it as a recruitment condition. Chen Mo and the others stared at him, unable to resist, asking, "Lin Feng, are you sure? You're just giving away that core." Lin Feng strode forward, slung an arm around Mingqiu's shoulder, and raised his chin at the others. "This kid is mine. Don't bother competing with me." No sooner had he spoken than the phones of Chen Mo and the others all chimed at once. They quickly pulled out their devices, swiped the screens, and their expressions instantly changed. All right, Lin Feng. We'll let you have Su." Chen Mo put away his phone hurriedly and waved a hand at him. "We just got word that there's another S-grade lightning-type awakener in South City. We need to go right away." With that, they didn't even have time to say goodbye to Mingqiu before turning and rushing out. Watching their backs as they dashed off, Lin Feng silently flipped a middle finger at the door and muttered, "Still trying to steal my recruit." Mingqiu, hearing the news, was a bit puzzled. Hadn't they said that the entire Himing province hadn't produced a single S-grade in nearly 3 years? Could this be the golden age described in the novels he had read in his past life? But he didn't dwell on it. What did an S-grade have to do with him? With his SSS grade Ice Age, he could handle not just one S-grade, but even a whole crowd of them. Just a quick freeze, and they'd be done, easily crushed. Having dealt with all the poachers, Lin Feng was grinning from ear to ear. He grabbed Mingqiu's arm and laughed. "Come on, Mingqiu, let me show you what Himing Martial Arts University is all about, and I'll get that beast crystal core for you." Mingqiu waved at Principal Zhang, who was still sitting on the sofa in a daze, and said, "Principal, I'll be going with Teacher Lin then." With that, he followed Lin Feng out. Watching their backs, Zhang Wei was sat on the sofa, his excitement still lingering, his face flushed red. Beijing No. 2 High School. His Beijing No. 2 High School had finally produced an S-grade awakener. Now he could finally hold his head high in front of those old colleagues. He quickly pulled out his phone, scrolled through the contacts of his old principal friends, and called them one by one, eager to show off. The first call was to Old Li. As soon as it connected, he blurted out, "Old Li, have you heard? Our school has produced an S-grade Ice-type awakener." But before he could finish, the other end went click and hung up directly. He was stunned. Then he called Old Wang, but the same thing happened. He barely got a few words out before the line went dead. He called several more, and each time the call was cut short as soon as he started speaking. Zhang Wei was scratched his head, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't he even allowed to show off a little to his old friends these days? Mingqiu followed Lin Feng out of the office building. As they passed the sports field, he noticed a crowd gathered nearby. He could vaguely hear someone shouting, "A-grade. It's actually an A-grade speed type." He only glanced briefly, didn't slow his pace, and continued with Lin Feng toward the school gate. Outside the school, Mingqiu looked at the bustling streets, scratched his head, and asked, "Teacher Lin, Himing Martial Arts University is far from here. Doesn't the school have any special transport? We can't be taking the train there, can we?" Hearing this, Lin Feng burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. "The train? Kid, we at Himing Martial Arts University don't need such slow things." Just as Mingqiu was puzzled, he heard a whistling wind above. He looked up sharply to see a massive shadow rapidly descending, arriving in an instant. It was a giant blue eagle several meters in size, its wingspan blotting out the sky. This was the mount specially used by Himing Martial Arts University to pick up new students. Lin Feng grabbed Mingqiu's arm, lightly pushed off the ground, and leaped onto the eagle's broad back, landing steadily. The eagle let out a clear, piercing cry, flapped its wings mightily, and carried the two of them higher and higher, heading toward the frontier. High in the sky, the wind howled fiercely. Lin Feng leaned closer and raised his voice to be heard over the noise. "Once we get to the university, you can familiarize yourself with the environment. It's still early, the new students won't start arriving until after the Gaokao." Mingqiu nodded, then said, "Teacher Lin, I want to take the Gaokao." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Huh, you've already been admitted on recommendation. Why would you want to take the Gaokao? Isn't that redundant?" Mingqiu smiled. "I want to become the national Gaokao top scorer." Lin Feng paused for a second, then burst into hearty laughter, clapping him on the shoulder. "Good. That's the spirit, kid. All right, when we get to the university, I'll teach you the combat techniques of Himing Martial Arts University. I guarantee you'll be the star of the show." Soon the giant eagle flew over Himing Martial Arts University and descended slowly toward the main gate. After landing smoothly, Lin Feng jumped off first. Mingqiu followed, and as he stepped down, layers of ice steps formed beneath his feet, extending from the eagle's back to the ground. He stepped down steadily one by one. As Mingqiu landed, the temporary ice steps he had conjured behind him were gradually dissipating. Lin Feng watched him step down from the icy staircase and couldn't help but tease him. Kid, do you have to show off like that? Just awakened your ability and you're already spending it so recklessly. Aren't you afraid of draining your power? Mingqiu raised an eyebrow. Not at all. I have great endurance. What, Teacher Lin, are you feeling weak? Lin Feng's face darkened instantly at the remark and he laughed as he scolded, damn you. I'm in perfect shape. He wasn't really picking a fight with Mingqiu, it was just that newly awakened natural element abilities typically consumed an enormous amount of energy. Newcomers who had just awakened would be exhausted after using it twice. Not like Mingqiu, who casually conjured ice steps and acted as if nothing happened. As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed at the majestic golden characters above the school gate, Himing Martial Arts University, and lifted his chin with pride. What do you think, kid? Impressive, right? Mingqiu nodded and followed him into the campus. Lin Feng was like a seasoned guide, familiar with every corner. As they walked, he introduced everything. This is the cafeteria. Let me tell you, there's a malatang stall on the first floor that's absolutely divine. You have to try it. Along the way, Lin Feng gave Mingqiu a thorough tour of the entire school. Eventually, they reached the building of the Natural Element Academy. Lin Feng turned to him and said, come on, let me test your current strength and see just how powerful your ice ability really is. Mingqiu followed him the whole way, gaining a fair understanding of this borderland Himing Martial Arts University. Soon they entered the testing room. The room contained a waist-high silver-gray machine with a faint blue glow on its screen, the standard tester for measuring basic strength. Lin Feng pointed at the machine. Come on, don't use your ice ability yet. Just use your current physical strength and give it your all with one punch. Mingqiu nodded, stepped up to the tester, and shook his wrists to loosen them. Suddenly he shouted, Mars Power Fist. As the words left his mouth, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the testing pad with a dull thud. The next second, the screen displayed a clear line, Level 1 Stage 5. Lin Feng was still laughing and teasing, kid, how old are you still shouting such cheesy attack names? But before he could finish, he glanced at the screen and his eyes went wide. He blurted out, holy crap. You're this freakish? Just your basic physical condition already hits Level 1 Stage 5. If you use your ability, you'd probably jump straight to Stage 8 or 9. Lin Feng snapped out of it and said, alright, now activate your ability fully and hit it again. I want to see just how far your full power can go. Mingqiu nodded. The next moment, a burst of chilling cold erupted from his body. The temperature in the room plummeted instantly and a thick layer of frost formed on the walls within seconds. Then behind him, an ice dragon over 2 or 3 meters long materialized sharply. The dragon's scales were clearly visible, exuding a bone-piercing chill. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight of the ice dragon, his jaw nearly dropping. No way. A newly awakened ability user can produce something like this. Who in the world can manifest such an incredible materialization right after awakening? In all his years, he had never seen a newcomer release such a massive ability manifestation. After all, newly awakened users had pitifully short mana pools. Not like Mingqiu, who could directly conjure an ice dragon. The ice dragon hovering behind Mingqiu suddenly moved. With a howling, bone-chilling cold, it slammed violently into the testing machine. A dull thud echoed and the waist-high silver-gray machine was instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. Even the blue light on the screen was extinguished by the frost. No number even had time to appear before the machine was completely destroyed. Mingqiu exhaled a puff of white, icy breath. Looking at the frozen block that was once a testing machine, he scratched his head apologetically, turned to the still-stunned Lin Feng, and asked quietly, Teacher Lin, do I have to pay for this? Lin Feng finally snapped out of it, waving his hands hurriedly. No, pay for what? He pointed at the frozen solid machine, then at Mingqiu, and finally stammered, You're just too freakish. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow and grinned. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Teacher Lin. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, but inside, he was overjoyed. This testing machine was originally designed for first-level ability rookies. Even a peak first-level ability user's full-force strike would only leave a dent. Who would have thought Mingqiu would freeze the entire machine to death? He had truly struck gold. That beast crystal earlier had seemed a bit painful to part with, but now this trade was a massive profit. This kid's potential, not just 1 crystal, but even 10 would be worth it. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, by the way, didn't you mention you wanted to take the college entrance exam? Regular students who go through the exam will have special combat technique training classes arranged after awakening their abilities. The school also provides basic cultivation resources to ensure they don't fall behind before the exam. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small ice blue booklet with a faint cold glow on its cover, handing it to Mingqiu. The cover felt bitingly cold to the touch, clearly not an ordinary item. But you're different. You've already been recommended for admission, yet you still insist on joining the fun. I can't let you come out empty-handed. Lin Feng puffed out his chest with a generous air. This is an S-rank ice battle technique. I know you could probably crush anyone even without using techniques. But if others have it, you must have it too. I won't let our Heiming Martial Arts University's genius lack anything. Mingqiu reached out and took the booklet. The moment his fingertips touched the cover, a faint chill crept up his fingers. He glanced down at the cover, which bore 3 characters: Cold River Snow. Just as he was about to open it and look inside, the system that had been silent for nearly half a month finally chimed. The familiar electronic voice exploded in his mind without warning. Ding. Detected S-rank ice battle technique, Cold River Snow. Would you like to begin cultivation immediately? Mingqiu was taken aback. So this lousy system had finally shown up again. After giving him the newbie gift pack, it had gone silent, and he had thought it had just taken off after handing out the rewards. Mingqiu didn't hesitate. He silently uttered in his mind, cultivate. The moment the thought took shape, the system's prompt rang out. Ding. Cultivation complete. Cold River Snow has been raised to maximum proficiency. He subconsciously glanced at the system panel in his mind. Behind the entry for Cold River Snow, 3 capital letters, Max, were clearly displayed. Holy. Mingqiu couldn't help but let out a silent curse. As expected of the universe super invincible system, it was simply incredible. An S-level combat technique, and he had instantly maxed out its proficiency. While shock rippled through him, Lin Feng, standing nearby, remained oblivious to the anomaly. Lin Feng continued explaining to Mingqiu on his own. This Cold River Snow is an S-level combat technique. After all, its cultivation is extremely difficult. Back when I trained in a technique of the same rank, it took me nearly a full month just to scrape the threshold of entry. If you can't get it on your first try, that's normal. Don't lose heart. He grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. This technique is immensely powerful. Once you've just entered the gate, you can freeze everything around you. It's absolutely badass. As he spoke, Lin Feng suddenly shuddered, rubbing his arms instinctively. Hey, why is it suddenly so cold? Before he could finish, frigid air erupted violently throughout the room. The walls, the floor, even the ceiling. Thick ice formed at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the entire testing chamber had transformed into a thorough ice house, with fine ice crystals floating even in the air. Lin Feng stared at the scene, his eyes nearly popping out. His mouth hung open for a long moment before he stammered, What the hell? Is this entry level? His mind struggled to keep up. What kind of little freak was this? No, this was a little monster, wasn't it? He had taken a whole month just to brush the edge of entry. And now in front of this kid, his own talent didn't even amount to a single hair on Mingqiu's head. Only Mingqiu himself knew that he had deliberately held back. If he had unleashed the full power of a maxed-out Cold River Snow, Lin Feng would have been scared to death on the spot. The silence hung heavy in the air. After 3 or 4 seconds, Lin Feng forced himself to speak, stumbling over his words. Not bad, very good. Looks like you've made it to entry level. Then, I don't need to say anything more about the rest. He forcibly suppressed his shock, pretending nothing had happened, and said to Mingqiu, come on, I'll take you to your dorm now. But when they reached the door, they both stopped at the same time, staring at the wooden door that was frozen solid. Even the handle was completely encased in ice. The two stood there facing the icy door in silence. Mingqiu scratched his head awkwardly and was about to say he'd melted himself. But Lin Feng had already rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fist, the size of a sandbag, and with a loud bang smashed the frozen wooden door into pieces. Lin Feng patted the wood chips off his hands, silently complaining to himself. Damn, this door's going to need another replacement. I'll have to report it to logistics again. A few minutes later, they arrived at the dormitory area. Mingqiu's eyes widened as he took in the large standalone villa with its own small courtyard. After a long pause, he blurted out, I hate rich people. Lin Feng laughed heartily. This is a special treatment for you. You're an S-class Esper, so the school arranged a separate dormitory just for you. Not like the shared dorms for ordinary freshmen. They went inside and looked around. Lin Feng gave a few instructions about the school rules, like not freezing things randomly in the dorm and where the meal card for the cafeteria was. With that, he left behind a pile of glistening spirit crystals along with the beast core he had promised earlier, and then turned and walked away. Mingqiu looked at the resources piled on the table, picked up a spirit crystal, and weighed it in his hand. This thing was exactly like the spirit stones he had read about in novels from his past life, used for absorbing and increasing cultivation. As for the beast core, Lin Feng had also explained it to him. It would be more effective to use it at a higher level. Using it now would be a waste. He was just pondering when to start cultivating when the system chimed again. Ding. Detected that the host possesses cultivation resources. Auto-activated 100 absorption efficiency. Mingqiu was stunned for a moment before grasping what this meant. Normally, a person absorbing the energy from a spirit crystal could only absorb at most 60 to 70%. The rest of the energy would dissipate into the air and go to waste. That was already at the level of a top-tier talent. For those with poor talent, they couldn't even reach 50% absorption efficiency. And now this system had granted him 100%. Not a single bit of energy wasted. In response, Mingqiu could only silently give the system a thumbs up in his mind. After all, he had already witnessed how this thing could instantly max out an S-level combat technique. Now that it had pulled off 100% absorption efficiency, he wasn't surprised at all. After all, this system called Universe Super Invincible could do any outrageous thing, and it would be nothing strange. After familiarizing himself with the layout of the room, Mingqiu found a sofa and sat down ready to start cultivating. He picked up a shimmering spirit crystal, and a surge of suction force erupted from his palm, so fierce it felt like cheating. The suction was like that of a spring breeze spirit. No wonder it was called 100 absorption efficiency. It lived up to its reputation. In the blink of an eye, the spirit crystal in his hand was drained completely, turning into a pile of fine white ash. Mingqiu felt the warm energy that had increased inside his body. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. This feeling, it was just too good. He absorbed one crystal after another, and before long, every spirit crystal on the table was used up. The next morning, after washing up, Mingqiu stood in front of the bathroom mirror and admired himself for quite a while. Wow, handsome, talented. How can there be a perfect man like me? He wasn't just being vain. After yesterday's cultivation, he had absorbed all the spirit crystals. Now he was already at first order 6th stage. Without that 100% absorption efficiency, if someone else had absorbed all these crystals, they would probably have only reached the 3rd or 4th stage at most. How could they have shot straight to the 6th stage like he did? After packing up, Mingqiu decided that today he would go find Lin Feng. After all, there were still half a month before the college entrance exam. He couldn't just stay cooped up in the dormitory meditating every day, could he? Absorbing spirit crystals alone wasn't enough. He needed real combat to hone his true skills. Fortunately, Haimoy Martial University was right next to the border's beast defense line. Wasn't this the very reason he had chosen this school? To be able to kill beasts and train whenever he wanted. This was the perfect chance to go out and have some fun during the remaining half-month. With that thought, he pulled out his phone, found the contact information Lin Feng had left him before leaving yesterday. Without a second thought, he dialed the number. The moment he dialed, a familiar ringtone sounded from the receiver. The streetlights just flickered on the night is still young people bustling about. My love for you is endless, endless, endless. Just as that line was halfway sung, the call was abruptly picked up. Lin Feng's gruff voice exploded through the phone. Little monster, what's up? Before Mingqiu could utter a word, he faintly heard a sweet, coquettish woman's voice from the other end. Feng Ge, how's the pressure? Should we head up to the 2nd floor, like last time? Mingqiu. He quickly spoke into the phone. Teacher Lin, I won't disturb your good time. I'll catch you later. As he finished, he raised his hand to hang up. But Lin Feng hurriedly shouted, don't hang up. Wait a second. Then came his frantic voice. I have something urgent today. Another day, another day. Within seconds, the ambiguous background noise from the receiver vanished. Lin Feng's voice returned, tinged with awkward coughs. Ahem, so little monster, what's the matter? Mingqiu suppressed a smile and said into the phone, I'm planning to go hunt some beasts for practice. Lin Feng paused, then replied, all right, wait in your dorm, I'll come find you right now. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at Mingqiu's dorm panting. His hair was slightly disheveled and his clothes were wrinkled. Clearly he had rushed over in a hurry. Mingqiu looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and teased, Teacher Lin, living it up, huh? Lin Feng gave an awkward chuckle, scratched his head, and explained sheepishly, I've been under too much pressure lately, just unwinding. Unwinding. As he spoke, he was about to sit down. Suddenly, he sensed the aura emanating from Mingqiu and furrowed his brow. No way. You've already reached the 1st stage 6th tier. Did you use that beast spirit core? He had specifically told Mingqiu yesterday that it would be better to use such a high tier core later. He was afraid the kid would waste such a precious resource. Mingqiu shook his head. No, I just absorbed the spirit crystals you gave me. Lin Feng was even more baffled. Impossible. Those crystals could at most push you to the 3rd or 4th tier. How could you reach the 6th? Mingqiu rested his chin in his hand, pretending to think, then said with a straight face, maybe. I'm a genius. Lin Feng. He rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, fine, you're a monster, you're the boss. You said you want to hunt beasts. That's a good thing for you. There's only half a month left until the college entrance exam. Going out for real combat training during this time will benefit you far more than cultivating in the dorm. All right, I'll take you to the border defense line now. With that, Lin Feng led Mingqiu outside. He had driven a large jeep specifically used by the Black Abyss Martial Academy for border runs. As Lin Feng drove, he earnestly cautioned Mingqiu in the passenger seat. Once you enter the beast forest, stay strictly on the periphery. Don't go deep. There are plenty of 3rd and 4th tier beasts lurking inside. With your current strength, running into a high tier one would be dangerous. He paused, then added seriously. Also, the forest isn't just full of beasts. There are students from other high schools too. Same as you, they're here to train for the exam. You need to be careful. Sometimes humans are more dangerous than beasts. They'll do anything to grab resources. Mingqiu nodded. I understand. Don't worry, Teacher Lin. As long as they're my age, they'll have to face my dimensional reduction. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded. Of course he understood. He knew Mingqiu's strength all too well. The kid was a pure little monster. His abilities seemed inexhaustible, like a perpetual motion machine. Now that he had broken through to the 1st stage 6th tier, those ordinary senior high school students, wouldn't they be utterly outmatched before him? The big jeep bounced along the rough road for nearly 2 hours. Finally, a vast sky-shrouding forest slowly appeared before them. At the forest's edge, a faint bloody scent hung in the air. This was the beast forest at the border. Lin Feng killed the engine and said to Su Mingqiu, "We're here, get out." He walked around to the trunk, opened it, and pulled out a set of black combat suit, then tossed it directly to Su Mingqiu. "I'm not giving you a high-tier suit. You're here to train. Wearing something too good would defeat the purpose. I got you one that matches your current level." Su Mingqiu caught it and quickly put on the suit. As soon as it touched his body, it automatically contracted to fit his form. Even the joints were perfectly aligned, not hindering movement at all. "Go on, little monster," Lin Feng waved. "I won't accompany you. I'll come pick you up the day before the exam." "Got it," Su Mingqiu replied, and turned to walk toward the forest. The moment he stepped inside, the surrounding light dimmed instantly, as towering trees blocked out the sun entirely. After just 2 steps, a pitch-black snake suddenly shot out from a branch beside him, its forked tongue flicking straight for his neck. The snake's venomous fangs were almost touching his skin. The next second, a bone-chilling cold surged forth, and the snake didn't even have time to hiss. It instantly turned into an ice sculpture, dropping to the ground with a clatter and shattering into 8 pieces. Su Mingqiu glanced down at the frozen fragments and raised an eyebrow. "Wow, this beast forest is indeed dangerous. I barely entered and a beast ambushed me." He scanned the shattered ice snake, making a rough judgment. That little snake's strength was roughly at the first stage, second tier. It seemed that the beasts near the entrance were around this level. This intensity was far too low to train properly. He needed to go deeper and find some stronger beasts. He had barely taken a few steps when a tiger's roar so loud it made the surrounding leaves tremble, echoed from deep within the forest. Su Mingqiu's eyes lit up. Finally, something worth his attention. He quickly followed the sound, pushing aside obstructing bushes. Before long, he saw a clearing ahead where a brown-furred monkey and a striped tiger were locked in a fierce battle, tearing at each other relentlessly. Su Mingqiu leaned against a nearby tree trunk, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted at the 2 bloodthirsty combatants, "Hey, you 2, stop fighting. Can't you just sit down and talk things out?" The 2 battling beasts heard his voice. They indeed stopped. But the next moment, they both turned around and charged towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu, holy crap, they're uniting against an outsider. The iron-arm monkey ran fastest, extending a fist as big as a wok, aiming straight for Su Mingqiu's face. Su Mingqiu didn't dodge either. He thrust out his fist as well. However, his fist was instantly encased in a thick layer of ice, turning into an ice fist. With a bang, the 2 fists collided. In that instant, bone-chilling cold surged forth. The monkey's entire arm was frozen solid. The monkey let out a painful howl and leaped backward. But the striped tiger had already circled behind Su Mingqiu, its gaping maw nearly clamping onto his neck. "Come on, man," ganging up on me, and still sneaking. Su Mingqiu quipped without even turning his head. He simply extended an arm behind him, and chill erupted instantly. The pouncing tiger, without even a chance to react, was frozen into an ice sculpture. It remained fixed in place, still in its lunging posture. "I was going to play with you 2 a bit, but I didn't expect you to be so dishonorable." Su Mingqiu shook his head. "Since that's the case, don't blame me." The iron-armed monkey, witnessing this, let out an angry roar at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu thought the beast was going to avenge its brother. But the next second, the monkey turned and ran faster than a rabbit. Su Mingqiu. Holy crap, that's what they call a fair-weather friend. Just finished fighting and immediately betrays its teammate, running faster than anyone. He quipped and didn't spare it. He extended a finger, and a needle-thin beam of cold shot out, precisely hitting the fleeing monkey. The next instant, the monkey also turned into an ice sculpture. Even the panicked expression of its flight was perfectly frozen in that moment. Su Mingqiu looked at the 2 ice sculptures and stroked his chin. "How should I consider a side business? Selling ice sculptures could make a fortune, right? My ice sculptures are so lifelike, even the expressions are perfectly captured. Absolutely genuine." Just as he finished his quip, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. A boy's voice came through. Strange, the tiger's roar and monkey's screech were definitely coming from this direction. Why did it suddenly go quiet? Soon 4 boys in identical blue and white school uniforms emerged from the bushes. Judging by their attire, they were students from the same high school. As soon as they emerged, they saw Su Mingqiu standing in the clearing, and the 2 lifelike ice sculptures beside him. They were instantly stunned. The leading boy among them, quickest to react, hurried forward and asked Su Mingqiu respectfully, "Big brother, did you kill these 2 beasts?" A young man with bleached hair beside him curled his lip and was about to speak. "Brother Yang, why are you so polite to him? Isn't he just?" But before he could finish, the leading boy cut him off sharply. "Shut up." The bleached hair youth obeyed, instantly clamping his mouth shut and daring not to speak. The leader was shrewd. He was not as clueless as the bleached hair. Look at the battle suit he's wearing. Clearly not an ordinary person. Offending him would bring no benefit. Moreover, those 2 beasts, the iron-armed monkey and the striped tiger, he had noticed from afar. They were far beyond what the group could handle. They had only killed a few minor monsters on the outskirts and had gotten a bit cocky. If they had truly encountered these 2, they would probably have all perished here. Su Mingqiu looked at them, nodded, and said with a straight face, "I'm an ice sculpture artist." Inwardly, he scoffed. This group, the strongest among them, only at the 3rd stage of the 1st rank, and they dare to seek trouble with these 2 beasts. It was fortunate that he had encountered these 2 beasts first. Otherwise, this group would likely have been devoured by the monkey and the tiger. These kids, having just awakened their abilities, had already become so arrogant. With that thought, he waved his hand at them. You all go. The beasts here are beyond your ability. The leading boy nodded quickly and replied respectfully, yes, big brother. Just as they were about to turn and leave, suddenly from behind a nearby tree a massive crimson python, as thick as a bull's mouth, slithered out slowly, its forked tongue flicking. The snake's scales were red as blood, glinting coldly in the shade, a terrifying sight. The leading boy, upon seeing this, turned pale with fear and immediately ran towards Mingqiu. The other 3 youths scrambled after him, tumbling and crawling. In his mind, there was only one thought: the 2 formidable beasts had been killed by this big brother. Although this python looked far more dangerous than the previous 2 now, he could only place all his hope on Mingqiu. He ran to Mingqiu's side, fell to his knees with a thud, and cried out, Big brother, please accept my humble bow. Save our lives. The other 3, seeing their leader kneeling, also dropped to their knees one after another, not daring to raise their heads. Mingqiu looked at the row of kneeling people and was instantly caught between laughter and tears. Is it really that serious? Isn't it just a first-rank 9th stage little snake? Scared like this? He waved his hand. All right, all of you get up. Well, time for me to start showing off. The few people quickly scrambled up and huddled behind Mingqiu. One of them secretly tugged at the leader's clothes and whispered, Brother Yang, can this big brother deal with that python? Yang Wei nodded and whispered back, don't talk, trust big brother. Mingqiu ignored their murmurs and walked straight toward the crimson python. The crimson python, seeing Mingqiu dare to approach, became enraged. It reared up and spat a stream of dark green venom at him. Mingqiu was taken aback and immediately quipped, holy crap. Spit attack. You're a first-rank 9th stage beast, why are you playing so dirty? Quip aside, he raised his hand, and a surge of cold air burst forth. The incoming venom was instantly frozen into tiny ice pellets which fell to the ground with a plop. Behind him, Yang Wei's eyes widened at the sight, and he thought to himself, this big brother is at least an A-rank ability user. Moreover, his cultivation level must be similar to that of the crimson python. Otherwise, he couldn't have frozen the venom so easily. The python saw its venom easily frozen. It also became enraged. Swinging its tail, it slithered rapidly towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, studying the creature's fierce and menacing appearance. Why the rush, little spicy strip? I merely froze your drool, didn't I? As he spoke, he condensed a sword of ice in his hand, radiating an intense chill. The blade gleamed with a cold light beneath the trees, its sharpness evident at a glance. The enormous python flicked its tail and struck toward him. Mingqiu raised his hand in a single decisive motion, cleaving through its tail with one clean stroke. The wound was instantly encased in cold energy, sealing off any bleeding. Look how considerate I'm being. I even stopped the bleeding for you. Mingqiu arched an eyebrow at the python, wearing an expression that screamed, I'm doing this for your own good. The snake seemed to genuinely understand, and its ferocity escalated immediately. Its entire body reared up, jaws agape, as it lunged at him with terrifying speed. More than double what it had shown before, clearly intent on swallowing him whole. Mingqiu sidestepped with ease, evading the attack entirely. The python couldn't stop its momentum and crashed into a nearby tree, sending leaves raining down as the impact dazed it. Oh, crashing into trees now? Planning to take yourself out? No need to be so polite about it. Mingqiu raised his hand and sent a wave of cold energy coursing toward the beast's lower body. The blast froze its hind half solid against the ground. The python thrashed violently, its upper body flailing wildly as it opened its mouth, desperate to bite him. Mingqiu remained unfazed, casually lifting his hand and slowly channeling the cold energy upward through its body, from the base of its tail up through its waist, and finally around its neck, progressively encasing it in ice. In seconds, the enormous python became completely immobilized, frozen mid-snarl, with its mouth agape and eyes bulging, transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Mingqiu clapped his hands together, stroking his chin as he examined the ice figure. Well, now another addition to my collection. My side hobby just grew by one. Behind him, Yang Wei and the others stood transfixed, utterly stunned. The ferocious python that had seemed ready to devour them moments ago had been reduced to nothing more than an ice statue. This brother was terrifying. Yang Wei watched from behind and immediately made up his mind. This was a connection worth clinging to, an incredibly powerful ally indeed. He rushed forward and bowed deeply to Mingqiu, his voice dripping with flattery. Brother Leg, I'm Yang Wei. Thank you, Brother Leg, for saving my life. Before he finished speaking, the 3 boys behind him quickly followed suit, bowing alongside him. Thank you, Brother Leg, for saving our lives. The previously arrogant blonde-haired boy among them stepped forward eagerly. Brother Leg, I was blind and foolish to judge you. I beg your pardon, please don't hold it against me. Mingqiu paused when he heard Yang Wei's name, startled. Wait, what kind of name is that? It's quite memorable. Yang Wei noticed Mingqiu's reaction and assumed he was being complimented on his name. He puffed out his chest proudly and replied, of course. My parents chose this name because they hoped I'd become great in the future. It's an impressive name, absolutely outstanding. Mingqiu was speechless. Fine, if he says the name is impressive, then it is. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, you should head back at once. This place is far too dangerous for you. Yang Wei nodded eagerly then leaned in closer. Brother Leg, let's exchange contacts. I'll treat you to a meal another day to properly thank you. All right. Su Mingqiu agreed with a nod. Yang Wei then led the group of boys away like he'd struck gold, hurrying off in fear of lingering dangers or delaying Brother Leg's business. Night fell over the forest, the air thick with the chirping of insects. Su Mingqiu found a clean cave, built a fire, and began roasting skewers. The meat was none other than that enormous python from earlier. He took a bite, and the juices exploded across his tongue, the tender meat melting deliciously. Too bad I didn't bring any seasoning. Su Mingqiu savored the flavor, regretting not having brought cumin and chili to elevate the taste even further. As he continued eating, he pondered that the mutated beasts here posed virtually no real threat to him. They were an easy match. He decided he'd need to venture deeper into the forest the next day. At dawn, Su Mingqiu packed up and pressed onward into the wilderness. Along the way, numerous blind mutated beasts charged at him, only to be instantly frozen into ice sculptures and shattered with a casual swipe of his hand. He now felt that turning these beasts into art was almost too generous an outcome. To move faster, he manifested wings of ice upon his back. This technique he devised the previous night allowed him to fly rather than walk, proving far more efficient. Soaring through the air, he spotted a clearing ahead. A massive blue wolf lay resting in its territory, considerably larger than the crimson python he'd faced before, clearly a more formidable opponent. Su Mingqiu descended gently into the wolf's domain, his ice wings dissolving into scattered crystalline fragments. The blue wolf's eyes opened slowly, locking onto him with intensity. It emitted a low growl, clearly preparing to strike. Yet unlike the other mutated beasts he'd encountered, it held its ground rather than charging immediately. Instead, it squared off against Su Mingqiu, sizing him up. After a brief standoff, the wolf suddenly moved, its body flickering as it split into 3 identical blue wolves. All 3 charged simultaneously. Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, understanding the significance. Oh, so it's a second-tier mutated beast. Second-tier beasts possessed awakened innate abilities, and this clone technique appeared to be the blue wolf's gift. The 3 wolves attacked from different angles. Their fangs bared and claws gleaming, they sought to surround him. One coordinated strike would tear apart this intruder who dared enter their territory. Using tactical encirclement showed some intelligence, far superior to the first-tier beasts that had merely charged recklessly before. Still, it wouldn't be enough. Cold energy radiated from his body as the ice wings materialized behind him once more. Before they fully formed, one of the wolf's duplicates lunged, but he sidestepped the attack with practiced ease. In the same motion, a sharp ice blade formed in his palm and swept down. The strike was decisive. The wolf was cleaved in 2 before it could even react. The cold energy sealed the wound, instantly preventing any bleeding, as both halves froze solid and fell to the ground. Before he could deal with the first, the remaining 2 wolves closed in their maws, nearly touching his face. Su Mingqiu remained completely calm, positioning both hands to strike. 2 bursts of freezing energy erupted simultaneously, encasing both wolves in ice before they could react. They stood frozen as statues in their tracks. Su Mingqiu glanced at the 2 ice sculptures, a hint of regret in his eyes. He sighed, thinking he had hoped to play with them a bit longer, but they turned out to be far too fragile. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head, realizing it was probably because he was just too talented. He silently flattered himself. All my cultivation and combat prowess come from my own hard work, not from any external aid. With that, he stepped forward, gathering frigid energy into his fists, transforming them into ice gauntlets, and shattered the 2 statues with a single blow. Ever since he had broken the ice sculptures of those strange beasts, he had developed a peculiar obsession. He found the act of smashing such frozen forms incredibly satisfying, a perfect release of stress. Thus, Su Mingqiu spent several more days hunting beasts in this area. Nearly all the creatures here had been eliminated by his hand. Had anyone been following him, they would surely have dubbed him the flesh-shredding maniac. Over the course of these days, he had undergone a noticeable change, now carrying a faint aura of killing intent. He was no longer the leisurely figure who had first entered. Moreover, his cultivation had risen to the First Order 8th stage. Just then, not far from Su Mingqiu, 3 individuals were locked in a standoff. Beside them lay a massive toad, missing 1 leg, evidently the beast they had just jointly slain. Zhaohe, have we wronged you? After we joined forces to kill this 3-legged toad, you're ready to turn on us? The girl named Jiang Shuang spoke coldly, her brow furrowed as she addressed Zhaohe. Zhaohe burst into loud laughter. Jiang Shuang, even if I kill you both here, no one will ever find out. When we return to school, I'll simply say the beast got you. Who would know the truth? It's your fault for humiliating me in public back then. I've broken through to the 3rd Order now. Killing you is a trivial task, and the reward for this mission will be all mine. Jiang Shuang hadn't expected him to be so petty. She felt wronged. All she had done was reject Zhaohe's confession and clearly explain that she was focused on cultivation and had no interest in romance. She never imagined he would hold a grudge for so long. Zhaohe, you ugly freak. Shuang was right to reject you. The girl beside Jiang Shuang, Xia Yue, couldn't help but curse at him. Shut up, Xia Yue. Zhaohe, stung by the truth, erupted in a surge of blazing flames, attacking both women. A torrent of fire rushed toward Jiang Shuang and Xia Yue. Jiang Shuang immediately activated her ability, conjuring an ice wall to shield them. Xia Yue quickly summoned her water element, unleashing a deluge to extinguish the flames. Yet the expected elemental victory did not occur. The water evaporated the instant it touched the fire, leaving not a single bubble. Meanwhile, the ice wall hissed and melted under the intense heat, unable to hold for long. Huh. Stop struggling. Zhao He laughed triumphantly, his face full of arrogance. Zhao He, you despicable coward. And you're small down there too. Xia Yue shouted in desperation. Go ahead, curse all you want. Let you enjoy your last words, Zhao He replied indifferent. He was certain they were doomed. Soon the flames dissipated, leaving Jiang Shuang and Xia Yue scorched black, their clothes singed and torn, exposing skin as they collapsed in exhaustion. Zhao He strode toward them, a cruel grin on his face. Just then a voice came from the side. Am I interrupting your little drama? Su Mingqiu emerged from behind a tree, took in the scene, and waved dismissively. No, don't mind me. Carry on, carry on. He actually turned to leave, but Xia Yue spotted him and called out as if seeing a savior. Big brother, save me. I'll give myself to you. Jiang Shuang, already blackened by the flames, blushed deeply at the words. Zhao He, enraged by Su Mingqiu's sudden appearance, snarled, Kid, you've seen too much. Think you can just walk away? He threw a punch at Su Mingqiu. A scorching fist of flame shot towards Su Mingqiu. Watching it approach, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Seriously, how cliché is this? Isn't this the most overused plot in online novels? The hero saving the damsel in distress. In the wilderness, the villain tries to kill the beauties, then the protagonist steps and shows off and wins their hearts. But I never thought I'd be the protagonist of this scenario. Despite his mental complaints, Su Mingqiu's icy aura surged forth. He extended his palm, and the incoming fireball instantly froze solid, dropping to the ground with a clatter. Zhao He's eyes widened in shock. What? He hadn't used his full power, but that was still a third-order fire elemental's attack. How could a first-order elementalist block it? Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang instantly recognized they had found a powerful ally. Jiang Shuang, also an ice elementalist, was astounded. She knew she couldn't freeze a third-order flame. Yet Su Mingqiu, still at the first order, had done it effortlessly. What kind of monster was he? Xia Yue, raising her scorched hand, cheered excitedly. Go, big brother. Go. Go, big brother. Go. Her enthusiasm even moved Jiang Shuang, who murmured a soft go. Zhao He, hearing their cheers, angrily shouted, Have you two lost your minds? You're pinning your hopes on a first-order kid. He blustered, That was just a warm-up. I got careless. He won't freeze my flames again. With that, Zhao He's fire flared up, signaling he meant business. He assumed a boxing stance and roared, Fire fist. Instantly, a massive fist of flame, several times larger than before, materialized before him. He hurled it at Su Mingqiu. This was his most proficient fire combat technique. Su Mingqiu gazed at the colossal fiery fist, muttering inwardly. Not bad, you're the first to force me to use cold river snow. The chilling aura around Su Mingqiu instantly surged wildly. His eyes turned icy blue and a terrifying cold burst forth from his body. In the next moment, an immense torrent of glacial ice shot forward, freezing the giant fire fist in the blink of an eye, and surging relentlessly toward Zhao He. The instant it touched him, Zhao He was encased in a massive block of ice, without even a chance to react. Su Mingqiu exhaled a breath of white mist, biting with bone-piercing cold. The white mist fell to the ground, instantly forming a thin layer of frost. Ignoring the two stunned girls nearby, he stepped toward the ice sculpture of Zhao He. Jiang Shuang and Xia Yue exchanged a glance, both bewildered. He's already frozen the guy. What else is he going over there for? Before they could figure it out, the answer came on its own. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and casually conjured a gleaming ice hammer. He swung it at the ice sculpture, banging away relentlessly. Xia Yue, startled, tugged at Jiang Shuang's sleeve and whispered, barely audible, afraid to be heard. Shuang, he won't turn us into ice cubes and smash us like that, will he? Jiang Shuang, watching Su Mingqiu's merciless smashing, felt a chill of fear too. That guy had just casually taken down a third-order Zhao He. His strength was terrifying. She swallowed hard and whispered uncertainly, offering comfort. I don't think so. He'd just save us. Soon the huge ice block encasing Zhao He was smashed into pieces, scattered all over the ground. Only then did Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang cautiously approach, standing beside him. Still shaken by the shock, they stammered, Teach, thank you for saving us. Su Mingqiu turned back, looking at them with slight confusion. Why haven't you two left yet? Xia Yue's eyes darted, and she suddenly leaned in feigning coyness while batting her eyelashes. Oh, have you forgotten? A life-saving debt demands a promise of lifelong devotion. Hey lady, Su Mingqiu stepped back in alarm, utterly baffled. Who are you? Do I even know you? I just happened to save you. Lady, Xia Yue bristled, instantly, hands on her hips, glaring. I'm only a sophomore. Sophomore? Does that make me old? Jiang Shuang, who had been tense, couldn't help but chuckle at their bickering. Well, sophomores are older than me. Su Mingqiu scratched his head, looking innocent. I'm just a senior in high school. What a... Xia Yue's eyes went wide. She pointed at him, speechless for a moment. You're only a senior? Were high schoolers this powerful now? Had she really gotten old? Out of touch? How had the world become so absurd? After a long pause, Jiang Shuang stepped forward and spoke gently. A faint blush of embarrassment tinged her cheeks. You saved both of us, but we're in the forest now and don't have anything to offer as thanks right away. Could we add each other on comms? Once we're out of the forest, we'll treat you to a nice meal and make it up to you. Sure. Mingqiu nodded, but only left his phone number since there was no signal in the forest. You two better get going. He tilted his chin toward the three-legged toad lying motionless nearby, the very target of their forest expedition. Anyway, your mission's done. Go report back and take a good shower. Xia Yue blinked, looking up at him in surprise. Huh, what about you? Aren't you leaving? Me? Mingqiu scratched his head. I'll stay a few more days to train some more. At that, Xia Yue rolled her eyes and retorted, Come on bro, this isn't training. You're just here to slaughter, aren't you? Don't tell me you have a killing fetish. The two silently mourned the beasts that had yet to meet their doom. Hearing that, Mingqiu paused, rubbing his chin, and thought, Could it be? I really do have some weird obsession. No. He shook his head violently, shaking off the strange thought. This isn't a killing fetish, it's ridding the world of harm. These beasts are meant to be killed to protect the border. How can that be called a fetish? Alright, you two hurry up. You won't make it out of the forest before dark if you keep dawdling. He waved them off, eager to get rid of the lingering pair. Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang didn't waste any more time. They walked to the three-legged toad's corpse and pressed the containment bracelet on their wrists. The bracelet instantly glowed with a soft white light. The next second, the half-human-sized toad corpse was sucked into the bracelet space with a whoosh. It was standard equipment for students training in the forest used to store beast carcasses so they wouldn't have to carry them. After packing up, the two waved at Mingqiu. Xia Yue shouted, We're off. Don't forget to contact us. Zhang Shuang smiled gently and waved too. Thank you. Bye. Days passed in a flash. Mingqiu looked at the shattered ice at his feet and clapped his hands. After days of slaughtering in the forest, his cultivation had surged to the first order 9th stage. He was just one step away from breaking through to the second order. The college entrance exam was approaching. Time to head back. With that thought, he channeled his ice ability, and a pair of translucent ice wings materialized on his back. He flapped them lightly, rising softly into the air, and flew swiftly toward the forest entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the beast forest, Lin Feng was lounging on the hood of a large jeep, bored out of his mind. He had been waiting for Mingqiu for hours, killing time by scrolling through his phone. He held up his phone, engrossed in whatever was on the screen. Suddenly, the speaker emitted a syrupy voice. Thanks to top fan Lin Feng for the super rocket. Love you, Lin. While Lin Feng scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed, and rubbed his nose. He was completely oblivious to the kid with ice wings flying toward him from above. No sooner had he spoken than the female streamer on the screen continued coquettishly in a sweet, lingering tone. Brother Feng, give me one more rocket, please. 2 rockets will let you add my personal contact. The moment those words left her lips, the live chat exploded, densely scrolling across the entire screen. Damn, I hate rich people. Has my goddess truly yielded to money? Just wait, goddess. I'll withdraw my grandpa's pension to send you rockets. Holy crap, bro, you really are a filial son. I bow to Thissimp, you've beaten me, I concede. Lin Feng watched the barrage of mockery fill the screen, his face darkening. He held his phone toward the screen, pursed his lips, and muttered under his breath. Fuck, I sent you a rocket only because you've got some looks. Now you want to fleece me. Besides, what good would your contact info do me? I bet I'd just get some silent alt account, the kind that takes your money and then blocks you. After muttering, he directly exited the live stream and tucked his phone into his pocket. He stretched, working out the numbness in his lower back, then glanced toward the deep forest and couldn't help but murmur. How long is this guy going to stay in there? Did he get carried away killing and forget the time? But he didn't truly worry, for he had witnessed Mingqiu's strength firsthand. With an S-class ice elemental ability, what outer zone beast could possibly threaten him? Forget the outer zone. If the kid went a bit deeper, he could probably march through unchallenged. As if summoned by his words, the figure with ice wings in the sky appeared, flying swiftly toward him. Lin Feng instantly sprang off the hood of the car, eyes bulging, unable to stop himself from cursing. What the? Dude, you grew wings in just a few days? He gazed at the pair of ice wings gleaming coldly under the sun, envy souring his teeth. Damn it, why didn't I awaken a natural element ability back then? This is too fucking awesome. Mingqiu landed before him, and his ice wings instantly shattered into fine ice crystals, melting away upon touching the ground. He smiled at Lin Feng. Teacher Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, not at all. Lin Feng waved his hand hastily. You're right on time. I only arrived a few minutes ago myself. While speaking, he was already sizing up Mingqiu from head to toe and immediately noticed something was off. This kid's killing intent had grown considerably. He had clearly slaughtered plenty of beasts inside. And his cultivation realm. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Good heavens, in just a few days the kid had already broken through to Tier 1 Stage 9. Excellent, excellent, very impressive. He patted Mingqiu on the shoulder, his grin widening. Looks like your harvest from the beast forest this time exceeded even my expectations. Let's get in the car and head back to school. Lin Feng pulled him into the rugged jeep, started the engine, and roared toward the university. Along the way, he remembered to bring up the real matter. By the way, while you were in the forest these past few days, the location for the Northern Region's college entrance exam has been finalized. It'll be held at our Haiming Martial Arts University. Mingqiu paused in surprise. Lin Feng kept one hand on the steering wheel as he explained further. It happened just a few days ago not far from our university. A small spatial rift suddenly appeared, and the beasts spilling out were all at the Tier 1 level. It's perfectly suited for your senior year practical assessment, so they simply decided to hold the exam right there. Spatial rifts emerged randomly across the country, their locations impossible to predict. The tier of beasts within depended entirely on the rift itself. Some could spill forth terrifying Tier 5 or 6 beasts, while others only produced Tier 1 creatures ideal for newcomers to train against. I didn't expect the exam to be held directly inside a spatial rift this time. Su Mingqiu murmured to himself, his eyes lighting up with interest. The jeep cruised slowly along the border highway, and soon they neared Haiming Martial Arts University. Su Mingqiu glanced out the window and immediately spotted the spatial rift hovering in midair nearby. It looked like a mirror shattered in midair, shimmering with a faint purplish-black glow. Its edges warped slightly, radiating an eerie spatial fluctuation. Numerous patrol members in camouflage uniforms stood guard around it. They were monitoring with instruments, preventing any beasts from escaping and injuring civilians. The jeep pulled to a stop at the university entrance. Lin Feng killed the engine, pointed toward the distant rift, and smiled. "See that thing over there?" Su Mingqiu nodded. "Yes, this is my first time seeing one with my own eyes. The original host's memories contained plenty of information about spatial rifts, but I've never actually laid eyes on one." "All right, go back to your dorm first." Lin Feng pushed open the car door and waved to him, his tone slightly hurried. "You've been in the beast forest for several days. Go home, take a good shower, and relax. I still have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't keep you." Su Mingqiu nodded, asked no further questions, and replied, "All right, Teacher Lin, go ahead and handle your business." Watching Su Mingqiu's figure disappear into the university gates, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced left and right to ensure no one was watching. Only then did he quickly pull out his phone and dial the number. After it connected, he lowered his voice. "Hey sis, I'm on my way to you now. That technician number 78, from last time. Make sure you save her spot for me. Don't let anyone else grab her." As Su Mingqiu walked back toward the dormitory, he couldn't help but ponder Lin Feng's hasty demeanor. That urgent look on Teacher Lin's face must mean the school had some emergency mission. After all, Haiming Martial Arts University sat right on the border where incidents involving beasts or spatial rifts could arise at any moment. He genuinely admired Teacher Lin. Though he came across as rough around the edges, he was clearly dedicated to his work, rushing off to handle tasks, even after picking Su Mingqiu up. Su Mingqiu would never have guessed that the border emergency he had imagined was nothing of the sort. Teacher Lin's so-called urgent matter was simply heading to a massage parlor to unwind. Soon Su Mingqiu arrived at the entrance of his own standalone villa. As he was about to unlock the door, his phone suddenly dinged 3 times, displaying 3 friend request notifications. He opened them and immediately realized why. The forest had no signal. Now that he was out, the requests had finally come through. One was from Yang Wei, whom he had encountered earlier. The other 2 were exactly Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang, the 2 girls he had rescued that day. After entering the room, Su Mingqiu grabbed a bottle of ice water and downed it in one go before picking up his phone to accept all 3 friend requests. Scarcely had he confirmed the 3rd one when 3 messages immediately popped up in rapid succession, filling the entire screen. "Yang Wei, leg bro. I left in such a rush earlier that I never got your name. Whenever you're free, it's my treat. Let me take you to a proper meal." The messages from Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang were much the same, both earnestly offering to buy him dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Xia Yue had even attached an adorably pitiful sticker. Su Mingqiu smiled and sent back his name, then politely declined the dining invitation. "I'm Su Mingqiu. As for dinner, let's skip it. I'm preparing for the college entrance exam and don't have free time these days." The reply from Yang Wei came instantly, bristling with exclamation marks. "No way, leg bro. You're taking the college entrance exam with that kind of strength? That's absolutely cheating. We're all from the northern region. Please carry us and keep us safe during the exam." Meanwhile, upon reading the message, Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang exchanged a glance, both utterly stunned. So what he'd said earlier about being a senior in high school wasn't a joke after all. Back in the forest, the 2 of them had actually thought Su Mingqiu was merely teasing them. After all, with his effortless ability to defeat a Tier 3 cultivator like Zhao He, who would have imagined he was still a high school senior waiting for the college entrance exam? The 2 couldn't help but sigh as they read through the messages. With Su Mingqiu's strength, it wouldn't just be any martial arts university. He could pick whichever top-tier institution he desired. After all, he had casually defeated a Tier 3 ability user. "All right, I'm going to take a shower. Talk later." Having sent that message, Su Mingqiu casually tossed his phone onto the sofa and stretched. After spending so many days in the forest, he had been itching to take a proper hot shower and relax. He turned and headed upstairs to the bathroom. The next morning, barely at dawn, Su Mingqiu was already awake. Today was the day of the college entrance exam, and every senior from the northern region had gathered at Haiming Martial Arts University. The area in front of the campus gate was packed to the brim with students in uniforms from all over, buzzing with lively energy. As soon as he finished getting ready, Lin Feng came rushing over. The moment he walked in, he clapped a hand on Su Mingqiu's shoulder and bellowed in his loud voice. "Little monster, Make them all see today what the genius who earned direct admission to Ming Martial Arts University is truly capable of. Su Mingqiu nodded, then suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, Teacher Lin, I heard there was also an S-class ability user from the southern city. Didn't he come to take the exam? Oh, you mean that kid? Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled. He was recruited by the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, but he's still here to take this exam. He leaned in close and winked slyly at Su Mingqiu. Give him a good lecture when the time comes. Come on, let's go. I'll take you to see the scene. The spectacle today is truly impressive. The two made their way toward the campus gate. Su Mingqiu looked at the throng of people and couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. Good heavens, there are so many people. That's right, Lin Feng said with a smile. This is every single senior from across the entire northern region all gathered here. Su Mingqiu nodded, unable to help but feel impressed. It truly was a magnificent sight. It was exactly like his past life, just as many people crowded shoulder to shoulder, all students trembling with anticipation and trepidation about their futures. As they moved into the crowd, Lin Feng patted his shoulder. All right, go explore on your own. I'm going to catch up with my former high school principal. I'll find you again when the exam starts. With that, he pushed through the crowd and disappeared. Hardly had Su Mingqiu planted his feet when a young boy in an unfamiliar school uniform timidly approached, scratching his head. Senior, is Ming Martial Arts University really that good? He had just seen Su Mingqiu walking out alongside a Ming teacher, so he instinctively took him for an upperclassman. Su Mingqiu was caught off guard by the address. After a moment's pause, he replied, Classmate, I'm also a senior. Hearing this, the boy's eyes went wide with shock, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. What the heck? This is huge news. Could he be the illegitimate son of that Ming teacher? Getting admitted early. Otherwise, why would he be hanging out so closely with the teacher? Sorry, I didn't know. I thought you were already a student at Ming Martial Arts University. Oh, well, you're not entirely wrong, Su Mingqiu replied with a smile. I am indeed already a student of Ming Martial Arts University. It's a good school. The resources are quite generous. Hearing this, the boy's conviction only deepened. Oh, so he really is the illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could he already be a Ming student while still in his senior year? And why was he walking around with the teacher? No doubt about it. He quickly offered a hasty thank you to Su Mingqiu and bolted, muttering to himself all the while about how explosive today's gossip truly was. Su Mingqiu stood there watching the retreating figure, utterly bewildered. What was wrong with that kid? Why run so fast? Just as Su Mingqiu was puzzling over this, a howling wind suddenly echoed from overhead. He looked up to see a massive black eagle soaring toward them. Its wingspan blotted out the sky, and it slowly descended to the open ground. The surrounding students erupted into excited chatter. Jiangren looked at him, a hint of pride in his eyes, and spoke. You are an S-rank ice ability user, and I am an S-rank lightning ability user. I want to know between the same S-rank ice and lightning which is stronger. This college entrance exam is a perfect opportunity. Let's compete then and see who is the strongest. Su Mingqiu listened, and a strange expression immediately crossed his face. Kid, you're comparing S-ranks with me here. He silently complained in his mind. I am an SSS Rank ability user. The Awakening Stone measured me as S-rank not because I'm only S-rank, but because that thing can only measure up to S-rank. He merely nodded and smiled in agreement. All right, let's compete then and see who is the strongest S-rank in the northern region. Just as he finished, Chen Mo beside him sighed. Our old Lin youth is truly wonderful. I remember when we were like this, full of youthful vigor. Now we're old, not as capable. Youthful vigor. Lin Feng burst out laughing, undermining him. Have you forgotten the time you were beaten by me and ran home crying to your mother? What a... Chen Mo immediately grew agitated, his face reddening. Why do you always have to expose me? The two began rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight. If Su Mingqiu and Zhang Ren hadn't stepped in to separate them, the two would have come to blows right there. Just then the exam staff arrived. They began distributing the evaluation instruments to all the examinees, and the two finally stopped. All right, enough messing around. Lin Feng waved his hand, then took out a smart glasses from his storage ring and handed it to Su Mingqiu. Chen Mo also took out a pair of identical glasses and gave them to Jiang Ren. Put these glasses on, Lin Feng explained to Su Mingqiu. They can detect the positions of nearby examinees and spirit beasts, and they will also live stream the entire process so people across the country can see your performance. Soon everyone had put on their glasses. At the examiner's command, the college entrance exam officially began. All the examinees surged toward the spatial rift not far away. Jiang Ren followed the crowd, striding quickly toward the rift. Only Su Mingqiu erupted with a sudden surge of chilling energy. He formed ice wings behind his back and flew straight toward the spatial rift. The surrounding examinees, startled, quickly made way for him. Holy crap! Who is this god? So flashy. Isn't he afraid of exhausting his ability? The nearby examinees instantly exploded with chatter and discussion. Jiang Ren stood frozen, equally puzzled. Meanwhile, Chen Mo pulled Lin Feng aside and asked, Old Lin, even though I can tell Su Mingqiu has reached the first stage 9th level, how can he use his ability so recklessly? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not worried, so why are you? Lin Feng looked mysterious and waved his hand. Just wait and see. At the same time, the live stream outside exploded. Bullet comments flooded the screen. Holy crap. Whose general is this? So brave. Isn't he afraid of running out of energy? Watch him struggle when his ability is empty. Hey, he's young, wants to show off on camera, totally normal. I bet my 10 years of being single that this guy will be done in no time. Damn bro, you're ruthless, betting 10 years of singlehood. Before the comments could finish, Mingqiu had already plunged into the spatial rift. The world inside the rift was not much different from the outside. There were mountains, rivers, and forests. However, everyone was teleported to different locations upon entry. Once inside, they quickly activated their glasses to find nearby spirit beasts to kill. Mingqiu also activated his glasses and immediately saw the leaderboard. A candidate named Li Si had already earned 1 point. Wow, someone already killed a spirit beast. Mingqiu muttered. I'd better step it up. With that, he activated his ability and began a frenzied slaughter. Soon his points began to skyrocket. 10, 20, 30. Rising rapidly, he shot to the top of the leaderboard. Holy crap. This guy is too brutal. Is he a dismemberment maniac? He freezes them into ice sculptures and then smashes them. What do you know? It's called being thorough. What if the spirit beast is faking death? Haha, that guy who bet 10 years of singlehood. You're gonna be single for 10 years. Chen Mo stared at the soaring points, eyes wide. He pulled Lin Feng and asked old Lin, is this kid a bottomless pit? His mana bar is that long. Of course. Lin Feng puffed up with pride, patting his chest. It's all thanks to my excellent teaching. You know. Cut it out. Chen Mo rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with you? Don't pat yourself on the back. Meanwhile, Jiang Ren had just killed his third spirit beast. He looked up at the leaderboard and was instantly dumbfounded, questioning his existence. Is my S rank ability fake? How is he killing so much faster than me? Mingqiu, however, paid no attention. He felt that the rift was heaven for him. All the spirit beasts were first stage, perfect for farming points. Of course, the exam had its risks. Some candidates had already been killed by spirit beasts, but everyone had signed a life and death contract beforehand. This risk was clearly stated. After killing for most of the day, Mingqiu finally stopped and rested under a tree. Having run back and forth for so long, he was exhausted. Although his ability had no mana cost and could be used endlessly, his physical stamina was limited. After running for so long, his legs were sore. Even as he rested with his eyes closed under the tree, many reckless first-stage spirit beasts drawn by the scent of a living human crept up to ambush him. But as soon as these spirit beasts got within 10 meters of him, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the piercing cold radiating from his body. They didn't even have a chance to react. Thus, an extremely dramatic scene unfolded. Mingqiu sat peacefully under the tree, resting, while around him a neat circle of spirit beast ice sculptures formed. It was like a small ice sculpture exhibition. Soon the remaining spirit beasts understood. This guy was a Death Star. Untouchable. They all turned and fled, never daring to approach him again. Outside in the livestream, viewers saw this and exploded. Comments flew faster. Holy crap. Su Shun is incredible. Sitting still and clearing monsters. Honey, you're so handsome. Hey, watch it. When did Su Shun become your husband? He's clearly my dad. Ahem, you young people are really wild. Everyone shut up. Actually, Su Shun is a distant relative of mine. Want his friend request. $50 each. Chen Mo stared at Mingqiu on the screen, his face filled with shock, as he couldn't help but complain. Old Lin, is this kid cheating? Is he some kind of marathon machine? Hi, just average, only third in the world. Lin Feng crossed his legs looking smug. Mingqiu had just rested enough and was about to get up and continue scoring. The smart glasses suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The screen instantly flashed with glaring red light, and an urgent warning popped up. Warning. Detected a Tier 2 Stage 5 beast, Iron Armor Rock Bear. Active 800 meters away. Life signals of 5 nearby examinees are rapidly disappearing. The real-time leaderboard in the lower right corner of the glasses was still frantically jumping and refreshing. His own name was firmly fixed at the top with a stable score of 500 points. Meanwhile, Jiang Ren in second place had barely broken 100 points, a gap of 5 times. Tier 2 Stage 5. It had been clearly announced before that in this college entrance exam's spatial rift, the highest beasts would only be Tier 1 Stage 9. How could a Tier 2 suddenly appear? But it didn't matter. To him, this was nothing. As early as the Beast Forest training half a month ago, he could casually kill Tier 3 Fire-type ability users. Just a mere Tier 2 Stage 5 Rock Bear was nothing to worry about. Chen Mo stared at the suddenly appearing beast alarm on the screen, his brow instantly furrowed, and he turned to grab Lin Feng beside him. Old Lin, how did a Tier 2 beast suddenly appear in this spatial rift? Wasn't it supposed to be only Tier 1 at most? Should we pause this assessment first? Lin Feng, however, was not flustered at all. He glanced at the positioning marker on the screen. The Iron Armor Rock Bear was only 800 meters away from Mingqiu, and Mingqiu's light was already moving toward it. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his tone calm. Stop what? That kid has already gone over. He knew very well that half a month ago in the school's test room the kid could already unleash Tier 2 strength. After half a month, this little monster would only be stronger. Chen Mo looked at his confident expression, opened his mouth, but finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He had been competing with Lin Feng for so many years and knew that if this rough man wasn't confident, he wouldn't be so steady, so he didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, the live streaming comments outside the arena had already exploded. The comments that were originally refreshing the leaderboard gap were instantly swept away by this sudden change. Dense barrage comments filled the entire screen, making the beast's image almost invisible. Holy crap! A Tier 2 Iron Armor Rock Bear. This thing is a notorious tank among Tier 2 with ridiculously thick skin. Ordinary abilities can't break its defense. The life signals of those 5 examinees just disappeared directly. That's too brutal. Wait, Sushin's position is moving that way. He's not thinking of soloing this rock bear, is he? Don't be reckless, Sushin. You just scored 500 points. Don't mess up here. Don't worry about him. Earlier Mingqiu didn't even catch his breath while killing monsters. Sushin hasn't even tried his best. I bet 50 cents this rock bear won't last 30 seconds. Sushin can freeze it with a wave. You've learned your lesson, huh? Last time you bet you'd stay single, now you're betting 50 cents. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ren, who was closer to the beast, had already rushed ahead. He was already locked in battle with the bloodthirsty Iron Armor Rock Bear, the crackling lightning around him sending stones flying. At this moment, Jiang Ren's body was entwined with sizzling blue lightning serpents. Every time he waved his hand, lightning struck fiercely at the 3-meter-tall Iron Armor Rock Bear in front of him. But those violent lightning arcs landed on the rock bear's skin covered with thick rock armor, only sparking a few scattered tiny sparks, not even leaving a shallow white mark. Damn it! Jiang Ren gritted his teeth so hard they almost shattered. With a sudden flash of lightning beneath his feet, he narrowly dodged the rock bear's giant palm. That bear paw, larger than a millstone, smashed into the ground with a dull rumble, creating a half-meter deep pit. He was an S-level lightning ability user. In terms of explosive power, no one of the same rank could ever match him. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But he had to run into a beast like the Iron Armor Rock Bear, known for its defense. The lightning's proud explosive power was utterly useless against this ridiculously thick rock armor. He glanced at the leaderboard out of the corner of his eye. Mingqiu's name was still firmly at the top. His own score had been stagnant for nearly 10 minutes. He had originally thought that if he could take down this fierce beast, he might catch up to Mingqiu's score. But now he realized he had overestimated himself. There was no other way. Jiang Ren gritted his teeth and finally decided to use his trump card. He took a deep breath, madly gathering all the remaining lightning ability in his body. He was about to unleash the S-level lightning battle skill that Emperor Jing Martial University had given him in advance. In an instant, the lightning around him surged several times, blindingly bright. A phantom of a Qilin formed entirely of violent lightning slowly materialized behind him. Its horns were distinct, and its roar carried thunderous sound. The next second, the lightning Qilin lunged forward with earth-shattering momentum, slamming into the Iron Armor Rock Bear. The sky was filled with blinding lightning. Holy crap, this lightning is too bright. I can't see a thing. Is this battle skill that powerful? My god, I didn't expect 2 big shots to be hiding in one exam hall. Jiang Ren's S-level battle skill is so cool. Wait, the lightning has cleared. Damn, this bear is too tough. It took that hit, and only got charred and bled a little. It's over. Jiang Shan is in trouble. Even the S-level skill can't break through, and his ability is exhausted, right? What's the rush? Can't you see Sushin is already heading this way? With Sushin here, what's there to fear? Lin Feng watched Jiang Ren's S-level battle skill, couldn't help slapping Chen Mo's arm, and grinned in praise. Old Mo, you're not bad, kid. But Chen Mo ignored him completely, his brow tightly furrowed, his eyes fixed on the live screen. He saw clearly that after that move, Jiang Ren's ability was completely drained. But the rock bear had only suffered superficial injuries, not a critical hit. Jiang Ren leaned on his knees, bending over, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. Damn, his ability was completely drained. How hateful. He hadn't yet killed all these harmful beasts. Since childhood, this thought had been like a thorn in his heart. Back then, his parents died under the claws of beasts. From that moment on, he had sworn to kill all the harmful beasts so that no one else would ever suffer his pain. The enraged Iron Armor Rock Bear trudged forward with heavy steps. It slowly raised its massive claw, aiming at the exhausted Jiang Ren. Is this where it ends? Jiang Ren watched the approaching claw, this thought flashing through his mind, unable to move a muscle. Just then, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept over from behind him. This was no ordinary cold. It was the kind of extreme frost that could freeze even air light in the very flow of abilities. In an instant, it enveloped the entire area. The few lingering arcs of lightning on Jiang Ren's body instantly froze. Even the last bit of ability within him seemed to be immobilized, sluggish, and unresponsive. Jiang Ren whirled around to see Mingqiu strolling toward him. The young man had his hands in his pockets with no exaggerated aura of frost billowing around him. Yet wherever he passed, the ground spontaneously formed a thick layer of white ice. Even the withered trees on both sides were visibly adorned with layers of translucent icicles. What are you doing here? Jiang Ren was taken aback, speaking instinctively. Oh, isn't it Jiang Ren? Haven't seen you in a while. How come you've become so pitiful? As he finished speaking, the rock bear's massive claw came crashing down. Mingqiu casually extended his palm and uttered a single word. Ice. There was no earth-shattering roar, no violent energy fluctuation. Only a faint, crisp sound like cracking ice. The next moment, the 3-meter-tall iron armor rock bear along with its half-swinging claw was completely frozen solid from skin to bone, a perfect ice sculpture. Even the fury in its eyes was frozen in that instant. As this scene unfolded, the live stream outside exploded with excitement. Almost simultaneously behind Su Mingqiu's name on the scoreboard, his points jumped from 500 to 1,000. That second-order 5th-stage iron armor rock bear had awarded him a full 500 points. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. Wow, Su Shun. Su Shun is a god. I want to say for Su Shun we're the same age, I never intended to crush you. Ahem, don't troll guys. Shun Mo stared at the ice sculpture on the screen, and after a long pause finally blurted out, holy crap old Lin, you've really struck gold. Lin Feng burst into hearty laughter, puffing out his chest with pride. Hey, what can I say? That's your big brother's eye for talent. You can't be jealous. Jiang Ren remained frozen, completely stunned. That 3-meter-tall iron armor rock bear, which had just pushed him to the brink and shrugged off his S-level combat technique, had turned into a complete ice sculpture right before his eyes. He hadn't even seen how Su Mingqiu did it. All he heard was the other man calmly utter a single word. Ice. And then it was over. He had fought with all his might, even using his trump card S-level combat technique, and still couldn't overcome that second-order 5th-stage beast. Yet Su Mingqiu had annihilated it with such effortless ease. Su Mingqiu withdrew his hand, slipped it back into his pocket, and glanced at him. You? Jiang Ren opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his throat felt as dry as sand, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word. You what? Su Mingqiu yawned, his tone playful and teasing. Is your brother handsome, or what? Jiang Ren stood dumbfounded for a long time, staring at the scoreboard on his smart glasses. Su Mingqiu's points had already jumped from 500 to 1,000. The top spot was now firmly sealed. He unconsciously clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, but he felt no pain. It wasn't resentment. He just suddenly realized how vast the gap between people could be. Don't compare yourself to me. Su Mingqiu waved his hand. I'm a cheater, so it's normal you can't match me. Restore your ability here. I'll keep watch. No beast will bother you. Jiang Ren was silent for a moment, then nodded. This little interlude passed, and the college entrance exam continued fiercely. In truth, there were a few decent A-level ability users among the examinees. In previous years, these people would have shown brilliantly in the exam, becoming the focus of the northern region. But this year was different. With two S-level prodigies, Su Mingqiu and Jiang Ren, overshadowing everyone, their brilliance was completely eclipsed. After more than 10 minutes, seeing that Jiang Ren's breathing had stabilized, Su Mingqiu asked, How are you? Has your ability recovered enough? Jiang Ren looked up, his eyes complex, and nodded solemnly. He said in a low voice, I lost. You're stronger than me. When they first met, he had boasted about competing with Su Mingqiu to see who was stronger, the ice type or the lightning type. Now he had completely conceded. Ah, you mean that? Su Mingqiu scratched his head. Actually, I never really cared about winning or losing. Saying this, he extended his hand to Jiang Ren, smiling. We're not enemies. Jiang Ren was taken aback, then reached out and gently shook his hand. Oh my god, I ship Su Shun and Jiang Shun so hard. That eye contact was just too sweet. Don't ship randomly, guys. Su Shun is clearly straight, no homo. In the observation area, Chun Mo watched the two young men shaking hands on the screen side, and said with emotion, Old Lin, seeing these two young lads reminds me of our younger days. Lin Feng for once didn't argue with him. He just nodded, his eyes carrying a hint of nostalgia. Yeah. Alright, I'm off. Get ready for your bonus points. Su Mingqiu waved his hand, and was about to turn around and continue farming points. Just then the ground beneath them suddenly trembled without warning. Not the slight tremor from the rock bear's footsteps earlier. It was a violent shaking from the deepest depths, accompanied by a low rumble. Pieces of gravel clattered down around them. Su Mingqiu stopped abruptly, his brow furrowing instantly. He spun around sharply, staring in the direction from which the iron armor rock bear had emerged. There the space was visibly twisting and deforming. A pitch-black spatial rift was tearing apart at an alarming rate, expanding wildly to both sides. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters. In just a few seconds it had widened to over 10 meters, like a gaping, abyssal mouth ready to devour. At that moment the smart glasses emitted a piercing alarm, even more intense than before. Warning! Warning! Spatial rift is rapidly expanding. Detecting massive beast signals. Count. Unquantifiable. The red lights on all examinees' smart glasses began flashing frantically, shrill alarm sounds erupting in each of their earpieces. The mutant beast count started surging at a maniacal pace. 127. 389. 721. 1543. The numbers kept climbing without any sign of stopping. Su Mingqiu stared at the still climbing figure on his lens, his brows instantly knitting into a tight knot. It wasn't fear. It was trouble. A monstrous kind of trouble. By now the spatial rift had torn open into a pitch-black maw 20 meters in length, like a wound carved deep by a blade. And pouring from that wound was neither air nor light, but beasts. Countless mutant beasts of every variety. What the hell? What's going on? Why are so many mutant beasts suddenly appearing? Let me explain to the person above. That spatial rift is expanding. All the beasts inside are going to pour out. What do you mean expanding? Wouldn't that mean Su Shun and the others are done for? How are they supposed to hold off this many mutant beasts? In the observation zone, Shunmo's face had gone white as he grabbed Lin Feng and urged urgently, Lao Lin, how could these two kids be hit by something with 1,000,000 to 1 chance? I have no idea. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he replied grimly. During the rift's expansion phase we can't get in at all. We can only send people in once it stabilizes. Right now, they'll have to rely on themselves. Meanwhile, Jiang Ren approached Su Mingqiu, watching the relentless stream of mutant beasts pouring from the rift. What do we do? What else can we do? Running isn't an option. If we let these things out, every examinee inside dies. We have no choice but to fight. He glanced at the freshly emerged mutant beasts and found some relief. The ones just coming out weren't high level, only early first rank at most. They could still hold them off for now. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, who had been hunting mutant beasts in the distance, saw the frantically flashing red lights on his glasses, and his first thought was we're screwed. This is a special incident. But the next second he snapped out of it. No worries, he still had Leg Brother. Panicking, he fumbled to locate Su Mingqiu's position on his glasses and sprinted toward him. Only by Leg Brother's side was he truly safe. In truth, none of the examinees present were fools. In such a sudden crisis, going solo meant certain death. Only by sticking together was there a chance of survival. So everyone silently converged on Su Mingqiu's location, eager to align with such a formidable figure. Su Mingqiu held his ground for now, casually raising his hand to freeze incoming beasts into ice sculptures. But the beasts emerging would only grow stronger with each passing moment. Turning to Jiang Ren, Su Mingqiu asked, can you still hold out? Jiang Ren glanced at the mountain of ice statues surrounding him, his lip twitching slightly. I barely lifted a finger. You handled everything. What's there not to handle? Just then more students began arriving in steady groups. Leg Brother. I'm here, Leg Brother. Yang Wei surged forward first, gasping for breath and shouting from afar. Su Mingqiu glanced back at him and smiled. It's you. He addressed the gathering examinees, calling out. Now that you're all here, don't just stand around. Lend us a hand and clean up the ones that slipped through. Understood, Su Shan. The crowd chorused in unison. Yet the spatial rift continued spewing forth mutant beasts without cease. As soon as the beasts poked their heads out of the rift before they could even orient themselves, they were encased in ice. Su Mingqiu stood before the rift, a living turret. Any beast that dared expose itself met instant death. No time to react. But this relentless assault only served to enrage the creatures lurking deeper within the rift. Before long, a massive blue scorpion emerged from the rift, a third-rank second segment threat. The moment it appeared, it lunged straight for Su Mingqiu. Its stinger glowed with sinister blue venom, moving at impossible speed. Su Mingqiu casually summoned an ice wall to intercept the strike. The impact staggered the barrier, leaving a deep gouge in its surface. Su Mingqiu became entangled by the third-rank scorpion. The smaller beasts flooding through would have to be handled by the others. This is bad. Su Shin's being held back by this scorpion. I'm betting 50 cents that the scorpion can't stop Su Shin. What? You doubt Su Shin's abilities, huh? Everyone raise your flashlights and lend Su Shin your light. Seeing this, Jiang Ren charged forward, immediately facing a second-rank mutant beast fresh from the rift. Lightning flared around him once more. The remaining examinees banded together, forming groups to take down individual beasts, working as a unit to clear the incoming horde. The blue scorpion suddenly opened its maw, but instead of the expected venom, it unleashed a wave of biting cold energy, a deep blue chill that cut to the bone. Damn, this scorpion has ice attributes too. Trying to show off in front of the master. He retaliated with a powerful blast of even denser white cold energy, clashing directly against the scorpion's aura. The two streams of cold collided, mirroring the iconic beam struggle from Ultraman. Twin pillars of light locked in a stalemate. Su Mingqiu clearly held the upper hand. The white cold energy was steadily pushing back against the blue. Seeing the deadlock, the scorpion suddenly whipped its tail towards Su Mingqiu's stinger, aimed to strike. Still playing dirty. Su Mingqiu sneered, extending his free hand as freezing energy erupted. The incoming scorpion tail was instantly encased in ice layer by layer. The scorpion quickly recoiled to escape the cold. However, perhaps because this scorpion was itself an ice-type mutant beast, the fresh layer of ice on its tail began melting at a visibly slow pace. Interesting. In an instant, several ice spears materialized behind Su Mingqiu, and he launched them toward the scorpion. But the scorpion reacted with astonishing speed, raising both massive pincers. With sharp cracking sounds, it shattered the incoming ice spears. Exploiting the momentary opening, Su Mingqiu teleported forward and closed the distance instantly. Raising his condensed ice blade, he brought it down hard on the scorpion's pincer. The scorpion's reaction was immediate. It read through his move instantly and clamped its pincer tightly around the ice blade. Even so, the hardened scorpion pincer bore a deep cut on the verge of being severed. At that moment, the scorpion's other pincer lunged at Su Mingqiu with deadly speed. Su Mingqiu quickly shifted his footing and retreated to dodge the strike. That spatial rift stopped spewing out demonic beasts. Su Mingqiu glanced back, and Jiang Ren was once again unleashing that S-tier lightning combat technique. That second-tier demonic beast had already been dispatched by him. The remaining examinees had suffered some casualties, but everyone was coordinating their combat, and the situation was completely stabilized. Mingqiu exhaled a puff of white breath and looked at the scorpion, finally growing serious. Looks like you're the boss in this rift. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes instantly turned pure ice blue. Hanjiang Shui. In an instant, a terrifying cold energy surged toward the scorpion. The scorpion hastily opened its mouth to breathe out cold energy in an attempt to block it, but it was completely useless. After only a brief moment, a crisp sound of ice shattering could be heard. That third-tier second-stage ice scorpion was thoroughly frozen into an ice statue, and the residual cold energy continued to spread outward, freezing all the remaining demonic beasts as well. We survived. One examinee collapsed onto the ground, and upon realizing what had happened, immediately erupted in cheers. Su Shen is awesome. Everyone present was cheering the joy of surviving, overwhelming all their exhaustion. Jiang Ren watched this scene and couldn't help but smile. I knew Su Shen could do it. Fortunately, Su Shen is in this batch, otherwise with this demonic beast tied, the examinees would probably be completely wiped out. In the observation zone, Chun Mo and Lin Feng both finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their nerves, tensed for half a day, had finally relaxed. This kid has truly given us a huge surprise, Lin Feng said with a smile. At this moment, everyone's score rankings had finally finished refreshing. Mingqiu's score had reached an astounding 100 points, completely dominating all other examinees. Jiang Ren, ranked second, only had 300 points. The third and fourth place scorers only had over 100 points each. A gap so enormous, it was unbelievable. The spatial rift had finally stabilized, and rescue personnel from outside had rushed in. They began clearing the site and treating the wounded. This sudden emergency exam had finally come to an end. Mingqiu and Jiang Ren walked toward the exit. Jiang Ren had sustained a few minor injuries from the earlier battle. Meanwhile, Mingqiu emerged completely unscathed, having single-handedly cleared the entire demonic beast tide without taking a single injury. On the other side, Yang Wei lay on a stretcher and shouted from afar, brother to it. Once I get out and heal up, I'll treat you to a meal. Don't forget, okay? Mingqiu waved at him and called back, no problem, we'll stay in touch by phone. After they exited, Lin Feng immediately rushed over, throwing his arm around Mingqiu's shoulders and laughing loudly. You little monster. You really gave us a tremendous surprise. Kid, you're famous now. Your videos are everywhere online, and that live stream footage is spreading like wildfire. With 100 points on this college entrance exam, you're not just guaranteed the top spot in the Northern District. You're practically locked in as the national champion. Other regions have already released their scores, and the highest anyone got was just over 300 points. That's nowhere near your level. Chun Mo walked over and nodded at Mingqiu, remarking, truly heroes emerge from the youth. He then turned to Jiang Ren, patted his shoulder, and smiled, you did well too. You didn't embarrass me. Mingqiu's combat footage from the exam had gone viral across the internet. In particular, the close-up shots capturing his ice blue eyes when he activated his combat techniques had been shared in high definition. It spread across all social media platforms. College student single-handedly kills third-tier demonic beast. Space rift expands during college entrance exam. Student clears it alone without injury. First ever 10,000-point national champion in history. A string of trending topics exploded onto the hot search, accompanied by screenshots of his ice blue eyes. Within just minutes, he climbed straight to the #1 spot across the entire internet, with everyone discussing this newly emerged genius youth. Meanwhile, Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang were originally handling a mission when their teammate, while resting and scrolling through a phone, suddenly let out a surprised shout. No way. Over 10,000. That exam student actually managed to solo kill a third-tier demonic beast. Then what have I been cultivating all these years for? Hearing this, Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang quickly gathered around and picked up their teammate's phone to look. As expected, the news cover featured Mingqiu. Unbelievable, he actually scored 100 points on the college entrance exam. In their memories, no one had ever achieved such a high score in the exam before. Murong Yin, the top newcomer of the Murong family, one of the 4 great aristocratic houses, looked at the news on his phone, raised an eyebrow, and a proud smile curled at the corner of his lips. Interesting, clearing a demonic beast tide without taking a single injury. A tiny crimson flame flared at his fingertips, radiating a terrifying temperature. When the time comes, I'll see whether my flames burn brighter or your ice is stronger. As the Murong family's prodigy of this generation, he was the only S-class ability user within the family. He was also known as the strongest fire-type user in a century, having long overshadowed all the geniuses from other families. He had assumed no one in this year's new students could match him, but someone like this had unexpectedly emerged. The top scorers from other regions had also seen Mingqiu's news, all becoming interested in this suddenly appearing youth. However, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, solo killing a third-tier demonic beast and clearing a demonic beast tide without injury was no small feat. They themselves weren't confident they could accomplish such things. As S-class ability users themselves, they had all planned to claim the national championship this time. Unexpectedly, someone had burst onto the scene like an unexpected obstacle, stealing all the spotlight from everyone. Meanwhile, Mingqiu had just finished showering and opened his phone to find nothing but news about himself everywhere. Looking at the news cover, it was a close-up of his ice blue eyes when he activated his combat technique. Mingqiu couldn't help but puff himself up a bit, touching his face. This close-up isn't bad. Whoever took this cover shot definitely deserves an extra helping of chicken legs. He casually scrolled through the comments section, where the reactions were even more diverse. I originally thought ice-type abilities were only for girls, but Su Shun has completely shattered my perception. This ice-type ability is so cool. I want to awaken ice-type too to show off like Su Shun. Su Shun is so enduring. The person above, I suggest you're talking about abilities. Su Shun is my husband. Don't steal him away. I want to bear Su Shun's children. A barrage of wildly varied hot comments made Mingqiu feel a bit embarrassed. His earlobes turned slightly red, and he quickly flipped his phone face down on the table. These comments are absolutely insane, terrifying. Mingqiu muttered under his breath. Just then his phone suddenly rang with a series of sharp beeps. He picked it up and saw it was Yang Wei calling. As soon as he answered, Yang Wei's booming voice came through. Brother Leg, come out. I'm treating you to dinner. I've sent you the location. After the college entrance exam, the school gave them 3 days off to relax. Mingqiu chuckled into the phone. All right, wait for me. I'll be there soon. He hung up, quickly changed into clean clothes and headed out. He hailed a taxi and headed toward the location Yang Wei had sent. The driver was listening to the car radio, which happened to be broadcasting Mingqiu's deeds. The driver glanced at Mingqiu in the rearview mirror and struck up a casual conversation. Young man, do you know this person? You look like you just finished the college entrance exam, right? I know him. Isn't he the one who soloed the entire Beast Tide? And he's way better looking than me. The driver sighed emotionally. I have a son in his 2nd year of high school. If only he could be this outstanding someday. With that, he opened up and started boasting to Mingqiu. Back in the day when I awakened, I was a B-class strength-type ability user. When I was young, I could punch through half a meter of concrete wall. Too bad I got internal injuries fighting beasts back then. Now that I'm older, I can only make a living as a driver. Soon the car arrived at the destination. Mingqiu paid, pushed the door open, and got out, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally here. That driver was way too talkative. He went on for nearly half an hour. Mingqiu walked into the restaurant. The receptionist at the front desk smiled and greeted him. Hello, handsome. Looking for a friend? Yeah, room 401. Mingqiu nodded. The receptionist smiled and led him upstairs. When they reached the private room, she said with a smile, Here you go, handsome. Enjoy your meal. Mingqiu nodded to her, then pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, only Yang Wei was there, his leg injured, leaning on a crutch. Seeing Mingqiu enter, he immediately tried to stand up with the crutch, almost losing his balance. Brother Leg, you're here. Sit down, sit down. Yang Wei was extremely enthusiastic, pointing at the dishes on the table. Brother Leg, I didn't know what you liked, so I ordered every specialty of this place. All right, sit down quickly. Don't mess with your injury. Mingqiu hurried over to support him, chuckling as he teased. I didn't realize you were so loaded, kid. Yang Wei rubbed his head, a bit embarrassed. Well, my old man has a little bit of strength. The family's doing okay. As soon as Mingqiu sat down, Yang Wei raised his glass and said, Brother Leg, I toast to you. Thank you for saving my life. I won't say anything else. With that, he downed the entire glass in one gulp. Brother Leg, you're absolutely incredible. I've never admired anyone this much in my whole life. Yang Wei's face was full of admiration. You have great talent and strength. If I were a girl, I'd definitely fall for you. Mingqiu's face darkened instantly. Get lost. I'm not into guys. Yang Wei gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head. I was just saying. Brother Leg, try these dishes. They're all the restaurant specialties, absolutely delicious. All made from beast meat, great for your health. Yang Wei enthusiastically served him. Mingqiu nodded, picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and found it tender and tasty, truly worthy of being a specialty. Just then his phone rang a few times. He picked it up and saw messages from Xia Yue and Jiang Shuai. Both congratulated him on becoming the national top scorer. They also said they'd treat him to dinner when he was free, thanking him for saving them in the forest earlier. Mingqiu replied with an okay emoji. While eating, Mingqiu casually asked, By the way, do you have a preferred university? Brother Leg, which school are you going to? Yang Wei didn't answer, but asked back instead. Me? I'm going to the local Haiming Martial Arts University. I don't know if my grades are good enough for a top school. Yang Wei rubbed his head, a bit embarrassed. But if I can get in, I'll definitely go to the same university as you. Then I can still follow you. You're a B-class ability user. Getting into Haiming shouldn't be a problem. Mingqiu comforted him. Besides, given the accident at the exam site, the school will probably lower the admission requirements a bit for us survivors. You scored over 1,000 points. That's definitely enough. That's great. Brother Leg, see you at university then. You've got to look out for me. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. Don't worry. Mingqiu nodded. By the time they finished eating and walked out of the restaurant, it was already dark. Mingqiu hailed a taxi for Yang Wei and sent him off first. I'm leaving, Brother Leg. Get home early. Yang Wei shouted from the window. Yeah, take care of your leg. Don't move it too much. Mingqiu waved at him. After the car left, Mingqiu stood by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a faint puff of smoke. Smoking was a habit from his past life back when he was an office worker on Earth, stressed out. Just then a couple nearby was arguing. The woman suddenly pointed at Mingqiu and yelled at her boyfriend. Look at him. If you were half as handsome, I wouldn't break up with you. Her boyfriend paused, pointing at the cigarette in Su Mingqiu's hand. But he smokes. You said you hated men who smoke. The woman retorted unabashedly, but he's handsome. Su Mingqiu. He stood there almost dropping his cigarette. So he was caught in the crossfire just for having a smoke. The man was still pleading, but the woman coldly shook off his hand and walked away. Su Mingqiu's cigarette dangling from his lips looked helpless. Seriously, how did this end up involving me? Still seeing the dejected guy, he walked over and offered a word of comfort. Brother, don't be upset. This is actually a good thing. Think about it. If you'd gotten married, paid the bride price, and then she divorced you, that would be a real loss. The guy paused, then realized, grabbed Su Mingqiu's hand excitedly, and said, Thank you, brother. You're absolutely right. I deserve better. With that, he hailed a taxi and left in high spirits. Su Mingqiu. The 3-day holiday passed in a fleeting moment. Yang Wei chose the same university as him, and they were even assigned to the same class. At this moment, Yang Wei was waiting for Su Mingqiu downstairs in his dormitory. After 3 days of intense cultivation, Su Mingqiu had successfully advanced to the second level. His power increased by a notch. After packing his things, Su Mingqiu went downstairs. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Yang Wei waving at him from not far away. Brother leg. Over here. Su Mingqiu walked over, surprised to see him, standing there lively and energetic. Your leg is healed. So fast. Previously he was still using crutches. To be completely healed in just 3 days. Well, it's thanks to a little bit of money power. My dad got me the best healing medicine, and I was fine in 3 days. Brother leg, don't you think we're destined to be together? We even ended up in the same class. Yang Wei leaned in excited. And I heard that this class is the school's genius class. Su Mingqiu walked ahead, waving his hand casually. Alright, let's go check it out first. In the classroom, only Su Mingqiu and Yang Wei were yet to arrive. Everyone else was whispering softly, their eyes fixed on the man sitting in the front row with his eyes closed. Is that Murong Yan? The one from the 4 great families, the Murong family. Yes, that's him. The one hailed as the strongest fire-type ability in a century. He's overshadowed the geniuses of the other 3 families. I heard he wants to challenge Su Shun. What? He wants to challenge Su Shun? A student joked quietly. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped. Murong Yan thinks he's got what it takes again. And the girl next to him, I heard she's no ordinary one either. Apparently she also has an S-class ability. How come there are so many S-class abilities this year? Haven't you read the novels? This is the legendary Golden Age. Geniuses gathering like a swarm. Just then the classroom door opened, and Su Mingqiu and Yang Wei walked in. Instantly, all whispers ceased. The entire classroom fell silent, and every gaze landed on Su Mingqiu. At that moment, Murong Yan, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. He stood up and walked straight to Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu looked at him with confusion, and before he could ask what was wrong, the other spoke first. My name is Murong Yan. Murong Yan stared at him, his eyes blazing with intense battle intent. You broke the college entrance exam record. I'm a fire-type ability user, your ice type. I want to fight you. Whoa. Murong Yan is actually challenging Su Shun. Su Mingqiu was taken aback, then said impatiently, Hey, if you're fire-type, go challenge a water-type user, alright? Why come after me, an ice-type? And why should I fight you? What's in it for me? Name your price. Anything you want. Murong Yan thumped his chest. Beast crystal cores. Murong Yan's face immediately showed difficulty. Beast crystal cores. Such treasures were too precious, he had no authority over them. See, can you pick something else? Su Mingqiu saw the look on Murong Yan's face and knew the crystal core was off the table. Murong Yan thought for a moment. How about this? I have an ice yuan fruit here. It boosts cultivation for ice-type abilities. I'll stake it. Deal. Su Mingqiu heard this and nodded. Alright. Just then a middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform walked in, exuding a sharp aura. As soon as he entered, the atmosphere in the classroom changed instantly. You two settle your matters later. For now, return to your seats. He walked to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote 2 large characters. Li Chuang. That's my name. You can call me Instructor Li. He turned around, looked at everyone, and said in a low voice, For the next month, I will be in charge of your military training. Then he pointed at Su Mingqiu and Murong Yan. Perfect timing. Let's settle your matter first. You two go to the school's arena. The 2 nodded and were about to leave when a student raised his hand excitedly. Instructor. Can we go watch? Instructor Li nodded. Yes. Instantly the entire class buzzed with excitement, and they all followed out. Even the S-class ability girl, no exception, followed out of curiosity. When everyone had left, Li Chuang pulled out the files in his hand. On them were the files of Su Mingqiu, Murong Yan, and that girl. He sighed and murmured softly. Oh, there are too many geniuses this year. Hard to teach. He put away the files and turned to leave as well. He wanted to see what kind of duel these 2 youngsters would put on. On the vast specially made alloy arena, Su Mingqiu and Murong Yan had already taken their positions. Su Mingqiu casually thrust his hands into his pockets and glanced at Murong Yan across from him. You make the first move, or you might not have the chance later. Arrogant. Murong Yan was instantly ignited by these words. As the once-in-a-century fire-type genius of the Murong family, when had he ever endured such disdain? Before his words faded, the fire-type ability within him surged wildly. Crimson flames erupted from his palm, carrying scorching waves of heat. In the blink of an eye, they shot to Su Mingqiu's side and exploded with a bang. In the instant the flames burst, the blistering heat obscured the view, covering most of the arena. Damn, I can't see anything. The crowd erupted in chaos, everyone pushing forward to get a better look. Holy crap, that Murong Yin kid has already broken through to the second level. What's the use of breaking through to the second level? Someone nearby snorted with certainty. Can he beat Su Shun? Well, that's true. After all, Su Shun can easily thrash a third-level beast. Murong Yin, who just broke through to the second level, seems like he doesn't really stand a chance. Murong Yin stared intently at Su Mingqiu's direction, his pupils slightly constricted, waiting to see the results of his attack. Su Mingqiu's figure slowly emerged from the blur. His hands were still in his pockets, not only uninjured, but standing in the same spot without moving an inch. Murong Yin's pupils contracted sharply. How is that possible? He had actually prepared himself mentally, knowing that this move might not harm Su Mingqiu. After all, the opponent was someone who could solo a third-level beast. A ruthless man who broke the 10,000-point college entrance exam record. But he never expected that this move wouldn't even make Su Mingqiu take a step back. No one saw what happened in that instant. Only Li Chuang, standing at the back of the crowd, paused slightly as he held his arms. He had seen it. Just as the flames surged toward him, Su Mingqiu didn't even lift his hand. A layer of ice so thin it was almost translucent silently materialized before him. It firmly held back the scorching blaze. When the flames completely dissipated, the ice film vanished without a trace. As if it had never existed. Su Mingqiu pulled his hand from his pocket, took out a cigarette pack, tapped one out, and placed it between his lips. Could you trouble me with a light? Before Murong Yin could react, he added lazily. I'll let you attack me 3 times so you won't say I'm bullying the weak. That was the first move, he said. The first one's already done. Murong Yin, seeing his complete indifference, felt a surge of anger at being belittled. Fine. Don't you dare go back on your word. I'll light it for you right now. The crimson flames in his palm flared higher. At this point, he no longer dared hope to injure Su Mingqiu in the slightest. Now only one obsession remained. Could he force Su Mingqiu to take a step back? No. Even just half a step. Leg God is awesome. From the crowd, Yang Wei's loud voice instantly drowned out all murmurs. The kid jumped higher than anyone, raised his arm to shout, then frantically pulled out a crumpled notebook. He scribbled furiously with a pen, recording every word Su Mingqiu had just said into his private collection of Leg God's badass quotes. Damn, Su God is way too cool. When can I be this cool? A freshman nearby stared with envy. Get real, someone else retorted. Su God has the chops to show off. What do you have? If you went up there, you'd be taken out by Murong Yin before you could even open your mouth. Yeah, that kid sure knows how to show off, Old Lin said. He was right. The kid had genuine talent and strength, a true once-in-a-century prodigy. Just his personality was a bit unruly, fond of showing off. Flame Dragon. Murong Yin roared, his fire-type ability surging wildly as a crimson dragon emerged behind him. Its scales were clearly visible, and it exhaled scorching heat, raising the temperature of the entire arena by several degrees. Su Mingqiu, I'll light your cigarette. He gritted his teeth and roared. With those words, the dragon lashed its tail and charged fiercely at Su Mingqiu. The moment the dragon reached Su Mingqiu, it suddenly slowed down, as if trapped in viscous mud, unable even to struggle. Then white frost spread visibly over the dragon's body. The once menacing beast was gradually frozen into a crystalline ice dragon. Finally, the entire dragon was frozen solid, leaving only the faintest spark at the tip of its whisker. Su Mingqiu stepped forward, brought his cigarette to the spark, and lit it. He took a puff and blew a faint smoke ring. At that moment, the last remaining ember on the dragon's whisker also froze into a tiny piece of ice. With a thought, Su Mingqiu's cigarette dangling summoned an ice dragon even larger than the one Murong Yin had conjured, silently floating behind him. The dragon's body gleamed with a cold, icy blue luster. Then it swung its head and crashed into the frozen dragon statue. A crisp crack echoed, and the statue shattered into countless ice shards, clattering to the ground. Holy crap! The crowd erupted. Someone gasped, shivering from the cold. Is Su God's ice ability really only S rank? How could he so easily freeze an S rank fire ability solid? Unless... Someone whispered, their voice trembling. Unless Su God is actually SSS rank. Have you been reading too many novels, man? Someone else retorted. The Awakening Stone only measures up to S rank. Where would SSS rank come from? What are you guys arguing about? Yang Wei squeezed in, looking matter-of-fact, and patted the guy next to him on the shoulder. Isn't it obvious? Because Leg God is a genius. Murong Yin stared at Su Mingqiu's feet, his eyes suddenly blazing with intensity. He moved. He moved. He moved. It wasn't that Su Mingqiu was knocked back by his attack. No, Su Mingqiu stepped forward on his own. But so what? He moved, that's what mattered. He finally forced Su Mingqiu to move. You still have one move left, Su Mingqiu said, cigarette in mouth. Use your best move. Don't hold back. You said it. Murong Yin roared, his eyes red, as if ignited by final resolve. He instantly channeled all his ability, crimson flames swirling wildly around him. The temperature of the arena skyrocketed again, the air itself distorting from the heat. He slowly raised his right hand. Flame Emperor, With his roar, a dazzling crimson fireball condensed in his hand, blindingly bright, like a miniature sun. He hurled it fiercely at Su Mingqiu. Ice Age. The next second, a terrifying cold burst from Su Mingqiu. The heat that had distorted the air was instantly swept away. The sun-like fireball didn't even have a chance to explode. In the blink of an eye, it was frozen into a ball of ice, crashing to the ground with a thud. But the bone-chilling cold didn't stop. It surged along the ground toward Murong Yin, instantly encasing him in a thick ring of ice walls, trapping him inside. Murong Yin froze, instinctively reaching out to touch the ice wall. He jerked his hand back the moment he made contact, gasping. SS so cold. His ability was completely drained. He had no strength left to summon even a single spark. Yeah, just as expected. No kidding. Su God stomping Murong Yin was a foregone conclusion, right? Our genius class's top dog is undoubtedly Su God. Then who's second? I wonder which is stronger, that S-rank girl in our class or Murong Yin. The crowd buzzed with chatter, already unsurprised by the outcome. Su Mingqiu, cigarette in mouth, walked to the ice wall wrapped on the frozen surface and spoke to Murong Yin inside. Alright, you lost. Hand over the ice yuan fruit. Murong Yin's mouth twitched violently. He shouted through the ice wall, bro. Can you get rid of this damn ice wall first? Oh, forgot. Su Mingqiu finally realized and casually dismissed the ice wall. Murong Yin shook his numb legs, slowly rising to his feet. A hint of genuine admiration crept onto his face as he spoke candidly. I lost. The gap between us is too great. I can't beat you. With that, he swept his hand over his spatial ring, producing the icy blue frost element fruit shimmering with cold light. He tossed it towards Su Mingqiu, who caught it steadily and casually stored it in his own spatial ring, a gift given to him by Lin Feng before the semester began. He finished his cigarette, flicked the butt to the ground, and gently stepped on it. The ember instantly froze into a thin layer of white frost. Not a single spark remained, extinguished completely. All right, everyone, back to the classroom now. Li Chuang, standing at the back, finally spoke, his sharp voice cutting through the chaotic murmurs. The crowd that had been gathered around the arena dispersed in pairs and threes, heading back to the classroom. Once everyone was seated, Li Chuang stood at the podium. He tapped the desk, silencing the whispers. My self-introduction is done. Now it's your turn. Each of you will introduce yourself, starting from the leftmost person in the first row, one by one. The moment he finished, a sturdy boy from the first row shot up somewhat shyly, saying, Hello everyone, I'm Wang Peng, an A-level strength type ability user. Then one by one they stood and introduced themselves. Some were A-level speed type, some A-level metal type. Before long, it was the turn of the quiet girl who had been sitting silently. When she stood, many instinctively looked up. After all, she was the mysterious S-level girl everyone had been discussing. She smiled at the class, her voice soft. Hello everyone, I'm Wen Xingyao. I'm an S-level healing type ability user. If you ever get injured, feel free to come to me. Holy crap, a healer. Yang Wei immediately leaned over to Su Mingqiu, his eyes lighting up as he whispered, This is an S-level top-tier healer. From now on, when we go on missions, we'll practically be invincible. After Wen Xingyao sat down, it was Murong Yin's turn. He stood up and said flatly, Murong Yin, S-level fire-type ability. Soon Su Mingqiu's turn came. He stood without saying much. After all, everyone in the class already knew him. He simply said, Su Mingqiu, S-level ice-type. He sat back down. Then came Yang Wei. The kid shot up like a spring, his back straight, his voice louder than the rest. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Wei. A few people couldn't help but snicker, huddling together to whisper. Yang Wei. That name is Wei too. Thunderous. Yang Wei, oblivious to the teasing, proudly explained, My dad wanted me to be great, so he gave me that name. Pretty good, huh? He scratched his head and continued warmly. We're all classmates and friends now. My old man always says the more friends, the more paths. So I've prepared a little gift for everyone. With that, he swept his hand over his spatial ring, and with a clatter, 20 dazzling gold watches appeared. He laid them neatly on the desk. Su Mingqiu, watching from the side, twitched the corner of his mouth and silently thought. This kid is ridiculously rich. Whoa, Wei Gu. Gotta say, your name is pretty awesome. Your dad is a genius. The classmates shouted louder than each other. Yang Wei burst into laughter, his eyes squinting into slits. After laughing, he scooped up the pile of gold watches and ran to each classmate, handing one to each, even giving one to the instructor. When everyone had received one, he happily returned to his seat. Soon, all the self-introductions were done. The students were still secretly delighted with their newly acquired gold watches. Li Chuang tapped the podium, drawing everyone's wandering attention back. Alright, self-introductions are over. Now listen to my arrangements. Go outside now. Boys to the left room, girls to the right. Change into military training uniforms. Our training officially begins now. Before long, everyone had changed into the standard camouflage uniforms and assembled neatly on the drill ground. Li Chuang stood at the front, scanning the orderly students. He pointed to the bus parked in the distance, bearing the emblem of Black Abyss Military University. Everyone board the bus. We're heading to the training ground now. We'll be there for the next month. The students filed onto the bus, finding their seats. Li Chuang walked to the front and sat down next to the driver. Yang Wei plopped down beside Su Mingqiu, leaning in with curiosity. Brother Leg, where do you think we're going for training? Su Mingqiu leaned back in his seat, stretching lazily, and shook his head. I don't know either. but judging by the setup, we're probably in for a rough month. The bus sped along the winding mountain road. The freshmen, still buzzing with novelty, chatted and laughed, filling the cabin with noise. After nearly 3 hours, the bus gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Li Chuang stood up and shouted over the clamor, "Stop chatting. Let's get off." They followed Li Chuang off the bus. As soon as they steadied themselves, they found themselves at a field training camp nestled at the foot of a mountain. Inside the fenced area, various training equipment for ability users was set up. Beside the camp stretched rolling green hills and a vast lush primeval forest. At the camp entrance, several men around Li Chuang's age, all in uniform, were leaning against the gate, smoking and chatting. They waved at him as he led the new students over. The head instructor, a man with a square face, walked up with a smile, greeting him warmly. He clapped Li Chuang on the shoulder, his voice booming. "Here you are, Li Chuang. This batch of freshmen looks pretty sharp. Not bad, not bad." With that, he tossed his cigarette, but on the ground stamped out the embers and turned to the students. "Listen up, you little brats. I'm your head instructor for this training, Wu Yu. Don't just stand there gawking at the scenery. Come on, let's get inside and get familiar with the camp." The group followed Wu Yu into the training camp. As soon as they entered, Wu Yu raised his hand and pointed to the single-story building opposite. "That building is the boys' dormitory." After saying that, he pointed to the building next to it and added, "This one is for the girls. Remember it well and don't go to the wrong place." No sooner had he finished speaking than an instructor ran over and saluted Wu Yu. "Chief instructor, the things you asked for are here. Go ahead and distribute them to the recruits." Wu Yu nodded, his tone crisp. The instructor acknowledged and, carrying a large box, began handing out items to the new students one by one. Each person received an ordinary-looking matte black bracelet. As he handed them out one by one, Wu Yu began to explain. "This is an ability suppression bracelet. It can temporarily suppress the abilities within you. During the upcoming military training, you won't be able to use your abilities." Once everyone had such a bracelet in hand, Wu Yu raised his chin slightly and said in a low voice, "Put on the bracelets and try for yourselves. See if you can still activate your abilities." After putting on the bracelets, everyone tested them. Yang Wei was the first to put it on. He tried to mobilize his ability and was instantly astonished. "Holy crap, this is amazing. I really can't use it anymore. It's just like being an ordinary person." Not only him, but even Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao, both S-level ability users, couldn't summon a single trace of their abilities no matter how hard they tried. As for the others, they all became ordinary people without abilities. Seeing this, Wu Yu smirked with satisfaction. Of course, this is an ability suppression bracelet. If you could still use it. Before he could finish, he saw Su Mingqiu raise his hand and a small ice ball appeared in his palm. "What a—" Wu Yu's eyes instantly went wide. He stared at the ice ball in Su Mingqiu's hand for half a second, then snapped out of it and shouted, as expected from the top scorer in the college entrance exam. "Come, get him another one." The instructor hurriedly brought another bracelet. Su Mingqiu put on both, one on each wrist. "Can you still use it now?" Wu Yu leaned in and stared at him. Su Mingqiu tried again, and another ice ball appeared floating on either side of his hands. Su Mingqiu frowned. "I can still condense it, but it feels much weaker." He tried several more times. One suppression bracelet after another was added until Su Mingqiu's wrists and ankles were all covered with bracelets. Only then was his ability finally completely suppressed. "Whoa, brother leg." Yang Wei came over, saw the 4 bracelets crammed on Su Mingqiu's limbs, and couldn't help laughing. "You're just missing 2 chains. You could be taken straight to prison like a serious offender." Su Mingqiu's face instantly darkened, and he cursed irritably, "Get lost." The others around were also stunned, looking down at the single bracelet on their own wrists. Then they looked up at the 4 bracelets crammed on Su Mingqiu's limbs, silently lamenting. Indeed, the gap between people was just that huge. Wu Yu cleared his throat and shouted in his booming voice, all right, stop crowding around and gawking. Now follow me to the cafeteria for dinner. This is your first meal in the training camp, and it's also the most comfortable meal you'll have in the coming month." The group followed Wu Yu toward the cafeteria. Before they even entered, they could smell the aroma of food wafting out. Having been busy all morning, they were already hungry, and their eyes instantly lit up. "Go in and eat. I'll give you 10 minutes. After you finish, immediately assemble on the training ground." Wu Yu shouted at them. The cafeteria had a complete variety of dishes with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. Moreover, the lady serving the food had a steady hand, not a single tremor, and she filled each person's tray to the brim. "Brother leg, look at this food, it's really good." Yang Wei carried his tray, plopped down next to Su Mingqiu, took a couple of bites, and looked utterly satisfied. Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao also brought their food and sat down, making a group of 4. Morong Yin, while picking up some meat from his plate, curiously asked Yang Wei, "Hey Yang Wei, why do you keep calling Su Mingqiu brother leg? What kind of weird nickname is that? I wouldn't call just anyone that." Yang Wei immediately puffed out his chest, looking proud. "Brother leg is handsome, strong, and most importantly, he saved my life." "Well, then call me a couple of times." Morong Yin raised his chin, teasing him. "What would I call you?" Yang Wei rolled his eyes and said irritably, "You were beaten black and blue by brother leg. Practice for a few more years." Wen Xingyao, listening to their banter, couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling secretly. Morong Yan's face darkened at being retorted, and he put down his chopsticks, rolling up his sleeves. "Come on, let's spar. I can't beat Su Mingqiu, but I can still take you on." Yang Wei instantly chickened out and ducked behind Su Mingqiu. Brother Leg, save me. Su Mingqiu admonished them. Alright, hurry up and eat. We only have 10 minutes for dinner. If we go over time, there won't be any good consequences for us. Exactly 10 minutes later, everyone had assembled punctually on the training ground, not a single person late. Wu Yu stood in front of the formation, looking at the neat lines. Well, not bad, you lot are pretty punctual. I was originally thinking if you were late, I'd give you a little punishment. Do you see that red flag on top of the mountain? Wu Yu raised his hand and pointed to the peak of the green mountain where a small red flag was planted visible from afar. Now put on the backpacks at your feet. Everyone looked down to find large, fully packed backpacks placed beside them, and they quickly reached for them. As soon as they lifted them, someone couldn't help muttering softly, "Holy crap. Why is it so heavy? This is load-bearing." Wu Yu said expressionlessly, "Now your mission is to climb to the top before tomorrow, retrieve that red flag, and then come back here to report." "Oh, so that's why they banned our abilities. They want us to carry loads up the mountain." Yang Wei muttered quietly. "Alright, don't just stand there. Start moving." With Wu Yu's command, everyone shouldered their heavy backpacks and set off toward the green mountain. Watching the backs of the new recruits fade into the distance, Li Chuang stepped forward and asked Wu Yue, "Chief Instructor, do you think these kids can complete the mission?" Wu Yu shook his head, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and said slowly, "Completing the mission is not the goal." A group of people carrying heavy backpacks finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the mountain was so tall that its peak was almost invisible with clouds swirling around the waist. "Damn, can we even make it up there?" Yang Wei blurted out, his face filled with despair. "I feel like even without this damn weight we might not be able to climb it." "What's wrong?" Morong Yin approached him, patting his shoulder. "Scared already? If you're scared, call me Brother Yin, and I'll carry your pack." "Scared? The word scared doesn't exist in my dictionary," Yang Wei retorted stubbornly, then gritting his teeth he charged up the mountain, backpack and all. At first everyone's stamina held up, but after about 2 hours 4 girls couldn't take it anymore. Panting, they crouched by the roadside, unable to move. I can't go on." "Me neither." Su Mingqiu looked up at the sky, then checked the time, frowning. "No, we can't waste time resting here. Time is running out." He walked straight to the girls and took 2 backpacks, hoisting them onto his own shoulders. His physical abilities had long been enhanced by his SSS rank ability, and he had broken through to the second stage. This weight meant nothing to him. He could handle it easily. Who else has the strength to help them carry their packs? Su Mingqiu called out to the boys nearby. Morong Yin immediately came over to help with one, gasping, "I can only take one." Wang Peng quickly came over to take the last one, scratching his head. "I'm an A-rank strength type, my physique is decent. I can handle this." "Alright, let's move." Su Mingqiu, carrying 2 backpacks, went to the front of the line to lead the way. The girls quickly thanked them. Thank you so much." After another 3 hours, everyone was exhausted beyond endurance. They found a flat spot to rest. The girls felt embarrassed to keep asking others to carry their packs. After a short rest, they took back their backpacks and gritted their teeth to carry them. Meanwhile, Yang Wei pulled out a pile of delicious snacks from his space ring. Beef jerky, chocolate fruit. He had everything. He handed them out to everyone. "Damn, Wei Ge, you're my real brother." The boys, who were nearly collapsing from exhaustion, got excited upon receiving the food. "Hey, no big deal, eat up. We're all friends, no need to be polite." Yang Wei waved his hand, acting generous. Then he took the most delicately packaged beef jerky and approached Su Mingqiu, handing it over. "Brother Leg, try this. It's delicious. My dad specially prepared it for me." Su Mingqiu took a bite and indeed found it tasty. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. After resting for about half an hour, everyone packed up again and continued toward the summit. But not long after they set off, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Before anyone could react, a pack of green wolves, 10 of them, burst out from the undergrowth. All were first-stage mid-tier anomalous beasts, instantly surrounding them. "Damn, the instructor didn't say there would be beasts here." Someone panicked immediately. "We're doomed, our abilities are sealed. We have to rely on brute force." Everyone dropped their packs and assumed a defensive stance. A green wolf charged at Su Mingqiu. He sidestepped easily, then grabbed the wolf by the tail. With a fierce swing, he slammed the wolf to the ground. Before it could get up, he mounted it. Clenching his fists, he pounded the wolf's head again and again. After a few blows, the wolf went still. He stood up and saw that because he had finished so quickly, a few wolves were still not dealt with. He immediately went to help, and soon all the wolves were eliminated. However, several people were scratched by the wolves. Yang Wei was even bitten. He was now kicking the wolf's corpse in frustration. "Everyone, let's bandage up for now. Since our abilities are suppressed, I'll treat you properly when we get back," Xingyao said softly. Su Mingqiu watched from the side, secretly noting that he had seen her punch a charging wolf away with a single blow. So she was a combat healer. After simple bandaging, they took a breather, shouldered their packs, and continued. The mountain night was silent, with only the faint chirping of insects. Along the way, they gradually bonded. Whenever someone couldn't hold on, others would lend a hand. Mutual help alleviated some of the fatigue. As they walked, everyone looked up and saw the red flag on the summit getting closer. They all got an adrenaline rush. They charged up, shouting excitedly, with Yang Wei being the loudest. But none of them noticed that they had been watched the entire way. A tiny mechanical bird, ordinary in appearance, had been silently following them. At the training camp, several instructors gathered watching the surveillance footage, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. Wu took a drag on his cigarette and smiled. Helping each other. This batch of new recruits is better than the previous ones. Finally, everyone reached the summit. Seeing the red flag planted at the peak, they were all thrilled. The journey, carrying heavy loads climbing the mountain fighting beasts, had been truly arduous. Brother Leg, you take the flag. Yang Wei was the first to shout to Su Mingqiu. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, Su Shun had helped everyone a lot along the way. I have no objection to you taking the flag, Morong, Yin said frankly. When Xingyao nodded in agreement, Su Mingqiu stepped forward, took the red flag, and raised it high. Alright, stop dawdling. Let's go down the mountain. Though descending was easier than ascending after a day of walking and fighting beasts, everyone was utterly exhausted. They were so tired they could barely walk. When they finally struggled back to the training camp, they were nearly crawling, too weak to stand. Only Su Mingqiu stood steadily. Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao were slightly better than the others, but still exhausted, panting and wiping sweat. Wu Yu stood at the front of the formation with Li Chuang and the other instructors behind him. He held a stopwatch looking at the nearly collapsed new recruits and said sternly, "Unfortunately, you are 3 minutes late." At the mere sound of these words, everyone collapsed, instantly dropping straight to the ground. Murong Yin also sat down heavily, panting as he muttered, "We failed anyway. Let it be." Hearing this, Su Mingqiu remained unfazed. He planted the red flag in the ground and turned to Wu Yu. "Head instructor Wu, we have completed our mission and brought back the red flag. However, you exceeded the time limit. But our mission was completed." Su Mingqiu smiled, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing them out to Wu Yu, Li Chuang, and the other instructors. He lit one for himself, exhaled a plume of smoke, and said lazily, "This mission was impossible to complete in the first place. The true purpose behind your task is for us to learn teamwork. When the burden grows too heavy, some students cannot persevere alone, so everyone helps each other. The same goes when encountering spirit beasts. We have already achieved that, so I believe our mission is complete." Hearing Su Mingqiu's words, the others nearby instantly caught on and thought it made perfect sense. "Brother Tue, you're absolutely right," Yang Wei shouted first. Wu Yu looked at him with a stern expression. "Oh, what if you were wrong about that?" Su Mingqiu took a drag of his cigarette and waved his hand dismissively. "What else could we do? Accept the punishment, of course." Almost instantly, Wu Yu burst out laughing, clapping his hands and applauding Su Mingqiu. "Not bad, kid. You guessed correctly. My true intention was precisely to teach you about unity. This is the very first lesson of your military training, and you have done excellently. Therefore, your mission is successfully completed." Behind him, Li Chuang and the other instructors also began to applaud. "Alright, you've all been exhausted after a long day. Go back and rest. Oh, by the way, remove your bracelets first. Today's mission is over, no need for them anymore." Wu Yu called out to them. At these words, everyone who had just moments before been too exhausted to move on the ground suddenly sprang up, frantically removing their bracelets. "Oh, the feeling of superpowers returning to my body is amazing." Someone couldn't help but shout. After a day of suppression, their abilities finally surged back into their bodies. "Everyone come here. Let me treat your injuries." Wen Xingyao spoke up and beckoned to them with a wave of her hand. When Xingyao raised her hand, a faint green light emanating from her palm. Those who had been scratched by wolves, as well as Yang Wei who had been bitten, were healed in an instant. "Damn, an S-class healer really is fast," Yang Wei exclaimed in amazement. Those who had been treated kept thanking Wen Xingyao profusely. Wen Xingyao smiled softly and said, "You're welcome. It is my duty." Then everyone headed toward their dormitory. After washing up, everyone collapsed onto their beds, utterly exhausted, finally able to catch their breath. A group of them lay on their beds, chatting idly. "I wonder what tomorrow's training will be like. The intensity on the first day was already this brutal. I can't even imagine tomorrow." As they chatted, the voices of the exhausted group gradually grew quieter, and within moments some could no longer stay awake and fell asleep. "Su Mingqiu, are you even human?" Murong Yin asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Su Mingqiu not only possessed insanely powerful strength, but also had an incredibly sharp mind, which was simply outrageous. "What kind of thing is that to say? Of course I'm human." Su Mingqiu smiled. "For certain matters you only need to quiet your mind and think carefully, and you will see the essence of the issue." Brother Tue is absolutely right. Yang Wei immediately chimed in from the side. "Little Yin, you need to learn from this. Yang Wei, your skin's feeling loose today, isn't it?" Murong Yin said irritably. "Come here, let me give you a fire massage." Yang Wei instantly lost his courage, scrambling into his blanket and pulling it over his head. Pretending to sleep, he didn't dare utter a single word. A second later, thunderous snores echoed through the room. Murong Yin said nothing more. Inside the blanket, Yang Wei secretly covered his mouth, grinning. In his heart, he mused happily, "Fortunately I'm smart and reacted quickly. If I hadn't pretended to sleep, that guy would have actually beaten me up." Before long, the dormitory was filled only with snoring sounds. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a piercing alarm suddenly rang outside. The sleeping group was jolted awake instantly, and without a word immediately getting up, dressing, and assembling outside. "What the hell? I'm dying of sleepiness. Training this early. Tell me about it." I barely closed my eyes, and we're already starting training. Soon everyone assembled on the playground. Li Chuang stood at the front of the formation, glanced at them, and nodded. Not bad. Everyone's quite quick. But you all look terribly listless. Then everyone run laps around the playground. Run now. Su Mingqiu ran directly at the front, leading the pack, while the rest followed behind him, matching his pace. They ran until 8 o'clock before Li Chuang finally blew his whistle and shouted, "Stop. Now go eat breakfast. You have 10 minutes. Come back and assemble immediately after eating." Everyone sprinted toward the cafeteria. Inside, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and various other breakfast items were available in abundance. I can't take it anymore. Running all morning has starved me to death. I have to eat big. Yang Wei grabbed a plate and charged over, piling food onto it, as if he wanted to carry the entire buffet back. Su Mingqiu also went over and picked out several of his favorite meat buns and a fried dough stick. After breakfast, everyone returned to the playground for assembly. Today you will learn basic swordsmanship. Li Chuang held a long sword in his hand and spoke to them, then raised his hand. Come. Su Mingqiu stepped forward. Hearing Li Chuang's words, Su Mingqiu promptly walked to the weapon rack, casually drew a long sword, and returned to the center holding it. Let's spar first. Li Chuang assumed his starting stance. Without hesitation, Su Mingqiu stepped forward and launched the first strike, a direct thrust. It was so fast it carried a sharp whoosh of wind. He had never formally studied swordsmanship, relying entirely on his own reflexes and strength. His attacks were the most direct and straightforward. Li Chuang stood motionless, gently twisting his wrist. His long sword precisely struck the flat of Su Mingqiu's blade, with a crisp clang, firmly deflecting the attack. Then his wrist smoothly rose, and the sword slashed downward with force towards Su Mingqiu's shoulder and neck. Su Mingqiu's reaction was quick enough. He shifted his footing, abruptly sidestepping to dodge the strike, and the sword's edge narrowly grazed past his arm. He did not pause, using the momentum of his sidestep to swing his sword backward toward Li Chuang's waist. Li Chuang's sword flashed, defleeting the counterattack effortlessly. The two exchanged several rapid moves before Li Chuang suddenly swept his blade sideways, forcing Su Mingqiu to retreat. Then without warning, Li Chuang lunged forward with a thrust aimed straight at Su Mingqiu's chest. But Li Chuang, after all, was a veteran instructor with over a decade of swordsmanship experience. His footwork was meticulous, and with a slight retreat of his body, he easily evaded the strike. Then with a swift turn of his wrist, he thrust his sword in a reverse motion towards Su Mingqiu's chest. This caught Su Mingqiu off guard. Though he could keep up with Li Chuang's speed, he had no understanding of swordplay counters. Not knowing how to block or parry, he could only rely on his extraordinary reflexes, retreating awkwardly. He barely managed to dodge 3 or 4 consecutive strikes from Li Chuang. Before he could adjust, he felt a chill at his neck. Li Chuang's sword tip had already come to a steady halt just before his throat. Seeing this, Li Chuang withdrew his sword and said, "All right, you may step down." The surrounding freshmen were already stunned. Li Chuang paid no heed to their astonishment, turned around, and addressed everyone in a deep voice. "Did you see that? This is swordsmanship. It's not about swinging wildly just because you have quick reflexes. Every single move and stance is the culmination of centuries of practice by our predecessors." With that, he picked up his longsword and began demonstrating each move in slow motion before everyone. The blade whistled faintly as it cut through the air, captivating all eyes. First form, raising sword stance. Offense within defense, the foundation of all techniques. Memorize the grip, the center of gravity, every detail. He assumed the starting posture, explaining clearly how to position his fingers and feet. Second form, straight thrust, the most basic offensive move. Fast, precise, and fierce. Master it, and it can break most defenses. He stepped forward and thrust his longsword straight ahead so fast that only a blur remained, the air itself hissing from the motion. Third form, horizontal slash, a wide area attack. The sword swept horizontally, stirring a gentle breeze that covered a half-zhang radius in front of him. Fourth form, chopping strike, powerful and defense-breaking. He brought the sword down heavily onto the empty ground beside him, kicking up a faint puff of dust. Fifth form, uplifting slash, targets the lower body. With a flick of his wrist, the sword rose from below in a clean, crisp motion. Sixth form, pointing thrust, precise strike. He lightly tapped the tip of his sword against a nearby stone, leaving a small, shallow mark. Seventh form, returning sword guard, a defensive stance. He turned his wrist, brought the sword back in front of him, and assumed a defensive posture. After completing the demonstration, Li Chuang sheathed his sword and bellowed, "All right, did you all get that? Now each of you grab a sword and start practicing from the first form. Spend the entire morning on these 7 forms until I'm satisfied." No sooner had he spoken than Yang Wei let out a whoop and dashed toward the weapon rack. The others snapped out of their daze and rushed to grab swords as well. The moment the words fell, the training ground instantly became lively. A group of freshmen found their own spaces, gripped their swords, and began mimicking the motions in the air. Some stumbled about, unable to even hold the raising sword stance steadily, their postures crooked. Yang Wei in particular was absurd. He swung his sword with such wild force that he nearly tripped himself, drawing peals of laughter from those around. Li Chuang walked among the crowd with his hands behind his back, occasionally patting a freshman on the back or adjusting their wrist, offering pointers. Shift your center of gravity forward. Don't lean back or you'll fall. Relax your grip on the sword. Why are you holding it so tight, like it's a treasure? When doing the horizontal slash twist your waist, don't just use arm strength, or it won't have any power. After making a full round, he corrected many small mistakes, and soon reached Su Mingqiu. There stood Su Mingqiu practicing the 7 basic sword forms one by one. Raising sword straight, thrust, horizontal, slash chopping strike, uplifting slash pointing thrust, returning sword guard. The entire sequence flowed like water, though still lacking Li Chuang's seasoned proficiency, carrying a hint of beginner's rawness. But every move was flawlessly standard. Li Chuang stood by and watched for half a minute, nodding inwardly, and couldn't help but marvel. Not bad, truly worthy of being the top scorer who broke 10,000 points. The talent was undeniable. In just this short time, he had already grasped the basics of swordsmanship, progressing faster than even Li Chuang had at his age. After his silent praise, he turned his gaze to Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao not far away. Murong Yin was gritting his teeth, practicing each move with exceptional focus. Though a beat slower than Su Mingqiu, he could already complete the 7 forms smoothly. Only occasionally did he stumble on the uplifting slash. Meanwhile, Wen Xingyao stood quietly to the side, practicing with steady, gentle movements, each form precise and controlled. Though not as fast, she made fewer mistakes than Murong Yin, and her progress far surpassed the average freshman. Li Chuang looked at the two of them and nodded again in his mind. S-class ability users after all. Their comprehension and learning ability were truly different from ordinary people, far exceeding the A-class newcomers. He was about to step forward to correct Murong Yan's minor flaw in the uplifting slash, when he heard Yang Wei's loud voice from behind. Instructor Li, come quick and see if my move is right. I think I've got it. Li Chuang shook his head helplessly and turned to walk toward the lad. The kid was enthusiastic enough, but his posture was terribly off. Yang Wei held his sword with his arms stiff and straight, standing on tiptoes, his entire stance crooked and twisted. Instructor, look. Isn't my straight thrust pretty standard? Seeing him approach, Yang Wei excitedly swung his sword to demonstrate. His wrist was too forceful, nearly sending the training sword flying out of his hand. Li Chuang quickly reached out to steady his arm, and said with exasperation, Stop. That's not a straight thrust. You're trying to throw the sword and hurt someone. With that, he adjusted Yang Wei's clenched wrist, and gently nudged his misplaced foot with his own, correcting his center of gravity. Don't rush. Take it slow. Li Chuang patted his shoulder. Basics can't be hurried. First master the raising sword stance, get it stable, then move on to the next form. Otherwise, the more you practice, the more crooked it becomes, and it'll be hard to fix later. Yang Wei quickly nodded, mumbled a couple of O's, and committed Li Chuang's words to memory. Then he repositioned himself, muttering under his breath, center of gravity, forward wrist relaxed, engage the waist. Li Chuang watched him finally assume the correct posture and breathed a sigh of relief. The morning's sword training passed in a blink. After lunch, as they were lining up, a stocky, muscular man walked over. He wore a tight training suit, revealing a set of sharply defined, chiseled muscles, looking even more robust than Li Chuang. All of you stand at attention. The man bellowed in a booming voice. I am your afternoon instructor, Zhao. This morning you train sword techniques, building foundations for weapon combat. This afternoon we focus on fist styles. These fists will forge the foundation of your own bodies. Zhao, he concluded without waiting for responses, assuming a combat stance before addressing the group. Watch carefully now as I demonstrate every movement. He methodically performed each basic fist technique in slow motion before the assembled trainees. His strikes carried tremendous force with sharp, air-piercing sounds, movements fast enough to leave afterimages. Upon finishing, Zhao Yi lowered his stance and barked, Understood. Find your positions and begin practice. The trainees sprang into action, spreading across the field to mimic Zhao Yi's forms. He patrolled the grounds with hands clasped behind his back, mirroring Li Chuang's morning supervisory style. He corrected poor form individually, delivering sharp backslaps to those with weak strikes or unstable stances, while gruffly shouting, Put some power into it. Are you merely scratching? Steady your center of gravity. How can you fight if you cannot even stand properly? As they trained relentlessly, the sun gradually descended toward the western horizon. Only when twilight fell and stadium lights illuminated did Zhao Yi blow his whistle, announcing, That concludes today's session. Dismissed. The announcement triggered immediate collapse among the trainees, too exhausted to speak, as they shuffled toward the cafeteria. As the old saying goes, iron may be strong, but rice is life's sustenance. Today's training ordeal finally ended. For the following half-month, this rigorous schedule became their routine. Each dawn at 6 a.m. found them awakened by alarms for warm-up laps around the field. Morning sessions with Li Chuang focused on sword techniques, while afternoons were dedicated to fist training under Zhao Yi. Occasionally, evening physical conditioning included weighted runs, push-ups, and combat drills. Initial days brought constant groans, particularly from Yang Wei, who would collapse into bed each night, threatening to withdraw. Yet within 2 weeks, everyone gradually adapted to the demanding regimen. Physical endurance improved significantly, while fundamental techniques became increasingly polished. Su Mingqiu demonstrated the fastest progress, mastering basic forms with remarkable proficiency. Murong Yin persevered through gritted teeth, secretly competing with Su Mingqiu to close their skill gap. Meanwhile, Wen Xingyao maintained her quiet diligence, providing therapeutic treatments for sore muscles each evening. Even Yang Wei transformed from erratic beginnings to execute proper techniques. Though still prone to laziness, his improvements proved substantial. Li Chuang and Zhao Yi themselves couldn't suppress their admiration. This freshman cohort is truly exceptional, they acknowledged privately. Su Mingqiu's perceptiveness stood particularly remarkable. That morning, as usual, all gathered on the training field. Scarcely had they formed ranks when Chief Instructor Wu Yu approached with hands clasped behind his back. Clearing his throat, he projected his characteristic booming voice. "Half a month has passed, and your progress hasn't escaped our notice. Li Chuang, Zhao Yi, and I have observed your growth closely." The trainees watched curiously, wondering what the chief instructor would announce. Wu Yu scanned the assembled faces with approval before continuing. "During these initial weeks, you've established solid foundations in both sword and fist techniques." His next words detonated excitement throughout the crowd. "Now we commence actual combat training." Combat training. Murong Yan's fists clenched eagerly, eyes blazing with anticipation after enduring basic drills for so long. Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow with intrigue, hoping to test his sword arts alongside his unique abilities. Seeing the excited crowd, Wu Yu raised a hand to calm them. "Control your enthusiasm. Control yourselves," he reiterated. "For the next 2 weeks you'll enter a minor spatial rift." Spatial rift? Yang Wei immediately panicked, grabbing Su Mingqiu's arm. "Brother Su, surely there won't be those third-stage spirit beasts that could kill me with one strike, right? I can't handle those." "What's there to fear? It's merely a recently stabilized minor rift. The strongest creatures inside are only third stage. Su Mingqiu will handle those. The remainder are suitable for your practice. Your mission is eliminating all spirit beasts within." Wu Yu concluded with a dismissive wave, barking, "Enough standing around. Board the vehicles immediately." The trainees scrambled to obey, following instructors toward military off-roaders waiting at the camp entrance. The mountain tracks leading to the rift remained ungraded, impassable for conventional transport. Soon everyone boarded, engines roaring as they ventured deeper into the wilderness. Their auras had strengthened considerably since enrollment. All who began at Stage 1 9th section now firmly reached Stage 2. Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao had advanced to Stage 2 2nd section. Su Mingqiu himself had already reached Stage 2 4th section, showing faint signs of approaching the 5th. Yang Wei tugged Su Mingqiu's arm nervously, whispering, "Wait, Brother Su, I just thought of something." "What is it?" "Don't be so secretive." Su Mingqiu looked up. "Do you think the rift might suddenly expand like during the college entrance exam?" "Give it a rest." Murong Yin, overhearing, rolled his eyes and swatted Yang Wei's head. "Shut that cursed mouth of yours. Can't you wish for good outcomes?" "I'm just worried." Su Mingqiu couldn't help smiling. "Relax, it won't happen. That previous incident was purely coincidental. We're not that unlucky." Yet he murmured inwardly, in novels protagonists always encounter surprises during such moments. Must stay cautious. When Xingyao nodded gently beside him, adding quietly, "Indeed, the instructors would have thoroughly scouted beforehand. If genuine danger existed, they wouldn't risk sending us in." The vehicle traveled further off-road smooth paths, eventually surrendering to overgrown trails. Finally, engine sounds diminished as they halted on a cleared plateau. Upon opening doors, all eyes transfixed on the sight ahead. This spatial rift closely resembled Su Mingqiu's college exam encounter, merely slightly larger in scale than the one he'd faced during examinations. Wu Yu pushed the door open, stepped out of the car, and waved at the group. "Come over here. Once you go in, wear this bracelet." He opened the box beside him, revealing a row of light blue bracelets. They resembled the suppression bracelets from the military training, but with a small glowing screen attached. After you enter, each of you will be teleported to a different location. Wu Yu handed out the bracelets one by one while explaining. "This bracelet shows the positions of everyone, making it easier for you to regroup." The group took the bracelets and quickly put them on, pressing the switch to light up the screen. A simple map appeared, dotted with tiny points of light, representing each person's location. After everyone had donned the bracelets and confirmed they were working, Wu Yu nodded to them and gave the order in a deep voice. "All right, everyone ready? If no issues, go in." As soon as they stepped through the spatial rift, a wave of dizziness struck. When they regained their composure and steadied themselves, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. It was a world entirely composed of water. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but an endless blue ocean, with only scattered islands floating forlornly on the surface. Many who teleported directly plunged into the water, instantly becoming drenched, splashing their way toward the nearest island. But when Su Mingqiu teleported, he landed directly on the water's surface. However, contrary to expectations, he did not fall in and become soaked. The moment he descended, the water beneath his feet instantly froze into solid ice. He stood firmly on it, both feet planted. Su Mingqiu glanced at the nearby island and began walking toward it. Every patch of water he stepped on instantly froze into ice. A long ice path stretched across the sea behind him. Su Mingqiu soon reached the nearest island. As soon as his foot touched the island's soil, he raised his wrist to check the positioning bracelet. The simple map on the screen was clear. The island he was on had only his own light point. However, on a nearby island there were 3 light points of his teammates. Well, he would have to deal with the beasts on this island first before regrouping with them. No sooner had he thought that than a rustling sound came from the grass beside him, followed by a foul stench. A swarm of creatures rushed out. They were giant cockroach beasts. Each one was 2 meters long with dark glossy shells swarming together in a chilling sight. Mingqiu stared at the group of first-rank cockroaches, his brow furrowing. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, what disgusting beasts. Without hesitation, he focused his mind, and an ice sword materialized in his hand. He charged toward the cockroaches, sword in hand. With each swing of the ice sword, a cockroach fell. The dark first-rank beasts couldn't withstand his blade. They were frozen through and shattered into icy fragments. But the problem was the sheer number of cockroaches, seemingly endless. He slashed and slashed, but as soon as the front ones fell, more surged from behind, a never-ending dense mass that made his skin crawl. Mingqiu frowned and quickly noticed something wrong. All the cockroaches were coming from the same direction, meaning their nest was over there. Without hesitation, he charged in that direction, cutting down every cockroach in his path, clearing away. Before long, he reached a cave deep within the island. The cave was pitch black, its entrance hidden in thick grass, hard to find without careful inspection. Cockroaches were pouring out of it endlessly. This was it. The nest of these disgusting creatures right in this cave. Mingqiu walked into the cave with his ice sword. The stench inside was even stronger, nearly driving him out. As he entered, he saw the massive creature at the far end. It was a second-rank peak mother cockroach. The creature was many times larger than the cockroaches outside, its dark, swollen abdomen grotesquely huge. It was lying on the ground, continuously producing small cockroaches. So those endless small ones outside were all its offspring. When the mother cockroach saw Mingqiu, it immediately stopped laying eggs. It twitched its antennae, then lunged at him with terrifying speed. Mingqiu remained calm. Gripping the ice sword, he swung it toward the mother cockroach. A blade of icy chi shot from the sword, flying straight at the creature. With a pff sound, the chi blade struck the mother cockroach, cleaving it in two. The wound emitted a chilling aura, frosting the surrounding air. The mother cockroach is still alive. The two halves of its body writhed on the ground, dragging its belly towards Mingqiu, sending chills down his spine. Damn, no wonder they're cockroaches. They're tenacious. Mingqiu couldn't help but remark the vitality was absurd. Without hesitation, he shot a ray of freezing chi, precisely hitting the two writhing halves. Instantly, the disgusting parts froze into solid blocks, unable to move. It seemed the beasts on this island were these cockroaches. With the mother dead, the small ones were easy to handle. He turned and walked out of the cave, clearing the remaining small cockroaches in no time. After clearing all the cockroaches on the island, Mingqiu checked the positioning on his bracelet. He turned and headed toward the nearest island with a person. He no longer walked slowly on the ice path. Instead, a pair of ice wings formed behind him, and he flew directly toward that island. Walking was too slow, flying was much faster, and would let him reunite with his classmates sooner. At that moment, the three of them were jointly attacking a group of first-rank beasts, which were no challenge for them. They finished them off quickly. But as they relaxed, 2 large creatures crawled out from the grass beside them. They were 2 rock tortoises. Their gray shells blended perfectly with the island's stones, almost invisible without careful scrutiny. The 2 rock turtles were at different cultivation levels. One was at the 2nd stage 4th segment, while the other was only at the 2nd stage 1st segment. Damn it, 2 rock turtles. One of them couldn't help but curse, his expression instantly darkening. If there were just one, it would have been fine, but there's another at the 4th segment. The other also furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. No choice but to fight. Let's go. The 3 exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and charged toward the 2 turtles, launching their attacks. Sword strikes, fist blows, and ability assaults. All hammering against the rock turtle's shells. But who would have guessed that with loud clangs their attacks only left faint white scratches on the shells? They couldn't even penetrate its defense. What the hell, this turtle shell is too hard. One of them couldn't help shouting. We can't damage it at all. Hardly had he finished speaking when the larger rock turtle suddenly retracted its head, dug its 4 limbs into the ground, and charged fiercely toward Wang Yu beside him. His teammate nearby quickly shouted, "Watch out, Wang Yu." Wang Yu instantly reacted and dodged to the side as fast as he could. But he was still a moment too slow, and his arm was scraped by the turtle's hard shell, bleeding instantly. Just as the 2 armored turtles prepared to ram the trio again, a gust of chilling wind suddenly blew in, and Mingqiu finally arrived. He descended swiftly, positioning himself firmly between the 3 and the rock turtles. Divine Lord Su. Seeing him, the 3 seemed to have found their savior and couldn't help but shout out, "Leave these 2 to me. You rest for now." Mingqiu waved his hand at them, not giving them time to react. With a single step, he darted right between the 2 charging turtles. "Excuse me." As soon as he passed, the 2 rock turtles that were still thrusting forward visibly began coating themselves in thick white frost. In an instant, they froze into solid ice statues, completely motionless. The wings behind Mingqiu slowly dissipated into the air. Holy crap, Divine Lord Su is too badass. One of them couldn't help but mutter quietly. This was way too cool. He had frozen 2 second-stage rock turtles without even lifting a finger. Mingqiu paid no mind and walked over to say, "Alright, the beasts here are handled. Let's head to the next island to find the other teammates." The 3 gave awkward smiles, and one scratched his head, saying embarrassedly, "Divine Lord Su, we don't have wings, so we can't fly over." Mingqiu finally realized. Alright, they didn't have wings and couldn't fly like him, but it wasn't a problem. No worries, follow me. Su Mingqiu walked to the seaside and extended his hand into the water. Before his eyes, the sapphire blue surface slowly froze into a solid sheet of ice stretching forward. The ice path extended all the way to the next island, carving a long, smooth trail across the sea surface. All right, just walk on this ice road. You'll arrive shortly. Su Mingqiu pointed at the ice path for them. I'm heading ahead first to check the situation. With that, the wings on his back reappeared, and he flew toward the next island. The three looked at each other, then gazed at the endless ice road before them, swallowing hard. One muttered speechlessly, Is he still human? He just froze the entire sea with a wave of his hand. As Su Mingqiu flew toward the next island, he soon glanced down at the positioning bracelet on his wrist. The simple map on the screen was crystal clear. On the island ahead, 5 light points appeared. But those 5 points were all flashing with glaring red lights. Su Mingqiu immediately understood. It was the distress signal built into the bracelet. Those 5 were in serious trouble. Without hesitation, he instantly accelerated his flight. On that island Murong-yin, when Xingyao Yangwei and the others had already cleared all the beasts. But just as they finished cleaning up the beasts, several people suddenly jumped out. Their leader was a burly man with a black snake tattooed across his face, radiating menacing energy. Looking at them, he laughed loudly. Haha, you bunch of brats, today is your death day. Murong-yin immediately stepped forward with a grave expression, shielding his teammates. Staring at the burly man, he gritted his teeth. Are you from the evil god cult? Haha, Murong-yin, you really know your stuff. Enough, I don't want to hear any more nonsense from you. With those words, he launched his attack at the 5 of them. But as the fight progressed, Murong-yin and the others quickly noticed something was wrong. This burly man wasn't even using his full strength. He was clearly playing with them like prey. As soon as they were injured, he would stop attacking immediately. He waited for Wen Xingyao to heal them, then resumed attacking once they recovered. What the hell, if you're going to fight to kill? Stop dragging your feet and wasting our time. Yang Wei was infuriated and cursed at the man. It was outright bullying. Meanwhile, the burly man's subordinates hid behind him, whispering softly. Do you think this will draw Su Mingqiu here? Absolutely. I did my research. Yang Wei is his subordinate. That kid will definitely come to save him. What if boss can't beat Su Mingqiu? No way. Boss is a 3rd stage 5th segment expert. Su Mingqiu can at most handle a 3rd stage 2nd segment opponent. How could he possibly beat boss? Besides, boss has been blessed by the evil god, and his ability has been strengthened. Even if Su Mingqiu has some skills, he still can't match boss. Don't worry. The burly man mid-fight suddenly turned and glared at them, his voice rough as he cursed, Stop scheming behind my back. Cut the crap and surround them. Hearing this, the subordinates quickly responded, Yes, boss. Then they hurried over and surrounded Murong-yin and the others. After being surrounded, one teammate with an injured arm asked Murong-yin anxiously, What should we do, Murong-yin? What do we do? Murong-yin frowned, staring at the fierce burly man, and said through gritted teeth, I'm not sure either. Looking at them, they want to use us as bait to lure Su Mingqiu here. Lure Leg Brother. Yang Wei was taken aback. Are they crazy? When Leg Brother arrives, he'll freeze them all into ice statues. Hearing Murong-yin's words, the burly man burst into laughter, slapped his chest, and said arrogantly, You're smarter than you look, kid. And you're right. Exactly as you said. Once Su Mingqiu arrives, I'll send you all on your way together. Not a single one will escape. Just then a gust of frigid wind swept in. Su Mingqiu descended from the sky and landed steadily before the group. He turned to the arrogant, burly man and said, I heard you were looking for me. Brother Tue, you're here. Seeing him, Yang Wei instantly sprang to his feet with excitement. Any lingering frustration vanished in an instant, his eyes lighting up. Murong-yin quickly cautioned Su Mingqiu, Be careful, Su Mingqiu. He's from the evil god sect. He's after you. He used us as bait to lure you here. Upon seeing Su Mingqiu, the burly man burst into laughter and declared, Su Mingqiu, join our evil god sect. Once you join us and receive the blessing of Lord Evil God, you'll grow far stronger than you ever could at that pathetic university. Oh, join the evil god sect. Then give me 100 or so S-tier combat techniques first. Air. The burly man was momentarily dumbfounded, paused, and quickly waved his hands in dismissal. Receiving the blessing of Lord Evil God surpasses any worthless combat technique. Oh, so there isn't any then? Su Mingqiu shrugged as if the answer was entirely obvious. That so-called evil god of yours is nothing more than a stray dog by the roadside, I'd say. Hiding in the shadows this whole time. You haven't even dared to show your face. You dare not insult Lord Evil God. The burly man's eyes turned red as he shouted at Su Mingqiu. Lord Evil God is invincible. Since you refused to join the evil god sect, then die. Roaring, the burly man's entire body began to flush red as scalding streams of magma poured from his flesh. The molten lava dripped onto the ground, burning smoking pits into the soil. I'll handle this one. You go deal with the brats over there. He shouted to his subordinates. Got it, boss. The subordinates responded and charged forward. Seeing this, Murong-yin immediately led the others to intercept them, holding them back. Lava ball. The burly man extended an arm, and a steaming sphere of molten rock shot towards Su Mingqiu, carrying a scorching wave of heat. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and condensed an ice sphere, crashing it directly into the magma ball. With a thunderous crash, the two spheres collided fiercely. The ice sphere was instantaneously melted away by the boiling magma. Yet the magma ball itself was cooled by the biting cold of the ice. The burly man watched this exchange and spoke to Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu, it seems I truly cannot let you live. You're only at the second stage 4th level, yet you can fight me a third stage 5th level. If you keep growing, you'll become quite formidable. But what kind of crap this so-called evil god blessing is? It's nothing special, is it? You? The burly man's face flushed crimson with rage. Don't celebrate too soon. The moment those words left his mouth, the magma on his body surged even fiercer and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed. Lava explosion. He began frantically compressing his magma. Kid, let's see if you can handle this move. Su Mingqiu saw his posture and knew he was charging a major attack. How could he possibly give him the chance? A bone-chilling cold energy erupted from him, blasting straight toward the burly man. The burly man had no choice but to hastily dodge as Su Mingqiu attacked. But the moment he moved, his meticulously prepared ultimate technique was instantly interrupted. Pointing at Su Mingqiu with a trembling finger, he cried out in fury, You dishonorable fighter. You ambushed me. Su Mingqiu regarded him with an amused expression. What era is this? Still using techniques with wind-up animations? Nobody does that anymore. It's all about instant activation and canceling recovery frames now. You're behind the times. The burly man was stunned. What were these forward swing and follow-through things he kept mentioning? What nonsense was this? He simply couldn't comprehend it. Let me send you on your way now. In your next life, practice faster combos. Don't rely on those excruciatingly slow ultimate moves anymore. Su Mingqiu walked toward the burly man. With each step, the freezing aura around him intensified. The burly man looked at him and felt his heart sink. This youth cannot be allowed to live. If he continues to grow any stronger, what will become of this world? Just as he thought this, Su Mingqiu threw a punch aimed squarely at his head. The burly man hastily raised his arm to block. But who would have known that the moment his hand made contact with Su Mingqiu's fist, a layer of white frost instantly formed upon it. He was gradually being frozen solid. However, the burly man reacted quickly and vigorously activated his magma ability. The frozen areas slowly began to melt. The two continued to trade blows. Mid-fight, the burly man shouted at Su Mingqiu, Kid, just surrender. I'm made of magma. I completely counter you. Secretly, he fumed to himself, Let's see how long your ice ability can last. Once you're drained, we'll see what you can do. However, as time wore on, he began to harbor serious doubts. Something was wrong. How was this kid's ability growing stronger the longer they fought? His magma should naturally counter ice. Yet now he had to expend increasingly more energy just to resist Su Mingqiu's freezing power. I can't keep this up, or I'll be worn to death by this brat. Realizing this, he quickly created distance and dared not engage in close combat with Su Mingqiu anymore. Su Mingqiu watched him suddenly pull away and frowned in confusion. Why are you running? I was just having a great time fighting this guy. It's a perfect opportunity to consolidate the boxing techniques I learned at the training camp. What a prime human training partner, and now he's bolting. Hearing this, the burly man nearly spat blood in outrage. This kid actually regarded him as a human punching bag. Meanwhile, the three teammates who had followed the ice path left by Su Mingqiu arrived. The moment they rushed onto the scene, they found Murong Yin and the others already engaged in combat with several members of the evil god sect. Without a word, the three tightened their grips on their weapons and charged into the fray. The members of the evil god sect were swiftly dispatched in just a few exchanges. When Xingyao crouched on the ground, her fingertips glowing with a faint green light as she tended to the wounds of those who had been slashed. The rest stood nearby, watching from a distance the standoff between Su Mingqiu and the tattooed burly man. Let's just wait here. Going up there wouldn't help. We'd only slow Brother Su down. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They all understood in their hearts. That was a third stage 5th level ability user. Their presence would only cause trouble. But Yang Wei simply couldn't contain himself and bellowed in his loud voice, Go, brother, to it. Beat that bastard to death. His shout rang out like thunder. The moment it echoed across the battlefield, the tattooed, burly man who had been fixing his gaze on Su Mingqiu was instantly infuriated. He whipped his head around and glared viciously at Yang Wei. You little punk, you're next. Once I'm done with Su Mingqiu, I'll stuff your head right up your ass. Yang Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As the words fell, the tattooed man was completely enraged, unleashing his full supernatural power in an instant. The skin on his entire body split open. Crimson magma wildly splashed out from the wounds. He had transformed into a walking, living volcano. Meteor volcano. He roared, shouting the name of his ultimate technique. The next second, the sky above instantly darkened. Countless magma meteors cascaded down densely from the heavens. They came crashing not only toward Su Mingqiu, but also toward Murong Yin and the others nearby. The temperature of the entire island soared to an unbearable level in an instant. Kid, go to hell. The man roared with bloodshot eyes. This was his killing move, a strike blessed by the evil god. This one blow would smash all these annoying brats into pulp. Watching the magma meteors raining down from the sky, Su Mingqiu finally furrowed his brows. I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but I didn't expect you to be this fragile. He paused, then looked up at the crazed man. Since that's the case, I'll send you to meet your evil god. Cold river snow. As his voice faded, his pupils instantly turned into a crystalline ice blue. That was the sign of him unleashing his full supernatural power. The next second, an even more terrifying burst of cold aura erupted from his body. The bone-chilling cold instantly swept across the entire island. The heat wave that had just been distorting the air and reddening the sand was completely obliterated by this cold aura. Those magma meteors about to crash into the ground stopped in midair under this cold aura. The crimson magma visibly cooled and solidified, turning into chunks of ice that glistened with cold light in the blink of an eye. They crashed down with a crackling sound, shattering into ice shards on the ground. The man tried to raise his hand to defend, but just as he began to channel his power, the magma that had barely emerged from his palm was instantly frozen into a thin layer of ice. The cold aura climbed up his arm with terrifying speed, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, it spread from his fingers to his arm, then to his chest, and finally his entire body was frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. He remained frozen in the same posture of reaching out, rigidly fixed in place. Murong, Yin Wei, and the others nearby were already stunned. Suddenly, the hard frozen ice sculpture emitted a sharp cracking sound, then exploded with a bang. Before anyone could react, a strange blood-red light fast as lightning shot out from the shattered ice. In an instant, it imprinted on Su Mingqiu's wrist, leaving behind a strange mark. Damn it! Murong Yan's face changed drastically as he rushed over. He grabbed Su Mingqiu's wrist and stared at the mark. This is the tracking mark of the evil god cult. Any believer blessed by the evil god will leave this mark on the killer after death. With this mark, the evil god cult can track you down and kill you. There's no shaking it off. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Su Mingqiu's mind. Ding. Tracking mark detected. Processing. Forced removal complete. Almost as the words fell, the strange red mark on Su Mingqiu's wrist vanished silently, as if it had never existed. Not even a trace remained. Murong Yin was still frowning, thinking about how to help Su Mingqiu deal with the mark. But when he looked up, he saw his wrist was bare with no trace of anything. He froze instantly, staring with wide eyes. Where's the mark? Murong Yin rubbed his eyes repeatedly, almost thinking he was seeing things. What? How? How did it disappear? Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, playing dumb. Who knows, maybe the evil god is afraid of me and didn't dare leave a mark. That's not scientifically possible. Murong Yin muttered under his breath. But halfway through his words, he immediately understood. Everyone has their own secrets, especially a genius like Su Mingqiu, who defies common sense. He probably had some special trump card. If he didn't want to talk about it, it was pointless to pry. With that thought, he stopped asking. Yang Wei had already sidled over. I told you Brother Tue is awesome. Even the evil god has to fear him. What's unscientific about that? By the way, what exactly is this evil god cult? He knew in his heart that Murong Yin was from one of the 4 great families. He must have been exposed to many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Unlike himself, who had just transmigrated not long ago and knew only a smattering of the world's hidden truths. Upon hearing this, Murong Yin stroked his chin and instinctively lowered his voice. All members of the evil god cult worship a so-called evil god. No one has ever seen what the evil god looks like. All we know is that it's not from our world. It's an entity from beyond the heavens. He paused, then added, but it seems the evil god can't come to our world, as if something is blocking it. It can only send a sliver of its power across the worlds. That's what they call the evil god's blessing. The guy earlier was a believer who had received his blessing. When Su Mingqiu heard the words, from beyond the heavens, his heart stirred slightly. He himself had crossed over from another world. He hadn't expected this world to have such an unknown extraterrestrial entity. Yang Wei's eyes went wide, and he shouted, holy crap. Beyond the heavens. That's so mysterious. Wen Xingyao was also a bit surprised. She had only known that the evil god cult was the most wanted fanatical cult, but she had never known so many hidden details. Murong Yin continued. It said that the cult leader of the evil god cult has received the most power from the evil god, making him terrifyingly strong. That guy earlier was just a low-level peripheral believer, having received only a trace of the evil god's power. Then why not just wipe out the evil god cult? After hearing that, Yang Wei scratched his head and asked his question. In his view, such a dangerous cult could simply be eliminated by sending in troops. But Murong Yin just rolled his eyes and looked at him like he was an idiot. You think the government doesn't want it? The problem is they can't find them. Those bastards hide better than rabbits. The government had organized several raids before, but they always came up empty. And they suffered heavy casualties in return. They couldn't catch them all. Yang Wei scratched his head again, then frowned as another thought struck him. Wait, didn't the instructor already check this space rift when he came to investigate? How did these evil god cult guys manage to sneak in? Just then, when Xingyao, who had been largely silent, suddenly interjected softly, I suspect the instructor did it on purpose. On purpose? Yang Wei's eyes widened in bewilderment. What on purpose? Exactly, it was intentional. Su Mingqiu nodded, picking up her thread. The instructors must be watching us nearby. The others had long been unable to join the conversation. They could only stand aside, observing the analysis of the big shots. Su Mingqiu, Murong Yin, and Wen Xingyao. Hearing this, Yang Wei perked up, craning his neck to look around. Where's the instructor? The moment he spoke, he felt a sharp slap on the back of his head. Wu Yu's familiar booming voice rang out behind him. Stop looking, I'm right here. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly at them. Not bad at all. You kids are far sharper than I expected. His gaze then fell on Su Mingqiu. I thought I'd have to step in and deal with that guy myself, but you handled it on your own. What a little monster. That fool actually thought we hadn't spotted him. If we hadn't intentionally let him through to give you lots some practice with his meager skills, could he have sneaked into this spatial rift? No way. When he saw that evil god mark, he was planning to help Su Mingqiu remove the troublesome thing later at school. But then the mark vanished on its own. He didn't ask how it disappeared. Everyone has their own secrets. Alright, enough chit-chat. Wu Yu clapped his hands. Next we clear out the remaining beasts in this spatial rift. Once that's done, this practical training is over. With that he waved and walked away. Let's go, time to clear the map. Su Mingqiu took the lead toward the next small island, and the rest quickly followed. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time the group shuttled between islands hunting down beasts. They honed their abilities through relentless combat, each one breaking through like a rocket. Su Mingqiu had advanced to Tier 2, Stage 5. Meanwhile Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao had both reached Stage 3. As for the others, many had seized this opportunity to break through to Stage 2. Only a few remained at Stage 1, though they were far stronger than when they first entered. Now everyone had regrouped and fought their way to the last island in the spatial rift. As soon as they set foot on the island, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but remark that this final island was indeed different. Even the weakest outer beasts were at Tier 2 Stage 1. They were far stronger than the bosses of some previous islands. Su Mingqiu walked at the front, spotting a beast charging toward him. He casually raised a hand, and a blast of frost instantly froze the beast into a block of ice. Scanning the surrounding horde, he immediately noticed several high-stage Tier 2 creatures lurking among them. Before they could pounce, Su Mingqiu effortlessly froze those powerful ones into ice sculptures. He left only the low and mid-stage Tier 2 beasts for the others to practice on. Alright, these remaining beasts are yours to handle. Su Mingqiu waved at the group. I'm heading deeper into the island. With that he quickened his pace and strode toward the island's heart. Be careful, brother Leg. Yang Wei yelled after him. Murong Yin watched Su Mingqiu's receding figure, clenching his fists as he silently lamented. Indeed, the gap between them was growing ever wider. He took a deep breath, suppressing the sense of inadequacy, and turned to punch a beast charging at him. Crimson flames erupted, instantly burning straight through the creature's head. The beast had been brandishing its claws, not even having time to react. It fell to the ground stiff and lifeless. Mutant beast. Feed me peanuts. Su Mingqiu pressed deeper into the island. At this moment, he was a walking freezer. An aura of frost radiated automatically around him, requiring no conscious effort. Every beast that dared approach was instantly frozen solid upon reaching his vicinity. Even the grass and trees along the path were coated in a thick layer of white frost at his passing. He carved a trail of ice as he advanced. After walking for a short while, Su Mingqiu heard a strange sound, the sound of chewing. A munching, crunching noise. He followed the sound to a clearing where a massive black mantis, several meters tall, was hunched over, devouring the carcass of a beast. The giant black mantis looked up at Su Mingqiu and immediately stopped eating. The next moment it vanished from sight. Had it fled? The thought had barely crossed Su Mingqiu's mind when he dismissed it. No. In that instant a thick layer of ice formed behind him. Clang. With a sharp ring the mantis's scythe struck the ice barrier. The creature hadn't fled. It could turn invisible and was trying to ambush him from behind. But its attack was blocked. Then the mantis noticed a layer of freezing frost creeping up its side, rapidly spreading toward its arm. Panicked, the mantis retreated. Then once again it vanished from sight. An invisible mantis. Interesting. But unfortunately the gap between us is too great. Such tricks are useless. I'll launch an indiscriminate attack. Su Mingqiu's cold aura erupted violently, surging outward in all directions. In an instant the ground beneath his feet, the trees nearby, and the entire clearing were encased in a thick layer of ice. The invisible mantis was not spared. It was less than a meter behind Su Mingqiu, having stealthily crept up and raised its scythe-like claws. It was still poised to strike, but before it could bring the claws down it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture locked in place. Su Mingqiu glanced at the frozen mantis and shook his head. Only Tier 3 Stage 2. No threat to him at all. He then scanned the surroundings. The few remaining beasts hiding in the grass, trembling in fear, were also casually frozen into ice blocks. After clearing up all the stragglers, he turned around and walked toward the outskirts of the island to rejoin Murong Yin and the others. When Su Mingqiu returned to the outskirts, Murong Yin and the team had just finished clearing the beasts there as well. Finally, they had cleared all the beasts from the spatial rift. Yes, the military training is finally over. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Immediately after everyone exited the spatial rift together. Outside, Wu Yu and several other instructors had been waiting for them. Seeing them emerge, Wu Yu smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You completed the task 5 days ahead of schedule. Very good. He waved at the crowd and announced loudly, congratulations. This military training has come to a successful conclusion. You finished early, so the remaining 5 days will be a holiday for you. Go back and rest well. Oh, and the points for clearing the spatial rift in this training have been credited to your school accounts. These points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources at the school. There are plenty of items available, so I won't go into details. When you get back, log into the school website, and you'll see what you can redeem. Alright, enough talk. Everyone get on the bus now. Let's head back to school. The school points were truly valuable. They could be exchanged for many rare cultivation resources that couldn't be bought outside. After returning to school, the group said goodbye at the gate. Su Mingqiu walked with Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao toward the villa area behind the campus. After all, both of their villas were right next to Su Mingqiu's. But just a few steps later, Yang Wei also came trotting over. Su Mingqiu was puzzled. Why wasn't this guy going back to his dorm, and why was he following them? But before he could ask, Yang Wei's words plunged him into speechless dismay. Bro leg, let me tell you, I bought the empty villa next to yours. Yang Wei leaned in with a smug expression, bragging. Su Mingqiu. Ahem, it's just that the dorm has too many people, and I don't feel comfortable. Yang Wei rubbed his head, adding, as if it were only natural. Back in his villa, Su Mingqiu immediately opened a website. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't some strange site. It was just the official website of Mingqiu University. The homepage contained public content accessible to everyone. The school's history, faculty, strength, enrollment information, and so on. Without browsing much, Su Mingqiu scrolled to the bottom and found the login interface for the internal system. He entered his student ID and password and logged in. Once inside, he saw various categories: cultivation resources, combat techniques, and specially crafted weapons, among others. Everything was there, dazzling to the eye. Su Mingqiu flipped to the combat techniques section. He immediately spotted an S-rank technique that required 200 points to exchange. He quickly checked his own points. Good heavens, after breaking the college entrance exam record with all his effort plus the points from this training mission, he had only 100 points in total. And most of that contribution came from the exam. Damn, that's so unfair. Su Mingqiu couldn't help cursing. Su Mingqiu then clicked on the cultivation resources section. All kinds of rare resources left him dazzled, but when he saw the prices, he felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a dead fly. As he scrolled, he also spotted the ice origin fruit. Su Mingqiu had used the ice origin fruit that Murong Yin transferred to him to break through to the second rank 4th stage. However, this item was only useful for cultivation at the early 2nd rank. It was no longer of any use to him now, so Su Mingqiu didn't plan to exchange for it. He continued scrolling and stopped when he saw the red sun ginseng. This is good. It boosts both physique and supernatural ability. Su Mingqiu's eyes lit up. Not bad, and only 300 points. So cheap. I'll buy one and see how it tastes. He muttered and immediately exchanged for it. After buying it, he had 700 points left. Su Mingqiu thought about it and decided to also purchase a speed-type combat technique. After all, speed was not the strong suit of his ice-based supernatural ability. Adding a speed technique would perfectly cover his weakness. An S-rank was out of the question. He didn't even have half the points. So Su Mingqiu opened the A-rank section and scrolled. The first thing he saw was wind control technique. Oh, this is good. It not only boosts speed but also allows flight using the wind. Su Mingqiu's eyes lit up. Not bad, you're the one. He checked the price, exactly 700 points, no more no less, just enough to use up all his remaining points. Without hesitation, Su Mingqiu immediately exchanged for it. After the exchange, his points instantly became 0. So just like that, I'm back to square one. He couldn't help sighing. Just as he was lamenting, a knock came from the door. Su Mingqiu wondered who it could be at this hour. He walked over and opened the door to find a school courier. Hello students, Su, your ordered cultivation resources have arrived. Please sign for them. The courier smiled and handed over a small box. So fast. Su Mingqiu was taken aback. He had just redeemed them not long ago. Of course, our school's express delivery by aircraft is just that fast. The courier said with a smile. Please give us a 5-star rating later. Su Mingqiu nodded, signed, and carried the package back into the house. He picked up his phone and casually gave a 5-star rating. Opening the package, the first thing he saw was the Wind Control Technique Combat Manual. Next to it was a delicate wooden box. He opened it to find the red sun ginseng, entirely red in color. But how was he supposed to eat this thing? Su Mingqiu scratched his head. Could he just eat it raw? Probably. Without much thought, he put the red sun ginseng into his mouth and started chewing. If anyone else had seen this, they would have jumped up and called him a wasteful fool. The red sun ginseng had to be refined into a pill to unleash its full medicinal efficacy. Eating it raw would waste 70% of its potency. However, for Su Mingqiu, that didn't matter at all. Because he had the system's 100% absorption. No matter how he consumed it, he could absorb all the medicinal effects. It was just that unfair. Su Mingqiu sat on the sofa, absorbing the effects of the red sun ginseng. Meanwhile, Murong Yin and the others were also browsing the school website. However, their points were pitifully few. Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao, the two of them together, had only 300 points. As for the rest, they had only 200 points. Not even enough to cover the cost of the red sun ginseng that Su Mingqiu had purchased. Su Mingqiu smacked his lips, a look of satisfaction on his face. He had initially assumed that such rare medicinal herbs for cultivation would be as bitter and unpleasant as traditional Chinese medicine. To his surprise, it turned out to be sweet and quite delicious. Oh, that feels good. After absorbing all the medicinal effects, Su Mingqiu stretched lazily. His entire body felt noticeably lighter. Su Mingqiu's cultivation realm had reached the second-order 7th stage. Even his physical body had undergone considerable enhancement. Alas, what a waste of points. Su Mingqiu muttered under his breath, then opened the school's website. He intended to browse for some tasks to earn points. He distinctly remembered the school's regulation: as long as one went out on a mission, they could be exempted from attending classes. Conveniently, those basic cultivation courses were of no use to him anyway. This was the perfect opportunity to skip them. Su Mingqiu scrolled through the available tasks, which were diverse and varied. Hunt a third-order 2nd stage face spider demon. Reward 30 points. Water the school's back garden. Reward 5 points. What kind of nonsense is this? Su Mingqiu couldn't help but complain. The points were far too meager. He had no interest in such a paltry sum. Just then a particular task caught his eye. Suspected activity of the evil god sect in Dashuan City. Recommended for third-order high-stage students to investigate. Reward 300 points. Oh. Su Mingqiu's eyes lit up. This was promising. Without a second thought, he immediately accepted the task. The moment he did, the detailed information was sent straight to his phone. The content was simple. The Huang family of Linhong district in Dashuan City was suspected of colluding with the evil god sect. He was to investigate and verify the veracity of the claims. The task recommended students at the third-order high stage. This one it is. Su Mingqiu nodded, deciding to undertake this mission. Before setting off, he resolved to master the wind control art to its maximum level. He picked up the wind control art combat technique and flipped through it. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. A-grade combat technique detected. Wind control art. Would you like to master it directly? Yes. Su Mingqiu responded without hesitation in his mind. Wind control art has been mastered to the maximum level. Su Mingqiu had always wanted to ask the system a question. He had forgotten before, but now it came to mind. System, was it you who gave me the infinite mana bar? Yes, host. The host of this cosmic super invincible system must be the most enduring man. Su Mingqiu. Well. He then asked a few more questions, but the system fell silent again, playing dead as usual. Su Mingqiu was long accustomed to this, and paid it no mind. The system was just that way. Then Su Mingqiu decided to test the fully mastered wind control art. He stepped outside and activated the technique. The next moment his entire body shot forward. Swift as the wind. Not bad, this speed is impressive. Su Mingqiu's eyes gleamed. Then using the wind control art, he directly took flight, soaring back and forth in the sky. Wow, this is way faster than the ice wings I made earlier. He couldn't help but remark. Those 700 points were well spent. With that, Su Mingqiu decided to fly straight to Dashuan City. After all, he had an infinite mana bar. He could fly for as long as he wanted. And it suddenly occurred to him that Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang were also in Dashuan City, specifically in the Linhong district. They had previously insisted on treating him to a meal. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mingqiu sent them a message while hovering in the sky. They replied instantly, saying they would pick the venue. Su Mingqiu casually sent back an OK emoji. Meanwhile, Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang were busy putting on makeup in their dormitory. Shuang, why do you think he suddenly came here? Xia Yue asked curiously while applying lipstick. Probably for a mission, Jiang Shuang replied softly as she arranged her hair. Hurry up, he should be arriving soon. Su Mingqiu activated the fully mastered wind control art at full speed, and in no time, he reached Dashuan City. He landed in a spot where no one would notice. Then he strolled around for a while, even bought a sweet ice cream, and ate it while walking. He had only taken a couple of bites when his phone rang. He saw it was a location pin sent by Xia Yue. Su Mingqiu casually hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed over. This driver wasn't as talkative as the one who had taken him to dinner last time. He drove in silence the whole way. Soon they arrived at the restaurant. As he stepped out of the car, he saw Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang standing at the entrance waiting for him. Seeing him approach, the two walked over. Come on, let's head inside first. I'm starving, Su Mingqiu said with a smile. They led Su Mingqiu into a private room. Nearby patrons whispered among themselves. Wow, isn't that Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang? Two gorgeous beauties. Yeah, but why are they bringing along some pretty boy? That kid is about to be in trouble. You know how young Master Huang has been pursuing Xia Yue. He'll probably show up any minute. That kid's going to get it. I have a feeling that kid looks familiar. Your eyesight, you think everyone looks familiar. Inside the private room, Su Mingqiu was eating heartily. Slow down, no one's going to take it from you, Xia Yue said, exasperated. She and the other girl had spent a long time meticulously putting on makeup today. Yet this guy didn't even bother to take a proper look at them. They were at least among the top beauties in the school. Sis, I haven't eaten all day, Su Mingqiu said with a mouthful of food. At that moment, Jiang Shuang asked, why did you come here? Su Mingqiu didn't hide the truth. I'm here for a mission, and I figured I'd take you up on that meal you two owe me. They chatted idly while eating in the private room. Just then a young man wearing sunglasses walked in from outside. It was none other than the Huang family's young master Huang Tianming. As soon as he entered, his lackey hurried over and whispered obsequiously, young master Huang, Miss Xia is in that private room. Huang Tianming had heard that Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang were dining with some pretty boy. He immediately rushed over in a fury. After all, he had been pursuing Xia Yue for so long and had never once succeeded in inviting her to a meal. Why should some unknown pretty boy get the privilege? Huang Tianming ignored everyone around him, and strode directly toward the private room. No one dared to stop him. After all, this was the Huang family of Lincoln District. Who would dare to provoke them? Just then a new waitress at the restaurant stepped forward to block him. Young Master Huang Yu. Before she could finish, Huang Tianming slapped her across the face, sending the waitress crashing to the floor. An older waitress rushed over immediately. Bowing and scraping to Huang Tianming, she apologized. Young Master Huang, I'm sorry, she's new here and doesn't know the rules yet. After speaking, she quickly dragged the fallen waitress away, fearing that Huang Tianming might vent his anger on her. Huang Tianming paid no attention to the waitresses. He strode directly to the door of the private room, raised his foot, and kicked it open. Inside, Su Mingqiu heard the commotion, looked up, and regarded him calmly. Xia Yue stood up, instantly frowning, and asked angrily, Huang Tianming, what do you think you're doing? Yue, I was just worried you might be in danger, so I came to check on you. Huang Tianming instantly switched to a gentle demeanor, fawning over Xia Yue. Huang Tianming, haven't I told you not to call me Yue? And he is my friend, you don't need to worry about it. Huang Tianming completely ignored Xia Yue's words. He turned to Su Mingqiu and snarled, Kid, where did you come from, you shameless pretty boy? How dare you touch my woman? Don't you know the Huang family of Lincoln District? Huang Tianming pointed arrogantly at Su Mingqiu's nose, spewing threats. Now get on your knees and kowtow to apologize, and maybe I'll spare your worthless life. Relying on the Huang family's influence in Lincoln District, he dismissed Su Mingqiu as nothing. In his eyes, this kid was just some outsider from nowhere. A few harsh words would scare him into wetting his pants. Jiang Shuang and Xia Yue immediately stepped in front of Su Mingqiu, shouting angrily at Huang Tianming, Huang Tianming, you've gone too far. Before Huang Tianming could speak, Su Mingqiu stood up. You said you're from the Huang family of Lincoln District, right? Hearing this, Huang Tianming thought Su Mingqiu was afraid of him. He instantly burst into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, scared now. Get over here and kneel. Before Huang Tianming could finish his threat, something flashed before his eyes. He didn't even see how Su Mingqiu moved, he only felt a heavy pressure on the back of his neck. An immense force pinned his head down, preventing him from lifting it. The next second his head was slammed onto the hard marble floor with a resounding bang. His sunglasses flew off. Su Mingqiu pressed down on the back of his neck from above. Funny, I haven't even come looking for your Huang family's trouble, but you come bothering me first. The lackey who had followed Huang Tianming, initially rolling up his sleeves to rush in and save his young master, had barely taken half a step forward when he met Su Mingqiu's sweeping gaze. His legs instantly turned to jelly. The foot he had lifted dared not fall, he didn't even dare to breathe. He forced a smile uglier than tears, frantically shrinking back and waving his hands. Well, I just remembered. My mom just gave birth to a little brother at home. I have to go check on him. I'm off. Who said you could leave? Get over here and kneel with your master. Su Mingqiu's words had barely fallen when the lackey without a second's hesitation knelt down on the spot, not daring to move. Huang Tianming, pinned to the ground with his face pressed against the cold marble, still stubbornly yelled, his voice muffled by the floor. Kid, you dare touch me? Do you know what happens when you offend the Huang family? Our Huang family is. Before he could finish, Su Mingqiu couldn't be bothered to listen to his bullshit. Grabbing his hair, he slammed his head into the ground. Bang! 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 One slam after another. Su Mingqiu yanked his head and slammed it down with ruthless efficiency. Offend you? So what if I offend you? Huh. At first Huang Tianming cursed and refused to yield. But after a few slams his forehead was bleeding, the blood streaming down his face. Before long he couldn't take it anymore and began crying and begging for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Big brother. I was wrong. You're my real brother. Stop. Stop. He cried so hard that tears, snot, and blood mingled, making his speech slurred. Stop. I can see my great-grandma. She's waving at me over there. Brother, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. The commotion in the private room had already drawn the entire restaurant's attention. A crowd of guests and waitstaff crowded the corridor, peeking through the doorframe, all stunned into silence. The new waitress who had been slapped by Huang Tianming also hid behind the crowd. Holding her still burning cheek, she watched the scene inside, her eyes lighting up. Su Mingqiu stopped shaking off the bloodstains on his hands. It wasn't that his heart had softened, it was mainly that this Huang Tianming was still useful. He had come to investigate the Huang family's collusion with the evil god cult, and this guy was a live lead. Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang walked over. When Huang Tianming saw them, it was as if he had seen a lifeline. Ignoring the pain in his head, he lifted his blood-smeared face and pleaded with Xia Yue. Yue, please plead for me. Talk to this big brother. Let him let me go. I'll never dare again. But Xia Yue only gave him a cold glance, showing no intention of helping. You've done so many evil deeds and bullied so many people. Now you're reaping what you sowed. You'll have to save yourself. Oh, I can't help you. Jiang Shuang beside her also frowned and took a half step back. I ask you answer. Understand. Huang Tianming didn't dare say no, nodding frantically like a rattledrum. Nodding too fast, the wound on his forehead throbbed with pain, but he didn't dare to rub it. I understand. Big brother, go ahead. Ask whatever you want, I'll answer. I absolutely won't lie. I won't hide a single word. Has there been any unusual change in your Huang family recently? Huang Tianming didn't dare delay, frowning and racking his brain, afraid to miss anything that might anger this demon. Yes, I remember. My father recently brought someone back secretly. Afraid Su Mingqiu wouldn't believe him, he quickly added, I happened to run into them when I got up to pee in the middle of the night. He deliberately hid that person in the basement of our house. I was curious and asked about it, but he scolded me and told me never to tell anyone. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqiu understood instantly. There was no doubt the person Huang Tianming's father had secretly hidden in the basement must be from the evil god cult. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to hide them so thoroughly? Su Mingqiu turned around to look at Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang, who stood nearby, and said to them, You two leave first. The matters that follow have nothing to do with you. I need to complete my mission. Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang, not ones to be overly sentimental, nodded after hearing this. Be careful then. We'll take our leave now. Both of them understood well that with Su Mingqiu's strength, the ensuing matters required no assistance from them. Staying here would only hinder him. It was better to leave early and not cause him trouble. Su Mingqiu couldn't be bothered to waste words with Huang Tianming. With one hand, he grabbed Huang Tianming by the collar and lifted him off the ground as if he were a chick. What? Do I need to help you walk? Huang Tianming trembled in fear, quickly waving his hands and shaking his head like a rattle drum. No. I'll walk myself. How dare I trouble you, brother, to take action? Then it's settled. Come with me to the Public Security Bureau. Su Mingqiu released his grip and said calmly. The moment Huang Tianming heard the words, Public Security Bureau, he was instantly dumbfounded. Brother, why are we going there? Our Huang family. Before he could finish, he met Su Mingqiu's sweeping gaze. Huang Tianming swallowed the rest of his words and hastily changed his tune. Yes. Wherever brother says we go, I'll do as you say. With that, he scrambled and stumbled his way outside, terrified that if he were slower, Su Mingqiu would strike him again. Su Mingqiu followed leisurely behind him, heading toward the Public Security Bureau. Only after Su Mingqiu and Huang Tianming had completely disappeared around the street corner did the lackey who had been kneeling on the ground dare to lift his head. Like a released spring, he shot up instantly. Without even bothering to rub his numb knees, he scrambled frantically toward the Huang family estate. Su Mingqiu had already led Huang Tianming directly to the Lincoln District Public Security Bureau. He didn't waste a word with the guards at the entrance. He flashed his student ID from Haiming Martial University, indicating that he was there on a school mission and required the Bureau's cooperation. The guard at the entrance saw the student ID and immediately dared not block him. This was a student of Haiming Martial University, and the nationally renowned top scorer in the college entrance exam, with a record-breaking score of over 10,000. Su Mingqiu. He hurriedly trotted inside to inform the director. Within 2 minutes, the bureau director Li Jiangwo rushed out with urgency. Upon seeing Su Mingqiu, he quickly extended his hand for a handshake. After examining the student ID and glancing at the battered and blood-soaked Huang Tianming beside him, he asked no further questions. Student Su, great to meet you. I've long heard of you. Feel free to speak. The Lincoln District Public Security Bureau will fully cooperate with all your actions. Su Mingqiu didn't stand on ceremony and spoke calmly. The Huang family of Lincoln District has colluded with the evil god sect. Dispatch officers immediately to surround the entire Huang estate. Let no one escape. Upon hearing the words, evil god sect, Li Jiangwo's expression darkened instantly. This was a top priority national case. Without a second thought, he picked up the phone on the desk and called the Bureau's emergency response team. In no time, a large group of fully armed security officers had gathered outside, each holding a specialized energy rifle. These were no ordinary firearms. They were specially developed weapons designed to counter ability users. The energy rounds they fired could directly penetrate ability defenses. Even a third-tier ability user could not withstand a hit. Su Mingqiu, observing the fully armed contingent, couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Indeed, only a fool would not use the power at their disposal. With ready-made help to capture people, why would I barge in alone and play the lone hero? After everyone had assembled, Li Jiangwo made a gesture of invitation to Su Mingqiu. Student Su, the team is ready. Let's depart now. Immediately, a large procession advanced toward the Huang family estate in a mighty formation. Meanwhile, the lackey who had run until his legs gave out finally burst into the Huang family's living room, gasping for breath. He recounted in full detail how Su Mingqiu had beaten Huang Tianming to the Huang family head, Huang Mingyuan. After hearing the account, Huang Mingyuan's face darkened as if it could drip ink, and he lashed out at the lackey with a torrent of abuse. Useless. Then why did you come back? Couldn't you have stopped him? Before he even finished speaking, he raised his hand and delivered a slap. The lackey didn't even let out a groan before being sent flying by the blow. His head slammed violently against the living room wall, and he died on the spot. Having killed a man, Huang Mingyuan didn't even blink, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Then he coldly ordered his underling, go. Check that brat's background. If he has some clout, that's one thing. If he has no status, don't blame me, Huang Mingyuan, for being ruthless. Just as his underling was about to turn and leave, a sharp alarm suddenly blared outside. Huang Mingyuan frowned, puzzled. The Public Security Bureau's alarm. What's going on in broad daylight? With a troubled mind, he rose and walked into the courtyard. Looking up, he was instantly stunned. The entire Huang family compound was tightly surrounded by a large contingent of security officers in specialized riot gear. Each officer held an energy rifle, their dark muzzles, all aimed precisely at the Huang estate. He immediately spotted Li Jianguo among the crowd. And beside him, who else could that blood-soaked figure be but his son Huang Tianming? Next to Huang Tianming stood a young man. Without a doubt, that was the one who had beaten his son. Huang Mingqiu suppressed his inner panic and demanded in a low voice, Li Jianguo. What do you mean by this? Mobilizing such a large force to surround my Huang family. Don't you owe me an explanation? An explanation? Li Jianguo let out a cold laugh. Huang Mingqiu, it's you who owes an explanation now. How do you account for the Huang family's collusion with the evil god sect? Huang Mingqiu's heart skipped a beat and panic seized him. But he forced calm onto his face and shouted at the top of his lungs, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you have evidence? Don't slander me. The Huang family has been in Lincoln district for so many years. How could we possibly collude with the evil god sect? At that moment, Su Mingqiu stepped forward. Whether there is evidence, that you'll have to ask your precious son. Huang Tianming, upon hearing this, frantically shook his head at his father and began to shift the blame. Dad, I didn't say anything wrong. I only mentioned that you secretly brought someone back recently. The one hiding in the basement. Upon hearing this, Huang Mingqiu's vision went dark and he nearly fainted on the spot. What a filial son indeed. Su Mingqiu stared at Huang Mingqiu. You claim you didn't collude. Then hand over that person hiding in your basement. Huang Mingqiu's eyes flickered instantly. He hurriedly shouted at Li Jianguo, don't listen to him. He must have used force to coerce my son into saying all this. He's extracting a confession by torture. Whether it's torture or not we'll know once we go in and see. Su Mingqiu said calmly, then turned and nodded to Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo understood immediately. He waved to the security officers beside him. Go in. Anyone who resists, open fire directly. The moment the words fell, a large group of security officers immediately charged into the Huang family compound with their guns raised. Just then Su Mingqiu spoke to Li Jianguo. Director Li, I'll handle Huang Mingqiu myself. Have Huang Tianming lead you to the basement. Surround the entire basement, and make sure no one from that evil god sect escapes. Li Jianguo frowned and cautioned him earnestly. So you must be careful. Huang Mingqiu is at the 3rd order 9th stage. He's just a step away from the threshold of the 4th order. Worried that Su Mingqiu might get into trouble, he quickly gave orders to the deputy director beside him. Take your men to the basement and surround it. Anyone who resists, open fire directly. Don't let that evil god sect member escape. After arranging matters for the basement, he himself stayed where he was. Standing beside Su Mingqiu, he kept a close watch on Huang Mingqiu. Afraid that Su Mingqiu might slip up and meet with an accident. Su Mingqiu stepped forward and stared at Huang Mingqiu. Old bastard, you colluded with the evil god sect. I now sentence you to death. Huang Mingqiu watched in the distance as his precious son really led the security bureau people toward the basement. He knew the secret was completely exposed now. No point in pretending anymore. He might as well lay his cards on the table. Ha ha ha. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. Kid, you think you can judge me? Let me tell you, in this Lincoln district no one can judge me. As the words fell, his aura burst forth violently. It was the level of 4th order 1st stage. Su, be careful. He's reached the 4th order. It's fine, Director Li. Su Mingqiu waved his hand. Perfect, I'll use him to practice. Li Jianguo, seeing Su Mingqiu's composed demeanor, chose not to intervene. He thought to himself that he would stay right here and watch. If Su Mingqiu really couldn't handle it, he could step in at the first moment to rescue him. 4th order, that's all. A large number of glistening water droplets suddenly materialized behind Huang Mingqiu. The next second those droplets shot towards Su Mingqiu like bullets. Oh, water-based ability. Wasn't that a perfect match? Su Mingqiu's icy aura erupted violently. The incoming water droplets, before they could even get within half a meter of him, were instantly frozen into fine ice shards. They clattered to the ground. Seeing this, Huang Mingqiu's brow furrowed instantly. Ice-based. Kid you. You're that top scorer Su Mingqiu. You guessed right. Su Mingqiu responded calmly. The next second, he had already appeared right in front of Huang Mingqiu. So fast that Huang Mingqiu couldn't even see a trace. His right fist condensed a thick layer of ice armor. With bone-chilling cold, it slammed viciously toward Huang Mingqiu's head. So fast, Huang Mingqiu's pupils contracted sharply, and he cried out inwardly. He was after all a 4th order expert, and his reaction speed was not slow. He hurriedly dodged to the side. But even though he dodged quickly, the edge still grazed his face. With that single graze, the half of his face that was touched instantly became covered in frost. At a visible rate, it slowly turned into ice, freezing half of Huang Mingqiu's face numb. Li Jianguo, watching from the side, couldn't help but nod secretly. As expected of the top scorer with over 10,000 points. At such a young age, he could already trade blows with a 4th order expert, truly living up to his reputation. Su Mingqiu looked at Huang Mingqiu's frozen half face and taunted, "Old bastard, your 4th order is nothing special. Isn't it a bit too inflated?" "Shut up." Huang Mingqiu, stung by the truth, roared with reddened eyes. "If it weren't for the Lord, evil God, how could I have broken through to the 4th order? As long as I follow the Lord Evil God, I can lead the Huang family to glory. Then I'll send you to the underworld and you can create your glory there. Huang Mingqiu went completely mad. The water-based ability within him erupted in full force. The next second, a torrential downpour suddenly fell over the Huang family compound. And the rain was precisely confined to the entire Huang family compound. But just as the rain was about to fall on Su Mingqiu, it was instantly frozen into ice. It clattered onto the ice armor Su Mingqiu had conjured. Huang Mingqiu was still frantically gathering his ability. He had only gathered halfway when Su Mingqiu suddenly appeared before him. You? Before Huang Mingqiu could finish his words, Su Mingqiu raised his fist and slammed it hard into his chest. The next second, Huang Mingqiu was sent flying. Watch closely. This is how you use a big move. Cold River Snow. The next second, the ice-based ability within him erupted completely. A bone-chilling cold swept through the entire Huang family compound. Everything around was instantly frozen. Even Huang Mingqiu, who was struggling to get up, never had time to react. He was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. The rain in the sky stopped instantly. After all this, the ice armor on Su Mingqiu slowly dissipated. Then a tracking mark flew over. But as soon as it reached his wrist, it was removed by the system. Seeing this, Li Jiangguo quickly stepped forward and exclaimed to Su Mingqiu. As expected of the top scorer with over 10,000 points. Truly a hero comes from youth. The future rests on the shoulders of you young people. As for how the mark disappeared, he didn't ask further. Director Li flatters me. Su Mingqiu smiled and waved his hand. At least for now, we still rely on veterans like you to shield us from the wind and rain. Li Jiangguo heard this and couldn't help but laugh, patting him on the shoulder. You kid. This Huang Mingqiu is too pathetic, nothing like a true fourth order realm expert. That's normal. Li Jiangguo explained. That guy's talent was poor to begin with. This fourth order realm was forcibly elevated by that damned evil god. His foundation is extremely unstable. Isn't it normal for him to be garbage? This kind of forcibly stacked realm, any genius can defeat him across orders. Let alone you. The two chatted as they walked toward the basement. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the basement. As they arrived at the door, the deputy director hurried forward and saluted Li Jiangguo. Director, we have completely surrounded the area. Not a single person inside has escaped. We're waiting for your orders. Li Jiangguo nodded and gestured to his subordinates. Break it open. His team immediately pried open the heavy iron door of the basement. The moment the door opened, several low-ranking cultists of the evil deity sect rushed out. But as soon as they emerged, a crowd of dark gun barrels swiveled toward them in perfect unison. Fire! At the command, several muffled gunshots rang out. The sound was not loud as all energy rifles were equipped with specialized suppressors. The cultists were taken down instantly. The team advanced steadily deeper into the basement with their weapons raised. In no time, they cleared the way to the innermost chamber of the basement. At the far end, a series of strange panting sounds came from behind a door. The group pushed the door open and entered. But once inside, everyone froze where they stood. They found a sensual middle-aged woman playing a game with a middle-aged man. Both were entirely unclothed. Upon seeing the squad of armed officers burst in, the woman was utterly terrified. She quickly grabbed a blanket to cover herself, her face draining of color. Just then, Huang Tianming, handcuffed, was escorted to the doorway. When he saw the woman, he was stunned and blurted out, "Mom, why are you here?" At those words, everyone present immediately understood. Su Mingqiu muttered to himself from the side. Oh, this was quite the revelation. So Huang Mingqiu, in order to curry favor with the evil deity sect, actually offered up his own wife. What a character. The middle-aged woman, upon seeing Huang Tianming, also panicked and cried out to him, "Tianming, why are you here?" Just then, the middle-aged man on the bed calmly rose to his feet, as if he hadn't noticed all the armed officers surrounding them. He picked up his clothes from beside him and began dressing. Once clothed, the man looked up at Li Jiangguo and smiled. Director Li, long time no see. Zhao Changfeng. Li Jiangguo frowned, staring at him, and immediately recognized the man. I never expected a wanted fugitive like you to dare return under my very eyes. There's no other way. Zhao Changfeng shrugged, an indifferent look on his face. If not for the sect master's order to subdue the Huang family, I wouldn't have come back to this dump. However, you can't keep me either. The moment the words left his lips, his aura exploded outward. A terrifying pressure from a fifth-stage first-ring cultivator instantly swept through the entire basement. If you won't escape this time. Li Jiangguo sneered, and his own aura erupted. He too was a genuine fifth-stage first-ring powerhouse. The next moment, the two collided directly. The terrifying shockwave of power created a massive hole right through the basement wall. The two didn't fight within the cramped basement. They soared straight into the sky, engaging in mid-air combat. The remaining officers quickly retreated outside. The officers below promptly raised their weapons and fired at Zhao Changfeng in the sky in unison. A bunch of ants. Zhao Changfeng scoffed disdainfully. His ability matched his name perfectly, Wind Elemental Power. With a casual wave of his hand, a furious gale erupted instantly. The energy bullets shot his way were shredded by the gale before they could even reach him. Just then, Su Mingqiu activated his wind control technique and launched into the sky, calling out to Li Jiangguo, "Director Li, I'm here to help." Zhao Changfeng was momentarily surprised to see Su Mingqiu flying up, but then threw his head back and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, you. However, his laughter soon stopped, because Su Mingqiu darted around him nimbly, occasionally unleashing his ultimate technique, Cold River Snow, to harass him. Every time he focused on defending against Su Mingqiu's cold energy, he left openings. Li Jiangguo immediately seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful punch. Ha ha ha. Li Jiangguo couldn't help but laugh from the side. See that? That's what a genius looks like. By the time this kid matures, your pathetic evil deity will be killed by his own hands. Zhao Changfeng's face was now as ugly as if he'd swallowed something foul. He could never have imagined that a fifth-stage expert like himself would be harassed and outmaneuvered by a second-stage cultivator. If this continued, he truly might be worn down and killed here by these two. No, he had to flee. But just as he was about to activate his wind ability to escape, Li Jiangguo stepped forward and spoke coldly. Last time you managed to run, it was only because someone else kept me occupied. Since you're here this time, you'll stay. Li Jiangguo's ability was sword type. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, his inner energy erupting in full. One sword divides the heavens. The next moment, a terrifying golden blade of sword energy slashed out instantly. Zhao Changfeng didn't even have time to react before he was cleaved in two. The power of that sword strike was so immense that even the clouds behind him were forcibly split in half. At the very instant, Zhao Changfeng died. Just like with that earlier cult member, a bizarre red tracking mark instantly flew onto Li Jiangguo's wrist. The mark on Li Jiangguo's wrist appeared almost as if carved directly into his flesh. But Li Jiangguo merely glanced at it and paid it no mind. After all, over the years of hunting the evil deity sect, he had killed countless such individuals. He was thoroughly accustomed to these tracking marks. Who wasn't a genius in their own right? Watching Li Jiangguo's swift and decisive sheathing of his sword, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but silently marvel inwardly. Director Li truly remains as impressive as ever. Su Mingqiu voiced his praise. Li Jiangguo chuckled and waved his hand. I'm getting old. Can't compare to you young geniuses. As they spoke, they descended back into the Huang family courtyard. No sooner had they steadied themselves than Li Jiangguo began issuing orders to the surrounding officers. Listen up. Detain everyone in the Huang family and interrogate them one by one. Those who deserve punishment shall be dealt with according to the law. Those without involvement should be verified and released. Don't wrong an innocent person. Yes. The officers responded in unison. They immediately got to work, and the entire Huang family compound swiftly fell into an orderly process of clearance and investigation. Li Jiangguo watched the scene, unable to hide the smile on his face. He rubbed his hands together, thoroughly relieved. After all, this was a major case involving the evil deity sect. They had also eliminated the wanted fugitive Zhao Changfeng. This time, it wasn't just him. Every officer in the Public Security Bureau would earn meritorious service points. When this case is reported, commendations and bonuses will surely follow. At that moment, a faint sound of tearing through the air suddenly came from above. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a middle-aged man in standard uniform riding upon the wind chi. In the blink of an eye, he descended into the courtyard. This was Zhao Weidong, director of the Lingxi District Security Bureau in Dashun City. Given the vast territory of Dashun City, the security administration had been deliberately divided into two bureaus, one overseeing Linkong and the other Lingxi. Each managed their own jurisdiction, and the two men were old acquaintances. Upon landing, he glanced at the courtyard, now mostly cleared, and immediately slapped his thigh, calling out to Li Jiangguo. Damn it, old Li. You wrapped up this case far too quickly. I was planning to come lend a hand and share some credit, but you've already finished everything. His expression was one of deep regret, as though he had lost millions. Li Jiangguo rolled his eyes and retorted sharply, cut the act. Last time you stole my credit, and now you want a free loaf again. Don't even think about it. After trading a few more barbs, Li Jiangguo pulled Su Mingqiu over and said with a smile to Zhao Weidong, Old Zhao, let me introduce you. This is Su Mingqiu from Heiming Martial Arts University, the one who broke the 10,000-point record on the Gaokao. He then turned to Su Mingqiu and pointed at Zhao Weidong. Mingqiu, this is Director Zhao Weidong of the Lingxi District. Honestly, if not for this kid, I would never have known the Huang family was colluding with the evil god cult. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weidong's eyes instantly lit up. He hurried forward, extending his hand to shake Su Mingqiu's. Oh, so you must be student Su Mingqiu. I've heard so much about you. I've known your reputation for ages. My kid talks about you all the time as his role model. I'm finally meeting the real person today. Meanwhile, as the group chatted animatedly in the courtyard, thousands of miles away in a hidden stronghold, the atmosphere was utterly suffocating. Inside the main hall of the evil god cult's headquarters, dim yellow candlelight flickered, casting the bizarre evil god totem upon the walls in alternating shadows of light and darkness. The cult leader, robed in deep black, sat motionless upon the highest seat, his face devoid of any surplus expression. Below him, a dark-robed protector hurried forward and knelt on one knee. Leader Zhao Changfeng has been slain by Su Mingqiu and Li Jiangguo working together. Shall I take a team and eliminate that Su Mingqiu? As the protector spoke, his eyes burned with murderous intent. But the cult leader paid no mind to his request. His fingers merely tapped rhythmically against the chair's wooden armrest, steady, unhurried, each knock producing a dull sound, as though he were calculating something in silence. Only after a long while did he finally speak, his voice dropping to an unervingly low register. Leave that Su Mingqiu alone for now. Behind that boy stand the people of Hei Ming Martial Arts University, and the old men from the Security Bureau are watching closely. He is not someone to be trifled with. Moving against him now would only provoke a coordinated crackdown and derail our true objectives. The evil lord has been displeased with me lately. What matters most right now is swiftly bringing more noble families under our control, spreading our influence. If one Huang family falls, countless others await their chance to pledge loyalty to the evil lord. Once we gather them all, our strength will be overwhelming. In that moment, none shall stand against us. With that, he lifted his gaze and swept over the kneeling protectors below, his eyes chillingly cold. Enough. Behave yourselves these next few days. No reckless moves. If anything goes wrong and provokes further displeasure from the evil lord, I will not forgive you. No one dared to object. They immediately chorused in reverence. Yes, leader. Then one by one they lowered their heads and carefully backed away. Their footsteps were whisper-light, terrified of making the slightest sound that might displease their leader. In no time the oppressive hall was left with only the cult leader alone. Facing the flickering evil god totem upon the wall, he plotted something in secret. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Huang family in Lincoln district, the cleanup work was also drawing to a close. Seeing that all matters here had been settled, Su Mingqiu prepared to bid farewell to Li Jiangguo and return to Hei Ming Martial Arts University. But before he could open his mouth, Li Jiangguo grabbed his arm firmly. Hey, don't rush off just yet, Mingqiu. Li Jiangguo pressed, eagerly gripping his arm and refusing to let go. You've done me such a huge favor today. I'm treating you to a proper meal, no argument. Su Mingqiu paused, considered it, and realized there was nothing urgent waiting for him back at school. Since he had free time anyway, he smiled and nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll trouble you directly. Li Jiangguo pulled Su Mingqiu along and turned to wave at Zhao Weidong, who had been watching from the sidelines. Come on, old Zhao, you're coming too. My treat tonight, let's have a few drinks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weidong's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Oh, did the sun rise in the west today, old Li? You, the notoriously tight-fisted man who won't even buy me a bottle of cold soda, is actually offering to treat us. Am I hearing this correctly? Soon the three arrived at the finest private restaurant in Lincoln district. With a grand wave of his hand, Li Jiangguo ordered a table full of exotic beast dishes and uncorked a bottle of fine wine he had been hoarding for years. The two older men clinked cups and drank round after round, finishing nearly the entire bottle in no time. Both directors grew flushed-faced and began slurring their words, clearly well past their limit. Drunk and slurring, Li Jiangguo threw an arm around Su Mingqiu's shoulders, patting his arm and mumbling, Mingqiu, let me tell you, someone with your extraordinary talent should join our security bureau. Su Mingqiu immediately understood and couldn't help but laugh. So this old man had only invited him to dinner to recruit him all along. He chuckled and began, oh, I was saying directorly. But before Su Mingqiu could finish his sentence, Li Jiangguo waved his hand with an indignant expression. Don't call me directorly. That's far too formal. Beside him, Zhao Weidong nodded along, drunkenly echoing, exactly too stiff. Watching his two tipsy elders, Su Mingqiu humorously adjusted his address. Very well, Uncle Li, Uncle Zhao. Oh, that's the spirit. Hearing this, both burst into laughter at once. They drank until late midnight, and the two intoxicated directors were eventually driven home by their respective subordinates. Su Mingqiu also returned to a nearby hotel. During the remaining days of his holiday, he felt no urgency to return to school. With nothing pressing to occupy him there, he simply stayed in Lincoln district and enjoyed a few more days of leisure. Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang also showed him around the local attractions and introduced him to regional delicacies. The four of them had a truly wonderful time together. Before long, the final day of his holiday arrived, and Su Mingqiu ought to return to school. After bidding farewell to the two directors and the two sisters, he departed. Just as he had come, Su Mingqiu rode upon the wind, and before long soared back to the villa district of Hei Ming Martial University. He landed steadily at the entrance of his own villa. Just as he was about to take out his keys to open the door, he spotted Yang Wei from next door, sporting a messy bedhead and sleep-rumpled eyes, just about to step out. Upon seeing him, Yang Wei instantly perked up, his eyes lighting up as he hurried over in a few strides. Brother Leg, where have you been these past few days? I thought you'd gone missing. Su Mingqiu smiled and replied casually. I went to Dashuan City for a mission. Just got back. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's face instantly filled with admiration. Wow, Brother Leg, you're way too diligent. You didn't even rest during the break, still went out for missions. He paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and added to Su Mingqiu. By the way, a couple of days ago, Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao were saying they wanted to find you to form a team for a mission. But since you weren't home, the two of them went together on their own. They should be back in a couple of days. They also wanted to pull me along. I passed. If I were to go do missions even during the holiday, wouldn't that betray the very meaning of a break? Hearing this, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So the kid was too lazy to even do missions during the vacation. What were you about to go do just now? At this, Yang Wei's face instantly filled with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. I'm heading to the cafeteria. Our school's cafeteria has a malatang spot that's absolutely delicious. Watching his desperately craving expression, Su Mingqiu waved his hand. All right, go eat quickly then. I'll head inside first to submit this mission report. Stepping into the room, Su Mingqiu flopped onto the sofa, pulled out his phone, and logged into Haiming Martial University's internal website. He located the investigation mission regarding the evil god cult that he had previously accepted. He submitted his compiled mission report along with supporting photographs from the scene. As soon as he finished submitting, a prompt appeared on the page reading, "Under review." However, he didn't have to wait long. Barely over 10 seconds later, the page refreshed. It immediately displayed a mission complete notification. Right after that, a points credit alert popped up. 300 points, not a single one short, all credited directly to his account. Nice. Su Mingqiu's eyes lit up as he gazed at the credited points. Now he had startup capital once again. Leaning back on the sofa, Su Mingqiu lazily scrolled through the cultivation resources list on the website. His spirits were in high spirits after just receiving the points, and he hummed an old song from his past life. I just bought you an iPhone 5, oh, and you want the 5s. Now you see others with the iPhone 6, oh, and you want the Plus. As he scrolled, Su Mingqiu's fingers suddenly froze. Ice Soul Lotus. He quickly clicked in to check the detailed description. A rare ice element spiritual material extremely effective for second rank, high stage ice attribute power cultivation. It could also help one break through realm bottlenecks. Not bad, not bad. Isn't this literally made for me? Su Mingqiu's satisfaction grew with every line he read. This item perfectly matched his current realm. Without a second thought, he immediately placed the order. Just like that, the 300 points that had just arrived vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Mingqiu sighed helplessly as he stared at his account balance returning to zero once more. The road ahead is long, and the burden is heavy. No sooner had he indulged in his melancholy for 2 seconds than a knock came at the door. Right after, the courier's booming voice rang out. "Hello, express delivery. Your ordered cultivation resource has arrived. Please sign for it." Su Mingqiu hurried over to open the door, signed the receipt, and brought the palm-sized package inside. Tearing open the packaging, he found a specially designed temperature-controlled cold box. As soon as he opened the lid, a biting chill wafted out. Inside lay a fully ice-blue lotus flower resting peacefully. Its petals were crystal clear, as if carved from the purest ice. Su Mingqiu didn't bother with any formalities. He simply plucked a petal and popped it into his mouth, chewing. Damn, it's freezing cold, just like eating a popsicle. He couldn't help but mutter. Though the Ice Soul Lotus looked rare and precious, it tasted remarkably similar to a summer popsicle. A cool sensation traveled straight from his mouth down to his stomach. Hardly had he finished speaking when he felt a surge of pure ice element energy rushing down his throat and into his body. It slowly circulated along his meridians, so comfortable that he nearly let out a hum. He didn't hold back, picking up the remainder and stuffing it all into his mouth in several bites, barely chewing before swallowing. Before long, all the energy had been completely absorbed. Su Mingqiu couldn't resist letting out a contented groan. Oh, has it already reached second rank 9th stage? After consuming this Ice Soul Lotus, he leaped 2 stages directly, leaving only one final step before the threshold of the 3rd rank. No sooner had he finished sensing his realm than his phone rang. Su Mingqiu picked it up and saw it was Lin Feng calling. He answered casually, and immediately Lin Feng's familiar booming voice came through, tinged with barely concealed excitement. "You little rascal, you're amazing. Your very first mission, and you've already wiped out that evil god cult gang in Linкong district. Impressive, impressive. As expected of the genius I recruited. It wasn't all my doing. It was mainly thanks to Director Li. Otherwise, I never could have defeated that 5th rank Zhao Changfeng. But Teacher Lin, let me ask you something. Was this mission serious? Didn't it recommend sending 3rd rank high stage students to investigate? Yet within that evil god cult, the strongest among them was a 5th rank expert. If some 3rd rank high stage student had foolishly gone alone, wouldn't that have been walking straight to death? Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh on the other end, his booming voice carrying a mix of helplessness and amusement. What do you know, kid? This mission was meant for you to investigate, not to eradicate the entire organization. Ordinary students sent would simply gather information and report back to us. Who would have guessed you'd be so fierce going in and flipping the whole place upside down? Rest assured, you've exceeded expectations on this mission. The school will issue additional points to you shortly. They certainly won't shortchange you, kid. Alright, I've got other matters to attend to here, so I'll hang up first. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he decisively hung up without waiting for Su Mingqiu's response. Su Mingqiu held his phone, his eyes instantly lighting up. Additional credited points. This was fantastic. Now he had startup capital once again. Just as he was thinking this, his phone buzzed with a notification. A school points credit alert. 500 points, not a single one short, directly deposited into his account. Damn, that's fast efficiency. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but remark. The school's processing speed was genuinely swift. Hardly had he spoken when the points had already arrived. Su Mingqiu held his phone tapped, opened the list of combat techniques, and planned to see if there was anything he could afford. Scrolling through, he suddenly noticed something quite peculiar. One combat technique in the list had neither a level designation nor a name. It simply sat alone in a corner of the list. Curious, he tapped into it. The description read: this combat technique is extremely difficult to master, far beyond S rank techniques. Its effect adapts to the practitioner's own ability. The stronger the practitioner's ability, the more effective the technique becomes. The price listed below was exactly 500 points, not a penny more or less. It matched precisely the back-paid points he had just received. Mingqiu's eyes lit up instantly. Extremely difficult to master. What problem was that for him? He had a system. No matter how difficult the technique, he could directly train it to max level. Moreover, the stronger the ability, the better the effect. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? Without a hint of hesitation, Mingqiu clicked to place the order immediately. The 500 points that had just arrived vanished in the blink of an eye. Now he was quite curious. He wanted to see what effect this mysterious technique, lacking even a name or level, could possibly have. He had initially thought he would have to wait for air courier to deliver the technique. But the moment he placed the order, his phone popped up a notification. The technique had been transmitted directly to his phone. No need for air courier delivery at all. Mingqiu quickly opened the technique information in his phone. Before he had scrolled past 2 lines, a system voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected an unknown combat technique. Would you like to cultivate it directly to max level? Yes. Mingqiu answered without hesitation in his heart. Combat technique, cultivation complete. Max level achieved. As the words fell, Mingqiu felt a warm current surge through his entire body. His muscles and bones creaked and cracked. His physical strength surged dramatically in an instant. Even his skin began to glow with a faint ice blue hue. Only then did he realize and finally understand the effect of this technique. So this thing allowed a person's physique to become as powerful as their ability. No wonder the description said the stronger the ability, the better the technique's effect. It meant exactly this. Feeling his explosive physical power, Mingqiu immediately grasped the implication. If this were the case, then as his realm increased and his ability grew stronger, the stronger his ability, the stronger his physique would follow. Wasn't this equivalent to an endless virtuous cycle? Holy shit, this is like a perpetual motion machine. In Mingqiu's view, this technique was worth far more than 500 points to him. Its effect was far more formidable than those S-rank techniques. He didn't know that the cultivation difficulty of this technique was not merely difficult, as noted, but practically impossible. Previously, others had purchased it as well, but it took them 3 or 5 years just to grasp the basics. The time and effort expended would have been better spent steadily advancing their realm. So in the end, they all abandoned cultivation. On another fulfilling day, Mingqiu stretched, sighed with contentment, and rose to walk outside. As he stepped into the courtyard, he happened to see Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao returning. They had just finished a mission and looked somewhat tired. Yet their aura had strengthened considerably compared to before. Mingqiu sensed that both had reached the second stage, 5th segment. He waved to greet them. Before he could say anything else, all 3 of their phones suddenly rang simultaneously. They picked them up and saw they had been added to a group chat. The person noted as advisor in the group directly mentioned all members. The message was simple: everyone assemble in the classroom immediately. Upon seeing the message, the 3 quickly headed toward the classroom in the teaching building. Along the way, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao recounted their mission experiences over the past few days. Soon the 3 arrived at the classroom and took their seats. After waiting another 10+ minutes, everyone in the class had arrived. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit entered, appearing quite amiable. He stood at the podium, smiled at the students below, and spoke. Hello. For our first meeting, I am your advisor Wang Kai. Although this is our first formal introduction, I have already become very familiar with all of you youngsters. Enough with the pleasantries. I'll keep it brief. Tomorrow the school will organize a large-scale joint exercise, and all members of our genius class must participate in this exercise. The exercise location is the abandoned old city near our school. That place was once a sizable city, later destroyed by a horde of mutant beasts. It has lain abandoned for many years and now serves perfectly as our exercise grounds. You will be there for 1 week. During that time, there will be simulated mutant beast siege scenarios. We will release some domesticated mutant beasts there. Simulating a mutant beast tide attacking the city, your objective is to defend that abandoned fortress and survive the entire week. Finishing his speech, Wang Kai raised a hand and asked the students below, all right, any questions? No sooner had he spoken than Wen Xingyao gently raised her hand and softly asked the advisor, Advisor, I'd like to ask, will only new students like us be participating in this exercise? Will there be instructors accompanying us? Wang Kai shook his head and replied curtly, no. This exercise is designed to hone your own capabilities. Therefore, you must rely on yourselves and cannot depend on instructors. Wang Kai glanced around and, seeing no further hands raised, waved and said, very well. Since there are no more questions, dismissed for today. Prepare for tomorrow's exercise. He picked up his belongings and turned decisively to leave the classroom. Barely had the class dispersed when Yang Wei was the first to dart over, sidling up to Mingqiu. Brother Leg, you've got to look out for me during tomorrow's exercise. Watching his craven demeanor, Murong Yin beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes and retort disparagingly. Can you show some backbone? How embarrassing. The exercise hasn't even begun, and you're already sucking up to someone. Yang Wei shot back immediately, his expression utterly matter of fact. What do you know? Should I seek you out instead of Brother Leg? Would relying on you give me any more assurance? Upon hearing this, Murong Yan's face darkened instantly. He rolled up his sleeves and strode toward Yang Wei. All right, you brat. Come here, let me give you some special training. Before they knew it, the second day arrived. Early in the morning, all the freshmen had assembled. They boarded the school bus and headed toward the desolate ruins of the abandoned city. On the bus, their counselor Wang Kai kept busy the entire way, regaling them with tales of that city. He said the city was called Luofeng City. 100 years ago, it had been a bustling metropolis. But a sudden cataclysmic beast tide descended overnight, ravaging the entire city to ruins. Countless lives were lost in that catastrophe. Hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help but raise his hand and ask, Counselor, wasn't there any support back then? Wang Kai sighed and replied, it was different back then. 100 years ago, humanity didn't have many experts and our strength was still feeble. So we could only watch helplessly as this city perished. He paused, then added with a smile, but times have changed. Now humanity is strong. If such a beast tide struck again, we'd crush it in no time. Soon the bus arrived at the entrance of the ruined city. All right, we're here. Everyone off, Wang Kai called out. All disembarked one by one. Looking up at the wrecked city before them, they saw crooked buildings leaning precariously, the collapsed walls riddled with cracks, and everywhere the weathered marks of time. Though a century had passed, the desolate scene made everyone feel as if they could see the brutal beast tide of yesteryear, and the people who had sacrificed their lives to protect the city. Wang Kai looked at them and said, for the next week you'll be spending your time in this city. Go on in. Everyone followed Su Mingqiu into the city. Once inside, Su Mingqiu immediately took to the sky, surveying the city's terrain from above. He needed to first understand the situation to arrange defensive positions. After a quick flight, he noticed the city's terrain was quite special. 3 sides were flanked by steep mountains, leaving only 2 entrances. That meant if they could guard these 2 entrances, the beast would be unable to breach. Su Mingqiu landed, and Murong Yan watched him with envy. He himself could fly using his fire-based ability to form fiery wings. But that consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Moreover, flight-type combat techniques were also energy-intensive, nowhere near as effortless as Su Mingqiu's ability to fly at will, as casually as taking a stroll. After all, to fly without relying on abilities or techniques, one had to reach the 4th rank. Murong Yan stepped forward and asked Su Mingqiu, so after flying around, have you mapped out the terrain? The others nearby also gathered around, looking at Su Mingqiu expectantly for his answer. Su Mingqiu nodded and said, yes, I've got it. We just need to defend those 2 entrances. The rest are steep mountains, the beasts can't scale them, so there's nothing to worry about. Murong Yan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then he said earnestly to Su Mingqiu, you take charge of the deployment. We'll follow your lead. Su Mingqiu paused, then began assigning tasks to everyone. All right, Murong Yan, you and Wen Xingyao take 5 people to guard the main entrance up front. With your combat prowess and her healing abilities, you'll complement each other and withstand the frontal assault. He paused and looked at the remaining group. The rest of you guard the smaller rear entrance. The mountain path there is narrow, so the beasts won't be able to break through the formation. He then pointed upward and added with a smile, as for me, I'll hover in the sky, keeping an eye on both sides. If either side is overwhelmed, I'll rush in. Think of me as a brick. Wherever needed, I'll be laid. Yang Wei immediately slapped his thigh and shouted, we're counting on you, legs. Murong Yan also nodded and gave Su Mingqiu an okay gesture. All right, no problem. Leave the front entrance to us. We won't let a single beast through. Wen Xingyao smiled gently and softly replied, we'll guard it well. As soon as the words were spoken, Murong Yan turned to pick his team. His gaze swept across the crowd and immediately landed on Yang Wei, who was trying to shrink back and hide among the others. He pointed directly at him. You come with me to the front. Yang Wei froze instantly, his face full of misery. Brother Yin, can I go to the rear entrance? The pressure there is lighter, and I can help out. Help out? Murong Yin rolled his eyes, not giving him a chance to refuse. He then casually picked 4 other boys who had performed well in previous drills, including the strength-type Wang Peng. You and you too. Come with me. That made exactly 5 people plus himself, and Wen Xingyao forming the 7-person team he had mentioned earlier. Murong Yin clapped his hands and waved at the rest. All right, the rest of you head to the rear entrance. With that, he grabbed Yang Wei, who was still dawdling and bargaining, and led his chosen team toward the wide main entrance. Wen Xingyao followed behind them. The remaining group had no objections. They exchanged glances and headed toward the narrow mountain path entrance at the back. After all the pressure, there was indeed much lighter, and they wouldn't have to face the fiercest beast assault directly. No one complained, and they each picked up their weapons, ambling along. With the arrangements made, Su Mingqiu didn't linger. He flickered and shot into the midair, choosing a height that allowed him to keep an eye on both entrances at once. Hovering in the air, he could clearly see the activity at both entrances. He watched as Murong Yan's group got busy at the main entrance. Wang Peng, the strength type, was leading the others to move abandoned concrete blocks from the roadside, piling up a makeshift defense line. Wen Xingyao stood behind the line, applying a faint healing buff to each person in advance. Meanwhile, the group at the rear entrance had also taken their positions, relying on the narrow mountain path to set up their defensive formation. After waiting a few more minutes to confirm everyone was in place, Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared across the entire ruined city. It was the signal for the drill to begin. The shrill alarm shattered the silence of the abandoned city. Yang Wei, who had been secretly slacking off, instantly stuffed the beef jerky back into his pocket, straightened up abruptly, and gripped his weapon tightly. Mu Rongyan also shed his casual demeanor instantly, his fire-based ability slowly surging. A crimson flame flickered faintly in his palm, and his entire aura sharpened. Su Mingqiu listened to the alarm from above. So it's finally starting. He fixed his gaze on the mountain path outside the entrances, waiting for the beasts to charge in. Before long, the mountain path outside the entrance echoed with the roars of strange beasts. Soon after, a dense horde of them charged down the road. The first wave consisted entirely of first-tier strange beasts, green wolves, wild boars, and some small flying feathered birds. Mu Rongyan and his team handled them with ease. With a casual wave of his hand, Mu Rongyan unleashed a torrent of flames that felled a swath of beasts. When Xingyao, acting as a battle medic at the front, found no opportunity to heal anyone. After all, not a single person had even a scratch. The rear entrance was even more relaxed. The mountain path there was narrow, allowing only 2 or 3 beasts to charge through at a time, while the rest couldn't even squeeze in. Those stationed there took turns, each striking once, like clocking in and out of work, effortlessly. Su Mingqiu, hovering in the sky, spotted a few small feathered birds bypassing the defensive line. He casually shot a beam of frost toward them, instantly freezing the birds into blocks of ice. Hovering in the air like a long-range artillery turret, he only needed to plug the occasional gap. Thus the first day passed without a hitch. Throughout the entire day, only harmless first-tier strange beasts charged at them. They didn't even come close to breaching the defenses, let alone forcing the team to exert their full strength. After the sun set, the beasts' assault temporarily ceased. After all, it was an exercise, so they were allowed to rest at night. The group prepared the beasts they had slain during the day, gathered some broken wood from the ruined city, and built a campfire beside the defensive line to roast the meat. Yang Wei, eager to be the grill master, grabbed skewers and flipped them over the fire. Before long, he had charred them black. Come on, I made these. They're absolutely delicious. Mu Rongyan leaned in for a look and immediately frowned. You've burned them, haven't you? Yang Wei, are you any good? If not, let me handle it. What do you know? This is called char-grilled aroma. Before Yang Wei could finish bragging, Mu Rongyan couldn't stand it anymore and shoved him aside. All right, step aside. I'll take over. Mu Rongyan channeled a trace of his fire attribute ability, precisely controlling the temperature. In his hands, the skewers soon sizzled with oil, their skin turning golden and crispy. The rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Brother Yan, give me a fatty skewer. I want the kidney. Me too. Yang Wei, standing nearby, muttered stubbornly. So what if you can control fire? If I had your ability, I could grill just as well. Mu Rongyan casually tossed him a freshly grilled skewer. Enough chatter, just eat. Su Mingqiu took the skewer handed to him and bit into it. The crispy yet tender meat instantly burst with flavor in his mouth. I must say, Mu Rongyan, it's a shame you don't set up a barbecue stall outside the school. Mu Rongyan rolled his eyes dramatically, continuing to flip the remaining skewers. The group gathered around the campfire, eating barbecue and chatting leisurely. This exercise is way too easy. I thought it would be tough, but it's all first-tier small fry. Exactly. I bet it'll ramp up tomorrow. Someone speculated, stroking their chin. After all, we have to last a week. It can't stay this simple. I'm guessing tomorrow we'll see second-tier beasts. Su Mingqiu nodded, munching on a skewer. Probably. Everyone stay alert tomorrow. They chatted until midnight before setting up makeshift tents beside the defense line for the night. The next morning, just as dawn broke and the sun peeked over the mountains, everyone was already awake. They packed up and returned to their defensive positions, awaiting the day's assault. From the mountain path outside the entrance came the roars of strange beasts, several times deeper than the day before. Everyone looked up toward the path. A dense horde of strange beasts charged down the road. Unlike the previous day, the vanguard were all high-level first-tier beasts. Each one was a full size larger than those from yesterday. Behind this group loomed even larger creatures. Their aura was significantly stronger. These were second-tier first-stage strange beasts. Mu Rongyan's fire attribute ability surged. Everyone be careful. Second-tier beasts are coming. Su Mingqiu, hovering in the sky, raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the difficulty had escalated on the second day. Still, these newly appeared second-tier beasts posed little threat to them. Su Mingqiu, initially following the same pattern as the day before, shot frost at any beast that slipped through. Though stronger than yesterday's, these beasts couldn't break the defense line. They didn't even give him a chance to descend and help. He simply landed, and relying solely on his formidable physique honed by the unknown combat technique, charged into the beast horde. With a single punch, he felled each one, whether high-level first-tier or second-tier beasts. They all crumpled like paper before him. In less than half a minute, a pile of beasts lay before him. In a temporary monitoring tent outside the ruined city, several instructors huddled around screens, watching the situation. Li Chuang pointed at the screen showing Su Mingqiu defeating beasts with one punch each, shaking his head helplessly. With him around, the others have no sense of danger at all. Wu Yue, standing beside him, nodded, took a drag of his cigarette, and sighed. Exactly. Look at those kids. None of them are panicking. This isn't an exercise, but it's like bringing a max-level boss to a noob dungeon. Wang Kai also nodded at the screen, a helpless expression on his face. Indeed. He paused then waved at his assistant. All right, pull that kid out. Give him another assignment. Mingqiu, thoroughly enjoying himself, was rubbing his hands looking for the next target. Then he saw a staff member in school uniform fly in from outside and land directly before him. Student Su, hello. The instructor asked me to inform you that you have a different mission. You no longer need to participate in the defense exercise. Mingqiu was stunned, his raised fist frozen midair, a look of bewilderment on his face. Huh, what, did I get banned for griefing too hard? His teammates burst into laughter. The staff member couldn't help but smile. Something like that. The instructor said to send you on another task to give the others a chance to train. With that, the staff member took off first. Mingqiu flickered and followed. The two flew one after the other toward the monitoring tent outside the ruined city. In no time at all, the two of them flew to the entrance of the surveillance tent and landed. Lifting the curtain and stepping inside, Mingqiu saw several instructors, Wang Kai, Wu Yue, and Li Chuang, huddled around the monitoring screens. He waved cheerfully at the group, greeting them. Chief Instructor Wu, Instructor Li, Director Wang. Then turning to Counselor Wang Kai, he asked, Counselor, what's the new assignment now that you've pulled me out of the exercise? Well, you're finally here, boy. Sit quickly. We've been waiting for you. Hearing this, Mingqiu pulled over a nearby stool and sat down, awaiting the counselor's further instructions. Wang Kai picked up a mission document from the desk and began speaking slowly. That defensive exercise holds little value for you, so we've arranged an alternative assignment. You'll be leaving the province. Upon hearing this, Mingqiu was momentarily stunned. Leaving the province. He leaned forward eagerly and asked curiously, leaving the province. Where to? What mission? Wu Yu took up the conversation, taking a drag from his cigarette before responding. You're heading to Mingqiu province to sever the dragon vein. The dragon vein there has been shattered, and from the corrupted earth beneath it something anomalous has begun to gestate. Under normal circumstances, this assignment would have been held back until you fresh recruits reach the higher tier of the third stage, designated as a trial mission. However, we're well aware of your capabilities. There's no need to wait. That's why we're giving you this mission ahead of schedule. Wang Kai nodded in agreement and extended the mission document toward him. That's correct. You'll handle this one on your own. All the detailed information about the mission is in this document. Take a look. Hearing this, Mingqiu's interest immediately piqued. Sever a corrupted dragon vein. And there are anomalies beneath the surface as well. He quickly took the document and eagerly flipped through its pages. Once Mingqiu finished reading, Wang Kai reached for an antique white jade vial nearby and handed it over. After you sever the corrupted dragon vein, use this vial to collect its origin essence. He paused briefly before adding, once you've gathered all the essence from this dragon vein, send us a message. We'll then provide you with the location of the next dragon vein. This isn't your only task. You'll need to sever 9 in total. 9. That many. He took the small white jade vial and weighed it in his hand. Such a modest container seemed hardly adequate for the task. Such a tiny vial. It can hold the origin essence of a dragon vein. Wu Yu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, this is a specially crafted spatial jade vial from the school. It contains a considerable independent space. Plenty to store a dragon vein's origin essence, more than enough for your needs. Mingqiu nodded after hearing this and stored both the document and the jade vial in his spatial ring. Then he waved to the group. All right, I'll be off then. I'll aim to get this done as quickly as possible. With that said, he turned and exited the tent. Almost immediately, he pulled out his phone and opened a booking app to purchase a flight ticket to Mingqiu province. After all, leaving the province meant a considerable distance. Flying himself would take several hours. It would be far more comfortable and efficient to take a plane instead, allowing him to rest during the journey rather than battling the wind the entire way. He selected the quickest flight, departing in just 1 hour, and purchased his ticket without hesitation. No sooner had he completed the transaction than he spotted the school driver waiting outside. Student Su, over here. I'll give you a ride to the airport. Mingqiu nodded and opened the car door, climbing inside. The vehicle away, making its way toward the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Mingqiu stepped out of the car and hurried into the terminal. After clearing security and checking his ticket, he still had over 20 minutes before boarding. A comfortable buffer of time. He wandered over to purchase an iced milk tea, then found a window seat to settle into. As he was sipping his drink, a sudden cry from an elderly woman echoed from nearby. Stop the thief. Someone's stealing my wallet. Mingqiu looked up to see a tall, slender man stumbling toward him in a panic. Behind him, several uniformed officers were giving chase, shouting, "Stop! Don't run!" The man was sprinting with remarkable speed and was about to dash past Mingqiu when the latter casually gestured. A slick sheet of ice suddenly appeared beneath the thief's feet. Before he could even register what was happening, his footing gave way, and he sprawled face first onto the ground with an undignified thud. The moment he hit the ground, the icy path vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. The pursuing officers immediately closed in and pinned him down. One officer regarded the man with exasperation. "It's you again. How many times have we caught you this month? Can you please change?" The man pleaded from the ground, his expression ringing with grievance. "It's not my fault, officer. My ability is literally theft. I can't help myself. Whenever I see something belonging to someone else, I just have to take it. Watching this exchange from the sidelines, Su Mingqiu's lip twitched involuntarily. Is there really such a thing as a theft ability? What an absurd excuse. The officers paid him no mind and promptly cuffed him, hauling him to his feet. They turned to Su Mingqiu in gratitude. Thank you, young man. Without you, this fellow would have gotten away. At that moment, the elderly woman arrived, retrieved her wallet, and began thanking him profusely. Thank you so much, young man. We truly appreciate your help. As she spoke, the old woman gripped his hand and studied him from head to toe. Young man, are you also heading to Mingqiu province? This old woman is as well. What wonderful coincidence, we'll be on the same flight. She paused, her eyes lighting up as she added, I wonder if you have a girlfriend yet. I have a granddaughter about your age. Su Mingqiu was instantly flustered and hastily waved his hands. No need, grandma. I'm still quite young and not ready to date yet. The old woman opened her mouth to respond, but just then the boarding announcement echoed through the terminal. Grandma, I need to board now. I'll take my leave. With that, he made a quick escape. Once aboard the plane and settled into his seat, Su Mingqiu finally allowed himself to exhale, leaning back against the headrest. That old woman was far too enthusiastic. We'd just met and she's already trying to matchmake her granddaughter to me. That's rather hasty. He chuckled to himself. Good thing I made a quick exit, or I'd still be stuck listening to her. I've received 9 years of compulsory education. He scoffed inwardly. And they expect me to play the role of a consolation prize. Shaking off the thought, he adjusted his seat to a more reclined position, planning to catch some sleep during the flight. After all, the journey to Mingqiu province would take another 3 hours, an perfect opportunity to rest and restore his energy. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The plane touched down smoothly, and Su Mingqiu stretched his arms wide, let out a yawn, his face filled with satisfaction. What a comfortable nap. I've finally arrived at Taimei City. He followed the crowd off the plane, walked over to a trash can, and casually tossed the crumpled scrap of paper he was holding into it. It was a contact number that a flight attendant had secretly slipped him during the flight. She had probably assumed he was a young master from some prominent family, given he was traveling first class, and wanted to get to know him. Stepping out of the airport, Su Mingqiu stood by the roadside and pulled out his mission file to flip through it. The location of the Dragon Vein was beneath the old Li family estate. The head of the Li family, Li Shan, stood at the 4th stage, 4th segment of cultivation. Su Mingqiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. He hoped the Li family would be sensible enough to comply, otherwise they would meet the same fate as the Huang family. He raised his hand to adjust the small recording device on his left chest. This was the latest model issued by the Academy, mandatory for all mission operations. It recorded the entirety of the mission to serve as evidence should any disputes arise later. Once finished adjusting it, he hailed a cab by the roadside, gave the driver the address of the Li family old residence, and headed there. Before long, the car pulled up at the Li family gate. Su Mingqiu paid the fare, pushed open the door, and stepped out, looking up at the imposing old Li family residence before him. An ornate carved gateway stood grand before him, flanked by a pair of stone lions. Su Mingqiu strode forward, but barely reached the entrance when 2 gatekeepers blocked his path. Hold it right there, kid. One of the guards extended his arm to bar the way. What do you think you're doing at the Li family? Su Mingqiu came to a halt and replied, I'm here on official business. On business? The guard examined him from head to toe. Kid, we don't have any work for you at the Li family. Scram. Huh. Su Mingqiu's eyes narrowed. This guard was quite audacious. Seeing him squint, the guard immediately took offense. Oh, you dare glare at me. Before he could finish the sentence, Su Mingqiu's figure blurred, and suddenly he was right in front of him. Instantly, Su Mingqiu reached out, grabbed the man by the neck, and lifted him off the ground in one motion. The guard's face flushed crimson as he clawed at Su Mingqiu's arm, legs flailing desperately for air. The remaining guard, realizing the situation had turned dire, paled with fear and scrambled backward, only to collide with an elderly man emerging from within. The old man staggered from the impact, his brows furrowing in annoyance. What's all this commotion? Where's your decorum? Elder. There's a troublemaker outside, Elder. He's got Ahu by the neck. Someone dares cause a scene at our gates. The elder's expression darkened. He couldn't believe anyone would dare disrupt things at the Li family entrance. Without hesitation, he surged forward with his aura flaring, moving so swiftly he appeared at the entrance almost instantly. His gaze landed immediately on Su Mingqiu, gripping Ahu by the throat with one hand, the man's face turning an ominous purple-black as he struggled for breath. Kid, let him go. The elder's anger erupted without question, his fist launching towards Su Mingqiu in an instant. But Su Mingqiu had already been watching him closely. The moment the elder struck, Su Mingqiu shifted Ahu in front of him like a living shield. With a sickening crunch, the elder's fist drove straight through the man's abdomen. The devastating force sent Ahu's body careening backward, where he crashed against a stone lion with a thud, spraying blood across the ground. Su Mingqiu retreated 2 steps, creating distance. Ahu lay on the ground, clutching his stomach as blood poured from the wound, his voice garbled as he gasped, Elder. Before he could finish speaking, his head lolled to the side, and his breath stopped entirely. Su Mingqiu raised his hands in mock innocence. Look, you're the one who struck that blow. This isn't on me. The elder ignored the corpse entirely, his clouded eyes locked onto Su Mingqiu with unyielding intensity. Boy, where do you come from? He was testing the waters, gauging what kind of background this youth came from. If he traced back to a powerful clan, the elder would need to reconsider his approach. But if he was just some nobody with no connections, today's troubles would be easily resolved. After all, with the witness dead, he could claim whatever suited him. Mingqiu offered a vague response rather than reveal his affiliation with He Ming Martial Academy. A small place. The elder's posture relaxed immediately, his wariness vanishing as arrogance replaced it entirely. You think you can just swagger into the Li family estate, dare to strike at our gates, and kill one of ours? You're not leaving today. Damn the speed at which you changed your tune, Mingqiu thought bitterly. You're the one who killed that man with your own fist. Don't try to pin this on me. Without another word, the elder charged forward, delivering a devastating punch aimed squarely at Mingqiu's head. He figured the boy had no backing. He could get away with killing him outright. Mingqiu didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, his right hand became encased in a thick layer of frost, and the two fists collided with tremendous force. Ha ha ha. The elder burst into raucous laughter, his expression dripping with contempt. Boy, I'm a 4th stage, 1st segment cultivator. You dare meet my attack head on. Are you looking to die? He fully expected this blow to shatter Mingqiu's arm completely. But the words had barely left his lips when his smile froze. An intense cold swept through the point of contact, crawling up his arm, like ice spreading across glass, frosting his skin instantly. The frost continued its relentless advance, climbing past his wrist, up his forearm, past his upper arm, until his entire arm had transformed into a solid block of ice before his eyes. You? The elder's face drained of color as he stared at his frozen limb, his voice trembling with terror. He spun around and fled. Mingqiu had no intention of letting him escape. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared directly before the elder, moving too fast for the old man to even perceive an afterimage. The elder froze in place, utterly stunned that such speed was possible. He hadn't even registered what was happening before Mingqiu was already upon him. Mingqiu's hand shot out, gripping the elder's throat firmly. In that instant, his ice-based energy erupted outward in a devastating display of the cold river snow technique. Before the elder could even process what was happening, his entire body had been encased in solid ice from head to toe. Mingqiu exhaled a plume of frosty breath, rotated his wrist to work out the stiffness, and the matter was settled. The gatekeeper, who had previously run inside to report hidden in the shadows, witnessed everything. In an instant, he was petrified with fear. His legs gave way, and with a thud he collapsed to his knees. He kowtowed incessantly before Mingqiu, his forehead nearly bruised. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong, sir. I failed to recognize your greatness. Don't kill me. Seeing him so terrified, Mingqiu had no intention of harming him. Enough, stop bowing. Get up and lead me to Lishan. As soon as Mingqiu finished speaking, footsteps echoed from within. A middle-aged man in a dark patterned tang suit emerged, his expression composed. The kneeling gatekeeper spotted him, and as if seeing a savior, hastily cried out, "Patriarch." As Lishan stepped out, he immediately took in the grim scene at the entrance. His face darkened instantly. "Young man, did you do this?" Patriarch Li, don't get worked up." Mingqiu waved a hand, his demeanor calm. "I acted in self-defense, and I have proof." He pointed to the small recording device clipped to his left chest. Li Shan's eyes flickered at the recorder. In truth, he had sensed the commotion outside earlier, but had been delayed by some matters. He instantly suppressed his anger, his expression returning to normal. "Tell me, why have you come to the Li family?" Mingqiu made no attempt to hide his purpose. "To sever the dragon vein, of course. Patriarch Li, you must know that the dragon vein beneath your estate has already been corrupted, hasn't it?" "Sever the dragon vein." Li Shan understood immediately and nodded. "So you are a student from one of the top 5 elite universities?" Only those 5 institutions could dispatch students capable of handling such matters. Mingqiu nodded in acknowledgement. A troubled expression crossed Li Shan's face. "This matter requires consultation with the family elders. I cannot decide alone. You need to consult your family." Mingqiu frowned deeply. "You can't make the call." He stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Li Shan. "Patriarch Li, do you not wish to sever the dragon vein, or are you truly powerless to decide?" Li Shan opened his mouth to respond, but Mingqiu had no patience for his wavering deliberations. He strode directly toward the mansion, intent on severing the dragon vein himself. "Wait." Li Shan quickly stepped forward to block his path. Mingqiu halted, his eyes turning icy. "Patriarch Li, do you truly intend to stand in my way?" No. Li Shan waved his hands hastily. "Young man, give me 1 day. Just 1 day, all right. 1 day, eh?" Mingqiu's heart grew wary. Give him a day? Who knew if he would use that time to plot some underhanded trick? And what could a single day accomplish? Without further hesitation, Mingqiu sidestepped him and continued inward. Seeing he could not stop him, Li Shan flashed forward and blocked his path again. "Since you insist on severing it, you'll have to get past me first. So you are the one unwilling to let it be severed." Mingqiu stopped. "I'm curious why you would stop me from cutting the dragon vein. But it doesn't matter." His gaze turned chilling as he fixed his eyes on Li Shan. "Since you dare to obstruct my mission, according to the Academy's mission regulations, anyone who hinders the handling of a dragon vein is to be killed without mercy. I have the authority to eliminate you." The moment the words left his mouth, Mingqiu blurred and appeared before Li Shan. His ice element power erupted, sending a surge of biting cold sweeping toward Li Shan. Li Shan was prepared. He instantly mobilized his earth element power. With a boom, a thick wall of earth materialized before him, absorbing the full force of the frigid onslaught. Young man, the gap between us is too vast, Li Shan said calmly. Is that so? Without wasting words, Su Mingqiu unleashed his ultimate move, Frigid River Snow. In an instant, bone-piercing cold enveloped the entire area. Li Shan's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped backward, trying to evade the attack's range. But even with his swift retreat, the shockwave grazed him. Half his body was instantly frostbitten, causing him to wince in pain. Gritting his teeth, Li Shan hastily summoned his earth power to cover his frozen half with thick layers of soil, blocking the relentless cold from seeping deeper. Next, a heavy earthen armor encased his entire body. He covertly manipulated the ground beneath Su Mingqiu, causing it to suddenly soften. A large pit opened up, aiming to trap and bury Su Mingqiu. The moment the earth gave way, Su Mingqiu activated his wind control technique, levitating into the air. Trying to ambush me. He flew toward Li Shan, his body now encased in an icy armor radiating cold, and slammed into him. The two clashed in a fierce melee, exchanging blows. With each collision, Su Mingqiu's cold aura seeped a little further into Li Shan's earthen armor. Gradually, the thick armor began to freeze, starting from the fists, spreading to the arms, and then to the entire body. A thick layer of white frost coated the armor, making it heavier and stiffer. Seeing this, Li Shan retreated and tore off the frozen armor in one motion. The frozen clumps shattered upon hitting the ground. Shedding the cumbersome armor, he felt his body regain some mobility. But Su Mingqiu gave him no time to recover. He raised his hand and unleashed another Frigid River Snow. The piercing cold surged once more. Though Li Shan quickly summoned an earth wall to block, this wave of cold was even more ferocious than the last. The wall was frozen through instantly, and half his body was encased in ice, leaving him paralyzed in place. Su Mingqiu descended from the air and walked slowly toward Li Shan, each step leaving a faint trace of frost on the ground. Patriarch Li, I'm just curious. Why are you so determined to stop me from severing the dragon vein? He looked at the frozen Li Shan, genuinely puzzled. Couldn't you just stand aside and let me finish the job? As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, a chilling energy gathering in his palm. He prepared to finish Li Shan once and for all. At that very moment, several people rushed in from outside. They were all elders of the Li family, evidently summoned secretly by Li Shan beforehand. One of them, an archer, without a word shot an arrow directly at Su Mingqiu. Without even turning his head, Su Mingqiu casually reached out and caught the arrow in his hand. The instant it touched his palm, the arrow was frozen solid by the chilling cold. He gave it a gentle squeeze, and the arrow shattered into fine powder. Patriarch, we have arrived. The group called out to Li Shan. Su Mingqiu swept his gaze over them, silently counting in his mind. Only one of them was at the third stage high level. The rest were merely at the third stage mid-level. Is that all? He rubbed his nose, utterly speechless. What is going on here? I came to deal with the dragon vein. How did I end up looking like the villain? Without further ado, the group encircled Su Mingqiu. Then a barrage of different abilities came flying toward him. Su Mingqiu sighed helplessly. You really have no idea of your own worth. The moment he finished speaking, the cold aura around him erupted violently. A surge of formidable ice energy spread outward. The incoming abilities froze solid before they could even get close to his body. They clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Immediately afterwards, Su Mingqiu's figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared before one of the third stage mid-level elders. He raised his hand and pressed it against the man's head. The elder struggled desperately, trying to push Su Mingqiu away, but it was useless. In a mere moment, he was frozen from head to toe, transformed into a solid block of ice. Even his expression of struggle was frozen within. The others, witnessing this, launched a frenzied attack at Su Mingqiu. All their strikes landed on his ice armor, producing dull thuds. Not even a mark was left. Without even dodging, Su Mingqiu reached out and grabbed the one who was attacking most fiercely. The man immediately panicked and shouted to his companions, "Help! Save me!" However, before anyone could rescue him, he was already completely frozen by Su Mingqiu's chill. From head to toe, he turned into a rigid ice sculpture. Su Mingqiu casually tossed him aside, and with a crack the ice sculpture shattered into pieces. Li Shan, watching from the side, spoke weakly, his voice trembling, "Go. All of you get out of here. Don't worry about me." Su Mingqiu heard this and turned to look at him. "Go. Where do you think you can go?" His gaze turned cold as he said in a low voice, "No one is leaving." The remaining 3 elders, upon hearing this, panicked instantly. They exchanged looks and shouted, "Go. Split up." With that, they fled desperately in 3 different directions. They thought that since Su Mingqiu was alone, he couldn't possibly catch all 3. At least one would escape. Still trying to run. The cold energy in Su Mingqiu's hand surged, instantly forming an ice bow. He drew the bow to its full extent and aimed at the fastest runner, then released the arrow. The ice arrow sped through the air, creating a piercing sound. The fleeing elder sensed the danger and looked back, seeing the arrow. He hastily summoned a wind blade to block it, but it was useless. The ice arrow pierced straight through his wind blade, and then through his chest. The arrow then exploded inside his body. The cold spread, instantly freezing him from head to toe into an ice sculpture. The remaining two witnessing this were terrified out of their minds. They summoned every ounce of strength they had running frantically, as if their lives depended on it, wishing they had been born with extra legs. Mingqiu immediately chased after one of them. With his max-level wind control art activated, he caught up to the man in the blink of an eye. Holy crap, so fast. The man turned back to see Mingqiu and was completely stunned. Realizing he couldn't outrun, he decided to stop and fight back, gathering his ability. But Mingqiu ignored him entirely, simply passing by. As he brushed past, he casually patted the man's shoulder, then continued chasing the last one. Before the man could react, he felt a bone-piercing cold invade from his shoulder. In an instant, his entire body stiffened. Then he was frozen into an ice sculpture. The last man was still running for his life. After a while, he glanced back and saw no sign of Mingqiu. He let out a sigh of relief. Few finally shook him off. Oh really? A faint voice came from above his head. The man froze, looked up, and saw Mingqiu hovering directly above him. A foot was descending toward his head. With a thud, the man was stomped to the ground, sprawling face first. Lying on the ground, he pointed at Mingqiu, trembling with rage. You demon. You will pay for this. Mingqiu walked toward him step by step. Wait, how did I become a demon? He immediately transformed into General Duanmu, waving a hand dismissively, his face full of impatience. Forget it, I'm not going to reason with you. You're not worthy of listening. Mingqiu condensed an ice sword in his hand. Seeing this, the man knew begging would be useless. He stood up, gathered a fireball, and hurled it at Mingqiu in a desperate last stand. Mingqiu cleaved the fireball in two with a single stroke of his sword. Both halves promptly froze solid. Then he lunged forward, and with a swing of the ice sword severed one of the man's arms. Oh! The man screamed, but Mingqiu didn't stop. Another swing cut off his other arm. Then in a flash he appeared behind the man, swept the ice sword lightly, and let it slowly dissipate. The next moment the man's head slowly fell off. His body collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. After dealing with the last one, Mingqiu picked up the head and returned to Li Shan. He tossed the head with a thump at Li Shan's feet. Seeing this, Li Shan instantly understood none of the reinforcements had escaped. All of them had been killed by Mingqiu. His face turned pale, and his whole body began to tremble. You forced me to do this. Haven't you always wanted to know why I wouldn't let you sever the dragon vein? He stared at Mingqiu and suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice filled with madness. Now you'll see. With that, he shouted toward the depths of the mansion, come out. My greatest masterpiece. Seeing him in this deranged state, Mingqiu furrowed his brow. Huh, what the hell is he up to? Why is he suddenly losing his mind? The moment the words fell, a female zombie clad in plain white garments leaped out of the mansion. Her face was completely obscured by a cascade of copper coins. As she bounded forward, the coins clinked and clattered against each other. Li Shan grew instantly agitated upon seeing her. You're here? My daughter. Mingqiu, hearing Li Shan's outburst, instantly understood. So that's it. You used the dragon vein to turn your own daughter into a zombie. It's all you. All your fault. Li Shan pointed at Mingqiu, screaming in frenzy. If not for you, my Shira would surely have been resurrected through the dragon vein. She would have returned to her former self. Old fool, have you gone stupid from my freezing? Mingqiu rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. The dead cannot be revived. Isn't that simple truth beyond you? Look at what you've created. Is this what you call resurrection? The female zombie, paying no heed to Mingqiu, leaped straight to Li Shan. Then with a swift motion she plunged her hand into his chest and tore out his heart. She then began to devour it before his eyes. Sheer, how could you? Li Shan stared in shock as his own heart was consumed by his daughter, still trying to console himself in his final moments. It must be because you emerged too early, still not fully conscious. Before he could finish, his head slumped to one side, and he was dead. Mingqiu stood by, watching in disbelief. What the hell? What was happening? Was this zombie really devouring her own father first? After finishing the heart, the zombie instantly lunged towards Mingqiu, moving at a speed far greater than before. Mingqiu raised his hand and struck at the zombie, unleashing a wave of bone-chilling cold that froze its body solid. But he hadn't anticipated the zombie's incredible hardness. With a single swipe, it shattered the ice encasing it. It continued leaping towards Mingqiu. Oh, not bad, this thing is far stronger than those useless creatures earlier. Mingqiu immediately reformed his ice armor. He conjured an ice sword and slashed at the zombie. But the blade struck with a clang, leaving no mark. The zombie's body was incredibly tough. Mingqiu struck several more times, yet couldn't leave a single scratch. The zombie seized the moment, swinging both arms at Mingqiu and shattering his ice armor. But as soon as it broke, Mingqiu instantly formed a new set. The zombie paid no heed, continuing its relentless assault. This is endless. Mingqiu frowned, stepped back, and unleashed his full ice-based power. He struck with his ultimate technique, Snowy River. A colossal torrent of icy energy surged toward the zombie, carrying a bone-piercing chill. The zombie was engulfed and instantly frozen into a massive ice block. But before long, the ice began to crack and shatter, and the zombie emerged once more. Oh, you can break my ice. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow. But he didn't stop. He began unleashing his ultimate technique repeatedly. After all, he had no mana pool to worry about. He could use it freely. As soon as the zombie shattered the ice, it was frozen again by Su Mingqiu's new torrent. Out frozen, shattered, frozen again, repeated several times. Gradually the zombie's strength waned, and its speed of breaking free slowed. Finally, it was trapped within the ice, unable to escape. Completely frozen into a solid block. Su Mingqiu exhaled a puff of cold air. At last he had dealt with the thing. But Su Mingqiu didn't let his guard down. He raised his hand and shattered the ice block containing the zombie into several pieces. He gazed at the scattered fragments. Now that you're dismembered, let's see if you can revive. After disposing of the zombie, Su Mingqiu walked into the mansion. As soon as he reached the backyard, he spotted a sinister array on the ground stained with blood. Clearly this was the evil formation Li Shan had used to refine corpses with the dragon vein. Su Mingqiu didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and shattered the array. Standing in the yard, he stroked his chin, pondering how could he extract the dragon vein. Got it. Su Mingqiu turned and left the yard, then flew toward the security bureau. He moved swiftly, arriving in no time. Entering the building, he addressed the front desk. Hello, I'm from Himing Martial University. I'm here to handle the Li family's dragon vein and need some assistance from the security bureau. The clerk immediately understood and hurried to the director's office, informing Director Huang Guoyang of Su Mingqiu's situation. Huang Guoyang was taken aback. Huh, why so early this year? He didn't delay and promptly went out to meet Su Mingqiu. Huang Guoyang extended his hand with a smile. Hello, student. What's your surname? My surname is Su, given name Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu shook his hand. Su Mingqiu, you're the national champion who single-handedly fought the beast tide during the college entrance exam. Huang Guoyang suddenly realized. No wonder you arrived so quickly. If it's you, it makes sense. Director Huang, I've come to seek the security bureau's help in handling the Li family's dragon vein. Of course. Huang Guoyang nodded eagerly and said to his subordinate, Xiao Wang, go get the equipment. We'll accompany student Su to the Li residence. The man nodded and left. By the way, Director Huang, there's another matter. The Li family members obstructed my task of severing the dragon vein, so I've dealt with them. He took off his recording device and handed it over. The details are in this recording. The entire process is documented. Huang Guoyang took the recording, reviewed its contents, and immediately slammed the table. Well done. How dare they use the dragon vein to refine corpses? And his own daughter. Did he really think he could revive the dead? Student Su, you handled it excellently. Such people must be dealt with decisively. Just then Xiao Wang returned and said to Huang Guoyang, Director, everything is ready. Huang Guoyang nodded, returned the recording device to Su Mingqiu, and said, Student Su, we're all set. Let's go to the Li residence. Su Mingqiu and Huang Guoyang stepped outside to find 5 people standing in the yard, each carrying a large backpack fully equipped and ready to depart. Let's go, classmate Su. Then Huang Guoyang waved his hand, and the group proceeded toward the Li residence. Upon arriving, they saw several ice sculptures standing at the entrance. All of them were the people whom Su Mingqiu had frozen earlier. Walking further inside, they saw Li Shan's corpse lying in the courtyard along with shattered ice fragments of the dismembered zombies. Having already watched the footage from the recording device, Huang Guoyang was not shocked by the sight. He had been mentally prepared. However, the others were seeing it for the first time, so shock was written on every face. It was too brutal. Huang Guoyang waved his hand, and the 5 men stepped forward to set down their backpacks. They then pulled out a pile of specially made explosive mines. Their plan was to blast open the ground and expose the dragon vein. Once the 5 men had placed the mines directly above the dragon vein, everyone withdrew from the Li residence courtyard and retreated to a safe location. Then Huang Guoyang took out a remote control and pressed the button. Su Mingqiu heard a tremendous roar. Boom. Then they saw a massive crater blasted into the Li residence courtyard. The group walked to the edge and looked down, discovering a huge formation exposed within the pit. The formation was now emitting abnormal energy along with numerous third-rank zombies. All of them were bred by the dragon vein. It seemed that due to Li Shan's corpse refining practices, the dragon vein had only spawned such zombies. Director Huang, just watch from the side. I'll handle these, Su Mingqiu said to Huang Guoyang. Huang Guoyang nodded and led the group to step back. By then a zombie had already climbed up the pit wall and leaped in front of Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and pressed it against the zombie's face, instantly freezing it into an ice sculpture. But no sooner had he frozen one than the other zombies surged forward. Immediately a row of ice spears materialized behind Su Mingqiu. Following that, the ice spears shot toward the zombie horde. Each spear exploded upon impact, instantly freezing the zombie and preventing it from getting any closer. Su Mingqiu's ice armor materialized on his body and he charged directly into the zombie swarm, weaving through them. Every time he passed a zombie, he casually froze it into an ice sculpture. Watching from the side, Huang Guoyang couldn't help but nod, his heart filled with admiration. This kid Su Mingqiu had far surpassed his peers. He had even surpassed the senior sophomores, a once-in-a-century genius. Gradually, all the zombies were frozen into blocks of ice. The dragon vein stopped spewing out zombies. Then the formation began to tremble violently, and moments later, a black dragon emerged. It was not corporeal, but a phantom energy body. Clearly, this was the corrupted manifestation of the dragon vein. Classmate Su, be careful. This is the dragon vein. Huang Guoyang shouted from behind. An ice sword instantly appeared in Su Mingqiu's hand, and he swung it at the black dragon. The bone-chilling cold accompanied the sword chi as it flew toward the black dragon. However, the black dragon flicked its tail, dispersing the sword chi with ease, leaving it utterly unharmed. Before the black dragon could make its next move, an ice dragon of the same size materialized behind Su Mingqiu, conjured by his ice-based ability. The ice dragon then charged into the black dragon and exploded. The piercing cold instantly enveloped the black dragon, covering it with a layer of white frost. Several parts of the black dragon became extremely ethereal. Enraged, the black dragon lunged at Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu instantly conjured a massive ice wall to block it. The black dragon slammed into the ice wall, dazed, and shook its head. Seizing the moment while the dragon was still disoriented, Su Mingqiu dashed forward and swiftly severed the black dragon's tail. The black dragon let out a furious roar, turned its head, and spewed black flames from its mouth. Su Mingqiu had already sidestepped, dodging the black fire, and then flew up into the sky. Today I, Su Mingqiu, shall slay the dragon. With that, he conjured enormous ice swords and hurled them downward at the black dragon. One by one, the ice swords plunged into the black dragon's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. The black dragon roared in agony, unable to move. Then the largest ice sword still in the sky descended, slicing toward the black dragon's head. After the strike, all the ice swords slowly dissipated. The black dragon's head fell to the ground completely still. Su Mingqiu quickly took out the small white jade bottle given by the school and absorbed all of the dragon veins essence into it. After finishing, he let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Huang Guoyang walked over and said, "Classmate Su, I don't even know how to describe you. This is the first time I've seen someone at the second order 9th stage be this incredible." Su Mingqiu scratched his head and smiled. "You flatter me, Director Huang. What are your plans next, classmate Su?" Huang Guoyang asked. "Still have to slay the remaining dragon veins. The school assigned me 9 of them." "What's up, Director Huang?" "Well, in our city, there's a talented youth ranking, and a competition will be held in a few days. The first prize is a purple heart ginseng. I was wondering if you'd like to participate." Huang Guoyang invited with a smile. Su Mingqiu calculated in his mind. The remaining dragon veins were not urgent. Besides, the purple heart ginseng would benefit his cultivation. Since he happened to be here at the right time, he might as well join. With that thought, he nodded. "All right, Director Huang, I'll participate." Huang Guoyang had originally thought Su Mingqiu would be too busy slaying dragon veins, but he agreed without hesitation. "Great. If you participate, the first place is definitely yours. The highest level this time is only 3rd order 5th stage. Compared to you, they're nothing. With you here, they'll have to step aside." Su Mingqiu stored the white jade bottle into his spatial ring. Then he waved at Huang Guoyang. "All right, Director Huang, I'll take my leave now. I'll take a stroll around the city. As for the mess at the Li residence, I'll leave it to you." Huang Guoyang waved his hand and smiled. No problem. Leave it to us. Enjoy your stroll." After leaving the Li residence, Su Mingqiu walked down the street and took out his phone. He sent a message to his counselor Wang Kai, updating him on the situation. The Li family's dragon vein had been dealt with, and the dragon vein essence had been collected. Shortly after, the counselor replied, also sending Su Mingqiu the location information of the next dragon vein and the basic situation there. He specifically mentioned that if Su Mingqiu wanted to participate in the local competition, it would be fine to arrive a few days later. No rush. In the following 3 days, Su Mingqiu took a leisurely stroll around Taimei City. He visited all the local attractions, savored numerous specialty snacks, and thoroughly relaxed himself. Soon the day of the grand competition arrived. He was now sitting in a taxi heading toward the city center. This year's talented roster grand competition was held at the arena in the heart of the city. Upon arriving, Su Mingqiu stepped out of the taxi, a freshly bought vanilla ice cream in hand. As he entered the arena, he saw 2 people already engaged in combat on the stage. The surrounding spectators were cheering, the atmosphere quite lively. 2 audience members nearby were discussing, "Do you think Li Fei can win?" "Win? How could he win?" The other rolled his eyes. "His opponent is ranked 49th on the talented roster. Though at the bottom, that's still far beyond those not on the list. Li Fei hasn't even made the roster. How could he possibly fight?" As the words fell, the man on the stage threw a punch that sent Li Fei flying. Li Fei crashed right at Su Mingqiu's feet, nearly hitting him. "Overreaching fool. You should have surrendered earlier and saved me the trouble." The man on the stage looked down arrogantly, his face full of contempt. Su Mingqiu stepped forward to help Li Fei up, asking, "Are you all right?" "Thank you, I'm fine." Li Fei nodded to Su Mingqiu, clenched his fists in obvious frustration, but knowing he was outmatched, slowly released them and walked away with his head down. The man on the stage named Ma Guang continued shouting, "Anyone else want to come?" The audience murmured quietly in complaint. Ma Guang can only be arrogant now. Wait until the true experts of the talented roster arrive. We'll see how he acts. He's just picking on the weaklings who haven't made the list, taking advantage of arriving early. Su Mingqiu took a bite of his remaining ice cream and walked toward the stage. The crowd was stunned and whispers began to spread. "Who was that? Never seen him before. He's not from Taimei City, is he?" Ma Guang noticed him too, momentarily startled, then his face twisted into undisguised contempt. "Kid, you're only at the 2nd level 9th stage, and you dare come up. Are you here to be my punching bag?" Ma Guang was about to continue his taunts when a figure flickered before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Mingqiu, who had been off the stage, appeared right in front of him. Still holding the half-eaten ice cream, Su Mingqiu lightly patted his shoulder. That seemingly casual touch instantly froze Ma Guang's entire body. He stood rigid, unable to move an inch. Biting cold surged through his body from the shoulder in an instant. Even his inner power was frozen solid by the bone-piercing chill impossible to activate. Before Ma Guang could react, Su Mingqiu raised his right hand and delivered a crisp punch to his stomach. Ugh! Ma Guang gasped in pain, his body curling like a boiled shrimp, his face turning purple. He couldn't even let out a scream. Without a second glance, Su Mingqiu casually lifted his foot and kicked Ma Guang off the stage. The man crashed onto the ground with a dull thud. The entire arena erupted. Cries of astonishment filled the air. Holy crap! Where did this monster come from? He took down Ma Guang in 1 second. That's insane. Someone started gossiping nearby. Hey, have you heard? The entire Li family was wiped out a few days ago. You think? Maybe it was him. Another person scoffed and shook his head. Impossible. Look, he's only at the second level 9th stage. The Li family patriarch was at the 4th level. How could he possibly win? I was just saying. The first man muttered, scratching his head awkwardly. Su Mingqiu paid no attention to the crowd's murmurs. A surge of icy energy erupted around him, and in an instant a throne coalesced behind him. He sat down lazily, his voice clear and resonant across the entire arena. When will your so-called talented roster people arrive? I'm in a hurry. The moment he spoke, someone in the audience erupted, shouting, Damn! You're way too arrogant. Exactly. Don't think you're something special just because you beat Ma Guang. Do you think Taimei City has no one? A young man in red face, flushed with anger, pulled out his phone and pointed at Su Mingqiu. Just wait. My brother is on the talented roster. I'm calling him now. He'll take care of you. Within 2 minutes of the call ending, 5 people strode in quickly. Su Mingqiu, seated on the throne, glanced at the 5 of them. All 5 of you come at once. I'm in a hurry. Upon hearing this, one of them, Li Tian, stepped forward and leaped onto the stage. No need for 5. I alone can handle you. The audience sighed in relief. Oh, it's Li Tian, ranked 15th on the talented roster. Now we're safe. Li Tian is at the 3rd level 4th stage. This kid won't be so arrogant anymore. Ma Guang was a disgrace to the talented roster. Li Tian frowned, clearly believing that Ma Guang's weakness was the only reason for the kid's arrogance. Su Mingqiu slowly rose from the throne and said calmly, In my eyes, you and him are no different. As the words left his lips, he appeared before Li Tian in a flash. So fast. Li Tian's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Su Mingqiu's hand clamped around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Panic surged through Li Tian as he tried to summon his inner power to fight back, but he found his strength frozen, utterly immobile. My power. I can't use it. So cold. So cold. The bone-piercing chill spread through his entire body from the neck. He had no strength to struggle, only able to stare at Su Mingqiu in terror. Su Mingqiu casually flung Li Tian, sending him crashing at the feet of the remaining 4. Li Tian lay on the ground, curled up, unable to get up for a long time. Standing on the stage, Su Mingqiu glanced at the 4 and said flatly, Don't waste time. Come at me together. The 4 exchanged glances, seeing deep shock and gravity in each other's eyes. Li Tian had been defeated so easily by this kid. They knew that individually none of them stood a chance. Without further words, they nodded and leaped onto the stage together. The audience below was utterly stunned. What? Li Tian actually lost. My god, this kid is way too fierce. He really has the capital to be arrogant. But 4 against 1, surely that's a sure win, right? Those 4 jumped onto the arena, but none dared to approach Su Mingqiu. Li Tian had been taken down too quickly moments ago. They feared being instantly defeated at close range, so they swiftly distanced themselves, intending to suppress him with ranged abilities. Immediately after, the 4 simultaneously channeled their abilities. A torrent of power surged towards Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu casually raised his hand and extended it forward. The next second, the overwhelming torrent of abilities halved in speed as it reached within half a meter of him, as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button. Then a thick layer of ice instantly formed, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. But the 4 didn't stop. A second wave of attacks immediately followed. They kept launching abilities from a distance, stubbornly refusing to get close. Su Mingqiu frowned, utterly uninterested in wasting time on such a tedious stalemate. The next moment, he flashed directly in front of one of them. The man tried to raise his hand to defend, but instantly felt his entire body stiffen, frozen solid, and immobile. Su Mingqiu casually threw a punch, sending him flying. Then he condensed an ice sword and blinked to the next opponent in an instant. With a single strike of his hand, he sent that person flying as well. The remaining 2 didn't even have a chance to help. Su Mingqiu's speed was simply too fast. They saw him on the left one moment, and he was already on the right the next. Before they could even react, their teammates had already been knocked away. Just as Su Mingqiu was about to finish off the last 2. Panic seized them. They immediately raised their hands and shouted at the top of their lungs, Wait. We surrender. We surrender. They knew all too well that continuing would only make them the next to be sent flying. They had no desire to suffer the same physical pain as the previous 2. Seeing their surrender, Su Mingqiu halted and did not advance further. The two fled the arena in shame, not daring to lift their heads. Is there no one who can stop him? Just then someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Chu Fengyang. Xiaolin, Lin Xiao is here. Holy crap. It's the top 3 on the prodigy list. Now we'll see you lose your arrogance, kid. Su Mingqiu listened and looked toward the entrance where 3 young men were slowly walking in. One of them, a lean young man, leaped onto the arena and cupped his fists in a salute to Su Mingqiu, his tone steady. Lin Xiao. Su Mingqiu returned the salute, his voice calm. Su Mingqiu. Hearing the name Lin Xiao frowned slightly, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. But he couldn't recall where he had heard it, so he nodded at Su Mingqiu. Brother Su, I'll begin. The moment he spoke, Su Mingqiu saw Lin Xiao's shadow on the ground slowly rise to its feet. Su Mingqiu remarked with interest, interesting ability. I've never seen anything like it. The shadow instantly shot towards Su Mingqiu at an astonishing speed. Catch the leader first. Su Mingqiu didn't hesitate and flashed directly before Lin Xiao, intending to take out the main body. But just as he moved to strike, Lin Xiao's figure vanished, replaced in the same spot by his shadow. A swapped. Su Mingqiu struck at the shadow directly, yet his hand passed right through it, unable to touch it. Su Mingqiu quickly retreated to create distance. The audience below saw him step back and began to jeer. Ha! Looks like this kid finally got a taste of defeat. Now you know the might of our Time A city. Ignoring the crowd's taunts, Su Mingqiu's eyes turned cold, and he released an immense surge of frigid energy. Lin Xiao, standing not far away, instantly felt an unbearable chill, and his heart sank. This is bad. The next second, the entire arena was slowly covered in a thick layer of ice. Then massive ice spikes erupted from the frozen surface, hurtling toward Lin Xiao. Hey, Brother Su. I surrender. I surrender. Lin Xiao's face went pale with fear as he shouted at the top of his lungs. The ice spike that was about to pierce his chest froze midair. Lin Xiao could clearly feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from the spike. Hearing his surrender, Su Mingqiu made all the ice spikes vanish without a trace. Standing on the arena, Lin Xiao gave Su Mingqiu a wry smile. I admit defeat. You're a monster. I've never been taken down by someone of a lower rank before. After speaking, he shook his head and jumped off the arena. What? Lin Xiao lost too. Then, now we can only rely on Chu Fengyang and Xiaolin. Chu Fengyang turned to look at Xiaolin beside him and asked, You're not going up? Xiaolin shook his head, answering bluntly, I can't beat him. I'm not going up to embarrass myself. Hearing this, Chu Fengyang said nothing more, nodded, and with a single leap, he was on the arena. Standing on the arena, Chu Fengyang cupped his hands to Su Mingqiu, his tone serious. Brother Su, although I know I may not be able to defeat you, I still want to try. What? Chu Fengyang says he can't beat him. Don't worry. I have a friend who can. You don't have a friend. I'm your only friend. Chu Fengyang raised his arm and swung it down sharply. Su Mingqiu saw through his move, instantly extending his hand. A thick ice film appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Thud. A dull sound rang out, and a deep cut appeared on the ice film. Invisible slashes. Chu Fengyang didn't stop. He kept swinging his arms, sending invisible slashes in a continuous barrage towards Su Mingqiu. Hey, you want to play that game? Su Mingqiu sneered, and a dense array of ice spears materialized behind him, flying toward Chu Fengyang like a storm. Seeing this, Chu Fengyang swung his arms frantically, his invisible slashes slicing through the ice spears, shattering them one by one. But the ice spears seemed endless. For every one he destroyed, several more took its place. After a long struggle, he still hadn't cleared them all. Instead, the ice spears kept closing and threatening to overwhelm him. Chu Fengyang's slashes, though powerful, consumed a great deal of his psionic energy. He had only been hacking for a short while before his internal reserves were nearly depleted. He attempted to maneuver around the ice spears to engage Su Mingqiu in close combat, but found it impossible to bypass them. The ice spears were densely packed, blocking every possible route. I give up. I give up. I can't beat you. Chu Fengyang panted heavily, waving his hand in surrender. Su Mingqiu waved his hand, and the overwhelming array of ice spears vanished without a trace. Chu Fengyang collapsed onto the ground, shouting at Su Mingqiu, Are you a perpetual motion machine? Su Mingqiu walked over, smiling and waving his hand. Drop the machine. You're close enough. You take first place. I admit defeat. In all my years, I've never seen such formidable ice-type abilities. Then he shifted the topic. By the way, Brother Su, there's something you might be interested in. What is it? Su Mingqiu asked. Come, let me treat you to a meal. We'll talk as we eat. Chu Fengyang stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Su Mingqiu nodded. All right. Afterwards, Su Mingqiu went to collect his prize from the competition. He took the purple heart ginseng, and then left with Chu Fengyang and the other two. The chaotic competition thus came to a rather anticlimactic end. It wasn't until long after Su Mingqiu and his group had departed that a spectator in the audience suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, I remember now. He's the national top scorer from the college entrance exam. The one who soloed the beast tide during the exam and killed a third-tier anomalous beast. So that's him. I thought his name sounded familiar. The four of them were now seated in a private dining room at a restaurant eating. Damn, Brother Su. No wonder your name sounded so familiar. Lin Xiao said. Just lucky, nothing more, Su Mingqiu replied modestly. You're too humble. Chu Fengyang chuckled, then set down his cup. By the way, about what I mentioned earlier, the three of us discovered an ancient tomb in the wilderness a few days ago. We were dealing with things inside the tomb this morning, which is why we arrived so late for the competition. Chu Fengyang looked at Su Mingqiu earnestly. Brother Su, with your strength, if you join us, our chances will be much greater. So, Brother Su, would you like to come with us? You can choose any treasure inside first, Chu Fengyang quickly added. Su Mingqiu nodded. Alright, but I need to refine this purple heart ginseng first, it'll take some time. No problem, it's settled. We'll meet again tomorrow, Chu Fengyang said with a smile. After finalizing their plans, they ate their meal in peace. Afterwards, Su Mingqiu went to a nearby hotel to rent a room. Once inside, he took out the purple heart ginseng and immediately resorted to the most primitive method of consumption, chewing it dry. After a couple of bites, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. Delicious. Tastes like purple sweet potato. A day passed quickly. The next day, Su Mingqiu had already rendezvoused smoothly with Chu Fengyang and the other two in the wilderness. After consuming the purple heart ginseng yesterday, Su Mingqiu had successfully broken through to the third-tier second stage. Su Mingqiu waved in greeting, and the three responded with smiles. Lin Xiu remarked, Brother Su, it seems the purple heart ginseng brought you quite an improvement. Just a tiny bit, Su Mingqiu said with a dismissive wave. Let's go, Brother Su. The tomb is nearby. Chu Fengyang said with a laugh, and the group headed toward the ancient tomb. After walking for a short while, they spotted the entrance. There was a small pit in the ground revealing a passage below. Without a word, they jumped down into the pitch-black darkness. Chu Fengyang led the way, holding a torch to light the path. He said to Su Mingqiu, Brother Su, we've already cleared the traps in this section ahead. They proceeded slowly along the damp tomb passage, which carried a faint musty odor. After walking a while, Chu Fengyang stopped and turned to Su Mingqiu. This is where we stopped last time. We haven't touched anything beyond this point. They continued forward. Soon Xiaolin stepped on something. A click sounded. A trap had been triggered. What was that noise? Lin Xiu instantly became alert. The next moment, countless centipedes crawled out from the cracks in the walls, dense and black-red in color. Those centipedes are poisonous. Don't let them bite you, Chu Fengyang shouted. The other three raised their hands to channel their psionic abilities, but Su Mingqiu stepped forward. Let me handle this. The moment he spoke, a bone-chilling cold spread, instantly freezing the advancing centipedes into ice. Not a single one escaped. Chu Fengyang gave Su Mingqiu a thumbs up. Then they continued, and soon arrived at the antechamber of the tomb. Upon entering, everyone was stunned. The room was empty, with only a coffin placed in the center, and nothing else. Lin Xiu couldn't help complaining. Damn, this is way too poor. Not even a single bird. Su Mingqiu glanced at Chu Fengyang and asked, Brother Chu, shall we open the coffin? Chu Fengyang nodded solemnly. Open it. At his command, Lin Xiu's shadow rose from the ground and cautiously approached, lifting the coffin lid. Since shadows could not be harmed even if the coffin contained traps or poison, it posed no threat to the original body. As the lid was lifted, a swarm of moths burst out. But the moths passed straight through the shadow, unable to touch it. Chu Fengyang raised his hand, sending a formless slash that cut down a batch of moths. Lin Xiu's shadow charged forward. Su Mingqiu raised his hand, releasing a surge of cold that froze the remaining moths in an instant. Meanwhile, the moths heading towards Xiaolin were suddenly crushed to the ground by an invisible force, flattened into pulp. They were utterly obliterated. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but grumble inwardly at the empty coffin. Was this tomb owner that stingy? Not a single treasure, just a bunch of useless moths. How impoverished could they be? The group didn't linger, as there was nothing to keep them there. They exchanged glances and proceeded toward the inner passage, intending to check the main burial chamber for anything of value. Walking through the tomb passage, Chu Fengyang raised a torch and gazed at the murals on the walls. He asked Su Mingqiu, Brother Su, can you make out the content of these murals? I've been staring for ages, but I simply can't decipher these characters. Su Mingqiu shook his head. I can't read these ancient scripts either. But judging by the mural's imagery, the tomb's owner must have been a general, right? Look here, he's depicted riding a horse and slaying enemies on the battlefield. Soon the group arrived before a massive stone gate and halted. What now? Xiaolin asked Chu Fengyang. Let's see if there's any mechanism to open this door, Chu Fengyang replied. They began to grope around, searching for a mechanism. Before long, a creaking sound echoed. Chu Fengyang and the other two turned their gazes to Su Mingqiu. They saw Su Mingqiu withdraw his hand from the mouth of a stone lion nearby. The massive stone gate slowly swung open. Perhaps due to its age, the door opened with agonizing slowness, groaning and creaking for a long while. Once the gate was fully open, they stepped inside. The torches on the tomb chamber walls ignited spontaneously, illuminating the entire room brilliantly. Chu Fengyang casually tossed his torch aside. The group was utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. The space within was terrifyingly vast, and suspended in midair hung a colossal coffin held aloft by several thick iron chains. Beneath that coffin stood rows upon rows of armored soldiers, standing in perfect stillness, motionless. The scene was eerie. Whether they were burial figures or something else entirely remained unknown. Behind those soldiers lay piles of weapons and pills. So all the treasures were hidden here. Su Mingqiu eyed the orderly ranks and remarked casually, "These soldiers won't come back to life, will they?" "Brother Su, that joke isn't funny at all." Chu Fingyang's face turned pale as he quickly retorted, "Every last soldier was at the third stage realm. Lin Xiu, release your shadow, and see if you can bypass these soldiers to grab the treasures behind them." Chu Fengyang instructed Lin Xiu. "All right." Lin Xiu nodded. Then his shadow crawled out from the ground. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Su Mingqiu found Lin Xiu's ability fascinating. But the moment the shadow approached a soldier attempting to slip past the soldier, suddenly opened its eyes. One by one, all the soldiers opened their eyes, their pupils glowing with an eerie red light. Lin Xiu quickly withdrew his shadow. Disturb the general's slumber and die. The soldiers spoke in unison, their voices chillingly synchronized. "Oh no, Brother Su, what do we do?" Chu Fengyang shouted at Su Mingqiu. "You were right. These soldiers really did come back to life." The soldiers marched towards Su Mingqiu and the others step by step in perfect unison, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Su Mingqiu's icy chi erupted outward instantly. Damn it! He charged straight at the soldiers. Chu Fengyang, Xiaolin, and Lin Xiu quickly followed behind him. Su Mingqiu charged ahead, his ice armor coalescing around him in an instant. He reached out, pressed his hand against a soldier, and froze it into a solid ice sculpture. The surrounding soldiers about to close in were also encased by the spreading cold. Then he summoned countless ice swords in midair, raining down like a torrent, dense and relentless. The soldiers couldn't advance. Each was pinned to the ground by the ice swords, immobile. But the soldiers, seeing the sword rain, halted their advance and stood motionless. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, even dead, they're this smart. They know to dodge." He teleported directly to the soldier's side, unleashing his cold chi in a furious burst. Instantly, a massive slab of ice surged from the ground, rolling toward the soldiers. The soldiers were frozen solid within the ice. Soon Su Mingqiu had dispatched all the soldiers on his side. With that done, he turned back to assist Lin Xiu. He saw Lin Xiu still fighting one by one with his shadow. The shadow could also transform into bats, a versatile array of attacks. Su Mingqiu approached him, raised a hand, and sent ice spears stabbing toward the remaining soldiers, finishing them off in an instant. "You finished your side that quickly, Brother Su," Lin Xiu exclaimed in surprise as Su Mingqiu came to help. "Let's wrap up these soldiers quickly. There should be a bigger one coming." Su Mingqiu pointed upward at the suspended coffin. "That general inside, he's the real trouble." On the other two sides, Chu Fengyang swung his arms, unleashing invisible slashes that cleaved soldiers in two. The soldiers near Xiaolin were crushed into pulp by his gravity ability. The soldiers were quickly cleared. Chu Fengyang, Xiaolin, and Lin Xiu now sat on the ground resting. Only Su Mingqiu remained standing as if nothing had happened. The group battle had drained their abilities considerably. After all, they had fought so many soldiers. Lin Xiu looked at Su Mingqiu. "Brother Su, you've got incredible stamina. I can play games 10 times a day, but you're way more enduring than me. I can play games 20 times a day." Lin Xiu immediately gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Xiaolin, puzzled, asked, "What does playing games 20 times a day mean?" "You're still a kid, better not to know." Su Mingqiu patted his shoulder mysteriously. Chu Fengyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then the iron chains in midair suddenly clanked, and the suspended bronze coffin stirred. Su Mingqiu pointed upward and teased Chu Fengyang. "Brother Chu, your laughter was too loud. You woke up the guy up there." Chu Fengyang immediately clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make a sound. But it was useless. The chains grew louder, clanking incessantly. Then with a thunderous crash, the bronze coffin fell from midair onto the ground. Chu Fengyang and the other two instantly sprang to their feet, ready for battle. "Brother Chu, when the guy inside comes out, he'll come for you first," Su Mingqiu said with a grin. "Don't blame me. It wasn't me laughing." Chu Fengyang waved his hands, quickly deflecting blame. The three of them were a bit nervous. Those soldiers earlier were all at the third stage realm. The general inside this coffin, how powerful could he be? He must be far stronger than those soldiers. Soon they heard knocking sounds from within the coffin. Thump, thump, thump. The sound grew louder and more urgent. The outer coffin shattered into several pieces, some of which flew towards Su Mingqiu and his companions. As they approached Su Mingqiu, the fragments suddenly slowed down and gradually froze into ice. Su Mingqiu reached out, grabbed them, and tossed them aside. All that remained was the innermost small coffin. However, the knocking sound from within had abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence. "What do you think, Brother Su?" Chu Fengyang asked, coming to his side. "Strike first to gain the upper hand, or delay and suffer the consequences." With that, Su Mingqiu strode toward the coffin. The others followed. As they reached the coffin, Lin Xiu muttered, "Brother, since you're dead, stay dead completely. Don't come out to scare people." "Enough, stop rambling," Chu Fengyang interrupted him. Then joining forces, they all launched their attacks at the coffin. The small coffin shattered beneath their assault. They stared in disbelief to see a tall, armored general with a mask lying on the ground. Beside him rested his massive bronze sword. Suddenly the general's chest began to rise and fall. He was breathing. "Attack him!" Su Mingqiu shouted instantly. A torrent of frost, slashes, gravity, and shadows converged upon the general. Their combined full-force assault struck. The general's eyes snapped open. He seized his bronze sword and countered at once. With a single swing, he deflected all their attacks. Then he rose, facing them, and uttered a phrase that sounded like "Jianai Tai Mei." He then babbled a string of incomprehensible words. They exchanged bewildered glances. What language is that? Intrigued, Lin Xiu stepped forward and shouted, "Jianai Tai Mei," and even mimicked a dance. The general flew into a rage, swinging his sword straight at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu dodged frantically, narrowly escaping the blade, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn, you can't take a joke. Suddenly his shadow slithered beside the general, morphing into ropes that bound him. Go get him, Lin Xiu yelled. Behind Su Mingqiu, a colossal ice dragon materialized. Chu Fengyang's invisible slashes and Xie Lin's crushing gravity all hammered toward the general. But the general broke free of the shadow ropes with ease. They couldn't restrain him for a moment. Then, gathering power, he swung his sword at them in one mighty arc. A massive blade aura surged forward, colliding fiercely with their attacks. Chu Fengyang's slashes and Xie Lin's gravity shattered against it, utterly ineffective. Only Su Mingqiu's ice dragon made an impact, coating the general in frost and slowing his movements slightly. Chu Fengyang, witnessing this, said to Su Mingqiu with a wry smile, "Our attacks are useless against him, Brother Su. It seems we must rely on you." Su Mingqiu stepped forward, waving them back. "The three of you retreat." They understood they would only hinder him, so they obediently stepped back, ready to watch Su Mingqiu solo the boss. Su Mingqiu's ice armor reformed around him, and in a flash he appeared before the general. Without a word, he drove a punch straight into the general. The general, caught off guard by Su Mingqiu's immense strength, stumbled back 3 steps. "Caligula," he roared at Su Mingqiu, still in an unintelligible tongue. Bellowing in fury, the general raised his bronze sword and swung it viciously at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu didn't dodge, he didn't even move. Instead, countless ice swords materialized in midair. They rained down upon the general in an overwhelming barrage. The general did not retreat. Instead, he whirled his sword, smashing each ice sword with a single strike. He charged through the icy rain, emerging with frost clinging to his armor. But as he burst out, he saw 3 massive ice dragons forming behind Su Mingqiu. They slammed into him and exploded, unleashing a torrent of frost that engulfed him entirely. When the frost dissipated, the general stood frozen, encased in a thick layer of ice. Even his heavy armor was covered in frost, and his body showed signs of frostbite. Lin Xiu, watching from the side, couldn't help shouting excitedly, "Awesome, Brother Su." Chu Fengyang clamped a hand over Lin Xiu's mouth. "Shut up. Don't distract Brother Su." Just then the general erupted with a startling aura. He raised his massive bronze sword, pouring every last ounce of strength into it. A blade aura several times larger than before hurtled towards Su Mingqiu. A final gamble. Su Mingqiu gazed at the colossal blade aura. He took a deep breath, releasing all the cold energy within him. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Cold River Snow. In an instant, a torrent of biting cold surged from Su Mingqiu, rushing toward the blade aura. They clashed for a moment, then the frigid frost froze the blade aura solid, shattering it. The icy torrent did not stop. It surged forward and engulfed the general. Having exhausted his strength with that final strike, he had no power left to resist. In the blink of an eye, he was encased in a massive ice sculpture, his great sword frozen alongside him. Seeing the general completely immobilized, Chu Fengyang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to Su Mingqiu. The boss battle was finally over. "You're incredible, Brother Su." Lin Xiu panted, his face alight with excitement. Chu Fengyang said earnestly, "Honestly, if it weren't for you, we 3 would have been finished today." Xie Lin nodded in agreement. "Take whatever treasure you want first, Brother Su," Xie Lin said to Su Mingqiu. "The rest of us will split what's left." Su Mingqiu nodded. This was well deserved. After all, he had handled that general single-handedly, otherwise the rest of them wouldn't have stood a chance at claiming these treasures. The group then made their way toward the treasure trove stacked in the corner. Su Mingqiu headed first toward the pills, expecting that some of the ancient alchemical elixirs might hold valuable secrets. He picked up what looked like an exquisite little medicinal vial, popped off the lid, and withdrew a pill, only to find its surface coated in a thick layer of green mold. Clearly it had been stored for far too long, but shelf life had long expired, and it was utterly inedible. After all, this ancient tomb was centuries old. The pills had long since gone moldy and spoiled. Just then Su Mingqiu heard Lin Xiu swearing over at the other side. "Damn it. The martial technique disintegrated to ash the moment I picked it up. Blast. What kind of crap is this? My pills are the same. They're all moldy and expired, can't consume any of them," Su Mingqiu grumbled. "Brother Su, Lin Xiu, come over here," Chu Fengyang called out. "These weapons are still serviceable." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu hurried over, eager to see if anything useful might be among them. Su Mingqiu was about to follow when he noticed the intricate patterns carved into the wall near the martial techniques section. He paused and studied them. At that moment, a voice echoed within his mind. "Ding. Detected S rank martial technique, demon suppressing saber. Shall I begin cultivation?" Cultivate, Su Mingqiu thought silently. The next instant, the demon suppressing saber technique was instantaneously mastered to its maximum level. A flood of knowledge surged into his consciousness, and he comprehended the entire saber technique in a single breath. These markings on the wall must have been the general's own cultivated art etched there before his death. Fortunately, he possessed a system Without it, anyone else would have stood no chance, unable to decipher these ancient inscriptions or cultivate from them. Even if someone had managed to read the fated characters after millennia, they still couldn't have mastered what lay beneath. The demon-suppressing saber encompassed 3 distinct stances: the evil-suppressing form, the evil-severing form, and the demon-subjugating form. "Brother Su, hurry over here." "I'm coming," Su Mingqiu replied, making his way toward the others. On his way over, Su Mingqiu kept scanning the surrounding walls, hoping to discover additional hidden techniques. But the system remained silent. There were none. Still, coming away with an S-rank martial technique from this tomb was a remarkable gain. This expedition had already paid handsomely. Su Mingqiu approached Chu Fengyang and spotted several cleaned weapons laid out on the ground, likely the items they had just selected. "Brother Su, we've picked out the best weapons. Take your pick first," Chu Fengyang offered. Su Mingqiu glanced at the selection and shook his head. "You go ahead. I don't need anything. Honestly, what's worth choosing from this trash?" he thought dismissively. His gaze drifted instead to the block of ice where the general lay frozen. More precisely, his attention fixated on the massive bronze saber gripped in the general's icy hand. That blade had been his lifelong weapon. It had accompanied him through countless battles and would surely far surpass the junk scattered on the ground. "Su Mingqiu, you must take something," Chu Fengyang insisted. "We'd feel terrible if you came away with nothing. You went through so much trouble for us. We'd never forgive ourselves if you left empty-handed." "Exactly, Brother Su, just pick one," Xiaolin and Lin Xiu echoed in agreement. "Who said I wasn't taking anything?" Su Mingqiu smiled and gestured toward the ice sculpture. "I'll take the saber from that general's hand." The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Chu Fengyang exhaled in relief. "Good. I was worried you'd insist on nothing at all." The 3 then gathered around the weapons, discussing how to divide the remaining hoard. Su Mingqiu approached the ice sculpture and brushed away the frost enveloping the saber. Placing his palm against the ice, he melted it, instantly revealing the massive bronze blade beneath. Studying the saber, Su Mingqiu frowned. It was far too large for him. The blade alone towered over his height. How was he meant to wield something like this? He'd need to find a proper smith to reforge it to his specifications. With that thought, he stowed the heavy weapon within his spatial ring. Turning back to the general's remains, Su Mingqiu decided he wouldn't take the blade without due respect. Gathering ice on the ground, he crafted a magnificent ice coffin and carefully placed the general within before sealing it shut. By then, Chu Fengyang and the others had finished sorting through the weapons and approached Su Mingqiu. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight of the ice coffin. He tapped it approvingly. "This is quite the fine ice coffin. Oh, should I prepare one for you when the time comes?" Su Mingqiu quipped. To his surprise, Lin Xiu actually considered it seriously before nodding. "I'll take you up on that, Brother Su. You're actually serious about this?" Su Mingqiu blinked in surprise. "We all die eventually, don't we?" Lin Xiu replied with deadpan seriousness. "Bah, cut it out," Chu Fengyang quickly intervened. "It's broad daylight. Why speak of death and decay? That's ill omen indeed." Chu Fengyang turned to Su Mingqiu. "We've finished our selections and packed everything. Very well, let's make our exit. There's nothing here worth lingering over." The 4 headed toward the exit. Su Mingqiu sealed the main chamber's doorway with ice behind them, and they quickly traversed the burial passage until they emerged from the tomb. Once outside, they filled in the entrance pit. Chu Fengyang asked Su Mingqiu, "What are your plans now, Brother Su?" "I intend to continue with the missions assigned by the academy," Su Mingqiu replied with a faint smile. "I still have unfinished business regarding the dragon vein task they gave me. I need to move swiftly." The group parted ways, having forged a solid friendship through this tomb expedition. Without delay, Su Mingqiu set off for the next dragon vein location. 3 days later, he arrived in Yunza province. The damaged dragon vein lay within an abandoned construction site on the outskirts. Not wasting a moment, he hailed a cab straight to the site. Barely had he stepped inside when the sharp clash of combat echoed through the air. Muffled thuds and the piercing sounds of clashing abilities filled the air. He raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. There were people in this forsaken place. Lifting his head to peer inside, he saw 2 figures locked in fierce combat amidst the rubble of abandoned steel and concrete. The 2 fighters noticed Su Mingqiu at the entrance, their movements pausing in unison for half a second. Huozheng immediately sneered at Feng Chun and shouted, "What? Feng Chun, is this the backup you brought? Don't waste your efforts. Even if you bring help, Huozheng alone is enough." Feng Chun was equally bewildered. He had no idea who Su Mingqiu was. Just as he was about to explain, Huozheng's relentless assault forced him to raise his arms in defense, leaving him no chance to speak. Su Mingqiu merely glanced at the 2 and shook his head. Huozheng, at the 3rd order second stage with an earth element ability, had the perfect counter to Feng Chen's wind element. Feng Chun was doomed. There was no suspense. He had no interest in meddling in their personal vendetta. The priority now was to deal with the dragon vein here and move on to the next location. He paid them no heed, not even pausing his stride, and walked straight toward the depths of the construction site. But he had barely taken 2 steps when a dull, heavy crash rang out behind him, followed by Feng Chen's pained groan. Huozheng, seeing that Su Mingqiu had never once deigned to look at him, took it as a sign of contempt. Without a second thought, he gathered his earth element ability, clenched his fist, and hurled it viciously at Su Mingqiu's back. "Watch out! Ambush from behind!" Feng Chun sprawled on the ground, shouted at the top of his lungs. But even as the words left his mouth, Su Mingqiu's figure shifted slightly to the side, dodging the sneak attack. The next moment, Su Mingqiu grabbed Huazheng by the neck with a reverse grip, lifting the entire man off the ground. Huazheng tried to rouse his earth element ability to shake off Su Mingqiu's hand. But in an instant, he found his ability frozen solid, utterly unable to be summoned. A bone-chilling cold surged through his entire body, his limbs stiffening at a visible speed, until even blinking became an immense effort. I didn't want to interfere. Su Mingqiu's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. Your feud has nothing to do with me. But maliciously obstructing my mission and daring to strike at me, you have earned the path to death. Huazheng struggled desperately, his face flushed red, yet the chilling cold only intensified. White frost crept from his neck, spreading inch by inch to his cheeks, then to his arms, and finally engulfing his entire body. In mere seconds, the once arrogant Huazheng was transformed into a frozen statue. He remained locked in his struggling posture, frozen in place. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Feng Chun scrambled to his feet. Big brother. He is the biological son of the Hua family patriarch. The Hua family will surely seek revenge on you. He gasped for breath and quickly added, Big brother, come back with me to the Feng family. After all, if not for Su Mingqiu, once Huazheng had won, he would have been in for a rough time. Su Mingqiu listened, then muttered inwardly, the Hua family seeking revenge on me. Suddenly his eyes lit up with an amusing idea. He raised his hand and stored the nearby ice statue of Huazheng into his space ring. Feng Chen's eyes went wide at the sight. What the hell? Could this big brother have some strange hobby? Collecting corpses after killing someone? That's way too creepy. By the way, big brother, I still don't know your name. Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu replied casually. Brother Su. Feng Chun hurriedly caught up, thumping his chest. Don't underestimate the Feng family. We're a clan of artifact refiners. We have extensive connections. Even if the Hua family wants to cause trouble, they wouldn't dare act on our turf. Brother Su, come back with me to the Feng family. I'll have my father forge the most powerful battle artifact for you. My father is the best refiner around. He'll make it absolutely top-notch. Hearing this, Su Mingqiu's interest was instantly piqued. An artifact refiner. He had been looking for one to reforge that blade, and now one had practically delivered itself. What a coincidence. Su Mingqiu turned to look at him. I happen to have a battle artifact that needs reforging. Feng Chen's face lit up. That's great, Brother Su. Then come with me right away. My father will handle it perfectly. You'll be satisfied. Su Mingqiu thought for a moment. The dragon vein matter wasn't urgent after all. It would be best to reforge the blade first. He nodded and followed Feng Chun to the Feng family compound. Soon they arrived at the Feng residence. The Feng family truly lived up to its reputation as a centuries-old clan of artifact refiners. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a faint scent of iron filings wafted through the air. Feng Chun led Su Mingqiu into the main hall, where they met the family patriarch Feng Sangshuan. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, his hands thick with calluses, the unmistakable marks of years spent gripping a hammer at the forge. Feng Chun recounted the incident at the construction site in full detail to his father. After hearing it, Feng Sangshuan's expression changed immediately, and he rose to clasp his fists solemnly at Su Mingqiu. Young friend Su, words cannot express my gratitude. If not for you, this foolish son of mine would have fallen into Huazheng's hands today. Rest assured, your battle artifact is my responsibility. I, Feng Sangshuan, have never forged anything inferior in my entire life. I will craft the finest for you. With that, he turned to Feng Chun with a stern face. You reckless brat, getting more and more impulsive. Feng Chun scratched his head and protested weakly. Dad, how was I supposed to know Huazheng had secretly broken through to the third order second stage? He was at the same level as me before. He hit it too well. Otherwise I would have definitely beaten him. You still dare to talk back? Feng Sangshuan scolded him angrily. If something really happened to you, how would your mother cope? You're her only son. If you were gone, she would follow you in despair. Feng Chun wilted, lowering his head. I was wrong, father. I won't be so reckless again. Feng Sangshuan nodded sternly. Acknowledging mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. Go to the ancestral hall and copy the family rules 10 times. No eating until you're done. Feng Chen's face fell. 10 times is way too much, Dad. Can I do fewer? 5 times. 5 times okay. Moi. Feng Sangshuan glared at him, and when he saw his son still daring to haggle, he flipped his hand and produced a feather duster from his space ring. Feng Chen flinched in terror. No, Dad. I'll copy them. I'll copy them right now. I'm going. With that, he turned to Su Mingqiu, winked at him, and then scurried off. Brother Su, I'm off to copy the family rules. Su Mingqiu looked at the feather duster that Feng Sangshuan held in his hand, somewhat taken aback. That ordinary-looking object was actually a 4th-rank battle weapon. In this family of artifact refiners, even the feather duster used to discipline children was a battle weapon. If it struck a person, wouldn't it cripple them? Feng Sangshuan watched his son disappear in a flash, then turned back to Su Mingqiu with an embarrassed smile. Young friend Su, you must have found that amusing. He changed the subject, looking at Su Mingqiu with a serious expression. By the way, young friend Su, I heard from Feng Chen earlier that you have a battle weapon to recast. What kind is it? Take it out, and let me have a look first so I can prepare the materials and furnace in advance. Su Mingqiu nodded, flipped his hand, and pulled out the bronze great sword from his spatial ring. As the sword landed, it clattered loudly. Feng Xiangshuan was momentarily stunned by the sheer size of the blade. He quickly stepped forward, gently tapped the blade with his finger. Ding! A crisp sound echoed through the room. Feng Xiangshuan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent, excellent. This is a fine blade indeed. The material is so solid." Feng Xiangshuan stroked the blade thought for a moment, and looked up at Su Mingqiu. "Young friend Su, what attribute is your ability?" A battle weapon must align with its owner's ability attribute to unleash its full potential. Otherwise, even if it's forged perfectly, the sword's full power cannot be brought out. "Ice," Su Mingqiu replied casually. "Ice, you say?" Feng Xiangshuan's brow furrowed instantly, and he stroked his chin in contemplation. After a moment he spoke. "Young friend Su, to be honest, the Feng family has all the other materials needed to recast this sword except for ice hard iron. If you had a different attribute like metal or earth, we would have plenty of corresponding materials in our warehouse. But ice hard iron, we really have none in stock." Fearing Su Mingqiu might be anxious, he quickly added with a wave of his hand. "But don't worry, young friend Su, it's not hopeless. In 3 days the Yunkon's secret realm will open. I heard from someone that deep within the secret realm lies an ice cave where ice hard iron can definitely be found." "Patriarch Feng, what is the Yunkon's secret realm?" Su Mingqiu inquired curiously. Feng Xiangshuan smiled and explained in detail the Yunkon's secret realm is a remnant from ancient times. It opens once every 2.5 years. Each time many people enter to train and seek treasures. However, the realm has a cultivation restriction. Only ability users up to the 3rd rank are allowed entry, those above cannot enter. There are many heavenly treasures and earthly marvels within, but the realm only opens for a week. After a week, it will automatically close. Whether you've come out or not, you'll be forcibly teleported out. At this point he clasped his hands apologetically towards Su Mingqiu. "To be honest, my good-for-nothing son also plans to enter and train this time. I'll have to rely on you, young friend Su, to look after him when the time comes." Su Mingqiu waved his hand and chuckled. "Patriarch Feng, you're being too polite. It's only right." Feng Xiangshuan sighed in relief and smiled. "That's wonderful. For these 3 days, young friend Su, please stay at the Feng residence. When the secret realm opens, you and Chun'er can set off together, so you'll have company." Su Mingqiu nodded and agreed. "All right then, I'll trouble you, Patriarch Feng." Su Mingqiu settled in at the Feng residence. He spent the entire day in the Feng family's forging workshop, watching Feng Xiangshuan process the sword. Feng Xiangshuan heated the large furnace red hot and placed the sword inside. Before long, the sword slowly melted into a pool of molten iron. Feng Xiangshuan added various auxiliary materials, meticulously removing impurities bit by bit. He produced a rough sword blank. After a day's work, all the other preparations were done. Now the final step remained, adding the ice hard iron. Once this last material was found, the forging could begin immediately, and the sword would be perfected. Meanwhile, in the study of the Hua family, the Hua family patriarch, Hua Kangji, sat in his chair. His wife Zhang Ran stood behind him, massaging his shoulders, her face filled with worry. "What do you think happened to Zhang? It's been a whole day and he won't answer his phone. We can't reach him at all. Could something have happened?" Hua Kangji waved his hand dismissively. "Who knows where he's gone to fool around again. It's not like this hasn't happened before. He'll be back in a couple of days. Don't worry, I've already sent Yuaner to investigate. We should have news soon." Hua Kangji comforted his anxious wife. Just as he finished speaking, a tall, robust young man strode in quickly and respectfully addressed them, "Father, Mother." It was Hua Kangji's eldest son, Hua Yuan, Hua Zheng's elder brother. "I found out. Someone saw that Hua Zheng last went with Feng Chun of the Feng family to an abandoned factory on the outskirts." The Feng family again. Hua Kangji slammed his fist into the armrest of the chair beside him, smashing a deep dent into the solid wood. That brat must have gotten into a fight with Feng Chun and ended up in the Feng family's hands. Jiang Ran quickly patted Hua Kangji's arm and urged, "Then what are you sitting there for? Go to the Feng family and ransom Zheng back. What's the rush?" Hua Kangji waved his hand, his expression calm. "The Feng family captured our man. They'll certainly come to us first to negotiate terms. We just wait. What's the hurry? They wouldn't dare to do anything to Zheng." In the blink of an eye, the day of the Yunkon's secret realm's opening arrived. For 3 days, the Hua family stayed home waiting. They waited for the Feng family to send someone to discuss ransom conditions, but day after day passed, without a single phone call from the Feng family, not a word of news. At first, Hua Kangji remained composed, thinking the Feng family would take the initiative to negotiate. After waiting 3 days and receiving nothing, he grew anxious and finally, unable to bear it, called the Feng family himself. But the Feng family either said they were too busy with the secret realm matters or simply hung up on him. They didn't utter a single word to him, completely ignoring the issue. This infuriated Hua Kangji so much that he nearly flipped the table. So the Feng family, after capturing his son, dared to treat him with such contempt. Did they really think the Hua family was easy to bully? At the entrance of the Yunkon's secret realm, it was packed with people waiting for the realm to open, bustling with excitement. Hua Kangji led his men and directly blocked Feng Xiangshuan's path, and the two immediately confronted each other. "Feng Xiangshuan!" Hua Kangji shouted angrily at him. "I haven't seen you for days. I thought you were dead. You didn't even answer my calls." "Hey brother Hua, that's not fair. Feng Songxuan waved his hand innocently. You know I love forging artifacts. I've been busy refining war tools these days. How could I have time to check my phone? Why do you come at me the moment we meet? You have the nerve to say that. Huakengji roared. Release my son Huazheng immediately. The others waiting for the secret realm to open upon hearing their exchange quickly stepped back. Afraid of being caught in the crossfire of these two powder kegs, they gathered together and whispered, damn, these two are at it again. Yeah, let's stay far away from both families. When we enter, don't want to get bitten by mad dogs and land in trouble. Your son Huazheng. I haven't seen him. Feng Songxuan remained smiling, looking innocent. You're still playing dumb, aren't you? Huakengji was so angry that he pointed at him, unable to speak for a long time. Feng Songxuan was still being deliberately obtuse. Fine. Feng Songxuan, just you wait, you'll regret this. Huakengji gritted his teeth and said, having no other choice, he let out a cold snort and turned to sit on a nearby chair. After sitting down, he lowered his voice and instructed his eldest son, Huayuan. Yuan, when you enter the secret realm later, capture Feng Qin for me. Huayuan nodded and replied respectfully, I understand, father. He was at the 3rd rank 9th stage, which happened to be the highest limit of this secret realm. In this secret realm, he was the supreme existence. Capturing a mere Feng Qin would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Huakengji looked in Feng Songxuan's direction and sneered inwardly. Feng Songxuan, once your son falls into my hands, let's see if you still play dumb. Soon the entrance of the secret realm lit up, emitting a soft, gentle glow. The secret realm officially opened, and all those waiting to enter rushed in like a swarm of bees. Feng Songxuan quickly pulled Su Mingqiu aside and earnestly entrusted him. Young friend Su, I leave Chun'er and the other children of the Feng family in your care. These past few days he had already learned of Su Mingqiu's identity. He knew that Su Mingqiu could effortlessly crush those so-called geniuses. Huayuan's strength was nothing in front of him, which is why he felt so reassured. Su Mingqiu nodded and said with a smile, rest assured Patriarch Feng, I will take good care of them. With that he followed Feng Qin and the other young members of the Feng family into the secret realm. After everyone had entered, Feng Songxuan turned to Huakengji next to him and said with a smile, Brother Hua, I'll take my leave now. There are some matters at home. Huakengji ignored him completely, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave with his men. After Huakengji returned to the Hua residence, Jiang Ran immediately rushed over and asked anxiously, how did it go? Where is Zheng'er? Did the Feng family release him? Alas, that Feng Songxuan absolutely refuses to admit he captured Zheng'er. Huakengji waved his hand dismissively and said, but it doesn't matter. Once Yuan'er enters the secret realm and captures Feng Qin, I don't believe he still won't release him. At that moment, inside the Yunkong secret realm, Su Mingqiu appeared in a dense primeval forest. After landing, he glanced around and saw nothing but towering ancient trees tens of meters high. The air was thick with abundant spiritual energy, several times richer than outside. However, there was no one beside him. Feng Qin and the other members of the Feng family had all disappeared. Su Mingqiu realized that this was just like a spatial rift. Upon entering, everyone would be randomly teleported to different locations. Even those who entered together would be separated. Su Mingqiu dashed off in one direction of the forest. His speed was extremely fast. Along the way he encountered a few reckless beasts that tried to ambush him, but they were all frozen into ice sculptures by the cold aura he casually emitted without even getting a chance to approach. He also ran into a few people along the way. They glanced at each other, but didn't provoke one another. After all, no one wanted to court unnecessary trouble in the secret realm, so they simply passed by and went their separate ways. Before long, Su Mingqiu heard the sound of arguing in the distance. He immediately dashed toward that direction. When he arrived, he saw two people quarreling fiercely over a red fruit growing in a crack between rocks on the verge of fighting. Wu Lei, I saw this fruit first. The man named Zheng Jia pointed at the other and shouted. Bullshit. Just because you saw it first, it's yours. Wu Lei cursed disdainfully. I saw your mother too, so is she mine now? Enraged by his words, Zheng Jia's fire-type ability instantly erupted, and a scorching fireball shot directly at Wu Lei. But Wu Lei was prepared. A stream of water surged from his body, forming a thick water shield that directly blocked Zheng Jia's fireball. The fireball collided with the water shield and was instantly extinguished. Ha ha ha. Wu Lei burst into laughter and said mockingly, Zheng Jia, are you an idiot? Water counters fire. With your meager skills, you still want to compete with me? Having watched the commotion for a while, Su Mingqiu had seen enough. This Wu Lei certainly had a sharp tongue. Then he walked over and said calmly to the two, stop arguing, both of you. This fruit is mine now. You can step aside. Wu Lei and Zheng Jia were taken aback when they saw Su Mingqiu, then exchanged a glance. Wu Lei whispered to Zheng Jia, damn, where did this kid come from? Let's deal with him first, then we'll settle our own dispute. Zheng Jia quickly nodded, and the two instantly reached a consensus. After all, this kid looked like a pushover. If they teamed up, they could easily take him down, and then the fruit would still be theirs. Su Mingqiu watched their behavior standing still, and couldn't help but sarcastically think to himself, oh my, it seems I've been taken for a pushover. The two opponents' attacks were already coming. Zheng Jia's searing fireball and Wu Lei's sharp water blade hurtled toward him fiercely. But sorry, bro is not a pushover, bro is a steel plate. Bro is about to show off. Su Mingqiu walked toward them with his hands in his pockets. Just as the fireball and water blade were about to reach him, the cold aura emanating from his body instantly froze the two attacks into ice. With a pat sound, they fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. He then continued walking toward the two. Damn, this one's tough. Wu Lei's face instantly turned ugly. This person blocked the attack effortlessly without even moving his hands. The two of us together are no match for him. The gap is too vast. Panic seized his heart. He hastily cupped his hands ready to apologize and admit his mistake. But just then Zheng Jie, who stood beside him, suddenly moved. He unleashed his fire-based ability toward the defenseless Wu Lei. A scorching flame struck Wu Lei's back. Caught completely off guard, Wu Lei was stunned by the sudden blow. He collapsed to the ground, his body severely burned, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. You? What are you doing? Wu Lei pointed at Zheng Jie, so furious he couldn't speak for a long time. Mingqiu was dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Why are they turning on each other? Zheng Jie completely ignored the blood-spitting Wu Lei on the ground. Instead, he turned around and flatteringly cupped his hands towards Mingqiu, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Brother, I was bewitched by this scoundrel just now, which led me to act rashly against you. Now that I've come to my senses, I've apprehended this villain at once. Just a moment ago, this man had frozen their attacks with a mere trace of cold aura emanating from his body. Any discerning eye could see that he was on a completely different level from the two of them. Since he couldn't win, he'd join him. Selling out his companion as a token of allegiance might just earn him mercy from the big shot. A win-win move. Wu Lei, lying on the ground, pointed at Zheng Jie and cursed furiously, "You damn dog, Zheng Jie." Mingqiu was rendered speechless by Zheng Jie's shameless words. This man, to save his own skin, betrayed his comrade without a shred of guilt. Without wasting words on Zheng Jie, Mingqiu said indifferently, "Enough. Go fetch that fruit for me." Yes, big brother." Zheng Jie nodded eagerly and scurried toward the red fruit growing in a crevice of the rock. Passing by Wu Lei, he didn't forget to pause and viciously kick him in the kidney. "That's for cursing me. This is your retribution. Serves you right." But who would have guessed that after grabbing the red fruit, Zheng Jie would turn and run? Ha ha ha. I'm out of here. A faint flame flared beneath his feet, his speed instantly skyrocketing as he dashed away into the distance. This was his B-rank fire-type speed combat technique maxed out. He had even escaped from a 4th stage first segment opponent before, which was why he was so confident. Mingqiu watched Zheng Jie run quite fast. The next second he flickered and appeared right behind Zheng Jie, catching up to him instantly. He reached out, grabbed Zheng Jie by the neck, and flung him against a nearby tree. Then with a wave of cold aura, he froze Zheng Jie's legs to the ground, rendering him unable to flee. Mingqiu stared at Zheng Jie, who was now immobilized on the ground. Zheng Jie had dared to deceive him, betraying his comrade, and then attempting to escape. Coincidentally, he had learned the demon-suppressing blade technique from the ancient tomb earlier and had never had a chance to test its power. Today, Zheng Jie would serve as his practice target. He raised his hand and cold aura surged from his fingertips, condensing into an ice blade. "You're lucky to be the first person to witness my demon-suppressing blade." With that, he lifted his hand and executed the first move, demon-suppressing strike. In an instant, a blade aura imbued with bone-chilling cold erupted from the ice blade. Zheng Jie was terrified out of his wits. He hurriedly gathered all his fire-based ability, erecting a thick wall of flames before him in a desperate attempt to resist. But the moment the blade aura touched the fire wall, it extinguished the blazing flames effortlessly. Then it slashed through with unstoppable force, cleaving Zheng Jie's body in two before he could even scream. Mingqiu walked over and casually removed the spatial ring from Zheng Jie's finger. The ring was almost empty. Aside from the red fruit snatched earlier, there were only a few low-grade healing pills. A bit of loose change, but nothing valuable. A wretched pauper. After dispatching Zheng Jie, Mingqiu turned toward Wu Lei, who was still lying on the ground. Wu Lei, clutching his burned wounds, kept cursing at Zheng Jie's corpse. "Serves you right. Die like the dog you are. Selling out your comrade." Seeing Mingqiu approaching, he immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, please don't kill me. I know a place with something good. I discovered it during my last visit to this secret realm. I made a mark." "Then why didn't you pick it last time?" Mingqiu asked. "My cultivation level was too low back then, big brother." Wu Lei quickly explained. "A 3rd stage 9th segment beast guards that spot. I couldn't defeat it, so I didn't dare take it. Let me recover a bit, and I'll take you there. It won't take long." Wu Lei said hastily. Mingqiu nodded and said flatly, "Fine. I'll give you time. But if you dare deceive me, you know the consequences." Wu Lei shook his head frantically like a rattle drum. "How would I dare deceive you, big brother? Even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't." With that, he hurriedly took a healing pill from his spatial ring and popped it into his mouth. His wounds began to heal quickly, and the burns on his body gradually faded, becoming less severe. Soon he stood up and said to Mingqiu, "Big brother, I'm ready. Let's go. I'll take you to that place." Then the two set off, with Wu Lei leading the way and Mingqiu following behind. Before long, they emerged from the dense forest. Once out, Wu Lei surveyed the terrain, identified their location, and then quickened his pace in a certain direction. "This way, big brother. It's over there." They traveled for a whole day, and by noon the next day, they finally arrived. "We're here, big brother. Right here." Wu Lei pointed at a hidden cave entrance not far away and addressed Su Mingqiu. Throughout the journey, Su Mingqiu had not seen Feng Chun nor any member of the Feng family. It seemed the secret realm was vast. During the day of travel, having nothing else to do, he ate the red fruit he had seized earlier. The fruit turned out to be disgustingly awful. It tasted like an unripe astringent persimmon, nearly making his teeth ache. Moreover, after eating it, his cultivation level only advanced by a minuscule amount. Almost negligible. So those two had fought over such a worthless piece of junk. But at this moment a crowd of about 10 people had gathered beside the hidden cave entrance, searching around it. Su Mingqiu asked, Wu Lei, didn't you say you were the only one who knew about this place? How come there are so many people here? Wu Lei was also confused, scratching his head, and replying innocently, I have no idea, boss. Last time I came there really was no one here. I don't know how they found it. Then he turned to Su Mingqiu with a fawning grin and asked, boss, should I go chase them all away? Su Mingqiu nodded, dismissing it as trivial. Wu Lei then walked toward the crowd, with Su Mingqiu following behind him. When Wu Lei reached the group, one of them looked up with a smile and asked, bro, are you also looking for? Before he could finish, Wu Lei cut him off. Looking for your mother. Wu Lei thrust his hands into his pockets and yelled arrogantly, all you trash, get the hell out. This place belongs to me. After all, with Su Mingqiu backing him up, he was as arrogant as he could be. The group was enraged by his words, instantly gathering together and shouting at Wu Lei, kid, what did you say? Are you asking for death? Seeing how many of them there were, Wu Lei swallowed nervously, his heart starting to race. But remembering Su Mingqiu behind him, he stiffened his neck and yelled, I said this place is mine. All of you bastards get lost. You hear me now? He didn't care anymore. If a fight broke out, Su Mingqiu would handle it. He had placed all his hopes on Su Mingqiu. Today he was determined to show off. The group was furious and surged forward to attack him. Wu Lei was so scared that he leaped back behind Su Mingqiu in a single bound, hiding himself. Then he said to Su Mingqiu, boss. I tried to reason with them. They wouldn't listen. It's up to you, boss. Su Mingqiu looked at him, utterly speechless, and couldn't help thinking seriously. Is that how you persuade people? You just went up and called them trash, told them to get lost. If you say that, it's already lucky they didn't jump you right away. Shaking his head, he still stepped forward. The treasure in the cave was already reserved in his mind. The group saw Su Mingqiu approaching and let out a sneer, saying, what? Kid, you're his big brother. I'm telling you, if you two kneel down and apologize right now, kowtow a few times, will spare you. Otherwise. As they spoke, their supernatural abilities surged forth, each of them assuming a fighting stance. Oh, trying to scare me. Su Mingqiu laughed, and instantly his cold energy erupted. Wu Lei, standing behind him, felt a bone-chilling cold and quickly shouted at the group, hey, my boss is angry. If you don't want to die, run. The group ignored Wu Lei's warning and hurled their abilities directly at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu raised his hand, and the cold energy surged toward the group. Instantly, the ground around them and the grass and trees were all coated in a thick layer of ice. The incoming abilities froze into ice midair. What? A tough one. Run. The group turned to flee. But the cold energy had already swept over them. Many tried to resist, but it was useless. They were instantly turned into ice sculptures, not even having time to scream. Only two, slightly faster, barely dodged the cold energy and bolted away in a desperate escape. Su Mingqiu watched them flee, condensing an ice blade in his hand. He raised his hand and executed the second form of the demon-suppressing blade, Sever Evil. The two continued their frantic escape, not daring to look back. The next second, a blade aura flew forth, splitting both of them cleanly in half. Even several large trees beside them were severed at the waist by that blade aura. Wu Lei, standing behind Su Mingqiu, was completely dumbfounded. He had still underestimated Su Mingqiu's strength. I thought you'd be like Zheng Jie, sneak attacking me and then running away. Su Mingqiu's voice came calmly. In truth, he had been on guard against Wu Lei the whole time, given the lesson from Zheng Jie earlier. If you had dared to attack, I'd have turned you into an ice sculpture right away. I wouldn't dare, boss. Wu Lei quickly waved his hands, flattering, I'd never have the guts to lay a hand on you. Su Mingqiu walked over and removed the spatial rings from the frozen bodies. He casually scanned the contents of each one, then couldn't help but curl his lips. Well, same as Zheng Jie. All of them were dirt poor. He rummaged through, but found nothing of value. When he checked one ring, he paused. Good grief, it actually contained a woman's intimate lingerie. No idea where it had been stolen from. Su Mingqiu was left speechless. Nothing worthwhile. He carelessly tucked the useless rings into his own spatial ring, then turned to the still-stunned Wu Lei and waved a hand. All right, let's go. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the hidden cave. Wu Lei quickly scurried after him, terrified that if he lagged behind, he would end up like the others. As soon as they entered the cave, there was still a little light. But as they ventured deeper, the surroundings plunged into pitch-black darkness, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Wu Lei, clearly prepared, pulled a palm-sized gadget from his spatial ring. He pressed a button and the device instantly emitted a warm, soft yellow glow, illuminating several meters around them clearly. Boss, this is a light artifact, a battle tool specially for dark places. He held it up like a treasure sidling, close to Su Mingqiu. You came well prepared, Su Mingqiu said casually. Not at all, not at all. I've been afraid of the dark since I was a kid, so I always carry it. Wu Lei scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. He raised the lamp, pointing at the increasingly deep darkness ahead, and instinctively lowered his voice. Boss, that spirit beast should be at the very end. Last time I came it was lying there asleep. That's why I managed to sneak out. With my skills I wouldn't have had a chance to escape otherwise. Behind that beast there's a fruit tree. Last time the fruits hadn't grown yet. It's been 2.5 years now, so they must have ripened. While Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei groped their way deeper into the cave on the other side of the secret realm, the Hua family had abandoned treasure hunting. Hui Yuan, leading the Hua clan, frantically searched the entire secret realm for Feng Chun. His father's orders were crystal clear: capture the man and exchange him for his younger brother. But 2 days had passed, and there was no sign of Feng Chun, not even a trace. However, persistence paid off, though they hadn't caught the main target. They did stumble upon several Feng family members who had entered the secret realm with Feng Chun. Hui Yuan had them all bound. In a temporary forest rest stop, Hui Yuan sat on a flat boulder, his face dark with barely contained impatience. How's it going? Any news of Feng Chun? A Hua family disciple hurried over and reported cautiously. Young master, we've interrogated all the Feng family members we captured. They all claim to know nothing. Not a single clue about Feng Chun. Oomph. Hui Yuan's eyes turned icy cold. With a sudden burst of force, he crushed the stone edge beside him into powder, revealing the depth of his rage. Go spread the word. He gritted out, his voice as cold as ice. Tell everyone in the secret realm if Feng Chun keeps hiding, these Feng scum I've captured won't leave this place alive. Understood, young master. The subordinate nodded quickly, not daring to linger, and turned to sprint away. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave halfway down a cliff, Feng Chun leaned against the cold stone wall, bent over, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He had just sneaked into a beast's lair and stolen a spiritual fruit. The beast, mad as a rabid dog, chased him relentlessly, refusing to be shaken off. When he was first cornered at the cliff's edge, he thought he was done for. Leaping off a 1,000-foot cliff would surely turn him into minced meat. But unexpectedly, in his panic, he jumped and stumbled into this cave hidden in the cliff face. Damn, that dead dog sure holds a grudge. Feng Chun wiped the dust off his face, cursing. I've run this far, how can that nose still track me? Can't shake it off. After his outburst, he looked up at the cave that had saved his life, and instantly grew smug. He patted his chest, boasting. Heaven doesn't forsake me. Am I the fabled chosen one? A way out appears wherever I go. After catching his breath, Feng Chun stood up, brushed off the dust, and surveyed the cave. Scanning around, he suddenly noticed something on the stone wall. Curious, he leaned in, squinting. Lo and behold, it was a complete set of combat technique illustrations. But when he saw the small line of text at the bottom, his face darkened instantly. It read, young man, to master this art you must first castrate yourself. FCK off. Feng Chun yelled out loud, stepping back, waving his hand in disgust. I'm still a virgin, haven't even enjoyed life's pleasures yet. Castrate? No way, never in this life. Whoever wants to practice this lousy technique can go ahead. Still, he couldn't resist glancing back down and noticed another line he'd missed in his anger. If you don't castrate, you can still practice, but the power will be diminished. Feng Chun's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, looking utterly self-satisfied. Great. I love low-power techniques like this. That way I won't be too heavy-handed and accidentally kill someone. Though he said that inwardly, he was overjoyed. Being able to practice without castration regardless of power reduction was better than nothing. With that, he plopped down on the ground, took out the stolen spiritual fruit, and wiped it on his clothes. He planned to eat it first. After finishing the fruit, he would study the technique. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei, following the cave path for about half an hour, finally reached its deepest part. Before them opened a vast, naturally formed cavern. In its center, a not too tall fruit tree took root in a stone crevice, bearing 3 purple fruits. Not far from the tree, a winged wolf covered in black bristles lay crouched, its white wings folded behind it, staring at the 3 fruits, drool nearly dripping to the ground. It had clearly been guarding the spot, waiting for the fruits to fully ripen. Hearing the noise, the winged wolf jerked its head up. Seeing Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei intruding, it bristled and let out a fierce howl. It didn't charge directly, but fixed its glare on them, paws scraping the ground nervously. Wu Lei, emboldened by Su Mingqiu's presence, stepped forward and pointed at the wolf. Shut your mouth. Wang Kai. This tree belongs to my big brother now, got it? The winged wolf flew into a rage, spreading its white wings and charging at Wu Lei with a howl. It swiped a claw at Wu Lei's head. Wu Lei, terrified out of his wits, quickly raised his hand to form a water shield in front of him. But the shield barely formed, shattered under the wolf's claw in less than a second. I'm done for. The only thought left in Wu Lei's mind. He closed his eyes in terror. Just as Wu Lei thought he was doomed, a hand reached out from beside him, casually grabbing the wolf's claw. The next second, bone-chilling cold burst from Su Mingqiu's palm, instantly enveloping the wolf's claw. In the blink of an eye, the claw was frozen solid. The cold spread rapidly up the wolf's leg. A whoa! The wolf let out a piercing scream of pain, flapping its wings desperately to flee backward. But the frozen claw, brittle from the cold, snapped off and fell to the ground. Su Mingqiu looked at the frozen claw in his hand, then casually tossed it into a corner. After waiting for pain that never came, Wu Lei cautiously opened his eyes to see the winged wolf missing a claw. Then Wu Lei shouted at the wolf, "You think you're tough? What use is being tough? In this world you need power, you need backing. After throwing out the threats, he immediately turned to Su Mingqiu, his face shifting to a sycophantic grin, bowing and scraping. "Thank you, big brother." Su Mingqiu saw the place where the winged wolf's paw had been severed, and to his astonishment the flesh was wriggling rapidly. In the blink of an eye, new pink paw tips began to emerge. Just as the broken paw was about to regrow completely, Su Mingqiu froze on the spot, unable to help but curse inwardly. Limb regeneration. This mutated beast's innate ability is truly monstrous. He had previously thought its special talent was merely the pair of white wings that clashed with its black fur. Never expected such a ruthless talent to actually possess the power of limb regeneration. Wu Lei witnessed the winged wolf's regeneration firsthand. He shrank his neck and quietly shuffled behind Su Mingqiu. This creature could regenerate even a severed claw. If it attacked again, and Su Mingqiu failed to protect him, his life would truly be over. Fascinating. This is the first time I've encountered the talent of limb regeneration. Let's see how many times your talent can sustain you. As the words fell, cold energy surged from his palm and instantly condensed into an ice blade. The next moment, he became a blur of motion, darting forward to face the winged wolf before raising his arm to strike at its head. The winged wolf never anticipated Su Mingqiu's speed reaching such extreme levels. It barely twisted its body in a hasty attempt to avoid the vital area, but its white wings behind failed to escape the blade. With a sharp cracking sound, half of it was severed by the ice blade and fell to the ground. Ow! The winged wolf grimaced in agony, letting out a painful howl. But in the next instant, the flesh at the base of its severed half wing began writhing rapidly again. Visibly, the missing half of the wing slowly started to regrow. After suffering a setback, the winged wolf took to the air, flying in circles around Su Mingqiu at high speed. The velocity was so great that it left multiple afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish which one was the real creature. The very next moment, it materialized behind Su Mingqiu, mouth agape, to reveal sharp fangs, and lunged viciously at his neck. Su Mingqiu didn't even turn his head, instead forming an ice barrier behind him. The wolf's teeth bit down hard against the ice membrane. Immediately, the ice membrane shifted shape, instantaneously forming an ice mouthguard. With a crisp snap, it securely trapped the wolf's fangs in place. The winged wolf was stunned on the spot, taking half a second to regain its senses before darting away again. It once more became a blur of motion, suddenly appearing at Su Mingqiu's side. Its claws swept toward his neck. Su Mingqiu's cold aura erupted violently, freezing the winged wolf's movements in place. Nearly half its body was about to freeze solid. Then Su Mingqiu's ice fist, wreathed in bone-chilling cold energy, slammed forcefully into the winged wolf. With a dull thud, the beast was sent flying like a baseball, crashing hard against the cave wall. Yet this creature persisted like an indestructible cockroach, shaking its dazed head before stumbling back to its feet, locking eyes with Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and unleashed the first form of his demon-suppressing blade, the evil subduing strike. But the winged wolf's speed was genuinely remarkable, a flicker of movement, and it narrowly evaded the fierce blade aura. Yet Su Mingqiu's strikes never ceased, alternating between the evil subduing and evil severing forms. He didn't dare employ the third form, the demon subjugating strike, because it locked onto its target with devastating power, and he feared delivering a single blow might kill the wolf outright. He continued hacking away for what felt like an eternity, his arms growing numb from the effort. Meanwhile, the winged wolf could only desperately dodge through the relentless storm of blade shadows. Several times it attempted to break through and close the distance, but the impenetrable wall of blade energy prevented it from even reaching Su Mingqiu's vicinity. Although the wolf dodged swiftly, Su Mingqiu's blade shadows were so dense that occasionally a few cuts would land. Initially, when struck, it could recover almost instantly, but as the number of cuts increased, its recovery speed visibly slowed. What once healed in the blink of an eye now required heavy breathing just to regrow a small portion. By the end, wounds from the strikes simply remained open, never closing or moving again. This formerly arrogant winged wolf now lay wingless and crippled in all four limbs. It collapsed onto the icy stone floor, breathing weakly, utterly immobilized. Wu Lei, standing behind, had long been transfixed, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg, unable to close it for a long while. Throughout his entire life, he had never encountered anyone so absurd. Someone capable of wielding such devastating combat techniques endlessly without pause. Chopping away for so long without stopping. Wasn't this the legendary perpetual motion machine? Absolutely monstrous. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu ignored his shock and walked toward the wolf sprawled on the ground. Yet even in this mangled state, upon seeing him approach, the creature managed to lift its head, weakly baring its teeth in a feeble attempt to bite. Oh, still acting tough even like this. As the words left his mouth, he raised his hand and expelled a stream of freezing energy toward the wolf. Instantly, it was encased in ice, frozen forever in that snarling expression. Having dealt with the winged wolf, Su Mingqiu led Wu Lei to stand before the fruit tree. He reached out and touched one of the purple fruits, estimating that these three needed only a bit more time to reach full ripeness. With nothing else to occupy him, Su Mingqiu simply found a clean stone to sit upon and waited for the fruits to mature. Half an hour passed in quiet anticipation. Suddenly, all three purple fruits on the tree swayed simultaneously. Then came 3 soft pattering sounds as they dropped to the ground. Mingqiu bent down to gather the 3 fruits, brushing off the dust. He picked one up and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Not bad, quite delicious. Much better than that unripe red fruit from before. While chewing, he noticed Wu Lei beside him staring at the fruit in his hand, secretly swallowing saliva with wide-eyed longing. Mingqiu smiled and tossed one of the remaining fruits to him. Take it. You're the one who brought me here. Without you, I wouldn't have found this place. Wu Lei fumbled to catch the fruit, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. Sniffling with emotion, he cried out, "Thank you, big brother. You're so kind. You're the second person besides my parents who's ever been this good to me." Mingqiu's expression darkened immediately, and he waved his hands dismissively. Enough, just eat it. Stop with the sappy stuff. I'm getting goosebumps. Yeah. Wu Lei nodded, vigorously snatched the fruit, and took an eager bite, nearly choking on it. After chewing twice, his eyes instantly brightened. He continued devouring the fruit ravenously, while calling out with a mouthful, "It's so delicious, bro." A day flew by in an instant, and time had already arrived at the 3rd day within the secret realm. At this moment, Mingqiu was leading Wu Lei, swiftly advancing toward the northernmost part of the secret realm. After all, Feng Zhangshuan had previously told him that the ice heart iron, which could be used to recast the Great Blade, was located in the natural ice cave at the far north of the secret realm. After consuming those 2 purple fruits yesterday, Mingqiu's cultivation had also risen, accordingly breaking through directly to the 3rd order 4th stage. Not only his cultivation, but his physical body had also been significantly enhanced. One must know that his physical body, due to the unknown combat technique he had previously cultivated, was already formidable. Yet even so, those purple fruits managed to elevate his physique a notch further. Initially, after eating the fruits, Mingqiu intended to let Wu Lei go on his own. But he hadn't expected that this guy would cling to him, sticking to his back like glue, impossible to shake off. Seeing that no matter how hard he tried to get rid of him, Wu Lei wouldn't leave, Mingqiu grew too lazy to bother and simply let him tag along. If trouble ever arose, he'd handle the brute force, while Wu Lei took care of the verbal taunts. A perfect division of labor. One fights, one curses, quite efficient. After a day of travel, when night fell, the two found an open space and stopped to rest. They lit a fire, and Wu Lei skewered the beast meat he had hunted during the day, roasting it over the flames. "Brother Su, have this skewer. It's just cooked, perfect timing." Wu Lei handed the sizzling, greasy meat skewer to Mingqiu. Mingqiu took a bite and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You've got to admit, you really can't deny it." This Wu Lei wasn't just sharp with his tongue, his hands were skilled too. Absolutely impressive. "Not bad," Mingqiu nodded, giving him a word of praise. Hearing Mingqiu's compliment, Wu Lei roasted even more fervently. "Got it, Brother Su. I'll roast you a few more." As he spoke, a clear stream of water spurted from his fingertips, rinsing the freshly skewered raw meat. He washed away the bloodstains in one smooth, practiced motion. Mingqiu watched his proficient demeanor and thought it was a pity he didn't open a barbecue joint. "All right, have some yourself too. Don't just keep roasting." Mingqiu bit into the meat skewer as he spoke to him. Just as the two were relaxing and eating, Mingqiu suddenly caught the faint sound of footsteps. Looking up, he saw a woman of fair countenance emerging from the nearby woods, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. "Smells wonderful." The woman smiled radiantly at them and said, "Handsome, could I have one skewer? I've been traveling all day, and I'm starving." Hearing this, Wu Lei immediately shielded the skewers behind him. "No way. These are for my brother Su. You can't have even one." The woman's mouth twitched violently at that, and she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Is this kid mentally off? It's just one skewer of meat, why such a big reaction? Give her one skewer. Mingqiu waved his hand, speaking to Wu Lei. A woman suddenly appearing in the dead of night was most likely trouble. He wanted to see just what this woman was up to. "Got it, Brother Su." Wu Lei took one skewer and handed it to the woman. The woman took the skewer and promptly sat down beside the fire, smiling at Mingqiu. "Thank you, handsome." After speaking, she lowered her head and ate. When she finished, she simply sat by the fire, making no further move, quietly warming herself. Wu Lei, however, kept staring at her intently. His mother had told him since childhood that the words of beautiful women were the least trustworthy. He couldn't just believe the nonsense these women spouted. Mingqiu watched for a long time, but nothing happened. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Just then a voice rang out full of curses. "Damn it. Daring to mess with my woman, you're asking for death." As the words fell, a short, fat man emerged from the woods with 10 followers. The woman who had asked for the skewer immediately stood up and walked over to join that group. The short, fat man named Hu Laoba pointed at Mingqiu and arrogantly shouted, "Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over your spatial ring obediently." Seeing this, Mingqiu was utterly speechless. He couldn't help but rub his forehead inwardly, scoffing, could this acting be any more fake? Too pathetic, isn't it? What era is this? Playing a meat skewer honey trap with me? Wu Lei shot to his feet in an instant and launched a full-force verbal assault at Hu Laoba. "You short, fat, ugly bastard. No father, no mother, no one loves you." This Hu Laoba, relying on his 3rd order 8th stage cultivation, had grown accustomed to strutting around in this secret realm where the highest was only 3rd order 9th stage. He usually robbed lone travelers with impunity, and no one dared to provoke him. This was the first time he had been cursed out like this, and he flew into a rage. With a wave of his hand, the 10 men behind him charged at Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei. Wu Lei was about to raise his hand to strike when Su Mingqiu's voice came through. Stand down. What? Kid, now you want to hand over the spatial ring? Hu Laoba sneered smugly at the sight, his face full of arrogance. But I've changed my mind. Even if you hand it over, you two are still dead men. Su Mingqiu stood up, shook his head, and couldn't be bothered to waste words on such scum. He stretched out both hands, and a piercing chill surged forth instantly. The 10 men who had just charged didn't even have time to resist before they were frozen solid into ice sculptures. What? Hu Laoba cried out at the sight, turned around, and fled, abandoning even the woman who was his accomplice, desperately trying to escape. But how could Su Mingqiu let him get away? In a flash he appeared before Hu Laoba and grabbed him by the throat. Hu Laoba tried to resist, but found his body stiffening uncontrollably, unable to even use his supernatural power. Spare me. I'll give you my spatial ring. His throat was tightly clenched, making his speech slurred, his face twisted in terror and pleading. You're confused. Su Mingqiu curled his lip and scoffed. If I kill you, the spatial ring is still mine, isn't it? With that he tightened his grip and snapped Hu Laoba's neck. Then he removed Hu Laoba's spatial ring. The woman beside him had already collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by the sight. Her pants were soaked through, clearly from fear-induced urination, and she couldn't even move. Su Mingqiu turned and walked toward her. Seeing him approach, the woman was so terrified that tears streamed down her face, and she begged pitifully, Don't kill me. I'll do anything. I can sleep with you. Please don't kill me. Without even a word, Su Mingqiu raised his hand, sending a blast of chilling air that froze her into an ice sculpture as well. Wu Lei leaned over, pointing at the female ice sculpture. Brother Su, you could have just called me for such a trivial matter. Why bother doing it yourself? I could have handled her. They both sat back down by the fire. He scanned Hu Laoba's space ring and found quite a few items inside. There were piles of low-level spiritual fruits and some low-grade battle artifacts. Apparently this guy had been robbing lone travelers and had amassed quite a hoard. Unfortunately, everything was too low-level for Su Mingqiu to care about. Still, it wasn't a loss. When they returned to school, he could sell these things to the academy for credits. Freebies were freebies after all. As soon as dawn broke, the two packed up and set off again. After traveling all morning, they finally reached the northernmost part of the secret realm by noon. The moment they stepped into the northern region, the temperature plummeted and the scenery transformed. A vast expanse of ice and snow stretched before them, with thick snowdrifts and towering icebergs everywhere. It's freezing here. Wu Lei shivered and quickly circulated his vital energy to ward off the bone-chilling cold, afraid he might freeze stiff otherwise. Su Mingqiu, however, didn't feel the cold at all. After all, he was an ice-based ability user. This temperature was nothing to him. He recalled what Feng Sangxuan had said earlier. The ice cave containing the icy hard iron was located in the largest iceberg at the very back. We still need to go deeper. He said to Wu Lei, let's go. As they continued deeper, halfway in, the snowdrift beside them suddenly stirred. Over a dozen snow-white snow apes burst out. Their fur blended perfectly with the surrounding snow, making them nearly invisible unless you looked closely. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei, their eyes red and fangs bared. What is this place? Territorial. No outsiders allowed. Not welcoming strangers. Su Mingqiu eyed the snow apes blocking their path. Still playing the exclusion game. Wu Lei was about to raise his hand to help, but Su Mingqiu had already moved. He flashed forward and appeared right in front of the largest snow ape at the front. The ape was about to lift its paw to strike, but Su Mingqiu raised a hand and blasted it with a stream of chilling air, instantly turning it into an ice sculpture. Seeing their companion frozen, the other snow apes grew enraged. They beat their chests and let out furious howls, then lunged at Su Mingqiu with claws and teeth. Su Mingqiu moved swiftly, weaving through the snow apes like a blur. With each contact, he released a burst of cold air, freezing another ape into a statue. Some had their fists raised mid-swing, others had their mouths open to bite. All were frozen in that instant. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so snow apes that had been thrashing about were all turned into a neat row of ice sculptures. Meanwhile, Wu Lei hadn't been idle. He had taken down one himself. Shaking the blood off his hand, he sprayed water from his fingertip to wash away the stains, grumbling, "Damn monkeys daring to block our way." He looked at the row of ice sculptures with envy. Brother Su, your ability is really something. Killing without bloodshed. What, jealous? Want to give it a try? Freezing is really comfortable. Comfortable to the point of death. Look at those snow apes. If it weren't so nice, would they willingly stand there as ice sculptures? I'll pass, Brother Su. Wu Lei waved his hands frantically in fear. Could anything survive being frozen solid? The two continued deeper. Perhaps the earlier slaughter had alerted the local ape pack, or perhaps the area was simply teeming with snow apes. Either way, every 10 minutes or so a group of snow apes would charge at them to harass them. No sooner had they dealt with one wave than the next arrived, unending and relentless, as if they could smell them from afar. These damn monkeys are so annoying. Wu Lei shook the freshly cleaned water off his hands, thoroughly irritated. It's never-ending. Wave after wave. Su Mingqiu nodded. He too was getting impatient. But finally their destination was in sight. A colossal iceberg towered before him, several times larger than the surrounding hills. This was the iceberg Feng Sanshuan had mentioned, the one containing the ice cave. We're here. Let's go, Su Mingqiu said to Wu Lei, and they headed toward the massive iceberg. They entered the ice cave through an opening in the iceberg. The moment they stepped inside, Wu Lei was stunned. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's beautiful." Su Mingqiu couldn't help but nod. The interior of the ice cave was entirely composed of millennium-old ice. The space was dominated by a haunting blue hue, with crystal-clear icicle stalactites hanging from the walls. Sunlight filtered through the outer ice, refracting into a faint blue glow. The entire ice cave looked like a dreamy crystal palace, indescribably beautiful. Truly the power of nature, Su Mingqiu marveled. He hadn't expected such a breathtaking place to exist within the secret realm. Suddenly from the shadows ahead, a massive snow ape burst forth. It was more than twice the size of the ordinary snow apes they had encountered before. Its white fur was sleek and glossy, and its eyes blazed with ferocity. A ring of smaller snow apes surrounded it, shielding it. Clearly this giant was the leader of the ape pack. Brother Su, this looks like the snow ape's lair. Wu Lei realized in an instant. No wonder they had been harassed all the way. They had been charging straight into the beast's home territory. Su Mingqiu nodded and couldn't help but remark, "These damn monkeys sure know how to pick a spot." The 2-meter-tall snow ape leader raised a hand and slammed its chest hard, letting out a deafening roar that made the entire ice cave tremble. Fine ice shards rained down. Clearly the intruders had enraged it by trespassing into its domain. Wu Lei shrank back. He could clearly sense the leader's aura, far stronger than any snow ape they had encountered before. It was at the 3rd order 9th stage, exactly the maximum level allowed in this secret realm. At the leader's command, the surrounding snow apes let out a collective howl and charged at Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei with claws bared. The snow ape leader meanwhile targeted Su Mingqiu as its primary foe. It took enormous strides and closed the distance in an instant, appearing right in front of him. Its massive fist came crashing down towards Su Mingqiu's head with immense force. "Brother Su, watch out," Wu Lei shouted in alarm from behind. Su Mingqiu watched the fist hurtling toward him, merely sidestepping to evade it. The punch failed to stop, striking directly behind Su Mingqiu onto the head of a snow ape that had just charged over. A dull thud rang out, instantly killing the unfortunate snow ape, its brain splattering across the ground. Damn, that was ruthless. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but remark. The snow ape chief, enraged by Su Mingqiu's mockery, bristled with fury. Its white fur stood on end, and the surrounding snow surged toward it. A thick layer of snow armor coalesced upon its body. Then with massive strides it charged heavily at Su Mingqiu. Meanwhile, several other snow apes attempted to circle behind Su Mingqiu for a sneak attack. Su Mingqiu raised his hand, conjuring a layer of ice armor over himself. At the same time, multiple sharp ice blades materialized around him, shooting directly toward the sneaky snow apes. The ice blades flew with incredible speed, instantly decapitating those snow apes. After dispatching the ambushing snow apes, Su Mingqiu no longer dodged. Instead, he charged straight at the snow ape chief. The two collided fiercely with a thunderous boom. The snow ape chief was sent flying by Su Mingqiu, slamming heavily into a distant ice wall. Wu Lei, watching from behind, was stunned. Brother Su's physique is insane. The snow ape chief shook its dazed head and slowly rose from the ground. The snow armor on its body was shattered from the impact. Its shoulder was dislocated by Su Mingqiu's charge, hanging crookedly, causing it to grimace in pain. The other snow apes that had been chasing Wu Lei, upon seeing their leader injured, immediately abandoned him. With a howl, they all turned and charged at Su Mingqiu. Wu Lei breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the cold ice wall, gasping heavily. He had been running from those monkeys, waging a guerrilla battle, and was nearly at his limit. Wu Lei shouted to Su Mingqiu, "Careful, Brother Su. All those damn monkeys are coming for you." Su Mingqiu had already caught sight of the charging snow apes from the corner of his eye. With his right hand, chilling energy surged, instantly forming a sharp ice blade. He activated the first form of the demon suppressing blade, the evil suppressing strike, and swung it horizontally in a fierce arc. A sharp blade aura shot forth, cleaving the front row of snow apes in half. Seeing this, the snow ape chief, eyes reddening, let out an enraged roar. Ignoring its shoulder injury, it charged at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu raised his blade again, unleashing the second form of the demon suppressing blade, the evil breaking strike, with a savage slash. The snow ape chief couldn't dodge in time, though a deep gash appeared across its chest. Seizing the advantage, Su Mingqiu swung another strike to finish the creature. But at that moment, a group of snow apes lunged forward, shielding the snow ape chief and taking the blow. This weakened the blade's power considerably, yet the residual force nearly split the snow ape chief in two. The snow ape chief, gazing at the snow apes that died to save it, let out a mournful and furious roar. Su Mingqiu intended to follow up with another strike to kill the chief outright. But unexpectedly, the remaining snow apes, as if unafraid of death, all charged forward, blocking the snow ape chief and rushing at Su Mingqiu. "Alright, I'll send you all off first." Su Mingqiu swung his blade again. The sharp blade aura swept across, cleaving every charging snow ape in half without exception. After this wave, all the snow apes were dead. Originally there were 100 snow apes. After this battle there were 200. Now in the entire ice cavern, only the snow ape chief remained covered in wounds, lying on the ground, unable to move or even stand. Su Mingqiu slowly walked toward the snow ape chief. Halfway there, the seemingly fallen chief suddenly sprang up, letting out a deafening roar. The next second it went berserk. Its aura surged explosively, the original 3rd rank 9th stage aura nearly breaking through the seal's limit. Its wounds, the chest gash, the dislocated shoulder, all healed at an astonishing speed, restoring perfectly in the blink of an eye. Then it swung its arm and a torrent of icy needles materialized behind it, dense and biting, shooting towards Su Mingqiu. "Oh, this dead monkey can control ice now," Su Mingqiu remarked as he watched the incoming needles. "You're playing this game with me? Are you sure you've picked the wrong opponent?" Behind Su Mingqiu, ice needles, larger, thicker, and far more numerous than the snow ape chief's, coalesced instantly. Dense beyond measure, more than double the opponent's, and with even greater chilling power. He waved his hand, and the ice needles shot forth, overwhelming the snow ape chief's needles. The frail needles were shattered instantly, unable to offer any resistance, and the barrage flew straight toward the snow ape chief. The chief hurriedly conjured a thick ice wall to block. Yet many ice needles pierced through the wall, embedding themselves into the snow ape chief, causing it to howl in pain. It gritted its teeth and yanked the needles out forcibly. The wounds were frozen by Su Mingqiu's ice needles, not even a drop of blood flowing. The snow ape chief, now utterly enraged, pounded the ground violently. Instantly, the entire ice cavern floor cracked with fine lines, and countless ice pillars burst forth, crisscrossing as they stabbed towards Su Mingqiu. Watching this, Su Mingqiu summoned 3 enormous ice dragons behind him. The ice dragons, radiating piercing cold, let out a low dragon's roar and charged into the ice pillars. The ice pillars conjured by the snow ape were like paper before Su Mingqiu's ice dragons, shattering instantly, without even slowing them down. Then the 3 ice dragons collided directly with the snow ape chief. When the dragons slowly dissipated, only an ice sculpture remained. The snow ape chief, frozen in a pose of resistance, was encased in ice, unable to move. Wu Lei, watching from behind, was stunned. Brother Su can actually conjure ice dragons. So awesome, Brother Su. Top-tier demon protector Su Mingqiu. If one escapes, the mission's a bust. Wu Lei kicked the corpse of the snow ape that had chased him most fiercely, venting his anger. You chased me so hard just now. Su Mingqiu ignored him and walked deeper into the ice cave. Wait for me, Brother Su. Wu Lei hurried to catch up. Su Mingqiu reached the innermost part of the ice cave, where he discovered what appeared to be the snow ape leader's chamber. But upon entering, he was instantly stunned. Several snow apes were tied up with thick ropes, shivering in a corner. On the ground nearby lay a whip made of ice. Su Mingqiu's expression twisted in utter disbelief. Was this snow ape leader really that kinky? Was he a sadist? Wu Lei came over and looked at the binding techniques and the whip on the ground. He stroked his chin and said with sudden realization, "Hey, this binding method and the whip look exactly like the ones my dad uses at home. Does this snow ape practice with whips, just like my dad?" Su Mingqiu turned to stare at Wu Lei, thinking sarcastically, "So your dad has quite the kinky hobbies too." Wu Lei noticed Su Mingqiu staring at him and rubbed his face, puzzled. "What's wrong, Brother Su? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing." Su Mingqiu quickly shook his head, swallowing the words that were about to come out. He dared not tell the boy that his dad wasn't practicing with a whip at all, but something else entirely. Wu Lei began to let his imagination run wild. Could it be? Could Brother Su be into men? He had frozen that woman into an ice sculpture without hesitation last night. Spending so much time together, had Brother Su developed feelings for me? What if Brother Su wants to? Should I agree? While Wu Lei was still lost in thought, Su Mingqiu had already put the tied-up female snow apes out of their misery. Then he turned to Wu Lei, who was still standing there in a daze, and said, "Let's go." "Coming, Brother Su." Wu Lei snapped back to reality and hurried over, having made a firm decision in his heart. He had made up his mind. If Brother Su really wanted him, he would agree. What was a little sacrifice for the sake of his big brother? The two continued deeper into the ice cave, and the further they went, the more biting the cold became. After rounding the last bend, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. Thick, crystal-clear ice pillars stood in clusters, some reaching the cave ceiling, others leaning against the rock walls, all glowing with a faint ice-blue luminescence. Between the pillars lay a pool of icy spring water, emitting a misty cold aura. At the very center of the pool stood the largest and thickest ice pillar, like a divine needle carved from ice jade, firmly anchored in the spring. Su Mingqiu's gaze locked onto that pillar. Through the translucent ice, he could clearly see a piece of iron, or half a man's height, embedded in the center. The ore's base color was a chilling frosty silver, interwoven with faint ice-blue veins. Its texture was thick and solid with naturally formed edges. Looking through the thick ice, the metallic luster was subdued and restrained. There was no ostentatious brilliance, only a deep cold glow hidden within the ice. The icy aura surrounding it merged seamlessly with the pillar. So this was the ice-hard iron. Su Mingqiu paused, silently remarking. No wonder Feng Sanchuan said it was hard to find. It was truly extraordinary. Damn, is this the ice-hard iron? Wu Lei leaned in, pointing at the ore inside the pillar. It looks so different. The weapon materials I've seen before are just scrap metal compared to this. With that, Wu Lei rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Stay put, Brother Su. I'll handle this. Su Mingqiu was about to stop him. This pillar which had nurtured the ice-hard iron had long become a millennium-old ice that ordinary powers couldn't break. But the guy had already dashed off. Su Mingqiu simply crossed his arms and leaned against a nearby pillar waiting to see him embarrass himself. Wu Lei took a deep breath, clapped his hands together, and instantly condensed over a dozen high-density water bullets, blasting them at the pillar in rapid succession. Water splashed, and ice chips flew, but the pillar remained utterly still, not even a white mark left. What the hell? Wu Lei was dumbfounded, blinking in disbelief. This is too hard. He refused to give up, rolling up his sleeves again, and forming several high-pressure water blades, slashing them at the pillar. I don't believe it. Several cold flashes shot through the air as the water blades slammed into the pillar, instantly shattering into a mist of water. When the mist settled, the pillar was still smooth as ever. Not a single crack, not even a faint scratch. Su Mingqiu wasn't surprised. As expected, this was the millennium-old ice that had nurtured the ice-hard iron. Wu Lei slunk back, rubbing his hands awkwardly. Brother Su. This one, I'll have to trouble you to do it yourself. He had wanted to show off in front of Su Mingqiu to prove he wasn't just a useless talker. But now his actions had only proven that he was indeed useless. All right, just watch from the side. Su Mingqiu walked over with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and casually teased. If you don't have the diamond, don't take on the porcelain job. With that, Su Mingqiu approached the pillar, and a cold white aura slowly emanated from his body. He was about to forcefully chisel out the ice-hard iron. But the moment his hand touched the pillar's surface before he could exert any force. With a soft hum, the ice-hard iron at the center of the pillar seemed to sense something. It broke free from the surrounding ice and flew out of the pillar with a whoosh, landing steadily in Su Mingqiu's palm. Su Mingqiu. He stood there frozen. What? He had prepared for a demolition, and this was all. Was it over? Wu Lei was completely dumbfounded. He had attacked that ice for a long time without leaving a single mark, yet Brother Su just touched it, and the treasure flew out by itself. Wasn't that too absurd? Su Mingqiu looked down at the ice-hard iron in his palm, his face full of disbelief, his mind racing. Could it be that his ice power was purer than the ice inside the pillar? So this thing found its old home uncomfortable and simply jumped ship to his hand. Su Mingqiu weighed the ice-hard iron in his hand, then casually stored it in his spatial ring. He turned to look at the now empty ice pillar. In a few decades, this place might nurture another ice-hard iron. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no other treasures remained in the ice cave, Su Mingqiu waved to Wu Lei. Let's go. The two retraced their steps along the original path. Fortunately, they did not encounter any foolish mutant beasts, and the journey was smooth. After walking for a full day, they finally emerged from that frozen northern wilderness of ice and snow. Wu Lei stretched lazily, inhaling deeply the warm air fragrant with grass and trees. We're finally out. The weather outside is much better. Su Mingqiu walked ahead, calculating how to find Fengchen first, while Wu Lei trailed behind. Before long, two men brushed past them, chatting as they walked. Their voices were low but just clear enough to drift into Su Mingqiu's ears. Have you heard? Fengchen has publicly challenged Hui Yuan to a duel. What? Fengchen. Hui Yuan is at the 9th segment of the 3rd stage. Has Fengchen lost his mind? Looking to die? Are you still living under a rock? Your information is so outdated. Hui Yuan is threatening Fengchen with members of the Feng family, who would willingly fight him otherwise. Oh, I see. If I were Fengchen, I'd stay hidden until the secret realm ends. Better to survive first, then grow stronger, and take revenge later. Wow, that's way too cautious. The two chatted and walked away. Su Mingqiu's steps halted abruptly, his brows furrowing instantly. Fengchen dueling Hui Yuan. That kid is only at the 1st segment of the 3rd stage while Hui Yuan sits at the 9th. What is he thinking? This is plainly throwing his life away. Wu Lei paused. Brother Su, isn't that the eldest son of the Hu family? Fengchen is challenging him to a duel. Su Mingqiu quickly caught up to the two men and cupped his fists politely. Excuse me, brothers. Might I ask where Fengchen and Hui Yuan plan to duel? The pair startled at being suddenly halted, but then waved dismissively and smiled. Oh, there's nothing to hide. I bet everyone in the secret realm knows about this by now. It's over at Blackstone Mountain. Many people have already rushed there to watch the spectacle. We're heading that way too. You should join us, brother. Su Mingqiu nodded eagerly. Then I am most grateful. He immediately led Wu Lei and quickened their pace toward Blackstone Mountain. By the time they arrived at Blackstone Mountain, a massive crowd had already gathered. The entire flat clearing was packed with people who had come to watch the drama unfold. Everyone craned their necks, whispering excitedly among themselves. In the center of the arena, Hui Yuan sat arrogantly on a dark boulder. Dressed in tight-fitting battle attire, his expression proud and haughty, several members of the Hu family stood behind him, holding captive several bound and gagged members of the Feng family. They were the Feng clan members who had entered the secret realm alongside Fengchen. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Why hasn't Fengchen arrived yet? Didn't he voluntarily challenge Hui Yuan? Perhaps he's scared and ran away. Of course, Hui Yuan is at the 9th segment of the 3rd stage, while Fengchen is only at the 1st. What chance does he have? I think he was all talk. He's probably hiding somewhere until the secret realm ends, and Hui Yuan can't do anything about it. Hui Yuan's expression darkened as he listened to the surrounding gossip, his fingers tapping impatiently on the boulder beneath him. Nearly half an hour had passed, and that brat still hadn't shown up. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Humph, that kid truly doesn't dare to come. If he dares to hide, I'll feed each of these Feng family scum to the mutant beasts one by one. At that moment, a dramatically deep voice rang out from the back of the crowd. With my blade turned toward the heavens, I laugh. My courage and loyalty stand firm as mountains. The entire crowd fell silent for a moment, everyone turning their heads toward the source of the voice, assuming some hidden master was about to appear. Instead, a man wearing a face-concealing bamboo hat and carrying a long sword on his back strolled slowly out from the crowd. Su Mingqiu recognized him instantly. Was this not Feng Chun? Su Mingqiu was momentarily speechless, his mind racing with complaints. That outfit was utterly flamboyant. And when did this guy start wielding a sword? When he fought Huizheng before he used wind blades, didn't he? Was he cramming at the last minute? Hui Yuan sneered upon seeing him, his expression dripping with disdain. You actually dare to show up. I thought you'd hide until the secret realm ended. Save your breath. Feng Chen flicked off his bamboo hat and threw it aside. Dare you fight me on equal terms? What? Equal terms? That's a tough call. Hui Yuan relies heavily on his cultivation advantage. If they fight at the same level, his edge disappears. If I were Hui Yuan, I wouldn't agree. Crushing him with raw cultivation would be far more satisfying. Why fight on equal footing? Afraid, aren't you? Feng Chen stepped forward, locking eyes with Hui Yuan, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. If you're too cowardly, that's fine. I'm already at the 4th segment of the 3rd stage, and I can still beat you. Silence. Hui Yuan's face darkened with anger at those words. Fine. I'll fight you on equal terms. With those words, the aura around him collapsed instantly. It dropped to precisely the same 3rd stage 4th segment as Feng Chen's. Without hesitation, Feng Chen drew the long sword from his back and charged forward in a flash. Hui Yuan's skin instantly hardened like refined iron, and he raised his arm to block. But Feng Chen's sword was far too fast. Swish, swish, swish. A cascade of sword glints flashed before everyone's eyes, too fast for anyone to track. All they could hear was the ringing clash of steel. Hui Yuan was forced into a continuous retreat, frantically defending himself throughout, never finding an opening to counterattack. Su Mingqiu nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the battle unfolding before him. Feng Chen possessed wind element power, granting him natural speed. But to wield a sword with such blistering speed, he had clearly learned a top-tier swift sword technique. Soon Hui Yuan's defenses could no longer hold. His hardened skin was slashed open by the sword glints. Gradually, wounds of varying depths appeared across his body, blood streaming down his arms. It's over. Hui Yuan is going to lose. He had it coming. So arrogant before, and now he's being completely dominated. On the field, Hui Yuan was being pushed back relentlessly, his body riddled with wounds. Feng Chen's sword, carrying the force of the wind, was about to pierce his throat. Boom. Hui Yuan's aura suddenly surged wildly. He immediately lifted the realm suppression, and with a swift sidestep, he dodged Feng Chen's lethal sword strike. He casually slapped the blade, sending Feng Chen staggering backward. You can't play fair. Feng Chen steadied himself and pointed at him accusingly. Whether I can play fair or not is decided by the living, not the dead, Hui Yuan said with a completely justified expression, showing no hint of embarrassment. Damn, Hui Yuan can't play fair. Didn't he agree to fight at the same realm? That's not quite right. If you're about to be beaten to death and still don't lift the restrictions, aren't you just an idiot? As soon as he finished speaking, Hui Yuan moved, directly reaching out his hand, maximizing the hardening of his arm. Hard as refined iron, he grabbed Feng Chen's sword blade. With a crisp crack, the long sword was crushed in his hand, shards flying everywhere. Feng Chen was startled and quickly activated his wind elemental ability, lightly tapping his foot to retreat and create distance. But Hui Yuan wouldn't give him the chance, instantly bursting forward with his 3rd order 9th stage speed and pursuing him. He raised his hand and struck a palm toward him. Feng Chen reacted swiftly, sidestepping to dodge. But the moment he dodged, Hui Yuan's other hand was already there. Too fast for him to react, it slammed heavily into his chest. Boom. Feng Chen was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. He slid several meters before stopping, coughing up a mouthful of blood as the broken sword fell from his hand. The young master is amazing. The Hua family members immediately erupted in cheers. Feng Chen lost. Isn't this normal? The gap is too big, they were never on the same level. I told you Feng Chen shouldn't have come. He insisted on pushing through. How can you say that with a straight face? Like you hiding away. I call it reading the situation. Keep the green mountain and you'll never lack firewood, understand? On the field, Hui Yuan looked disdainful and walked step by step toward Feng Chen, who lay on the ground. His footsteps fell heavily on the ground like a death knell. Damn, I overplayed my hand. Feng Chen lay on the ground, his chest aching fiercely. Young master, run. Don't worry about us. The bound Feng family members, seeing this, grew frantic, struggling desperately and shouting at Feng Chen. Run. Hui Yuan sneered, not stopping his steps. Where does he think he can run? Today in this secret realm, he can't escape, even if he grows wings. Feng Chen gritted his teeth, propping himself up on the ground, slowly rising. He was ready to fight to the death. But just as he was halfway up, a calm voice rang out, "Enough. Go heal yourself. I'll handle this." As the words fell, Su Mingqiu stepped out from the crowd. "Brother Su, you're here." Feng Chun turned and saw him, his eyes lighting up, instantly the despair vanishing. He relaxed completely. With Brother Su here, what was there to fear? The onlookers were stunned, staring at the sudden appearance of Su Mingqiu with confusion. Wait, who is this guy? A friend of Feng Chen's. Just this. Third order 4th stage. Isn't that suicide? I think he's here to make a joke. Hui Yuan is at 3rd order 9th stage. Is he just feeding himself to the enemy? Hui Yuan burst out laughing when he saw Su Mingqiu pointing at him and taunting Feng Chun. "Feng Chun, the helper you found isn't much to look at, is he? Just as useless as you." The Hua family members joined in the laughter. Exactly, the guy he found is too pathetic. What are you idiots laughing at? Wu Lei immediately exploded, craning his neck and cursing. "Laughing at your mothers. Wait until Brother Su smashes your balls." His words startled the crowd, who quickly stepped back, distancing themselves from Wu Lei, afraid that this kid would provoke Hui Yuan and bring disaster upon them. Hui Yuan's face darkened at Wu Lei's insult, his eyes glaring venomously at him. "Kid, you're asking for death. I'll tear your mouth apart later." Feng Chen was about to speak, but Su Mingqiu raised his hand to stop him and waved at Wu Lei. "Take him aside to heal. Don't be a nuisance here." "Got it, Brother Su." Wu Lei quickly nodded and went to support Feng Chun. "Brother Su, curb stomp this bastard." As Feng Chun was being helped away, he turned back and shouted at Su Mingqiu. Hui Yuan cracked his knuckles, his eyes fixed venomously on Su Mingqiu. "Kid, count yourself lucky for that guy's sake. I promise you'll die a miserable death. Your greatest confidence is in your physical body, eh?" Su Mingqiu asked calmly. Hui Yuan was taken aback, then sneered. "What? Scared? Nothing much." Su Mingqiu shook his hand, his tone flat. "I just want to defeat you in the area you're most confident in." "What?" Hui Yuan heard this as if it were the funniest joke in the world, bursting into laughter. "Huh? What did you say? Is this guy drunk? He's already at a lower realm, and he wants to fight Hui Yuan in physical combat. I believe it now, he's purely here to make a joke." Wu Lei and Feng Chun listened nearby. Wu Lei muttered, "Humph, just wait until Brother Su wipes the floor with your faces." Su Mingqiu moved without warning, instantly appearing before Hui Yuan. Too fast for anyone to see his movement. "What? So fast?" Hui Yuan was startled and immediately activated full body hardening, trying to block. But it was too late. Su Mingqiu casually threw a punch. Thud. A dull sound. Hui Yuan was sent flying by the punch, crashing to the ground and sliding far away. Su Mingqiu shook his hand, a look of disdain on his face. "Can you even do this, you weakling? Your physical body is too pathetic." Hui Yuan propped himself up, slowly standing, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. The Hua family members were also stunned, quickly trying to save face. "What? He hit the young master with his physical body. Don't panic. The young master isn't serious yet. I told you this guy was a big shot. I could tell he was something special earlier." "Cut it out. You were the one who said he was here to make a joke." Hui Yuan activated his full body hardening to the maximum, his skin turning a dark silver, and charged at Su Mingqiu with a roar, using all his strength. Splitting palm. Su Mingqiu stood still, casually reaching out a hand to catch the palm. "What?" Before Hui Yuan could even finish his shock, Su Mingqiu's other hand chopped down on his kidney. With a crack, Hui Yuan's body hardening was as fragile as paper, unable to withstand it. Hui Yuan's body instantly crumpled, his face pale with pain. Su Mingqiu kicked him, sending him flying. Hui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, propping himself up on the ground as he slowly rose. The Hua family members were still shouting wildly. "How is that possible? The young master in the realm of physical cultivation was crushed by someone at the 3rd tier 4th stage. The young master is standing up? The young master is invincible." But as they shouted, they became bewildered. "Huh? The young master? Why is the young master running away?" Hui Yuan, after getting up, didn't even dare to turn his head, knowing he was no match for Su Mingqiu. He immediately turned and fled into the dense forest behind him, his mind frantically calculating. He would find a place to hide first. Once the secret realm ended and he returned to the outside world, he had 1,000 ways to crush Su Mingqiu. For now, survival was paramount. "What?" Hui Yuan was actually beaten into fleeing. "I told you this guy was a formidable opponent. Who was slandering him just now? Step forward and let me see." "Awesome, Brother Su." Wu Lei and Feng Chun both shouted on the spot. After shouting, Wu Lei suddenly turned to glance at Feng Chun beside him, his heart skipping a beat. Wait a minute, this kid already knew Brother Su, and he was the young master of the Feng family. Could he steal my spot as the one clinging to Brother Su's success? I had just latched on a few days ago. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu was momentarily stunned as Hui Yuan turned and ran. Just moments ago, when Hui Yuan had risen, his aura was still quite imposing, and he had expected him to continue fighting tooth and nail. He didn't expect him to turn tail and flee. But fleeing was useless. Su Mingqiu immediately tapped his foot and chased after Hui Yuan in an instant. Hui Yuan ran, Su Mingqiu pursued, and Hui Yuan had no means of escape. Hui Yuan was running joyfully, desperately charging forward, but when he looked back, he nearly wet himself in terror. How is he so fast? The words had barely left his mouth when Su Mingqiu had already caught up to him. He grabbed the back of his neck like a chick and casually tossed him back to the earlier arena. Su Mingqiu walked up to Hui Yuan looking down at him from a height, and said calmly, "Didn't you say you'd make me die a miserable death? Why did you run away?" Hui Yuan knew he had no way out now. Whether he died or lived, he might as well fight. He roared, "Less nonsense." He rushed to Su Mingqiu in an instant and threw a punch. Su Mingqiu dodged easily by sidestepping while Hui Yuan's other hand came slapping toward him. Su Mingqiu reacted faster, raising his hand to meet the punch. With a dull thud, Hui Yuan's hand retracted in pain. His body-hardening technique was no match for Su Mingqiu's fists. Su Mingqiu casually kicked Hui Yuan, sending him flying again. He gave Hui Yuan no chance to catch his breath. Before Hui Yuan even hit the ground, Su Mingqiu appeared right in front of him. Hui Yuan, suspended in midair, could mount no counterattack. Su Mingqiu drove a punch directly into his head, slamming him hard onto the ground. With a thud, Hui Yuan hit the ground, his head spinning, and unable to recover for a long time as he stared at the sky. Why? Why do I see stars in the sky? If it weren't for his body-hardening technique, Su Mingqiu's punch would have blown his head off. Before he could react, Su Mingqiu straddled him, clenching his fist and raining blows onto his face one after another. The onlookers could only hear the thumping sound of iron being struck. The surrounding spectators watching this scene were dumbfounded, shrinking their necks and whispering among themselves, afraid of being heard by Su Mingqiu. Holy crap, is this too brutal? That punch to Hui Yuan's head made him see stars, and he still hasn't come to his senses. I salute Hui Yuan for being a tough guy. Taking such a beating without a sound, that's hardcore. Do you think it's possible that the first punch to the head knocked him unconscious? After that he was out cold, so how could he make a sound? Oh, that makes sense. This is the first time I've seen Brother Su so violent. Wu Lei rubbed his chin and muttered. Usually he uses his ability to finish off the opponent in one go, clean and tidy. Today he actually resorted to beating someone with his fists, which is a first. Feng Shan, watching Su Mingqiu in the arena, couldn't help clenching his fists, sighing inwardly. At the same cultivation level, why is the gap so vast? He stared at Su Mingqiu's back, his eyes filled with longing, and silently vowed, I will become as strong as Brother Su. The Hua family members, seeing their young master being pounded into the ground, immediately panicked. They drew their weapons and charged at Su Mingqiu, shouting, You're asking for death, kid. Let go of the young master. I can't take it anymore. Su Mingqiu stopped his fist, looked up at the charging crowd, and said calmly, Then don't blame me. The moment the words left his mouth, a chilling white mist surged around him, spreading outward. The temperature plummeted and a thick layer of white ice instantly formed on the ground. The cold was so intense that even Hui Yuan, pinned beneath Su Mingqiu, was jolted awake by the piercing chill. The onlookers rubbed their hands. Damn, why is it so cold? Are you blind? Look at what's coming off that powerful figure. Cold mist pouring out, clearly his ability. This ability is clearly at least A rank. I originally thought this powerhouse only cultivated the physical body, but it turns out he's an ice-type ability user. He was already that fierce in close combat, and his ability is this strong. Hui Yuan, just awakened by the cold, was still dazed, unable to figure out what was happening. Where am I? Why is it so cold? Why does my whole body ache so much? Then he looked up and saw Su Mingqiu straddling him, looking down imperiously. Hui Yuan immediately tried to struggle to his feet, but as soon as he moved, Su Mingqiu stood up and kicked him like a ball, sending him flying again. He slammed heavily into the black rock cliff behind him with a thud. Hui Yuan. Su Mingqiu raised his hand, and a chilling white mist surged out like a tidal wave. The Hua family members who had charged first were instantly frozen into a neat row of ice sculptures. Those behind who had moved slower saw this, and their faces turned as white as paper. They abandoned any thought of the young master and fled. They ran faster than rabbits, wishing they had been born with extra legs. Don't run. Weren't you just shouting about saving the young master? If you're going to die, die together with your young master. Behind Su Mingqiu, a dozen sharp ice blades materialized, each gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Like lightning, they shot directly at the fleeing men. With several crisp cuts, the fleeing Hua family members didn't even have time to scream. Their heads instantly fell off, hot blood sprayed everywhere, and they took 2 more steps forward before crashing to the ground completely lifeless. Hui Yuan pressed against the cold rock wall, gasping for several long moments before managing to push himself upright. His entire body was covered in wounds, the pain making him grimace through clenched teeth. His supernatural ability had completely faded away. Pointing at Su Mingqiu, he barked with bluff bravado, You dare to kill someone from my Hua family? My father is the head of the Hua family. How dare you treat me like this? The Hua family will never let you go. You're bullying me too much. The moment those words left his lips, his vision blurred. Su Mingqiu had already appeared before him in an instant, far too fast for him to react. Slap. A resounding smack echoed across the entire arena, landing squarely on Hui Yuan's left cheek. The force was so devastating it snapped his head to the side, sending drool flying from the corner of his mouth. So what if I bully you? Su Mingqiu's voice was flat and cold. Before Hui Yuan could even turn his head back, slap. Another crisp smack sent his face swinging to the opposite side. Weren't you so cocky just now? Su Mingqiu regarded him with a mocking tone, saying you'd make me die a terrible death. Why the cowardice now? Slap. Yet another smack, Su Mingqiu striking alternately from both sides, leaving Hui Yuan completely disoriented. He could barely stay on his feet, swaying unsteadily like a bobblehead, tears streaming from his eyes. These were not tears of sorrow but purely physiological reactions. Within moments, Hui Yuan's face had swollen terribly. It had started as mere redness, then puffed up like risen dough. Soon his face resembled a swollen hog's muzzle, both cheeks darkening to purple, eyes squeezed into narrow slits. His nose had tilted to one side, and 2 teeth came loose from his mouth as he spat them onto the ground. He was so dazed he could barely remember who he was. The onlookers watching the scene unfold struggled to contain their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Wu Lei and Feng Chen cheered all the more enthusiastically from the sidelines. Well done, Brother Su. Slap him. Show him who's boss. Hui Yuan is truly finished this time. Absolutely. This is like a father beating his son. Hui Yuan doesn't even have a chance to fight back. He's nothing but a punching bag. Meanwhile, Wu Lei and Feng Chen weren't idle. They had already rushed over to the bound Feng family members and were cutting their ropes. You? Don't force me. Hui Yuan glared at Su Mingqiu, but with his face so swollen it resembled a pig's snout, his words came out garbled and unintelligible, as if he had something lodged in his mouth. So what if I force you? Su Mingqiu retorted, raising his hand for another devastating smack that sent Hui Yuan flying across the ground, sliding far away. Hui Yuan pushed himself up from the ground. He knew he stood no chance against Su Mingqiu in a fair fight. If he didn't risk everything now, he would truly die here today. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a crimson pill, swallowing it without a second glance. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. The injuries covering his body and the swelling on his face disappeared before everyone's eyes at an astonishing rate. His face returned to its original appearance, all previous wounds gone. That's a bloodburst pill. Someone in the crowd recognized it immediately and shouted it out. Bloodburst pill. I've heard of that. It causes a massive cultivation breakthrough. But the side effects are severe. After the drug wears off, your cultivation level will drop by a full stage, and it will damage your foundation. Looks like Hui Yuan is truly out of options. He even resorted to using that. Brother Su, be careful. That's a bloodburst pill. Feng Chen urgently called out to Su Mingqiu. Across from him, Hui Yuan's aura had surged uncontrollably, reaching the 4th stage, 4th segment. Hui Yuan stared at Su Mingqiu, his eyes bloodshot red, roaring madly. This is all your fault. You forced me to take this. I won't survive, and today you won't either. With that, he maximized his body hardening. His body, once dark silver, now turned dark gold. The power increase was beyond measure. In the next moment, he lunged forward at incredible speed, delivering a devastating palm strike towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu did not dodge. He raised his hand and met the strike head-on. Boom. After the collision, Su Mingqiu retreated 5 steps before stabilizing himself, while Hui Yuan stepped back only once. Su Mingqiu shook his slightly numb right hand. That blow had actually hurt. He had not encountered anyone who could make him retreat since entering the secret realm. He looked at Hui Yuan opposite him, a faint smile curling his lips as he spoke calmly. Interesting. The crowd grew tense. Good heavens, someone had actually forced this powerhouse to step back. Now this was entertaining. No way. Is the great master falling behind? It feels like Hui Yuan is going to win. Can you stop being a fence-sitter and shouting nonsense? Someone nearby snapped at him immediately. Just moments ago you were praising how powerful the master was, and now you've already changed your tune. Don't be so hasty. The master hasn't even used his ability yet. At that moment, Su Mingqiu's chilling aura erupted violently around him. Dozens of razor-sharp ice blades materialized behind him in an instant, moving like lightning, heading straight for Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan paid them no mind, charging forward fearlessly through the barrage. The ice blades struck his dark golden body with ringing clatters, shattering into ice fragments upon impact. Before he could even celebrate emerging from the ice blades, he saw Su Mingqiu raise a hand, and a massive ice dragon materialized, instantly roaring as it charged toward him. With a thunderous crash, the ice dragon slammed into Hui Yuan. As the dragon dissipated, Hui Yuan's body was instantly coated in thick frost, the dark golden hardening itself, frozen beneath a layer of ice. His movements grew sluggish as if his limbs had been filled with lead. Su Mingqiu did not relent, summoning ice spears once more and launching them toward his frozen opponent. If you have any guts, face me in close combat. Hui Yuan could not dodge in time, and the ice spear grazed his arm, sending pain surging through him as he roared in agony. Has your brain been frozen by my ice? Su Mingqiu stood motionless, responding in a flat tone. Hui Yuan was suffering unbearably. He could not even touch Su Mingqiu, forced to take hit after hit while encased in frost. Worse still, the effects of his bloodburst pill were fading. He could not sustain this much longer. Just then, Su Mingqiu's ice spear suddenly vanished. Hui Yuan paused, a surge of excitement filling his heart. Could this kid finally be switching to hand-to-hand combat? Wonderful. But before he could think further, he noticed Su Mingqiu's cold aura intensify dramatically, several times fiercer than before. Su Mingqiu had unleashed his ultimate technique, Hanjiang Shui. The temperature around was more than 10 times colder than before. Even with Su Mingqiu himself at the center, the thick ice began to spread wildly outward. The entire ground of Haishi Mountain was instantly frozen into an ice field. A powerful torrent of cold air surged toward Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan tried to dodge, but Su Mingqiu had placed a slow effect on him. Moreover, the cold air was too fast. He had no chance to react. Hui Yuan watched the torrent of cold air sweeping toward him. He exerted all his strength, activating his full body, hardening to the utmost, and crossed his arms firmly in front of his face. I can't lose. How can you possibly beat me? But the cold air paid no heed to his roar and rushed over instantly. First it froze his hands, then crept up his arms, instantly encasing his entire body. His expression, from the initial frenzy to the final terror, was frozen completely in the ice. Su Mingqiu stepped forward and casually collected the ice sculpture into his spatial ring with a fluid motion. The fence-sitter who had earlier shouted that Hui Yuan would win was now being ridiculed by those around him, unable to lift his head. Didn't you say Hui Yuan would win? Huh, what now? Face hurt. How was I supposed to know this big shot was this fierce? The man scratched his head. In all my years I've never seen such an absurd thing. A third tier takes out a fourth tier. What kind of monster is this? Exactly. Hui Yuan desperately ate the explosive blood pill and still got one shot without even a chance to fight back. I feel like all my years of cultivation have been fed to the dogs. Comparing people only makes you angry. No comparison. He's a genius, we're just ordinary folks. But once we leave the secret realm, the big shot will be in trouble. The Hui family won't let him off. Why did the big shot take away Hui Yuan's ice sculpture? Who knows? Genius thoughts aren't for ordinary people. Feng Chun watched Su Mingqiu collect Hui Yuan's ice sculpture and instantly understood. Oh indeed, Brother Su definitely has a collecting fetish. He had seen Brother Su freeze Hui Zheng into an ice sculpture and take it away before. Now he's taking Hui Yuan too. Is he treating the Hui family as collectibles? Then he and Wu Lei walked over to Su Mingqiu, both giving him a thumbs up. Awesome, Brother Su. Let that bastard be arrogant. Now he's packed up and taken away. Let's see how he acts cocky. With that they walked out of Haishi Mountain. The onlookers gradually dispersed, but the news spread like wildfire, instantly reaching every corner of the Yunкong secret realm. Everyone was discussing the ice master who had one-shot Hui Yuan, each one burning with curiosity. They all waited to see how this big shot would deal with the Hui family once they left the secret realm, eager for the spectacle. On the way, Wu Lei was still a bit worried. He said to Su Mingqiu, Brother Su, after we leave the secret realm, the Hui family won't let you go. You need to be careful. Don't worry. I have my own ways with the Hui family, Su Mingqiu replied calmly. Feng Chun listened without a shred of worry. He had long known Su Mingqiu's identity. The top scorer in the college entrance exam, #1 in the nation, the Hui family was nothing. No matter how arrogant the Hui family was, they wouldn't dare to provoke Su Mingqiu, so he wasn't the least bit flustered. Su Mingqiu glanced at him and said, the secret realm ends in 2 days. Use these 2 days to find some cultivation resources. Brother Su, I'm not in a hurry. First I need to go settle a score with a beast. Feng Chun waved his hand and said with a smile, I have to thank it actually. If it hadn't chased me off the cliff, I wouldn't have gotten that swift sword technique. Now that I've learned it, I'm going back for revenge. Cliff, chased by a beast, fell down and got a sword technique as a lucky encounter. Su Mingqiu stared at Feng Chun, momentarily stunned, and thought to himself, damn, isn't this the textbook protagonist template? He nodded. Alright, I'll go with you. With that they headed toward the direction of the beast Feng Chun had mentioned. Following Feng Chun, they arrived quickly. At a glance they saw the wind blade hound lying there sleeping. The dog was as big as a calf, its black fur glossy and smooth, its belly rising and falling. Its snoring thundered, clearly fast asleep. Seeing it, Feng Chun instantly recalled the miserable scene of being chased by it before. Back then the dog had chased him all over the mountain until he had no choice but to jump off the cliff. Unexpectedly, misfortune turned into fortune and he obtained the sword technique. He drew a new long sword, wiped the blade, and strode forward, shouting at the still sleeping dog, grandson. Your grandpa is back. Remember me. Weren't you chasing me before? Made me jump off a cliff. Now get up and try chasing me again. The black dog was awakened by his shout, lifting its head drowsily. It saw Feng Chun, paused for a moment, and instantly recognized him. The kid it had chased all over before. He dared to come back. It immediately grew furious, all its black fur bristling, and let out a roar at Feng Chun. Then it suddenly extended a claw, and a sharp wind blade slashed straight toward Feng Chun. Feng Chun sidestepped, swung his sword, and shattered the wind blade with a single stroke. Then he tapped his foot and rushed forward instantly. He unleashed his swift sword, sending a rain of green sword chi flying toward the black dog. The dog kept releasing wind blades, trying to block the sword chi. But Feng Chun's sword chi was too numerous and too fast. The dog couldn't block them all. Before long, several wounds were slashed open on its body, blood flowing out. Terrified, it tried to flee, but Feng Chun was faster. In an instant he caught up. One clean stroke of the sword sent its head flying, not even a chance to cry out. Having dealt with the black dog, Feng Chun flicked the blood off his blade, sheathed his sword, and stood with hands behind his back. He deliberately tilted his head toward the sky, striking a cool pose. If heaven had not given me Feng Chun the way of the sword would be eternal night. He paused, waiting for compliments from those around. Wu Lei, who had been watching, immediately reacted, awesome Feng Chun. So cool. Hearing this, Feng Chun felt his tail almost to the sky, utterly delighted. Su Mingqiu watched his smug expression and couldn't help but rub his forehead thinking, this kid. Why is he getting better at showing off? Just learned a sword technique, and now he's already posing as a sword immortal. Did he engrave showing off into his DNA? Soon the day arrived when the secret realm would close. Long before crowds had gathered at the exit. At the very front, Feng Xingshuan sat leisurely in a chair. Teacup in hand, savoring the new harvest tea, legs crossed, he showed no sign of worry. He had complete faith in his son. With Su Mingqiu by his side, what was there to fear? Opposite him, Huakangji sat scowling. Watching Feng Xingshuan's carefree demeanor, he could not help but emit a cold snort. Rejoice while you can. What are you pretending to be so composed for? You will have plenty of crying to do soon. Hui Yuan entered the secret realm solely to deal with Feng Chun. With a level 3, stage 9 cultivator facing a mere level 3 initial stage, how could it not be an effortless victory? Once Hui Yuan has broken that brat Feng Chun and dragged him out, let us see if you Feng Xingshuan can still sit here sipping your tea. Standing beside Huakangji was a young woman, Jiang Yao, dressed in ordinary casual clothes. Her appearance was the kind that could easily disappear into a crowd. She fidgeted nervously, clutching the hem of her clothes, glancing intermittently at the secret realm's glowing white exit, growing increasingly anxious. Uncle, when will Hui Yuan come out? Huakangji cast a glance at her, a wave of frustration welling within him. He simply could not understand. What sort of enchantment had Jiang Yao cast upon Hui Yuan? Her target was his own son, the young master of the Hua family. Countless families vied for the chance to match their daughters with him. Yet Hui Yuan, against all reason, insisted on marrying this Jiang Yao. In his eyes, what was so extraordinary about Jiang Yao? She came from no notable background and attended only a second-rate martial arts university. As for her looks, she possessed none to speak of. This plain appearance was not even comparable to the maids serving in the Hua residence. He truly held no regard for her. But what could he do? That son of his was as stubborn as a mule. He had tried to intervene several times only to be met with defiance each time. In the end, he had no choice but to let it go. After all, one could not truly force their own son into rebellion, could they? He waved his hand at Jiang Yao and said in a flat tone, Jiang Yao, do not worry. He will be out shortly. The secret realm is about to close, and everyone inside should be emerging by now. Half an hour later, the secret realm's exit, which had been emitting a soft white glow, suddenly blazed with brilliant light. The once sealed barrier completely dissolved. The next moment, people began to emerge. Su Mingqiu and the others stepped out among the crowd. The instant Feng Chen appeared, his eyes immediately found Feng Xingshuan seated over there. He grabbed Su Mingqiu, and Wu Lei pushed through the crowd and headed straight for Feng Xingshuan. Feng Xingshuan, who had been waiting idly, lit up upon seeing Feng Chen approach. In an instant, he sensed the aura emanating from him. He had already reached level 3, stage 4. He immediately set down his teacup, rose to his feet, patted Feng Chen on the shoulder, and said with a mix of laughter and reprimand, "Not bad, you rascal. That trip was not in vain. It has only been a short while since you entered, yet your cultivation has advanced so remarkably. Excellent, excellent. You have not disgraced your old father." Feng Chen chuckled mischievously, leaned in close, and eagerly recounted everything that had happened inside the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingshuan immediately turned to Su Mingqiu, clasped his hands in a respectful salute, and said sincerely, "Young friend Su, I am deeply grateful to you for this." Su Mingqiu hastily waved his hands, and replied with a smile, "Lord Feng is far too polite." Meanwhile, Huakangji had long grown restless. From his initial nonchalance to mounting anxiety, his eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the exit, watching person after person emerge, wave after wave passing by. He still could not catch a glimpse of Hui Yuan. He had initially told himself that perhaps his boy, after dealing with Feng Chun, was deliberately holding back to make a grand entrance and intimidate Feng Xingshuan. But then he noticed something. The Feng family members all stood there unharmed. That brat Feng Chun was still lively and vigorous, not a scratch on him. Huakangji was utterly stunned, his heart sinking. How could this be? Where was Yuan? Hadn't he gone to deal with Feng Chun? Why had the entire Feng family emerged, yet Hui Yuan had vanished? Could Yuan have failed? No, impossible. With his level 3 stage 9 strength, subduing Feng Chun should have been child's play. At that moment, Jiang Yao beside him gripped Huakangji's arm and asked, "Uncle, where is Hui Yuan? Why has he not come out yet?" Huakangji finally snapped back to reality. Just then, a young man who had recently emerged from the secret realm happened to pass by. He lunged forward in one motion and seized the young man's arm. Roaring, he demanded, "Boy, I am asking you, where is Hui Yuan?" The young man winced in pain, his teeth gritted. He had been about to unleash a torrent of curses. But upon looking up and recognizing Huakangji, head of the Hua family, the words died instantly in his throat. Lord Hua Yuan. He was killed. What? Upon hearing these words, Huakangji's mind went blank as though struck by lightning. His vision dimmed, and he nearly collapsed right there. He could not bring himself to believe it. His own son dead. Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, was completely dumbfounded. She quickly reached out to steady Huakangji, who was on the verge of falling. Tears welling in her red eyes, Jiang Yao demanded, "What did you say? Who killed Hui Yuan? Tell me, who was it?" The young man hurriedly pointed towards Su Mingqiu, who stood beside Feng Xingshuan. Huakangji snapped his head up, following the direction indicated, and locked onto Su Mingqiu. "Him? A mere level 3 A stage for cultivator. How is that possible? Yuaner was a level 3 stage 9 expert. Are you certain you are not mistaken? The young man nodded, fervently terrified of incurring Huakangji's wrath. I am certain. Everyone in the secret realm witnessed it. It was definitely him. The entire secret realm knows of this incident. Hearing this, Jiang Yao bit her lip and turned to Huakangji, saying through clenched teeth, Uncle Hua, just watch. I will go avenge Hui Yuan. Without waiting for any response from Huakangji, she turned on her heel and charged straight towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu and the others were still conversing with Feng Xiangshuan when they suddenly spotted a young woman with red eyes charging toward them. Everyone froze for a moment. Wu Lei instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Mingqiu, and frowned as he asked, What are you doing? Jiang Yao ignored him entirely. She rushed straight up to Su Mingqiu, pointed a trembling finger at him, and demanded, Did you kill my betrothed Hui Yuan? Su Mingqiu could not help but mutter inwardly, No way. What is going on here? Just because he dealt with Hui Yuan, now he has to face his fiancée as well. Jiang Yao stared intently at Su Mingqiu, her teeth clenched, and spat out word by word, Dare you sign a life and death contract with me? At these words, the surrounding crowd erupted instantly. Those who had been preparing to leave came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, they surged forward, forming layers upon layers of onlookers that completely surrounded the group. Now this was a spectacle worth witnessing. Holy crap, are they serious? Signing a life and death pact? I told you. The god-tier expert took down Hui Yuan in the secret realm, and now he's going to pay for it outside. The Hui family would never let it slide. Who would have thought? Before Huakangji even made a move, Hui Yuan's wife charged right in. This Jiang Yao is a 4th rank 5th stage expert. Isn't that bullying? What do you know? Hui Yuan took a bloodburst pill and reached 4th rank 4th stage in the secret realm, and the god-tier expert still obliterated him. Who cares? As long as there's a show, we're good. Feng Chan frowned, stepping forward, and said to Jiang Yao, Can't you be reasonable? You come here shouting and threatening without knowing the whole story. But Jiang Yao wouldn't listen. All she could think about was that Hui Yuan was dead, and she wanted revenge. I don't care. He killed Hui Yuan. I will avenge him. Su Mingqiu looked at Jiang Yao before him, then glanced at the crowd of onlookers, all eagerly waiting for a fight to break out. What a mess. Feng Xiangshuan frowned at Jiang Yao's words, and in an instant his aura surged with the oppressive might of a 5th rank expert. Young friend Su, don't bother with her. She's gone mad. I'll handle her. He had never been on good terms with the Hui family anyway. Now Jiang Yao dared to trouble Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu was the great benefactor who saved his son. How could he let Jiang Yao lay a finger on him? If he didn't step in, it would be unacceptable. Su Mingqiu, however, waved his hand and said with a smile, It's fine, Patriarch Feng. Since she's so determined to take revenge, I'll play along with her. Since I already killed Hui Yuan, I might as well kill you too, so he won't walk the Yellow Springs road alone. A crowd of people surged toward the dueling arena in the city center. That place was specifically used for sparring or signing life and death pacts. Officers from the Public Security Bureau would act as witnesses, preventing any post-battle retaliation. In truth, Huakangji wanted to act himself. His son was dead, and he wished he could tear Su Mingqiu apart right then and there. But Jiang Yao insisted on killing Su Mingqiu with her own hands to avenge Hui Yuan. Huakangji couldn't dissuade her and understood her feelings. After all, Hui Yuan was her fiancé. The onlookers, all pumped up, were pulling out their communicators as they walked. Hey, away. Take leave and come to the city center arena now. Others were posting in family groups and on social media. Come quick. Major drama. Betting lives. Miss this and you'll wait a year. The previously quiet street instantly flooded with people. By the time they reached the arena, it was already packed. Walls of people pressing in from all sides, forming an impenetrable crowd. Many had even flown onto nearby rooftops, and some were hovering in flying cars midair just to get a clear view of the action. Street vendors had pushed their carts over, selling drinks and sunflower seeds, eyeing the business opportunity. Some were even setting up betting pools on the outcome, arguing noisily. On the dueling platform, the middle-aged official from the Public Security Bureau produced the Life and Death Pact document and asked Su Mingqiu and Jiang Yao, Are you both sure you want to sign this? Without a word, Jiang Yao and Su Mingqiu stepped forward, picked up the pen, and signed their names. After the signing, Huakangji hurried over, grabbed Jiang Yao's hand, and said, Jiang Yao, you must avenge Hui Yuan. Kill that brat. Avenge Yuaner. Jiang Yao nodded firmly. Don't worry, Uncle Hua. I will kill him and avenge Hui Yuan. With that, she turned and stepped onto the platform in one bound. Then Su Mingqiu also stepped onto the platform. Look, it's starting. Hey, share some of those sunflower seeds. Among the crowd, those who hadn't been in the secret realm had no idea of Su Mingqiu's true strength. Hey, is this guy crazy? The gap in their cultivation levels is huge. Isn't this just suicide? Exactly. I bet he killed Hui Yuan because Hui Yuan got careless and was caught off guard. I'll bet $100 that Jiang Yao will knock him down in 30 seconds. Those who had been in the secret realm standing nearby heard these comments, but said nothing. They just crossed their arms and waited for the show. They had witnessed Su Mingqiu's strength with their own eyes. They were all smirking, inwardly eager to see these ignorant fools get their faces slapped. Wu Lei, already unable to contain himself, shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother Su, Go. Wipe her out. Feng Chen also shouted, Brother Su. Crush her. As the referee gave the signal, Jiang Yao moved instantly. She fixed her eyes on Su Mingqiu and abruptly activated her ability. In the next second, her entire right arm, from shoulder to fingertips, transformed into translucent crystal. It looked like crystal gleaming under the sun, and its formidable hardness alone sent a chill down the spine. This was her ability. Body crystallization. Su Mingqiu was momentarily stunned by the transformation, then couldn't help but silently curse in his mind. Good heavens, this ability. It's so similar to Hui Yuan's body hardening. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even their abilities matched. Their abilities were so compatible, they were truly a perfect match. While he was still inwardly mocking, Jiang Yao had already moved. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Su Mingqiu, her crystallized fist swinging straight toward his head. She aimed to kill him with one punch. Su Mingqiu casually raised his hand, instantly condensing a thick wall of ice before him. The ice wall was half a meter thick, and its freezing aura radiated outward. Bang! Jiang Yao's fist slammed into the ice wall with a thunderous crash. The thick ice wall cracked instantly, then shattered into pieces of ice on the ground. After breaking the ice wall, the force of Jiang Yao's punch was mostly neutralized. As for Su Mingqiu, the moment the ice wall shattered, he had already sidestepped lightly and moved away. Jiang Yao, having shattered the ice wall, turned to glare at Su Mingqiu and roared, "Why are you dodging?" Su Mingqiu laughed. "Why wouldn't I dodge? You're hitting me. Should I just stand there and take it? Is your head full of crap, eh?" Jiang Yao was left speechless by his retort. Her eyes red with fury, she threw caution to the wind and charged at Su Mingqiu like a madwoman. Punch after punch came raining down on him like a storm. Her speed was so fast it left after images. All she wanted was to kill Su Mingqiu as quickly as possible. Su Mingqiu watched her crazy state, no longer dodging. His eyes turned slightly cold as he suddenly activated his ice-type ability. The next moment, an ice dragon instantly materialized behind him. The creature was crystal clear throughout, radiating bone-chilling cold. It let out a low roar and charged straight at Jiang Yao. Bang! The ice dragon crashed violently into Jiang Yao's fist, exploding instantly. Ice fragments rained through the air, and the piercing cold instantly enveloped Jiang Yao's entire body. She froze in place, completely encased in a thick layer of white frost. Even her crystallized arm developed a coating of ice. Su Mingqiu observed her state with a casual demeanor, his words cutting deep into Jiang Yao's heart despite his calm tone. "Did you see that ice dragon?" He paused, then continued, "Hui Yuan died just like this." Those in the audience who had previously mocked Su Mingqiu as reckless for attempting the secret realm without prior experience were now stunned, their mouths agape and unable to form words. Unbelievable. That ice dragon. It is too fierce. Meanwhile, those who had entered the secret realm showed expressions of no surprise, having anticipated this outcome with arms crossed. Wu Lei and Feng Chun yelled enthusiastically, "Brother Su is amazing. So cool." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao was thoroughly enraged, lifting her head sharply. "You are asking for death." The moment she spoke, she surged her ability to its maximum. Instantly, her entire body from head to toe crystallized completely. A transparent crystal armor encased her completely, covering her face entirely except for her eyes. After activating full body crystallization, her speed increased dramatically as she struck directly towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu watched her transform into the crystal armor, then casually condensed a thick layer of ice armor around himself before clashing palms with her. But the moment their palms collided, something felt wrong with Su Mingqiu. He sensed a bizarre force immediately transferring through his ice armor. His seemingly invincible ice armor instantaneously crystallized, transforming into the same translucent crystal as Jiang Yao's body. His now crystallized arm became completely immobilized. Su Mingqiu was taken aback. Could this woman's ability actually crystallize others' materials? This was too bizarre. He retreated swiftly to create distance, but Jiang Yao, seeing her opening, seized the moment to press her advantage and charge at him directly. Yet the instant she moved, Su Mingqiu's gaze turned cold, and ice spears erupted from behind him like rain hurtling toward her. Jiang Yao snorted and swatted aside one spear with a single palm strike. Its fragments instantly crystallized upon impact. They clattered to the ground like a pile of crystal shards. With successive strikes, she shattered over a dozen ice spears. Every spear that touched her crystallized instantly, unable to harm her in the slightest. Holy crap, is she losing it? This ability is too bizarre. Can it really crystallize others' attacks? Exactly. That ice spear just turned to crystal on contact. This is absurd. The master's ice abilities are completely countered by her. Then how can he possibly respond? If all ice-based attacks crystallize on contact, doesn't that leave him with no options? I think his ice dragon can only be used once, right? Otherwise, why didn't he use it again? Why was he forced to resort to ice spears? Those who had previously considered Su Mingqiu a sure winner now furrowed their brows, stroking their chins, and thought, could this master truly be falling here? Those who had called Su Mingqiu reckless earlier suddenly found new energy, eagerly shouting, I told you so. Jiang Yao is 4th stage 5th segment. She cannot possibly lose. This is her true strength. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and dismantled his ice armor, removing the crystallized layers along with it. He shook his arm. Fortunately, nothing serious. That crystallization power had been strange, nearly giving him trouble. The moment he finished moving his arm, he overheard the crowd below, saying his ice dragon could only be used once, saying he lacked endurance. Mingqiu was speechless. Did they really think his ultimate ability had such a long cooldown? How dare they call him unable to endure? Could he tolerate this? Anger surged within him. Fine, if you keep claiming he lacks endurance and his ice dragon is a one-time trick, then today he would prove exactly how persistent he was. He channeled his ice ability with full force. The next instant 5 ice dragons instantly materialized behind him. Each dragon matched the previous one in crystal clarity and bone-chilling cold, roaring deafeningly. All 5 struck simultaneously, crashing toward Jiang Yao. Watch this. Not just 1 but 5 at once. Need more? 10 would be no problem. I have unlimited resources, understand. As many as needed. Holy crap, 5 ice dragons. My god, this is too fierce. Who said he could not last? Come out. I promise I will not hit you. Call this weakness. This is explosive endurance. Those who had claimed his ice dragon could only be used once turned green with shock. They stood frozen like they had been slapped dozens of times, unable to speak. Just moments ago they were gloating, now their faces were completely humbled. Wu Lei shouted even louder, Brother Su is amazing. 5 ice dragons. So cool. Feng Qin joined in. Brother Su, are you going to freeze this woman into an ice statue too? Match with Hui Yuan, right? Jiang Yao saw the 5 roaring ice dragons charging at her and knew she could not dodge. She activated her battle technique with a scream, 1,000 crystal fall. The next instant countless crystal formations materialized above her head. Dense as a downpour, they rained down on the ice dragons below. Each crystal carried her crystallization power. Upon impact with the ice dragons, the effect was immediate. The once mighty dragons transformed into crystal were struck. 3 of the 5 ice dragons were instantly shattered. The remaining 2 were badly damaged, their bodies significantly eroded by the crystallization. Their formidable power had dropped by more than half. Yet even in this weakened state, the 2 damaged ice dragons continued charging toward Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao dared not be careless and quickly activated her defensive combat technique, shouting, Congealed Shield. As her voice fell, layers upon layers of crystalline frost barriers instantly formed around her. One layer stacked upon another, totaling over a dozen layers. Each layer was made of the hardest crystal, completely encasing her in the center. Boom, boom. The 2 ice dragons slammed violently into the congealed shield and exploded instantly. Shards of ice and crystal flew everywhere, and the bone-chilling cold spread rapidly. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Jiang Yao was seen standing where she was. Her barrier had shattered and a thin layer of frost had formed on many parts of her body. Her hair was also dusted with white frost, making her look somewhat disheveled. She was gasping for breath, clearly having expended a great deal of her supernatural power with those 2 combat techniques. Holy crap, Jiang Yao actually blocked it. Her strength at the 5th stage of the 4th rank is no joke. So what now? The big shot's ice dragons were blocked. Does he have any other tricks? Jiang Yao stood still, her mind racing with calculations. She knew well that those 2 techniques had drained much of her power. But as she looked at Mingqiu, she thought, no, what about him? He had already used 6 ice dragons. How much power did each massive ice dragon consume? How could he be completely unfazed? Not even flushed or out of breath? He must be putting on a brave front. Isn't that how it always goes in those novels? Even if he's exhausted, he has to act as if everything is calm. Right now, he must be running low on power too. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Mingqiu waited for a long time. Seeing Jiang Yao standing there staring at him, without moving, he was puzzled and shouted, Hey, big sis. Did I freeze you, stupid? Why aren't you moving? He paused and added, A statue doesn't move. That's a turtle. Jiang Yao, who had been consoling herself, was instantly enraged upon hearing Mingqiu's words. You're asking for death. Crystal shatter slash. The next moment her palm blast swept forward, carrying countless shattered crystal shards straight towards Mingqiu. She stared at Mingqiu. Let's see how you block this now. You've used 6 ice dragons. Your power must be completely drained. Let's see what you have to block this with. Block. Mingqiu laughed heartily at her words. Jiang Yao was taken aback by his laugh, thinking, is he crazy? Laughing at a time like this? But the next moment she no longer thought that, because she saw 5 more ice dragons condensing behind Mingqiu. Identical to the previous 5, they charged straight at her. What? Jiang Yao was stunned, almost screaming, unable to believe her eyes. That's impossible. He had already used 6 ice dragons. How could he condense 5 more? It defied all logic. She had thought Mingqiu was putting on an act, and now he conjured another 5 ice dragons. So she had been comforting herself for nothing. Dude, your power is an endless abyss. Exactly. How many ice dragons has he used? How is he still fine? Someone told me earlier that Jiang Yao could win. I don't believe a word of it now. I'll mourn for Jiang Yao for 3 seconds. She's up against such a cheat. Can't beat him, can't outlast him. Hu Kangji, watching from below, initially believed Jiang Yao would win. After all, she was at the 5th stage of the 4th rank. But the more he watched, the heavier his heart became. The more he saw, the more something felt off. What's with this kid? How does he have so much power? Is it free? How can he use so many ice dragons without any sign of depletion? At that moment, Su Mingqiu looked at the frozen Jiang Yao and said slowly, "So these 5 ice dragons, how are you going to deal with them?" As he finished speaking, the 5 ice dragons charged forward and slammed violently into Jiang Yao's crystal shatter slash. Her slash only managed to cut down the lead ice dragon. The remaining 4 completely unharmed broke through her attack and barreled toward her. Jiang Yao quickly activated her congealed shield again, hoping to block them as before. But this time the 4 ice dragons were fully intact. Not like the previous 2. Boom. The 4 ice dragons slammed into her crystalline frost barrier with tremendous force. The barrier cracked instantly. Behind it, Jiang Yao roared 1,000-layered crystal armor. The next second, countless crystals layer upon layer frantically covered her body. In a mere instant, dozens of layers were stacked. Su Mingqiu watched as Jiang Yao instantly formed the layered crystal armor, thinking to himself, "Wow, this Jiang Yao really has quite a few tricks." No sooner had he thought that than the leading ice dragon slammed into the crumbling barrier of the congealed shield. The already cracked barrier shattered into a mess of crystal shards on the ground. The remaining 3 ice dragons without any pause charged straight at Jiang Yao. Gritting her teeth, she had no way to dodge. She could only reach out with one hand and strike the leading ice dragon with her palm. But the other 2 ice dragons also slammed into her at the same moment. With no other choice, she extended her other hand and forcibly withstood the impact of the remaining 2 ice dragons. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions, and the 3 ice dragons burst apart instantly. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the piercing cold filled the entire arena platform. The ground of the entire stage was coated in a thick layer of ice. When the cold air dissipated, a little Jiang Yao was seen standing still. The 1,000-layered crystal armor on her body was now shattered beyond recognition. Cracks covered every part, and many pieces had fallen off. Yet surprisingly, she had suffered no fatal injuries. She had barely managed to withstand the impact of those 3 ice dragons. Jiang Yao panted heavily, her chest heaving. Do you have any last words? Say them now." She paused, then added fiercely, "Otherwise I'll crystallize your mouth first, then your entire body, and send you to accompany Hua Yuan." Holy crap, Jiang Yao can actually withstand that. This woman is too tough. Tough. Don't forget the big shot is only at the 4th stage of the 3rd rank. Jiang Yao is at the 5th stage of the 4th rank, a whole major realm higher. Too bad. Jiang Yao is already strong enough, but it's only because she met the big shot that she seems inadequate. I wonder how the big shot trains. Beating a 4th rank fighter like a child while crossing ranks. Isn't that too absurd? I used to think I was a once-in-a-century genius, but now I realize what a true genius is after meeting the big shot. You? Selling your own melons and praising them as sweet. Over on this side, Wu Lei Fengchun and a group of people who had entered the secret realm alongside them surrounded the man who had set up the betting ring, blocking him in tightly. What could they do? The odds this man had offered previously were simply too generous. At the start, everyone assumed Jiang Yao would win, so he set the odds at 1 to 10, convinced he would profit either way. But those who had entered the secret realm, didn't they all know Su Mingqiu's true strength? With such favorable odds, why not take the easy money? Each and every one of them staked everything, all their hard-earned pocket money, betting on Su Mingqiu to win. Now the match was about to end, and they feared Mr. Wang would grow desperate and simply bolt with the money. If that happened, wouldn't all their money be gone like water? So they had simply gathered around him, directly keeping a watchful eye. Mr. Wang, seeing the group converging on him, their eyes fixed on him one after another, let out a nervous laugh and wiped his forehead. Everyone rest assured. Do you really think I, Mr. Wang, would run away? I've been running this betting ring for years. My reputation speaks for itself. Go watch the match with complete peace of mind. But Wu Lei and the others didn't budge. They simply stood there watching him. Wu Lei crossed his arms and said leisurely, "It's fine, no need to go. We can see just as well from here. Let's just wait right here." In his heart he muttered, "As if I'd let this bastard slip away. I bet my 6 months' worth of pocket money on this." Mr. Wang realized at once, these people couldn't be fooled. Their intention was clear, they were going to watch him like hawks. He knew he couldn't escape. The young master of the Feng family was here. Would he dare run? A monk might flee, but the temple cannot be escaped. He could only nod awkwardly, though in his heart he was praying furiously, "Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, you must fight harder. You absolutely have to win. If you lose, I'll be losing everything I've wagered. I'll be left with nothing, not even my underpants." He deeply regretted it now. If he had known, he never would have set the odds so high. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu, hearing Jiang Yao still throwing out threats even at this point, chuckled. "Oh, this woman has quite the stubborn mouth, doesn't she? Even at this stage she refuses to yield. Very well, then I shall play along until the very end." With a grand sweep of his hand, 5 ice dragons materialized behind him in an instant, exactly like before, roaring as they charged toward Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao watched the 5 ice dragons approach, completely numb. She had long since lost count of how many ice dragons this was. After biting down on her teeth, she barely managed to defend against all 5. She had just exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking it was finally over, when the next moment, 5 more ice dragons flew toward her from behind Su Mingqiu. Jiang Yao. She was utterly hopeless, unable to even raise her hands to defend herself. The 5 ice dragons crashed into her body, instantly exploding with tremendous force. Bone-chilling cold engulfed her entire body in an instant. When the ice fragments settled, Jiang Yao's figure emerged. Her whole body was covered in frostbite, half of it frozen solid, unable to move at all, and she collapsed directly onto the icy surface. Alas, Jiang Yao is ultimately lost. There's nothing more to be done. She gave it her all. What could she do against someone with such a crippling advantage? It simply can't be fought. Exactly. Their ice dragons are limitless. You can defend against one wave, but not the next. Who could possibly withstand that? Mingqiu walked toward Jiang Yao. Looking down at the fallen Jiang Yao, he spoke in a calm tone. Don't worry, I will freeze you and Hui Yuan together, so you won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. Jiang Yao lay on the ice, a single tear slowly streaming from her one unfrozen eye. In her heart, she murmured, Brother Yuan, I cultivated this technique originally to protect you. I always thought that in the future, if danger came, I could use this technique to shield you. I never imagined you would leave me first. But perhaps this is for the best. After I use this technique, I can go find you immediately, and we can be together forever. This technique is powerful, but it will drain all my life force. But it doesn't matter now anyway. You're already gone, so what purpose does living serve? As she thought, she slowly pushed herself up from the ground and stood. Mingqiu was momentarily stunned when he saw her manage to stand again. In his heart, he muttered, still trying to resist, even at this point. But the next instant, he sensed an extreme danger radiating from Jiang Yao's body. Her unfrozen hand emerged, and her voice floated lightly, carrying a hint of release. Myriad crystals descent. The next moment, a tiny crystal-clear core condensed instantly in her palm. The core appeared small, yet it shot towards Mingqiu. Danger! Mingqiu's heart screamed a frantic warning. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated his strongest technique, Cold River Snow. The crystal core exploded instantly. An awe-inspiring force spread outward in an instant. Not daring to take any chances, Mingqiu couldn't stop, continuously using Cold River Snow again and again. Time and again, bone-chilling cold swept toward the site of the explosion in a frenzy. This was the first time Mingqiu had ever used Cold River Snow so recklessly. He didn't dare stop for a single moment. The explosive power persisted, and he could only keep using Cold River Snow to hold it back. Once, twice, 3 times. Until after more than 20 consecutive uses of Cold River Snow, he finally succeeded in completely suppressing that terrifying attack. Fortunately, the combat arena's formation barrier had contained all the power within. Otherwise, everyone outside would have suffered. When the power finally dissipated, Jiang Yao stood there, her originally raven black hair turned completely white in an instant. Seeing that even her technique had been blocked by Mingqiu, the last flicker of light in her eyes extinguished. Her legs gave way, and she fell directly to the ground. She murmured, Brother Yuan, I couldn't avenge you. I'm coming to join you. And with that, her breath vanished completely. Mingqiu watched her collapse to the ground, and only then did the cold energy around him slowly dissipate. He caught his breath. Good heavens, that final strike of hers before dying. Quite terrifying indeed. I almost fell for it. Everyone had held their breath during that last explosion. All around the combat arena, an instant silence fell so deep that even a pin dropping could be heard. After a few seconds, seeing Mingqiu unharmed, and Jiang Yao lying motionless on the ground, everyone finally snapped back to reality and erupted instantly, everyone shouting frantically, incredible. Absolutely incredible. That final strike of Jiang Yao's before dying was terrifying. She actually pushed the genius to that point. But the genius was even more terrifying. She used a mutual destruction technique, and he still blocked it. I'm beginning to suspect the genius's ability might be S-class. How else could he be so fierce? Ordinary ability users simply couldn't do that. You even need to doubt it. It has to be S rank. Otherwise, how could someone at the 3rd stage defeat an opponent 1 tier higher? Meanwhile, Wu Lei and Feng Chun, along with their group, who had wagered on Mingqiu winning, quickly surrounded the bookmaker, Wang, their eyes gleaming with excitement upon seeing Mingqiu's victory. The moment Wang saw Mingqiu win, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. His mind was consumed by a single thought: it's over. Everything is ruined. He had set the odds at 10 to 1, and these people had bet so much. He simply couldn't afford to pay out. After scrambling together everything he had, he was still far short of what he owed. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and took off the combat armor he had spent a fortune on, along with his communicator and the bracelet on his wrist. He emptied out everything of value on his person as collateral. In the end, he was left with nothing, completely stripped bare, clutching his private parts, and scurried away as fast as he could. He ran while crying, vowing never to run a betting ring again, never again. Feng Chun and Wu Lei couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Laughing, they said, "We made a killing this time." On the sparring platform, Mingqiu stepped down. But the moment he reached the ground, Huakangji blocked his path. Huakangji's hair had turned more than half white, his entire appearance filled with exhaustion. His eyes were bloodshot, as though he had aged 10 years overnight. He stared at Mingqiu for a long while before finally saying in a hoarse voice, "You're quite bold, kid." After speaking those words, he made no move and said nothing else, turning on his heel and walking away. Watching Huakangji's departing figure, Mingqiu couldn't help but inner monologue, "Something's off. This doesn't match the script. Weren't we supposed to take out the young one first only for the elder to come after me next? I killed his son and even his son's fiancée. Shouldn't he be coming at me with everything he's got? Why is he just walking away like that? This goes against all common sense. Could that old man be planning some underhanded scheme? When Huakengji had blocked Su Mingqiu's path, just now both the arena referee and Feng Sangshuan had immediately tensed up. Feng Sangshuan had already raised his hand ready to intervene the moment Huakengji made a move. Who knew whether he might act recklessly in desperation? Neither of them had expected Huakengji to actually endure it. He had merely spoken one sentence and walked away. Huakengji had a bit of self-awareness. Knowing he couldn't win, he simply didn't force the issue. Hey, why did the head of the Hua family just leave? Su the great god killed his son and his son's fiancée, and he's just walking away. Doesn't he want revenge? That's too much endurance. If it were me, I couldn't possibly tolerate it. A son-killing grudge. What's there to endure? Haven't you noticed the Feng family head is right here? Those mutterings were loud enough for Huakengji, who walked ahead to hear them all. Upon hearing the discussions, Huakengji's pace quickened even more. Huakengji returned to the Hua residence in a daze. The moment he entered the living room, he saw his wife Jiang Ran sitting in a chair, weeping, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She had clearly already received the news and had been waiting for him to return. Seeing Huakengji enter, Jiang Ran abruptly stood up, stumbling toward him, grabbing his hand and crying out, "Old Hua, Yuan, your Yuan is dead, isn't he? Is this true?" Huakengji looked at his wife weeping, and his own heart ached deeply. He fell silent, then slowly nodded. After a long while he spoke again in a hoarse voice, "And Zheng'er probably." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran instantly broke down. She pounded on Huakengji's chest, crying and screaming, "Then why didn't you kill that person? Avenge Yuan and Zheng'er. You think I don't wanna?" Huakengji was stirred by her words and roared back, his voice roughened. But Feng Sangshuan was there. And the Law Enforcement Bureau referees were watching too. How could I make a move? If I dared to strike on that platform, I wouldn't have made it back alive either. After shouting, he realized he had lost control. Seeing his wife's breakdown, he calmed himself, patted her back, and spoke in a low, ominous tone, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll make that boy pay the price." Hearing his words, Jiang Ran buried her face in Huakengji's chest and nodded through her tears. After comforting Jiang Ran, Huakengji returned alone to his study and locked the door behind him. He walked to the rear of his desk, opened a hidden compartment at the very bottom, and took out a black wooden box. Opening the box, he revealed a completely black token. Carved in the center in dark red was a single character: evil. This was the communication token of the evil god sect. Under normal circumstances, the Hua family would never dare associate with them. But now he could no longer care about such things. Huakengji picked up the token. The next moment it lit up and a hoarse, eerie voice emerged from within. "Head of the Hua family. I knew you would contact me. Have you made your decision?" "I will join you." Huakengji's voice was chillingly low. "But I have one demand." "Oh, what demand?" "Head of the Hua family, please speak freely. As long as we can do it will be no problem." The voice chuckled. "I want one person dead." Huakengji growled through clenched teeth, each word dripping with venom, his eyes almost overflowing with dark malice. "A trivial matter. What difficulty is there in that?" The voice replied dismissively. "Who is it? Tell me, and I'll arrange someone to handle it immediately." Huakengji didn't waste words. He directly transmitted Su Mingqiu's image and all relevant information through the token, then hung up the connection without further hesitation. Only after completing all of this did he finally exhale, leaning back in his chair. Staring at the black token, his gaze remained cold and vindictive. On the other end, the evil god sect elder couldn't help but let out a snort, a calculating smile spreading across his face. He had expected Huakengji to come looking for him long ago. After all, he had planted informants within the Hua family, and knowing the Hua son was gone, he knew that old man would be desperate for revenge. Gazing at Su Mingqiu's image on the token, the elder shook his head and chuckled softly. Su Mingqiu, this time you've truly done us a favor. Otherwise it would have taken much longer to make that old Huakengji willingly join our evil god sect. Now look at this. He's practically delivering himself to us, and even volunteering to help us deal with you. Two birds with one stone. Within the entire evil god sect, no one failed to recognize Su Mingqiu. Not just him, but those S-rank prodigies as well. The sect knew every detail about them. These people were either targets the sect sought to recruit, or thorns they needed to remove. However, this matter was far too significant. He dared not make the decision on his own, and would need to report to the sect leader first. He promptly sent the message upward. Not long after, a reply arrived from the sect leader granting permission and encouraging him to proceed as he saw fit. Having received the sect leader's approval, he sat in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table as he began plotting how to kill Su Mingqiu. That kid was a great genius. No one knew how he had cultivated such power. His strength was absurdly overwhelming, capable of crushing even 4th-rank 5th-stage experts. He couldn't afford to be careless. He needed to plan properly and strike only at the most suitable moment. Under no circumstances could he let the target escape. Meanwhile, Wu Lei waved as he walked along. "Senior brother Su, don't forget to call me if anything comes up." With that, he darted away in a flash. Su Mingqiu shook his head with a smile and followed Feng Chun and Feng Sangshuan to the Feng residence. The moment they took their seats, Feng Sangshuan turned to Su Mingqiu with a grave expression. Young friend Su Huakangji will certainly not let this rest. You must be vigilant going forward. Open attacks are easier to deflect, but hidden threats are far more dangerous. Su Mingqiu nodded. I understand, head of the Feng clan. I will be careful. That is good to hear. Feng Songshuan nodded again, and then asked, by the way, young friend Su, did you manage to obtain the Ice Heart Iron? I did. Su Mingqiu produced the Ice Heart Iron as he spoke. Upon seeing it, Feng Songshuan sprang to his feet in astonishment. Good heavens! This piece of Ice Heart Iron is extraordinary. It surpasses every Ice Heart Iron I have ever seen. Remarkably, it has even developed a trace of spiritual awareness. He reached out and touched the Ice Heart Iron, his voice trembling with excitement. With Ice Heart Iron of this caliber, your blade's quality will improve dramatically, young friend Su. Without waiting for Su Mingqiu to respond, he simply snatched the Ice Heart Iron from his hand. Feng Songshuan turned and bolted toward the workshop. I'll begin forging your weapon right away. In the next instant, he had vanished, leaving Su Mingqiu and Feng Chun standing dumbfounded in the living room. Feng Chun watched with an apologetic smile and said, Senior Su, please don't mind him. My father is just like this. The moment he encounters exceptional forging materials, he loses all control. He has been this way for years. Su Mingqiu waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, no trouble at all. I understand. Lord Feng is only doing this to help me reforge my blade. It's perfectly fine. Thus, Su Mingqiu remained at the Feng residence for another 3 days, waiting for Feng Songshuan to reforge his sword. During those 3 days, news of Su Mingqiu had spread throughout the city, and everyone was discussing him. People had recognized him as the top scorer of the National College entrance examination, the genius who had single-handedly cleared a beast tide and become the first person in history to break 10,000 points. Some even speculated whether the Hua family had lost their courage for revenge. After all, Su Mingqiu was still a student at Black Tide Martial University. Surely the Hua family would not dare provoke a genius from a top-tier institution. Yet the Hua family remained completely silent, taking no action whatsoever. Huakangji sat in his study and could not help but let out a cold snort. So what if you are a student at Black Tide Martial University? You killed my son and you must die. He no longer cared about Black Tide Martial University or whether Su Mingqiu was a great genius. His son was gone and nothing else mattered anymore. The cultists of the evil god sect had already set out. Soon Su Mingqiu would join his son in death. At that moment, he would finally have his revenge. Feng Songshuan emerged from the forging chamber, holding the newly reforged blade, his face aglow with excitement. Su Mingqiu looked up and found that the sword far exceeded his expectations. The entire blade was forged from a single piece of pale blue cold crystal, appearing as though crafted from the purest, most translucent ice. A ridge rose along the spine, with an ice crystal bone line running the full length of the blade. The edge shimmered with a piercing pale blue frost, and merely looking at it sent a chilling wave crashing toward him. Delicate flowing frost patterns rippled across the blade's surface, as if bone-chilling cold slowly circulated within the steel itself. Su Mingqiu reached out and took the blade. It felt cool to the touch without being biting cold. With a gentle swing, a gust of piercing wind swept through the air. It was remarkably well balanced and effortless to wield. He nodded in satisfaction at once. This sword was countless times superior to his previous bronze blade. Feng Songshuan stood nearby, rubbing his hands with excitement. Young friend Su, you have no idea. This blade represents the finest work I have ever produced. He paused, then continued with mounting enthusiasm. This sword has already reached 5th stage high grade. Moreover, because your Ice Heart Iron developed a trace of spiritual awareness, the sword itself has gained a spark of consciousness upon completion. Feng Chun watched the handsome, yet formidable blade in Su Mingqiu's hand, his eyes wide with envy. He tugged at Feng Songshuan's arm and pleaded, Father, when will you forge me a sword as impressive as senior brother Su's? Think about it. I am a swordsman. How can I possibly go without a proper, well-crafted blade? Feng Songshuan's temper flared at these words, and he shot his son an irritated glare. The Feng family had been renowned artisans for generations. He had always hoped his son would inherit his craft and dedicate himself to forging. But this lad insisted on becoming a swordsman and refused to learn anything about metallurgy. He grumbled inwardly with frustration, perhaps I should raise another child when I have the time. This one is completely beyond hope. He glared at Feng Chun and retorted sharply, you would never be able to wield something this fine. With your current abilities, giving you such a sword would be nothing but a waste, squandering precious materials on someone unworthy. Then turning to Su Mingqiu, his expression instantly melted into a warm smile. Young friend Su, come. Let us head to the testing hall and try out your new blade. Without another word, he grabbed Su Mingqiu and pulled him toward the testing ground. Feng Chun chased after them, protesting grievously, Dad. How can you say that about me? I could definitely use it. You can't dismiss me just because I'm inexperienced. Paired with my rapid sword techniques, even a good blade would make me formidable. The three of them entered the testing hall together, prepared to experience the new blade's true power. Su Mingqiu gripped the pale blue, icy blade and stepped forward to face the target. Before him stood a third-rank beast puppet crafted specifically to test combat power. It was virtually indistinguishable from a living monster. He drew a deep breath and immediately unleashed the first form of the demon sealing blade, the evil subduing strike. A razor-sharp slash of blade energy erupted from the sword in an instant, carrying a piercing chill as it swept directly toward the beast puppet. With a sharp hiss, the half-meter-thick beast puppet was cleaved cleanly in two. Even more staggering was the fact that before the severed halves could hit the ground, they were instantly encased by the blade's innate chilling aura, freezing solid into two thick blocks of ice. Mingqiu had not even activated his ice affinity. He had used only a combat technique, yet this sword carried such devastating cold on its own. Watching the two ice blocks clatter onto the ground, Mingqiu could not help but nod in approval and smiled. Excellent. A superb blade. Feng Zhongxuan watched from the side and could not help but nod, thinking to himself that as expected of the top scorer in the college entrance examination, this blade technique was also S rank. He walked over and said to Mingqiu, "Young friend Su, why do not you give this blade a name?" "Oh wait, brother Su, let me help you come up with one." Feng Chun immediately perked up at the sound and eagerly chimed in. "How about Cosmic Super Invincible Ice Blade? What do you think? Is it not incredibly cool? So domineering." Hearing that name, Mingqiu's lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, what kind of ridiculous name was that? It was so juvenile and cringeworthy. If he actually went out wielding a blade with such a name, people would laugh him to death. He quickly waved his hands and said, never mind, I will think of something myself." Feng Chun was taken aback for a moment, puzzling within himself whether that name was not impressive. Oh, brother Su simply lacked discernment. No matter. When he eventually forged his own sword, it would be named the Cosmic Super Invincible Wind Blade. How magnificent, he thought with satisfaction. Mingqiu pondered for a long time, but could not come up with anything particularly suitable, so he casually suggested, "Then let us call it Frost Flow." Frost, as in the cold of winter, flow, as in running water. It perfectly complemented the chilling aura circulating within the blade and those swirling frost patterns etched upon its surface. The moment his words faded, the blade trembled gently in his hand, and those frost patterns along its length suddenly flared to life. Feng Zhongxuan observed this and immediately laughed. "You see, it seems quite pleased with the name you have chosen." Mingqiu stored Frost Flow into his spatial ring, then turned to Feng Zhongxuan and said, "Lord Feng, since the blade has been forged, I am preparing to proceed with severing the dragon vein. You intend to go alone?" Feng Zhongxuan frowned at once and replied, "Huakangji is capable of deploying all manner of underhanded tactics. It is far too dangerous for you to venture out by yourself. How about I accompany you? With my Tier 5 cultivation, I can ensure your safety." Before Mingqiu could respond, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Lin Feng calling. He answered, and Lin Feng's hearty laughter came through the line. "Little monster, you are making quite a name for yourself over there, are you not? Teacher Lin, how are your sources so sharp, even from so far away?" Mingqiu asked with a smile. "Because you are a genius, do you think the school would not pay special attention to you?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Let me tell you, the Hua family will certainly not let this go. However, do not worry. A student I recruited some years ago, your senior, has just returned from the myriad races battlefield. He is quite interested in you, and should be arriving shortly. He is an S-rank light-type ability user. With him around, the Hua family will not be able to stir up any real trouble. Speak of the devil, he just messaged me saying he is already at the gate of the Feng residence." "Alright, I will hang up now. Go meet him yourself." Having said that, Lin Feng quickly ended the call. Mingqiu paused in surprise. An S-rank senior, one who had just returned from the myriad races battlefield. He then turned to Feng Zhongxuan and said, "I shall not trouble you further, Lord Feng. I happen to have a senior here. With him accompanying me, I will be in good hands." Hearing this, Feng Zhongxuan's worried expression eased considerably, and he nodded with a smile. "In that case, I will not impose myself." Saying this, Feng Zhongxuan and Feng Chun accompanied Mingqiu toward the entrance. At the doorway, Feng Chun waved his arms enthusiastically and called out, "Brother Su, see you next time." Mingqiu smiled and waved back at the father and son, saying, "Very well, I am heading out now." After saying this, he turned and walked out through the main gate of the Feng residence. Standing there, he glanced around and found himself puzzled. Teacher Lin Sr., where was he? He did not see anyone particularly notable nearby. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. When did? Mingqiu's entire body tensed instantly. His perception had long surpassed that of others at his cultivation level. Even someone at the peak of the 4th rank would not escape his awareness. Yet this person had approached completely undetected. He spun around sharply and found a young man standing behind him, a gentle smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Mingqiu. Impressive reflexes. As expected of someone Teacher Lin has taken a liking to, the young man spoke with a smile and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Yichio. Like you, my name also carries the character for autumn. It seems we share quite a bit of fate." Mingqiu reached out and shook his hand, giving his own name. "I have long admired your reputation, Junior." Yichio released his grip and grinned broadly, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "I specifically returned from the myriad races battlefield during my leave to come and see you. Teacher Lin has spoken of you endlessly, claiming he struck gold this time by recruiting a monster even more extraordinary than myself. Teacher Lin exaggerates." Mingqiu waved his hand modestly, somewhat embarrassed. "You are far too humble, Junior." Yichio gestured dismissively. Then he suddenly rested his chin upon his hand and scrutinized Su Mingqiu from head to toe for a long moment, stroking his own chin with an air of smug satisfaction. But speaking honestly, you are not as handsome as I am. As expected, my appearance stands in a class of its own. In this regard, you simply cannot compare to me. Hardly had he finished speaking when a burly man who had just purchased some exotic beast leg meat happened to pass by. Hearing these words, he could no longer contain himself and stopped in his tracks to interject, "Brother, I simply cannot hold it back any longer. Stop boasting. This young man is clearly far more handsome than you. Do you even understand aesthetics?" Yichio immediately bristled at this, planting his hands on his hips and engaging the man in an argument. Su Mingqiu watched from the side, the corner of his mouth twitching as he silently remarked to himself, "Do all geniuses, regardless of their level, share such peculiar quirks? Every genius truly does possess their extraordinary qualities as expected." Watching the two men grow increasingly heated, with Yichio on the verge of dragging the stranger to a mirror to compare faces, Su Mingqiu hurried forward. Su Mingqiu quickly stepped in, pulling Yichio away from the man while offering an apologetic smile to the burly stranger. "Sorry about this, sir. Please do not take him seriously." Without waiting for Yichio to react, he seized his arm and began dragging him away. Yichio trailed behind, puffed up with indignation, swinging his free arm as he grumbled, "I am infuriated. How could this country bumpkin possibly understand aesthetics?" While pulling him briskly toward a quieter area, fearing he might turn back to continue the argument, Su Mingqiu quickly coaxed him, "Senior, please calm down. I genuinely believe your appearance is undoubtedly in a league of its own." The moment those words left his mouth, Yichio's anger vanished instantly. His previously furrowed brows smoothed out completely, and his eyes sparkled brightly as he enthusiastically slapped Su Mingqiu upon the shoulder. "Exactly. You think so too." He spoke with evident emotion, patting Su Mingqiu's back as though he had finally encountered a kindred spirit after 100 years. Truly gifted steeds are common, but those who can recognize them are rare indeed. The two walked along the street toward the abandoned construction site in the suburbs. On the way, Yichio kept murmuring to Su Mingqiu about the Wanzhou battlefield. Su Mingqiu occasionally chimed in, and both walked with light steps. Meanwhile, in the study of the He residence, Huakangji sat at his desk with a dark expression, fuming with pent-up resentment these past days. He was waiting for news from the evil god cult, waiting for an opportunity to reduce Su Mingqiu to dust. Suddenly, the communication token of the evil god cult on the table emitted a low hum, its dark red light flickering. A muffled voice came from within, the evil god cult's scout. "Master Hua, the target has moved. Su Mingqiu has left the Feng residence with someone heading toward the abandoned construction site." Huakangji sprang up abruptly, his chair crashing into the wall behind him with a dull thud. He snatched the token, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. "Truly heaven sends me aid." He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. "Su Mingqiu, that abandoned construction site shall be your burial ground. The executioner of my evil god cult is already lying in wait inside the factory." Huakangji clenched the token, speaking rapidly, his voice low but urgent. "I will be there immediately. I will kill him with my own hands." After speaking, he slipped out silently through the back door of the He residence, hurrying toward the old factory. The fact that he had defected to the evil god cult must never be known by anyone, or the entire He family would suffer the consequences. Those evil god cult scouts lurking in the street corner did not take Yichio seriously at all. They glanced at Yichio accompanying Su Mingqiu, seeing him as ordinary. Their pitiful perception could not detect Yichio's aura whatsoever. "Is this the sidekick that kid brought?" one scout muttered. "Who cares? He's just a nobody, no threat. When we strike, focus on Su Mingqiu first. We can deal with the sidekick easily." Another scout waved his hand, completely disregarding Yichio. The two quickly reached the heart of the abandoned construction site, where a dilapidated old factory stood amidst waist-high, overgrown grass. Rusty rebar pierced the ground. When the wind blew, the tin windows with holes rattled loudly. As soon as they entered the shadow cast by the factory, Yichio seemed to sense something. A faint smile curled his lips as he whispered, "Interesting." He turned to Su Mingqiu, smiling and patting his shoulder. "Junior brother, you truly are a genius. Back when I severed the dragon vein, it took me years of cultivation to achieve that. You surpassed me long ago." Then he changed the subject. "However, junior brother, before severing the dragon vein, one must first clear out these sneaky little mice nearby." "Little mice?" Su Mingqiu paused, slightly confused. "What little mice?" The moment Yichio finished speaking, over a dozen figures clad in black emerged from all around, enclosing them in a tight circle within the blink of an eye. At their head was Huakangji, his face set in a sinister grimace. Behind him stood 5 figures exuding a chilling aura. Su Mingqiu frowned, thinking to himself, Huakangji. And these people, the ones from the evil god cult. He had suspected Huakangji would resort to underhanded tactics, but never imagined he would collude with the evil god cult. Yichio, standing aside, glanced at the figures and sneered. "Evil god cult. No wonder I smelled that fishy stench. So it's you rats who haven't all died yet. I've killed plenty of your evil god cult scum." Upon hearing this, the lead executioner of the evil god cult laughed outright. He looked Yichio up and down, his face full of mockery. "Kid who doesn't know how to boast. Anyone who has slain our sect members bears our tracking mark on their body. I sense not even a trace of it on you. You should at least have some basis for such claims, don't you think? The surrounding members of the evil god cult joined in the derisive laughter. In their eyes, Yiqiu was merely a common sidekick following Su Mingqiu. Could he possibly have slain their sect's high experts? What nonsense. Upon hearing this, Yiqiu helplessly spread his hands, looking utterly exasperated. Fine, so in this day and age no one believes the truth anymore, huh? Su Mingqiu watched from the side, his mouth twitching. These people were still mocking him for boasting. Their judgment was blind as a post. They would soon regret their actions. Huakengji did not even glance at Yiqiu. His eyes were locked firmly on Su Mingqiu, his voice dripping with murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour Su Mingqiu alive. Su Mingqiu, you will pay with your life for my son. Huakengji, to kill me you actually collude with the evil god cult. Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Then he paused, almost making Huakengji faint with rage. Isn't it just killing your son? Have another too. Is it really necessary? At these words, Huakengji's chest heaved violently with anger. His face turned purple-black, and for a long time he couldn't utter a single word. He pointed a trembling finger at Su Mingqiu on the verge of collapsing from shock. Let's talk. Today is your death date. Huakengji managed to regain his composure and roared. Junior brother, leave those thugs outside to you. Yiqiu waved his hand at Su Mingqiu. Then he pointed at Huakengji, and the 5 evil god cult executioners put his hands in his pockets and strolled forward. These old fogies, I'll play with them. Huakengji and the 5 evil god cult executioners, seeing Yiqiu's audacity and blatant disregard for them, were instantly enraged. They glared at Yiqiu with murderous looks, deciding to eliminate this unaware of boundaries individual first, then deal with Su Mingqiu later. After all, he was just a braggart, dispatching him would take but a second. Su Mingqiu nodded, saying nothing more. He drew frost stream from his spatial ring. However, this time Su Mingqiu did not even employ the inherent coldness of frost stream. He merely activated the first form of the demon-subduing blade suppression of evil. With a hum, a blade energy refined to the utmost extreme shot out instantly. So fast that the henchmen of the evil god cult couldn't react in time. Those people hastily raised their hands to gather their abilities to resist, but how could they withstand it? The blade energy split them in half directly. Blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Intestines and internal organs spilled all around, and before they could finish their screams they were dead. However, a few who reacted quickly managed to dodge by enduring injuries. They lay on the ground wailing missing limbs. Su Mingqiu looked at them and raised an eyebrow. You dodged the first strike, so how will you handle the second? No sooner had he spoken than he directly activated the second form of the demon-subduing blade severing of evil. A blade energy several times more powerful than before swept over in an instant. Those henchmen, already grievously wounded, stood no chance against the blade's chi. Unable so much as to dodge, they were cleaved in an instant. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen surrounding underlings were split in twain. As for the tracking mark, it had long been erased by the system. Su Mingqiu sheathed Shuangliu, the blade humming softly. Only then did he turn his gaze toward Yiqiu and found him standing with hands in pockets enveloped in a faint golden radiance. His figure moved so swiftly that only a dazzling afterimage remained, darting back and forth between Huakengji and the 5 evil god cult enforcers. To the naked eye his movements were utterly indiscernible, only a streak of golden light weaving through the crowd. As a 5th rank earth attribute esper, Huakengji raised his hand and summoned the surrounding earth and stone, condensing a boulder-sized fist that he hurled directly at Yiqiu. But the moment the stone fist flew forward, Yiqiu had already vanished. It crashed into the concrete wall behind him with a thunderous roar, shattering a massive crater into the old factory wall. The nearby evil god cult enforcers were not idle either. Each unleashed their abilities, launching assaults toward Yiqiu. Yet every attack sailed through his lingering afterimage, not even grazing the hem of his clothes. Those 6 individuals fought relentlessly, yet it was as though striking nothing but air. They could not even lay a hand on Yiqiu. Is this the power of an S-rank light attribute esper? Su Mingqiu could only marvel inwardly. He had encountered A-rank light attribute espers at school before, but compared to Yiqiu, they were like fireflies dimmed against the full moon, utterly incomparable. This was a completely different league. Brat, have the courage to stop hiding. One of the burly enforcers, enraged after failing to make contact, roared with bloodshot eyes. Hearing this, Yiqiu paused mid-step, his dazzling afterimage freezing instantly. The next moment, with a flicker, he appeared directly before that enforcer, so fast the man hadn't even blinked. The enforcer's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to retreat and raise his arms in defense, but Yiqiu had already lifted his right foot, which erupted in blinding golden light, so brilliant it forced the eyes shut. Yiqiu grinned, revealing a flash of white teeth. Speed is power. Ever been kicked at the speed of light? In the same instant his leg lashed out. Panic-stricken, the enforcer hastily condensed his ability, forming a thick black shield before him. But it proved utterly futile. That single kick, surging with the terrifying explosive force of the light element, shattered the shield completely and slammed squarely into his chest. With a wet burst, the enforcer's entire body exploded outward, instantly reduced to a mist of blood, no cry even escaping his throat. After the kick, Yiqiu casually brushed his shoe tip, then slipped his hands back into his pockets and turned to face the remaining few. The 4 remaining evil god cult enforcers and Huakengji all launched their attacks simultaneously. But the very next moment, Yiqiu vanished in a flash, and their strikes slammed harmlessly into the ground. With a devastating boom, the cement floor erupted into a half-person deep crater. Is this truly the speed of light? Su Mingqiu watched from the sidelines. His own wind control technique was already considered swift. Yet compared to Yiqiu, it was woefully inadequate, utterly different leagues. He would need to obtain an S-rank speed battle technique after returning, he decided. Meanwhile, Yiqiu raised his hand and lightly rubbed his other wrist. With a soft hum, a completely golden light sword materialized in his grasp. He swayed the light sword playfully, then extended a finger pointing at the remaining individuals one by one. Let me see. Who'll be the next unfortunate soul? Selecting soldiers and generals, whoever I land on is the one. Among the remaining evil god cult enforcers, one shrank his neck and whispered to his companion, "What a tough customer. What do we do?" That kick just now killed number 4 outright. This isn't even the same level. Huakengji was equally panicked, his face a mask of anger and terror as he roared at the evil god cult enforcers. "What the hell do you mean? What do we do? What kind of damn intelligence did your cult collect? Didn't you say Su Mingqiu was only accompanied by an ordinary person? Calling this ordinary. Was your intelligence gathered from eating feces?" Watching them argue until their faces turned crimson, Yiqiu sneered. "Oh, still have time for bickering. Then it's you." His finger came to rest, pointing directly at the enforcer who had been panicking most intensely. Upon seeing Yiqiu's finger land on him, the enforcer's face drained of color instantly. He urgently bellowed to those beside him, "Quick! Attack him! Stop him!" The others immediately ceased their argument and hastily channeled their abilities, hurling everything they had at Yiqiu. But it was all in vain. Yiqiu's speed was simply too fast, and he evaded every assault with effortless ease. The targeted enforcer seized the opportunity to spin around and flee, desperately hoping to buy his companions time to strike. However, the cruel reality was that none of the others could touch Yiqiu anyway. Trying to run, Yiqiu let out a mocking laugh. With a flash, he instantly reappeared before the fleeing man. Before the man could react, the light sword in Yiqiu's hand descended. In a single stroke, the man was cleaved neatly in two. Blood and organs splattered across the ground. Seeing this, the remaining 3 evil god cult enforcers dared not fight anymore. One shouted to Huakengji, "Headman Hua, vengeance can wait. Come back to the evil god cult with us. Your Hua state is untenable now." "You?" Huakengji's chest heaved violently with rage, pointing at them, but unable to form words for a long moment. "If your intelligence gathering hadn't been so flawed, would we be in this mess?" Headman Hua, now is not the time for accusations," another enforcer shouted urgently. "We're all tied to the same rope now. Run. Split up. He's only one man." The moment the words left his mouth, the 3 evil god cult enforcers and Huakengji turned and scattered in different directions without hesitation. Witnessing these 4 desperate dogs attempt to flee separately, Su Mingqiu raised his hand to intercept. But Yiqiu's voice reached his ears. "Junior, don't be hasty." Yiqiu said with a smile, a hint of faux embarrassment in his tone. "If I need you to step in even now, wouldn't that make me as a senior look rather pathetic?" As soon as the words fell, Yiqiu lifted his leg and brilliant golden light erupted around it, brighter even than before. He kicked directly toward the enforcer who had fled into the overgrown grass. The enforcer had barely run a few steps, convinced he had escaped certain death, pushing himself forward with every ounce of strength. Before he could even react, the figure was directly struck by that lightspeed kick. With a splattering sound, he instantly burst into a crimson mist. The remaining 2 deacons witnessing this were terrified out of their wits and ran even faster. Desperately wishing their parents had given them extra legs, Yiqiu delivered several more lightspeed kicks. With 2 splattering sounds, the 2 deacons did not even manage a scream before dissolving into crimson mist. In the blink of an eye, all 5 evil god cult deacons were gone. Only Huakengji remained, and he sprinted for his life toward the main road. Yiqiu did not pursue at all. He merely raised his hand, condensing a piercing golden radiance at his fingertips. Then with a swift whoosh, that beam shot straight out. 2 splattering sounds echoed as Huakengji's legs were cleanly severed right at the knees by that precise beam. Blood erupted instantly, staining the ground beneath him crimson. Huakengji fell to the ground, wailing in agony while clutching his stumps. Su Mingqiu and Yiqiu strolled over leisurely. The moment they reached him, Huakengji's eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze on Su Mingqiu, surprisingly still attempting a sneak attack. The instant he raised his arm, Yiqiu moved. With a swift slash of his light sword, that arm was severed entirely. Another spray of blood erupted. "Junior brother, he is in your hands." Yiqiu sheathed his light sword and tucked his hand back into his pocket, speaking with complete calm to Su Mingqiu. "Please keep an eye on him, senior brother." Su Mingqiu nodded, gripping Shuang Lu in his hand. "I will sever the dragon vein here first. My real work remains undone. Let me extract the dragon vein for you first, junior brother." Yiqiu waved his hand at Su Mingqiu. Then his entire body flashed with golden light as he shot straight into the sky. With both hands spread wide, countless golden light orbs rained down upon the ground in a dense, relentless barrage. Countless light orbs struck the ground, instantly shattering the cement into rubble, while earth and stone flew everywhere. The entire abandoned construction site shook with dust and debris spiraling skyward. Soon a massive pit dozens of meters deep was carved into the ground. The ceiling formation at the bottom was instantly exposed. As the debris was cleared away, the formation's radiance flared to life. Immediately afterward, a deafening dragon's roar rose from the pit below. Yichio descended in a flash before Su Mingqiu, still clutching the ruined Huakangji as easily as one might grasp a chick. Yichio smiled at Su Mingqiu and nodded toward the pit. Done. The rest is in your hands, junior brother. I will watch over him and ensure he cannot escape. Su Mingqiu nodded, stepped to the pit's edge, and sensed the dragon vein's aura within. His eyes lit up. This dragon vein is significantly stronger than the one I severed before. Perfect. Time to test my new blade Shuanglu. As he thought this, he could feel the sword vibrating with eager intensity in his grip. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and directly activated the first form of the demon-suppressing blade, the evil pacifying strike. With a resonant hum, an exquisitely refined blade, Qi carrying bone-chilling cold shot straight toward the dragon vein at the pit's bottom. The dragon vein was no pushover. Seeing the blade, Qi approach, it thrust forth a massive dragon claw from the formation below. That claw, covered in pitch-black scales and radiating overwhelming power, crushed the blade Qi to pieces. But in the next instant, a thick layer of white frost instantly coated the dragon claw. That was the bone-piercing chill inherent to Shuanglu. Even though the blade Qi was shattered, that marrow-deep cold surged into the claw, forcing the dragon vein to recoil sharply. The dragon vein roared at Su Mingqiu, the sound shaking the entire pit floor, then opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames directly at him. Those flames carried an unnatural scorching heat, warping the very air as they surged towards Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu directed a stream of cold energy from his right hand. That cold energy collided with the black flames instantly. At first, the two forces were evenly matched, but gradually the black flames began to wane. Su Mingqiu's cold energy was inexhaustible. Soon the entire black fire was frozen solid by his power, and the cold energy continued to surge relentlessly toward the dragon vein. The dragon vein, seeing this, hastily attempted to retreat. But it was a moment too late. Just as its tail began to pull back, it was caught by the sweeping cold and frozen instantly. Watching from the sidelines, Yichio eyed Su Mingqiu's ice abilities with open envy. Damn, junior brother's ice powers seem far more impressive than my light abilities. As he spoke, he glanced down at the nearly unconscious Huakangji still in his grip. The old man's eyelids drooped, his lips as pale as paper, his breath nearly gone. Yichio suddenly smacked his own forehead. Great, he is losing too much blood, about to faint. He quickly pulled a pill from his spatial ring and stuffed it directly into Huakangji's mouth. Consider yourself fortunate. The pill dissolved on contact, and a wave of warmth surged into Huakangji's body, stopping the bleeding. He snapped, his eyes open, gasping for breath, despair filling his gaze. How does it feel being alive? Yichio raised an eyebrow at him with an infuriating smirk. Why? Why won't you let me die? Huakangji croaked hoarsely. You know, some people, though still alive, suffer far more than death. Yichio curled his lip. Moreover, I must deliver you to my junior brother for judgment. How could I let you die early? I joined the evil god cult on my own. It has nothing to do with the Hua family. I will bear all the guilt. I beg you, spare the Hua family. Huakangji pleaded urgently. Telling me is useless. Yichio waved his hand, dismissively, looking entirely indifferent. You can discuss it with the security bureau when the time comes. Whether they spare the Hua family is beyond my control. You chose to collude with the evil god cult. You brought this upon yourself, idol. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu wielded Shuanglu, striking the dragon vein with furious blows. The massive dragon vein already bore several thick layers of ice upon its body. Its entire body was covered in deep blade wounds, some reaching the bone. All 4 dragon claws had long been severed by Su Mingqiu. The dragon vein was now utterly drained, unable to move, only gasping heavily at the bottom of the pit. Fear filled the colossal dragon eyes, its former ferocity completely gone. Su Mingqiu raised Shuanglu, gazing down at the dragon vein, and said calmly, "Prepare for your lullaby." With those words, he directly unleashed the third form of the demon-suppressing blade, the most powerful technique, the demon-subduing strike. With a resonant hum, a blade aura several times stronger than before shot forth, carrying bone-chilling cold and the unique suppressing pressure inherent to the demon-subduing blade, hurtling straight toward the dragon vein. The dragon vein attempted one last desperate dodge, but was paralyzed by the sword's overwhelming pressure. It stood frozen, utterly unable to move. It could only let out a despairing roar before the blade energy cleaved it in two. Its colossal body collapsed instantly onto the pit floor, breathless and lifeless. Su Mingqiu retracted his frost stream technique. Then he produced a small jade vial and shook it over the dragon vein's corpse. Instantly, the beast's primordial essence was drawn into the tiny bottle. Done. Finished. Su Mingqiu brushed off his hands and turned toward Yichio. Impressive, junior brother. You handled that so quickly. Yichio gave a thumbs up as Su Mingqiu approached. Not at all, senior brother. I owe this largely to you accompanying me. Su Mingqiu offered a modest smile. You flatter me, junior brother. Yichio waved his hand dismissively, then lifted Huakangji from where he had been seized, and asked Su Mingqiu, by the way, how do you intend to deal with this old man? The moment those words left his mouth, Huakangji began furiously cursing Su Mingqiu. May you meet a wretched death. Even as a ghost I will not let you go. Su Mingqiu looked at him utterly speechless. Even reduced to this state with arms and legs gone, he still refused to keep quiet. This old man's stubbornness was truly remarkable. Watching Huakangji continue his relentless curses, Yi Qiu frowned and asked Su Mingqiu, "Junior brother, would you like me to cut out his tongue?" Huakangji heard Yi Qiu's words and, far from fearing, burst into raucous laughter, his voice hoarse and raspy, like a broken gong. "Su Mingqiu, even without a tongue, nothing stops me from cursing you in my heart. Come on, throw everything you have at me. I, Huakangji, fear you not." He had completely surrendered to recklessness, determined to vent his curses and disgust Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu waved his hand at Yi Qiu. "No need, senior brother. I have something wonderful to show him. I am certain he will be eager to see it." As he spoke, he reached into his spatial ring and produced two crystal-clear ice sculptures, none other than Huazhang and Huayuan, whom he had previously frozen. The two ice sculptures still captured their expressions at the moment of death, lifelike and unchanged. The moment Huakangji spotted them, his eyes flushed red and his voice cracked as he bellowed, "Yuan, my sons, well, how am I treating you so kindly?" Su Mingqiu held the two ice sculptures, waving them before Huakangji's eyes. "I'm even showing you what your sons look like in their final moments. How is my preservation technique? I deliberately kept their bodies intact. Look, not a mark on them. Their expressions are exactly as they were when alive. You wretched corpse." Huakangji gazed at the two ice sculptures and instantly shattered completely. With a sudden whoosh, he spat a mouthful of blood. His head drooped and he fainted outright. "Good heavens." Yi Qiu stared at the scene in stunned silence, his face filled with admiration. "Junior brother, I have learned your technique of killing through the heart. That was ruthless. The damage was tremendous. You literally made this old man faint from rage. Senior brother, this is called spiritual warfare. It is far more devastating than physical attacks." Su Mingqiu smiled at Yi Qiu. With that said, he casually crushed the two ice sculptures. There was no point in keeping them anymore. "Let us go, senior brother. We should hand this old man over to the Public Security Bureau. Colluding with the evil god cult cannot be left unpunished," Su Mingqiu said to Yi Qiu. "As you wish, junior brother." Yi Qiu nodded, carrying the unconscious Huakangji, and followed Su Mingqiu outside. The two made their way toward the Public Security Bureau. They arrived in no time. Upon entering, they recounted the full sequence of events to Director Liu of the Public Security Bureau. Su Mingqiu also produced his recording device, which documented Huakangji's collusion with the evil god cult. It captured the entire ambush by the evil god cult, with absolutely nothing omitted. Even Huakangji's own confessions were recorded with crystal clarity. The evidence was irrefutable. After reviewing it, Director Liu arrested Huakangji on the spot. He immediately issued orders for his men to surround the Hor residence and investigate whether the family had participated in the collusion with the evil god cult. However, once the investigation concluded, it was discovered that only Huakangji himself had colluded with the evil god cult. Moreover, before making contact with the cult, he had voluntarily submitted a renunciation of his clan membership and exited the Hua family. In other words, he had long ceased to be a member of the Hua family, and his actions could in no way represent them. Furthermore, the rest of the Hua family had no knowledge whatsoever of Huakangji's dealings with the evil god cult. None were aware, not even when Huakangji had formally withdrawn from the clan. Thus, after the Public Security Bureau completed their investigation and confirmed the Hua family's innocence, they lifted the siege. Meanwhile, back at the Hor residence, Huakangji's wife learned that her husband had been arrested for colluding with the evil god cult. In an instant, her heart turned to ash. With both husband and sons gone, consumed by absolute despair, she took her own life. With that, Huakangji's entire lineage was extinguished. With no alternative, the Hua family could only select a new patriarch. Ultimately, they chose Huakangji's own younger brother Huatsangjian to serve as the new clan leader. Huatsangjian had been wallowing in the grief of losing his son. His son had also entered the secret realm alongside Huayuan and likewise failed to emerge, dying within. He had been so grief-stricken that he could barely eat. Then suddenly the position of clan leader fell into his lap without warning. He sat stunned for a long while before the realization finally struck. His son was dead. It did not matter. He could simply have another son. After all, he was now the patriarch of the Hua family. In an instant, that sliver of grief over losing his son lost its sting. He had done absolutely nothing and won by simply lying low. His brother's entire lineage was wiped out, and he inherited the position of clan leader by default. Huatsangjian was nothing if not a thorough beneficiary of circumstances. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu had undeniably claimed the MVP of the entire match. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Yi Qiu leaned close to Su Mingqiu and gestured, "Junior brother, where is the location of the next dragon vein? I will accompany you. I had little to occupy me upon returning from leave this time anyway. It would be pleasant to wander together, and I can assist you along the way. That way you will not stumble into another evil god cult ambush. With me present, those scum would not dare make a move, and if they do, I will handle them for you." Su Mingqiu nodded. Then he took out his phone and saw a new message from his advisor containing the coordinates for the next dragon vein. He glanced at the location and smiled at Yi Qiu. "The next dragon vein is located in Jin province. 1 week remained before the Spring Festival. Su Mingqiu sat on a plane bound for Haiming Province. Through the window, clouds streamed backward at great speed, and the mountains and rivers below had shrunk into mere patches of color. Leaning against the window, Su Mingqiu gazed outside, and found himself unable to stop recalling the events of the past few months. During this time, he had traveled across nearly half the country. He had eliminated all the dragon veins assigned by the school. His cultivation had advanced steadily from the early stage of the 3rd rank to its peak, standing just 1 step away from the 4th rank. While he was slaying dragon veins, the evil god cult had indeed come seeking revenge. At that time, he had just arrived in Zeke province preparing to eliminate the dragon veins there. That night, over a dozen experts from the evil god cult appeared, intending to ambush him. Yichio, who had been standing right beside him, effortlessly eliminated all of them, clearly savoring the slaughter. From then on, the evil god cult fell silent, likely terrified by Yichio's ruthless prowess. They never dared to trouble Su Mingqiu again. The remaining dragon veins were cleared without a single complication. After Su Mingqiu finished eliminating that dragon vein, Yichio's vacation ended, and he had to return to the Wanzhou battlefield. Before departing, the two shared a meal of the local specialty kunkan chicken. Before leaving, Yichio also left Su Mingqiu a gift, a Grade S battle technique he had seized from an ice-aligned heretic cultivator in the Wanzhou battlefield called Ice Soul Gaze. The technique allowed the user to concentrate icy spiritual power within both eyes, and at the moment of gaze upon a target, it could freeze their consciousness, causing brief mental paralysis and bodily stiffness. Yichio had teasingly told him, "Junior, let me tell you, this technique is perfect for showing off." After reading through the technique's description, Su Mingqiu immediately understood. Indeed, this technique was excellent for making an impression. Now that all the dragon veins had been eliminated, it was time to return to Haiming Province. The Spring Festival was approaching. This would be his first one since transmigrating to this world. He was quite looking forward to it, wondering how the Spring Festival in this world differed from his previous life. After the festival, the school would hold the freshman martial arts competition. He stretched lazily, for their arrival was imminent. An hour later, the plane landed smoothly. Stepping out of the aircraft and into the terminal, Su Mingqiu felt a biting cold wind rush toward him. Winters in Haiming Province were already brutally cold. With the snowfall, it grew even more frigid. Goose feather snowflakes drifted down from the sky, swirling gracefully. Within moments, the entire city was blanketed in a thin layer of white. Su Mingqiu caught a snowflake in his palm, feeling its icy chill, and couldn't help but mutter, "Snow again." Although I'm an ice attribute ability user, I truly despise snowy days. The roads are treacherously slippery, and I always end up soaked. It's so annoying. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and an exquisite crystalline umbrella forged from ice materialized instantly in his grip. Su Mingqiu walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. The driver noticed the ice umbrella and smiled, striking up a conversation. "Young man, that's a sharp ice umbrella you've got there." Su Mingqiu offered a smile, but said nothing. They drove straight back to Haiming University, where red lanterns had already been hung at the school entrance. With the new year approaching, the campus was steeped in a rich, festive atmosphere, even the roadside trees wrapped in colorful lights. At that moment, Yang Wei had already been waiting for him at the university gate. This fellow had asked ahead of time when Su Mingqiu would return. He had originally intended to pick him up from the airport. However, having just completed his mission and rushing back, he still failed to catch the flight. He could only return to the school and wait for him at the gate instead. Upon seeing Su Mingqiu step out of the car, Yang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. He waved enthusiastically and sprinted toward him, shouting loudly enough for passers-by to turn their heads. "Brother Tue, long time no see. I've missed you terribly." He spread his arms wide as if to pounce on Su Mingqiu with an overly affectionate gesture. That ridiculous expression nearly startled Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu quickly raised a hand to stop him, stepping back half a pace with a look of distaste. "Hold it right there. I'm not into that sort of thing. Hee, I'm just too excited, Brother Tue. It's been so long since we last met." Yang Wei chuckled good-naturedly and scratched his head, taking no offense. The two then walked together toward the campus. As they strolled along, Yang Wei suddenly remembered something and leaned closer to Su Mingqiu. "Brother Tue, that freshman martial arts tournament the school is holding after the new year. The first place is practically yours, isn't it? Who in the entire freshman class could possibly defeat you?" Su Mingqiu smiled silently. Intrigued, Yang Wei pressed on. "By the way, Brother Tue, what did the dragon vein look like? Was it like the dragons in legends?" Su Mingqiu nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Yes, a black dragon, quite massive, carrying an aura of evil energy. It resembled the legends, only more ferocious." "Oh." Yang Wei nodded with visible curiosity. Then he began muttering to himself, "Speaking of which, I wonder if Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao went on missions or returned home for the holidays. Haven't heard from either of them. I should give them a call later and see how they're doing." Meanwhile, the campus had grown noticeably quieter as most students had returned home early for the Spring Festival. The pathways were nearly empty, a stark contrast to the usual bustling atmosphere. Only a small number of students who had not gone home strolled leisurely along the roads. Before long, the two arrived at the villa where Su Mingqiu resided. Yang Wei waved goodbye. "Brother Tue, go get some proper rest. Take it easy." After bidding farewell to Yang Wei, Su Mingqiu pushed open the villa door and stepped inside. Once within, he settled onto the sofa, opened the school's internal website, and prepared to shop. After all this time, busying himself with tasks, he finally had a moment to treat himself to new battle techniques. His current school point balance stood at an impressive 3,000. These points were all accumulated from slaying dragon veins and dealing with evil god cult members. Moreover, he still had a pile of unused materials he planned to sell to the school, hoping to exchange them for additional points. Here goes a long-awaited shopping spree. Mingqiu rubbed his hands together, eagerly browsing the website. He was now looking for a grade S speed battle technique, for speed had always been his greatest weakness. If he acquired a grade S speed technique, his overall strength would see a significant boost. He also wanted to check whether there were any techniques capable of protecting one's divine sense. During the slaying of the 5th dragon vein, that dragon vein had suddenly launched a direct attack on his divine sense. He had nearly fallen right there. Since that incident, he had been constantly seeking a technique to protect his spiritual consciousness, determined to prevent such mental attacks from catching him off guard again. His finger tapped into the category of S-level combat techniques. His fingertips brushed across the names of various techniques, his gaze sweeping quickly as he filtered through the options that matched his speed requirements. Suddenly his movement halted abruptly, his eyes locked onto one name. Wind Control Art. Mingqiu furrowed his brow, a bit bewildered. Wasn't this an A-level combat technique? How did it end up in the S-level category? Filled with curiosity, he clicked on it and carefully scanned the detailed description, which finally cleared things up. So that was it. This was the advanced version of the A-level Wind Control Art. It was a high-level form that could only be unlocked after mastering the A-level version to its utmost. It perfectly compensated for his lack of speed. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? Mingqiu's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he directly pressed the purchase button. The next second, the account balance flickered with 300 points, deducted by 200, finally settling at 1000. With the combat technique secured, Mingqiu rubbed his hands together and turned his gaze toward his spatial ring. It was stuffed with half a month's worth of junk, finally time to clear it out. He clicked the recycling button on the website, and a prompt soon appeared stating that a recycling specialist had accepted the order and would arrive within 3 minutes. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, a soft knock came from the door. Mingqiu promptly got up and opened the door. Standing there was a young man in a uniform bearing the words Air Express, holding a small package the size of a palm. He smiled and nodded. Hello, student Su, Air Express. Your package has arrived. Thanks, Mingqiu said, taking the package and casually placing it on the cabinet. The young man didn't leave immediately, but continued, Student Su, please take out the items you wish to recycle. All right. Mingqiu nodded, waved his hand over his spatial ring, and the next second a spatial ring appeared in his palm. This was the ring he used specifically for storing junk. The broken equipment and useless scraps dropped by those he had killed from the evil god sect, all crammed inside. Here it all is. He handed the small ring to the young man. See how many points it's worth. The young man took the ring, gently pressed his fingertip against the ring's surface, and quickly scanned the contents inside. Then he looked up and smiled. Please wait a moment, Student Su, I need to verify the items. Mingqiu nodded and casually teased, you're really versatile, delivering packages and handling recycling. Must be tough. The young man scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Well, it's just a coincidence. I was about to deliver this package to you when I saw the system pop up your recycling request as I reached the building. So I figured I'd handle both at once and save myself another trip. As he spoke, he finished checking everything and reported to Mingqiu. Student Su, these items total 950 points. I'll round it up to 1000 points for you and transfer it directly to your account. Oh, Mingqiu was startled, a bit surprised. He had expected the school's recycling to lowball the price, but instead they rounded it up for him. This school was too kind, wasn't it? He smiled and nodded. All right, thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all. The young man put the spatial ring into his backpack and waved. Take care, I'll be off now. I still have other deliveries to make. With that, he turned and left his steps light. Closing the door, Mingqiu picked up the small package and entered the living room. He unwrapped the packaging, revealing a pale blue book engraved with intricate flowing wind patterns. It was the S-level wind control art he had just purchased. He picked up the combat technique, weighed it in his hand, and couldn't help but smile. This thing was far more refined than his previous A-level wind control art. It even carried a faint, cool breeze in his hand. He flipped through it, repeatedly scanning the technique's content. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected host obtaining S-level combat technique wind control art. Would you like to cultivate it directly to the maximum level? Yes. Without a second thought, Mingqiu responded mentally. The next second, a massive surge of information rushed into his mind. All the techniques, power application methods, and insights into airflow manipulation from wind control art were instantly etched into his brain. Then the system's voice rang out again. Detected host has mastered the basic A-level wind control art. Would you like to fuse the two combat techniques? Huh, they can be fused. Mingqiu was stunned. It was the first time he had heard that combat techniques could be combined like this. Yes, host. The advanced combat technique shares the same origin as the basic one and can be fused. After fusion, you will obtain the complete wind control art with significantly enhanced power and compatibility. Then I must fuse it. Su Mingqiu nodded, immediately not about to miss such an opportunity. The moment he spoke, the system panel in his mind displayed the words, "Please wait." Less than a second later, a crisp system notification sound rang out. Fusion complete. Su Mingqiu glanced at the panel. The fuse technique still bore the name Wind Control Art. No fancy new name. Curious, he stood up to test just how fast the fuse technique was and tried to activate Wind Control Art. The next second, with a whoosh, he shot forward so fast that even he didn't react in time. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself and break just a centimeter away from the wall. Holy crap, that was close. Su Mingqiu patted his chest, startled. If he had actually hit the wall, the villa's wall would probably have shattered. Then the school would make him pay for repairs. Even though the name was still Wind Control Art, the speed was considerably faster than the standard S-level version. This fusion was a huge win. Not bad at all. This purchase was totally worth it. After testing the speed, Su Mingqiu sat back on the sofa and reopened the school's website. Counting the points from selling the junk, he had exactly 2000. That was just enough to snag another S-level combat technique. Now he needed to find one for spiritual defense. He returned to the S-level combat technique category and specifically searched for options related to soul defense. But after scrolling for a while, Su Mingqiu frowned. None of these suited him. They were either light element soul techniques or exclusive to the mental attribute, completely incompatible with his ice-based ability. Even if he bought them, he either couldn't use them or their effectiveness would be severely diminished, failing to bring out the technique's power. He flipped through several pages, beginning to feel troubled, when suddenly a technique name caught his eye. Ice Coffin to seal the soul. He hurriedly clicked in to read the detailed description, and his eyes instantly lit up. Effect: forge a soul ice coffin to seal your own soul within, immune to all soul-type lethal attacks, while also slowly repairing soul damage. Damn, isn't this tailor-made for him? An ice-type battle skill perfectly suited to his ice-based ability. And this effect just solved the hidden danger of the Dragon Veins mental attack he suffered before. It could even fix the soul damage from last time. Perfect. This is the one. Su Mingqiu thought without hesitation and directly pressed the purchase button. The next second, the points in his account were completely cleared. Spent cleanly, not a single point left. Less than half a minute later, the door knock came again. Then a familiar voice came from outside. "Hello, express delivery. Your package has arrived." Su Mingqiu opened the door, and the courier handed him an ice blue package. "Student Su, your package." "Thanks." Su Mingqiu took the package. The courier waved and turned to deliver the next item. Su Mingqiu closed the door, went into the living room, and opened the package. He picked up the battle skill and flipped through it. Detected that the host has obtained an S-level battle skill, Ice Coffin, to seal the soul. Would you like to train it directly to maximum level? Yes. The moment the thought landed, this S-level soul defense battle skill was instantly trained to its maximum level. Immediately, he felt a massive ice coffin suddenly emerge in his sea of consciousness. It instantly wrapped his entire soul tightly inside. The ice coffin emanated a clear, frigid chill, gently nourishing his soul. It silently repaired the latent injuries left by the Dragon Veins mental attack. In just a few seconds, Su Mingqiu felt refreshed and invigorated, so comfortable, he almost let out a cry. Awesome. Su Mingqiu stretched luxuriously, his bones cracking twice, and felt completely relaxed all over. Now the weakness and speed was filled, soul defense was secured, and even the soul injuries from the previous Dragon Vein attack were healed. He lacked nothing now. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, and Lin Feng's trademark loud voice came through, making his ears tingle. "Little monster. After the New Year's freshman competition, give them a good beating." Lin Feng's voice continued. "Take first place and crush them." Then his tone suddenly softened. "By the way, little monster, do you want to spend the new year with me?" Lin Feng already knew Su Mingqiu was an orphan with no family and feared he would be lonely, so he specifically extended the invitation. Su Mingqiu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "Hello, little monster. Are you there?" Bad signal." Lin Feng, not hearing a reply, shouted a couple of times. "I'm here, Teacher Lin." Su Mingqiu snapped back to reality and quickly replied. "No need to trouble you. I'll manage on my own." "What trouble? No trouble at all." Lin Feng immediately blurted. "I'm alone too, and the new year is boring. It's perfect for us to hang out together." "It's settled. I'll buy the meat and vegetables, and we'll make dumplings together." With that, he hung up without giving Su Mingqiu a chance to refuse. Su Mingqiu stood still, phone in hand, still in the call position, frozen for a long time. In his past life, he was an orphan, spending every new year alone. He had long grown accustomed to loneliness. He never expected that after transmigrating to this strange high martial world, someone would care about him, so much fearing he would be lonely and deliberately inviting him to spend the new year together. After a long while, he slowly lowered his hand, shook his head, and went to the bathroom for a hot shower. Then he returned to the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. This was the first time since his transmigration that he slept so peacefully without any worries. Time passed quietly, and soon it was New Year's Eve. In front of Su Mingqiu's villa, strings of colorful fairy lights were blinking. Lin Feng had hung them up specially when he came over in the morning. According to Lin Feng, the new year should be lively and bustling. That's what makes it a real new year. Otherwise, it would be too quiet and lack any festive spirit. Inside the villa, the warm kitchen light was on. Su Mingqiu and Lin Feng were around the chopping board making dumplings. The two were chatting casually while shaping the dumplings. Just as they were getting into the conversation, a soft knock came from the door. Su Mingqiu wiped the flour off his hands and muttered curiously, "Who could it be on New Year's Eve?" He opened the door and saw Yang Wei, Murong Yin, and Wen Xingyao standing at the entrance. "Brother Leg, Happy New Year." Su Mingqiu was stunned. "Why aren't you home for the New Year?" My dad is busy all New Year and has no time for me. I was bored at home alone, so I dragged them to come find you, Brother Leg." Yang Wei chimed in excitedly. Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao nodded in agreement. Wen Xingyao smiled and said, "We weren't planning to go home this year anyway. Come in quickly." Su Mingqiu moved aside to let them in. Once inside, he introduced them. "This is Teacher Lin Feng, my enrollment teacher. He came to spend the New Year with me today." The three immediately greeted Lin Feng respectfully. "Hello, Teacher Lin." Yang Wei noticed the dumplings on the chopping board and rubbed his hands together, making dumplings. "That's my specialty." Su Mingqiu initially said they should rest since they just arrived, but everyone insisted on joining in. He couldn't dissuade them, so he brought out extra flour and filling. The group gathered around the chopping board and started making dumplings together, lively and warm. While making dumplings, Murong Yin suddenly caught sight of Yang Wei's dumpling and couldn't help but laugh. "Yang Wei, what on earth are you making? That's hideous." "What? Hideous?" Yang Wei retorted, picking up his own crooked, bulging dumpling and showing it to everyone. "Do you have any taste? This is a special edition, not good looking." He turned to Su Mingqiu, leaning in with expectant eyes. "Brother Leg, tell me if mine is good looking." Su Mingqiu glanced at the special dumpling that couldn't even seal its edges, with the filling almost spilling out. "It really is a bit ugly." "What? Even you, Brother Leg, are picking on me." Yang Wei's face instantly fell. The others burst into laughter at the sight, filling the entire room with cheerful sounds. The villa, which had been somewhat quiet, was instantly brimming with the festive atmosphere of the new year. A group of people bustled about making dumplings, chatting idly as they worked. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was midnight. At the stroke of 12, the world outside exploded into chaos. Firecrackers thundered incessantly, and a sky full of fireworks illuminated the night sky over Haiming City. "Let's go, Brother Leg. Time to set off fireworks." Yang Wei leaped to his feet, grabbed the oversized firework he had prepared long ago, and dragged a few people out the door. They ran to the open space outside the villa. Yang Wei carefully placed the firework on the ground, then fumbled through his pockets for a lighter, but couldn't find one. He turned to Murong Yin and called out, "Xiao Yin, lend me a light." "Are you asking for a beating?" Murong Yin rolled his eyes and rolled up his sleeves. "You're treating me like a portable lighter." No, not on New Year's Eve." Yang Wei quickly waved his hands in surrender, wearing a fawning expression. "Humph." Murong Yin snorted, but wasn't really angry. He snapped his fingers, and a small warm flame sprang up at his fingertip. He leaned in and lit the fuse of the firework. The fuse sizzled as it burned, and they quickly stepped back a few paces. The next moment, the firework shot into the sky with a whoosh, then exploded with a bang, scattering colorful light across the entire night sky, dazzling their eyes. "Holy crap, this firework is gorgeous. Worth every penny I spent." Yang Wei tilted his head back, staring at the sky with a smug expression. Su Mingqiu and the others nodded in agreement. It was indeed beautiful, far better than the ordinary fireworks outside. When the last firework exploded, everyone froze. As the sparks dispersed, they formed 4 distinct characters in the dark night sky. "Happy New Year." The words shone brightly for several seconds before slowly fading with the wind. After setting off the fireworks, they returned to the villa. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the aroma of dumplings filling the house. The boiled dumplings were perfectly cooked. Just then, Su Mingqiu's phone rang. He picked it up and saw a flood of New Year's greetings from his friends. Messages popped up one after another, and he smiled as he replied to each one earnestly. "Brother Leg, the dumplings are ready." Yang Wei carried over a steaming plate of dumplings and set it on the table, the white vapor rising from the plate. Soon after, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao also brought over several plates of freshly cooked dumplings covering the entire table. Lin Feng out of nowhere produced a case of wine, shook it with a grin, and said, "Come on, it's New Year's. Let's have a drink." They each took a cup, poured the wine, clinked their glasses together, and shouted in unison, "Happy New Year." Then they drank it all in one go. Time to eat dumplings. Su Mingqiu looked at the lively group before him. The warm light casting a glow on every smiling face, the fragrance of dumplings filling the room, and the cheerful chatter buzzing in his ears. This was a scene he had never experienced in his over 20 years of his past life. He clenched his fist quietly, making a silent vow in his heart. He must protect all of this. Protect those who cared about him. The next afternoon, Su Mingqiu groggily rubbed his aching head and sat up. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was already noon. What kind of wine had Teacher Lin brought? The after effects were so strong. He shook his head and turned to see Murong Yin still curled up asleep on the living room sofa. Yang Wei was lying directly on the carpet, and even more bizarrely, he was hugging Murong Yin's legs, sleeping in the strangest posture. His whole body was curled up like a large leg-clinging pendant. Su Mingqiu glanced over and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. By the way, where were Wen Xingyao and Teacher Lin? There was no sign of them. Just as he was thinking, he heard the sound of chopping coming from the kitchen. Su Mingqiu got up and walked toward the kitchen rubbing his heavy head and saw Wen Xingyao wearing an apron busy cooking. You're awake. When Xingyao heard the sound turned around and smiled at him. Teacher Lin got a call early this morning, had urgent business to attend to, so he left first. He asked me to tell you. Oh okay. Su Mingqiu replied, and then moved to help with the dishes, but when Xingyao waved him away. You just woke up. Go sober up first. No need to help. I can handle it myself. It'll be ready soon. Su Mingqiu didn't insist, and nodded heading to the bathroom to freshen up. When Su Mingqiu emerged after washing up when Xingyao had just finished the last dish, the whole house was filled with the aroma of food. Smells great. Just then Yang Wei and Murong Yin, who had also just woken up, stumbled groggily to the kitchen door. Su Mingqiu stepped forward to help Wen Xingyao carry the dishes to the dining table. Wen Xingyao looked at the two still-dazed alcohol-reeking guys and said, You two go wash up first. Eat after you're done. They quickly nodded and dashed to the bathroom. After they finished washing, the group sat down, ate, quickly cleaned up the house, and prepared to head out. Today was the registration day for the freshman martial arts competition, which would officially begin tomorrow. They needed to get registered as soon as possible. After packing up, Su Mingqiu and the others headed to the registration venue. It was noon, and the registration line was incredibly long. The entire entrance to the gymnasium was packed with freshmen waiting to sign up. Several registration counters were open. Su Mingqiu and his friends picked the shortest line and joined it. Su Mingqiu secretly wondered if, like in those online novels, they would encounter someone cutting in line or some cliché provocation. But the line went smoothly without any incidents, quiet and orderly, and soon it was his turn. He gave his name, completed the registration, and the staff member told him that after the registration period ended, the match brackets and opponent information would be posted on the school's official website. He could check it there. Everyone registered in turn, and they didn't linger. They left the place directly. Outside, they discussed where to go next. Murong Yin suggested, How about we go to the school's virtual battle platform? It's free today. Su Mingqiu had heard of the place before. It used state-of-the-art holographic projection to simulate real combat scenarios, perfectly replicating the fighting styles of alien beasts, alien races, and even cultists of evil gods, identical to actual combat. Normally, entering to practice once would consume a considerable amount of the school's points, and most students couldn't bear to go frequently. However, since the freshman combat tournament was the next day, the school had specially opened it for a single day. Free practice for freshmen only for today, and only freshmen could use it. Perfect, let's go warm up and get a feel for it. Wen Xingyao also nodded in agreement. Su Mingqiu was also somewhat curious, as he had been busy slaying dragon veins and completing tasks, never having had time to pay attention to the school's training facilities. He had yet to visit this virtual combat arena, so he decided to tag along with them to see what it was like. Along the way, Yang Wei couldn't stop talking. Brother Tue, that virtual combat arena is super fun. You can customize your opponents and everything. You should try it when you get there. It's so realistic, exactly like a real fight. Shut your mouth already. Murong Yin rolled his eyes and immediately undermined him. Don't you remember last time? You picked a female Fox Clan alien because she was pretty and couldn't bear to fight her, and then she just slapped you out. And you still have the nerve to talk about it. You? Yang Wei's face instantly turned red, pointing at him in frustration, unable to speak for a long time. Murong Yin, didn't you say you were the tightest-lipped? How could you let that slip? The group continued bickering all the way until they quickly arrived at the virtual combat platform. The group handed their student IDs to the front desk, proving they were freshmen, and after registering they could enter for free. Brother Tue, I'm going in first. Yang Wei grabbed his identity card, waved impatiently, and bolted into the training room. Su Mingqiu shook his head, then casually selected an empty training room and walked in. Once inside, he closed the door. He saw a holographic control panel appear before him, clearly prompting him to select his combat opponent. Su Mingqiu clicked on the alien race category, and the panel instantly displayed numerous options, including the Fox Clan, Dragon Clan, and Elf Clan. After browsing through for a while, he finally selected the six-winged angel alien race. He had heard from Yichio before that this race had quite strong combat power, making it perfect for testing his abilities. Next, he chose the opponent's realm, 4th stage, 1st segment, to test the waters. Only after selecting his opponent did he realize there was also a map selection option. Damn, this is just like playing a game. Su Mingqiu muttered to himself, no wonder Yang Wei was so eager to come. He then casually selected the outer space map, curious about what it would look like. Soon the room underwent a transformation. The scenery before Su Mingqiu suddenly shifted, and he found himself directly in outer space. A massive sun blazed nearby, radiating brilliant light. Even the dark, starry sky around him was illuminated with crystal clarity, and the sensation of weightlessness in space was simulated perfectly. And across from him stood a male angel with 6 pairs of golden wings on his back, radiating a holy aura. No sooner had he stabilized himself than Su Mingqiu struck, summoning countless razor-sharp ice blades behind him that swarmed toward the angel like a storm carrying piercing cold. The angel reacted swiftly, its luminous feathers exploding outward to form a golden-hued barrier of sacred light, attempting to block Su Mingqiu's ice blades. But it proved useless. Su Mingqiu's ice blades shattered straight through the barrier, striking the angel's wings and severing them in an instant. The remaining ice blades showed no mercy, riddling the angel's body until he was nothing but a perforated silhouette. In the next moment, the angel's figure vanished completely. The simulated opponent had been eliminated in a single strike. Mingqiu stroked his chin, noting how underwhelming it was. Was a fourth-stage first-segment opponent really this fragile? The moment he defeated that fourth-stage first-segment angel, a panel appeared, asking whether he wanted to increase the opponent's realm. Without hesitation, Mingqiu adjusted the angel's cultivation directly to fourth-stage ninth segment. Once the selection was confirmed, a new angel materialized on the opposite side, its aura far more formidable than the previous one. Enveloped in a thick layer of holy light, it moved with absurd speed, instantly appearing before Mingqiu through teleportation. Its right hand condensed sacred light into a razor-sharp blade, swinging down towards Mingqiu's head. Reacting swiftly, Mingqiu's left arm was instantly encased in thick ice armor, raising to block the strike. At the same time, cold energy erupted from his right hand as he punched straight for the angel's chest, sending it flying backward. The impact point was immediately encased in thick ice. The angel paid no mind to its frozen chest. Instead, it gathered ultimate sacred light, forming a colossal spear in its hand, larger than its entire body, and prepared to hurl it at Mingqiu. Witnessing this, Mingqiu's eyes instantly condensed icy spiritual power, unleashing ice soul, gazed directly at the angel. The angel's consciousness froze in that instant, its body stiffening as the spear remained trapped in its hand, never launched. Behind Mingqiu, three massive ice dragons materialized, roaring with bone-chilling cold as they charged straight toward the angel. By the time the angel recovered, it was too late. The ice dragons had already closed the distance. It hastily threw the spear, but the range was simply too close. The moment the spear left his hand, the lead ice dragon snatched it midair and froze it solid. Seeing this, the angel quickly condensed its luminous wings into protective holy armor, attempting to withstand the impact of the three ice dragons. A deafening boom resonated as the three ice dragons slammed into the angel and exploded on impact. Mingqiu watched as the angel was covered in ice shards, half its body encased in thick frost, completely immobilized. As Mingqiu stepped forward, he noticed a halo materializing above the angel's head. Instantly, the ice melted away and the injuries healed. Damn, can it even remove debuffs? That's cheap, Mingqiu muttered. Despite his complaint, he didn't pause. Three more massive ice dragons materialized behind him, soaring toward the angel. The angel reacted quickly, raising its hand to unleash a barrage of sacred light projectiles that detonated the lead ice dragon in a single strike. Only two of Mingqiu's ice dragons remained. Before the angel could exploit the opening to dodge, it was caught in Mingqiu's ice soul gaze once more. It froze in place, utterly immobile, and was struck by the remaining two ice dragons, exploding on impact. Mingqiu immediately swept his hand again, sending three more ice dragons hurtling forward. The angel, already suffering from widespread frostbite, barely had time to recover before these three ice dragons arrived, encasing it completely in ice and turning it into a solid sculpture. Mingqiu observed the ice sculpture, stroking his chin. It seemed that recovery ability could only be used once. He couldn't help but smile. The ice soul gaze proved to be remarkably effective. The panel reappeared before Mingqiu's eyes right after he defeated that angel. He scrolled through the list of alien opponents with his fingers and suddenly spotted an option. The ice race. Oh, so this race exists. Their ice attribute like him. Then let's see if this guy is what it takes. Can he be even icier than me? Mingqiu didn't hesitate and selected it directly. His cultivation realm maxed out to the fourth stage ninth segment. He chose the exclusive map for the ice race, a frozen wasteland. After confirming his selection, the outer space scenery in front of Mingqiu quickly faded away. In an instant, heavy snow began to pour from the sky, with rolling ice mountains all around. The entire world was engulfed in ice and snow, and the temperature dropped immediately. Standing opposite him was a male of the ice race, his skin a luminous white, tinged with a pale, icy blue, his hair pure silver white. His eyes held the cold hue of ice shards, and his body bore intricate crystalline patterns. The moment the ice race member appeared, he wasted no words and attacked directly. He stamped his right foot heavily downward, and the ice surface beneath him instantly fractured with fine cracks. Dense, jagged ice spikes erupted from the ground. The ice spikes charged towards Mingqiu, and the entire ground was immediately covered in them. Upon witnessing this, Mingqiu's right leg was instantaneously encased in a thick layer of ice armor. At the same time, he stamped his foot heavily on the ground. The next moment, his ice spikes surged from the ground and collided directly with the opposing spikes. Sharp cracking sounds erupted instantly, as both rows of ice spikes smashed together, sending frigid ice fragments splattering in every direction. Mingqiu hesitated briefly. The opponent's ice spikes had actually managed to block his completely. When their ice weapons collided, both shattered into ice debris simultaneously, leaving neither party with an advantage. Interest instantly sparked in Mingqiu's mind. Without pause, he focused his thoughts, and his body vanished from its original position. In the next instant, he appeared directly before the ice race member. A speed so impossibly fast that the opponent's pupils contracted sharply. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated such swiftness. Su Mingqiu unleashed a blast of cold energy from his right hand, striking directly at the ice race member's chest. The ice race member saw this and made no attempt to evade, raising their own palm in response. A thick layer of ice condensed on their palm, colliding forcefully with Su Mingqiu's hand. A dull impact echoed as their powers met head-on. The ice race member grunted in pain and was pushed back 3 steps by Su Mingqiu's force. Meanwhile, a faint frost began to form on their palm, creeping upward along their wrist. Su Mingqiu observed the scene, surprised that the ice race member had only accumulated a thin layer of frost on their palm. Moreover, the frost spread so slowly. It seemed they were simply enduring his cold energy through sheer willpower. This ice race member truly possessed remarkable cold resistance. Recognizing they couldn't gain any advantage in close combat, they retreated 2 steps to create distance. He extended his right hand, and an icy bow radiating pale blue light materialized instantly in his grip. Simultaneously, a sharp ice arrow condensed at his fingertips, knocking onto the bow and launching towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu quickly twisted his body to dodge, and the ice arrow whizzed past his shoulder, embedding itself deeply into the ice mountain behind him and blasting a small crater. However, the ice race member showed no signs of stopping. They drew the bow, repeatedly firing one ice arrow after another at Su Mingqiu in such rapid succession that it resembled a downpour, forcing him to continuously dodge left and right. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu quickly activated Ice Soul Gaze. Unexpectedly, the ice race member barely paused for a second before instantly resuming their movements. They were incomprehensibly faster than that 6-winged angel from earlier. The effects of Ice Soul Gaze were reduced by more than half against this opponent. Su Mingqiu stopped dodging altogether, coming to a complete halt. He extended his right hand and condensed an ice bow significantly larger than his opponent's. He drew the bow fully, with cold energy converging frantically at his fingertips. But what shot forth wasn't a regular ice arrow. It was a massive ice dragon. The ice dragon roared as it flew forward, devouring all the incoming ice arrows in its path. Then it headed straight for the ice race member. Now it was the ice race member's turn to dodge. They hastily leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the ice dragon. But what Su Mingqiu fired wasn't ordinary ice arrows. How could they be so easily evaded? Moreover, Su Mingqiu showed no signs of stopping. He continuously drew and released his bow, launching wave after wave of ice dragons that pursued their target relentlessly. Finally, the ice race member retreated to the base of the ice mountain with nowhere left to flee, becoming completely surrounded by the ice dragons Su Mingqiu had launched. After encircling him, all the ice dragons crashed toward him simultaneously. Witnessing this, the ice race member's aura erupted violently, their entire body enveloped in swirling cold energy. A colossal storm of ice blades materialized around them, countless sharpened edges spinning frantically in all directions to form an impenetrable defensive barrier. By the time the ice dragons managed to pierce through the storm and strike the ice race member, their power had been significantly diminished. Over half the force was neutralized by the rotating storm of ice blades. When the ice dragons impacted his body, they exploded one by one, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. Su Mingqiu observed closely and found that the ice race member had hardly sustained any serious injuries, only covered in ice fragments. There weren't even any wounds, they merely appeared slightly winded. Damn, this ice race member's combat power is far superior to that angel from earlier. Su Mingqiu muttered involuntarily. Before he could finish his remark, Su Mingqiu suddenly sensed a chilling spiritual attack surging toward him at high speed. Fortunately, the assault was intercepted by Su Mingqiu's ice coffin just as it arrived. Well, now you've got tricks up your sleeve too. Su Mingqiu chuckled, noticing the ice race member's spiritual attack prowess. He'd nearly been caught off guard. Fortunately, he possessed the ice coffin to stabilize his spiritual essence. Upon seeing that his spiritual attack had produced no effect whatsoever, the ice race member was momentarily stunned. Clearly taken aback that Su Mingqiu could withstand spiritual attacks, the ice race member then proceeded to condense an ice dragon behind them as well. It charged towards Su Mingqiu. Unfazed by this display, Su Mingqiu kept drawing his ice bow, launching another succession of ice dragons. The ice race member's conjured ice dragons stood no chance against Su Mingqiu's shattering on impact. Those ice dragons then pursued the ice race member relentlessly. Su Mingqiu kept shooting until a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. It clearly read, "The opponent has been defeated. This training session is over." Only then did he lower his bow. Is that all? Su Mingqiu felt a bit unsatisfied. He shook the ice bow in his hand, and it vanished instantly. I haven't had my fill yet. This ice clan is slightly stronger than that angel from before, but still not enough to fight. After defeating the ice clan, Su Mingqiu still felt unsatisfied. Then he successively challenged several other alien races, such as the Dragon Clan and the Elf Clan. The maps also changed several times. From the icy snowfield to the tropical rainforest, and then to the scorching desert, he tried them all. In the end, no matter the opponent or the map, all those fourth-tier opponents were no match for him. He crushed them all the way. After fighting nearly a dozen, he stretched his arms wide and exhaled a white breath tinged with cold air. Phew, I'm done. I'm tired. Let's call it a day. Then Su Mingqiu tapped the panel with his finger. The panel immediately displayed a prompt: confirm exit training. Su Mingqiu clicked yes directly. The next moment the surroundings instantly transformed back into the small training room. Su Mingqiu pushed open the door and left the place. As soon as he stepped out of the training room, Su Mingqiu saw Yang Wei and the other two sitting in the rest area outside waiting for him. They were huddled together chatting, but when they saw him, they immediately stopped talking. Seeing him come out, Yang Wei was the first to jump up and approach, rubbing his hands. Brother Leg, you're finally out. How was it? The virtual platform is pretty good, right? I told you it was fun. Su Mingqiu nodded and smiled. It's quite good, like playing a game. It's very interesting. Then he said to them, sorry to keep you waiting. I was too absorbed in the fight and lost track of time. Morong Yin waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. We just came out not long ago. Su Mingqiu picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already evening. He was stunned, not expecting to have unknowingly spent the whole afternoon inside. He was too absorbed in the battle to notice how fast time had passed. Then they went to the school cafeteria together for a meal. As soon as they sat down, they heard people around them incessantly discussing the next day's freshman competition, each guessing who would take first place. They ate while listening, not joining in. After the meal, they each went home tired from the afternoon's activities. Su Mingqiu returned to his villa, sat on the sofa, and opened the school's official website to check the specific details of tomorrow's competition. The website had already released the division information for the competition. Su Mingqiu clicked in and took a look. This competition was divided into 4 zones, A, B, C, and D. Each zone had a different competition venue. The elimination rounds were held within each zone. The top 4 from each zone advanced to the final round. Su Mingqiu himself was placed in Zone C. He scanned the list to see if any acquaintances were in the same zone as him. After scanning, he found none. Morong Yin was in Zone A, Yang Wei in Zone D, Wen Xingyao in Zone B. The 4 of them were each in a different zone. They were all separated, none were together. After checking the zones, Su Mingqiu scrolled further to see his first-round opponent. He was puzzled at first. Why was there only his name on the list with no opponent mentioned? Was the match arrangement not yet set? Then at the bottom of the list he saw the small words, draw number. The first-round opponent was randomly drawn. Without a word, Su Mingqiu clicked it. The next second the screen popped up, your first round, number 26. I'm number 26. Su Mingqiu was taken aback, then realized. So tomorrow I'll be fighting against the freshman who also drew number 26. As soon as Su Mingqiu closed the school website, his phone went ding 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 incessantly. He picked it up and saw that in their group chat of 4 several messages had already flooded in. Yang Wei was the first to Su Mingqiu along with a shivering emoji, brother Leg. Lucky I wasn't placed in the same zone as you. Morong Yin then popped up sending an emoji, what a pity, why weren't you placed in the same zone as me? I was just about to teach you a lesson. Hey little Yin, it's not certain who will win or lose. Don't be too cocky. Yang Wei immediately retorted, sending an emoji of rolling up sleeves. Wen Xingyao then appeared, interrupting their banter, and asked, by the way, what numbers did you all get? I just drew mine at 6. Morong Yin, I'm 17, just drew. Su Mingqiu typed 2 words, 26. Yang Wei quickly reported his on 23. Brother Leg, your opponent is in for a bad time. Meeting you means an instant first-round elimination. Yang Wei immediately flattered Su Mingqiu along with a thumbs-up emoji. Brother Leg will definitely crush everyone and take first place. Morong Yin followed up with a snickering emoji. Yang Wei, your opponent is the truly lucky one. Getting mashed with you means an easy win and advancement, saving them the trouble of fighting. Hey little Yin, you've gone too far. Yang Wei instantly bristled. Do you think I'm an easy target just because I haven't shown my strength? Do you really think I'm weak? Just wait and see tomorrow. Su Mingqiu watched them joking around in the group, exchanging words endlessly. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and typed, you guys chat slowly. I'm sleepy, going to bed now. Good luck tomorrow, everyone. Then he put down his phone, went to the bathroom for a hot shower. Soon he fell into a comfortable sleep, preparing to rest well and recharge for the next day's freshman tournament. Early the next morning, Su Mingqiu got up early. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, he headed out. Since the competition zones were at different locations, so they didn't go together, each went to their own venue. When he arrived at Zone C's competition site, there were quite a lot of people. The entire gymnasium was packed. There were participating freshmen as well as many senior students who came to watch the excitement, all crowding around to see the freshman competition. He looked up and saw 4 giant holographic projection mirrors floating in the sky. Those 4 mirrors displayed the live footage of the 4 arenas A, B, C, and D, equivalent to a live broadcast. In that case, even if he was in District C, he could still watch the matches in other districts. No need to run around elsewhere. He could also see Yang Wei and the others' matches. Before the competition started, Su Mingqiu first found a seat in the back row and sat down in the spectator stands. Around him, quite a few senior and junior students had also come specifically to join in the excitement. After all, among this year's freshmen, there were quite a few prodigies. Su Mingqiu could overhear their casual chatter, and they even talked about him. This freshman tournament has no suspense, right? Su Mingqiu is definitely number 1. Of course, which freshman can even fight him? Yeah, he'll probably crush everyone and take first place directly. Su Mingqiu listened without butting and quietly leaning back in his chair, waiting for the competition to begin. After a short wait, Su Mingqiu saw a middle-aged man in a teacher's uniform fly down from the sky and land steadily on the arena stage. Hello everyone, I am the referee for District C. His voice was not loud, but it carried a peculiar penetrative power. It reached every single person present clearly, even those in the farthest seats. The sound spread throughout the entire gymnasium. Now the two students numbered 1, please come to the stage. The match is about to begin. Soon 2 freshmen quickly stepped onto the arena. At the referee's command, the first match began. Mingqiu watched from the stands. The freshmen's matches were all quite fast, and the winners were decided in no time. Then match after match followed, moving at a rapid pace. After watching for a while, Mingqiu grew a bit bored. There wasn't much to see. So he turned his head to look at the holographic mirror for District B. Just then, it was when Xingyao's turn to take the stage. Her opponent was a thin, slightly built boy who looked utterly ordinary. When that boy saw his opponent was when Xingyao, he froze for a moment, then said with a self-satisfied air, I don't fight girls. Just step down yourself so I don't hurt you, and then you say I bullied you. He hadn't even recognized Wen Xingyao's identity. Wen Xingyao didn't waste words on him, not even a single superfluous explanation. She simply threw a punch straight at him. The boy still stood there confidently, thinking he could block her fist with one hand. After all, in his eyes, how much strength could a girl have? But the moment his arm met Wen Xingyao's fist, his expression changed instantly. Holy crap! His arm was fractured directly by that punch. The pain drained the color from his face, and cold sweat poured down immediately. Then Wen Xingyao didn't stop as she kicked him off the stage with one blow. Afterwards, she walked over to him. The boy was terrified, thinking she would hit him again, and hurriedly scrambled backward, dreading another strike. But instead, a green light shimmered around Wen Xingyao's hand, instantly enveloping his arm and healing the fracture completely. In just a few seconds, the arm that had been agonizingly painful was restored to normal without a trace of pain. The boy was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, his face flushing bright red. He stammered awkwardly, "Teach. Thank you." Wen Xingyao nodded and said calmly, "It's nothing." Then she turned and walked back to her rest area. The boy stared at her, retreating back, completely mesmerized, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Look, that girl from District B. She's amazing. Yeah, that move just now. She sent that guy flying, and then she healed him right after. Then one bespectacled boy said with an infatuated expression, "She's my goddess from now on. I want to get hit by her, and then healed by her." Mingqiu heard this, and quickly turned to look at the speaker, muttering inwardly, "What the hell? What kind of weird fetish is that?" But just as he finished that thought, he heard someone nearby recognize her. "She's our school's S-rank ability user, Wen Xingyao. A combat healer. She can fight and heal. That's so overpowered." Mingqiu watched a few more matches, but they were all dull and uninteresting. Finally, it was Murong Yan's turn to compete. Mingqiu had already fixed his eyes on the mirror for District A. Just then, a few boys beside him also got excited and huddled together, shouting, Look! Murong Yan from District A is about to go on stage." At his words, many people around turned to look at the mirror for District A. Murong Yan stepped onto the arena, glanced at the freshman opposite him, and waved his hand casually. "You should surrender." Seeing it was Murong Yan, the boy's expression changed instantly. He naturally knew how formidable Murong Yan was. An S-rank fire-type ability user. But admitting defeat just like that, he was a bit reluctant. After all, this was his first time participating in the school tournament. He took a deep breath, condensed a ball of flame in his hand, and hurled it at Murong Yan. He was also a fire-type ability user, thinking he could exchange blows with Murong Yan. Seeing this, Murong Yan laughed. "Dude, are you playing with fire in front of me? That's like showing off your skills before an expert." Then he snapped his fingers, and the flames in his hand shot forward. That fireball was far larger than the opponent's puny little flame. As soon as it flew over, it directly swallowed the other's small fireball. Then it continued straight toward the opponent. The boy, startled, hurriedly backed away while frantically condensing flames, erecting a thick wall of fire. But when Murong Yan's flames hit the wall, it was blasted straight through, completely unable to stop it. The fire came right through, grazing his arm as it passed. It burned his arm, causing him to hiss in pain. Murong Yan didn't stop. He formed his hands into a gun shape, and the flames at his fingertips condensed into tiny fireball bullets. One after another, they shot out in a dense barrage. The opponent tried to dodge, but there were too many bullets. He could avoid one, but not another. Soon several burns appeared on his body, making him grimace in pain, and his clothes were riddled with holes. Seeing this, he couldn't hold on any longer. He hurriedly raised his hand in surrender, shouting in a cracked voice, "I give up. I surrender. I surrender. Stop." Murong Yan then stopped, clapped his hands, dispersed the flames, and walked off the stage with his hands in his pockets. As soon as Murong Yan stepped off the stage, Mingqiu heard a few nearby girls huddled together, fawning over him. "Wow, Murong Yan is so handsome." Yeah, that opponent was truly showing off his skills before an expert, playing with fire in front of an S-rank fire-type ability user. And that pose he just did with his hands in his pockets. So pretentious. I'm going to become his fan. From now on, he's my new idol. Meanwhile, in the rest area of Sector D, Wei was also watching the mirror of Sector A. Seeing Murong Yan acting so arrogantly, and noticing the girls around him praising him, he felt a twinge of envy. Why does this guy get so many compliments from girls? No way, when it's my turn to go on stage, I'll do something even cooler. Even more pretentious than him. I'll definitely astonish the whole arena. The competition continued, one match after another, and soon it was Yang Wei's turn. Mingqiu immediately set his gaze on Sector D. He wanted to see what trick Yang Wei was up to. As it turned out, he saw Yang Wei with his hands in his pockets striking the exact same pose as Murong Yen. He even had a toothpick dangling from his mouth swaggering onto the stage. What the hell is this kid doing? The opponent, seeing Yang Wei's pretentious entrance, immediately became furious. He had been a bit nervous, but seeing him like that, he instantly flared up, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Acting cocky will get you knocked out." Then he mustered all his strength and threw a punch at Yang Wei, intending to teach him a lesson. That being pretentious comes with a beating. Yang Wei, however, was not flustered at all. He easily sidestepped the punch. Then a faint blue light emerged from his right hand. He directly touched the opponent's arm. The man was about to raise his arm to counter, but then found that his arm could not move. No, it wasn't that he couldn't move, it was slowed down. His movements were as slow as a snail's. Even lifting his arm took forever. He wanted to move, but he simply couldn't accelerate. His whole body felt powerless, as if trapped in mud. What kind of damn ability is this? The man couldn't help cursing. How could there be such a disgusting ability? This is too unfair. How can he even fight like this? Startled, he quickly retreated, trying to keep his distance and avoid being touched. But he was a step too slow. One of his legs was also slowed down. He stood there staring at Yang Wei, grinding his molars in fury. Now with his arm and leg slowed down, he couldn't exert any strength. Even lifting them required 10 times the usual effort. Only his right arm and leg could still move a little. His whole body was twisted and crooked, like someone suffering from hemiplegia. Gritting his teeth, he frantically encouraged himself in his mind, "It's okay, it's okay. This crappy ability must have a time limit. Once it wears off, I'll knock that toothpick right out of your mouth." The next second, he saw Yang Wei stop and deliberately flick the stray hair off his forehead towards the surrounding audience. Then he extended both hands towards him, his fingers forming a strange starting gesture. Immediately, a blue light wave with faint ripples shot out from his fingertips. It flew straight towards his chest. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It's over. He desperately tried to dodge, shifting his only movable right leg to the side. He wanted to jump back, but it was useless. The moment he moved, the light wave was already in front of him. He took the hit squarely. The next second, his entire body was frozen, not a single part could move. Even blinking was as slow as a lagging screen. He stood there rigidly, unable to so much as twitch a finger. After handling all that, Yang Wei withdrew his hands, still keeping them in his pockets, and swaggered over to his rigidly standing opponent. Damn, this guy from Sector D has such a weird ability. Once hit, you can't move. What kind of freakish power is this? Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. It's so unfair. The surrounding murmurs rose and fell. Mingqiu, overhearing these comments, couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This is exactly the information gap that Yang Wei created. This kid's slow ability can even accumulate the damage he receives. Once the slow effect disappears, all the accumulated damage will burst out instantly. Yang Wei had already walked up to the man. Without any further ado, he clenched his fists and rained a flurry of rapid punches on the immobile opponent. Punch after punch, like hitting a sandbag, so fast that afterimages appeared. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Hey, what is he doing? Everyone was puzzled, unable to understand the meaning of Yang Wei's inexplicable actions. After battering him for about 10 seconds, Yang Wei stopped and shook his slightly sore wrist. Then, without paying any attention to the man behind him, he turned around and walked out of the ring. After 2 steps, he casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers into the air. In that single snap, the opponent standing still instantly regained his mobility, and the slow effect on his body vanished without a trace. But before he could even process that he could move, the damage from all those punches Yang Wei had landed on him burst out all at once like a floodgate opening. He didn't even have time to grunt. His vision went black, and he fell straight to the ground, completely unconscious. What the hell? What kind of move was that? So all those punches earlier weren't wasted. The damage was stored and released together. Yang Wei swaggered off the stage, unable to hide a hint of smugness on his face. Damn, this is a dark horse. This ability is truly awesome. If it goes up against a body cultivator, wouldn't it be a direct counter? Mingqiu, listening nearby, nodded in agreement. Yang Wei's ability is especially effective against body techniques. Body cultivators rely on close-range explosive attacks. But when they encounter Yang Wei, they can't even get close. In Sector A, Murong Yen leaned against the railing, watching Yang Wei's pretentious exit, and couldn't help but snicker. This kid is clearly imitating his own entrance and exit from earlier, and he's doing a pretty good job. Soon the referee's voice echoed across the entire Sector C arena. Next match, number 26. Hearing his own number called, Mingqiu stood up. Someone couldn't help covering their mouth and whispering, "Damn. Mingqiu is right next to me. I didn't even notice." Mingqiu paid no attention to these trivial murmurs. He lightly tapped his foot and floated up gracefully. He flew directly onto the stage, his movements fluid and effortless. His opponent, namely Mo, was already standing on the stage waiting. Seeing Mingqiu fly up, he wasn't afraid. Instead, his eyes held a hint of excitement and admiration. He cupped his hands respectfully to Mingqiu and said, "Brother Su, I know I can't beat you, but I just want to know how much of a gap there is between us. Can you let me see it?" Originally, he had believed he could secure a respectable ranking in the freshman tournament. But when he drew Mingqiu in the bracket, he knew he stood no chance. Still, he wanted to see exactly where he fell short, so it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Su Mingqiu didn't utter a word. He merely lifted his gaze and unleashed frozen soul gaze upon him. In that single instant, Li Mo's charging steps came to an abrupt halt. His entire body froze rigid where he stood completely motionless, even his eyes refusing to blink, as though an invisible force had immobilized him. Su Mingqiu never threw a single punch. Instead, he strode over, grabbed the back of Li Mo's collar with one hand like a chick, and tossed him straight down from the arena. Li Mo crashed onto the ground, and it took a long while for the frozen soul gaze to wear off. He shook his dazed head and muttered to himself in utter confusion, "Huh? What just happened? Wait. Why am I on the ground?" Looking up, he saw Su Mingqiu had already turned and was descending from the arena. Li Mo stood frozen for quite some time before the realization finally dawned. I lost. He fell into deep self-doubt. I don't even know how I was defeated. Just like that I lost. This gap is far too enormous. Damn, Su Mingqiu is terrifying. Just one glance. That single look froze that person completely. Good heavens, can the difference between people really be this vast? I hadn't even processed what happened before the match ended. I thought it would take ages. Yang Wei watched from Zone D, his eyes wide with awe, stroking his chin as he murmured in admiration, "Brother Tue really knows how to show off. I still have a long way to go." He had thought his earlier performance was quite impressive, but compared to Brother Tue, it was like a candle compared to the sun. Brother Tue ended the battle with a single glance, calm and composed throughout. Now that was true mastery of the art. Meanwhile, Murong Yin from Zone A and Wen Xingyao from Zone B also witnessed the scene through their holographic projections. Murong Yin had been nursing ambitions, believing that his training over the past few months had significantly strengthened his abilities. But seeing how effortlessly Su Mingqiu handled his opponent, he realized that the gap between them had not narrowed at all. It had only grown wider. Wen Xingyao also sighed softly. She had trained diligently over these months as well, and her physical body had grown considerably stronger. Yet in comparison to Su Mingqiu, her efforts paled insignificantly. The divide was truly widening. In another location within the faculty-only viewing lounge, a group of teachers gathered around a large holographic display, watching the proceedings with keen interest. Lin Feng pointed at the projection of Zone C, slapping his chest boastfully as he showed off to those nearby. "What do you think? Isn't my judgment absolutely sharp?" A combat department instructor beside him shot him a resentful glance and retorted sourly, "Give it a rest, Lin Feng. Call that insight. You're nothing but incredibly lucky. You recruited Su Mingqiu this year and Yi Qiu in previous years. Your fortune is unmatched by anyone. What do you mean by dog luck?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in indignation, and with his booming voice the entire room could hear him. At that moment, someone sighed and leaned back in their chair, saying, "Forget it. There's no need to keep watching. The first place in this freshman tournament is undoubtedly Su Mingqiu's. No one can rival him. This competition is probably just a formality for him." Upon hearing this, the surrounding teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Su Mingqiu's capabilities, who could possibly defeat him? First place was settled beyond any doubt. Then someone rubbed their hands together with a smile and proposed, "Since first place is no longer in question, let's guess who will take second." The moment those words were spoken, everyone became instantly energized and began discussing. Someone immediately chimed in, "What more is there to say? Second place has to be Murong Yin. That kid has an S-rank fire element ability. Besides Su Mingqiu, who could defeat him?" "I'm not so sure. I think it might be Wen Xingyao." Another female teacher shook her head and countered, "Although she possesses a wood element healing ability, this girl's physical conditioning is remarkably formidable. Moreover, she can both fight and heal with endurance unmatched by anyone. In a real battle, Murong Yin might not necessarily prevail. She could easily wear him down." "What about that kid named Yang Wei?" someone else interjected. "You saw his ability earlier. That slowing power was infuriating. If he were to face Wen Xingyao, who would win is uncertain." As soon as those words left his mouth, Lin Feng instantly became excited, slamming his palm on the table with a sharp sound and calling out in his loud voice, "Come on, come on. I'm betting on Murong Yin for second place. Anyone want to take me up on this?" The combat department teacher who had just mocked his luck pointed at him and grinned, replying, "I'll bet with you. I'm wagering that Wen Xingyao will take second." "Perfect. I've been waiting for you to say that." Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately began negotiating with him. "Then stake that cold heart grass you retrieved from the secret realm a few days ago. After all, that cold heart grass is useless to you anyway. It'll just mold away, taking up space." The teacher paused for a moment, then rolled his eyes. He understood perfectly. This old Lin was quietly gathering resources for Su Mingqiu again. Cold heart grass was a heavenly treasure for ice element cultivators, utterly worthless to him as a fire element user. But for Su Mingqiu, that ice element prodigy, it was an invaluable treasure indeed. He didn't hesitate or hold back. Since the herb served no purpose for him anyway, he simply nodded decisively. "Fine, no problem. It's useless to me anyway, here you go." He paused and added with a teasing smile, "But what are you putting up as your wager? I won't bet with you empty-handed. You shouldn't expect to reap without sowing." Lin Feng laughed heartily, slapped his chest, and said with open generosity, "Anything you want. If I have it, just name it, and I won't waver." The teacher's eyes instantly lit up at this, and he quickly spoke before Lin Feng could change his mind. Then I want that flamefire grass you brought back from the Myriad Race's battlefield last time. Flamefire grass was a top-tier heavenly treasure for fire element cultivators, far more valuable than his cold heart grass. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately nodded. Agreed, no problem. If you want, I'll fetch it from the school warehouse for you. I give you my word. I never break a promise. The teacher, surprised by his decisiveness, leaned in with curiosity and asked, Hey, you're that confident, Morong? Yin will win. When Xingyao is both a fighter and a healer. Aren't you worried, Morong? Yin might stumble unexpectedly. Lin Feng chuckled mysteriously, leaned in close, lowered his voice, and winked at him before saying, No particular reason. Just intuition. The freshman martial competition proceeded for 3 consecutive days. During these days, the school's arena was perpetually packed with spectators. When the divisional preliminaries concluded, the top 4 contestants from each of the 4 divisions, A, B, C, and D, had been determined. Su Mingqiu, Murong Yen, Wen Xingyao, and Yang Wei all advanced. Over these 3 days, Su Mingqiu inexplicably acquired a new nickname, the 3-second man. It bore no lewd connotation. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that none of his opponents lasted more than 3 seconds in his matches. Initially, a spectator casually remarked after watching his fight, Damn, that was too fast. This guy is a 3-second man, right? Unexpectedly, the phrase spread like wildfire. Within half a day, the entire school knew, and Su Mingqiu was saddled with this absurd epithet. When Su Mingqiu first heard the nickname, he nearly crushed his water bottle in fury. He mentally cursed the originator 800 times, wishing he could drag the culprit out and punch him to death. What a dreadful nickname. Couldn't they be more creative? He was just strong. What was wrong with being fast? Was speed a crime? To make matters worse, once Murong Yen and the others learned of the nickname, they relentlessly mocked him. At that moment, the 16 victorious contestants were seated on the rest benches beside the arena, awaiting the matchups for the round of 16. The surrounding spectators had already crowded in a sea of faces, all fixed on them. Just then a voice bellowed from the crowd, 3-second man. Go for it. The shout was so loud that it echoed across the entire venue, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Su Mingqiu's face darkened immediately as he whirled around to locate the source. Seeing Su Mingqiu look his way, the heckler grew even more excited, waving his arms and shouting louder, 3-second man. We've got your back. His cry sparked a chain reaction. Soon a large swath of the crowd joined in chanting, 3-second man. Go. 3-second man. The entire venue was filled with the odious nickname. Su Mingqiu's face turned as black as a pot. Murong Yin, seeing this, burst into laughter, slapping his thigh and howling, Ha! Look, they're cheering for you. Su Mingqiu's lips twitched as he ground out through clenched teeth, Fine, I'll give you this nickname. Murong Yin quickly waved his hand, stepping back with a look of disgust. No, I'm not worthy. This title belongs solely to you. When Xingyao, standing nearby, covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Su Mingqiu was seething with rage. What a damn nickname. Couldn't these people come up with something decent? How could they be so bad at naming? Just then the referee descended from the sky. Instantly the commotion subsided as everyone quieted down, awaiting the draw. Alright, settle down. We're now conducting the draw for the round of 16. The system will randomly match competitors. Fair and impartial, no rigging. The referee addressed the contestants and spectators below, then pulled out a small remote and pressed a button aimed at the holographic mirror above. The next moment, the names of the 16 qualifiers, including Su Mingqiu, appeared on the massive holographic mirror. They began scrolling rapidly like a ticker tape, dazzling the eyes. Everyone present, contestants and spectators alike, held their breath, staring at the names on the screen. The other contestants silently prayed, Please don't let me be matched with Su Mingqiu. After 3 seconds, the referee raised his hand and pressed the stop button. The scrolling names halted instantly, pairing up neatly on the mirror. Instantly, some sighed in relief, while others groaned in despair. Those who were relieved were all the ones who hadn't drawn Su Mingqiu, each congratulating themselves. The one who was crestfallen was a contestant named Wang Peng. He stared at the name in his opponent's slot, checking it 3 times, then slapped his thigh hard with a resounding smack. Damn, this is just my rotten luck. Su Mingqiu glanced at his opponent's name, Wang Peng. He recognized him as a classmate and A-rank strength-type ability user. He vaguely recalled that during military training this guy had helped carry weights for the girls in the class. Just then Yang Wei sidled over, patted Su Mingqiu on the shoulder, and said with relief, Brother Leg, I'm glad I didn't get matched against you. Su Mingqiu shot him a glance and patted his arm. Don't be cocky. Take it seriously and try to secure a good ranking. Yang Wei immediately straightened up at Su Mingqiu's words, nodded quickly, and thumped his chest in assurance. Got it, Brother Leg. Don't worry, I'll give it my all. The surrounding spectators were also buzzing with chatter. Someone laughed. Haha, the 3-second man's opponent is so unlucky. Yeah, didn't you see? Before the draw, Wang Peng was all smiles, but afterward his face turned into a bitter gourd. Soon the referee's voice rang out. First match, Murong Yen versus Lin Sun. Take the stage. Hearing this, Murong Yen immediately rose to his feet, flexed his wrists, and walked onto the arena alongside his opponent. The two stood at opposite ends of the platform. The referee stepped back, raised his hand, and declared, Begin. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Sun, a wood-type ability user, attacked first. With a sweep of his hands, countless emerald green vines burst forth from the arena floor, snaking toward Murong Yen. Morong, Yin scoffed, flames flickering to life in his hands. With a casual flick, he sent a searing wave of fire that incinerated the vines completely. Damn, Morong, Yan's a hard counter for him. Yeah, fire versus wood. How can he compete? Wood against fire is like offering a lamb to the slaughter. Too bad. Lin's son is actually quite strong, but drawing Morong Yin is just bad luck. And indeed things played out exactly as they said. Morong Yin gave his opponent no chance. Flames blazed around his entire body, turning him into a living inferno. He raised his right hand, and a massive fireball condensed in his palm. The scorching heat wave could be felt even from a distance. Alarmed, Lin's son thrust both hands into the ground. Instantly, thick trees sprouted from the earth, forming a dense barrier before him in an attempt to block the enormous fireball. But it was utterly useless. Morong Yin's fireball crashed down with a deafening boom. The trees were instantly incinerated, not even lasting a second before turning to ashes. Thick smoke instantly billowed across the arena, engulfing the entire stage. No one could see what was happening inside. All they could hear was the sizzling sound of burning. When the smoke gradually cleared, they saw Lin's son lying on the ground with his clothes tattered, motionless. He had already fainted with burn marks on his body. Then the school medics came up with a stretcher and carried the man away. Morong Yin dusted off his hands and walked off the stage. What a pity. If he hadn't run into Morong Yin, he probably could have made it to the top 8. His luck was just too bad. Morong Yin sat back down on the rest chair. Yang Wei immediately sidled over, patting him on the shoulder, and said with a sly grin, "Well done, Xiao, Yin, you didn't let me down." Morong Yin shot him a glance, let out a snicker, and patted his shoulder. "I hope you make it to the top 8. When you get matched with me, I'll teach you a good lesson." The competition continued. Wen Xingyao and Yang Wei also advanced smoothly. All 4 of them made it to the top 8. Soon it was Su Mingqiu's turn. Su Mingqiu and Wang Peng walked onto the stage together. Su Mingqiu had originally planned to do the same as before, directly unleashing his icy soul gaze. But just as he was about to act, his opponent Wang Peng hurriedly spoke up, rubbing his hands together, looking nervous and a bit embarrassed. "Su Shun, can you not use that technique?" Su Mingqiu was taken aback, and then heard Wang Peng quickly explain, "Your previous opponents were all instantly defeated by that look of yours. I don't want to lose so confusedly. I want to exchange a few moves with you. Even if I'm going to lose, I want to see with my own eyes how I lose." He really didn't want to be like those before him, not even knowing how he lost. That would be too frustrating. When Su Mingqiu heard him call him Su Shun, instead of that damned 3-second man nickname, he immediately felt that this young man was very sensible. Good, that's what you call talking properly. So he nodded, waved his hand at Wang Peng, and said with a smile, "All right, fine. You make the first move then." Upon hearing this, Wang Peng took a deep breath, and his entire body's muscles bulged with a puff sound, expanding his size. His arms were twice as thick as usual, with veins bulging. His entire aura instantly surged. He stomped his foot and charged straight at Su Mingqiu, using all his strength to throw a punch aimed at Su Mingqiu's chest. He was still thinking to himself, Su Mingqiu is an ice element ability user. Even if his ability is strong, his physical body shouldn't be that tough, right? This punch of mine, even if it can't hurt him, should at least force him to use his ice ability. But to his surprise, Su Mingqiu didn't even move. He simply raised his hand and caught Wang Peng's fist. Wang Peng was instantly stunned. His punch felt like it had struck a piece of steel. He instinctively tried to pull his fist back. But Su Mingqiu's grip was like a vice, holding it tightly. He used all his strength, his face turning red, but couldn't budge it an inch. What? His mind went blank. How was this possible? He was a strength-type ability user. Before he could react, Su Mingqiu exerted a slight force with his arm, grabbed his fist, and flung Wang Peng away. Wang Peng was instantly thrown into the air, a feeling of weightlessness washing over him. Then Su Mingqiu moved his foot, and the wind control art activated instantly. In a flash, he teleported behind Wang Peng and punched him in the back. Then he instantly teleported to Wang Peng's other side and threw another punch at his side. Wang Peng, suspended in midair, could only passively take the blows with no chance to fight back. Holy crap! So fast. This is way too fast. I can't even see him just after images. Is this really a freshman? The 3-second man lasted longer this time. Are you dumb? Didn't you see Su Mingqiu didn't use that technique? Otherwise Wang Peng would have been gone long ago. How could he have lasted this long? Oh my god, I never expected Su Mingqiu to have such terrifying physical strength in addition to his ice ability. The senior students from the 2nd and 3rd years watching this scene all felt inferior. They knew in their hearts that even if they went up, they probably wouldn't be a match for Su Mingqiu. Finally, Su Mingqiu teleported in front of Wang Peng and kicked him in the chest. The force was perfectly controlled, sending Wang Peng flying off the stage. Wang Peng fell to the ground, but immediately got up, cupping his hands to Su Mingqiu. Thank you, Su Shin, for holding back. He had no regrets about this battle. The gap was too great, nothing he could do. He had already given his all. Su Mingqiu nodded and walked off the stage. He had indeed held back, otherwise with Wang Peng's level of strength, he couldn't even withstand a single punch. He hadn't dared to use any real force in those last few moves. The audience below watched and sighed. That Wang Peng is really unfortunate. Yeah, I watched his previous matches too. He basically steamrolled through them. He's pretty strong. Who would have thought he'd run into Su Mingqiu and get beaten in his own strongest area? That's just too harsh. I hope he doesn't get affected by this. Little did they know Wang Peng wasn't affected at all. He himself knew he couldn't beat Su Mingqiu, so how could he be discouraged? The referee nearby watching Su Mingqiu's back nodded and thought to himself, not bad this kid. He could tell at a glance that Su Mingqiu was using the wind control art and had cultivated it to a very high level of mastery. Truly a rare and promising talent. The referee cleared his throat and shouted to the audience, Su Mingqiu wins. Next group of contestants prepare to take the stage. Su Mingqiu sat back down on his rest chair. As soon as he sat down, Yang Wei came over rubbing his hands. Gu, it's noon. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. He paused then quickly explained, we've finished the round of 16 to 8. Contestants who have finished can leave now, no need to wait here. Just come back in the afternoon for the quarterfinals. Su Mingqiu patted his stomach and nodded. Alright, let's go eat. Upon hearing this, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao also stood up and followed Su Mingqiu and Yang Wei. Yang Wei grinned slyly, leaning in to recommend to them. Let me tell you, I found a newly opened hot pot restaurant near the school yesterday. The taste is amazing. Although they were all third-tier ability users, to achieve the level of fasting without eating one would need to reach the 5th tier. By the time the few of them returned after eating their fill, the remaining matches from the morning had all concluded. The crowd at the arena was also gradually filtering back in. Those who had gone to eat, rest, or browse the supermarket were all trickling back in. The entire arena soon regained the lively noise and bustle it had boasted earlier in the morning. After a while, the referee descended from the sky and clapped his hands to address the crowd. He announced, alright, now we will draw the quarterfinal matchups. The system will randomly pair the competitors. Fair and square, no rigging. With those words, he pressed a button on his remote, and the massive screen overhead began displaying the names of the 8 finalists in rapid succession, flashing too quickly for the audience to fully register. Everyone craned their necks to watch the screen. Yang Wei was particularly tense, fists clenched, muttering under his breath, don't draw a leg, brother, don't draw a leg, brother, please don't draw a leg, brother. After just 3 seconds, the scrolling names suddenly froze, pairing up neatly as the matchups appeared on screen. Yang Wei immediately spotted his assigned opponent and let out an anguished cry, clutching his head and wailing, fuck. Why am I so unlucky? How did I get paired with leg brother? He had spent considerable time praying for relief, yet still ended up facing Su Mingqiu. His luck was truly unmatched, in the worst possible way. Watching Yang Wei's despair, Su Mingqiu couldn't suppress a smile. He patted the young man on the shoulder and offered reassurance, don't worry. I'll go easy on you. In the remaining matchups, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao were not paired together. Murong Yin drew another lightning-type competitor who had advanced. Wen Xingyao was also matched against an earth-type opponent. Upon seeing Yang Wei paired with Su Mingqiu, Murong Yin burst into hearty laughter. He clapped Yang Wei on the shoulder and jeered, what a pity, I didn't get paired with you. Otherwise I could have properly educated you. Yang Wei had absolutely no desire to engage with Murong Yin. He was crouched on the ground, head in hands, his expression one of utter despair. He had no energy for banter. Haha, that kid Yang Wei is in for it. Yep, paired with Su Mingqiu, he'll definitely be eliminated here. Quarterfinals is the end of the road for him, no doubt about it. That guy's slowing ability has disgusted plenty of people before. Those competitors who had suffered under Yang Wei's power were the most delighted to see this. Soon the referee's voice rang out across the entire arena. First quarterfinal matchup, Su Mingqiu versus Yang Wei. Take the stage. Hearing his name called, Yang Wei dragged his feet, like a man marching to execution. In the end, Su Mingqiu gave him a pull, and he followed onto the platform. Leg brother, go easy on me, I really can't take a hit. And please don't give me those looks. Let me throw a few punches, okay? Don't worry. Su Mingqiu nodded and replied with a smile. No sooner had the words left his mouth when he moved, activating wind control technique and instantly appearing before Yang Wei. Yang Wei barely saw the motion before a fist was already before his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his right hand and blue slowing energy flared across his palm. The moment he made contact with Su Mingqiu's fist, a sharp cracking sound echoed. His arm was immediately fractured by Su Mingqiu's overwhelming strength and went limp at his side. GHK. Fuck. It hurts like hell. Yang Wei hissed through clenched teeth, gasping for breath from the pain. Supporting his injured arm, he caught his breath and still managed to bluster, leg brother. Your right arm. I slowed it. He genuinely believed his slowing ability had taken effect. But before he could finish, he watched Su Mingqiu casually wave his right arm. It moved freely as though nothing had happened, showing not a trace of the slowdown. Yang Wei was completely stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. After a long moment, he managed to stammer, how is this possible? He suddenly understood, it hadn't failed. The effect on Su Mingqiu had simply been far too brief, lasting less than a single second. Gone the moment it touched. His slowing ability couldn't even hold out for a second against Su Mingqiu. What chance did he have? How was he supposed to fight this? Wait, Yang Wei's slowing ability has no effect on Su Mingqiu. That's insane. It does work. I recorded it. Slow motion replay shows it. There was indeed a momentary, but it vanished instantly, lasting less than a second. That's why it felt like nothing happened. Someone with sharp eyes quickly pulled out their phone and showed the slow motion replay to those nearby. The other competitors witnessing this instantly breathed a sigh of relief, each one overjoyed. Su Mingqiu was about to solve their biggest problem, Yang Wei. Previously each of them had feared drawing him as an opponent. That kid's slowing ability was too disgusting. If they had faced him it would have been difficult to handle. But now, lucky that Yang Wei had drawn Mingqiu. They wouldn't have to worry about facing him anymore. After a while Yang Wei recovered enough to raise his hand and surrender. But before he could speak Mingqiu said, "Don't rush to quit just yet. Use that energy wave of yours on me. Let me try it." Yang Wei paused momentarily confused then nodded. "Oh, sure no problem." He raised his uninjured hand and formed the starting stance from before. A blue energy wave shot towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu didn't dodge, standing his ground as the wave enveloped him. He experienced that strange sensation of slowed movement throughout his body. After feeling it, Mingqiu immediately broke free, taking less than a second. He stretched his limbs and nodded. So that's what it feels like. Quite interesting. Witnessing this, Yang Wei's hopes were completely dashed. What was the point of continuing? He raised his good hand toward the referee and said weakly, "Referee, I surrender. I yield. I'm done fighting." After saying this, Yang Wei descended from the stage alongside Mingqiu. No sooner had he reached the ground when Xingyao rushed over grasping his freshly fractured arm. Green light instantly enveloped the injury. Gentle life energy seeped into Yang Wei's bones, repairing the damage. Within mere seconds his broken arm was completely healed as though it had never been injured. Yang Wei shook his arm and rotated his wrist, letting out a deeply satisfied sigh. "Oh, that feels wonderful." Murong Yin leaned in laughing as he patted Yang Wei on the shoulder. "Look at you finally getting what you deserved. Still acting tough now, huh? Got sanctioned, didn't you?" After yesterday's matches concluded, both Murong Yin and Xingyao won their respective bouts and advanced to the semifinals. The four remaining semifinalists were Mingqiu, Murong Yin, Xingyao, and another contestant named Gao Long, and shadow-type ability user. He was quite strong, as well, having swept through his earlier rounds, making him one of the dark horses of this year's competition. Early the next morning the arena was packed with crowds, even livelier than the day before. Today would decide the champion of this year's Freshman Grand Tournament. Shortly the referee descended upon a gust of wind, clapped his hands, and called out to the crowd, "All right, settle down. We will now draw for the semifinal matches. The system will pair competitors at random. The winners advance to the finals to compete for the championship." Speaking which, he pressed a button on his remote, and on the massive screen above the names of the four semifinalists began scrolling rapidly. Mingqiu, Murong Yin, Xingyao, Gao Long. Four names flashed across the screen, dizzying to follow. After 3 seconds the scrolling names froze, pairing off 2 by 2 on the display. Mingqiu glanced at his opponent. Not Murong Yin nor Xingyao, but that shadow-type fighter Gao Long. Meanwhile Murong Yin and Xingyao had been paired together. Gao Long, upon seeing that he was matched against Mingqiu, showed no particular reaction, wearing an expression of complete nonchalance. Deep down he knew perfectly well that no matter who he drew, he stood no chance. So it made no difference who he got. Holy crap. Murong Yin got paired with Xingyao. Yeah. 2 S rank ability users going head to head. This is going to be a show. Poor Gao Long is done for. Facing Mingqiu, he's getting eliminated for sure. But honestly, Gao Long has already done remarkably well reaching this point. Look. He's the only A-rank ability user among the 4. The other 3 are all S-rank. That gap is enormous. Making it to the semifinals is already impressive. True. No matter who he faces, he's losing. Nothing to be done about it. This generation has just too many monsters. What a pity. If he were competing last year, he might actually have a shot at first place. Terrible timing. On the other side in the teacher's lounge, Lin Feng sat in his chair and burst into laughter upon seeing the results. Finally, it's happening. The teacher he had made a bet with sat in his own chair, shot him a sideways glance, and huffed resentfully, "Humph, so what if they're paired? Just wait and see. Xingyao will definitely win. You've already lost your bet. Don't celebrate too early." Lin Feng laughed heartily and patted his chest. "Just wait until you hand over that heart-cleansing herb to me." The other teachers nearby chimed in with smiles. Now this is going to be entertaining. 2 S-rankers clashing. This is worth watching. Soon the referee's voice carried over. Semi-final match 1, Murong Yin versus Xingyao. Take the stage. Hearing this, Murong Yin and Xingyao rose together and walked onto the arena. The crowd below erupted, instantly cheering wildly. After all, this was a confrontation between 2 S-rank ability users. The two stood at opposite ends of the ring, and the referee raised his hand. "Begin." No sooner had the word left his mouth than Murong Yin struck first. He had no intention of giving Xingyao an opening to close in. His right fist ignited with flames, condensing into a massive fiery fist that shot toward Xingyao. Fire fist. The rolling heat wave from that flame fist could be felt from far away. Seeing this, Xingyao extended both hands and instantly spread a pale green energy barrier in front of her. With a thunderous boom, the flame fist smashed against the green barrier, and the two forces locked in a stalemate. Flames consumed the green wall, crackling loudly while the barrier held firm against the fire. Both were pushing their full strength, neither yielding an inch. After several seconds, the flames slowly dissipated, and Xingyao's green barrier faded with them. Her hands were scorched red from the residual heat blisters forming. But Xingyao didn't care in the least. Green light flared across her hands instantly, and the burns healed right before everyone's eyes. "Go for it, goddess. Go, goddess one." You can do it. We believe in you. Without hesitation, Wen Xingyao lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant, and threw a punch straight at Murong Yin. Murong Yin's reaction was equally swift. Flames erupted from both his feet, propelling him backward in a burst of fire, narrowly evading her strike. He then darted behind her, his right hand wreathed in flame, as he formed a long blade of fire and slashed downward at her back. Wen Xingyao's response was equally sharp. She spun around in an instant and reached out, gripping the flame blade directly. But Murong Yan's flames were no ordinary fire. The burning seared her palm, making it sizzle. Still, Wen Xingyao showed no sign of faltering. Each time she was burned, her healing ability automatically triggered, restoring her instantly. Burn, heal, burn again. She cycled through it effortlessly. Then with all her strength, she crushed Murong Yan's flame blade apart. The roaring fire scattered instantly, and she immediately drove a fist straight toward his chest. Murong Yin had not expected Wen Xingyao to be able to shatter his flames. Reacting quickly, his right hand ignited once more. Fire fist. At such close range, he launched the flame fist, directly colliding violently with Wen Xingyao's punch. With a deafening explosion, Wen Xingyao took the full impact at point-blank range, her entire body scorched. Her clothes were torn and burnt to nearly half, leaving her in a disastrous state. Without wasting a moment, Wen Xingyao retreated several steps to create distance, green light flashing across her body as her wounds healed rapidly. Simultaneously, she pulled a fresh set of clothing from her spatial ring and changed in the blink of an eye. Holy crap! Wen Xingyao's healing is insane. Hit her once she heals. How the hell is anyone supposed to kill her? This is cheap. An S-rank healing ability, truly terrifying. But honestly, her offensive power is a bit lacking. If her attack were any stronger, Murong Yin would have lost already. What do you know? A healer with Wen Xingyao's attack output is already remarkable. Besides, in team battles, healers aren't expected to fight. They just need to keep everyone alive. Wen Xingyao looked across at Murong Yin and spoke. Murong Yin, let's finish this with one final strike, how about it? Murong Yin nodded. Immediately, flames surged across his entire body, distorting the surrounding air itself. He concentrated all his strength into his right hand and roared, Emperor of Flame. A colossal fireball materialized above his palm, larger than the entire arena itself. Wen Xingyao's eyes narrowed with gravity as an emerald radiance instantly enveloped her entire form. In the blink of an eye, a set of armor shimmering with the luster of vitality coalesced around her. The very next moment, a colossal fireball that blotted out the heavens crashed toward them with devastating force. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Blinding flames and verdant light collided and swirled together, sending scorching shockwaves rippling outward in every direction. It was several seconds before the choking clouds of dust and debris gradually began to dissipate. The onlookers focused their gaze and saw Wen Xingyao standing at the center of the arena, one hand pressed against her knee for support. The armor she had summoned was now shattered and tattered, its protective enchantments utterly spent. Wen Xingyao caught her breath and offered Murong Yin a wan smile. I've lost, she admitted, acknowledging the simple truth. She simply could not match his power. She had given everything she had, yet still fallen short against his fireball. Murong Yin nodded and dismissed the remaining flames with a casual gesture, then stepped forward to offer his hand. Together they descended from the arena. Yang Wei spotted Wen Xingyao coming off the stage and immediately rushed over, his face flushed with indignation as he clenched his fists. Sister Yao, are you alright? He went too hard on you. Let's both take him down together. Wen Xingyao could only shake her head with a faint smile. What are you thinking? Actually, Murong Yin held back considerably in the end. She paused before continuing. If he had unleashed his Flame Emperor technique at full power, my armor wouldn't have stood a chance against it. Su Mingqiu nodded alongside her, having witnessed firsthand how Murong Yin deliberately restrained himself. I knew Murong Yin would win. Who was it that said Wen Xingyao could grind him down? Step forward and claim it. Everyone has their specialization, someone retorted. One is a pure combat specialist born for battle, while the other is a healer. Wen Xingyao has already performed admirably given the circumstances. Meanwhile, in the instructor's lounge, Lin Feng was even more visibly thrilled than his students, slapping his own thigh with audible force. He pointed triumphantly at the teacher he had wagered against, practically beaming. I won. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? A bet is a bet. Hand over the cold heart grass. The other teacher fished the herb from his storage ring and tossed it toward Lin Feng, grumbling all the while. Fine. I concede. You filthy lucky dog. I'm done betting with you. Is it possible you were cheating? Lin Feng caught the cold heart grass with a grin. You wouldn't understand. This is intuition. The sixth sense of the most handsome man at Xuanhe Mingqiu University. You're too ugly to comprehend such a refined instinct. The teacher clenched his fists, teeth grinding, as he fought the urge to lay hands on Lin Feng right then and there. Winning was one thing, but to boast about it as well, that was truly infuriating. Lin Feng quickly stowed the cold heart grass into his spatial ring, planning to deliver it to Su Mingqiu once his match concluded. Meanwhile, the other teachers who had placed wagers were settling their accounts with one another. Back at the arena, the second quarterfinal was already in progress. Su Mingqiu stood upon the platform, and a torrent of frigid energy exploded from his body in an instant. The cold came with terrifying speed and ferocity, dropping the arena's temperature by more than 10 degrees in a single breath. Before their eyes, the entire platform surface froze over with a thick layer of white ice. Then the ice sheet continued to spread toward Gao Long at an astonishing rate. The sharp crackling and grinding sounds of ice pressing against ice rang clearly through every listener's ears. Gao Long stood frozen in place, his mind going blank at the sight. What in the world? Why is he activating his ability against me immediately? He scratched his head in bewilderment. He hadn't wronged Su Mingqiu in any way. What was going on? Had he inadvertently offended him somewhere along the line? Before he could process the situation, the advancing ice crept up his ankles and locked him in place, continuing its relentless upward march. Then he realized with alarm that his own abilities had been completely frozen within his body. Panicking, he raised his voice in desperation. I yield. I yield. The moment his words left his lips, Su Mingqiu casually withdrew his power, and the piercing cold vanished without a trace. The ice covering the entire arena melted away instantaneously, as though the overwhelming chill and glacier that had appeared moments before had been nothing but an illusion. What's wrong with Su Mingqiu? Why did he activate his ability so directly against Gao Long? Who knows? Probably just tired of using the same moves, and wanted to mix things up. At that moment, the referee cleared his throat, his voice carrying across the entire venue. The semifinals have concluded. Next up is the third-place match between Wen Xingyao and Gao Long. Would either of you like to rest and recover first? Wen Xingyao shook her head. No need. Gao Long meanwhile waved his hands frantically with an exasperated expression. I don't need to rest either. I haven't even warmed up yet. He had scarcely been able to activate his ability against Su Mingqiu before being defeated outright. What recovery was there needed? Ha ha, poor Gao Long. Just got one shot by Su Mingqiu, and now he's facing Wen Xingyao. Is this the price of reaching the top 4? I'm actually starting to feel sorry for him. Gao Long's face darkened at the mockery, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who could blame him for his weaker cultivation? The outcome was never in doubt. Wen Xingyao secured a decisive victory over Gao Long with ease. With the morning matches concluded, the referee announced the third-place result and declared, the final will commence promptly at 2 o'clock this afternoon, before taking to the skies and departing. The spectators began to disperse, chatting animatedly as they made their way out, all discussing the afternoon's final match. This is going to be spectacular. An epic clash of ice and fire. A murmuring crowd buzzed with anticipation for the upcoming showdown. Su Mingqiu and his companions walked alongside the exiting crowd. Yang Wei leaned close to Su Mingqiu, his face alight with excitement as he nudged his arm. Brother Tui, give Murong Yen a thorough beating this afternoon. Murong Yen turned to Su Mingqiu with a serious expression. Su Mingqiu, I ask that you fight at full strength. Do not hold back. Inherently competitive, he could not wait to test himself against Su Mingqiu. Even if he lost, he wished to fall with his heart fully convinced. Su Mingqiu nodded, preparing to speak, when Murong Yen suddenly leaned in with curiosity. By the way, what cultivation realm have you reached now? Su Mingqiu replied casually, 3rd rank 9th stage. Wait, what? Murong Yan's determined expression instantly crumbled. He faltered mid-step before hastily retracting his earlier words with remarkable speed. Never mind. Let's just keep it friendly between comrades. No need for full force. A light touch is sufficient. His heart was in turmoil. 3rd rank 9th stage. At full power, wouldn't he be sent flying? He himself was only at the 4th stage of the 3rd rank. How on earth was he supposed to compete? By afternoon, the entire arena was packed with spectators. After all, it was the finals of the freshman tournament, and no one wanted to miss this clash of ice and fire. Yang Wei was still shouting from the crowd, legs. Beat him. Make him cry. Murong Yen turned back and glared at him, but Yang Wei just made a cheeky face in return. Su Mingqiu and Murong Yen were already standing on the arena. Su Mingqiu had forcibly suppressed his cultivation from the 3rd stage 9th level down to the 3rd stage 4th level, matching Murong Yen's exact realm. This was the result of Murong Yen begging him for half the day during lunch. He wanted to fight Su Mingqiu at the same level to see the gap between them. No way. Su Mingqiu actually suppressed his own realm, choosing to fight Murong Yen on equal footing. That's so brave. My God. I thought Su Mingqiu would win for sure, but now this battle is really unpredictable. Murong Yen is an S-class fire user. At the same level, who's to say who'll win? The referee also noticed the change in Su Mingqiu's realm and was startled. He quickly reminded him, Student Su, you don't have to do this. There's no restriction on cultivation level in the match. Su Mingqiu shook his head and smiled at the referee. It's fine, referee. Seeing that Su Mingqiu was ready, the referee didn't say more. It was the contestant's own choice after all. He nodded. Meanwhile, in the rest area on the other side, a group of teachers had also witnessed the scene and were discussing it. One teacher frowned and said, Lin Feng, don't be too confident. Murong Yan's Flame Emperor technique. No one at the same realm can withstand it, right? Others nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think Murong Yan might win. He's the son of the Murong family head with the best resources since childhood. His foundation is definitely stronger than Su Mingqiu's. Exactly. Both have S-class abilities. At the same level, Murong Yan might not lose. They turned to look at Lin Feng, who was still sipping tea leisurely, without a trace of worry. Curious, they asked, "Lin Feng, aren't you concerned at all?" Lin Feng took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, set down the cup, and waved his hand calmly. "What's there to worry about? Su Mingqiu is definitely going to win. How about this? Anyone want to bet with me? I'll bet on Su Mingqiu." The teachers all shook their heads. No one dared to take him up on it. The teacher who had bet with him before absolutely refused to do so again. No kidding. With Lin Feng looking so confident, he was definitely trying to trick them. Whoever bet would lose. This guy clearly knew something. Seeing them all avoid him, Lin Feng secretly sighed. If only he hadn't acted so calm. Maybe if he'd seemed more anxious, someone would have fallen for it. He had absolute confidence in that little monster Su Mingqiu. Who could match that kid's rate of progress? Morong Yin wanted to beat him. He was still too green. On the arena, the referee shouted, "Begin," and then flew up into the air. Morong Yin stared at Su Mingqiu before him. Even though the latter had suppressed his realm to the same level, the oppressive aura was still overwhelming. Even at the same level, he had little confidence in defeating Su Mingqiu. The feeling Su Mingqiu gave him was always one of unfathomable depth. He moved immediately, his fire energy erupting. Crimson flames wrapped around his right fist. He thrust it towards Su Mingqiu, shouting, "Fire fist." A huge fist of flame carrying a wave of scorching heat flew towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu exhaled a breath of cold air. Raising his right hand, white frost rapidly spread along his arm, covering his entire palm. The next moment, the blazing fire fist met Su Mingqiu's hand. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the frost shattered the heat. The once burning flames instantly extinguished. The entire fire fist was frozen solid, stopping right in front of Su Mingqiu's hand. What? Su Mingqiu froze Morong Yan's fire fist that easily. That's Morong Yan's signature move. Morong Yan wasn't all that surprised to see his first move so easily countered. Being stopped so easily only made him more excited. Suddenly the flames around him blazed fiercely, enveloping his entire body. Even his hair was dyed a brilliant red by the fire. "Flame Emperor," Morong Yan shouted, raising his right hand as a massive fireball slowly materialized above it. The fireball grew larger and larger until it was like a miniature sun. Intense heat radiated outward in all directions, so strong that even the spectators in the stands could feel the scorching wave hitting them. Yang Wei, watching from below, rubbed his chin. Xiao Yan's move always gives off an overwhelming pressure every time. He paused, then shook his head with a regretful wave, but too bad his opponent is legs this time. Against him, this move is probably useless. Wen Xingyao couldn't help but nod. She had personally experienced that move. The power was indeed formidable. Almost no one at the same level could withstand it. But against Su Mingqiu it probably wasn't enough. Gritting his teeth, Morong Yin shouted, "Take this." Then he thrust forward, and the massive sun-like fireball hurtled fiercely towards Su Mingqiu. As the fireball flew, even the air was distorted by the heat, and the scorching pressure made it hard to breathe. Su Mingqiu frowned and muttered, "So hot." Instantly a surge of cold energy erupted from him. The entire arena was covered in a thick layer of ice. The overwhelming heat wave was completely suppressed, vanishing without a trace. Then behind Su Mingqiu, a massive ice dragon slowly materialized. Its enormous head faced the incoming fireball, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. The next second, the ice dragon moved, charging straight at Morong Yan's Flame Emperor fireball. It opened its huge jaws and swallowed the sun-like fireball whole. After being swallowed, the fireball made no sound. Instantly frozen by the ice dragon's cold, Morong Yin stood opposite, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just like that. Swallowed just like that. He was stunned. This was too absurd. Ice dragon devours the sun. This is definitely the most spectacular moment of the entire freshman tournament. No contest, yet even more exciting than all the previous matches combined. Many people held up their phones, frantically recording videos. They intended to post that scene to the school forum. In the restroom, the teachers who had just claimed Morong Yin had deep reserves and could win were all stunned, speechless for a long while. Lin Feng continued sipping his tea. "I told you Su Mingqiu would surely win." Those teachers had nothing to say. How could this even be compared? Morong Yin didn't stand a chance at all. After that ice dragon swallowed the fireball, it didn't stop. Its massive body swayed, and it continued charging toward Morong Yin. That oppressive aura forced Morong Yan's breath to catch for a moment. Seeing this, Morong Yan's flames burned even fiercer than before. Even upon his forehead, a red flame mark emerged. "Flame dragon," Morong Yin shouted with his last ounce of strength. Immediately, a flame dragon identical in size to Su Mingqiu's ice dragon burst forth from behind him. The flame dragon was entirely crimson and roared as it charged toward the ice dragon. Seeing this scene, everyone in the spectator seats was caught off guard. Is there still a reversal? Damn. A flame dragon. Morong Yin has this move too. The confrontation between an ice dragon and a fire dragon. This is too thrilling. The next moment, they crashed together with full force. Boom. A deafening roar erupted. The entire arena instantaneously transformed into a realm of ice and fire, half frozen to the bone and half blazing with scorching flames. Spectators in the stands could feel the extreme contrast, half cold, half hot, as though standing in two completely different worlds. But it only lasted 3 short seconds before Murong Yan's flame dragon could no longer hold out. The ice dragon's cold energy relentlessly eroded its body. The flame dragon's tail froze first, then the ice slowly crept upward. The entire creature became covered in thick white frost, its flames growing weaker and weaker. Finally, the entire flame dragon was encased into a solid ice sculpture suspended midair. Su Mingqiu's ice dragon shook its head and continued charging toward Murong Yan. Murong Yan stood frozen in place watching the ice dragon close in and had completely given up. He had run out of moves. All his vitality and all his trump cards had been used. Just as the ice dragon's head was about to strike him suddenly, there was a pop, and the entire ice dragon instantly dispersed into tiny shards of ice, falling lightly onto the arena. Su Mingqiu had dismissed the ice dragon in advance. Murong Yan panted heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled bitterly as he rasped, "I've lost." He never expected that even with Su Mingqiu suppressing his cultivation realm, the gap between them at the same level was still so vast. He had played every card he had yet still lost so decisively. There wasn't even a sliver of room to fight back. He hadn't even managed to force Su Mingqiu to use a second move. A frustrating feeling rose in his heart. Was he truly never going to catch up to Su Mingqiu? No matter how hard he tried, that person was always one step ahead. He had finally reached the third stage 4th segment, thinking he might close the gap a little. But the other had already reached the third stage 9th segment. Su Mingqiu saw him standing there with a gloomy expression and couldn't help but pat his shoulder, offering some comfort. "Don't be discouraged. I'm a cheat. You don't need to compare yourself to me." Murong Yan looked at him and shook his head, not believing a word. He thought Su Mingqiu was just being kind, saying those words to spare his feelings. What cheat? This was just modesty. Didn't he know Su Mingqiu well? It was all hard work and natural talent. There was no cheat at all. He didn't say much more and walked off the arena together with Su Mingqiu. After all he had lost, there was nothing to say. He would just keep working hard from now on. One day he would catch up. As the two descended from the arena, the referee loudly announced the results. This freshman competition champion, Su Mingqiu. Runner-up, Murong Yan. Third place, Wen Xingyao. The moment his words fell, thunderous applause erupted across the venue. Everyone stood up, clapping and chanting Su Mingqiu's name. The entire arena boiled with excitement. Thus concluded this year's freshman competition. The spectators in the stands gradually dispersed, chatting as they walked and marveling at the battle they had just witnessed. What a pity for Murong Yan. He gave it his all and still couldn't defeat Su God. True, but Murong Yan is already strong enough. In any other era, he would undoubtedly be the top freshman. It's just unfortunate he ran into Su God. Su God is simply too powerful. Can't be helped. He is Su Mingqiu after all. This generation of freshmen is probably the strongest in history, but unfortunately, they're all overshadowed by Su God. Yang Wei patted Murong Yan on the shoulder with a cheeky grin. It's fine, it's fine. You lost, so what? It's totally normal that you can't beat Brother Tue. But the depressed look on your face. I recorded it all. I'll send it to you later. It was too hilarious. Murong Yan shoved Yang Wei's hand away in annoyance and retorted with a laugh, "Get lost." After fooling around for a while, they each went their separate ways. Su Mingqiu returned to his villa and took a hot shower in the bathroom. Then he changed into clean loungewear and collapsed onto the living room sofa. He opened the official website of Haiming Martial University, intending to check the rewards for this competition. But as soon as he entered the site, the most prominent pinned post on the homepage popped up immediately. It was about the freshman competition he had just participated in. At the top was a captured photo showing exactly the moment he used his ice dragon to swallow Murong Yan's Flame Emperor. The photo was incredibly clear, the glistening white ice dragon opening its massive mouth to devour the fireball that resembled a tiny sun. The photographer had chosen a perfect angle, capturing Su Mingqiu standing in front of the ice dragon in a handsome and imposing pose. The headline below read, "God-tier moment from the freshman competition. Ice dragon swallows the sun, Su God shakes Haiming." Beside the photo was a short video of just over a minute. It captured the entire sequence, from Murong Yan summoning the Flame Emperor to the ice dragon swallowing the sun, and then the epic confrontation between the ice and fire dragons. Su Mingqiu rested his chin on his hand, studying the photograph, and couldn't help but nod approvingly. Not bad. Whoever took this photo really knows their stuff. I look pretty handsome. He then clicked open the comments section. It had only been posted for a few hours, yet there were already thousands of comments. The short video had also racked up hundreds of thousands of views. Only then did Su Mingqiu navigate into the dedicated page for the freshman competition, login with his student information, and click into the rankings page to claim his rewards. The reward for first place was 2000 school points. He clicked the claim button, and immediately a notification popped up confirming the points had been credited. His personal points panel instantly displayed the new total of 2000 points added, which looked quite satisfying. Su Mingqiu was pondering whether to purchase cultivation resources or combat skills when he heard a thumping knock at the door. He thought it was Yang Wei and the others. Su Mingqiu walked over and opened the door. To his surprise, standing there was not the boisterous Yang Wei group, but Lin Feng with a cheerful grin. As soon as Lin Feng saw him, he couldn't help but grin, patting his shoulder. "Not bad, you little monster. You didn't let me down. That match today was brilliantly played. Su Mingqiu quickly stepped aside with a smile. Teacher Lin, what brings you here? Lin Feng made himself at home, walking straight to the sofa in the living room and sitting down. Su Mingqiu fetched a bottle of cola, then a faint chill emanated from his hand, instantly cooling the drink. A delicate frost formed on the bottle, turning it into an ice-cold refreshment before he handed it to Lin Feng. Teacher Lin, any instructions? Lin Feng took the drink, twisted off the cap, and took a long gulp. He let out a satisfied sigh, squinting with pleasure. Ah, refreshing. Your ability is so convenient. It's like a mobile refrigerator. Lin Feng then took a small jade box from his spatial ring and placed it on the table. Su Mingqiu also grabbed an ice-cold cola for himself, twisted off the cap, and took a sip, squinting in contentment. There's nothing better than an ice-cold cola. Lin Feng opened the small jade box, revealing the heart of winter grass inside. The plant was pure white, exuding a faint piercing cold with tiny ice crystals dotting its leaves. Pointing at the grass, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at Su Mingqiu, looking smug. Little monster, I won this for you. Su Mingqiu was puzzled by Lin Feng's words. He blinked, stunned. Wanted it. Lin Feng smiled and explained everything to him. Only then did Su Mingqiu understand. Gazing at the frosty heart of winter grass, warmth surged in his heart. Lin Feng had already moved him deeply by inviting him to spend the new year together, fearing he would be lonely. He looked up at Lin Feng earnestly. Teacher Lin, thank you. Lin Feng took another sip of cola and waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned. Why thank me? It's just us. No need to be so formal. He paused, scratching his head. Anyway, it was free. Might as well use it. Lin Feng set down his drink, wiped his mouth, and continued. By the way, there's something else to tell you. In a week, the joint freshman competition of the top 5 universities will begin. The top 3 students from each university will compete at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Expect all S-rank abilities there. He looked at Su Mingqiu seriously. When you go, teach them a lesson and make the Black Abyss Martial Arts University proud. Su Mingqiu was taken aback. Going to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. A name instantly came to mind, Jiangren. He took a sip of cola and nodded to Lin Feng. Don't worry, Teacher Lin. I've got this. I have full confidence in you. Lin Feng stood up, patted Su Mingqiu's shoulder, and looked proud. Those kids are still green compared to you. He paused, then waved his hand. All right, I won't disturb your rest. You just finished a match, take it easy. I'm off. He headed for the door, but halfway there he suddenly slapped his forehead and turned back. Oh, I almost forgot something important. The beast core I gave you earlier. You're now at the right cultivation level to absorb it. Su Mingqiu nodded and replied with a smile, got it, Teacher Lin. I'll remember. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand, and left. After he was gone, Su Mingqiu sat on the sofa, staring at the heart of winter grass on the table. Without hesitation, he picked up the grass and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment he chewed, his face scrunched up like a steamed bun. An indescribable bitterness flooded his entire mouth. It was even more bitter than the coptis he had tasted in his past life. Damn, how can this be so bitter? It's terrible. Frowning, Su Mingqiu quickly chewed a couple of times and forced it down. After swallowing, he exhaled a breath of frost. The energy of the heart of winter grass dispersed, and pure ice-type energy flowed through his meridians, spreading throughout his body. He quickly closed his eyes, absorbing the energy. The frigid power surged through his meridians, helping him break through the barrier to the 4th rank. In just a few minutes, he felt the barrier shatter with a crack. A surge of greater power erupted from within him. He opened his eyes and sensed his cultivation level. It had firmly reached the 4th rank, 1st stage. Damn, that was so bitter. The joy of breakthrough was instantly overshadowed by the lingering bitterness. Su Mingqiu grabbed the ice-cold cola on the table, twisted off the cap, and chugged several gulps. The intense bitterness washed away. He let out a long sigh, feeling much better. After the bitterness subsided, he took out the beast core from his spatial ring. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, placed the core in his palm, and began to absorb its energy. A surge of pure essence, several times more massive than the heart of winter grass, rushed into his meridians, flowing through his limbs and bones, enveloping his entire being. It was as if someone was giving his meridians, muscles, and even the spaces between his bones a perfect top-tier full-body massage, with just the right pressure. Oh, this feels amazing. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but gasp, nearly squinting in pleasure. It was far better than any Thai spa. The sensation was incredibly addictive. Time slipped by unnoticed. The light in the living room shifted from the bright afternoon to a dim dusk. Su Mingqiu was completely immersed in the absorption, not even noticing the darkening sky. The fist-sized core in his hand was gradually shrinking. It was as if his palm was slowly melting it away, visibly decreasing in size. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the last bit of energy was drawn from the core, Su Mingqiu's eyes snapped open, a glint of icy blue light flashing in his gaze. He clenched his fist, absorbing the final traces of residual energy completely. He assessed his internal state. The breakthrough to the 4th rank, 1st stage earlier had surged like a rocket, finally settling firmly at the 4th rank, 5th stage. Su Mingqiu stretched his arms wide and rose from his seat after 4 hours of sitting. Though untired, his limbs felt stiff from remaining still. Glancing upward toward the window, he was struck to realize it had grown completely dark outside, with the street lamps below casting their gentle glow. How much time had elapsed? He hadn't even noticed the moment slipping away. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he opened the school's official website. Now that I'm wealthy, I ought to indulge myself properly. He'd been debating whether to purchase battle skills or cultivation resources, but now the decision was clear. He would invest everything in battle skills without hesitation. He navigated to the S-rank battle skills category, applying an ice element filter to browse through the listings one by one. As he scrolled, a particular name suddenly caught his eye. Heilung Shutian. Su Mingqiu paused bewildered. Wait, isn't this the ice element battle skills section? Why is there a black dragon here? Shouldn't ice element skills be blue or white? Curious, he clicked into the details and read the description, his eyes lighting up instantly. It turned out this skill condensed pitch-black dark ice into a dragon that devoured the vitality of opponents. The notes were explicit. This skill requires an S-rank ice element ability to activate. Anything below S-rank would suffer backlash. This skill's training difficulty is extremely high. Damn, this is impressive. Dark ice. Su Mingqiu immediately took interest. This was far more powerful than his previous ordinary ice dragon, and it requires an S-rank ice element. He possessed an SSS rank ability. He wasn't afraid of this at all. As for high training difficulty, what was there to fear? He had a system. Purchasing it would instantly max it out regardless of difficulty. To him it made no difference. Without a second thought, Su Mingqiu's finger pressed straight onto the purchase button. In the next instant, his points balance in the personal center was completely depleted, reverting to zero. Su Mingqiu stopped browsing. If he continued, he might stumble upon something precious that he couldn't afford, leaving him consumed with longing. So he shut down the website to spare himself further temptation. Just as he closed the website, Su Mingqiu sat on the sofa and took a sip of cola. That's when he heard knocking at the door. Student Su Express Delivery. Your package has arrived. Please receive it. Su Mingqiu walked over to open the door and found a courier in the school's delivery uniform standing there holding a palm-sized paper box. It's so late, thank you for your trouble. Su Mingqiu accepted the small package and smiled at the courier. No trouble, Student Su. The courier smiled and then turned to leave briskly, even helping to close the door behind him. Su Mingqiu carried the package to the sofa and sat down, casually opening the small box. He'd expected to find the same ordinary books as before, but when he pulled it out, he froze in surprise. Inside wasn't a regular book, but a bone the size of his palm. It emitted a faint cold gleam throughout, feeling icy to the touch. Definitely not the bone of any ordinary mutated beast. He examined the bone from every angle for a long while before realization dawned. This was a dragon bone. He'd once read about this in an ancient text at the school library. Top-tier S-rank battle skills containing information too vast to store otherwise were carved onto dragon bones. He hadn't expected this Heilung Shutian to be of such high specification. It was actually carved on dragon bone. Running his fingers over the dragon bone, he muttered to himself, good heavens, this is top-grade refining material. Once he'd learned the battle skill, he could keep the bone for later. Useful when upgrading Shuangliu. He leaned in closer to examine the characters carved upon the bone. Then the system's familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected S-rank battle skill, Heilung Shutian. Would you like to cultivate it to max level? Su Mingqiu, without a moment's hesitation, mentally affirmed. In the next instant, a torrent of vast information surged directly into his mind. Every aspect and detail of Heilung Shutian was etched clearly into his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the system had cultivated it to max level. The moment he finished digesting the information, Su Mingqiu was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, good heavens, this battle skill is too overpowering. It was significantly stronger than his previous Han Jiangxue. The Heilung Shutian's power was nearly twice that of Han Jiangxue. Moreover, the skill's description noted that even an S-rank ice element ability wielding this technique could unleash power far exceeding S-rank. And him. He possessed an SSS rank ice element ability. With my SSS rank ability, wouldn't this be absolutely devastating? Su Mingqiu could barely sit still on the sofa, his heart itching with anticipation. He couldn't wait to test how powerful this technique truly was. Action spoke louder than hesitation. He wanted to try it immediately. He didn't waste time rising from the sofa and heading outside. He needed to find an empty area beyond the city walls to test it properly. He took to the sky directly, and within minutes had left the city, finding a spacious, deserted valley where he landed steadily. Standing in the middle of the valley, Su Mingqiu began to channel Heilung Shutian. Instantly, a surge of cold energy erupted from his entire body. But this wasn't the crisp, refreshing cold he was used to. This cold carried an eerie desolation, as though capable of devouring all vitality. Even a small grasshopper hopping in the nearby bushes fell instantly silent. The next moment, the air around him began to darken gradually. Not a dirty blackness, but the purest, most extreme black born from ultimate cold. Immediately after, a massive ice dragon materialized behind him. The ice dragon was entirely black, its scales clearly visible, with a faint red glow in its dragon pupils. Simply standing there, it radiated an intimidating pressure, its power far exceeding his ordinary ice dragons by multiple times. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet froze instantly. Not ordinary white ice, but black ice matching the dragon's hue. The black ice spread frantically outward from him, its cracking sounds sending shivers down one's spine. The surrounding trees were frozen through in an instant, their leaves and branches transformed into blocks of black ice. The entire valley was consumed by an eerie black ice realm. Mingqiu reached out and touched the adjacent black ice. The biting cold was far more intense than his previous ordinary ice. After feeling the technique's power, Mingqiu dispelled his ability, and the dark ice dragon behind him vanished into the air. Yet the surrounding black ice remained, and the whole valley exuded an eerie sense of desolation. Mingqiu didn't linger. This valley was uninhabited anyway. He turned and took to the sky, heading back toward his villa. Within minutes he returned home, took a shower, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning Mingqiu rose early. After washing up, he prepared a bowl of hot porridge and sat on the sofa, pulling out his phone to browse messages. But as soon as he opened the local forum, he saw a viral post pinned to the top of the front page with an eye-catching title: shocking. The valley in the uninhabited area beyond the suburbs has transformed overnight. Has anyone here know what's going on? Mingqiu curiously clicked in, but the moment he saw the pictures inside, he was stunned. Wasn't that the valley where he had tested his move yesterday? The entire valley was covered in black ice, the trees frozen into eerie black ice blocks. It was indeed his handiwork from yesterday, and to his surprise someone had taken photos and posted them online. He quickly scrolled down to the comments. Good heavens, the comment section was a chaotic mix of all sorts of theories. Some said it might be some dark magic from the evil god cult. The most absurd claim was, this is the vengeful spirit of the valley. An ancient battle was fought here, and countless people perished. This is their condensed resentment. Look how black it is. That's the resentment. A crowd below echoed in agreement, saying it explained the eeriness. Ghosts must be haunting the place. Some even mentioned forming an expedition team to hunt spirits. Mingqiu felt extremely awkward watching all this. What nonsense was this? They were in a high martial arts world, yet people still believed in ghosts and gods. Had his mere test of a move spawned an urban legend? He quickly closed the post. Just then a knocking sound came from the door. Who could it be this early? Mingqiu puzzled, thinking as he walked over and opened the door. The moment the door opened, he saw a young man in athletic attire standing there, slightly taller than him, with a healthy, wheat-colored complexion and an undeniable aura of intense fighting spirit radiating from him. Before Mingqiu could speak, the other man broke the silence with a booming voice. You must be Mingqiu, first place in this year's freshman tournament. I am Lin Tian. You're incredibly strong, and I want to fight you. Hearing his words, Mingqiu immediately wore a bewildered expression. What on earth? Coming to challenge him early in the morning. Did he know this guy? At that moment, passing students noticed the scene and froze, gathering around to watch the spectacle unfold. Whispers began. What the hell? Lin Tian. Isn't he the freshman tournament champion from last year, the second-year battle maniac? Exactly. That's him. The school's notorious battle maniac, who seeks out strong opponents everywhere. I never expected him to challenge Lord Su. This is going to be entertaining. A last year's champion versus this year's champion. Lin Tian completely ignored the surrounding chatter, his gaze locked on Mingqiu, fighting intent practically overflowing from every pore as he clenched his fists. Come on, fight me. Mingqiu looked at the battle-ready young man before him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Perfect timing. He had just learned Black Dragon devours heaven, and was looking for someone to test it on. He nodded. Alright, then let's go to the martial arena. With that, the two headed toward the school's martial arena. Seeing Mingqiu actually accept the challenge, the gathered onlookers followed closely behind, hurried in fear of losing their viewing spots. Someone even pulled out their phone to call a roommate. Get up, get up. Stop sleeping. Lord Su and that battle maniac Lin Tian are about to fight. In just a short while, many students still deep in slumber were roused from their dreams by their friends' urgent calls. By the time Mingqiu and Lin Tian reached the martial arena, the usually empty early morning fighting grounds were already packed with spectators. The crowd buzzed with continuous chatter. No way, this is the clash between last year's number 1 and this year's number 1. This is incredible. Exactly. When Lin Tian competed in the freshman tournament last year, he single-handedly dominated the entire competition with a single spear. No one could stop him. But then again, although Lin Tian has an A-rank ability, his cultivation realm far surpasses Mingqiu's. True. Lin Tian has been cultivating a year longer than Mingqiu, so his foundation must be stronger. I think Mingqiu will lose this match. Absolutely. An extra year of practice makes a difference. I'm betting on Lin Tian. Both leaped onto the martial arena. Lin Tian rotated his wrists and said seriously to Mingqiu, I won't use my higher realm to overpower you. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours. Mingqiu heard this and shook his head. Lin Tian initially thought Mingqiu was being too arrogant and unwilling to accept favors, about to say something more. But then Mingqiu spoke. No need for all that trouble. We're actually at the same realm. As soon as those words fell, a wave of aura gently emanated from Mingqiu's body. 4th rank, 5th stage, clearly perceived by everyone present. What? Lin Tian was instantly dumbfounded, a mass of question marks forming above his head. The same realm as me. Previously unable to detect Mingqiu's realm, he had assumed Mingqiu had mastered some breath-concealing technique to hide his cultivation level. But it turned out Mingqiu's realm was precisely 4th rank, 5th stage, identical to his own. The crowd, seeing that Su Mingqiu had also reached the 4th rank at the same level as Lin Tian, immediately changed their tunes. Then if they're at the same realm, Su Mingqiu can thrash Lin Tian at will. Right? The gap between an S rank ability and an A rank ability is enormous. This isn't even close. But how did Lord Su's realm skyrocket so fast? Wasn't he only at the peak of the 3rd rank during the freshman tournament? That was only a few days ago. You idiot, the freshman tournament champion receives 2,000 points. Lord Su surely used them to purchase cultivation resources. Combined with his genius talent, isn't this completely normal? Exactly. Don't judge Lord Su with ordinary standards. He's no ordinary person. Lin Tian was not discouraged at all. Instead, the fighting energy surging through him grew even more intense, several times more potent than before. The dense battle aura nearly condensed into a tangible form. Instantly, a golden yellow spear materialized in his hand, its shaft shimmering with a faint flowing radiance. Simultaneously, a rich golden yellow glow enveloped his entire body, as though he were wrapped in molten fighting spirit. Watching this display, Su Mingqiu curiously asked, "What ability is that?" It was his first time encountering an ability that could condense such a golden radiance. Lin Tian grinned, his battle lust brimming as he replied, "Battle intent ability. The kind that grows stronger the more you fight. The greater my fighting spirit, the stronger I become." Su Mingqiu nodded, understanding dawning within him. No wonder this fellow loved fighting so much. His ability was battle intent itself. The more he fought, the stronger his combat spirit grew, and the greater his power became. This ability was tailor-made for a battle-hungry man like Lin Tian, simply perfect for him. Lin Tian moved in an instant, the radiance upon his spear intensifying, as his entire figure transformed into a golden yellow blur. He thrust the spear directly towards Su Mingqiu's chest. Su Mingqiu's right hand was instantly encased in a thick layer of ice, becoming a frozen fist. He reached out and firmly gripped the shaft of the spear, blocking the razor-sharp tip before it could reach his chest. Seeing this, Lin Tian grit his teeth as battle intent surged through his entire body. He exerted all his strength, driving the spear forward in a fierce thrust, trying to wrench it free from Su Mingqiu's grip and pierce through. However, Su Mingqiu's hand was like an iron clamp, holding the spear completely motionless. No matter how Lin Tian strained and pushed forward, the weapon wouldn't budge an inch. Then Su Mingqiu twisted his wrist with force, sending Lin Tian flying through the air along with his spear. Lin Tian hadn't even registered what happened before being launched outward. With a loud bang, he crashed into the protective barrier surrounding the arena and bounced off before falling to the ground. The onlookers watched this unfold and shook their heads. They had anticipated this outcome all along. See, Lin Tian stands no chance against him. Exactly. Su Shun hasn't even unleashed his ability yet, and he's already dominating Lin Tian with nothing but his physical prowess. I told you so. An S rank at the same cultivation level is simply overwhelming. The match is already over before it truly began. Lin Tian tumbled across the ground, rolling once before regaining his footing unharmed. He sprang to his feet in an instant, shaking out his arms. Gazing at Su Mingqiu across from him, there was no trace of fear. Instead, his battle intent had intensified several-fold compared to before. His battle intent ability worked precisely like this: the stronger his opponent, the greater his combat fervor, and the more his power surged accordingly. He's too powerful. I found the right person to train against. Now this is exciting. Lin Tian let out a fierce roar, sweeping his spear in a violent arc. A blade of condensed golden light, whistling sharply through the air, shot directly towards Su Mingqiu's face. Su Mingqiu raised his hand slightly, and a wave of chilling coldness surged forward, instantly freezing the fast-approaching golden light mid-flight. But Lin Tian didn't cease his assault. His spear moved in a frantic blur, launching wave after wave of golden light towards Su Mingqiu in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was blanketed with these dense, dazzling strikes. Su Mingqiu simply stood his ground, watching the onslaught without flinching. He merely tapped his foot lightly, and with a resonant hum, jagged ice spikes erupted from the arena floor, shattering every incoming bolt of golden light on impact. In an instant, all of Lin Tian's attacks were neutralized. Yet the ice spikes showed no mercy, continuing their advance straight toward him. Lin Tian was startled, every hair on his body rising in alarm. He threw himself sideways with all his might, barely dodging as the ice spikes whizzed past his arm. The icy edge carved a long gash through his combat uniform, the frigid air brushing against his exposed skin. Incredible power, he thought, fully aware that he couldn't match Su Mingqiu, and that his opponent hadn't even begun to take things seriously. Yet the more daunting the situation, the more fiercely his battle intent burned. His entire body blazed with golden yellow radiance down to the very strands of his hair. Spear like a dragon. Lin Tian roared, his voice trembling with combat fervor that echoed across the entire arena. Instantly, a golden phantom identical to himself materialized behind him. The phantom matched him perfectly in every detail, wreathed in an overwhelming radiance of pure battle intent. In the next moment, both the phantom and his true body moved in perfect unison, driving their spears forward with devastating force towards Su Mingqiu. Then from the tip of the spear, a colossal golden dragon erupted, surging forth with blazing battle intent, roaring as it charged directly at Mingqiu. The entire arena was engulfed in golden energy and overwhelming pressure, crashing down. Mingqiu's eyes lit up as he watched the golden dragon approaching. He had been waiting for this. Mingqiu's aura shifted dramatically. The crisp, icy presence vanished, instantly replaced by a profound atmosphere of absolute stillness and death. The temperature around them plummeted in an instant. Every spectator felt a bone-chilling cold along with that faint yet suffocating sensation, as if all life force itself was being devoured. Then a pitch-black ice dragon emerged from behind Mingqiu, even larger than Lin Tian's golden dragon from moments before. Faint red light glowed within its draconic eyes as its terrifying pressure erupted outward, completely overwhelming the golden dragon's might. What is that? Su Shen's aura has become terrifying. Wait, that's not right. Su Shen's ice dragon has changed. How did it turn black? This is too bizarre. I've never seen black ice before. The pitch-black ice dragon collided fiercely with Lin Tian's golden dragon. The result was immediate. Nearly the instant the golden dragon made contact with the black one, it was annihilated, its condensed battle intent utterly destroyed. There was not even a trace of resistance. Like a drop of water meeting scalding oil, it vanished without a sound, leaving nothing behind. The black dragon consumed all its energy and vitality. Without hesitation, the black dragon continued its advance straight toward Lin Tian, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood paralyzed with terror, unable to move. The suffocating aura of death pressed down on him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Just as the black dragon was about to strike his face, Mingqiu casually dispelled his ability. The black dragon instantly dissipated into the air. Lin Tian gasped for breath, supporting himself on his knees as he lowered his spear, his voice still trembling. I've lost. When that black dragon had been mere inches from his face, the oppressive aura of death had nearly caused him to suffocate. Only now did he fully comprehend just how vast the gap was between him and Mingqiu. Against ordinary S-rank ability users, he might have stood a chance. But before Mingqiu, he was utterly powerless. There was absolutely no room for resistance. If Mingqiu wished to end him, it would take only a single second, with no opportunity to even attempt a counterattack. Having said this, he instead grinned at Mingqiu and wiped the sweat from his brow. Next time when I've grown stronger, I'll come find you for another fight. The spectators weren't particularly surprised by the outcome. After discussing the eerie black dragon for a moment, everyone gradually dispersed. Mingqiu smiled at Lin Tian and raised his hand in a polite fist-in-palm salute. Senior brother, I yield. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and jumped down from the sparring platform, preparing to leave. However, after only a few steps, he noticed Lin Tian following behind him. Mingqiu looked back and asked, somewhat puzzled, "What's wrong, senior brother? Still need something?" He figured the battle maniac still hadn't had enough and wanted another fight. Instead, Lin Tian scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, pulled out his phone, opened his QR code, and handed it over. Junior brother, mind adding me as a friend?" Mingqiu paused for a moment. It was just about adding a contact, nothing serious at all. He took out his phone, scanned the code, and they added each other as friends, leaving notes for one another. After they exchanged contacts, Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Junior brother, this time, when you go to Dijing for the joint 5 universities competition, go teach those Dijing guys a lesson." Mingqiu raised an eyebrow curiously. "What's going on, senior brother? Do you have some grudge against people from Dijing?" Lin Tian scratched his head and cursed under his breath, somewhat embarrassed. "Last time I went to that competition, I got tricked by some guy from Dijing. In the end, I only took 3rd place. Those Dijing guys are also full of themselves, looking down on us." Mingqiu understood immediately upon hearing his explanation and nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, senior brother. This time I'll bring 1st place back for Ming Martial University." Upon hearing Mingqiu's words, Lin Tian grew excited. "Great. Junior brother, I know you can do it. Complete what I couldn't accomplish back then." Soon 4 days passed in a flash, and the day to depart for Dijing for the joint competition finally arrived. At that moment, Mingqiu, Murong Yin, and Wen Xingyao accompanied Lin Feng into the vice principal's office at the university. The vice principal was an elderly woman with silver hair named Wu Wanhua, a veteran of the school, whose strength was unfathomable. No one at Ming Martial University knew exactly how powerful she was. She was sitting behind her desk wearing reading glasses and grading files. The office carried a faint scent of Longjing tea, exuding a warm and cozy atmosphere. As soon as Lin Feng pushed open the door, he bellowed, "Elder Wu, I've brought the 3 of them." Wu Wanhua adjusted her sliding glasses, glanced up at him, and said reproachfully, "Xiao Feng, you're grown now. Why are you still so reckless?" Then her gaze swept over Mingqiu, and the other 2 finally landing on Mingqiu. In a single glance, she saw through everything about him. She instantly grasped his cultivation realm and nodded with satisfaction. Mingqiu suddenly felt as though he were completely naked before her, every secret laid bare. His true abilities were exposed at a glance. This old woman's strength was simply terrifying. Next, Wu Wanhua glanced at Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao. After looking them over, she said to Lin Feng, "Not bad. These 3 are far stronger than you were at their age." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly scratched his head and waved his hand with a grin. Elder Wu, you're far too kind. How could I possibly compare to them? They are 1 in a million geniuses. I can't hold a candle to them. Wu Wanhua then rose from her seat, tidied the documents on her desk, and said to them, let's go. It's getting late. Su Mingqiu and the others were all confused, but said nothing, obediently following Lin Feng and Wu Wanhua out of the office. After leaving the office, the group walked toward the back mountain of the school. It wasn't until they reached the rear of campus that Su Mingqiu and the others spotted a concealed small platform. On the platform sat a sleek silver high-speed train, slightly smaller than a regular high-speed rail, but exquisitely crafted, bearing the emblem of He Ming Martial University on its body. Lin Feng explained, every top-tier university has its own dedicated high-speed train like this. It's far faster than airplanes. Today we'll take this train to Dijing. Su Mingqiu and the others finally understood that such exclusive transportation existed. They nodded and boarded the train together. The train's interior was comfortable, furnished with plush leather sofas, small coffee tables, and even a mini fridge stocked with drinks and snacks. Wu Wanhua gave them a brief word and proceeded to the driver's seat at the front of the carriage, starting the train. As it set in motion, everyone felt the speed surge instantaneously. The scenery outside the window blurred past at a tremendous pace. In the blink of an eye, they had left the back mountain of the school, passing through the suburbs, accelerating rapidly. The surrounding trees, houses, and even mountains became indistinct silhouettes, retreating rapidly behind them. Lin Feng sat beside them, watching the landscape rush by, and sighed to Wu Wanhua. Elder Wu, the last time I went to that joint freshman competition, you were the one who led me there. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Time flies so fast, it feels like it was just yesterday. Wu Wanhua smiled and shook her head. Indeed, so many years have slipped away. I'm growing old and useless now. Then she turned and gazed at Su Mingqiu and the other two young people, her eyes brimming with warmth and approval. But it doesn't matter. Now the era belongs to you. The future rests in your hands. Su Mingqiu quickly replied with a smile. Elder Wu, please don't say that. Without you senior generations protecting us and laying such a solid foundation, where would our era be? We'd have nowhere to stand. Besides, you're not old at all. You look young and full of vitality. Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, Elder Wu, you certainly don't look old. You look far more vibrant than we youngsters. Wu Wanhua listened to their words, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she waved her hand. You three have such sweet tongues, always flattering this old woman. Lin Feng, overhearing Su Mingqiu's words, froze on the spot, mentally cursing, damn it. Those were the exact lines I was about to use to flatter Elder Wu. I was planning to say that to make her happy. Did this little monster just steal my lines? Could he read minds? How did he know exactly what I was thinking right after I thought it? After Su Mingqiu finished speaking, he sensed Lin Feng keeping staring at him with a strange expression. Su Mingqiu turned his head again to look at Lin Feng, but the moment he glanced over, Lin Feng hastily averted his gaze, staring out the window at the scenery. Pretending he hadn't been looking at him at all, he put on an air of innocence, even deliberately whistling a tune, as if utterly captivated by the view. Su Mingqiu grew even more puzzled, muttering to himself, what on earth is teacher Lin up to? The group chatted idly inside the train, with Wu Wanhua and Lin Feng listening and occasionally interjecting to share details about the capital Dijing, filling the entire carriage with lively banter. As they were chatting after a day of travel, a sudden deafening boom echoed, and the entire train shuddered violently. Everyone froze, looking up to see the windshield at the front splattered with blood. Just moments ago, a winged bird, for reasons unknown, had flown straight into the train's nose. The winged bird, struck by the high-speed train, was instantly shattered, its bones ground to dust. Immediately afterward, an endless stream of winged birds emerged from the side, charging madly at the train's front, one after another, dense and relentless. Yet all met the same fate. Upon contact with the train, they were instantly obliterated. Blood-shredded flesh and feathers pattered down on the windshield like hailstones, a relentless cacophony. The sound made one's scalp tingle. In the blink of an eye, the windshield was coated in blood. Su Mingqiu and the others, stunned, hurried to the windows to peer outside. What was happening? Then they saw other beasts too, charging toward the train from all directions. Some ran on the ground, others flew in the sky, but all were instantly killed upon hitting the high-speed train, unable to pose even the slightest hindrance. The train didn't even slow down, or it plowed straight through, flinging the beasts aside or smashing them to pieces. At that moment, Wu Wanhua walked over from the front of the train, her expression calm, as she said slowly, there's a spatial rift ahead. Beasts are pouring out of it, endlessly triggering a beast tide. We have no choice but to stop. She paused, looking at Su Mingqiu and the other two. I'm going to bring the train to a halt. The three of you, go close that spatial rift and clear out these beasts. Any problems? Su Mingqiu and the others nodded, quickly smiling as they replied, don't worry, Elder Wu. Leave it to us. This little matter. We three are more than enough. Just wait for us to return. Soon the train came to a gradual stop, not far from the spatial rift. Su Mingqiu and the others pushed open the door and jumped down, while Wu Wanhua and Lin Feng remained aboard. The surrounding beasts, seeing the train halt and live humans emerge, instantly turned bloodshot, roaring as they charged at Su Mingqiu and his companions. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and behind him countless ice blades materialized in an instant. With a series of sharp whistles they shot toward the beasts. The beasts, caught completely off guard, were pierced through by Su Mingqiu's ice blades, collapsing in a heap. Then Su Mingqiu stamped his foot, and ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the remaining beasts that had slipped through. Thus Su Mingqiu advanced step by step, clearing all the beasts that charged at him from every direction, and in the blink of an eye a large area was swept clean. On the other side, Murong Yan and Wen Xingyao also quickly finished off the beasts in their sectors. Murong Yan's flames incinerated the beasts so thoroughly that not even ashes remained. But even after clearing the surroundings, the spatial rift in midair continued to spew out beasts without end. It was clear that unless the source was dealt with, the beasts would keep coming. Su Mingqiu, Murong Yan, and Wen Xingyao exchanged glances and walked toward the spatial rift. Along the way, beasts that had just emerged from the rift charged at them, but they were no match. The three pressed forward relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye they stood before the spatial rift. They exchanged another look, nodded, and without hesitation stepped into the rift, intending to venture inside and shut down the source of the crack. As Su Mingqiu and the others disappeared into the spatial rift, Wu Wanhua stood by the train window gazing outward and said to Lin Feng with emotion, "Truly a golden age. I never thought I'd live to see a genius like Su Mingqiu." She paused, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. "I'm almost looking forward to seeing him on the Myriad Clan's battlefield." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiment. "Yes, that kid is too extraordinary, beyond all reason." He paused, then smiled. "But that's the charm of a golden age. No matter how many geniuses appear, there will always be one beyond reason who suppresses all others like a natural-born leader. I believe Su Mingqiu is that one. He will surely achieve it. The future world belongs to them." Wu Wanhua nodded beside him, her eyes filled with deep satisfaction. Indeed, the young generation grows stronger by the day. After Su Mingqiu and the others entered, they discovered that the world inside the spatial rift was desolate. Everywhere cracked yellow sand. Not a trace of green. The entire sky and earth were densely packed with beasts howling as they charged toward them, stretching as far as the eye could see. Behind these low-rank beasts, several fourth-rank beasts were eyeing them menacingly. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu said to Murong Yan and Wen Xingyao, "Leave those fourth-rank ones to me. You two handle the rest of the small fry." With that, Su Mingqiu soared into the air and flew toward the fourth-rank beasts. The beasts, seeing him approach, grew agitated and launched various attacks at him. Fearless, Su Mingqiu unleashed the black dragon devours heaven. In an instant his aura transformed, from the crisp, icy coldness to a dense, deathly stillness. Then a colossal pitch-black ice dragon materialized behind him. The faint red glow in its dragon eyes was terrifying, its mere pressure rendering the surrounding beasts immobile. The black dragon lunged straight at the fourth-rank beasts. Before their attacks could even touch the dragon, the chilling aura radiating from the dragon froze them into black ice. The fourth-rank beasts, now terrified, tried to turn and flee. But the dragon's pressure bore down on them, and they were instantly frozen in place, unable to move. Before the black dragon could even reach the mutated beasts, they had already been frozen into black ice by the piercing cold emanating from its body. Immediately afterward, the black dragon detonated. A massive wave of frigid aura instantly spread outward, encasing all the surrounding mutated beasts within a colossal mountain of black ice. The entire world fell into an instant silence, not a single sound remaining. Murong Yan and Wen Xingyao had both been preparing to eliminate those low-rank mutated beasts themselves. But seeing this scene, they both froze on the spot. Murong Yan couldn't help but complain to Su Mingqiu. "Hey, weren't you only supposed to handle those few fourth-stage mutated beasts? What the hell, with one move like that he's taken out more than half of the other low-rank mutated beasts too." The remaining stragglers were easily dispatched by the group with a few casual movements. In total, it hadn't even taken 2 minutes. Murong Yan grumbled at Su Mingqiu. "You could have left some for us. We haven't even gotten to fight yet." Su Mingqiu scratched his head awkwardly. My bad. I got a bit carried away and lost control of my strength." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they exited through the spatial rift. The moment they emerged, however, the spatial rift hovering above began to slowly shrink, since the source of the mutated beasts inside had been completely eliminated. "It's fine." Eventually, it vanished silently and completely sealing shut forever, so no mutated beasts would ever emerge from it again. After dealing with the rift, the group returned to the train. But no sooner had they boarded than they noticed something strange. The bloodstains, shattered flesh, and feathers left by the mutated beasts that had crashed into the train's exterior were all gone. The entire train was spotless, exactly as it had been when they first departed, with not a single trace remaining, as though the beast tide had never happened at all. Wu Wanhua watched them return and nodded with a smile, saying warmly, "You did excellently. You finished this much faster than I expected." Su Mingqiu and the others smiled and replied, "You flatter us, Elder Wu. It was our duty, just a minor matter." Shortly after, the train slowly resumed its journey, continuing toward Daijing. Seated in his place, Su Mingqiu asked curiously, "By the way, Teacher Lin, why did the bloodstains outside disappear so quickly?" Lin Feng, sitting beside him, smiled and explained, "Oh, that. This train has an automatic cleaning function. Encounters with mutated beasts along this route have been common, and after each collision the front of the train would always be covered in blood and flesh. So they added this feature to automatically clear any mess on the train. Mingqiu nodded beside him. So that's how it worked. This train even had such a function. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, the day before the start of the 5 Great Joint Freshman Martial Arts Competition, the train arrived at the exclusive platform of Daijing Martial Arts University. After the train came to a halt, the group disembarked. No sooner had they stepped onto the platform than Mingqiu and his companions couldn't help but take in the sights of Daijing Martial Arts University. It was far more magnificent than Haiming Martial Arts University. At that moment, Lin Wenyuan, the vice president of Daijing Martial Arts University, was already waiting outside to welcome them. Lin Wenyuan was an elderly man with entirely white hair looking about the same age as Wu Wanhua. He was also a veteran of the martial world, and the two had known each other since their younger days. The moment Wu Wanhua spotted Lin Wenyuan, she teased him with a grin. "Oh, Lin Wenyuan, you're still alive. After all these years apart, I thought you'd kicked the bucket." Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan burst into hearty laughter unfazed and replied to her, "We haven't seen each other in years. Last time was the time before that. And you're still as sharp-tongued as ever." Wu Wanhua shot back good-naturedly. "You're still full of unnecessary chatter, never taking anything seriously." Lin Wenyuan waved his hand and continued, "All right, enough banter. You're the last ones here. Representatives from all the other schools have already arrived. Oh, we were just waiting for you." Wu Wanhua explained, "We encountered a beast tide triggered by a spatial rift on the way and had to stop and deal with it, which cost us some time. That's why we're late." Lin Wenyuan nodded, suddenly understanding. "I see, that explains it. I knew you'd never be late on purpose. Good as long as it's resolved." Lin Wenyuan smiled at Mingqiu and the others and said, "Your accommodations have been arranged. Go rest for a while first. You have the competition tomorrow, so make sure to get plenty of rest and recover your energy." Turning to a young teacher beside him, he said, "Xiao Wang, please lead them to the dormitory and help settle them in. If they need anything, just let them tell you." Then he turned back to Wu Wanhua and said, "Now let's go. The other old friends are all waiting in my office. It's not easy for us old-timers to gather together. We're all busy with our own school's affairs, and this is practically the only time we can all meet." Wu Wanhua nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, if not for so many geniuses showing up this year, this old woman wouldn't have bothered to come out." Lin Wenyuan agreed, nodding and smiling. "Tell me about it." "All right, let's be going. Those old friends of ours are growing impatient." With that, Wu Wanhua and Lin Wenyuan walked together toward the office. Young teacher Xiao Wang was left to guide Mingqiu and the others toward the dormitory. The young teacher led them through a series of winding paths, and soon they arrived at the temporary dormitory arranged for them. Once they reached the destination, the teacher clapped his hands and said with a smile, "All right, I've brought you to your rooms. If you don't need anything else, I'll get back to work. Since you're new here, feel free to explore if you'd like. Most areas of the campus are open to visitors. Just avoid the sections marked as restricted zones." With that, the teacher waved goodbye and turned to leave. Lin Feng had long disappeared somewhere, probably spotting an old acquaintance the moment they got off the train and running off to chat with teachers from other schools. Mingqiu flopped onto his bed, stretched lazily, and said to Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao beside him, "Come on, since we're here, let's go out and explore. Let's see what makes Daijing Martial Arts University different from our Haiming one." Murong Yin immediately nodded upon hearing this. "Sure, let's go." Wen Xingyao also smiled and nodded. "I've never explored around here either. Might as well take a look." "Hold on a moment." Mingqiu suddenly remembered something. He pulled out his phone, opened his contacts, found Jiang Ren's number, and sent him a message. "I've arrived at your school. Want to meet up?" Then he sent over his location. Jiang Ren's reply came almost instantly, the notification popping up at an astonishing speed. "Wait there, I'll be right there." 5 minutes. They waited in the dormitory. Murong Yin could barely sit still for 2 minutes before he leaned over and nudged Mingqiu's arm, curiosity etched on his face. "Who are you waiting for? You're being so mysterious and still won't tell me." Mingqiu raised an eyebrow deliberately, keeping them guessing, and shook his head. "What's the rush? You'll know once they arrive." Hardly 2 minutes had passed when a knock came at the dormitory door. Mingqiu called out to come in, and the door swung open. Jiang Ren stepped inside. The moment Jiang Ren spotted Mingqiu, he quickened his pace, walked over, and pulled him into a hearty hug, patting his back with a grin. "Long time no see, Mingqiu." Mingqiu returned the embrace with a smile, then stepped back and said, "Indeed, it has been a while. We haven't met since the college entrance exam. Over half a year now. You haven't changed much, though." After letting go, Jiang Ren finally turned his gaze to Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao beside him, asking with a hint of confusion, "And who are these two?" "Let me introduce you." Mingqiu gestured toward them. "This is Murong Yin. He's an S-rank fire-type esper. And this is Wen Xingyao, an S-rank healing-type esper. They're both from Haiming Martial University and came with me to compete in the tournament." "Hello." Jiang Ren nodded at both of them, extended his hand, and introduced himself with a smile. "I'm Jiang Ren, S-rank lightning type." Upon hearing S-rank lightning, Murong Yan's competitive spirit flared up instantly. He was about to roll up his sleeves and say something when Mingqiu grabbed his shoulder and held him back. Hey, hold on there." Mingqiu blocked him, speaking rather sharply. "Can you stop wanting to fight right away? These guys just got here and you're already looking for a brawl. Is that appropriate?" Morong Yin looked somewhat reluctant and scratched his head. I just want to test my skills against him. We're both S rank. It'll be interesting to see who's stronger. Hearing this, Jiang Ren laughed and waved his hand dismissively. No worries. There'll be plenty of time to spar. We don't need to rush. You've just arrived, so let me give you a tour of our campus first. With that, Jiang Ren led the group out of the dormitory and began showing them around Daijing Martial University. As they walked, he introduced them to various landmarks on campus, from the massive training grounds to the library overflowing with countless books. He also pointed out the school's distinctive architectural features, speaking with remarkable fluency. Along the way, numerous students passing by spotted Jiang Ren and stopped to greet him. Brother Jiang. The greetings kept coming nonstop. Many girls even blushed shyly as they stole glances at him. After all, Jiang Ren was a top-tier genius, handsome and sharp-featured, already quite popular on campus. Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow and teased Jiang Ren. Not bad, man. Your reputation stretches everywhere. You're recognized no matter where you go. You've really made a name for yourself. Jiang Ren chuckled and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Not too shabby, I suppose. Mainly because I placed second in our school's freshman tournament a while back. It's only natural that quite a few people know me around campus. Oh, you came in second. Su Mingqiu was somewhat surprised. Who took first place then? Someone so formidable that they could overpower you. At these words, the smile instantly vanished from Jiang Ren's face. His expression grew considerably more serious as he replied earnestly. The first place winner is named Yi Qianjue. That guy is truly terrifying. He's an S-rank dark-type Esper. When I fought him before, my lightning was completely devoured by his powers. Absolutely useless. If you cross paths with him in this competition, be extremely careful. He's far more dangerous than I am. Hearing this, Su Mingqiu nodded and silently committed the name Yi Qianjue to memory. Dark-type Esper abilities capable of devouring attacks. As they talked and walked, they soon arrived at the school's martial arts arena. Upon seeing it, Morong Yin turned to Jiang Ren and declared, "Look, this is destiny. Come on, let's fight. I can finally test just how powerful your lightning truly is." Jiang Ren glanced at the arena, then at Morong Yan's eager anticipation, and felt a spark of interest ignite within him. Smiling, he nodded. "All right then, let's do it. I'd also like to see an S-rank fire type in action." With those words spoken, both of them leaped onto the sparring platform. The moment the surrounding crowd realized a match was about to begin, they swarmed forward in a rush. Su Mingqiu and Wen Xingyao stood at the very front, watching the two already preparing themselves on the platform. Wen Xingyao turned to Su Mingqiu curiously and asked, "In your opinion, who do you think will win, Morong Yin or Jiang Ren?" Su Mingqiu shook his head, shrugged, and smiled. "How should I know? They're about to start fighting. Just watch and find out." Wen Xingyao rolled her eyes at him in mild annoyance and retorted, "That was neither here nor there. I asked for nothing at all." Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd wasn't idle either, erupting into animated discussion. "Hey, isn't that Brother Jiang? Is he sparring again?" "Yeah, but who's the guy opposite him? He looks unfamiliar. Isn't from our school, is he?" "I don't know. He seems to be from another school participating in the joint tournament. I heard Daijing Martial University's people arrived today. Could it be them?" "Who cares who he is? He's no match for Brother Jiang. He's our school's second-ranked freshman, absolutely invincible, you know." "Exactly. Go Brother Jiang. Knock him out." A host of Jiang Ren's fans and fangirls below the platform were shouting at the top of their lungs, each louder than the last, as though afraid he wouldn't hear them. Hearing his own schoolmates cheering him on from below, Jiang Ren suddenly felt rather awkward and scratched his head. Having such a large crowd surrounding and shouting made him somewhat embarrassed. Morong Yin, standing opposite him, couldn't care less about any of that. Already in a combat stance, he spoke to Jiang Ren with serious intent. "I'm coming at you." Hearing this, Jiang Ren immediately shed his embarrassment. His expression turned solemn, and he nodded to Morong Yin, his demeanor shifting to one of earnest focus. Immediately, flames materialized around Morong Yan's hands, and he assumed a pistol-like stance with both hands. Then one after another, scorching flame bullets erupted from his index fingers at a terrifying speed, pouring toward Jiang Ren in dense volleys. Jiang Ren was not about to show weakness. Lightning surged across his entire body, crackling and dancing as blue electric sparks illuminated him. Slender threads of electricity also shot from his index fingers, flying precisely toward the incoming flame bullets. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, every single flame bullet was struck precisely by Jiang Ren's lightning. Those flame bullets were instantly shattered by the electrical strikes, dissolving into thin air before they could ever reach Jiang Ren. Seeing all of his flame bullets neutralized, Morong Yin didn't grow angry at all. In fact, he became even more excited. This was exactly the kind of opponent he had been craving. The flames blazing across his entire body intensified dramatically, the surrounding air warped and distorted by the intense heat. Even the spectators below could feel a wall of scorching warmth bearing down on them, forcing them to involuntarily step back half a pace. Then he crossed his index fingers, forming a cross shape, and shouted loudly, "Crossfire." The instant the words left his lips, a cross-shaped flame radiating intense heat surged from his hands and shot forth. "Thunderbird." Jiang Ren kept his gaze fixed on the incoming crossfire and issued a low command. Lightning crackled instantly around his hand, condensing into a blue thunderbird. Crackling electric sparks danced upon the Thunderbird's wings as it charged toward the crossfire. The next instant the two collided with devastating force, producing a thunderous explosion. A scorching shockwave radiated outward from the impact. In the end, both the crossfire and Thunderbird dissolved into the air, neither gaining the upper hand. A draw. Holy shit, who is this guy? He's insane. Yet didn't Bro Jiang manage to take him down in one shot? I know who he is. That's Murong Yen. From Ming University, an S-rank fire tribute esper competing in the joint tournament. So it's him, but even he can't beat Bro Jiang, right? Exactly. Bro Jiang hasn't even gotten serious yet. He was just playing around. The moment he gets focused, he'll crush him in minutes. Jiang Run extended one arm forward and called out, Thunder Pillar. The instant he spoke, lightning converges madly in his palm, blue arcs crackling violently. They ultimately consolidated into a massive column of electricity as thick as a water pipe, blasting outward from his hand with tremendous force. Even the arena floor bore a shallow, scorched black mark where the lightning had swept across. Witnessing this, Murong Yen dared not underestimate him and immediately channeled all his abilities. Flame condensed violently in his grasp as he roared, Fire Fist. A colossal fist of fire took shape instantly, radiating waves of searing heat, and surged toward the lightning column. The next instant the two collided with devastating force, and for a fleeting moment flames and lightning intertwined across the arena. However, Jiang Ren's Thunder Pillar delivered continuous output. He maintained his assault relentlessly, pushing wave after wave of lightning forward without pause. After a brief standoff, Murong Yen's Fire Fist could no longer hold. Slowly it was driven backward by the relentless advance of lightning. Eventually the Fire Fist shattered into a sky full of sparks. The lightning surged forward and halted precisely before Murong Yen, stopping dead without advancing another inch. Staring at the stationary lightning before him, Murong Yen shouted, Holy shit, that's cheating. My Fire Fist is a single-use technique. How am I supposed to compete with your endurance? Hearing this, Jiang Ren couldn't help but smile and lowered his hand, the lightning in his palm vanishing instantly. This was merely a friendly spar. There was no need to fight to the death. Conceding at the right moment was sufficient. Neither had struck with lethal intent. It was simply a matter of testing their skills. See, I told you so. Bro Jiang wasn't serious earlier, but the moment he got focused, he defeated his opponent effortlessly. Exactly. He was just playing around before, but now he's serious and he's already won. Bro Jiang is incredible. Murong Yen looked at Jiang Ren and said earnestly, Let's end this match with one final strike. Jiang Ren nodded. He hadn't encountered such a capable opponent in a long time. Agreed. I was thinking the same. Then Murong Yen raised his right hand and flames from his entire body surged violently toward his palm. The flames that had merely coated his hand erupted suddenly, and even his hair was dyed red by the flickering fire. A sphere of fire began to form bit by bit from his palm, and it continued to grow larger. An intense heat wave several times stronger than before instantly radiated outward in all directions. The scorching wave felt as though it could melt flesh, warping the surrounding air itself. The spectators recoiled in fear, shielding their arms as they stumbled backward. Even when Xingyao instinctively stepped back, twice her brows furrowed as she raised her arm to block the searing heat. Only Su Mingqiu remained at the very front, unmoving. Hey, why are you all hiding so far away? Get some sun. You might actually grow taller. Hearing these words, the crowd fell silent and turned to stare at Su Mingqiu, who stood at the forefront entirely unfazed by the heat. Who the hell was this guy? What a show-off. I don't know. He looks unfamiliar, but he's probably with Murong Yen, right? From Ming University. From Ming. So fucking fierce. Jiang Ren's eyes lit up at Murong Yen's technique. Lightning crackled wildly across his body, blue arcs dancing over his skin as he became wreathed in electric energy. Qilin. The moment he spoke, a colossal blue lightning Qilin materialized behind Jiang Ren. Countless electric pulses danced across the Qilin's body, and its horns radiated brilliant blue light. It stood magnificent and imposing, emanating an overwhelming sense of power. Murong Yen shouted, Take this, and hurled the enormous fireball toward Jiang Ren. Bring it on. Jiang Ren roared back, and the lightning Qilin behind him charged forward with terrifying speed, its four hooves crackling with electricity. The spectacle before the arena was breathtaking. On the left, the Qilin crackling with blue electricity. On the right, the fireball trailing crimson waves of heat. Blue and red painted half the sky in opposing colors. The blue Qilin moved with astonishing speed and snapped its jaws around the fireball, attempting to devour it whole. But the fireball's temperature was far greater than anticipated. The Qilin's head began to melt on contact, emitting a sizzling sound as its electric aura flickered and dissipated. The Qilin refused to yield, its claws digging into the fireball. But at that precise moment, the fireball detonated. The enormous explosion instantly obliterated the entire lightning Qilin. Blue electricity and crimson embers sprayed across the sky in every direction. However, the full force of the fireball had been absorbed by the Qilin, sparing Jiang Ren even a scratch. Jiang Ren stood where he was completely unharmed. The crowd watched in stunned silence. After a long moment, they finally came to their senses and erupted into animated discussion. Is this a draw? Neither managed to hurt the other. Holy shit, the guy from Ming is actually good. I used to think all the geniuses from other regions were inferior to ours in the capital, but damn. It turns out he's incredible. Morong Yin actually matched Bro Jiang. Looks like this joint tournament is going to be interesting after all. I thought we from the capital had this in the bag, but I was wrong. Jiang Ren and Murong Yin locked eyes, and both broke into smiles savoring the thrilling battle they had just shared. Then they both leaped down from the arena. At that moment in the vice principal's office of Daijing Martial University, several vice principals from various top-tier universities stood before the surveillance screens observing the martial arts arena outside. Each holding a cup of hot tea they leisurely sipped while watching the youngsters fooling around. Lin Wenyuan watched the boisterous children on the screen and couldn't help but smile. These kids are full of energy, he said. They've already started scuffling just after arriving. Much more vigorous than we were back then. Hearing this, the vice principal of Modu Martial University turned to Wu Wanhua and said with a grin, "Old Wu, your Haiming students are quite promising." Wu Wanhua waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "Your school's youngsters aren't bad either. That prodigy of yours from Modu is quite formidable, not inferior to ours. This joint competition is about exchange really. Victory or defeat matters little." At that moment, the vice principal of Zhongyuan Martial University leaned over pointing at Su Mingqiu standing at the forefront on the screen and asked curiously, "That person up front, Su Mingqiu, right? His cultivation level is completely dominating his peers. He's already at the 4th stage 5th segment. The gap is enormous." "Indeed." Lin Wenyuan nodded and let out a sigh. "Even Yi Qianjue from my school doesn't reach his level. Could it be that the destiny of this era truly rests upon him?" The vice principal of Jinhai Martial University furrowed his brows and spoke up. After all, Su Mingqiu's growth rate was simply terrifying, unprecedented and unheard of. Lin Wenyuan nodded and sighed deeply. "Probably that lad is too fierce. Us old-timers are about to be washed ashore. We simply cannot compete anymore." "Wait, isn't that Zhao Tianfeng from your Jinhai?" Lin Wenyuan suddenly pointed at Zhao Tianfeng on the screen, exclaiming in surprise. "Why is he going after Su Mingqiu? What does that brat intend?" The vice principal of Jinhai glanced at the screen and instantly darkened in expression, thoroughly embarrassed. His own student had come all this way only to provoke Su Mingqiu outright. "Aren't you losing face?" The other vice principals saw this and burst into laughter, teasing him. "Impressive. Your school's youngster certainly has courage." The Jinhai vice principal gave an awkward smile and remained silent, cursing Zhao Tianfeng relentlessly in his heart. "That damn kid, just wait until we get back. I'll make an example of him." Earlier, Su Mingqiu and his companions had finished their sparring and were preparing to continue touring the campus. Unexpectedly, a young man wearing the uniform of Jinhai Martial University strode over quickly and blocked their path. Zhao Tianfeng looked at Su Mingqiu with an arrogant expression, chin raised high, scanning him up and down for a long moment before speaking. "You must be Su Mingqiu." He had been watching from afar for some time, noticing the person at the front looked familiar. It took him a while to recall. This was Su Mingqiu, the national first-place graduate of the college entrance examination. He had long desired to test himself against Su Mingqiu. As the top freshman of Jinhai Martial University, he had defeated countless opponents before. Morong Yin, who was drinking water, nearly choked when he saw this person blocking their way. Frowning, he asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in our way? We still plan to tour the campus. We don't have time to play games with you." Su Mingqiu's expression immediately turned cold upon being intercepted. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "What do you want?" "Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. Just 2 minutes." Zhao Tianfeng patted his chest confidently, a look of disdain on his face. 2 minutes is more than enough to defeat you. I've long wanted to see what you're truly capable of, and whether your reputation is just empty fame." These words amused Su Mingqiu, who asked in exasperation, "Who gave you the courage?" "Liang Jingru. Just you." Zhao Tianfeng, still smug, retorted directly, "What about me? My own strength is enough to defeat you. You think scoring first in the national exam makes you invincible? In a real fight, you're nothing." Su Mingqiu shook his head regarding him with utter speechlessness. "Hasn't anyone ever told you that you're foolish? I wonder if your brain works properly. Maybe you should visit a hospital. Those who call me foolish have already been dealt with." Zhao Tianfeng sneered, raising his fist dismissively. "Cut the nonsense. Fight me now." Su Mingqiu had no patience for idle chatter with someone like him. Even one extra word would be a waste of time. Without another moment's hesitation, he shot upward and landed directly on the martial arts platform. His speed was astonishing. The surrounding crowd couldn't even react before he was already standing on the platform. So fast. Witnessing this speed, Zhao Tianfeng paused briefly, then leaped onto the platform as well. The onlookers had nearly dispersed, packing up to leave. But with good entertainment suddenly reappearing, they all stopped in their tracks and gathered around once more. "Hey, what did that guy just say?" "Su Mingqiu. I know Su Mingqiu. He's the top scorer." "Who's the opponent across from him? Which university does he belong to?" "I recognize him. He's Zhao Tianfeng, the top freshman of Jinhai Martial University. No one could defeat him at his school." "From Jinhai? That won't help him. He can't beat Su Mingqiu. It's just asking for humiliation. My cousin studies at Haiming Martial University. He showed me videos of Su Mingqiu. Defeated his opponent in a single move. Even last year's #1 Lin Tian was taken down in one strike." On the platform, Zhao Tianfeng glared at Su Mingqiu, fists clenched, saying resentfully, Su Mingqiu, don't you want to know my name? So when you lose, at least you'll know who defeated you. It would be humiliating to lose without even understanding why. Su Mingqiu leaned casually against the platform pillar, picked at his ear, and said indifferently, I have no interest in the names of those I've already defeated. Even if you lose, I won't remember anyway. Why waste brainpower on such trivial matters? You'd do better to think about how to return home without bringing further shame to Jinhai. You? Arrogant. Zhao Tianfeng's face flushed red with anger, his neck veins bulging as he pointed at Su Mingqiu, unable to utter another word. Hot with fury, Zhao Tianfeng abandoned all further words and activated his supernatural ability. Immediately, dozens upon dozens of metallic needles materialized densely behind him, glistening with cold, deadly light as they hurtled towards Su Mingqiu, intending to strike first and catch his opponent off guard. Su Mingqiu, maintaining an utterly calm expression, lightly pressed his foot against the ground. A massive ice pillar thick as two people erupted from the earth and stood firmly before him. The metallic needles struck the ice pillar, producing sharp, clinking sounds as they were all deflected away. Then Su Mingqiu grew weary of toying with him. Wasting time on such a person was pointless, so he decided to end it swiftly. He immediately conjured a massive ice dragon behind him, its body exuding a faint chill, and it let out a low, rumbling growl directed at Zhao Tianfeng. Zhao Tianfeng panicked at the sight of the colossal ice dragon, his face turning pale as he couldn't help but yell, Holy crap! You're unleashing your ultimate move right from the start. Do you have to be so ruthless? We're just sparring, is this really necessary? Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, his expression indifferent. That's not my ultimate move, it's just my basic attack. Dealing with you, it's more than enough. No need to waste my real power. These words infuriated Zhao Tianfeng. He dared not hold back any longer and summoned all his superpowers, shouting, 10,000 blades storm. He then manipulated countless metal shards, instantly forming a massive whirlwind of destruction. The storm was filled with sharp metallic fragments spinning furiously with a piercing whoosh. The entire tempest radiated a sharp, cutting aura as it surged towards Su Mingqiu's ice dragon, intent on shredding it to pieces. He refused to believe his attack couldn't stop it. The next moment, the ice dragon collided fiercely with Zhao Tianfeng's 10,000 blade storm. The razor-sharp metal shards scraped against the dragon's body, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. But it was utterly futile. The ice dragon remained unscathed. The fragments couldn't even scratch its hide. Not a single mark was left, as if the metal were mere pebbles striking a boulder, incapable of inflicting any damage. On the contrary, the moment the metal shards touched the ice dragon, they were frozen by its inherent chill. One by one, they lost their momentum and clattered down from the air. They fell to the ground, becoming a pile of frozen scrap metal. The ice dragon didn't even pause. It continued flying straight toward Zhao Tianfeng, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The temperature of the entire arena plummeted instantly, causing the onlookers to shiver involuntarily. Zhao Tianfeng, seeing this, turned pale with fear. He knew he couldn't dodge. The ice dragon was too fast. He had no way to evade, so he quickly mobilized all his superpower, forming a thick metal armor that encased his entire body, even covering his head. Then Zhao Tianfeng spread his arms and shut his eyes tightly. The next second, the ice dragon slammed into his armor with a thunderous boom. The armor was instantly encased in ice by the dragon's cold. A thick layer of ice formed, freezing him entirely inside. Then Su Mingqiu waved his hand, and the ice dragon vanished without a trace. Looking at Zhao Tianfeng's ice-covered armor, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but tease, You've got some backbone. Didn't even cry surrender. Zhao Tianfeng opened his eyes, realizing he was unharmed. He paused, then replied with a steady expression, There is no such word as surrender in my dictionary. Even if I lose, I won't give up. But this battle, I admit defeat. You are indeed stronger than me. I accept it. After speaking, he removed his metal armor, and the ice fell away with it. His clothes had stiffened from the cold, and he rubbed his arms to warm them. The chill from earlier had been so fierce it made his bones ache. Damn, it's over already. That didn't take long. Oh my god, that was insane. Zhao Tianfeng's 10,000 blade storm was completely useless. It couldn't even scratch the ice dragon's hide. A basic attack just took down Jinhai's top student. That basic attack is stronger than my ultimate move. I'm convinced. This is the power of the National College Entrance Exam's top scorer. I told you he came looking for a beating. Now he's got it. Serves him right. He wanted to defeat Su Mingqiu in 2 minutes. Dream on. That slap in the face must have stung. Someone even posted the video to the school forum with the title, Su Mingqiu's basic attack obliterates Jinhai's top student. Zhao Tianfeng's 2-minute victory becomes a joke. In the office, the vice principal of Jinhai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Mingqiu hadn't gone for the kill, otherwise Zhao Tianfeng would have been crippled. This kid almost got himself ruined. A real headache. The other vice principals looked at him and chuckled. Youth is full of vitality. Lin Wenyuan also smiled. The little fellow has a sense of restraint. Otherwise Zhao Tianfeng would be in the hospital right now. Wu Wanhua smiled and nodded. Not like you back in the day when you got all heated during the tournament. Lin Wenyuan scratched his head awkwardly. The vice principal of Moda's side. It seems the joint tournament champion is already decided. Su Mingqiu. With his strength, who can beat him? The other vice principals nodded in agreement. Su Mingqiu jumped off the stage and waved at Zhao Tianfeng. Next time don't be so arrogant. Morong, Yin walked over patting Zhao Tianfeng on the shoulder, teasing him. Bro, you've got guts. First one to challenge, Su Mingqiu. I admire your courage. Zhao Tianfeng scratched his head sheepishly, his face reddening. After being so cocky earlier, now with everyone watching, he was mortified and wished he could crawl into a hole. After dealing with Zhao Tianfeng, the group continued their stroll. About an hour later, they began to feel a bit hungry. After all, they had fought for a while and then walked around. Come on, I'll take you to the best canteen on campus, Jiang Ren said with a smile, leading them toward the dining hall. Su Mingqiu quickly interjected. Hey, no need. Today it's my treat. Since you showed us around, I should be the one to pay. Let me treat you to something nice. It's the least I can do. But Jiang Ren refused, shaking his head seriously. How can that be? You're guests here at Daijing Martial Arts University. It wouldn't be right to let guests pay. I'm the host, so I must treat you. If you argue with me, you're not giving me face. Morong, Yin chimed in. Exactly. Let Jiang Ren treat. He's the host. If he doesn't, who will? We won't hold back. Wen Xingyao also smiled and nodded helplessly. All right, stop arguing. Since Jiang Ren insists, let him treat this time. Next time we go out, we'll return the favor. Then Su Mingqiu and the others followed Jiang Ren to the school canteen. Despite the crowd, the dining hall at Daijing Martial Arts University was well organized. Jiang Ren took them to a special VIP section reserved for teachers and top students. The food was better, and he ordered a large spread that filled the entire table. They sat down and chatted while eating. As they were enjoying their meal, Morong Yin suddenly put down his chopstick side and said with a look of regret, "Oh, it's a pity that Yang Wei didn't come. If he were here, it would probably be quite interesting." Su Mingqiu, holding a dish with his chopsticks, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, put down his chopsticks and teased, "What's the matter? Missing him? Want to bicker with him?" Morong Yan's face flushed at the remark. He quickly waved his hands to refute. "I'm not missing him. I just feel that without him, there's a bit less fun." Wen Xingyao covered her mouth with a smile and said nothing. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Haiming Martial University, Yang Wei was eating his mouth greasy as he gnawed on a large chicken leg. Suddenly, he let out a loud sneeze. Achoo. He rubbed his nose, frowned, stroked his chin, and said, Who's talking behind my back? It must be that Morong Yin kid gossiping about me again. After the meal, Su Mingqiu and the others parted ways with Jiang Ren. After the meal, the group separated from Jiang Ren. Su Mingqiu and his two companions returned to the temporary dormitory arranged for them. As soon as they returned, Lin Feng called them to remind them to be careful during the competition. Then they washed up and went to rest. The next day arrived quickly. Early in the morning, the three of them tidied up, changed into clean uniforms of Haiming Martial University, and headed towards the competition venue. On the way, people around were all discussing the joint freshman competition. At the entrance of the venue, the staff checked their player credentials before allowing them in. After all, it was an important competition, so security was tight to prevent any disruption. Upon arriving at the venue, Su Mingqiu looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but marvel at how spectacular it was. The competition venue could hold tens of thousands of people, and there was a massive central holographic projection that could broadcast the matches in 360-degree view to all spectators. The surrounding spectator seats were already full. Then Su Mingqiu saw Jiang Ren waving at him from the player area. The three of them went over. In the player area, contestants from various schools were all present. Zhao Tianfeng was also there. Upon seeing Su Mingqiu, he nodded at him apologetically. Morong Yin saw him and teased, "Yo, you're here too. Not challenging Su Mingqiu today." Zhao Tianfeng's face reddened. He said nothing and turned away, too embarrassed to respond. Su Mingqiu and his two companions sat down next to Jiang Ren, and the surrounding contestants secretly glanced at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu looked around. There were quite a lot of spectators, even more than he had imagined. After waiting a while, all the contestants had gathered. Jiang Ren leaned over and whispered in Su Mingqiu's ear, "Look, that one in black clothes, that's Yi Qianjue." Su Mingqiu followed his gaze and saw the man in black. He was quite thin, with a pale face, dressed in black clothes, sitting in the most secluded corner. He was alone, with his eyes closed, looking cold and exuding a faint aura of darkness. His whole demeanor gave off a sense of keep away, and the people around him dared not approach. Yi Qianjue seemed to sense someone watching him. He opened his eyes, turned around, and saw Su Mingqiu. His gaze was indifferent, devoid of emotion, like an ancient well. He nodded faintly at Su Mingqiu, said nothing, and turned back. He closed his eyes again to rest, not uttering a word, appearing quite cold. Su Mingqiu withdrew his gaze and thought to himself, he's truly formidable. No wonder Jiang Ren couldn't defeat him. Yi Qianjue was already at the 4th rank, first stage higher than all the other contestants. Just then 5 vice principals walked out from the backstage. The entire audience couldn't help but applaud upon seeing them. After all, they were vice principals of top universities, all renowned experts of long standing. The applause lasted for a long time before dying down. The few of them walked onto the podium and sat in designated chairs. Wu Wanhua looked at the sea of people below and couldn't help but smile, saying, "What a lively scene." The vice principal of Modi University, upon hearing this, said to Lin Wenyan, "Old Lin, everyone is here. The contestants have arrived. Let's get started. Don't keep everyone waiting too long." They're all eager to watch the competition. Lin Wenyuan nodded, then stood up and announced, I declare that the joint freshman competition of the 5 top universities is now about to begin. First we will draw lots to determine the matchups. His voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. Whether it was the contestants at the front or the spectators at the back, everyone could hear him distinctly. Then with a wave of his hand, the names of 15 contestants appeared on the holographic projection. The names began to scroll randomly, spinning rapidly. Everyone stared at the names. Finally the names stopped paired up in twos. Coincidentally, only Su Mingqiu's name was alone. The rest were all paired up. Lin Wenyuan looked at the result and said, Alright, the draw results are out. Su Mingqiu gets a bye. The others prepare for the first round. Lin Wenyuan sat back down. The vice principal of Zhongyuan Martial University next to him leaned over and teased, Hey old Lin, isn't this a bit shady? What a coincidence that Su Mingqiu got a bye? Did you do that on purpose? Lin Wenyuan waved his hand, helplessly sighed, and said, No choice, I had to let this kid have a bye. Give the others a chance. Su Mingqiu sat on a chair in the player area, propping his chin, watching the first match on stage with great interest. He didn't know either of the 2 contestants. One was from Zhongyuan Martial University and the other from Moda University. Coincidentally, both had S-rank beast transformation abilities. The contestant from Zhongyuan Martial University activated his ability first, and his aura instantly surged. A pair of huge black wings suddenly sprouted from his back. The nails on his hands became as sharp as blades, and his muscles bulged all over. This was the beast transformation of the Qiongqi ability. Legend said it was the form of the ancient ferocious beast Qiongqi, inherently possessing extreme speed and explosive power. The moment he attacked, he exuded a fierce and murderous aura. The contestant from Moda University was not to be outdone. A thick cyan-black tortoise shell instantly appeared on his body, enveloping his entire body tightly, and his limbs became much more robust. His skin glowed with the hard luster of jade. This was the Xuanwu beast transformation. The form of the ancient divine beast Xuanwu was renowned for absolute defense among all beast transformation abilities. Immediately the Qiongqi user charged forward. With a powerful flap of his wings, he instantly reached the Xuanwu user and struck fiercely with his sharp claws. With a crisp clang, the claw struck the tortoise shell, leaving not even a single mark. Instead, the impact numbed his own claw, forcing him to step back half a pace. Qiongqi refused to accept defeat. He launched a series of ferocious attacks, his wings whipping out sharp wind blades that sliced toward Xuanwu. Yet those wind blades merely clattered against the shell, with a series of metallic pings, failing to even scratch the surface. Xuanwu stood his ground, letting Qiongqi strike him without even dodging. When Qiongqi had exhausted his assault, Xuanwu suddenly threw a punch. The fist carried immense heavy force, crashing brutally into Qiongqi's body. Qiongqi never saw it coming. He was sent flying, landing hard on the edge of the arena, unable to get up for a long time. Lying on the ground, gasping for air, Qiongqi realized that no matter how hard he struck, he couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Continuing would only waste his strength, so he raised his hand and conceded. Su Mingqiu watched the scene, nodding inwardly. He thought to himself that Xuanwu's defense was truly formidable. Although Qiongqi's attacks were fierce and his speed was high, he simply couldn't breach the opponent's defense. No matter how much he fought, it was useless. This was a complete elemental counter. Jiang Ren sidled up to Su Mingqiu and said, I've heard of that Xuanwu guy before. He's the top freshman at Moda Martial Arts University. His defense is ridiculously high. In their school's freshman competition, no one could break through his defense. He's rock solid, never lost a single match. After the first match where Xuanwu defeated Qiongqi, it was soon Zhao Tianfeng's turn. His opponent was an S-rank wolf-type beast transformation user from Zhongyuan Martial Arts University. Many had previously thought that Zhao Tianfeng, having been defeated by Su Mingqiu yesterday, was only mediocre in strength. But the moment he stepped onto the arena, everyone was stunned. The wolf-type transformation user immediately launched a fierce assault. His wolf tail whipped with incredible speed, leaving afterimages, and his sharp claws slashed toward Zhao Tianfeng. Zhao Tianfeng, however, had prepared in advance. He instantly condensed a thick layer of metal armor, enveloping his entire body. The claws struck the armor, but failed to penetrate the defense. In response, Zhao Tianfeng formed several sharp metal blades and shot them toward his opponent. Before the opponent could react, he also flung out several metal chains, binding the enemy tightly. Within minutes, he had cleanly subdued the S-rank opponent, without any hesitation. The audience below the arena realized that Zhao Tianfeng was actually that strong. He had only lost to Su Mingqiu earlier. His own strength was still top tier. After all, the top freshmen of Jinhai Martial Arts University could never be weak. Soon the matches continued, and before long, it was when Xingyao's turn. Her opponent was an S-rank wind-type ability user from Daijing Martial Arts University. As soon as when Xingyao stepped onto the arena, she felt considerable pressure. She had heard from Jiang Ren earlier about the opponent's speed. The match began with a wind blade hurtling toward her. Wen Xingyao quickly turned and activated her ability to heal herself. But the opponent gave her no respite, sending one wind blade after another in her direction. Wen Xingyao's attacks couldn't even touch the opponent, who was far too fast. The opponent easily dodged every strike, while Wen Xingyao was constantly hit by wind blades and had to keep healing herself. But the opponent's attacks were too rapid, her healing speed couldn't keep up with the damage output. After a few minutes of fighting, when Xingyao knew that continuing was futile, she couldn't touch the opponent, couldn't block the attacks, and was merely a punching bag. She simply raised her hand and conceded. Fighting further would only result in injury, with no meaning. Next came Jiang Ren's match. His opponent was another S-rank water-type ability user from Modu Martial Arts University. As soon as the match began, the water-type user formed a thick wall of water, hoping to block all of Jiang Ren's lightning. But when Jiang Ren saw this, he grinned and unleashed a thick bolt of lightning. The lightning struck the water wall with tremendous force. The electricity instantly traveled through the water, directly hitting the water-type user. He was electrocuted, his entire body numb and limbs stiff, unable to move. Jiang Ren seized the opportunity, charged forward, and knocked the opponent off the arena in a few moves, smoothly advancing to the next round. A water type facing a lightning type. That's just asking to be destroyed. Water conducts electricity. Didn't he know that? Using a water wall to block lightning was so stupid. Now he's electrocuted himself and handed the win away. Then came Morong Yan's match. His opponent was another S-rank Earth-type ability user from Jinhai Martial Arts University. As soon as Morong Yan stepped onto the arena, he summoned flames from his entire body, causing the surrounding temperature to spike instantly. He threw a punch, and the flames burned through the earth wall the opponent had raised as easily as burning paper without any resistance. The Earth-type user couldn't withstand the assault. Within minutes, Morong Yan had won and advanced smoothly. Su Mingqiu sat below, chin propped on his hand, watching the scene and nodding. After Morong Yan and Jiang Ren came down, they immediately began bragging to each other, exchanging words and teasing one another, each boasting about how formidable they were. Only one match remained, Yi Qianjue's. He had been sitting in a corner with his eyes closed, meditating. When he heard the referee call his name, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm like an ancient well, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Ren had told Su Mingqiu earlier that Yi Qianjue rarely spoke, never socialized, and simply cultivated on his own. After opening his eyes, he said nothing, simply stood up and walked toward the arena. His opponent was the top freshman of Zhongyuan Martial Arts University, an S-rank Taotai beast transformation user. Many had considered this opponent the dark horse of the tournament. His Taotai ability could devour any attack. In Zhongyuan's freshman competition, no one had ever beaten him. No matter what attack was thrown, he could swallow it whole. Yi Qianjue stepped onto the arena and said nothing. He simply waved his arm lightly, and a dark slash flew toward his opponent. It looked like a casual gesture, as if he didn't even consider the opponent a threat. The Taotai transformation user, seeing the slash, opened his massive maw. With a roar, he devoured the dark slash. Then he licked his lips, looking utterly relaxed, as if saying, "Is that all you've got? And you think you can fight me?" Yi Qianjue frowned slightly at the sight. This guy could also devour. Interesting. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could consume his dark energy. He merely frowned. Then a massive sphere of darkness condensed in his palm, roughly the same size as Morong Yan's Flame Emperor Fireball from before. Pitch black, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn inward, exuding an oppressive aura. Even those in the audience below could sense a chilling coldness. Once formed, Yi Qianjue directly hurled the dark sphere toward his opponent. The Taotai contestant, just as before, opened his massive maw, attempting to devour the sphere as well. He assumed it would be as easy as swallowing the earlier dark slash attack. After all, his Taotai ability could consume anything. However, halfway through swallowing the sphere, something felt wrong. The energy within was far too immense, and the dark power inside was something he simply could not digest. He was utterly incapable of swallowing it. In an instant, the dark energy surged through his body, numbing him completely and paralyzing his limbs, leaving him unable to move. Immediately after, the dark sphere detonated, its black energy engulfing him in a flash. The explosion sent him flying off the arena platform. Jiang Ren leaned close to Su Mingqiu and whispered, "The Taoye's devouring ability is completely useless against his dark energy." Morong Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, that dark sphere is about the same size as my Flame Emperor Fireball, yet far more powerful. That guy is just too strong. In such a short time, he's already annihilated the top fighter of Zhongyuan. Yi Qianjue, having won, said nothing at all, simply turned around and descended from the arena. He returned to his seat, closed his eyes again, and resumed his meditation as though the match had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Throughout the entire event, he did not utter a single word, maintaining his usual cold and distant demeanor, as if warning everyone to keep their distance. On the officials' platform, the vice principal of Zhongyuan Martial Arts University watched as all three of his school's competitors were eliminated in the first round. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table and lashed out at Lin Wenyu. "Old Lin, are you doing this on purpose? What? Did you deliberately pair all my students against opponents they can't beat just to eliminate everyone from my school?" Growing angrier by the moment, he pointed at Lin Wenyu. "All I did was forget to reply to your message last year. Was it really necessary to go this far? Seriously, just because of something this trivial you're retaliating against me like this, wiping out all my school's newcomers?" The other vice principals nearby overheard this and could not help but chuckle. The vice principal from Shanghai patted the Zhongyuan vice principal on the shoulder and teased, "Come on, calm down. Who told you to ignore old Lin's message last year? That old man holds grudges like nobody's business. You should know this about him, haha. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan immediately put on an expression of innocence. Spreading his hands, he said to the Zhongyuan vice principal, Hey, don't blame me for this. This was an absolutely fair draw. Everything was completely random. How could I possibly control it? Don't frame me. I'm a respectable person who never engages in shady dealings. The Zhongyuan vice principal looked at Lin Wenyuan's innocent expression and began to wonder whether he might have wrongly accused him. While he was still pondering, Wu Wanhua chimed in with a smile. Good heavens, you're all grown men acting like children bickering back and forth. Aren't you embarrassed? You're both past your prime. Hearing Wu Wanhua's words, both men immediately calmed down. The Zhongyuan vice principal continued to wonder whether he had truly misjudged old Lin. What he failed to notice was that when he turned his head, Lin Wenyuan secretly glanced over at the Shanghai vice principal, gave him a wink, and stifled a grin. Seeing that all the first-round matches had concluded, Lin Wenyuan stood up and addressed the crowd. All right, the first round of morning competitions has now come to an end. Everyone go take a rest and have a meal. We will begin the second round at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Be on time, no latecomers. The competitors and audience members below dispersed accordingly. Su Mingqiu and his companions went together to the university cafeteria for a meal and some rest. After all, there were more matches in the afternoon, and they needed to preserve their energy. Soon 2 o'clock arrived, and everyone returned on time. The audience section was even more crowded than in the morning. Lin Wenyuan also stood up and addressed the crowd. All right, everyone is present. We will now conduct the draw for the second round to determine the matchups. With a wave of his hand, the holographic projection above them reappeared. This time it displayed the names of the 8 remaining advancing competitors. Then the names began to shuffle, rapidly spinning at great speed. Everyone stared intently, dreading the possibility of being paired against Yi Qinjue or Su Mingqiu. After all, facing either of them was practically a guaranteed loss. No one wanted to be eliminated in the second round. They all wanted to advance further. Finally, the names came to a halt. Lin Wenyuan checked the results and announced, all right, the draw is complete. All 4 matchups have been determined. Prepare yourselves. The matches will begin shortly. The first matchup was between Murong Yin and Zhao Tianfeng. Upon hearing the result, both stood up and made their way toward the arena. Su Mingqiu sat below, resting his chin on his hand as he watched them. He thought to himself that this fight should go to Murong Yin. Zhao Tianfeng's metal-based ability would likely struggle to withstand Murong Yin's flames. Once both reached the arena, Murong Yin looked at Zhao Tianfeng, waved cheerfully, and said, Who would have thought I'd run into you so soon? Zhao Tianfeng glared at Murong Yin with clear resentment. His earlier challenge against Su Mingqiu had ended in swift defeat, and everyone had deemed him weak. He had long harbored frustration and a burning desire to prove himself. He retorted to Murong Yin, Humph, just because I couldn't beat Su Mingqiu doesn't mean I can't beat you. Murong Yin chuckled at this and replied, Oh, is that so? Then let's see if you can actually defeat me. The two faced each other and activated their abilities. Immediately, blazing flames erupted around Murong Yin's body, and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed. Meanwhile, thick metallic armor instantly formed around Zhao Tianfeng, enveloping him completely. Twin sharp metal blades also materialized in his hands. Murong Yin struck first, seizing the initiative. A fiery fist shot directly towards Zhao Tianfeng. Zhao Tianfeng reacted quickly and attempted to block the blow. However, the moment the fire fist made contact with the metallic blades, those gleaming weapons melted instantly, much like an ice cream bar plunged into boiling water. Moreover, the residual heat of the flame fist traveled along his arm and partially melted the metal armor covering Zhao Tianfeng's arms. However, Zhao Tianfeng's metal armor had also consumed a significant portion of the Fist of Flame's energy. After melting the armor, the Fist of Flame dissipated into the air. Zhao Tianfeng had not expected Murong Yin's flames to be so fierce. His armor had nearly failed to protect him. Staring at his molten armor, Zhao Tianfeng was somewhat surprised, yet he felt no fear. Instead, a thrill of excitement surged within him. Not bad. Your flames are indeed something, but this is far from enough. I haven't even begun to take this seriously. Murong Yin smiled, raising an eyebrow as he retorted, Oh, really? Then you'd better be careful, for I have much fiercer techniques yet. Zhao Tianfeng watched Murong Yin and directly condensed several sharp metal chains in his hands. The chains gleamed with a cold, menacing light as they whistled toward Murong Yin. His intent was to ensnare his opponent and restrict his movements. The chains flew at tremendous speed, and many spectators assumed Murong Yin would be bound. However, upon seeing this, Murong Yin's gaze hardened. He quickly condensed flames beneath his feet akin to rocket thrust. In an instant, the propulsion launched him forward, leaving afterimages in his rapid evasion. He easily dodged the chains, which missed their mark and slammed into the arena floor, carving deep grooves into the hardened surface. Moreover, Murong Yin charged straight at Zhao Tianfeng. Zhao Tianfeng failed to react in time. He had expected his opponent to retreat, not to advance so boldly. Upon closing the distance, Murong Yin instantly condensed flames in his palm and threw a punch straight for Zhao Tianfeng's face. Zhao Tianfeng recovered quickly, encasing both hands in a thick layer of metal armor, several times denser than before. He then lunged forward, aiming to clash fists with his opponent. Boom! Their fists collided with devastating force. Flame met metal, producing a fierce, sizzling sound. The metal began to melt upon contact with the extreme heat. Yet Zhao Tianfeng's armor was too substantial to be entirely consumed at once. Meanwhile, Murong Yan's flames were also tempered by the dense armor. Almost immediately, a colossal shockwave erupted from their point of impact and radiated outward. Both fighters were forced backward by the force, stumbling several steps before regaining their balance. Zhao Tianfeng glanced at his hands, noting that more of his armor had melted and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Once stabilized, Zhao Tianfeng summoned his entire ability to materialize a colossal metal fist, roughly the size of a small house, and hurled it at Murong Yan. Witnessing this, Murong Yan's flames flared even more violently, engulfing his entire body. Flame storm. Immediately, a massive vortex of fire shot toward Zhao Tianfeng. The vortex contained scorching flames of terrifying heat, distorting the surrounding air with its intense thermal output. Zhao Tianfeng's metal fist began to melt the moment it touched the fiery vortex. Meeting no resistance whatsoever, the vortex continued its relentless advance toward Zhao Tianfeng. 10,000 blade storm. In an instant, countless metal shards formed a colossal spinning maelstrom before him. Each fragment whirred at blinding speed, radiating a lethal aura designed to counter Murong Yan's flame vortex. Metal shards collided with the flames, emitting a continuous sizzling sound. Ultimately, Zhao Tianfeng's 10,000 blade storm succeeded in extinguishing Murong Yan's flame vortex. Seeing this turn of events, Zhao Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, convinced he had finally repelled the attack. However, before he could fully relax, he witnessed Murong Yan's flames surge once more, burning even more fiercely than before as he shouted, "Flame Emperor." Instantly, a colossal sphere of fire manifested in his palm. Resembling a miniature sun, it radiated terrifyingly high temperatures. Zhao Tianfeng's 10,000 blade storm touched the fireball and was instantly annihilated. The metal shards vaporized upon contact, completely disintegrating. Just as the fireball was about to impact him, it suddenly halted and then gradually dissipated. Zhao Tianfeng watched the vanishing sphere, and a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Breathing heavily, he waved a hand toward Murong Yan and declared, "I yield." Without another word, he descended from the arena. The remaining competitors observed Murong Yan, each unable to suppress a frown. They had previously believed only Su Mingqiu and Yi Qinjue posed formidable threats. Never did they anticipate Murong Yan as yet another powerhouse. On the VIP podium, the vice principal of Jinhai Martial Arts University, witnessing the loss of his schools, Zhao Tianfeng couldn't resist remarking to Wu Wanhua, "My dear old Wu, what's going on at your Haiming Martial Arts University? Besides Su Mingqiu, there's also Murong Yan. How have so many prodigies ended up at your institution?" With 3 of his school's competitors reduced to 1, he feared elimination in this round was imminent. Hearing this, Wu Wanhua offered a faint smile and dismissed it with a wave of her hand, saying, "Flattery, my friend. Pure luck, nothing more." Following Murong Yan's match, the next contest commenced, namely the showdown between Yi Qinjue and Xuanwu from Mudu Martial Arts University. Both competitors rose and made their way toward the arena. On the same podium, the vice principal of Mudu Martial Arts University glanced between his own Xuanwu and Yi Qinjue, letting out a resigned sigh. "There's no need to watch further. Yi Qinjue will prevail." The other vice principals nodded in agreement. It was inevitable, given that Yi Qinjue had already reached 4th stage first level, a realm superior to Xuanwu's. Moreover, Yi Qinjue's dark ability was profoundly uncanny. While Xuanwu's defenses were formidable, they stood no chance against such an opponent. Once on the arena floor, Yi Qinjue remained as stoic as ever, offering no words and betraying no emotion. Almost immediately, he swept his arm, launching a black slashing energy toward Xuanwu. Xuanwu was well prepared. He instantly materialized a thick turtle shell, blocking the dark slash outright. It rang with a sharp metallic clang, proving the attack could not pierce his defensive formation. Spectators presumed Xuanwu would adopt his usual tactic, remaining stationary and gradually wearing down his opponent. After all, that had been his established fighting style. However, unexpectedly, after deflecting the slash, Xuanwu's speed skyrocketed. He surged forward in a flash and delivered a powerful punch straight at Yi Qinjue. The audience below was stunned by this display. What the? Is Xuanwu's speed also this high? Having only seen him defend passively, everyone had assumed he was slow and solely focused on defense. Who would have guessed his agility was so remarkable? The contrast was truly striking. Yi Qinjue hadn't expected Xuanwu's speed to be so swift. However, his reaction was equally rapid, and in an instant, dark energy condensed in his palm, blocking Xuanwu's punch. Their collision produced a thunderous bang. Both Yi Qinjue and Xuanwu took a step backward, and they exchanged stunned glances. Yi Qinjue was surprised by the sheer power behind Xuanwu's strikes, as well as his remarkable speed. Xuanwu in turn was taken aback by the ferocity of Yi Qinjue's dark energy. Its durability was more than enough to withstand his fist. The two locked eyes. Yi Qinjue realized that Xuanwu was no ordinary opponent like the weaklings he had faced before. Without hesitation, he stomped his foot heavily onto the arena floor. In an instant, the entire arena ground was swallowed by dense darkness. The darkness behaved like quicksand, emitting a chilling, suffocating suction. Xuanwu immediately felt his feet firmly trapped. He could not move at all, and the grip continued dragging him downward, trying to pull him into that abyssal darkness. He desperately channeled his abilities throughout his body attempting to break free, but the suction was far too overwhelming. He could only spare part of his strength to resist the downward pull. While Xuanwu struggled against the suction, Yi Qianjue seized the opportunity and instantly appeared before him. Both of Yi Qianjue's hands were shrouded in thick darkness. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Xuanwu's body. Xuanwu had no choice but to divide his strength to counter the lingering suction, leaving him unable to dodge. His defensive capabilities were significantly weakened. Yi Qianjue's fists rained down upon Xuanwu's turtle shell, producing muffled booming sounds with every impact. Cracks began to spiderweb across the hardened shell. Xuanwu gritted his teeth attempting to evade, but he was completely immobilized, forced to endure the punishment. Finally, a crushing punch from Yi Qianjue struck Xuanwu squarely in the chest. Blood erupted from his lips, and with every ounce of strength remaining, he broke free from the binding darkness. He instantly flashed backward, narrowly avoiding Yi Qianjue's next strike. Xuanwu retreated to the edge of the arena, panting heavily and wiping the blood from his mouth. Damn it! Yi Qianjue is absolutely ruthless. Xuanwu's defense is nearly impenetrable, yet he's been reduced to this. That was brutal. I actually thought Xuanwu had a chance against him. Clearly I was wrong. I think only Su Mingqiu from this generation can stand against him. Looks like the final match will be Su Mingqiu versus Yi Qianjue. Su Mingqiu sat in the stands, chin resting on his hand, watching Yi Qianjue on the arena. Yi Qianjue's ability was indeed peculiar. But honestly, it was nothing particularly useful. If it came to me, I would show him what real dimensional suppression feels like. After all, my cultivation realm was 4 full stages higher than Yi Qianjue's. Spitting blood from Yi Qianjue's punch, Xuanwu looked toward Yi Qianjue, standing calmly at the center of the arena. The defiance in his eyes flared to life once more. Gritting his teeth, his abilities surged wildly as he fully activated his Xuanwu transformation. His ordinary frame instantly swelled half a head taller, his wheat-toned skin gradually darkening to a heavy teal-black etched with thick ancient patterns. Along his spine, scales resembling an ancient tortoise shell slowly emerged, and his fingertips grew sharp claws gleaming with an earthy yellow luster. An imposing pressure as heavy as a mountain radiated from his body. This was the complete form of the S rank Xuanwu beast transformation. Cornered and desperate, he had finally stopped holding back. Seeing Xuanwu's transformation, a flicker of emotion crossed Yi Qianjue's face. He spoke calmly, finally ready to go all out. Before the words had barely settled, the dark energy swirling around him intensified dramatically. It was no ordinary black. It was an inky hue that devoured light itself, pulling the arena's illumination into its depths. Half the arena was plunged into an eerie gloom. The darkness spreading across the ground thickened from a thin layer into a viscous, ink-like substance. A suction force several times more terrifying than before erupted violently. Xuanwu stood rooted in place, his feet sinking deep into the reinforced alloy floor, before he managed to steady himself and avoid being pulled under. Immediately after, Yi Qianjue raised his hand, and the dark energy in his palm condensed frantically. A colossal sphere of darkness slowly took shape, its edges devouring the surrounding light. It resembled a miniature black hole radiating an aura of utterly devastating power. With a casual flick of his wrist, the dark sphere hurtled toward Xuanwu. It moved slowly but carried an inescapable sense of oppression. Xuanwu realized he could not dodge it. Abandoning any retreat, he stood firm and channeled every fiber of his ability to its absolute limit. He intended to take the blow head on. Behind him, a towering silhouette of a colossal Xuanwu more than 10 meters high slowly manifested. The phantom was entirely covered by an enormously thick shell which it positioned directly between itself and the dark sphere, shielding Xuanwu's body. When the two collided, there was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, an eerie silence descended. The earthy yellow patterns on the shell flickered wildly before fracturing incrementally, the sound of cracking growing louder and clearer. Xuanwu's face turned crimson, every vein on his body bulging as he strained with all his might to hold the barrier together. In less than 3 seconds, a sharp cracking sound echoed, and the massive Xuanwu shell phantom shattered into countless earthy yellow motes of light dissipating into the air. The dark sphere unimpeded slammed into Xuanwu's chest with full force. A heavy thud reverberated as Xuanwu was blown completely off the arena. He crashed hard onto the open ground before the spectator stands and fell unconscious instantly. His Xuanwu transformation rapidly dissolved his teal-black skin, reverting to normal, the shell patterns vanishing entirely. He lay motionless, no longer bearing any sign of his beast form. The school's healing division doctors who had been waiting nearby rushed over at once. They produced healing jade slips and medicinal ointments, carefully lifted Xuanwu onto a stretcher, and quickly carried him toward the infirmary. The vice principal of Shanghai Martial Arts University watched the scene and sighed helplessly. As expected, it was no use. Even with Xuanwu pushing himself to the absolute limit and unleashing his complete beast transformation, he still could not overcome Yi Qianjue. Seeing this, Lin Wenyuan patted his shoulder and offered insincere consolation. "Old Su, don't be upset. Xuanwu performed admirably. Forcing Yi Qianjue to reveal his full power is already an impressive feat. No one else could have done that much. The vice principal gave him a harsh glare and ignored him entirely. That old fox was clearly gloating about his own school's genius. Soon the referee cleared the traces from the arena. The previous match, Yi Qianjue wins, advancing to the top 4. Next, the following match, please welcome the 2 contestants. Haiming Martial Arts University, Su Mingqiu, versus Daijing Martial Arts University Wind type, Esper Qinfeng. Su Mingqiu. Finally, it's Su Mingqiu's turn. I've been waiting for this match for a long time. Go Su Shun. Everyone shouted, Su Shin instantly igniting the entire arena's atmosphere. Su Mingqiu heard his name called, stretched lazily, stood up from his seat, and flexed his wrists. He walked toward the arena. People around instinctively made way for him, all eyes fixed on him. Many female students from Daijing Martial Arts University secretly took out their phones to snap photos of him. After all, handsome and powerful. Who wouldn't like him? His opponent Qinfeng, the Wind-type Esper from Daijing Martial Arts University, also stood up. Yi Qianjue, who had just finished his match, was leaning back in his chair with eyes closed. Hearing the referee call Su Mingqiu's name, he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of scrutiny in his dark pupils as he looked toward the arena. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the final match would be between him and Su Mingqiu. Getting an early understanding of his opponent's capabilities couldn't hurt. On the arena, Qinfeng had already stepped up. Many students from Daijing Martial Arts University cheered him on. Go Qinfeng. Show your strength. Though everyone knew he probably couldn't win against Su Mingqiu, they still hoped he could perform at his best and not embarrass himself. Hearing the cheers, Qinfeng took a deep breath, walked to the center of the arena, and faced Su Mingqiu with utmost seriousness. Without wasting words, he attacked immediately. Wind God, instant step. He shouted softly, and the surrounding air currents surged wildly instantly. With the power of wind, his body completed a short-distance spatial displacement. Then he continuously teleported, darting around Su Mingqiu in all directions. In just a second, the arena was filled with his afterimages. It looked like there were a dozen Qinfengs surrounding Su Mingqiu, impossible to distinguish the real one from the fakes. Then, while moving around, Qinfeng condensed high-speed sharp air currents. One after another, wind blades that tore through the air shot from his hands, dense and from all directions. It seemed as if they would slice Su Mingqiu into pieces. But Su Mingqiu remained standing still the entire time, not moving an inch. He simply watched calmly as Qinfeng dashed around him. Only when the wind blades were about to reach him did he exhale a breath of cold air. The chill around him instantly surged outward. The next second, Qinfeng felt his speed suddenly drop. The extreme velocity he had before vanished, and his movements became incredibly sluggish. His heart jolted. What the hell? What's happening? Su Mingqiu, seeing the wind blades flying toward him, casually grabbed them with both hands. The blades, originally extremely fast, slowed down drastically under the freezing chill. Su Mingqiu caught one, crushed it. The wind blades coming from behind him before they could even approach his body were frozen into ice by the cold aura surrounding him. They couldn't even touch him. Seeing this, Qinfeng quickly retreated, creating distance from Su Mingqiu. Standing far away, looking at Su Mingqiu's relaxed demeanor, he knew ordinary attacks couldn't break through Su Mingqiu's defense. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Tornado Prison." As the words left his mouth, his clothes flapped violently in the gale, and his hair stood on end. The surrounding air currents surged madly toward him. His hands rapidly condensed in front of his chest, wind energy spinning wildly. In just a second, a giant tornado over 10 meters tall appeared on the arena. The tornado howled fiercely, scraping shallow marks across the alloy floor of the stage. Qinfeng looked at the tornado and thought to himself, surely this move can break Su Mingqiu's defense. Su Mingqiu gazed at the roaring giant tornado before him. Interesting. This wind-type ultimate move is quite imposing. With that thought, Su Mingqiu activated his ice ability, and the chill around him skyrocketed. Several times more intense than before, cold air billowed from his hands. Then the arena floor was instantly covered by a thick layer of ice. From his feet, it spread rapidly toward the tornado. Beneath the ice, jagged ice pillars slowly rose, growing taller and thicker. In just a second, a massive iceberg appeared before him, firmly blocking the tornado's path. The roaring tornado struck the iceberg as if hitting an iron wall. The violently spinning wind, upon contact with the iceberg, was frozen by the piercing cold. Gradually, even the wind stopped. The entire tornado was frozen solid on the surface of the iceberg, becoming a frozen sculpture of wind, motionless. What the hell? He blocked it like that. Su Mingqiu casually created an iceberg. That's too powerful. In the rest area, Yi Qianjue saw this, and a flicker of surprise passed through his dark pupils. Looking at Qinfeng's frozen tornado and the massive, unmoving iceberg, the surrounding audience instinctively felt that Qinfeng had no way out and would surely surrender. Su Shun is amazing. Alas, it seems Qinfeng really has no way out. It's only normal, facing Su Mingqiu, who can hold up. Yeah, honestly, the gap between our school and others is huge. In previous joint tournaments, we always swept through easily. If it weren't for this year's Haiming Martial Arts University, having Su Mingqiu and Murong Yin, all other schools would have been crushed by our Daijing Martial Arts University. On the arena, Chen Feng, seeing his ultimate move blocked so easily, his pupils contracted. He clenched his fists tightly. Gale Force, he shouted loudly. This was a new move he had recently learned and had never used in any match before. This technique wasn't ordinary wind, it was wind energy compressed to the extreme, forming a violent hard gale. It carried a terrifying pressure. He had originally planned to save it for the finals, but now he had to try it out. The air currents around him instantly turned violent. No longer the loosely swirling wind of before, but a compressed pale green metallic gale of extreme intensity. The gravel caught in the wind was sliced into fine dust. Even the alloy floor of the arena was scarred with deep bone-revealing grooves by the wind pressure. The surrounding air was pressed, emitting a sizzling sound. A terrifying wind pressure surged towards Su Mingqiu's direction. Even the audience below could feel the oppressive force bearing down on them. Their faces stung from the wind, and they couldn't help but retreat several steps, afraid of being hurt by the dreadful gale. Su Mingqiu, seeing the sudden eruption of the fierce wind, was mildly surprised. Oh, a new trick. Interesting. He hadn't expected that this Chen Feng had kept such a move hidden. To have trained the wind to such a degree, there was something to him. He remained standing still, a bit curious whether this move could break the iceberg he had just conjured. In the resting area, Yi Qianjue straightened up slightly at the sight. His body, which had been reclining in the chair, leaned forward a little, his jet-black pupils carrying a hint of scrutiny. He too wanted to see if Chen Feng's last resort could cause Su Mingqiu some trouble. On the podium, the other vice principals, having witnessed Chen Feng unleash that terrifying blast of wind, began to speak. Several vice principals from other schools couldn't help but praise Lin Wenyuan. Old Lin, you're impressive. Your Imperial Capital Martial Arts University is really something. Yes. Even the third-ranked student in your school is this strong. Lin Wenyuan, hearing their praise, immediately became smug. He stroked his white beard, his tail practically wagging with pride, his chin lifted high. Of course. And don't forget who the vice principal of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University is. His smug demeanor amused the vice principal of Central Plains Martial Arts University. This old fellow. The Central Plains vice principal couldn't resist dousing his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. He curled his lip. TCH, what are you so proud of? The gap between you and Old Wu is pretty big too. Old Wu's Black Abyss Martial Arts University has Su Mingqiu, a super genius. At these words, the other vice principals couldn't help but laugh heartily. The vice principal from Magic Capital, Su, added with a smile, you're right. Old Lin, you really can't compare to Old Wu. Lin Wenyuan's face instantly fell. He shot a resentful glare at the Central Plains vice principal. You old thing, can't you stop ruining my moment? I finally get to bask in a little glory, and you have to throw cold water on me. Wu Wanhua watched their bickering and couldn't help but smile. She shook her head. All right, both of you. You're grown men well past your prime, yet you still act like children. You've been squabbling for decades. Can't you settle down and just watch the match properly? Lin Wenyuan snorted and turned his head, pretending to ignore them. But in his heart he had to admit that Su Mingqiu was indeed a formidable force, and his own school's student simply couldn't match up. Su Mingqiu stood still, watching the pale green violent gale slam violently against his iceberg. A faint crack sound was heard. It struck the surface of the iceberg, leaving only a few extremely fine cracks on the outermost layer of ice. Then the violent energy slowly dissipated with no further effect. The massive iceberg, dozens of meters tall, remained utterly motionless. Whoa, nothing. Didn't even scratch the surface. Is Su Mingqiu's ice made of 10,000-year-old mystic ice? That's too hard. I thought Chen Feng's new move might cause Su Mingqiu some trouble, but that's it. Su Mingqiu, seeing this, shook his head helplessly. He even felt a little disappointed. He had been curious, thinking that Chen Feng's hidden move might at least penetrate a meter or two. But there was no help for it. Chen Feng's cultivation level was far too inferior to his. He couldn't even break the ice Su Mingqiu had condensed. How could he fight? Su Mingqiu didn't waste any more time. He moved his foot. In an instant he vanished from his spot. A moment ago he was near the iceberg. The next second he was directly in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked up, saw Su Mingqiu standing before him, and was startled. His pupils contracted sharply. He tried to raise his hand, channeling the last dregs of his ability, hoping to struggle a little more. But Su Mingqiu grabbed his hand immediately. So cold. Chen Feng instantly felt a bone-piercing chill transmitted from Su Mingqiu's hand. It spread through his entire body in an instant. He tried to mobilize his wind-type ability, only to find that the energy within him immediately fell silent. It was as if it had frozen like water, completely unresponsive, and his whole body became stiff. Su Mingqiu, looking at his rigid state, said calmly, "All right, stop struggling. Tell me, do you want me to throw you down, or will you walk down yourself?" Chen Feng, upon hearing this, gave an embarrassed laugh, and quickly said, "I'll do it myself. No need to trouble you. I'll walk." Then Su Mingqiu released his hand. Chen Feng hurriedly rubbed his hands together. The piercing chill took a while to dissipate slowly. Only then did he regain his mobility. He quickly raised his hand. I concede. The referee announced loudly. This match, Su Mingqiu wins, advancing to the top 4. Yi Qianjue, observing this, slowly leaned back into his chair, but his hand quietly clenched. Lin Wenyuan shook his head helplessly and sighed. Alas, that Su Mingqiu is a true monster. No one can do anything against him. The Central Plains vice principal hearing this couldn't resist adding, "See, I told you. You're far behind old Wu. You were so proud earlier, but now you know." Lin Wenyuan shot him a furious glare. "Shut up. Your school's contestant was eliminated in the first round, and you still have the nerve to talk about me. What right do you have to say that?" Wu Wanhua watched their bickering and couldn't help but smile again, shaking her head. After the match, Su Mingqiu waved his hand casually, and the massive iceberg dozens of meters high instantly turned into a sky full of fine ice shards. Next we have the following match. Please welcome the two contestants. From Imperial Capital Martial Arts University Jiang Ren versus from Tianjin Martial Arts University Li Tao. Jiang Ren. Brother Jiang. Go for it. The Imperial Capital students immediately started shouting. Jiang Ren was already popular on campus, and the atmosphere in the arena was instantly reignited. Soon Jiang Ren stepped onto the arena floor wearing the uniform of Daijing. His posture was upright and confident, an air of self-assurance evident on his face. His opponent Li Tao from Jinhai Martial Arts University followed him up. Li Tao was a wood-type ability user from Jinhai. Now he was about to compete against Jiang Ren for the last spot in the top 4. The two of them bowed to the referee, signaling they were ready. At the referee's call of begin, they moved instantly. Li Tao made the first move. He knew Jiang Ren's lightning-type ability was fast and devastating. So from the start he channeled his wood-type power and shouted, "Vine Entanglement." Before the words had even left his mouth, countless green thorny vines burst from the arena floor, wildly coiling toward Jiang Ren. His intention was to pin Jiang Ren down and limit his mobility. If he could restrain him, only then would he have a chance to win. But Jiang Ren was not afraid at all. Lightning flickered around his body, and he unleashed his attack, Lightning Cutter. The moment those vines touched Jiang Ren's lightning, they were reduced to charcoal, instantly unable to even approach him. Li Tao's vines couldn't so much as brush against his clothes. Seeing this, Li Tao had no choice but to switch to ranged wood-type attacks. Countless sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, shooting toward Jiang Ren. But Jiang Ren's speed was simply too great. With lightning flaring around him, he dodged every single wooden spike in an instant. After only a few minutes of combat, Jiang Ren had completely gained the upper hand. Li Tao's every attack missed Jiang Ren entirely, and all of his restraining techniques were effortlessly broken. Having no other choice, Li Tao took a deep breath and roared, "Wooden Dragon." No sooner had the words left his lips than countless trees exploded from the arena floor, growing furiously before coalescing into a massive wooden dragon over 30 meters long. The wooden dragon's body was a vibrant emerald green covered in fresh living leaves. Its massive mouth opened to emit a low thunderous roar. Wooden Dragon. This is Li Tao giving it his all. Who knew Li Tao had this move? He's never used it before. But Jiang Ren showed no fear as the wooden dragon charged toward him. He channeled all of his ability, his lightning aura surging dramatically as he shouted, "Thunder Dragon." A massive thunder dragon over 30 meters long, crackling with electric blue lightning, erupted from Jiang Ren's hands. The moment the thunder dragon collided with the wooden dragon, it shattered it completely. Those wooden fragments exposed to the raging lightning turned instantly to charcoal. The colossal wooden dragon dissolved into thin air. The thunder dragon, its momentum unabated, charged straight toward Li Tao. Seeing it bearing down on him, Li Tao was startled and quickly raised his hands, shouting at the referee, "I concede. I concede." Upon seeing this, Jiang Ren casually waved his hand, and the thunder dragon dispersed into the air. He had won and advanced to the top 4. Lin Wenyuan saw this and immediately beamed with pride. Stroking his white beard, he boasted to the vice principals beside him, "See, my students from Daijing are simply unmatched." Hearing this, the vice principal of Zhongyuan couldn't help but pour cold water on him, sneering, "TCH, what's there to be proud of? Your student will get swept just the same when he faces Su Mingqiu." Lin Wenyuan glared at him irritably, "Shut up." Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu and the others, seeing Jiang Ren, smiled and waved at him. Jiang Ren smiled back before descending from the arena. With this match concluded, all the quarterfinals were over, and the top 4 of this year's joint competition had been determined. They were Su Mingqiu and Murong Yan from Haiming Martial Arts University, and Yi Qianjue and Jiang Ren from Daijing Martial Arts University. The 4 top-tier geniuses had swept the top 4 spots. Everyone began discussing excitedly what the upcoming semifinals would look like. All eyes were on the hope that Su Mingqiu and Yi Qianjue would meet in the finals, delivering a true epic showdown. After completing the final call, the referee picked up the microphone and announced loudly, "Today's quarterfinals are now officially concluded. The semifinals and finals will continue tomorrow. Please be sure to arrive on time to witness these epic matchups." Hearing this, the surrounding spectators began packing up and making their way out of the stadium, the crowd surging with energy. Su Mingqiu and his group were also preparing to leave when Xing Yao approached from the viewing stands. She had been watching the subsequent matches there ever since finishing her own. Then Su Mingqiu and the others headed toward the cafeteria. Along the way, everyone chatted about tomorrow's matches. Murong Yin mentioned that he would be facing Yi Qianjue. The group ate together at the cafeteria, talking for a long time, before they realized that evening had fallen, and they slowly made their way back toward the temporary dormitories. After a busy day, everyone was tired and eager to rest and recharge for tomorrow's matches. Just as they arrived at the dormitory entrance, Su Mingqiu's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Lin Feng calling. Raising an eyebrow, he answered, "Hello, Teacher Lin." No sooner had he answered than Lin Feng's signature booming voice erupted from the phone, so loud, it made Su Mingqiu's ears sting. "Little monster. Win that championship tomorrow for me. Do you hear me? Daijing Martial University has dominated the joint competition championship for many years now. It's our turn at Haiming to claim it." Su Mingqiu was about to respond when Lin Feng's voice came again, this time with a pained hiss. "Ow, easy there, sister. Your grip is too strong. My old back can't take it. Gentle, gentle." Hearing this, Su Mingqiu's lips twitched. "Teacher Lin, what are you doing? Not resting at this hour?" Lin Feng chuckled heartily. Nothing. Just getting a massage to relax. You know how it is. Sat through all day of matches today. My back and waist are killing me. Us old folks, our bodies just can't take it anymore." Su Mingqiu shook his head helplessly and said into the phone, All right. Don't worry, Teacher Lin. I'll bring back the championship tomorrow." Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed loudly. "That's it, little monster. I'll hang up now. I've got something urgent on my end. Waiting for your good news tomorrow." Before Su Mingqiu could say another word, Lin Feng had already hung up. The others nearby, having been close enough to overhear, all caught the conversation. Murong Yin teased with a grin. "Impressive, Teacher Lin. Really knows how to enjoy himself." Su Mingqiu smiled helplessly and waved him off. "All right, cut it out. Let's go back and rest. We've got matches tomorrow." Then each of them returned to their own rooms, preparing to rest well and gather their strength for the epic showdowns of tomorrow. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the next day. By noon, the highly anticipated semifinals were finally about to commence. Several contestants had already arrived at the arena and were seated in the competitor area awaiting the start of the match. At that moment, Lin Wenyuan stood up. He was responsible for drawing the lots for this semifinal. Smiling at the audience below and the contestants beside him, he said, "All right, all 4 finalists are here. Now I will draw the lots to determine the semifinal matchups." After speaking, he nodded to the staff beside him, who activated the holographic projection in the center of the arena. The names of the 4 contestants began to dance chaotically across the projection. Su Mingqiu, Murong, Yan Yi Qinjue, and Jiang Ren. 4 names flickered and shuffled. The surrounding audience held their breath, staring intently at the projection, waiting for the final result. Soon the projection stopped shifting, and the final matchup results appeared before everyone's eyes. Haiming Martial Arts University's Su Mingqiu versus Daijing Martial Arts University's Jiang Ren. Haiming Martial Arts University's Murong Yin versus Daijing Martial Arts University's Yi Qinjue. Wow. It's exactly Haiming versus Daijing, not 2 teammates fighting each other. Right? I was worried earlier that the 2 from Haiming might meet, which would be such a pity. But unexpectedly, it's a cross match. The 2 from Daijing aren't fighting each other either. Although Murong Yin is strong, he probably can't beat Yi Qinjue, right? Jiang Ren is also powerful, but against Su Mingqiu, he's bound to lose. So judging by this, the final will be Su Mingqiu versus Yi Qinjue. Excellent, this draw is simply perfect. Su Mingqiu's expression remained unchanged upon seeing the draw result. "You see, yesterday you said you wanted to try fighting Yi Qinjue. Today you've got your chance. How about it, are you confident?" Upon hearing this, Murong Yin nodded solemnly, clenched his fists, and his eyes blazed with battle intent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ren also stared at Su Mingqiu with a grave expression. He knew he was about to face Su Mingqiu, and the pressure weighed heavily on him. After all, Su Mingqiu's strength was evident to all. Seeing Jiang Ren staring at him so intensely, Su Mingqiu smiled, helplessly waved his hand, and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not the final boss." Jiang Ren gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and replied, "What's the difference between you and a boss? Running into a cheater like you in the first round." Su Mingqiu couldn't help but laugh. "Can you stop saying that? I'm perfectly normal, all right. I've trained hard to get where I am." On the other side, Yi Qinjue looked at the draw result and nodded slightly, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his pitch-black pupils. He was also satisfied with this outcome. After defeating Murong Yin, he would face Su Mingqiu in the final. That was exactly what he wanted. He had long been waiting for a duel with Su Mingqiu. Lin Wenyuan beamed as he saw the result and said to Wu Wanhua beside him, "Not bad, not bad. This draw is quite good." Wu Wanhua nodded with a smile. "Yes, this way it's better avoiding inter-team conflicts." With the draw results announced, the first match officially commenced. First semi-final, Haiming Martial Arts University's Murong Yin versus Daijing Martial Arts University's Yi Qinjue. Both Murong Yin and Yi Qinjue strode onto the arena stage. Murong Yin's eyes were sharp, brimming with battle intent. He was well aware that Yi Qinjue was the strongest opponent he had ever faced aside from Su Mingqiu. Thus, he dared not be careless in the slightest. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, every muscle in his body tensed, fully prepared for an all-out fight. Yi Qinjue, as always, wore a cold, expressionless face. His pitch-black pupils remained utterly calm, devoid of any ripple. The match begins. Murong Yin made the first move without hesitation, launching an attack directly to seize the initiative. He quickly formed a pistol gesture with his hands, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Qinjue. Fire gun. In the next instant, a blazing flame erupted from the tip of his index finger. One after another crimson flame bullets shot out from his finger, whistling through the air. Those bullets moved at an incredible speed, carrying an intense scorching heat. They flew straight toward Yi Qianjue's face. Yi Qianjue, however, remained expressionless. He stood motionless on the spot, not even flinching. He calmly watched the incoming flame bullets, then slowly raised his right hand and extended it forward. In the next moment, a pitch-black miniature black hole-like object appeared in the center of his palm. It was tiny, no larger than a hand, yet it emanated a strange, eerie suction force. As Murong Yan's flame bullets approached the black hole, they seemed to be caught by an invisible force. They were instantly sucked and vanishing without a trace, not even a sound, as if they had never existed at all. Murong Yan's fire gun, just swallowed like that. Murong Yan frowned deeply at the sight. He had heard of Yi Qianjue's ability before, but witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. He knew that ordinary attacks were utterly useless against Yi Qianjue. Having devoured Murong Yan's flame bullets, Yi Qianjue did not stop. The miniature black hole in his palm suddenly intensified its suction force. The previously weak pulling power that only absorbed attacks surged several-fold. The strange suction instantly enveloped the entire arena. Debris, dust, and even wood chips at the edges of the stage were violently drawn toward the black hole. Half of the arena seemed to transform into a massive vortex. Murong Yan was about to channel his ability for a stronger flame attack, but the next second he felt a tremendous pull emanating from Yi Qianjue's direction. The suction was terrifyingly powerful. His body lost control completely, his feet left the ground, and he was uncontrollably dragged toward Yi Qianjue. Not good. Murong Yan's heart jolted. He hadn't expected Yi Qianjue to wield such suction power capable of pulling a person in directly. If he were sucked right in front of Yi Qianjue, the consequences would be disastrous. Who knew if that black hole would swallow him too? But his reaction was swift. Almost instantly, he activated his fire ability. In the next moment, a blazing inferno erupted beneath his feet, the scorching flames jetting backward with tremendous force. A powerful backward thrust instantly countered that terrifying suction force, forcibly yanking his body back. Bang! Murong Yan crashed heavily onto the ground, stumbling backward several steps, the flames beneath his feet still roaring. He barely stabilized himself, his expression growing increasingly grave. He could feel that if he had been half a second slower just now, he would have been sucked straight into Yi Qianjue's grasp. What would have happened then? He couldn't even bear to think about it. Holy crap, he can suck people in too. My god, this is too bizarre. Can he really suck in people as well? If someone got sucked in, wouldn't they just be swallowed whole? Luckily, Murong Yan reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been pulled in just now. That would have been the end. Seeing that Murong Yan had actually broken free from his suction power, a faint glimmer of interest finally flashed in Yi Qianjue's pitch-black pupils. He had originally assumed Murong Yan would be sucked over directly, completely incapable of resistance. Unexpectedly, he managed to break free. So this opponent was stronger than he had imagined. Then Yi Qianjue took a single step forward, an utterly simple step. The arena ground beneath his feet was instantly engulfed by pitch-black darkness. Like ink drops falling into clear water, it rapidly spread toward Murong Yan like an overflowing tide. Wherever it passed, the hard arena surface was dyed completely black. Not a single ray of light could penetrate, as if that ground had transformed into another dark space, severed from everything. Seeing the encroaching darkness, an alarm blared instantly in Murong Yan's heart. He dared not stand on the ground for a moment longer. Almost in the same instant, he summoned all his fire-type ability once more. The flames beneath his feet erupted wildly again, and he shot straight into the air, dodging that rapidly spreading darkness. Yet, even flying did not bring him any sense of relief. That eerie suction force from the ground continued to pull at him relentlessly. No matter how high he flew, that suction force held him firmly locked, dragging him toward the darkness. He simply could not shake it off, as if some invisible entity had fixed its gaze upon him. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape that pulling force. Damn it! Murong Yan gritted his teeth, knowing he could not remain passive. He had to take the offensive and break this situation. He took a deep breath, drawing upon all his power, channeling every ounce of his fire-type energy into this one strike. Fire Fist. A colossal flame fist several meters in size, formed instantly. But the next moment, he froze completely. Yi Qianjue, seeing that enormous flaming fist, showed not a single expression on his face. His hands were instantly enveloped by pitch-black darkness. Then the black hole in his palm swelled dramatically, exploding from the size of a palm to several meters across, slightly larger than Murong Yan's fire fist. That enormous black hole exuded an even more terrifying suction force. The moment Murong Yan's fire fist approached, it was instantly devoured. Not a sound escaped, not even the slightest explosion. It vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed at all. Suspended midair, Murong Yan watched this scene and was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, and only one thought filled his mind: he can swallow that too. It had been casually devoured by Yi Qianjue with barely any effort. This was absurd. Murong Yan slammed back onto the ground, and the next instant the flames covering his entire body surged wildly, several times stronger than before. Crimson flames erupted toward the sky. The entire arena was shrouded in that scorching extreme heat. Flame Emperor. Murong Yin let out a low roar and slowly raised his right hand. The next moment, a massive fireball over 10 meters wide appeared above his palm. Even the surrounding darkness that had been spreading was forced into retreat. Seeing this, Yi Qianjue's entire body was instantly shrouded in pitch-black darkness. His whole figure seemed to merge into the darkness itself. Then a dark sphere identical in size to Murong Yin's fireball appeared in his hand. Pitch black, as if capable of devouring all light, it faced off against that enormous fireball. The entire arena was enfolded by these two terrifying forces. The next instant, both colossal spheres shot toward each other simultaneously, colliding with devastating force. For a brief moment, the two spheres remained evenly matched. Flame and darkness canceled each other out, emitting a sizzling sound. But soon the darkness began to gain the upper hand. That pitch-black darkness started steadily devouring Murong Yan's flames. The enormous fireball shrank bit by bit before the very eyes of all present. Meanwhile, the dark sphere gradually expanded. Finally, Murong Yan's flames were devoured completely, leaving not a trace. The dark sphere showed no sign of weakening, still hurtling toward Murong Yan at high speed, without the slightest pause. Seeing this, the flames on Murong Yan's body burned even more ferociously than before. Then a crimson flame mark appeared on his forehead. Flame dragon! Murong Yan roared. The next instant, a colossal flame dragon dozens of meters long materialized in an instant. Its entire body glowed crimson, every scale clearly visible, roaring with a deafening dragon cry as it opened its massive jaws and charged madly toward that darkness. Yi Qianjue showed not the slightest surprise. The darkness enveloping his body grew even darker, as though it could thoroughly devour even light itself. The surrounding illumination disappeared entirely. Then a surge of darkness far stronger than before exploded from his body, shooting straight toward that flame dragon. The enormous flame dragon crashed headlong into that darkness. Its flames burned furiously against the dark matter, but it only dissipated a tiny fraction of it. Immediately, that darkness wrapped around the flame dragon, gradually consuming its flames until nothing remained. That dozens of meters long flame dragon simply vanished within the darkness, leaving not a single mark behind. Murong Yan hadn't even had time to react when that darkness surged toward him and instantly surrounded his entire body. He could not move, could not even summon his ability. He knew he had lost, utterly and completely. I yield. Murong Yan cried out those 3 words. He had done everything he could. As his voice fell, the surrounding darkness instantly dissipated. Yi Qianjue withdrew his power and the arena returned to its original state. Murong Yan is already formidable. His 2 moves, Emperor of Flame and Fire Dragon, would have secured victory against any other opponent. But alas, his opponent was Yi Qianjue. Exactly. His final move, the Fire Dragon, was so powerful that almost no one could stop it. Who could have expected that he would run into that freak, Yi Qianjue? Lin Wenyuan finished watching the match and stroking his beard said to Wu Wanhua with a smile, "Old Wu, look, this Murong Yan is truly impressive. With such talent and such strength at a young age, have you considered letting him come to our Daijing Martial Arts University for a few days to exchange ideas? Our Daijing has plenty of excellent cultivation resources and many veteran professors who can help him improve significantly." His words were ostensibly about exchange, but in reality, he was trying to poach talent. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanhua glared at him immediately and said crossly, "Old wretch, don't even think about it. Not a chance. Our Haiming people don't need to go to your Daijing for exchange. Stop eyeing our students, I tell you. If you want to poach ours, you'll have to wait until your next life." Wu Wanhua was famously protective of his own. How could he let Lin Wenyuan poach his own school's students? Don't even think about it. That old fellow always loved this kind of underhanded poaching. Seeing Wu Wanhua so agitated, Lin Wenyuan quickly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "Hey, I was just talking. Why are you so worked up? I wasn't actually going to take him. Do you have to be so harsh with me? My old bones can't take your scolding." He was just joking, trying to tease Wu Wanhua, but who knew Wu Wanhua would react so strongly? The other vice principals around couldn't help but laugh. They were used to it. Lin Wenyuan always loved to do this. Whenever he saw a good talent, he wanted to poach them. Murong Yan walked down from the arena, a trace of fatigue on his face. Su Mingqiu also walked over, patted his shoulder, and comforted him with a smile. "It's okay. Next time, find a chance to even the score and beat him back." Murong Yan looked up at him, couldn't help but smile, and said, "I'm not that fragile. A loss is a loss. After all, I've been trampled by you plenty of times. What's a little setback like this?" Su Mingqiu's face instantly turned awkward upon hearing this. He scratched his head and said with a dry laugh, "Good, since you're fine, I'm relieved." Just then the referee's voice rang out, shouting to the contestant area, "Second semifinal match, Haiming Martial Arts University's Su Mingqiu versus Daijing Martial Arts University's Jiang Ren. Please come on stage." The 2 of them walked together toward the arena. As they stepped onto the platform, the referee shouted, "Begin," and Jiang Ren made the first move. He was well aware of Su Mingqiu's strength, so he dared not be careless in the slightest. In an instant, his body was covered in crackling blue lightning. Those lightning bolts danced across his body, emitting a sizzling sound. The entire arena seemed illuminated by the radiance of the lightning. "Thunderbird." The next second a thunderbird composed entirely of pure lightning coalesced instantly. Su Mingqiu watched calmly as the bird rushed toward him. The next moment, an ice bird pure white all over materialized behind him. Emitting bone-chilling cold, it flew swiftly toward the thunderbird. The next second the two birds collided violently. Jiang Ren's thunderbird was instantly enveloped by the ice bird's piercing cold. The crackling lightning was frozen in an instant. The entire thunderbird turned into an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu's ice bird, utterly unaffected, continued flying swiftly toward Jiang Ren. Startled by this sight, Jiang Ren quickly mobilized his lightning ability. His whole body flashed with lightning as he dodged to the side in an instant. He almost instantly evaded the ice bird's direct impact. But even with such a swift dodge, the bird's bone-chilling cold still grazed his shoulder. In the next second, his shoulder was instantly frozen. A thick layer of ice covered it, completely solid and hard, and his arm became immobile. Jiang Ren was stunned, staring at his frozen shoulder in disbelief. He hadn't expected that a mere graze would cause such severe freezing. Su Mingqiu's cold is terrifying. His ice bird directly froze the thunderbird. Just a graze and the shoulder is frozen solid. This cold is too insane. This is Su Mingqiu's real strength. Jiang Ren, looking at his frozen shoulder, dared not waste a moment. He immediately mobilized his lightning energy, using the high temperature of the electricity to melt the ice on his shoulder, trying to restore his arm's mobility. But he knew he couldn't just wait passively. So gritting his teeth, he used his lightning to gradually melt the ice on his shoulder. At the same time, with his other hand that wasn't frozen, he aimed steadily at Su Mingqiu and launched an attack without hesitation. Lightning Pillar. As his voice fell, a dazzling blue lightning beam shot out from his hand, carrying terrifying power, hurtling straight towards Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu simply exhaled lightly and bone-chilling cold surged from his body. Then he lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, a massive ice pillar several meters thick erupted from the ground instantly. It blocked in front of Su Mingqiu, precisely intercepting the lightning beam. The lightning beam struck the ice pillar, emitting sizzling sounds, billowing white smoke, and sending ice chips flying everywhere. Yet it couldn't penetrate the massive ice pillar. By the time the beam ended, only a small dent remained on the ice pillar. It had not harmed Su Mingqiu in the slightest. Meanwhile, Jiang Ren had finally managed to completely melt the ice on his shoulder with electricity. The ice under the high temperature of the lightning melted into water and trickled down his arm. His shoulder was finally able to move. He flexed his arm, shook it, and breathed a sigh of relief, finally rid of that damned ice. Otherwise, with one arm disabled, he couldn't possibly fight Su Mingqiu. Jiang Ren looked at the small dent on the ice pillar and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His lightning pillar could easily pierce through even several meters thick alloy steel plates. Yet it only left such a small dent on Su Mingqiu's ice. Heavens, this ice is too hard. What is it made of? Jiang Ren realized that long-range attacks could not breach Su Mingqiu's defense, so a purely ranged mage approach was ineffective. He decided to change his tactics, and the lightning on his body instantly intensified, crackling even more brilliantly than before. The entire arena was illuminated by the blue lightning. Instead of attacking from a distance, he condensed a long lightning spear in his right hand. The spear was entirely azure, crackling with electricity, its tip gleaming with dazzling light, brimming with power. In the next instant, he dashed straight in front of Su Mingqiu. In the blink of an eye, he was before Su Mingqiu. Then he thrust the spear fiercely at him. If the mage style doesn't work, I'll play the warrior style. But the next second, he was utterly stunned. Su Mingqiu did not dodge the incoming lightning spear. He didn't even move, merely raised his right hand and caught the spearhead directly in his grip. Moreover, Su Mingqiu's hand emitted a bone-chilling cold that radiated outward. The lightning spear turned to ice before his eyes, the crackling electricity instantly frozen. The cold followed the spear, creeping toward Jiang Ren's hand. Whoa! Seeing this, Jiang Ren was startled and quickly dropped the spear. He then leaped back several steps, fearing the cold would freeze his hand. Su Mingqiu looked at the ice-encased spear in his hand, gave it a casual squeeze, crack, and shattered it, scattering ice shards on the ground. He said to Jiang Ren with a smile, "Show me everything you've got, or you won't have another chance." Damn, Su Mingqiu is too arrogant. I wish I could be as arrogant as Su Mingqiu someday. That's so cool. His friend retorted, "He's got the strength to back it up. What do you have?" "You're 3 seconds. You're one to talk." The chubby guy shot back, "You were the same last time, don't even go there." Jiang Ren, hearing Su Mingqiu's words, didn't get angry, but was instead filled with fighting spirit. "Fine. You asked for it, so I won't hold back." With that, he pushed his speed to the limit, activating his lightning attribute to its peak. He began flickering around Su Mingqiu, appearing on the left, then the right, then in front, leaving behind trails of blue lightning afterimages. The entire arena was filled with his afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake. He aimed to confuse Su Mingqiu. Right here. Suddenly, Jiang Ren appeared behind Su Mingqiu, his hand wreathed in dazzling blue lightning, slashing fiercely at Su Mingqiu's back. But Su Mingqiu had already sensed his location. His perception had locked onto Jiang Ren, unaffected by the afterimages. He merely sidestepped, slightly dodging Jiang Ren's attack. Then with a reverse motion, he grabbed Jiang Ren's arm. The next moment piercing cold erupted from Su Mingqiu's hand. Jiang Ren's Raikiri vanished instantly, the crackling lightning suppressed and frozen by Su Mingqiu's cold. Not a single spark remained, it disappeared completely. Su Mingqiu, holding Jiang Ren's arm, casually punched him in the stomach. With a loud bang, Jiang Ren was sent flying like a cannonball to the other side of the arena, crashing hard into the protective barrier before bouncing and falling to the ground. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and said enviously to Wu Wanhua, "Old Wu, I truly envy you. Your Haiming Academy actually has a kid like Su Mingqiu. That kid is a hexagon warrior, strong attack, high defense, fast speed, skilled in everything with no weaknesses. So perfect. How did such a genius end up in your Haiming?" Wu Wanhua grew wary, frowning at him. "What? I'm telling you, don't even think about poaching Su Mingqiu. Not a chance. He's Haiming's. Can't you have some integrity, you old scoundrel?" Lin Wenyuan quickly waved his hands and smiled wryly. No, how could I? I wouldn't steal your people. I'm just saying, don't get so worked up. But on another note, if Su Mingqiu is willing, he can come to our Imperial Capital University anytime. Imperial Capital University will always be his second home, and he's always welcome no matter when. Wu Wanhua retorted, "Dream on." The Central Plains vice principal teased Lin Wenyuan, "Old Lin, you've got no shame." The other vice principals chimed in with complaints. Lin Wenyuan waved dismissively. "I'm nurturing talent for the nation. What do you know?" Back on the arena, Su Mingqiu asked Jiang Ren with a smile, "Can you still stand?" Jiang Ren gritted his teeth, slowly pushed himself up, and wiped the blood from his mouth. He didn't speak, but slowly raised his right hand. The next moment his entire body erupted with lightning. More intense than ever before, crackling blue lightning frenziedly danced. The lightning in his right hand grew even fiercer, its dazzling blue almost blinding. "Qilin!" Jiang Ren growled. The next second, a massive lightning qilin over 10 meters tall emerged behind him. The qilin, entirely azure wreathed in dazzling lightning, roared deafeningly. Its body crackled with terrifying power. With Jiang Ren's right hand slashing down, the lightning qilin charged madly at Su Mingqiu, moving at incredible speed with destructive force, aiming to utterly crush him. This was his last chance. If this move didn't win, he would truly lose. The audience erupted, shouting excitedly, "Jiang Ren's signature move, Thunder Qilin. That's his ultimate technique. Now this is getting interesting. Can this move defeat Su Mingqiu?" Su Mingqiu gazed at the Thunder Qilin charging toward him with an aura of annihilation. The next moment, a bone-chilling cold erupted from his body, surging forth with overwhelming force. That frigid aura instantly engulfed the entire arena. The ground of the platform froze in an instant, emitting cracking and splintering sounds. The sturdy alloy surface of the arena transformed into a smooth sheet of ice within the blink of an eye. Even the energy barrier surrounding the platform was coated with a thin layer of frost. The audience below, despite being at such a distance, could feel a piercing chill emanating from the arena. The next moment, a colossal ice dragon slowly materialized behind Su Mingqiu, rising into view. The ice dragon was pure white, its scales clearly visible, radiating a biting coldness as it let out a thunderous dragon roar. That roar carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. At Su Mingqiu's signal, the ice dragon swiftly flew toward the Thunder Qilin, stirring up a freezing gale. The Thunder Qilin let out an enraged roar upon seeing the approaching ice dragon. Sensing the threat, it raised its lightning-wreathed claw, intending to tear the ice dragon apart. But its claw struck the ice dragon with force, yet failed to inflict any damage. The ice dragon's scales were terrifyingly hard, not even a scratch remained. Instead, the Thunder Qilin's claw was instantly frozen by the biting cold radiating from the ice dragon. The Qilin struggled frantically, trying to break free and unleash its lightning, but to no avail. Then the ice dragon coiled around the Thunder Qilin, its massive body constricting so tightly that the Qilin could not even let out a roar. Immobilized, the ice dragon's jaws clamped down on the Qilin's head. The next moment, a surge of freezing cold burst from the dragon's mouth. The Thunder Qilin was instantly frozen solid, its crackling lightning silenced. The entire Qilin became an ice sculpture. Then with a single motion, the ice dragon shattered the frozen Qilin, reducing it to a pile of fine ice shards that scattered on the ground. Having done this, Su Mingqiu snapped his fingers, and the massive ice dragon vanished instantly. The icy surface of the arena gradually melted away. Jiang Ren watched this scene with a wry smile. His strongest technique had been so utterly powerless before Su Mingqiu, failing even to wound the ice dragon. He said slowly to Su Mingqiu, "I concede." Then he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had given his all, using every move he had, but he truly could not prevail. The Thunder Qilin was taken down in an instant. Jiang Ren's ultimate move, just like that. The final match will be Su Mingqiu against Yi Qianjue. Finally, we get to see these two strongest fighters clash. The referee, snapping back to reality, announced loudly, "The second semi-final match, Haimingwu Martial Arts University, Su Mingqiu wins. He advances to the finals." As the referee's words fell, the entire arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Everyone was eagerly anticipating tomorrow's final. They awaited the confrontation between Su Mingqiu and Yi Qianjue, which would undoubtedly be the most spectacular match of this joint tournament. After the referee announced the result, Lin Wenyuan stood up and addressed the crowd. All right, today's matches end here. Tomorrow is the final. Tomorrow's final would surely be the most thrilling match of this joint tournament. Over in the contestants area, Yi Qianjue watched Su Mingqiu. He had clearly seen Su Mingqiu's ice dragon technique. So strong. Was this Su Mingqiu's true power? He said nothing, simply rose and silently left the arena. As Yi Qianjue departed, everyone else began to leave as well. The spectators, contestants, and teachers gradually filed out. Jiang Ren and Murong Yen walked away joking with each other. Jiang Ren said to Murong Yen with a grin, "Tomorrow we'll be fighting for third place." "Third place is mine." Murong Yen couldn't help but laugh, replying, "I'll definitely beat you. Third place belongs to me, so don't even think about it." The two bantered as they headed out. Su Mingqiu and Wen Xingyao followed behind, listening to their bickering. Chatting and laughing, they soon returned to their temporary dormitory. Su Mingqiu entered his room, kicked off his shoes, and lay down on the bed, stretching lazily. He lay there thinking, I wonder what the prize for first place in this joint tournament is. Teacher Lin never mentioned it before, just urged me to win the championship without telling me what the reward would be. I wonder if there's anything good. He was curious. After all, for such a major national competition, the champion's prize surely wouldn't be shabby. Early the next morning, Su Mingqiu and his companions rose early. Today was the final day of the joint tournament, and also the most thrilling. Soon they arrived at the arena. Lin Wenyuan then announced, "Today's matches start with the battle for third and fourth place. After that we'll have the final." Jiang Ren and Murong Yen exchanged glances upon hearing this. Then they began to warm up, preparing to take the stage. Their match was about to begin. Moments later, Jiang Ren and Murong Yen stepped onto the arena together. As soon as they appeared, the audience erupted, chanting their names. "Murong Yen, go for it. We support you. Jiang Ren, you're the best. Take him down. Murong Yen, win this third place is yours. Jiang Ren, fight. We believe in you." The cheers from the crowd rose and fell, their enthusiasm for the two fighters evenly matched. After all, both had made a name for themselves in this tournament. Su Mingqiu and Wen Xingyao sat in the contestants' area watching with smiles and cheering for them. Seeing that both were ready, the referee cleared his throat and announced loudly to the audience, "The match for third place begins now." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Murong Yen made the first move. He crossed his two index fingers and growled, "Cross flame." The next moment, a red cross-shaped flame shot from his fingertips, heading straight toward Jiang Ren. Seeing this move, Jiang Ren's entire body erupted with blue lightning, crackling loudly as he prepared to counter Murong Yen's attack. Jiang Ren watched the cross-shaped firebolt fly toward him, and the blue lightning writhing across his body erupted into a frenzy of movement. In an instant, he evaded Murong Yen's strike. The flaming cross missed him by a hair's breadth, then crashed against the arena's protective barrier with a loud bang. Having dodged, Jiang Ren did not pause. In the blink of an eye, he gathered a lightning spear in his hand, then closed the distance to Murong Yen in a flash, driving the spear straight for his opponent's face. He intended to catch Murong Yen completely off guard. Yet the latter reacted swiftly, his mind snapping back to combat focus. Flames burst from the soles of his feet, carrying him swiftly aside to evade Jiang Ren's thrust. Jiang Ren's lightning spear struck the arena floor, exploding into a shallow crater and sending shards of stone flying in all directions. But Jiang Ren himself was already moving. Without breaking rhythm, he molded another lightning spear in his free hand. Without a second thought, he hurled it. Fire fist. Murong Yen growled as he spotted the incoming spear. A colossal fist of roaring flame shot from his palm, smashing the lightning spear into scattering sparks. And that blazing fist kept hurtling onward toward Jiang Ren. Thundercutter. Seeing this, Jiang Ren's body crackled with electrical energy. He surged forward, and with a lightning-wreathed arm sliced the flame fist cleanly in two. The raging fire dissipated, instantly vanishing into the air. The two fighters exchanged blows, with neither gaining the upper hand. These two are evenly matched. I know. I wonder who will win in the end. Both are simply too strong. Jiang Ren will definitely win. Bullshit. It'll be Murong Yen. Murong Yen is from the Murong aristocratic family and possesses outstanding talent. He won't lose. The spectators below erupted into argument, each faction adamant that their chosen fighter would triumph. Lin Wenyuan watched the evenly matched duel on the arena and could not help but remark to Wu Wanhua, "Seeing them fight like this reminds me of our own youth. Back then we were just as youthful and reckless." Hearing this, Wu Wanhua shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "What are you thinking, you old fossil? Don't you remember how you cried like a baby after I beat you?" Lin Wenyuan immediately grew awkward and waved his hands dismissively. "How could that be? Sand had gotten into my eyes." At that moment, the vice principal of Zhongyuan casually chimed in, "Oh, I seem to recall it was winter back then. Wasn't it snowing heavily? Where would any sand come from?" Ha ha ha. The other vice principals nearby burst into laughter at the remark. After several minutes of back and forth exchanges, ordinary techniques proved insufficient to decide a victor. Finally, Jiang Ren could no longer hold back. He raised his hand, and blue lightning spiraled wildly around his palm. Then he let out a low roar, thunder execution. The very next moment, a monstrous pillar of lightning descended from the heavens directly above Murong Yin, radiating an aura of devastation straight toward its target. Mingqiu, seated in the contestant area, watched this technique and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He thought to himself, oh, Jiang Ren has this move. Pretty impressive. Why didn't he use it against me back then? If Jiang Ren heard those thoughts, he'd surely curse him out. Yesterday, Jiang Ren hadn't even been able to defeat his own ultimate technique, the Thunder Qilin. What good was this one now? Meanwhile, on the arena, Murong Yin saw the descending lightning pillar and dared not underestimate it. The flames covering his entire body surged forth, explosively rising in a towering inferno. He directly blocked the lightning column, and thunder and fire locked in a fierce stalemate. Crackling and hissing sounds filled the air. After several seconds of contention, both attacks dissipated simultaneously. The two fighters looked at each other and realized that whatever technique the other employed, it could be countered. Ordinary moves would never yield victory. So with unspoken understanding, both prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques to settle the battle. Flame Dragon. Murong Yin roared first. The flame sigil on his forehead flared to life, and the fire around him erupted wildly. A colossal flame dragon then materialized behind him. Jiang Ren, refusing to be outdone, allowed the lightning across his body to intertwine in a furious dance before letting out his own roar. Behind him, the Thunder Qilin reappeared. The flame dragon, upon seeing the Qilin, immediately lashed out with its tail. The Qilin responded in kind, raising its claw to seize the dragon's tail. But the moment its claw touched the flame dragon's fire, it erupted into flames. The scorching blaze continued to spread toward the Qilin's body. The two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, trading blows for an extended period. Eventually, Jiang Ren's Thunder Qilin could no longer withstand the onslaught. The lightning sustaining, it was gradually consumed by the flames and dispersed first. Murong Yin's flame dragon also grew increasingly insubstantial, clearly on the verge of exhaustion and about to vanish. Jiang Ren seized the opportunity immediately. Swiftly condensing another lightning spear, he threw it without hesitation. The spear struck the flame dragon squarely in the head, causing it to shudder before dissipating entirely. With the dragon gone, both fighters on the arena were gasping for breath, their vital energy nearly depleted. They still attempted a few weaker abilities, hoping to turn the tide, but to no avail. After exhausting those last reserves, their energy was completely spent. Not a single spark of power remained. They could no longer even summon a fraction of their abilities. With no alternatives left, the two exchanged a glance, reading the same stubborn defiance in each other's eyes. Then they charged at one another, engaging in pure hand-to-hand combat. A raw, unadulterated test of physical strength alone. Damn, this is the first purely physical match in the entire joint tournament. Have they used up all their special abilities? Good heavens, these two have exhausted every ounce of their energy and are now resorting to brawling. What dedication! Ignoring the crowd's shouts, they traded punches blindly, each strike landing without any technique or form. Pure, unrefined fury. Before long, both collapsed from exhaustion, lying flat on the arena floor and gasping. Their faces were bruised and swollen, resembling bloated pigs, and their hair was disheveled beyond recognition. Mingqiu sat in the audience watching the two of them and couldn't help but laugh out loud. These two were just like the street thugs he had seen in his past life, brawling in exactly the same way. He couldn't resist picking up his phone and deliberately taking a photo. He would keep it for later to tease them. This was a perfect piece of embarrassing history. The audience below, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shout, "Stand up! Murong Yin, stand up! Jiang Ren, keep it up! Stand up!" Everyone was shouting for them to rise. Then, after struggling several times, Murong Yin finally managed to stagger to his feet, supporting himself on the ground. Though he was unsteady, he had stood up after all. The referee, witnessing this, began counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After the 10-second count, Jiang Ren struggled several times, but failed to get up. He was simply too exhausted, with no strength left, barely enough to move a finger. So the referee announced loudly, "In the third-place match, Himing Martial Arts University, Murong Yin wins." As the referee's words fell, the audience erupted in cheers for both of them. Everyone was moved by their tenacity. All the vice principals watching this scene shook their heads and couldn't help but smile. Lin Wenyuan, stroking his beard, said with a smile, "These two lads are quite stirring. They even make me a bit eager to fight, but I'm old and my old bones can't take it anymore." Vice Principal Zhong Yuan, standing nearby, nodded with emotion and said, "Indeed. If I were a few decades younger, I'd go to the 10,000 races battlefield and slaughter my fill." The other vice principals also nodded, sighing at how wonderful it was to be young. After the third-place match concluded, the referee cleared his throat and announced to everyone below, "Next we have the final match of this joint tournament. Himing Martial Arts University's Mingqiu versus Daijing Martial Arts University's Yi Qianjue." As soon as the referee's words ended, the audience instantly erupted their cheers, several times louder than those of the third-place match. The entire arena chanted their names, more excited than for any previous match. This was the finals, the clash of the two greatest prodigies of this generation, and everyone had been waiting for it. Mingqiu, go for it. We support you. Yi Qianjue, you're the best. Defeat him. Mingqiu, Win. Take the championship. The cheers rose and fell from the audience. Hearing the referee's announcement, Su Mingqiu stood up, stretched his body, and walked toward the arena. On the other side, Yi Qianjue, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing the announcement. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, as if hiding endless darkness. Without a word, he simply rose and walked calmly toward the arena. Soon both stood on the arena. Yi Qianjue looked at Su Mingqiu, and for the first time since arriving at the joint tournament, took the initiative to speak. You are strong. This was the first time he had praised an opponent. He had disregarded all previous foes, but Su Mingqiu forced him to acknowledge his true strength. Su Mingqiu, hearing this, couldn't help but smile, and raised an eyebrow, saying, Of course I know I'm strong. Did you need to tell me? Yi Qianjue was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such a reply. He had assumed Su Mingqiu would be modest, or at least say something polite. Instead, he was so arrogant. Yet Yi Qianjue wasn't angered. On the contrary, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. An opponent like this made things interesting. If the opponent were too humble to fight, would lose its appeal. Su Mingqiu looked at him, waved a hand, and said slowly, Come on, make your move. The moment Su Mingqiu's words fell, Yi Qianjue wasted no further words. The darkness around him erupted violently, surging forth. The pitch-black darkness spread rapidly across the ground. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu released his bone-chilling cold air, which clashed fiercely with Yi Qianjue's darkness. In the next second, most of the arena was covered by Yi Qianjue's darkness. Only the area around Su Mingqiu remained untouched, as his cold air blocked the darkness from advancing. The darkness couldn't approach Su Mingqiu at all, as if stopped by an invisible barrier. What's more, as Su Mingqiu's cold air continued to intensify, Yi Qianjue's darkness began to shrink. Su Mingqiu's cold air was actively forcing back Yi Qianjue's darkness. Seeing this, Yi Qianjue's pupils contracted sharply. He was stunned. The darkness couldn't get through. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Against all previous opponents, his darkness had always enveloped them completely. Never had anyone been able to push his darkness back. Su Mingqiu was the first. He had never imagined that his darkness could be repelled. Whoa! Did Yi Qianjue's move get countered by Su Mingqiu? Is Su Mingqiu just too strong? He's actually compressing Yi Qianjue's darkness. Oh my god, Yi Qianjue's darkness was actually blocked. Lin Wenyuan, watching this, shook his head and thought to himself, this kid doesn't know Su Mingqiu's cultivation level. Su Mingqiu's realm is far higher than his. Trying to envelop him with darkness, impossible. But even if they were at the same realm, he still couldn't win. Lin Wenyuan could tell that Su Mingqiu had mastered all his combat techniques to perfection. Yi Qianjue couldn't compare at all. How could he possibly win? Realizing that his darkness couldn't push through, Yi Qianjue didn't persist in covering the entire arena. He withdrew the darkness from the ground. Then the darkness around him became even denser, darker, and more powerful than before. A massive black vortex formed in his hand, emitting a tremendous suction force, trying to pull Su Mingqiu toward it. Su Mingqiu felt the suction, but paid it no mind. He simply stomped his foot heavily on the ground. In the next instant, countless jagged ice spikes erupted from the ground, carrying piercing coldness, surging straight toward Yi Qianjue. Seeing this, Yi Qianjue tried to absorb the ice spikes. He directed his hand toward them, intending to use his vortex to devour the spikes. But the next second, he realized that he simply could not devour it. His vortex, upon colliding with Su Mingqiu's ice spikes, immediately stopped spinning. The frigid aura of those ice spikes directly froze his vortex. The vortex halted instantly, utterly incapable of devouring anything further. His devouring ability had failed for the first time. Yi Qianjue reacted swiftly, dodging the ice spikes in a hurry. However, a tiny ice spike still grazed his arm. Then white frost spread instantly from the wound. He quickly covered the wound with his own darkness, halting the frost's advance. Even so, the wound was already frostbitten. Yi Qianjue stared at the ice spikes, his pupils contracting, his heart filled with shock. He looked at Su Mingqiu, who stood there with a relaxed expression, and couldn't help thinking, isn't this a bit too strong? Is he really a freshman? He now seriously suspected that Su Mingqiu's cultivation level was definitely higher than his own. Otherwise, how could he be this powerful? Yi Qianjue has been bested. He couldn't devour Su Mingqiu's ice spikes. This is the first time Yi Qianjue has suffered a setback in this tournament. He could devour everyone's attacks before, but today it actually failed. It seems this battle is about to be claimed by Su Mingqiu. Yi Qianjue looked at his frozen vortex, then at Su Mingqiu, and his expression finally darkened completely. The previous cold and aloof demeanor vanished, replaced by extreme gravity. He no longer held back, raising both hands abruptly as dense, thick, dark energy frantically gathered toward his palms. Even the entire space behind him was completely engulfed by this darkness. The right half of the arena instantly plunged into a pitch-black darkness, where one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face, as if even light itself was utterly consumed. Even the spectators in the stands could feel that suffocating, oppressive sensation. In a mere moment, a massive dark sphere materialized in his hands. This dark sphere was even larger than the one he had used against Morongyan. Yi Qianjue let out a low growl and hurled the dark sphere viciously towards Su Mingqiu. The dark sphere tore through the air with a whistling wind, leaving a trail of vacuum in its wake, as if it had devoured the very air itself. Watching the dark sphere hurtling toward him, Mingqiu couldn't help but roll his eyes internally and grumbled, "Why does everyone like throwing balls around?" Despite the complaint, Mingqiu's movements were anything but slow. He took a light step forward, and his frigid aura erupted instantly. The temperature of the entire arena plummeted at a visible rate. Even the spectators far below could feel a biting chill sweeping over them. Mingqiu slowly raised his hand, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority, "Cold river snow." The moment the words fell, a colossal torrent of white frigid energy surged wildly from his palm. The torrent was filled with countless tiny ice shards. Wherever it passed, the arena floor was coated in a thick layer of white frost, and even the air froze into fine ice crystals. This torrent directly collided with the incoming dark sphere. The next second, the dark sphere, which had been frantically devouring, came to an abrupt halt. The immense cold instantly froze it solid. The sphere's black color faded at a visible rate, replaced by a thick layer of white frost. In a matter of moments, it was completely frozen into a massive iceberg. The entire dark sphere was encased intact at the very center of the iceberg. Mingqiu looked at the iceberg floating in midair and casually snapped his fingers. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the several-meter-tall, giant iceberg instantly disintegrated into countless fine ice shards. Along with the frozen dark sphere inside it, all dissipated completely into the air, leaving nothing behind. Having done all this, Mingqiu remained standing in place, not having moved a single step. He looked at Yi Qianjue, whose expression was growing increasingly grim, spread his hands, and said in a relaxed tone, "Any more tricks? Bring them all out." Hearing Mingqiu's words, Yi Qianjue's eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath, suddenly pressed his palms together, and let out a low, resonant shout. The next second, the entire space behind him seemed to be utterly consumed by endless darkness. That darkness was denser and more terrifying than any before. The audience below couldn't help but hold their breath, feeling a suffocating oppression that made even breathing difficult. The darkness, pushed to its extreme, emerged wildly from behind him, surging overwhelmingly toward Mingqiu's direction, pressing down with immense force. Where the darkness passed, even the arena floor began to tremble slightly, as if it would be utterly consumed by this darkness. "Take this. This is my strongest move, Dark Realm Devouring." Yi Qianjue roared, pouring all his energy into this technique. Mingqiu, watching the overwhelming darkness pressing down, knew that Yi Qianjue was going all out. He also let out a low shout, "Black Dragon devours the heavens." The moment the words fell, Mingqiu's aura abruptly changed. The originally gentle coldness turned sharp and deathly still. A faint black hue also emerged around him. But this blackness was completely different from Yi Qianjue's darkness. Yi Qianjue's darkness was a frenzy of devouring everything, a ferocity that sought to consume all. In contrast, Mingqiu's blackness was an extreme cold, a deathly stillness that froze everything, as if it could even freeze the breath of life itself. The next second, a massive black ice dragon materialized behind Mingqiu. The dragon was pitch black, radiating a piercing chill. It emitted a deep dragon's cry, not a roar but a crisp sound of ice cracking, carrying boundless cold. Then it lashed its tail and flew directly toward the encroaching darkness. The overwhelming darkness, upon contact with the frigid aura emanating from the black dragon, was instantly repelled. It could not advance even a single step as the piercing cold froze the energy within the darkness. Yi Qianjue's darkness before the black dragon's chill melted like snow under the sun, unable to withstand it at all. Mingqiu watched the scene and casually snapped his fingers. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and the massive black ice dragon exploded instantly. Countless black ice shards scattered wildly in all directions. Yi Qianjue's patch of darkness was swept clean by these ice shards, dissipating completely into the air. The residual force of the exploded black dragon, still carrying bone-chilling cold, continued its trajectory toward Yi Qianjue. Yi Qianjue couldn't possibly dodge in time. He could feel that chilling aura already pressing against his face, every hair on his body rising from the cold. But just as that lingering force was about to crash into Yi Qianjue, it suddenly halted. Those shards of black ice hung suspended in midair before him. Then slowly they dissipated until nothing remained. Yi Qianjue blinked in astonishment, and then he understood. Mingqiu had deliberately held back. Had Mingqiu not restrained himself, Yi Qianjue would have perished there and then. There was no room for resistance whatsoever. All his defenses were utterly worthless against that freezing energy. Yi Qianjue fell silent for a moment, then lowered his hands, and said to Mingqiu with genuine sincerity, "I have been defeated." The moment his words fell, the entire arena grew still for a heartbeat, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Victory! Mingqiu has won. Incredible! He has vanquished Yi Qianjue. Haiming Martial University has finally claimed the championship of the Grand Unified Competition. That technique, that black ice dragon, absolutely spectacular. When that black dragon erupted, I got goosebumps all over. Off the stage, Wu Wan, who gazed at Mingqiu with a triumphant smile, raising an eyebrow at Lin Wenyan beside her. Her meaning was clear. Lin Wenyan sighed and shook his head, thinking to himself what a pity it was. Such a remarkable talent. Why had he gone to Himing? If only he had come to Daijing City, how wonderful that would be. Lin Wenyin rose slowly, and his voice carried to every corner of the arena. I hereby announce that the first place winner of this grand unified competition is Su Mingqiu of Himing Martial University. The moment his words fell, the entire crowd erupted in deafening applause and cheers. The roar was so immense it seemed as though it might tear the roof from the arena. Everyone chanted Su Mingqiu's name, waving their support signs with wild excitement. Lin Wenyin smiled and gently pressed his hand downward. Slowly the applause and cheers subsided. All eyes turned to him as they awaited his next words. Lin Wenyin cleared his throat and continued, "The top 4 contestants from this competition will accompany me to the Mirror Lake Spirit Domain tomorrow." At these words, the entire arena fell silent for a single second, then exploded. The Mirror Lake Spirit Domain. Are you serious? My goodness. Is this the forbidden ground of Daijing Martial University? Did I hear correctly? No way. Hasn't that place remained closed for decades? The reward is that. This is extravagantly generous. The Mirror Lake Spirit Domain is Daijing Martial University's most precious treasure. Even some of us senior faculty at Daijing have never been granted access. All were stunned. What exactly was the Mirror Lake Spirit Domain? It was Daijing Martial University's most cherished secret, its ultimate treasure. The primal energy within was so dense it could condense into liquid form. It was never open to anyone under ordinary circumstances. Even the top masters of Daijing Martial University had barely set foot inside. And now the prize of this grand unified competition was actually this. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanhu turned and glared at Lin Wenyin, giving him a sharp tap on the arm. "You old codger. When I asked to borrow this place before, you kept finding excuses and refusing. How could you suddenly become so generous today?" Lin Wenyin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. He said earnestly, "They deserve it. These young ones are talents born once in a century. It would be no loss to give them this opportunity." With that, the audience gradually filed out. Su Mingqiu, Yi Qianju, Murong Yin, and Zhang Ren, the 4 finalists, followed Lin Wenyin and several other vice principals back to the vice principal's office. As soon as they entered the office, Wu Wanhu grabbed Su Mingqiu's arm and said, "Mingqiu, tomorrow when you enter, don't hold back. Go as close to the center of the lake as possible and absorb as much as you can." That old man barely agreed to open the Mirror Lake Spirit Domain this once. Who knows when it will be granted again, years from now perhaps. Do not squander this opportunity. Su Mingqiu paused, curiosity evident in his expression. "Elder Wu, what exactly is the Mirror Lake Spirit Domain? I have never heard of such a place before." "Haha, let me explain it to him." Lin Wenyin stepped forward with a smile. The waters of the Mirror Lake Spirit Domain are no ordinary water. They are highly condensed liquid primal energy. Even searching the entire nation, you would not find such pure energy elsewhere. Moreover, ancient spiritual locking formations surround the entire area, sealing the dense energy inside with no leakage whatsoever. For all these years, the energy within has remained at its most concentrated state, never dissipating. The closer you approach the lake's center, the greater the pressure of the primal energy, and the deeper and more luminous the water becomes. There the energy grows even purer and denser. Once you enter, make your way toward the center of the lake and absorb as much as you can. The benefits will be extraordinary. Lin Wenyin paused before adding, "However, there is one thing I must inform you. Tomorrow Su Mingqiu may stay within for 1 hour. The 3 of you may only stay for 30 minutes. After all, the champion must have certain privileges, such as the established rule." Afterward, Lin Wenyin went over the precautions they needed to observe while inside. For instance, they must not damage the formations within, could not fight inside, and could not take any of the lake water with them. Then he dismissed the 4, and they departed. As soon as they left the office, Yi Qianju could no longer contain his curiosity. He blocked Su Mingqiu's path and asked, "What realm are you actually at?" "I could not defeat you simply because I lack skill." Su Mingqiu smiled and replied, "4th stage, 5th level. Is that a problem?" Yi Qianju paused, then nodded as understanding dawned upon him. He slapped his forehead and said, "No wonder. I couldn't match you because your cultivation far exceeds mine." With that, Yi Qianju said nothing more and walked away on his own. Shortly after, Su Mingqiu and Murong Yin returned to their dormitory. As Su Mingqiu pushed open the door, he found Lin Feng already waiting inside. Seeing him enter, Lin Feng immediately stepped forward, threw an arm around his shoulder, and said with a grin, "Impressive, you little monster." After exchanging a few words, Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed his jacket and told Su Mingqiu, "Alright, I won't linger. I made a bet with those old guys that you would take the championship, and I won quite a collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I need to go collect them now. If I wait any longer, those old frauds will renege on their word." With that, Lin Feng dashed off in a flash. Su Mingqiu watched his retreating figure and smiled helplessly. Then his phone buzzed. It was a message from Yang Wei filled with enthusiastic praise. Su Mingqiu replied with a few brief words, then turned off his phone. Time slipped by swiftly, and a night of rest passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn broke, Su Mingqiu and his 3 companions had already gathered at the entrance of the vice principal's office. All of them had fully rejuvenated their spirits. Murong Yin and Zhang Ren were beaming with excitement, having barely slept the night before due to their agitation. Even the perpetually aloof Yi Qinjue harbored a faint, barely perceptible gleam of anticipation in his eyes. After all, it was the Jinghu spirit domain. Before long, Lin Wenyuan arrived and led them toward the deepest forbidden zone of the Daijing Martial Arts University. That area was a restricted zone of the university, ordinarily off-limits to students. Along the way, they encountered not a single passerby. The silence was broken only by the sound of their footsteps. The trees lining the path exuded an ancient aura. Throughout the journey, Lin Wenyuan kept admonishing them, "Once you're inside, remember, don't overexert yourselves." Although the spiritual energy at the lake center is the densest and most effective for absorption, the pressure there is also the greatest. Not everyone can withstand it. In the past, a top-tier student grew too greedy and insisted on venturing to the very heart of the lake. He couldn't bear the pressure of the spiritual energy, and his meridians were directly ruptured. It took him half a year to recover, and he was nearly completely crippled. So you must remember, absorb within your own limits. If you feel you can't hold on, retreat to the shore immediately. Otherwise, you'll only achieve the opposite effect. Understand? The group nodded, earnestly etching Lin Wenyuan's words into their minds. After all this concerned their own bodies, they could not afford to take it lightly. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. It was an ancient stone gate engraved with intricate archaic runes. Normally 2 5th-rank experts guarded this place. Upon seeing Lin Wenyuan approach, they respectfully saluted and quickly stepped aside. Lin Wenyuan nodded, then retrieved a golden seal from his bosom. The seal was carved with complex dragon patterns appearing ancient and mysterious. He inserted the seal into an identical recess on the stone gate. The next moment, the inscriptions on the gate instantly illuminated, emitting a faint golden radiance. Then a spatial rift slowly opened in the middle of the stone gate. Within the rift, a pale white light shimmered, and a dense, almost palpable spiritual energy seeped out. Even just a whiff of it made one feel utterly refreshed. Lin Wenyuan looked at them and said, "All right, go on in. Once you're inside, time flows the same as outside. When the time is up, the formation will automatically teleport you out. Don't be nervous. Just absorb to your heart's content." Su Mingqiu and the others nodded. Then they stepped forward one by one into the spatial rift, glowing with white light. As they passed through the rift, a dazzling sight greeted them. They appeared in a small valley surrounded by towering mountains. At the center of the valley lay a vast lake. The lake water was a pale sky blue, crystal clear, and so transparent that one could see the smooth pebbles at the bottom. The spiritual energy in the entire valley was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. Countless tiny specks of spiritual energy floated in the air like scattered stars. Merely standing there, one could feel the pure energy surging into their body, causing every pore to open wide. Su Mingqiu instinctively took a deep breath. Instantly, an utterly pure stream of spiritual energy rushed through his respiratory tract and flooded into his limbs and bones. He could even sense that his own realm, the 4th stage 5th level, had loosened slightly just from a single breath. A single inhale had brought him to the verge of a breakthrough. This place was simply absurd. If even he was so affected, the others were even more so. Murong Yan's eyes went wide with astonishment, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy crap! The spiritual energy here is so rich. This place is totally insane. It's over 10 times better than the crappy training room my family paid a fortune to build. I used to think my family's training room was top-notch, but compared to this, it's like a drafty, broken-down shack. Stop blabbing. Let's get in." Jiang Ren had been eager for a long time. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glued to the lake, as if he wanted to jump in right then and there. With that, Su Mingqiu and the others quickened their pace toward the lake. Soon they reached the edge where soft green grass cushioned their feet. Gazing at the clear water, Su Mingqiu suddenly cupped his chin and asked with a puzzled expression, "Hey, by the way, do we need to take off our clothes?" The question caught everyone off guard. They all hesitated, then scratched their heads in bewilderment. Murong Yin scratched his head and blinked, saying, "No idea. Old Lin never told us about this. Who would have thought there'd be such a question? If he didn't mention it, it means we don't have to," Su Mingqiu said, waving his hand dismissively. Without further thought, he stepped directly into the lake. The water was warm, not cold at all, and came up to his waist. The moment he entered, he felt the spiritual energy, several times denser than before, surging wildly into his body. The sensation of being enveloped by such pure energy was so soothing that he almost moaned with pleasure. All the fatigue from his body vanished in an instant. Seeing Su Mingqiu go in, the others snapped out of their hesitation and followed suit, stepping into the lake without a second thought. They had been longing to absorb the spiritual energy here, so they had no time to worry about whether to undress or not. Su Mingqiu took the lead, striding briskly toward the center of the lake, feeling no pressure at all. The others followed behind him. The deeper they went, the darker the water became, from the pale sky blue near the shore to a deep sapphire hue. The spiritual energy grew denser, and the invisible pressure intensified. At first, Murong Yin and Jiang Ren managed fine, but as they neared the lake's center, the pressure escalated. It felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Their meridians began to ache dully. No, I can't take it anymore. I can't go on." Jiang Ren was the first to stop, supporting his waist as he panted heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The pressure was suffocating him. If he took another step, he feared his meridians would burst and the loss would outweigh the gain. "Me too," Yin also nodded, his face slightly pale. Moments ago, he had thought of following Mingqiu toward the lake center, but now he realized he simply couldn't move any further. The pressure had reached his limit. Any further advance would risk injury. So they both stopped 10 meters from the lake center, found a spot, and sat down directly. As soon as they sat, they closed their eyes and began furiously absorbing the surrounding primordial energy. The energy here was already dense enough. For them, it was a monumental opportunity, and they could not afford to waste this precious time. Yet Mingqiu continued walking forward as if nothing was amiss. The pressure that left others gasping for breath seemed non-existent to him. He even strolled leisurely without a single frown. Qinjue, gritting his teeth, followed behind Mingqiu, also advancing. His cultivation realm was higher than Yan's, 4th stage 1st rank, so he could withstand greater pressure. But when he reached 5 meters from the lake center, even Qinjue stopped. The pressure had become suffocating. His face turned pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and every muscle in his body was taut. Yet watching Mingqiu continue onward without the slightest pause or reaction, a pang of unwillingness stirred in his heart. He had lost to Mingqiu before, and the defeat still rankled. Now he refused to fall so far behind Mingqiu in this place as well. He wanted to get as close to the lake center as possible, absorb more primordial energy, and see if he could narrow the gap. So he clenched his teeth and mustered every ounce of strength. Resisting the overwhelming pressure, he took another step forward, reaching a spot 4 meters from the lake center. Then he could go no further. The pressure had reached his absolute limit. Any further, and his meridians would be damaged. So he could only stop, catch his breath, and sit down. He began madly absorbing the surrounding primordial energy. The energy here was even denser than where he had been before. For him, this was the best place he could endure. Mingqiu took a few steps forward, then instinctively glanced back at the others. He saw that they had all found places to sit, eyes closed, faint halos of primordial energy shimmering around their bodies. They were completely immersed in cultivation, utterly motionless. All of them were furiously absorbing the surrounding primordial energy. Looks like they've started. I need to speed up too. This 1 hour is precious and I can't waste it. After all, who knew when they would be able to enter again? Then he continued walking toward the lake center. But the closer he got to the center, the greater the invisible pressure of primordial energy became. Earlier he had felt it was no more than a tickle. Yet when he reached a distance of 1 meter from the lake center, he finally felt an immense pressure. It was as if 3 or 4 massive mountains were bearing down on him with crushing force. The pressure made his chest feel slightly tight, and even his breathing slowed. Not bad. This pressure at the lake center is no joke. But it's still within my limits. He did not stop. He kept moving forward. This final meter was entirely different from before. With each step, the pressure intensified, as if every inch forward added another mountain onto his shoulders. His pace gradually slowed, no longer as relaxed and effortless as before. Yet he clenched his teeth, resisting the onslaught of pressure, and pressed on step by step. Finally, he reached the very center of the lake. After standing still, he let out a sigh of relief, a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Quite a punch. Mingqiu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled. He hadn't expected the pressure here to be so immense. He looked down at the lake water beneath his feet. The water was a deep, ink-like blue. The primordial energy was so concentrated that countless glowing motes of energy were violently churning within it. Merely looking at it, one could sense the incredibly pure energy, as if it could burst forth and overwhelm a person. With that, he wasted no time, sat down directly, closed his eyes, and began furiously absorbing the surrounding primordial energy. The energy here was countless times denser than anywhere else. As soon as he sat down, an endless torrent of primordial energy surged into his body. The pleasurable sensation opened every pore on his body. He could feel his cultivation realm beginning to loosen again, even more noticeably than before. After closing his eyes, Mingqiu began madly absorbing the surrounding primordial energy. He knew well that ordinary people could never achieve 100 absorption. Most of the energy would be wasted during the absorption process. Even the most exceptional geniuses could only absorb 70 to 80% at best. The rest would dissipate into the air, wasted. But he was different. He had the cosmic supreme invincible system, which allowed him to absorb everything completely. No matter what kind of energy came near him, he could absorb it entirely without any loss. That was one of the reasons his cultivation speed was so astonishing. What took others 10 years of training, he might achieve in 1. Thus his absorption speed was many times faster than anyone else's. The surrounding primordial energy surged madly toward him. Even the lake water began to churn. At first only small ripples appeared, but soon they grew larger, gradually forming a massive vortex around him. The vortex expanded, pulling the surrounding lake water and countless motes of primordial energy toward him with ferocious force. The primordial energy of the entire lake began to flow in his direction. Everyone else could feel the energy around them rushing toward the lake's center. This tremendous commotion instantly jolted the others from their cultivation. Yin and Zhang Run had been immersed in the comfortable sensation of absorbing primordial energy. Suddenly they felt all the surrounding energy being sucked away by a colossal force. They opened their eyes immediately, and the sight of the enormous vortex around Mingqiu left them utterly stunned. Holy crap! Morong Yin couldn't help exclaiming, his eyes nearly popping out. Is he absorbing that ferociously? Jiang Ren's eyes were also wide, his face a mask of disbelief. In all my life I've never seen anyone absorb primordial energy like this. Even Yi Qianjue was stirred awake by this commotion. He opened his eyes and gazed at the enormous vortex beside Su Mingqiu, his gaze filled with utter astonishment. He had believed his own absorption speed was already swift, but compared to Su Mingqiu, it was like a mere trickle against a mighty river. Su Mingqiu's absorption rate was countless times faster than his. Now he finally understood why Su Mingqiu's cultivation level had advanced so rapidly. With such an absorption speed, who could ever compete? However, after a moment of shock, none dared to waste time. They exchanged glances, then quickly shut their eyes, refocused, and resumed absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. After all, they only had half an hour. A time so precious that if squandered they would never have such an opportunity again. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu was completely immersed in the sensation of absorbing spiritual energy. He felt as though he were soaring through an endless ocean of pure energy. Countless streams of supremely refined spiritual energy furiously surged into his body, the sensation so blissful it nearly made him float. His cultivation base was loosening more and more, as if it would break through at any moment. Time flew by, especially for those immersed in cultivation. It passed in the blink of an eye. Soon the half hour was up and the formation's time had ended. Yi Qianjue, Morong Yin, and Jiang Ren were automatically teleported out by the formation. Now only Su Mingqiu remained in the Mirror Lake spirit domain. He was still lost in the state of absorbing energy, utterly unaware that the others had already left. He continued to furiously absorb the spiritual energy at the lake's center, the surrounding vortex still spinning relentlessly, drawing all remaining energy toward him. On the other side, outside the forbidden area's stone gate, Lin Wenyuan had been waiting. Seeing the three teleported out, he smiled and walked over to greet them. Morong Yin had just opened his eyes, still a bit dazed. He paused, then couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that was fast. I hadn't even absorbed enough. This half hour was way too short. It felt like I just closed my eyes and then opened them to find myself out." Jiang Ren also opened his eyes, staring at the ancient stone gate with a look of lingering desire. He sighed and said, "Indeed. Who knows when we'll be able to come here again?" Yi Qianjue remained silent, merely nodding. He too felt the time was too brief, he hadn't absorbed enough. Yet he knew this was already an immense fortune. Lin Wenyuan looked at the three of them and couldn't help but smile. "So how was it? Didn't you gain a lot this time?" "You bet." Morong Yin nodded vigorously, his eyes lighting up. "Elder Lin, when will it be open again? That place was incredible." Lin Wenyuan waved his hand and chuckled. "How could it be opened frequently? The spiritual energy here takes decades to recover. The next opening is unknown. You should be content with what you have." Then Morong Yin instinctively checked his own cultivation level. "Holy crap, I'm already at the 4th stage, 2nd level." Moreover, he could feel that his physical body had been tempered by the pure energy, making it stronger than before. His meridians had also widened significantly, and his entire body brimmed with inexhaustible power. He turned to look at Jiang Ren in surprise, and immediately discerned the change in Jiang Ren's aura. "You're also at 4th stage, 2nd level." Jiang Ren had just finished examining his own cultivation. Hearing this, he nodded and smiled. "Yes." Then almost simultaneously they both turned their gaze to Yi Qianjue. After all, Yi Qianjue's base cultivation was higher than theirs, and he had been closer to the lake's center, absorbing denser and more abundant energy. His breakthrough must have been even greater than theirs. Being stared at so intently by them, Yi Qianjue felt his scalp tingle. He took a step back, waved his hand helplessly, and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm only at the 4th stage, 6th level. Nothing worth mentioning." Only Morong Yin and Jiang Ren were stunned by Yi Qianjue's words. They couldn't help but silently curse. Was this guy showing off? Only 4th stage, 6th level. And he calls that only? How excessive can he be? How pretentious can he be? Lin Wenyuan saw their astonished expressions and couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his hand and said, all right, stop comparing yourselves." Just as he spoke, Wu Wanhua approached from a distance. She had just seen off the others, a faint smile on her face. Lin Wenyuan, seeing her approach, asked with a smile, "So have they all left?" By they he naturally meant the vice principals from other schools and the students who had come along. The joint grand tournament had completely ended, and those people were returning to their respective schools. Since Lin Wenyuan had to stay here and couldn't leave, he had asked Wu Wanhua to help see them off. Wu Wanhua nodded, then turned to look at Morong Yin and the others, sizing them up before smiling. Not bad. You've all gained a lot this time." Then she turned to Lin Wenyuan, lightly slapped him, and said in a feigned, irritated tone, "You old wretch, you've finally done something good." Lin Wenyuan frowned and glared at her. "Hey, what do you mean finally? I've done plenty of good things. Haven't I helped your Haiming Wuda many times? I've done countless good deeds. How can you say finally?" Morong Yin and Jiang Ren watched the two vice principals bickering like children, and they couldn't help but exchange amused glances. These two, whose combined age must be nearly 200, still squabbled like kids. Usually they seemed so dignified and respected, but in private they were like this. Lin Wenyuan waved his hand at Wu Wanhua and said, "All right, let's wait here. Su Mingqiu should be coming out soon." Wu Wanhua nodded and stopped arguing. The group stood quietly outside the stone gate waiting. Murong Yin and the others also looked curiously at the ancient stone gate. They were all wondering how much Su Mingqiu's cultivation would have increased after he came out. After all Su Mingqiu had absorbed so violently, he must have gained even more than them. At that moment inside the Mirror Lake spirit domain, Su Mingqiu was still frantically absorbing spiritual energy. He absorbed 100% of the surrounding energy into his body, wasting not a single bit. Time flew by quickly, and in no time the 1 hour was up. The array's duration expired and Su Mingqiu was instantly transmitted out, appearing outside the stone gate. Su Mingqiu slowly opened his eyes, still a bit dazed from his cultivation state. He shook his head, flicked the water droplets from his hands, and stood up. He subconsciously scanned his body inwardly to check his cultivation realm. The moment he did, his eyes instantly lit up. Not bad at all. He had directly reached the 5th tier 2nd stage. He had only been at the 4th tier 5th stage just a while ago. In merely an hour he had broken through to the 5th tier 2nd stage. That was such a massive leap. This Mirror Lake spirit domain was simply incredible. Su Mingqiu nodded with satisfaction. Moreover, he could feel that even his physical body had grown considerably stronger. His physique had already been formidable to begin with, yet after being bathed in the spiritual energy of this Mirror Lake spirit domain, it had grown even more powerful. Even his meridians had widened significantly, his entire body surging with inexhaustible strength. Then he raised his head and noticed the others watching him with amused smiles on their faces. Murong Yin in particular was barely holding back his laughter, nearly letting out a sound. Zhang Ren was bowing his head, struggling to suppress his giggles. Su Mingqiu paused, puzzled. What was going on? Why were they laughing? Had his breakthrough really amused them that much? It couldn't be. Then he glanced down at himself and froze completely. Shit, where were his clothes? Su Mingqiu realized with horror that he was completely naked. The surge of spiritual energy that had flooded into his body had been so intense it had blown his garments to shreds. His face burned with embarrassment as he fumbled through his spatial ring for fresh clothes, dressing frantically and dreading any delay. As he pulled on the garments, his mind raced with frustration. Absorbing spiritual energy this aggressively had destroyed his clothes. How humiliating. In 2 lifetimes he had never experienced anything quite this mortifying. He was relieved that everyone here was male. If even one woman had been present, his reputation would have been utterly destroyed. Well, old Wu did not count. He risked a quick glance. Wu Wanhua had already turned her back to them. Besides, at her age, she had seen everything. She probably would not give it a second thought. After finishing dressing, Su Mingqiu finally exhaled in relief and put the whole embarrassing incident behind him. He then strode over to Murong Yin, who was trying hardest to stifle his laughter, and gave his shoulder a hard pat. The impact nearly sent Murong Yin sprawling, his teeth clenched in pain as he fought back a yelp. You were laughing the hardest just now, weren't you? Su Mingqiu said, pinching his shoulder roughly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed. I won't dare do it again. Murong Yin quickly admitted, massaging his aching shoulder. Su Mingqiu's blow had been incredibly fierce, nearly shattering it. Only then did Su Mingqiu release his grip. But as Murong Yin rubbed his shoulder, he suddenly leaned in with a lecherous grin and squinted his eyes, saying, But seriously, you're pretty substantial. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhang Ren could not hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing, bending double until his back ached, tears streaming from his eyes. Su Mingqiu shot him a glare and retorted sharply, What is there to laugh about? But then he added, Though I have to agree with you on that point. What's wrong? Are you envious? Save it. You were never going to measure up to me anyway. He then turned his attention to Yi Qianjue beside him and noticed the guy had maintained a stone-cold expression throughout the entire exchange, showing absolutely no reaction. Not even a smile had crossed his face during that embarrassingly awkward moment. His lips had not so much as twitched. Su Mingqiu started wondering if the guy was permanently expressionless, incapable of smiling no matter what. Such an entertaining scene, and he still had not budged. Lin Wenyuan and Wu Wanhua watched the youngster's playful antics and sighed, helplessly shaking their heads. After causing a stir for a while, Murong Yin finally composed himself and turned serious towards Su Mingqiu, asking, By the way, what realm are you at now? You absorbed so much spiritual energy just now. You must have broken through quite a bit, right? We have all advanced, but you were the most aggressive about absorbing it, so yours should be even greater. Su Mingqiu casually replied without a hint of concern, 5th tier 2nd stage. Nothing too impressive. Just a minor breakthrough. 5th tier 2nd stage. Murong Yin and Zhang Ren froze at those words, their eyes widening as they locked gazes, each reading the same shock reflected in the other's expression. After a long pause, they could only manage 2 words, damn. Both of them had barely reached the 4th tier 2nd stage, while Yi Qianjue was only at the 4th tier 6th stage. And Su Mingqiu had somehow leaped straight to the 5th tier 2nd stage. This was absurd. In just 1 hour, he had gone from the 4th tier 5th stage all the way to the 5th tier 2nd stage. The speed of his breakthrough was terrifying. Even Yi Qianjue, who maintained that perpetual cold expression, could not hide his astonishment upon hearing this. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This marked the first time Su Mingqiu had ever witnessed any expression other than that stoic indifference he always wore. No matter what happened before, the guy had remained completely unmoved. He had not reacted at all during that earlier commotion. It suddenly clicked. So this guy was not emotionless after all. So only cultivation matters could rouse any response from Yi Qianjue. That embarrassingly awkward spectacle had drawn nothing, but news of a realm breakthrough had finally moved him. So he really was a cultivation maniac through and through. His eyes held nothing but cultivation, nothing else mattered. Lin Wenyuan watched the young man and said with a smile, "Now that you have all undergone the spiritual energy baptism in the Mirror Lake spirit domain, your cultivation levels have risen substantially. You already far surpass those S-class prodigies from other schools. You four are now the top young geniuses our Dragon Kingdom has to offer." Then with growing excitement in his voice he clenched his fist and declared, "When the world competition arrives in a while, go out there and thoroughly crush those foreign upstarts." World competition? Su Mingqiu frowned uncertain. He had never heard of such an event before. Wu Wanhua stepped in to explain, "It is a competition between the top young geniuses from different nations. The finest talents from each country gather together to compete against one another. It is a chance to see whose nation boasts the superior prodigies. Victory brings not only substantial rewards, but also glory for your country. There is no need to worry about the details just yet. It is still early. You will receive official notification when the time comes, and everything will become clear then." Wu Wanhua waved her hand dismissively, knowing there was no point in overwhelming them with information. Now, clarity would come when the time was right. Su Mingqiu and the others nodded in understanding. So there was indeed such a competition. After speaking, Su Mingqiu and the others bid farewell to Yi Qianjue and Jiang Ren. After all, Yi Qianjue and Jiang Ren were from the imperial capital, while Su Mingqiu and his group were from Haiming, needing to return to their own school. Wu Wanhua waved her hand at Lin Wenyuan and said, "All right, old man, I'll take them and leave. We should head back to Haiming. You just take the benefits and leave." Lin Wenyuan said with a hint of displeasure, "Can't you stay a couple more days?" "No, I have a mountain of things waiting for me at school. I don't have time to chat with you." Wu Wanhua waved her hand, looking indifferent, and was about to leave. Lin Wenyuan nodded and didn't try to keep them. After all, there was indeed a ton of work waiting for Wu Wanhua back in Haiming. He also knew that with the joint competition over, every school had a pile of matters to attend to. Then Wu Wanhua led Su Mingqiu and Murong Yin toward the high-speed rail station. When Xingyao and Lin Feng had already been waiting there for them. When Xingyao had packed her things long ago, expecting their return. Seeing them approach, when Xingyao smiled and greeted them, asking, "How was it? Did you gain a lot from the Mirror Lake spirit domain?" Lin Feng also leaned in, staring at Su Mingqiu with curiosity, rubbing his hands and asking, "Little monster, did you break through?" Su Mingqiu nodded with a smile and said, "Yeah, I made a little progress. I'm at the 5th stage, 2nd level now." Lin Feng got excited, instantly slapping Su Mingqiu on the shoulder. "Awesome. You didn't let me down. I knew you were a freak." Then the group boarded their exclusive high-speed train. The train quickly started and sped toward Haiming Martial Arts University. The scenery outside the window rushed backward. A new journey for them was about to begin. The ride was quiet, unlike the trip here, which had encountered spatial rifts and beast attacks midway. The journey was smooth, heading steadily toward Haiming. Time passed in a flash, and a few days went by quickly. Now Su Mingqiu and his group had gotten off the train and returned to Haiming Martial Arts University. But just as they reached the school gate, Wu Wanhua's phone suddenly rang, urgently breaking the brief calm. Wu Wanhua frowned, took out her phone, and answered it. She heard Lin Wenyuan's anxious voice on the other end, carrying an unprecedented urgency. "Old Wu. Something terrible has happened. Spatial rifts have suddenly erupted all over the country. Many beasts have come out of the rifts and are already hurting people. I've already sent students to deal with it. You need to act fast too. Arrange for people to seal those rifts immediately. Don't let any more beasts escape. I still have to notify others, so I'll keep it short. Bye." Lin Wenyuan hung up without giving Wu Wanhua a chance to say more. Wu Wanhua stared at her phone, her expression instantly turning grave. Having just returned to school, this sudden event came without any warning. Then she informed Su Mingqiu and the others about the situation, her tone serious and devoid of the earlier lightness. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqiu and his companions immediately became serious, their previous playfulness vanishing. They all knew what a spatial rift outbreak meant. Countless beasts would escape and harm innocent people. So they quickly turned around and headed out to deal with the rifts. Lin Feng watched Su Mingqiu and the others hurry away, frowned, and said to Wu Wanhua, "Old Wu, could there be something strange behind this? How could rifts all over the country erupt at the same time? That's too much of a coincidence. It's never happened before." Wu Wanhua squinted at the sky, a hint of gravity in her eyes, and said slowly, "The storm is coming. All right, Lin Feng, go notify the whole school. Have all teachers and students prepare and stand by. Once needed, they must act immediately without delay." "Got it." Lin Feng nodded, not daring to delay, and turned to inform the entire school. He knew this was no small matter. Lin Feng's notice spread quickly, and the school's emergency broadcast rang out instantly. The urgent voice echoed through every corner of the campus, informing everyone of the mass rift eruption. Everyone was told to prepare and be ready to deploy. Soon the entire school knew about the situation. The whole school immediately sprang into action, the relaxed atmosphere transforming into a tense state of emergency. All teachers were quickly organizing students and assigning tasks, telling them the locations of the rifts and sending them out. Then everyone set off toward the various rift locations, each with a serious expression. They all knew this was urgent. They had to deal with the beasts escaping from the rifts and protect the innocent. As for Su Mingqiu, soon after leaving the school, he parted ways with Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao. Because their speed was too slow for him. Traveling together would waste too much time. The sooner the rifts were sealed, the better, or more beasts would escape, and people would get hurt. So he acted alone, heading straight for the nearest and largest spatial rift. Reports said many beasts had already emerged from it, and many people were trapped, making it the most urgent. Now figures were flying back and forth across the sky of Haiming. Teachers and students from various schools, all heading to deal with the rifts. Each wore an anxious expression as they flew swiftly toward the rift locations. The once leisurely city sky had become a hive of activity. Su Mingqiu was among them, moving much faster than the others. The wind whistled past his ears. His figure shot toward the rift, eager to get there and eliminate the beasts before they could harm more people. Soon Su Mingqiu arrived at the location of the spatial rift. It was in a small village outside the city. By the time he got there, the entire village was in chaos. Countless beasts were rampaging through it. Some were tearing down villagers' houses, others were chasing unarmed people, and many had already lost their lives. Bodies lay scattered across the ground alongside wounded individuals crying out in agony. The thick stench of blood permeated the entire village. This village originally had quite a few ordinary ability users who wanted to hold back the mutant beasts. However, there were simply too many of them, and they could not withstand the onslaught. One by one, they were on the verge of collapse, injured, and struggling to maintain their defense. Upon witnessing this desperate scene, Su Mingqiu's eyes turned cold, and he descended directly to the village entrance. He raised his hand, and a piercing cold energy surged forth, instantly freezing several mutant beasts that were about to attack, turning them into ice sculptures. Then he turned around and spotted a young boy hiding behind a haystack. The boy was pale with terror, his entire body shaking. Su Mingqiu's tone softened as he said to him, "Go quickly, it's dangerous here. Run to the rear and find your parents. Don't stay here." The little boy timidly nodded and whispered to Su Mingqiu, "Big brother, fight well." Then he hurriedly turned around and ran out of the village. Several mutant beasts also turned their heads, wanting to chase after the little boy. But with a casual wave of Su Mingqiu's hand, a burst of cold energy froze them all. In an instant, they became ice sculptures. The ability users in the village saw Su Mingqiu, and their eyes lit up at once. They shouted excitedly, "A savior has arrived. It's a student from Haiming Martial University. We're saved." Su Mingqiu watched the spatial rift from which mutant beasts continued to pour out endlessly. The peculiar stench of the mutant beasts could be detected from far away. He waved his hand to those ability users in the village who were barely holding on, and said, "You take the rest of the people and leave here immediately." After saying this, he raised his hand, and a massive surge of bone-chilling cold energy rushed toward the mouth of the spatial rift. Where the cold energy passed, even the air condensed into tiny ice crystals. In an instant, the huge rift outlet was completely sealed with ice. A thick layer of ice glowing blue blocked off the entire rift. The mutant beasts inside were temporarily blocked and couldn't get out. At least in the short term, no new mutant beasts would come running out. Subsequently, Su Mingqiu's figure flickered back and forth throughout the village. His speed was too fast, leaving afterimages behind, and those mutant beasts couldn't react at all. He saw a pregnant woman holding a baby in her arms being chased by a third-tier fanged mutant beast. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and it seemed she was about to be caught. Su Mingqiu instantly flashed over and swept his hand, sending a wave of cold energy that froze the mutant beast into an ice sculpture. He softened his tone toward the pregnant woman and said, "Run outside quickly, it's dangerous here. Don't stay." The pregnant woman nodded gratefully and ran off with the child. Wherever Su Mingqiu went, the mutant beasts there were instantly frozen by the bone-chilling cold energy, becoming ice sculptures. Before they could even scream, those ferocious mutant beasts were as frail as paper in front of him. In just a few seconds, all the mutant beasts in the village were completely eliminated by Su Mingqiu. The entire village fell silent at once, with only the villagers' sobs and the groans of the wounded remaining. Those villagers looking at Su Mingqiu gathered around, each one thanking him. If Su Mingqiu had arrived any later, their entire village would have been wiped out by the mutant beasts. The parents of that little boy were even more agitated and wanted to kneel down to thank Su Mingqiu. Their son had almost been eaten by the mutant beasts. But Su Mingqiu quickly stopped them. He couldn't bear this, so he said to them, "Don't do this. This is what I should do. Protecting you is my responsibility." Then, that little boy poked his head out from behind his mother, looking at Su Mingqiu with eyes full of admiration. Clenching his small fists, he said earnestly, "Big brother, I want to be as strong as you in the future too, to protect mom and dad. Protect everyone and stop the mutant beasts from bullying us." Su Mingqiu smiled, squatted down, and gently patted his hair. He said tenderly, "Keep going. You will definitely be able to in the future. At that time, you can also protect everyone, protect the people you want to protect." Watching these simple villagers, his heart also softened. This was the meaning of his cultivation. Protecting these ordinary people from being harmed by mutant beasts. That was what he wanted to do after coming to this world. Then he said to those villagers again, "You should hurry to the city. Our school's medical team will be here soon. They will arrange accommodation for you and treat the injured. Don't worry, everything will be fine soon." The villagers all nodded, looking at Su Mingqiu with gratitude. Then they packed up their belongings, supported the elderly, carried the children, and slowly made their way toward the city. After the villagers had set off, Su Mingqiu waved his hand to those ability users from the village who had stayed behind, and said, "You lead them and hurry into the city. Our school's people are waiting for you there. It's very safe, don't worry. I'm going to close this spatial rift completely now. Otherwise, if it's only temporarily frozen, when the ice layer melts, the mutant beasts inside will run out again, and they'll still hurt you. It will always be a hidden danger." Su Mingqiu looked at the frozen rift, and said seriously. They said to Su Mingqiu with concern, "Young man, be careful. That rift is too dangerous inside. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Wait for our school's teachers to come over. It's not like we're in a hurry." Su Mingqiu nodded and smiled, saying to them, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm confident. You should hurry up and go. Don't waste time. The villagers are still waiting for you to lead the way." Then those ability users exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't stop him. They nodded and led the remaining villagers toward the city. Afterwards, Su Mingqiu walked toward the spatial rift. He raised his hand and lightly waved, dispelling the frozen seal on the rift's exit. The thick ice layer shattered into countless ice crystals in an instant, scattering across the ground. Su Mingqiu gripped Shuang Lu tightly, the long blade wreathed in bone-chilling cold. Its frigid energy chilled the surrounding air further. His gaze hardened without a hint of hesitation, and he stepped directly into the rift. He intended to seal it completely. The moment he stepped into the spatial rift, the surrounding light dimmed instantly. The twisted space brought a pungent, fishy stench crashing toward him. Before Su Mingqiu could steady himself, more than a dozen bizarre beasts of various shapes burst forth from the surrounding darkness. Their mouths gaped wide like bloody cauldrons, and they snarled as they pounced toward him. Su Mingqiu didn't even shift his footing. He merely raised his hand, gripped the frost flow blade, and swept it casually through the air. With a resonant hum, a wave of bone-chilling cold energy swept outward in the wake of his blade. Those pouncing beasts never even had time to scream before they were cleaved cleanly in two. The warm blood never even reached him. It was instantly frozen into fine ice shards by the cold aura radiating from his body. Moments later, more bizarre beasts surged from the darkness, endlessly pouring forth like a tidal wave. Their roars and the grating sound of claws scraping against the ground merged into an ear-piercing cacophony. Su Mingqiu's gaze turned cold. Were they taking him for easy prey? He tightened his grip on the frost flow blade and unleashed the first stance of the demon-suppressing blade, the evil-quelling strike. As he swung, a massive wave of blade energy shot outward in an instant. Wherever that blade energy passed, whether 3-stage or the occasional 4-stage beast, none were even granted the chance to approach him. They were all cleaved in two without mercy. And so he stood his ground, delivering one devastating strike after another. Each beast that charged was killed on the spot. Two that came were slain as one. Not even a thread of his robe was touched. After 2.5 minutes of relentless slashing, the endless tide of beasts finally fell silent. Yet he waited and waited, only to find the spatial rift showing no sign of closing. The surrounding space remained distorted, and black mist continued to drift lazily outward. Su Mingqiu furrowed his brow in confusion. Under normal circumstances, once all the beasts within a rift were eliminated, it should seal itself. What was happening? He immediately activated his spiritual sense, sweeping it across the surroundings, and instantly detected it. Beneath the ground below his feet lay a powerful presence, concealed and hiding. Oh, so there was indeed a creature lurking behind the scenes. The moment he registered its presence, the ground beneath him erupted with a thunderous boom, splitting open into a gaping fissure. From that fissure emerged a colossal black scorpion, easily 15 meters long. Its carapace shone like polished obsidian, its two great claws as large as small houses, and the venomous stinger at the tip of its tail gleamed with an eerie, ghostly green light. The aura it radiated was unmistakably 5th stage, 1st level. Su Mingqiu scanned it with his spiritual sense and was immediately met with a wave of mild disappointment. Only 5th stage, 1st level. How utterly underwhelming. Su Mingqiu shook his head, said nothing, and raised the frost flow blade, unleashing the 3rd stance of the demon-suppressing blade, the devil-conquering strike. This was the most formidable technique of the demon-suppressing blade. As he brought his blade down, a colossal wave of sword energy stretching dozens of meters long and radiating terrifying pressure shot straight toward the giant scorpion. The sheer force of the blade energy tore through the very fabric of the distorted space, splitting it asunder. The giant scorpion, which had been poised to launch a surprise attack, froze in sheer terror at the sight of it, and immediately turned to burrow back underground. But the crushing pressure of the devil-conquering strike enveloped it in an instant, that terrifying menace rendering its entire body rigid with paralysis. With no other option, it summoned every ounce of its strength to raise its two massive claws before its body, attempting to weather the assault with its impenetrable carapace. But it was utterly useless. The next second, the colossal blade energy collided with those two great claws. With a sharp crystalline crash, the scorpion's claws, harder than refined steel, were severed clean off as easily as slicing through tofu. Without the slightest pause, the blade energy continued its devastating course, and split the giant scorpion cleanly in two. With a sickening splat, warm blood and entrails gushed across the ground in a gruesome display. The giant scorpion never even had the chance to let out a death cry. Its life force vanished instantly, its body twitching twice before going utterly still. With that, all the bizarre beasts were finally dealt with. Mingqiu surveyed the scene around him and couldn't help but frown. This spatial rift had become little different from hell itself. Blood pooled on the ground into shallow puddles. The severed limbs and organs of various beasts were scattered everywhere, some still twitching faintly. The thick, choking stench of blood was almost unbearable even for him. Mingqiu was about to turn and retreat from the rift when hurried footsteps echoed from behind. He looked back and saw several figures stepping through the rift's entrance. At the forefront was a middle-aged man wearing the faculty uniform of Black Abyss Martial Arts University, appearing to be in his 40s. Behind him trailed a group of young students. No sooner had they entered than the overpowering, choking stench of fresh blood assaulted their nostrils. They looked up and immediately beheld the hellish panorama before them. Blood pooled on the ground in shallow puddles. The severed limbs and bodies of mutated beasts lay strewn about in every direction. And at the center, the colossal black scorpion cleaved cleanly in two, its entrails spilled across the earth, a truly gruesome sight. They were stunned, speechless, standing rooted to the spot, as if frozen in time. Among them a girl with a ponytail who had never witnessed such a gruesome scene in her life. The moment her eyes scanned the carnage, her stomach revolted. She clamped a hand over her mouth, dropped to her knees, and vomited uncontrollably, her face draining of all color. The remaining boys turned ashen as well, struggling against their own nausea and urgently averting their gazes, unable to bear looking at the things on the ground. After all, most of them had only ever trained within the school grounds. Where had they ever seen such a brutal battlefield? The middle-aged teacher, however, had seen his fair share of carnage and kept his composure. Still seeing the utter devastation around him, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Then his gaze fell upon Mingqiu, standing calmly in the center of the field. Though his clothes were splattered with blood, his expression remained as placid as still water, entirely unfazed, as if the massacre he had just wrought had nothing to do with him. He couldn't help but smile and said to Mingqiu, "I didn't expect you to finish this so quickly. You're impressive as always. The villagers outside. We happened to encounter them on our way and have already settled them safely. We've arranged for everyone to be escorted to the temporary shelter in the city. You needn't worry about them." Mingqiu nodded, offering the teacher a faint smile. "Good to hear. Teacher, this area has been handled. I need to move on to the next location. There's another rift to the west that needs clearing. Intelligence reports quite a number of beasts there." As he spoke, he began walking toward the exit. The teacher and the students hurried to follow. The girl, having finished vomiting, wiped her mouth and lowered her head in embarrassment as she quickened her pace, though her face remained frightfully pale. The moment the group stepped beyond the spatial rift's boundary, the rift behind them began to slowly contract. With the source of the beast within fully eliminated, it gradually sealed itself shut. Finally, the last twisted wound in the air vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind whatsoever. Mingqiu had just bid farewell to the teacher when he lifted his foot, preparing to activate his wind-controlling technique to soar toward the next spatial rift. Suddenly, a crowd erupted from the surrounding woods, each figure wrapped in black cloaks, with a bizarre twisted portrait embroidered upon their chests. That was the emblem of the evil god cult long sought by Longwa for decades. These individuals moved with extraordinary speed, and in an instant they had completely surrounded them. Each one fixed them with a ferocious glare. The intense killing intent sent the nearby students stumbling backward in fear. His already pale face drained of what little color remained. At their forefront stood a young man in his 20s, wearing an arrogant and greedy grin. The aura radiating from him was unmistakably at the 5th stage 3rd section, considerably stronger than that giant scorpion from before. He cast a glance at the spatial rift that had completely vanished, then spoke slowly, his voice carrying a sinister edge. "So you were the ones who sealed this spatial rift." No sooner had he finished speaking when his gaze fell upon Mingqiu. His eyes instantly lit up as though he had spotted a mountain of gold, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Who would have expected such an unexpected reward? Mingqiu, you're actually here." Mingqiu gazed upon this group, and his heart instantly sank. He kept thinking, the members of the evil god cult appearing in such a remote location during this critical moment when spatial rifts were erupting nationwide was certainly no simple matter of taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Could it be that these spatial rifts across the country were not naturally occurring at all? Was it the work of the evil god cult? Did they deliberately create so many rifts and release the mutant beasts in order to plunge Longwa into chaos and seize the moment to wreak havoc? The moment this thought took root, Mingqiu's eyes turned cold. If this were indeed the case, then the evil god cult was utterly vicious, having sent countless innocent civilians to their deaths. The middle-aged teacher beside him instantly grew furious upon seeing the members of the evil god cult. He stepped forward, shielding the students behind him, and roared at them. "You filthy cultists! Longwa is hunting you everywhere, yet you dare to show yourselves in broad daylight. Do you really think we from Mingqiu University are easy to bully?" The young man leading them burst into unrestrained laughter upon hearing this. He waved his hand dismissively toward the teacher as though regarding a fool. Filthy. In a moment you'll be dead by my hand, and you still dare to call me filthy. As he spoke, his greedy gaze locked onto Su Mingqiu. He licked his lips, his face dripping with smugness. Bring back Su Mingqiu's head, and the cult master will surely reward us handsomely. The man was completely lost in fantasies of returning home to claim his prize. He had no idea whatsoever that Su Mingqiu had already broken through to the 5th stage, 2nd section, within the Mirror Lake spiritual domain. The information in his possession was still outdated. He still believed Su Mingqiu had remained stuck at the 4th stage. In his eyes, Su Mingqiu was merely a priceless gift delivered right to his doorstep, something he could do as he pleased with. Watching the fool's foolish dreams of promotion and wealth, Su Mingqiu's gaze turned as cold as ancient ice. He turned to the middle-aged teacher beside him and spoke with tremendous speed. Teacher, protect the students behind you. Do not let these scoundrels come to harm them. Before his words had even finished echoing, Su Mingqiu's figure vanished from where he stood. The evil god cult leader, still lost in his own fantasies, failed to react at all. He simply felt a blur before his eyes. In the next instant, a massive palm struck directly across his face. Smack! The sharp sound sent the man flying horizontally through the air. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into a thick tree nearby, causing the trunk to shudder. Several of his teeth were knocked loose by the blow, spraying out mixed with warm blood. The pain brought tears streaming down his face. The other evil god cult members around them, seeing their leader struck, immediately turned bloodthirsty. Crying out incoherent cult slogans, they charged at Su Mingqiu, seeking to swarm him and avenge their boss. But before they could advance more than 2 steps, the cold aura surrounding Su Mingqiu erupted instantly. That piercing ice-type ability descended upon them in a heartbeat. They were frozen solid into ice statues, each captured mid-charge. All of this unfolded in less than a single second. The teacher and students nearby were dumbfounded. They had not seen clearly what had transpired at all. They merely saw Su Mingqiu blur forward, and the arrogant leader was sent flying. Then those charging evil god cult members had all turned into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the beaten leader, clutching his face swollen like a steamed bun, slowly rose from the ground. One half of his face had swollen to grotesque proportions, several teeth missing from his mouth, blood continuously dripping from the corners of his lips. Speaking with difficulty through his pained, grimacing expression, he pointed at Su Mingqiu and roared, "You seek death." Even at this point, he still dared to talk tough. Without another word, his figure flickered once more, and in an instant he stood before the leader. The man had just finished shouting and was attempting to raise his hand to gather his ability for a sneak attack, but he did not even have the chance to react. Su Mingqiu reached out, grasped him by the throat, and lifted him up as effortlessly as one might seize a chick. The man's feet left the ground instantly, his legs flailing wildly, but unable to touch Su Mingqiu. At the same time, Su Mingqiu's freezing cold invaded his body, completely sealing his ability. The man's ability fell dormant immediately. He could not so much as move a single finger. His entire body went rigid, utterly unable to resist. Then, holding him aloft with one hand, Su Mingqiu raised the other and began slapping his face with relentless fury. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sounds of slapping echoed continuously, each strike heavier than the last. The leader's already swollen face broke open instantly, blood and shattered teeth spraying uncontrollably. As Su Mingqiu continued slapping, he spoke coldly, "Still want to talk tough?" The man screamed in agony, tears and snot mixing with blood across his face. Choked by the grip on his neck, he could barely draw breath, driven nearly mad by the pain. His voice cracked as he wailed, "Stop! Stop! Just let me speak. You won't even give me a chance to talk." But Su Mingqiu did not stop in the least. The force behind his blows only grew heavier. Gradually, the leader's cries grew fainter until they completely ceased. Su Mingqiu had literally beaten him to death. On the final strike, Su Mingqiu failed to control his force, and the man's head was sent flying entirely. It rolled across the ground, and from the severed neck warm blood erupted like a fountain, splattering the earth. The teachers and students nearby were watching this scene, yet their thoughts could not have been more different. Those young students stared with wide eyes, wildly wondering in their hearts who exactly was the villain. Although the leader of the evil god cult in the previous encounter had been arrogant, he had not been this ruthless, had he? Su Mingqiu had literally slapped someone's head clean off. Didn't it feel like Su Mingqiu was actually the real villain? Besides, they had originally come along with their teacher to help handle the spatial rifts, but what happened? They had not been needed at all. Su Mingqiu alone had resolved everyone within just a few seconds. As for that middle-aged teacher looking at Su Mingqiu, he could not help but feel deeply moved. Truly, the student had surpassed the master. When he himself had been Su Mingqiu's age, he had certainly not been nearly this formidable. This kid truly deserved the title of genius at Black Abyss Martial University. Too impressive. After these thoughts, he said to Su Mingqiu, "Excellent. That is precisely how scum like the evil god cult should be dealt with. Let them taste suffering themselves. How many innocent people did they harm before? What is this pain compared to that?" Su Mingqiu casually tossed the headless corpse aside, then scratched his head and said a bit awkwardly, "I used too much force. I failed to control my strength." The teacher quickly waved his hand and said, "It's fine. It's fine. Scum like this dead is dead. Nothing to regret." Mingqiu hurried to the next spatial rift. There are surely still many matters awaiting resolution there. Do not delay. Mingqiu nodded, said nothing further, and took flight directly heading west at tremendous speed. In mere seconds he was gone from sight. Only after Mingqiu had departed did the teacher turn back to those students who were still standing in dazed silence, and said, "Enough. Cease your gaping. Do not feel it was too cruel. Such scum of the evil god cult ought to be dealt with precisely this way. The lives they have taken far outnumber what you witnessed. Eliminating them is removing a scourge from the people. Furthermore, you need not compare yourselves to Mingqiu. Comparing yourself to others only brings misery. Focus on your own path. He is a genius among geniuses. You cannot match him." Those students quickly nodded, though inwardly they could not help but secretly grumble, "Teacher, we never compared ourselves to Mingqiu in the first place. Although we are all freshmen, even we know our level is fundamentally different from his." At this moment the girl who had vomited earlier spoke up quietly. "Teacher, why have the members of the evil god cult dared to show themselves now? Haven't they always been hiding, afraid to reveal themselves?" Upon hearing this the teacher's expression darkened. He looked up at the gray overcast sky and frowned, saying, "The simultaneous eruption of spatial rifts across the entire nation is absolutely no coincidence. This is certainly connected to those scum. They intend to exploit this moment to plunge Longwa into chaos and take advantage of the disorder." At nearly the same moment, almost simultaneously, members of the evil god cult across the entire nation emerged from their hiding places. It was as if they had planned this long in advance. While everyone was occupied dealing with spatial rifts and fighting mutt beast creatures, with all attention focused on rescue operations and defenses at their weakest, they suddenly launched surprise attacks. Many students busy saving lives along with Public Security Bureau personnel were turned with their backs exposed, preoccupied with the beast creatures charging out. They had no guard against threats from the shadows and were caught completely off guard. In less than half an hour, quite a number of students and Public Security Bureau personnel had perished at the hands of the evil god cult. Moreover, these cult members refused to engage in open combat, instead sending forth fourth-tier experts. They ambushed students and personnel of only third or fourth tier, bullying the weak, striking from above with vicious and sinister tactics. They attacked and fled immediately, never daring to confront anyone head-on. This news, like wings upon the wind, instantly reached the ears of top administrators at every university and the higher-ups of the Public Security Bureau. Those high-ranking officials were already overwhelmed and exhausted from coping with the nationwide simultaneous rift outbreaks. Upon receiving this news, they instantly erupted in fury. Principals and vice principals of every school, along with the directors of the Public Security Bureau, were all enraged. They immediately issued orders to deploy all high-tier experts. Set aside the rift management work for now. Deal with those evil god cult scum first. A death sentence was issued upon encountering any member of the evil god cult. Kill without mercy. These scum are a waste of grain. Every one of these high-ranking officials felt a towering rage simmering within. Our people killed by mutt beast creatures. We accept that. They were preparing to use this opportunity for students to undergo trials and grow stronger. But you evil god cult scum take this chance to launch sneak attacks, strike those of lower realms with those of higher realms, and kill our people. You are courting death. Do you truly think Longwa has run out of people? Do you truly think we are too busy to attend to scum like you? Meanwhile, Mingqiu's speed was extraordinarily fast. In just a few minutes he arrived at the small town in the west. As he descended from the sky, he immediately took in the situation here. The spatial rift in this area was considerably smaller than the one at the earlier village. It was less than 2 meters wide, and the mutt beast creatures emerging from it did so at a slower pace. However, there were still plenty inside, with beast creatures running rampant across the streets, leaving utter devastation in their wake. Fortunately, several students from other schools had already arrived here first, and were currently dealing with the mutt beast creatures. Those students wearing their school uniforms were drenched in sweat from fighting, covered with splashes of blood, and bore injuries on their arms. The pace at which they cleared the beast creatures could not match the rate at which new ones poured through the rift, so their progress was painfully slow. After quite some time, they had cleared less than half, and many beast creatures continued to rampage through the small town streets. Those students, seeing Mingqiu land, paused in surprise for a moment, then recognized him. Was this not Mingqiu, the genius of Black Abyss Martial University champion of the joint tournament? They had seen him on television and on the university's bulletin boards. Mingqiu did not bother exchanging greetings. Time was critically short. There were still numerous rifts awaiting clearance and countless people needing rescue. He directly charged forward, Frostflow blade in hand. Raising his arm, he unleashed the Demon Suppression Blade's demon-suppressing form, and a blade aura swept through. The mutt beast creatures charging toward him were instantly split in two. Then his figure flickered, darting back and forth across the small town streets. Those beast creatures hidden inside buildings as well as those just emerging from the rift were instantly eliminated. Within moments he had resolved every single mutt beast creature in the area. The spatial rift, its source of mutt beast creatures thoroughly eradicated, slowly began to contract, eventually closing completely and leaving not the slightest trace behind. The entire process took less than a minute. Those students stood there completely dumbfounded. They had been fighting for nearly half an hour and had only cleared half of the area. Then Su Mingqiu arrived and resolved everything within a single minute. Was this gap in ability too enormous? After finishing the task, Su Mingqiu nodded to those students. Then Su Mingqiu shot into the sky in an instant, disappearing within mere seconds, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. Those students exchanged glances and couldn't help but remark, this person truly moves like the wind and lightning. Arrives swiftly, departs even faster. They took a brief rest, pulled out healing potions, and tended to their wounds. They then drank some vitality-restoring elixirs, and after a long while managed to catch their breath. Then they gathered their belongings, preparing to assist at the next spatial rift. Rifts were appearing everywhere now, and every corner needed manpower. They could not afford to remain idle. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu was soaring through the sky at tremendous speed, heading toward the next rift location. Suddenly his phone buzzed, a message notification. He took it out and saw a message from Lin Feng filled with urgency. Mingqiu, stop dealing with the spatial rifts for now. Go deal with the evil god cult members first. That bunch of scum has been ambushing our people everywhere, and they've already killed over 100 students and security officers. If you see them, kill them on sight. Spare no one. Those wretches must be taught a lesson. Upon seeing the message, Su Mingqiu immediately understood. As expected, those evil god cult members were causing trouble at this moment. He didn't waste words, replied with an okay emoji, and immediately changed direction. He began circling overhead, using his divine sense to sweep a vast area in search of the evil god cult. His soul, nurtured by the ice coffin, had grown exceptionally powerful. As long as he spotted those wearing black cloaks with the evil god insignia embroidered on their chests, he would charge straight at them. He unleashed bursts of frigid energy immediately. Those evil god cult members didn't even have time to react before being frozen solid into ice statues. Not a single member of the evil god cult survived against him. Occasionally while searching, he would also notice spatial rifts and stop by to quickly clear out the mutated beasts within. He then continued his search for the cultists, accomplishing both saving lives and eliminating scum simultaneously. At almost the same time, masters across the entire nation of Long were mercilessly hunting down the evil god cult. Everyone had been mobilized, searching and pursuing everywhere. Those evil god cult members had originally planned to take advantage of Long's chaos and manpower shortage to cause trouble. However, they never expected that Long's masters would react so swiftly, instantly forcing them to scatter and flee. The cult members were chased like stray dogs, screaming for their mothers and fathers as they were slaughtered. Within a mere half hour, almost all the evil god cult members who had emerged this time were killed. The few survivors who escaped were so terrified they lost their minds, hastily tearing off their evil god insignias. They found remote places to hide and dared not show their faces again. In an instant, the evil god cult simply vanished from sight. No trace of them could be found anywhere across the entire nation of Long. Su Mingqiu searched for a long time, but could not find any evil god cult members. Those people had tucked themselves away like cowardly turtles, and there was nothing he could do. So he continued on to handle the spatial rifts. Other masters were the same. Seeing that the evil god cult members had hidden and dared not come out, they also stopped wasting time searching. After all, there were still more important matters waiting for them. They returned to their work of clearing spatial rifts, continuing to eliminate mutated beasts and making up for the time lost chasing the cult. The entire nation of Long returned to its previous rhythm of everyone busily rescuing people and clearing rifts. Deep within an underground base, only a few ghost green soul lamps cast their dim light. An eerie, oppressive stench of blood hung throughout the room, making it hard to breathe. At the main seat on the highest level, a man in a black robe embroidered with the evil god insignia sat upon a massive obsidian throne. His face could not be seen, only his gloomy, chilling aura was palpable. An elder, also dressed in black robes, knelt below his face, panicked and cold sweat beading on his forehead. He reported cautiously, "Your Holiness, terrible news. Everyone sent out this time has been almost entirely slaughtered. The few survivors who escaped have hidden and dare not show themselves. Those masters of Long are far too fierce. We simply cannot withstand them." Hearing this, the cult leader seated on the throne merely waved his hand carelessly and said in a low, hoarse voice, "It does not matter. Those sent out were merely expendable pawns meant to distract them. Their deaths are of no consequence." He paused and a sinister smile curled his lips. Those fools still do not realize that the spatial rifts erupting nationwide were orchestrated by us. They mistakenly believe we are merely taking advantage of the situation. How naive they are. Once the time is right and we launch our full assault, they will witness something truly horrifying. You may withdraw now. Attend to your own duties and do not concern yourself with these matters. The elder quickly nodded, bowing deeply and respectfully. "Yes, Your Holiness." Saying this, he kept his head lowered and retreated cautiously, daring not even to breathe loudly. After the elder left, a fair-haired foreign man emerged from the shadows nearby. His skin was extremely pale, his eyes ice blue, and he wore a Western-style black suit that clashed sharply with the dim surroundings. He addressed the cult leader in broken, accented Chinese. "Your Holiness need not worry. We are united in our cause. Our people will arrive shortly. Once they have all arrived, the destruction of Long will be trivial." Hearing this, the cult leader's smile deepened. He nodded, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. "Exactly right. As long as we join forces, Long will soon become prey in the palm of my evil god cult. The fair-haired man stood beside him and said, however, for now we should avoid showing ourselves for a while longer. The cult leader nodded. The people of Long had just been ambushed and were raging with anger. Leaning back against the cold obsidian throne, he thought for a moment and then asked, when will the allies from the other nations arrive? Upon hearing this, the fair-haired man's face showed a hint of smug satisfaction. He spoke in his halting accented Chinese soon. They are already on their way. Within a few days at most, everyone will have arrived, and then we can make our move. The cult leader nodded at these words, his sinister smile growing even more pronounced. On Su Mingqiu's side, having just dealt with a spatial rift, he was about to head to the next rift's location. Suddenly his phone buzzed. A message from Murong Yen, urgent in tone, come assist now. The rift here suddenly expanded. I can't hold it. Sending you the coordinates. Upon reading the message, Su Mingqiu activated his wind control art to its maximum without a second thought. His speed instantly surged, and he flew rapidly toward the location Murong Yen had sent. He knew Murong Yen was an S-rank fire type himself, no weakling. If he truly couldn't hold on, he'd never send a distress signal. This meant the situation was far more dire than he'd imagined. Meanwhile, at Murong Yan's location, he and several students from other schools were battling against the suddenly enlarged spatial rift in an open field. Behind them, when Xingyao's face had turned pale, she tirelessly channeled her ability, healing them with streaks of green light that fell upon the students. Their wounds instantly healed slightly, and their stamina recovered a bit. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. Initially, the spatial rift had been small, and Murong Yen could handle it. They were clearing the aberrant beasts without issue, expecting to finish quickly and move on to help elsewhere. But unexpectedly, as they cleared the rift, it suddenly expanded. This 1 in a million chance. The originally tiny rift had now grown several times larger. The rate at which aberrant beasts emerged multiplied instantly, and more poured out, unstoppable. Whether it was luck or misfortune for Murong Yen remained uncertain. Fortunately, the rift was in a desolate wilderness, uninhabited. Otherwise, with the sudden expansion and the deluge of beasts, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Murong Yan's flames erupted, sending a massive fireball that incinerated a charging tiger-like aberrant beast, reducing it to ash. He gasped for breath and shouted to the nearly exhausted students nearby, "Don't panic. I've called for reinforcements. Hold on, just a little longer. When he gets here, he'll clean this up easily." The students on the verge of collapse asked who. "Someone that strong. Can he handle such a huge rift?" Murong Yen wiped the grime off his face and replied gruffly, "Who else?" "Su Mingqiu. Once he's here, these beasts are nothing but a snack." Hearing Su Mingqiu's name, the students instantly breathed a sigh of relief. They all knew of Su Mingqiu's prowess. With him coming, there was no problem. But just as Murong Yen finished speaking, the spatial rift expanded yet again. It grew even larger than before, and the twisting black aura nearly stained the surrounding air. Murong Yen was stunned and couldn't help cursing. "What the more?" He quickly shouted into his phone. "Can you hear me, Su Mingqiu? Hurry. It's expanded again. Even bigger this time. We're about to break." No sooner had his words left his mouth than a pair of massive hands covered in cyan fur reached out from the rift. They grabbed the rift's edges, and a colossal monkey emerged. Its face was cyan, fangs, bared eyes blood red, and its fur a dark cyan hue. The aura radiating from it was countless times stronger than the previous beasts. Just the pressure alone was suffocating. Once the monkey fully emerged, the spatial rift gradually stopped expanding, then slowly contracted until it vanished completely. As if the chaos had never happened. The monkey, upon its arrival, pounded its chest with both fists and let out a mad roar toward the sky. The roar shook the ground itself. Murong Yen and the others felt their ears ringing. Then the surrounding aberrant beasts, which had been charging, gradually halted. One by one, they bowed to the colossal monkey, kneeling in submission, not daring to move. It was as if the monkey was their king. When Xingyao tugged at Murong Yen's sleeve and whispered, "Murong Yen, what do we do?" Murong Yen swallowed, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, "How should I know?" Then Murong Yen and the students from other schools quickly retreated. They backed off dozens of meters in one breath. Staring at the massive monkey, they realized, damn, this was the final boss. Murong Yen looked at the monkey, swallowed hard, and muttered to himself, judging by its appearance, it's at least a 5th-tier boss. Damn, we can't take this on. All of us combined wouldn't even fill its teeth. The other students, seeing this, panicked and asked, pale-faced, "What do we do? We can't beat this giant monkey. It's too strong." Murong Yen gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? We can't outrun it. Its speed is too great. We have to fight. Hold on until Su Mingqiu arrives. Once he's here, he can handle it." The moment he finished, the giant monkey, its eyes bloodshot, pointed a finger at them. Then the previously kneeling aberrant beasts all surged toward them. Following the monkey's command, they charged madly, intent on tearing them apart. Murong Yen quickly shouted to Wen Xingyao behind him, "Xingyao, just stay back and heal us. Don't come forward. It's too dangerous. You don't need to engage." Wen Xingyao nodded. "Okay, be careful. I'll keep healing you." Then Murong Yan's flames erupted, instantly coalescing into a massive 10-meter-high wall of fire that blocked their front. The heat of the flames distorted the air around them. Though the aberrant beasts were mostly peak 3rd tier, and some even 4th tier, they couldn't penetrate Murong Yan's firewall. The 3rd tier beasts were instantly incinerated upon contact. The 4th tier ones fared little better. They were severely burned, screaming as they retreated. None dared to approach again. The students from other schools also unleashed their abilities, attacking the beasts to relieve pressure on Murong Yan. They knew they had to hold on until Mingqiu arrived, otherwise none of them would survive today. The colossal monkey, seeing that none of its subordinates could breach Murong Yan's firewall, was immediately overcome with fury. It let out a roar to the heavens that was even louder than before. The surrounding trees were shaken until several snapped. Then, taking massive steps, it strode toward Murong Yan and the others. With each step it took, the ground trembled as if with a minor earthquake, creating an oppressive pressure that made it hard to breathe. On its path, some mutant beasts failed to react in time and stood blocking its way. Without even glancing at them, it reached out with one hand, grabbed a mutant beast, and tossed it into its mouth. With a loud crunch, it devoured it whole. Not a single bone was left behind. It swallowed everything raw with hardly any blood spilled. Seeing this scene, Murong Yan and the others, along with several students from other schools, couldn't help but curse, "Fucking hell. He's even eating his own men." Murong Yan, while relentlessly launching flames at the incoming mutant beasts, impatiently shouted at them, "Is this the time for this? It's coming at us." As he spoke, he unleashed a massive flame toward the gigantic monkey, hoping to block its advance. But the fire merely singed some of the monkey's cyan fur upon impact. It was utterly ineffective. The monkey didn't even bother dodging, showing no concern whatsoever, as if it were nothing more than a gentle scratch. Witnessing the monkey's ferocity, including its cannibalism of its own subordinates, the mutant beasts dared not linger in front of it. They scattered to the sides, terrified of blocking its path and being devoured themselves. Instantly, the path ahead of the monkey cleared. Observing the creature closing in with each step, its terrifying pressure intensifying, Murong Yan understood deep within that ordinary attacks would be utterly useless. The flames enveloping his entire body surged dramatically, blazing several times brighter than before, the scorching heat forcing those nearby to retreat involuntarily. He called out to those around him, "Everyone fall back. Stay far away." Then, drawing a deep breath, he cried out, "Emperor of Flame." Extending his right hand, a colossal fireball materialized above his palm. The intense heat of the fireball distorted the surrounding air. With a powerful thrust, he hurled the enormous sphere directly at the monkey. The monkey didn't even attempt to dodge. Its expression remained unchanged, as though the fireball were merely a pebble. It simply extended its massive right hand and grasped the inferno firmly. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, the scorching fireball was crushed to nothing in that massive grip. Murong Yan's most powerful technique had failed to so much as scratch it. Not even a burn mark was left on its hand, as if the flames were completely useless against it. With complete indifference, the monkey strolled to where the firewall stood and, raising its enormous palm, simply swatted the towering wall of flames, rising over 10 meters high, completely extinguishing it with a single blow. The roaring flames vanished without a trace in an instant. Seeing this, Murong Yan quickly activated the flames beneath his feet, propelling himself sideways in a burst of fire to evade. He had barely escaped being struck by the monkey's palm. That colossal strike had slammed into the ground, carving out a several-meter-wide crater. Several deep fissures split the earth. If anyone had been hit, they would have been reduced to pulp. Watching their frantic dodging, the monkey stopped in place and burst into hearty laughter. Its cackling voice, harsh and grating as a broken gong, was dripping with arrogance, as if mocking their futile resistance. Seeing the monkey laugh, Murong Yan was instantly enraged. Wiping the sweat from his face, he cursed, "Damn it. This damn monkey actually has the audacity to laugh at us. When Mingqiu arrives, you'll regret this. You won't even have time to cry." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice laced with coldness echoed from above, "Laugh your ass off, you stinking monkey." Murong Yan and the others looked up and saw Mingqiu descending from the sky, landing directly in front of the monkey in an instant. With one hand, he seized the monkey's head and forcefully slammed it straight into the ground. With a thunderous impact, the enormous muffled sound sent a crater several meters wide cracking through the earth. Trapped in the pit, the monkey struggled frantically, trying to shake Mingqiu off. But it couldn't move at all. Mingqiu's grip was like an iron vice, pinning the monkey's head firmly to the ground. It couldn't even lift its head, only managing to emit muffled growls. Murong Yan and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. Finally, he had arrived. They had feared they would meet their end here today. Mingqiu dusted off his hands and walked over to join Murong Yan and the others. Murong Yan, seeing him, finally relaxed and retorted sharply, "About time you showed up. If you had arrived any later, we would have been done for." Mingqiu smiled and replied, "I'm here now, aren't I? I took some time dealing with a few scum from the evil god cult on the way." Then he turned to them and said, "Leave this monkey to me. You go handle the other mutant beasts." Murong Yan and the others nodded and didn't waste words. They quickly moved to deal with the remaining mutant beasts. Wen Xingyao followed along, providing healing support from behind as they finished off the leftover beasts. Meanwhile, the monkey, taking advantage of the brief distraction while Mingqiu was conversing, slowly rose from the pit. Glaring at Mingqiu, its eyes redder with rage, it pounded its chest furiously and roared in defiance. Then with sudden ferocity it slammed both hands onto the ground. Instantly countless razor-sharp stone spikes erupted from the earth, piercing towards Su Mingqiu. Those ground spikes came at blinding speed, reaching Su Mingqiu's position in the blink of an eye, intent on impaling him like a sieve. Su Mingqiu, unfazed, didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he lightly stomped his foot against the ground. Instantly, countless massive ice spikes surged upward from the earth, each larger and sharper than the monkey's stone attacks. They smashed through all of the monkey's ground spikes, shattering them completely. Witnessing his attack prove utterly useless against Su Mingqiu, the monkey instantly understood it stood no chance against this human. Fear seized it, and it dared not fight further. Turning abruptly, it attempted to flee, sprinting toward the distant deep mountains at incredible speed. It even knocked aside several mutant beasts that blocked its path. Unfazed, Su Mingqiu didn't even pursue. Standing his ground, he simply extended a single finger, an array emanating with piercing cold energy shot forth from his fingertip. It struck the monkey's legs directly. In an instant, the beast's legs were encased in thick ice. The monkey toppled to the ground, face-planting so hard its snout buried itself in the dirt. Run? Where do you think you're running to? Su Mingqiu gazed at the monkey struggling on the ground, his tone calm, as he took steady, deliberate steps toward it. With every step he took, the chilling aura emanating from him grew heavier, suppressing the surrounding mutated beasts into frozen stillness. Along the way, some beasts blind to the danger charged at him in a futile attempt to attack. With a mere wave of his hand, they were all encased in ice, transformed into fragile sculptures of frost. Gradually, the path ahead cleared of all mutated beasts. The beasts feared him deeply. Upon spotting his approach, they scrambled to the sides, daring not to draw near even a step. It was as if he were the true monster here, far more terrifying than the colossal simian. Witnessing Su Mingqiu close in, the monkey grew desperate. It collapsed onto the ground, pounding the earth furiously with both hands. Instantly, the ground tore open, splitting into a massive, bottomless chasm, dark and yawning, intending to swallow Su Mingqiu whole. Yet Su Mingqiu did not break stride. Wherever his footsteps fell, the ground instantly froze solid beneath him. The rift itself was immediately sealed beneath a thick layer of ice. Su Mingqiu walked straight across it without so much as a hesitation. Seeing his unbroken advance, the monkey lost all composure. Realizing escape was impossible, it resolved upon mutual destruction, raising both hands and letting out a deafening roar toward the heavens. Moments later, a colossal meteor plummeted from the sky, wreathed in raging flames, and shrieking through the air directly towards Su Mingqiu. The remaining mutated beasts, upon witnessing the falling meteor, scattered in sheer terror. Several students from neighboring schools watched the spectacle in stunned silence, unable to resist halting their tasks. Their eyes fixed on the descending meteor, concern flickered across their faces as they whispered, "Su Mingqiu, will he withstand that strike? How enormous is that meteor? If it crashes down, we'll all be caught in the crossfire. If it actually strikes, won't it wipe out the entire mountain peak?" Murong Yan, while incinerating the stragglers, calmly wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Rest assured, he's a monster. To him, this is nothing to worry about. We should simply focus on our own duties and leave him to it. He is far more formidable than we imagined. We need only mind our own business. Quickly finish clearing these beasts. There are still numerous other locations awaiting our aid." When Xingyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Mingqiu is exceptionally powerful. He has resolved every peril we've faced thus far. There is no need for concern. Meanwhile, the monkey watched the meteor drawing nearer, a manic grin spreading across its face. It believed Su Mingqiu was done for, and no matter how formidable he was, being struck by such a titanic impact would surely kill him. Even if it meant his own demise, he would take this human down with him. Watching the meteor close in, Su Mingqiu released a torrential surge of frigid aura from his body. The chilling energy instantly enveloped the entire arena, freezing the ground into a glassy sheet of ice. Cold river snow. Su Mingqiu extended a hand, and a concentrated stream of frost-shot energy propelled toward the meteor. In an instant, the blazing meteor was encased in ice. It halted mid-air, completely motionless, its raging flames snuffed out in the same heartbeat. Even the monkey upon the ground was frozen solid within a colossal iceberg. The formation stood dozens of meters tall, resembling a miniature mountain, radiating waves of biting cold. Encased deep within the ice, the monkey retained its prior posture, its bloodshot eyes still wide open. The meteor rested securely atop the iceberg, fused tightly within the permafrost. From a distance, it appeared entirely natural, utterly impossible to discern as a man-made structure. Su Mingqiu's icy aura, however, did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to spread outward. It froze the remaining mutated beasts as well. In a single moment, every creature was transformed into a sculpture of ice. The entire arena fell into sudden, profound silence, save for the lingering chill emanating from the iceberg. Even the pools of blood on the ground instantaneously solidified into crimson ice, rendering the landscape a frozen wasteland. The students from other schools watched in utter astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. One student, overcome by curiosity, approached and reached out to touch the iceberg. The moment his fingers made contact, he recoiled, instantly rubbing his numb extremities as he muttered, "Good heavens! This is merciless. It's bitterly cold." This is a manufactured natural disaster. This isn't merely a superpower, this is outright calamity. I've seen Su Mingqiu's battles online and in videos before, but witnessing it in person is something else entirely. This is truly terrifying. That meteor was frozen in an instant. Mu Rongyan, seeing that Su Mingqiu had cleared all surrounding beasts, sank to the ground with a heavy thud. Shortly after Su Mingqiu approached him. Upon seeing him, Mu Rongyan grumbled, "Damn it, why is my luck so dreadful? Otherwise I could have soloed this spatial rift." Su Mingqiu smiled and replied, "That actually speaks volumes about your rather fortunate streak. After all, the odds of a spatial rift expanding are pitifully small, 1 in a million, and you happen to stumble upon one. With luck like that you could buy a lottery ticket and win a jackpot." Mu Rongyan rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "Give me a break, you call this good luck? This is sheer misfortune. I nearly died here. As for lotteries, count me out. Even if I bought one, I wouldn't win. If my luck were truly good, I wouldn't have run into this monkey today. I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck accumulated into one day." When Xingyao walked over, using her ability to heal and restore his stamina. Smiling, she said, "Stop complaining. Recover quickly. We need to assist at the next location and cannot afford delays." The students from the other schools also gathered around, their faces etched with admiration as they looked at Su Mingqiu. Today they had truly witnessed what it meant to be a genuine genius, what it meant to be a monster. He's simply too formidable. No wonder everyone trusts him so deeply. With him around, even the gravest dangers lose their sting. Su Mingqiu offered a slight smile and spoke, "All right, I won't wait for you. I'll head out first." Then Su Mingqiu's entire body lifted into the air in an instant, wind howling past his ears. His garments fluttered violently in the gale, and his hair streamed backward. "Right then, I'm taking my leave. Farewell." He waved dismissively, and his figure shot forward with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the horizon, leaving behind only a faint whispering trail of wind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a whole week had passed. During these past few days, Su Mingqiu had barely stopped for a moment. From the villages and towns around the city to the mountainous areas of neighboring cities, and even farther. He was like a spinning top that could never rest. Wherever there was a call for help, he would fly straight there. Running across half the province in a single day, he kept non-stop handling those spatial rifts that had erupted. He had barely managed any proper rest. The clothes on his body hadn't been changed for days, stained with the blood and dust of mutant beasts, looking rather ragged. But his gaze remained sharp, not a trace of exhaustion in it. Even so, a few days ago a distress signal had come from Zhongzhou province. A super-large spatial rift had appeared there. It was many times larger than the one Mu Rongyan had encountered before, with mutant beasts pouring out endlessly. And among them was a Tier 5 peak mutant beast commander. The local ability users simply couldn't hold them back. Several villages had already been trampled flat. When the distress message was sent, the nearby experts were all still handling rifts elsewhere and couldn't arrive in time. Upon receiving the news, Su Mingqiu didn't hesitate for a second and flew straight there. Crossing 2 provinces, he arrived in less than 3 hours. After entering, he cleared out all the mutant beasts within half an hour. Then he completely sealed the massive rift. In these past few days, he had handled more than 20 spatial rifts, in total slaying over 10,000 mutant beasts, saving tens of thousands of ordinary people. His name had spread across the entire Longhua in just these few days. Everyone knew there was a young genius rushing all over the country, saving lives. However, strangely enough, the evil god cult, which had been causing trouble before, had not made a single move these past few days. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. The cult members who had dared to come out and kill before hadn't appeared even once during these days. That evening, after handling the last rift, Su Mingqiu sat on a hilltop, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. He frowned, gazing at the distant city. It was too quiet, so quiet it was unsettling. This was completely abnormal. Those evil god cult members had been so arrogant before. They had dared to come out and kill during the rift outbreaks, even hoping to claim his head for a reward. How could they suddenly disappear like this? It was like the calm before the storm. The quieter it was, the more terrifying the coming storm would be. Just then his phone rang. It was a message from Lin Feng. "Mingqiu, you've worked hard these past few days. Do you want to come back and rest?" Su Mingqiu took a drag of his cigarette, extinguished the butt, and typed back, "Teacher Lin, I have a bad feeling about this. The evil god cult wouldn't just give up like this. They must be plotting something big." After a while, Lin Feng replied, "I understand. I've already reported this to higher-ups. They've also sensed something wrong and have sent people to investigate. Be careful too. Don't run too far on your own. Let us know if anything comes up." Su Mingqiu nodded, put his phone away, and looked up at in the sky, his sense of unease growing heavier. He could feel that some huge shadow was slowly closing in. These few days of peace were only temporary. It was likely that something massive was about to happen, and it would absolutely be far greater than the national-scale rift outbreak these past few days. Something so monumental that it might shake the entire Longhua. Su Mingqiu had just pressed the cigarette, but out on the stone beneath his foot, the residual warmth on his fingertips yet to fade. Suddenly, an extremely concealed aura came from the forest behind him. In an instant, Su Mingqiu's body tensed. He turned sharply, his right hand flashing to grab Frost's stream blade. The blade instantly slipped halfway out of its scabbard, of bone-chilling coldness spreading through his arm in moments. The temperature across the entire hilltop dropped visibly. "Who's there?" He barked sharply, his eyes turning icy. All his killing intent burst forth instantly. These past few days of handling rifts and slaying mutant beasts had refined his killing aura to its absolute peak. An ordinary ability user would go weak in the knees just from being hit by his killing intent. No sooner had he spoken than a crisp sound of applause came from behind the nearby trees. Clap, clap, clap. It was rhythmic as if in admiration. Immediately after, a group of people slowly walked out from behind the trees. The leader in front was wearing the signature black robe of the evil god cult. The 20 or so people behind him were all dressed in identical black robes. Everyone had their hoods pulled extremely low, hiding most of their faces in shadow. Only their chins and the conspicuous blood-colored evil god emblem on their chests were visible. Their faces were completely unrecognizable. At first, Su Mingqiu assumed they were just local evil god cult members from Longhua and didn't pay much attention. Until the leader spoke, a somewhat stiff voice with a noticeable foreign accent rang out. "No wonder they call you Longua's genius. You truly live up to your reputation. Even such a concealed aura could be detected by you. Impressive, truly impressive." As soon as this voice came out, Su Mingqiu paused for a moment. That accent was wrong. It wasn't the voice of a Longhua native. It carried a strange tone, clearly someone foreign speaking Chinese. Immediately after, the leader slowly raised his hand and removed his hood, revealing brilliant golden hair and a pair of blue eyes particularly striking under the moonlight. But those behind him kept their hoods on, still concealing their faces, unable to tell their features. There might have been other foreigners among them. From their silhouettes, one could vaguely see that they varied in height, each different. Su Mingqiu took a quick glance and immediately assessed everyone's cultivation realm. That single glance made Su Mingqiu instantly on high alert. The leader John was at the peak of Tier 6, and all the 20-something subordinates with him were at the peak of Tier 5. Tier 5 peak was already among the top experts in Longhua. But Su Mingqiu only furrowed his brows, gripped Frost Stream blade tighter, and the cold aura on the blade grew increasingly intense. The blonde foreigner smiled and spread his hands, saying, "My name is John. I've heard much about you for a long time, Su Mingqiu. Today I finally get to meet you in person." As he spoke, the people behind him instantly moved, forming a fan-shaped formation and slowly closing in on Su Mingqiu. His retreat routes were completely blocked, and the bodies of everyone around him began to glow with the light of their abilities. John looked at Su Mingqiu, a broader smile spreading across his face. "So you've killed quite a few of our people these past few days. But it's alright, I don't hold it against you. After all, young people are always a bit spirited. Today I've come to invite you to come with us. If you're willing to join us, I can guarantee that you'll receive a much higher status here than you would in Long Country. What do you think?" Su Mingqiu looked at his demeanor and couldn't help but sneer. His grip tightened on the hilt of his blade as he responded coldly, "Is this how you extend an invitation? Over 20 peak Tier 5 cultivators surrounding me, blocking all my escape routes, blades nearly at my throat. This is what you call an invitation?" Hearing this, John's smile deepened further. He spread his hands and said, "Su, you are a prodigy we've been watching for quite some time. This is how we show our regard for you. So what do you say? Will you join us? The evil god cult can offer you things that Long Country cannot. Join you." Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, he swiftly drew the frost flow blade, and the moment the blade left its scabbard, a piercing cold energy erupted outward. The blade shimmered with a faint ice blue radiance, emitting a clear resonant ring. "Do you think scum like you are even worthy?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Su Mingqiu flicked his wrist, and the third form of the demon subduing blade, the demon pacifying strike, was unleashed instantly. A colossal wave of blade energy erupted from the sword, carrying a biting aura of killing intent and piercing cold, slicing directly toward the group of evil god cult members surrounding him. The overwhelming pressure of that blade energy instantly crushed the air around them, making it nearly impossible to breathe, and even the atmosphere itself split apart with a thunderous crack. The evil god cult members, seeing this, pale-faced, hastily raised their hands to defend themselves. But two of them were slightly slower to react, unable to mount any defense at all, and were struck dead on by that massive blade energy. Squelch! The two men didn't even have time to scream before being cleaved cleanly in two. Blood erupted instantly, spraying all over the ground. But the very next second, thick black mist began pouring from their severed halves. Immediately after, countless tiny black insects crawled out from within their bodies, packed so densely that it made one's scalp tingle. Those insects attempted to drag the two halves of the bodies together, trying to reassemble the person. However, Su Mingqiu had anticipated this. Along with the blade energy, the chilling cold had also spread outward. In an instant, he froze both bodies and every single one of those densely packed insects. The insects were frozen into ice crystals mere moments after emerging. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, the frozen bodies and insects shattered into countless fragments of icy powder. "Su, you refuse to accept our favor and insist on facing punishment." John's expression darkened instantly upon witnessing this, his previous amusement vanishing, completely replaced by an intense killing intent. "Then go die." Before his words had fully left his lips, John's hand shot upward, and a concentrated beam of black light instantly flew from his palm. That black light carried an intense corrosive aura sizzling through the very air it passed through. Its speed was astonishing, shooting directly towards Su Mingqiu's chest. Should this black light make contact, even a Tier 6 physique would be corroded away. But at that precise moment, an aged voice suddenly rang out from behind Su Mingqiu. "You dare display such trivial tricks before me." Immediately after, Su Mingqiu felt someone suddenly appear behind him. He paused, turning to look, and was astonished to see Wu Wanhua. That mysterious elder whose strength was unfathomable, Wu Lao, had somehow found himself standing right behind him. Wu Wanhua merely raised her eyelids, slightly casting a casual glance at the black light. With just that single glance, the menacing black light vanished as though it had never existed in the first place, leaving not the slightest trace behind. After casually dismissing that black light, Wu Wanhua didn't even lift her eyelids again. She simply flicked her arm in a relaxed manner, as casual as if she'd shaken off dust from her clothes. Yet it was precisely this casual movement that caused an invisible, yet terrifying power to erupt from her body in an instant. That force moved at an astonishing speed, carrying an overwhelming pressure that crushed everything in its path, instantly sweeping across the surrounding evil god cult members. Those peak Tier 5 masters who had been radiating murderous intent just moments before and closing in on Su Mingqiu couldn't even react in time, let alone let out a scream. Their heads flew off in unison, scattering and rolling across the ground. The moment blood splashed out, it was instantly pulverized by that invisible force. In less than a second, the 20-plus evil god cult experts who had been standing just moments ago were all lying on the ground in dismembered heaps, without even a chance to struggle. Even the black insects that had emerged from their bodies had disappeared. The entire area became instantly clean, with only the blonde-haired John left standing there alone. Su Mingqiu stood aside. He had originally thought he would have to fight these people. But with a single casual gesture from old Wu, over 20 peak Tier 5 experts were simply gone. Is this truly the power of a top-tier expert? As for John, he stared at Wu Wanhua with wide eyes, his words coming out in a stutter, his already awkward Chinese failing him completely. You are Wu Wanhua, the Wu Wanhua from Heimi University. How could he not recognize her? She was one of the absolute pinnacle experts of all Long Country, her strength unfathomable. He had originally believed that this mission to eliminate Su Mingqiu would be a straightforward task. Even if Su Mingqiu was strong, he wouldn't stand a chance. But unexpectedly, he had run into this formidable figure, Wu Wanhua. Wu Wanhua regarded him coldly, her killing intent so intense it seemed as though it could freeze John solid. Her voice was icy as she spoke. "So it was you who wanted to kill my Long Country's genius. I was wondering why the evil god cult had suddenly become so audacious. So it was you Western scum involved all along. Otherwise the evil god cult within Long Country alone wouldn't have the capability to create such chaos." She locked eyes with John, her tone chillingly cold. "Tell me which other nations participated in this affair. Just how many of you are still hidden within Long Country?" John stood rooted in place, his face cycling through shades of green and white. He looked at Wu Wanhua, knowing that speaking would mean death. Staying silent would also mean death. Begging for mercy from an expert at this level would be utterly useless. She would never spare him. But he did not want to die like this. He was not ready to die. There was still a chance. Stealthily, his gaze darted towards Su Mingqiu beside him, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If he ambushed Su Mingqiu, even if he couldn't kill him, he could force Wu Wanhua to come to his rescue. That would be his chance to escape. With this thought, John said nothing. Covertly, he gathered upon his hands a black radiance, even denser and more profound than before. That black light was darker and thicker than ever, exuding a potent aura of corrosion. The next second, he hurled it violently towards Su Mingqiu. Having done this, he did not even glance at the result. He turned and fled down the mountain with the utmost speed, a desperate frenzy propelling him. The velocity of his peak 6th rank burst forth instantly. Like a gust of wind, he sought to slip away, while Wu Wanhua was occupied with saving Su Mingqiu. As long as Wu Wanhua moved to block that black light, he could escape. Watching John's desperate cornered beast act, Wu Wanhua merely shook her head with a faint sneer. A paltry trick. Without even shifting her position, she casually raised a hand. The menacing, corrosive black light vanished without a trace, just as before. Then she lifted her hand, and with a gentle tug through the air reached for John, who was already tens of meters away. With that simple motion, an invisible, terrifying force instantly ensnared the fleeing John. He was racing ahead, inwardly gloating that he was about to escape. But the next moment, he felt an immense force from behind, yanking him backward with brutal strength. He lunged forward, desperately struggling to break free. However, the force was too overwhelming. He could not resist, not even the slightest struggle. His body was instantly dragged back by that inexorable power. Like a chick seized by the scruff of its neck, he was lifted into the air, then slammed heavily at Wu Wanhua's feet, with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterward, an invisible pressure bore down upon him, pinning him firmly to the ground. He tried to struggle and rise, but the force, like a mountain of 1,000 pounds, crushed him so that he could not even move a finger, and breathing itself became a labor. Su Mingqiu, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow at the sight. Was this the power of a top-tier expert? Wu Wanhua looked down coldly at John at her feet, and spoke in an icy voice. "Speak. Tell me everything about your plan. Which nations are involved? How many are still hidden in Longhua? Confess clearly, and I'll grant you a quick death, sparing you unnecessary suffering. Wu Wanhua watched him waiting for a long while, but John clenched his teeth and said nothing, only glaring at her with venomous hatred in his eyes. She understood instantly, a tough nut determined to hold out. She snorted without another word, and the pressure on John shifted, precisely targeting his right leg. A crisp crack. The sound of shattering bone rang out, sending chills down the spine. John's right leg was instantly crushed to pulp by that force. Bone fragments pierced through the skin, protruding outward. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream tore from John's throat. The pain made his entire body tremble. Cold sweat instantly soaked his black robe. His face turned as white as paper, tears streaming from the agony. Oh! Still stubborn. Wu Wanhua watched him, her face devoid of sympathy. Against these scum of the evil path, stained with countless lives, she would not be soft-hearted. She spoke coldly, and as her words fell, the force pressed toward his left leg. Another crack. His left leg was also shattered, followed by an even more piercing scream. John was nearly unconscious from the pain, his body convulsing, breath coming in ragged gasps. You? Don't be too smug. Panting, John fixed a crazed glare on Wu Wanhua and Su Mingqiu. Our people. We'll attack soon. Your Longhua. We'll be finished soon. Just wait. Wait to be buried with us. As he spoke, his face suddenly contorted. He bit down hard, and a stream of black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes instantly lost their luster, and his body went completely still. Su Mingqiu frowned, stepped over, and checked his breathing. There was none. Tisk, he bit his poison and committed suicide. Su Mingqiu shook his head. These people from the evil god sect always had a contingency plan. Wu Wanhua also frowned and snorted. These scum are indeed tight-lipped. Looking at John's corpse, Su Mingqiu came to his senses, scratched his head, and turned to Wu Wanhua with curiosity. By the way, Elder Wu, why are you here? Wu Wanhua chuckled in response, patting his shoulder with a protective gleam in her eyes. Kid, you've been making quite a stir lately. Crossing provinces to handle the Great Rift, killing people from the evil god sect. These past few days your name has spread across all of Longhua. Those scum from the evil god sect have long marked you as a thorn in their side, itching to eliminate you. If I hadn't been following you, would you have been ambushed? She paused and continued. I planned to shadow you quietly and see if any scum would dare to show up. I thought I'd use you as bait to catch a big fish, and sure enough, a fish took the hook. Pointing to John's corpse on the ground, she added with a hint of regret. Too bad, he bit his poison and died. We didn't get any useful information. Still, it's decent. Removing a peak 6th rank expert isn't a wasted trip. Su Mingqiu finally understood Elder Wu had been secretly following him all these days. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Elder Wu, I'm sorry you had to go to all this trouble following me for so long. What trouble? Wu Wanhua waved dismissively. What John said just now, you heard it. Those other nations have probably already started moving. We need to go back and report to the higher-ups immediately, or bigger trouble might be brewing. At the very moment John perished within a concealed underground stronghold somewhere in the Dragon Country, the headquarters of the evil god cult was abuzz with activity. Dark red torches cast a flickering glow across the entire underground hall, and the walls were carved with bizarre symbols of the evil god. Beside a long table, a group of people from various nations sat gathered. They were representatives of power factions from their respective countries, and at this moment they were huddled together, deliberating over the upcoming attack plan. The leader of the evil god cult sat at the head of the table, explaining to them how they would divide responsibilities, how to assault the various cities of the Dragon Country, and how to conquer the entire nation. Just then a white slip of paper at the very center of the table suddenly ignited on its own without any warning. Blue flames instantly engulfed the paper, and within less than a second it was reduced entirely to ash. Everyone witnessed this scene, and the once bustling hall fell silent in an instant. The representative from the Sakura country was the first to react. He sprang to his feet, his face pale with shock. This is John's life token. As long as John is dead, this token will ignite on its own. He's dead. John is dead. What a... Everyone was stunned, rising abruptly from their seats, their faces etched with utter disbelief. How is this possible? John was at the peak of the 6th Order. How could he simply die like this? Wasn't he sent to capture that Su Mingqiu? Even if Su Mingqiu were incredibly powerful, he should never have been able to kill John. At that moment, the tall man from the Bear Country let out a derisive snort, crossing his arms with a mocking expression. If I told you all not to go around causing trouble these past few days. You had to go after Su Mingqiu, and now look, someone killed him. Serves him right. Now we're one man short, and our entire plan is compromised. You're courting death. The representative from the Eagle Country erupted in fury, for John was one of their own. He slammed his fist onto the table and pointed at the Bear Country man, shouting, "What did you say? Dare you repeat that?" Both men sprang to their feet, instantly, killing intent exploding from their bodies as it seemed they were about to fight. Meanwhile, the representatives from other nations around them crossed their arms and watched with amusement. After all, neither side was their own people. If they fought, it had nothing to do with them, and they could enjoy the spectacle. These temporary allies were never truly united, and they had resented each other for a long time. Seeing the two sides about to clash, the evil god cult leader quickly rose and stepped between them, urging, Calm yourselves everyone. We are allies now and must stand united against a common enemy. If we turn on each other, our entire plan will be ruined. After much persuading, the leader finally managed to calm the two men. They each let out a scornful snort before sitting back down, though they continued glaring at each other with hostility in their eyes. Only then did the leader breathe a sigh of relief. Frowning, he said, to kill John so silently and prevent him from sending even a single message back. Only those ancient powerhouses of the Dragon Country could have done this. It seems our whereabouts have already been discovered by them. What's there to fear? The representative from the Tianzhu country slammed his hand on the table and declared arrogantly, this time every nation has dispatched 7th order ability users. I don't believe the Dragon Country can hold us off. How many of their ancient powerhouses do they have really? Do not underestimate the Dragon Country. The representative from the Bang country frowned and spoke up. The ancient powerhouses of the Dragon Country are not something we can compare ourselves to. Their hidden strength is unfathomable. If we look down on them, we will only suffer severe consequences in the end. Watching his people, the leader suppressed their argument and waved his hand, saying sternly, everyone, the plan remains as we discussed. We had originally planned to launch the general assault tomorrow, but with John's death, circumstances have changed. The people of the Dragon Country likely already sense our presence. We can no longer wait. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. We must strike sooner than planned. Now return to your positions and prepare. We will act together and catch the Dragon Country completely off guard. Hearing this, the assembled representatives nodded. There was no other choice now. They could only advance their timeline. They rose one by one and walked toward the exit. As the Bear Country man and the Eagle Country representative departed, they still exchanged hostile glances and muttered curses under their breath, clearly none the wiser. The others each went their own way, lost in their own thoughts. Soon the entire underground hall emptied, leaving only the evil god cult leader seated alone at the head of the table. Watching the retreating figures of those people, the thin smile on the leader's face vanished without a trace, replaced by thick contempt and murderous intent. He cursed under his breath, what a bunch of idiots. If I didn't need you as cannon fodder right now, to throw your lives away against those ancient powerhouses of the Dragon Country, I'd kill you all myself. What trash are you to dare share the Dragon Country's territory with me? He was not afraid at all that these people would betray him after conquering the Dragon Country. Because he had a trump card, one he had prepared long ago. Once they had occupied the Dragon Country, the great evil god would bestow the evil god's power upon him, and his strength would surge dramatically. Those so-called 7th order experts were nothing more than ants in his eyes, completely unworthy of a second glance. By then the entire Dragon Country would be his. Those people would either submit to him or die. With these thoughts in mind, the leader suddenly turned his head to look at the grotesque statue of the evil god on the wall. The statue's eyes were dyed crimson with blood, and under the flickering torchlight it appeared extraordinarily eerie. A look of pure madness instantly flooded the leader's face. He pressed his palms together and whispered to the statue, "Great evil god, your believers are about to help you conquer the Dragon Country. Very soon the entire Dragon Country will become your domain, and your radiance will shine upon the whole world." His eyes were filled with fanaticism and madness. For this day, he had waited far too long, and now it was finally within reach. Having spoken, the evil god cult leader turned excitedly and walked out. His mind was entirely occupied with the upcoming conquest of the Dragon Country, and he did not notice the statue behind him at all. His footsteps, light from excitement, seemed almost floating. Soon he had walked out of the hall, and the heavy stone door slammed shut behind him with a thunderous crash. The entire underground hall fell completely silent. Only the torches on the walls continued to sizzle and burn their dark red light, casting a flickering glow throughout the empty hall. At that very moment, the sinister deity statue on the wall suddenly stirred. The statue's enormous eyes, stained with blood, seemed to blink gently, as if it had come to life. Its gaze, brimming with intense malice, swept across the entire hall. Then the long-dried blood on the statue appeared to turn fresh again. The dull crimson instantly became startlingly vivid, as if it had just been spilled. Several drops of blood even trickled slowly down the statue's cheeks, as if it were weeping. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop quietly at that moment. A faint, icy malevolence permeated the entire hall. Yet no one witnessed this eerie scene. Meanwhile, Mingqiu had already convened an emergency meeting. The school's main conference room was packed with senior administrators and department heads, all wearing expressions of grave seriousness. The atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly tense. On the central wall hung a massive projection screen displaying connections with principals from various martial arts universities across the country and local security bureau directors. Everyone's face appeared on the screen, each with furrowed brows, clearly aware that something was amiss. Wu Wanhua stood before the projection and recounted every detail of her encounter with John to everyone present. After listening, Lin Wenyuan from Daijing Martial Arts University spoke first, his brow furrowed as he said in a deep voice, "It seems their plan is about to be set in motion ahead of schedule." Then everyone began to deploy. Lin Wenyuan, as the overall commander, started assigning tasks: which city would be guarded by which expert, and who would deal with the 7th rank masters. Others were tasked with evacuating civilians and handling potential spatial rifts. Young prodigies like Su Mingqiu were also given assignments to various locations. Everyone listened intently, accepted their tasks, and voiced no complaints. This was a critical moment for the Dragon Kingdom, and everyone had to step up. Half an hour later, all deployments were complete. Lin Wenyuan looked at everyone and said solemnly, "All right, everyone go prepare. Time is running out. We must defend the Dragon Kingdom." With that, he cut off the projection, and the massive screen went dark instantly. The people in the conference room rose without a word and hurried out. Time was pressing. They needed to prepare for the coming battle. The moment the projection was cut off, a great war erupted across the Dragon Kingdom. All over the country, long-hidden followers of the evil god sect emerged along with the Dragon Kingdom families that had secretly joined them. These families, some of which were prominent and well-known, had been hidden in various corners of the Dragon Kingdom. Now they suddenly turned traitor and launched attacks on strongholds across the nation. Security Bureau branches, martial arts university campuses, and defense points in every city were assaulted. In an instant, flames of war, shouts of battle, and explosions resounded throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Yet no one panicked. Thanks to Lin Wenyuan's preemptive arrangements, experts from all regions were already in position. As soon as the evil god sect's followers emerged, they encountered the waiting Dragon Kingdom experts, and a clash began immediately. The traitorous families barely made a move before they were surrounded by the Security Bureau forces lying in ambush, causing minimal chaos. The native families of the Dragon Kingdom also stepped forward at this critical moment. Everyone united as one to resist the evil god sect. For instance, the Muron family, led by its patriarch, charged out with all their experts at the first opportunity. They engaged the heretical forces. Other major families also emerged, deploying their full strength to help defend the cities. They assisted in cleansing the scum of the evil god sect. After receiving his assignment, Su Mingqiu immediately flew toward the battlefield to deal with the emerging sect members. Wu Wanhua too composed herself and soared into the sky. She was to confront the 7th rank experts, the main force of the battle. She had just ascended above Haiming Martial Arts University, about to fly toward the distant battlefield, when a figure suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. It was a man from Eagle Kingdom, dressed in a black suit with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding the aura of a 7th rank expert. He looked at Wu Wanhua with a faint smile and said, "Madam, please stay here. If you go out, it will complicate our plans." Wu Wanhua sneered at him, her eyes filled with disdain. She had known that these people would send someone to contain her. She just hadn't expected anyone to actually show up. With arms crossed, she said coldly, "Oh, someone actually dares to block me. I thought you cowards would be hiding in the shadows. How surprising that someone has come to court death." The moment the words left her lips, both of their auras erupted. The air around them instantly grew oppressive, and the clouds above were scattered by the force of their presence. Simultaneously, the same scene played out in various locations across the Dragon Kingdom. The vice principal of Modu Martial Arts University, a top 7th rank expert of the Dragon Kingdom, was intercepted by a 7th rank psychic from Bear Kingdom. The vice principal of Jinhai Martial Arts University was blocked midair by a 7th rank ninja from Sakura Kingdom. The ninja, blade in hand, stared at him with malice. The vice principal of Zhongyuan Martial Arts University was also halted by a 7th rank yoga master from Tianzhu Kingdom. Lin Wenyuan of Daijing Martial Arts University, preparing to command the battle, was intercepted by a 7th rank psychic from Bang Kingdom. They knew that these vice principals were top-tier 7th rank experts. By containing them, the Dragon Kingdom's elite would be unable to influence the battlefield below. Thus, their forces could successfully occupy the Dragon Kingdom cities. In an instant, battles among 7th rank experts erupted all across the skies of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as these top experts were being held in check, the battles below also reached their most dire moment. Demonic experts of the 5th and 6th stages, along with countless cultists of the evil god cult, launched ferocious assaults on various cities. Although Lin Wenyuan had made advanced deployments, this time the demonic forces were simply too numerous. Moreover, a large portion of the experts had been dispatched to guard the newly erupted spatial rifts. Relentless waves of mutant beasts poured from those rifts, making it impossible to divert troops. Manpower suddenly became insufficient, and defenses in many areas began to teeter on the brink of collapse. Su Mingqiu had barely finished clearing out the scum in Nan City when he received a distress call from Huang City. Being the nearest city and the first to buckle under pressure, Huang City saw Su Mingqiu, without hesitation, launching himself toward it. Arriving over Huang City, Su Mingqiu was met with a scene of utter devastation. The city streets were riddled with the scars of warfare. Walls were scarred with blade marks and bloodstains. The Pan family, who had secretly turned traitor, led a gang of evil god cult members in a frenzied assault on Huang City Security Bureau. The Bureau's main gates had long been breached. Countless ordinary citizens huddled in the courtyard, forced back step by the attackers. Cries of anguish and screams of terror mingled with battle cries, filling the air. Ordinary espers, though fighting desperately to hold the line, stood no match against those demonic experts. At the Bureau's entrance, Li Kuan, director of Huang City Security Bureau, was being driven back step by a man in black robes. That man was Pan Lin, head of the Pan family. He had once been the patriarch of a prominent family in Huang City. No one could have guessed he had long ago defected to the evil god cult. At present his strength had reached the first segment of the 6th stage, and his form was shrouded in a dense, corrupt aura of the evil god. Li Kuan, only at the peak of the 5th stage, could scarcely withstand him. Li Kuan's body was crisscrossed with wounds, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth, his long blade growing too heavy to hold. Yet he remained firmly planted before the ordinary citizens, refusing to yield an inch. Li Kuan, I've tolerated you for far too long. Pan Lin regarded him with a cold sneer, constantly hurling black energy at Li Kuan. You used to investigate me daily and oppose me. Now you still wish to stand in my way. Today you shall die here. Pan Lin. Li Kuan cursed angrily, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief. How could you betray us and join the evil god cult? You traitor. Do you have any honor left for Long Country? Do you feel worthy of the people of Huang City, who trusted you? Hearing Li Kuan's words, Pan Lin paused for a moment, then erupted into manic laughter. His ha-ha-ha laughter echoed through the entire street, bringing tears to his eyes. The muscles of his face contorted from the frenzied laughter. Long Country. Ha-ha-ha. What could Long Country ever give me? Pan Lin laughed, and the black aura on his body surged instantly, his presence escalating with it. I wish to follow the great evil god. Only Lord Evil God can grant me true power. He pointed at himself, his face twisted with fanaticism, saying, do you see this? Before I was stuck at the peak of the 5th stage, unable to advance for over a decade. And now, I have reached the first segment of the 6th stage. This is the power bestowed upon me by Lord Evil God. This is something Long Country could never give me. He looked at Li Kuan, his eyes brimming with temptation. Li Kuan, we've been friends for many years. Let me advise you, once come join us. As long as you pledge yourself to Lord Evil God, you too can attain such power. You can break through the 5th stage, reach the 6th stage, or even higher. How does that sound? Join you? Impossible. Li Kuan cursed back fiercely. Despite his battered body, he remained steadfast before the ordinary people, refusing to retreat a single step. Even if I die, I will never join such scum as you. You traitor, even if I sacrifice this life, I won't let you harm those people. Oh, since you refuse to see reason. Pan Lin's expression darkened instantly. The fanaticism in his eyes transformed into murderous intent, and the black aura around him grew thicker. Then there is no need for you to exist. He pointed at the shivering figures trembling behind Li Kuan, a cold smile on his lips. Rest assured, I won't let you die alone. I'll kill you first. Then I'll personally slaughter these ordinary people behind you, along with the scum from the security bureau. They will all become sacrifices to the great Lord Evil God. Upon finishing his words, the black aura on Pan Lin's body churned violently. Black fog, carrying a corrosive breath like venomous snakes, surged toward Li Kuan and the ordinary people behind him, encircling them. Wherever the black aura passed, even the stones on the ground were corroded into pockmarks. Watching the approaching black aura growing ever closer, Li Kuan found he no longer had the strength to resist. Peak of the 5th stage against the first segment of the 6th stage. He had long since pushed himself to his limit. He gripped his blade, tightly closed his eyes, and prepared to meet his death. Even in death, he would remain a shield before these ordinary people. Just as the black aura was about to completely envelop Li Kuan, suddenly a bone-chilling coldness struck from beside him. That coldness instantly forced the churning black aura to retreat with brute force. Upon contact, the black aura froze into ice pellets, shattering completely with a crisp sound. The temperature of the entire street plummeted in an instant, and those ordinary people couldn't help but shiver. Yet that coldness did not harm them in the slightest. It targeted only the black aura of the evil god. Who's there? Pan Lin's face changed dramatically. He whirled around and exclaimed in alarm, who is it? Who dares to interfere with my affairs? Li Kuan, who had already closed his eyes in anticipation of death, opened them sharply at Pan Lin's words, his eyes filled with confusion. Who was it? Who had come to save him? Before the question could fully form, a figure instantly appeared before Li Kuan, placing himself between Li Kuan and Pan Lin. Mingqiu looked at Li Kuan, whose body was covered in wounds and blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He spoke directly, you should go rest behind. Leave this to me. Li Kuan stared at the young man before him, paused for a moment, and then recognized him. Mingqiu. Yes, it's me. Mingqiu nodded, patted his shoulder, and a gentle coldness instantly flowed into Li Kuan's body, alleviating the pain of his wounds and stabilizing his injuries. I received the distress call from Huang City and came immediately. Rest assured, with me here, no one will harm these people. The ordinary people hiding in the branch office all became instantly excited upon hearing that name. They recognized him as that genius who had been all over Longwood these past few days, saving lives everywhere. Li Kuan nodded. He knew Mingqiu's strength. Mingqiu's name had already spread across Longwood these past few days. He had also heard about this young man, finding him far stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't resist adding a warning, be careful. Pan Lin's dark energy is sinister. It has corrosive properties. Don't let your guard down. After saying that, he covered his wound and slowly retreated backward. He figured he should first find a place to recover a bit, then go help the other law enforcement bureau personnel. Those people were still fighting on the adjacent streets against the cultists of the evil god church who had stormed in along with the traitorous clansmen of the Pan family. They were struggling to hold on. Meanwhile, Pan Lin, seeing Mingqiu standing before him, paused for a moment, then let out a scornful laugh. He scrutinized Su Mingqiu from head to toe, his eyes filled with disdain. Oh, so you must be that Su Mingqiu? I've heard of you. But based on what you have, only at 5th stage 2nd level, you dare show off in front of me. He licked his lips and an intense greed flashed in his eyes. Now this kid actually came to him on a silver platter. Actually, it's fine. This will be my first time hunting a genius like you. Pan Lin smiled, and the dark energy surging around his body began to churn once more. I heard that killing a genius like you and offering your heart to Lord Evil God would please him greatly, and I would gain your power. Today I'll make you my first sacrifice. Hearing Pan Lin's words, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but sneer, his eyes dripping with disdain. Offer my heart to your bullshit evil god. I'm actually quite curious. How are that so-called evil god's teeth? Can he even bite into my heart? Don't end up losing his teeth before getting to the heart. That would be quite amusing. Before he finished speaking, Su Mingqiu suddenly drew the frost flow blade from his back. The moment the ice blue blade left its sheath, bone-chilling cold exploded outward. With a flick of his wrist, he executed the second stance of the demon-suppressing sword, severing evil. A massive blade aura carrying ice blue cold light slammed toward Pan Lin in an instant. Even the ground was carved with a long trail of ice. Pan Lin's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected this kid to strike without warning. Coming to his senses, he frantically surged the dark energy around his body, attempting to block the blade aura. However, the moment that dark energy touched the blade aura, it was frozen solid. The blade aura cleaved through his dark energy and continued its assault. Startled, Pan Lin darted to the side, barely dodging the lethal strike. The blade aura slammed into the wall behind him. With a thunderous crash, the entire wall shattered, sending countless fragments of debris flying in all directions. Pan Lin stared at Su Mingqiu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He abruptly plunged both hands into the ground, and the dark energy on his body erupted in an instant. That dark energy spread outward like tidal waves, quickly engulfing the entire street. The entire district of Huangsheng was shrouded in thick black mist. Su Mingqiu frowned as he realized his surroundings were completely enveloped by this dark energy. The dark energy, reeking of intense corrosion, was inching closer to him, attempting to completely consume him. Su Mingqiu experienced this technique of mine. Pan Lin knelt on the ground, hands planted firmly, his face contorted with madness as he laughed loudly. This is the dark domain bestowed upon me by Lord Evil God. Once surrounded by this domain, you're as good as dead. These dark energies will corrode you bit by bit, until you finally become a sacrifice for Lord Evil God. Upon hearing Pan Lin's words, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. I think your brain is completely fried. It seems I'll need to use ice to sober you up properly. Before the words had even settled, Su Mingqiu shouted, Black Dragon devours heaven. Instantly, the aura surrounding Su Mingqiu turned deathly still. That bone-chilling coldness, utterly devoid of any vitality, spread through the area in an instant. The ground was immediately covered by a thick layer of black ice. The dark energies that had been closing in on him were suddenly terrified, retreating rapidly, and refusing to approach even slightly. Then a massive black dragon appeared behind Su Mingqiu. The creature was entirely composed of black ice, radiating an intense killing intent. The moment it manifested, the piercing cold swept through the entire street. Pan Lin's dark domain was instantly shattered by this surge of chill. The whole street was instantly restored to clarity. What a... Pan Lin's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he witnessed this scene. His dark domain, the dark domain bestowed by Lord Evil God, had been broken so easily. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of that black ice dragon. He knew that if that dragon so much as touched him, he would surely die. Lord Evil God, save me. Pan Lin panicked, thrusting both hands upward as he screamed frantically. Immediately his body began to twist and contort. His skin split open into countless cracks, and innumerable black tentacles erupted from within his body. In an instant he transformed into a hideous monster covered in tentacles. Those appendages, wreathed in dark energy, looked absolutely grotesque. His voice grew raspy and distorted, no longer human. Let me use the power of Evil God to defeat you. Su Mingqiu regarded the grotesque monster with utter indifference. With a casual wave of his hand, that massive black ice dragon emitted a deafening roar and charged toward Pan Lin. Seeing the black dragon approaching, Pan Lin rapidly extended all his tentacles, attempting to block it. Countless tentacles drenched in dark energy surged wildly toward the black dragon, trying to entangle it. However, the moment those tentacles made contact with the black dragon, they were frozen by the piercing cold. The black ice then crept along the tentacles toward Pan Lin's body, freezing all those appendages into icicles. No, no. Pan Lin watched this scene and screamed madly, Lord Evil God, I cannot lose. I refuse to lose. But before he could finish his words, the black dragon crashed directly into him. With a thunderous roar, the dragon instantly detonated, and countless shards of black ice immediately sealed Pan Lin within a colossal black ice mountain. That ice mountain, dozens of meters high, completely encased the hideous monster within. Su Mingqiu gazed at the ice mountain and casually snapped his fingers. A sharp crack rang out. The enormous black ice mountain shattered, instantly dissolving into countless fine ice crystals that drifted down from the sky like snow. And Pan Lin vanished along with it, leaving not even a trace behind. Li Kuan, who had been resting on the ground, was utterly stunned by the sight, unable to speak for a long time. He never expected Su Mingqiu to dispatch a 6th rank, first-stage expert so swiftly. It was simply too astonishing. The surrounding crowd was also left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such formidable power or such overwhelming techniques. As for the remaining cultists of the evil god sect and the defectors from the Pan family, upon witnessing Pan Lin's death, their will to fight evaporated instantly. Terrified out of their wits, they turned to flee. They knew they were no match for Su Mingqiu. But Su Mingqiu gave them no chance to escape. His figure flickered across the street with astonishing speed like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, the biting cold froze every one of them solid. All who attempted to flee were turned into ice statues. Not a single one escaped. Seeing the enemies completely vanquished, the officers of the Public Security Bureau breathed a collective sigh of relief. After fighting so hard for so long, they were utterly exhausted, collapsing one by one to the ground. Wiping the sweat from their brows, the feeling of having survived against all odds made them all relax. The deputy director of the Huangqing Public Security Bureau hurried over, carefully helped the battered Li Kuan to his feet, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Once steady, Li Kuan looked at Su Mingqiu without a moment's hesitation and bowed deeply. He wanted to express his profound gratitude to the young man who had saved all of Huangqing. But just as he bent down, Su Mingqiu quickly stopped him. "Director Li, what are you doing? Please get up. On behalf of all the people of Huangqing, I thank you." Li Kuan raised his head, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, the entire city would have been lost today. These people would have all died at Pan Lin's hands. You are the savior of Huangqing." Upon hearing this, the surrounding civilians and Public Security Bureau officers also bowed to Su Mingqiu, shouting with emotion, "Thank you. Thank you for saving us." Many wept with joy. Moments ago they thought they were doomed, but Su Mingqiu had saved them. Su Mingqiu looked at them, scratched his head, and smiled somewhat sheepishly. "You're too kind. This is what I should do. We're all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Helping each other is only natural." He waved his hand, then gazed into the distance, and said solemnly, "But I can't stay long. There are other places that need my help. There are still many people waiting for me to rescue them. I must go." With that, he slowly rose into the air, waved to the crowd, and flew off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the horizon. Li Kuan stood there watching Su Mingqiu's receding figure, and couldn't help but sigh. A young hero, truly so. So young, so powerful, and yet so humble. What a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom. And while Su Mingqiu resolved the crisis in Huangqing and rushed to the next battlefield, other young prodigies were also making their mark on their respective fronts. Murong Yin, leading his family's experts, was carving a bloody path through the battlefield in Zhongzhou. His flaming heaven fire burned the evil god sect cultists, sending them fleeing in terror. Those evil cultists were instantly reduced to ashes upon contact with his flames. The entire Zhongzhou branch of the evil god sect was on the run, hunted by him. Wen Xingyao, leading a medical team, rushed everywhere, going wherever the wounded were. Her ability could rapidly heal wounds, and those who were near death recovered instantly after receiving her treatment. That day alone, she saved the lives of at least 1,000 people. Countless civilians regarded her as their savior. Meanwhile, Feng Chun and Yang Wei were also cleaning up the stragglers. Feng Chen's swift sword was blindingly fast. The evil god sect members were killed before they even saw his blade. Yang Wei's slow ability was utterly infuriating to the cultists. Once affected by his slowness, they moved as if in slow motion, completely unable to act. In Daijing, Yi Qianjue's dark devour swallowed up all the evil cultists entirely. Jiang Ren's lightning ability crackled and dispatched countless cultists in an instant. The evil cultists were no match for the two of them. The evil god sect members were utterly bewildered. Their original plan was to tie down all of the Dragon Kingdom's top-tier veterans. Then their 5th rank and 6th rank experts would easily occupy every city in the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, their own 5th rank and 6th rank experts were being held back by the Dragon Kingdom's forces. Their remaining 4th rank combatants were no match for the Dragon Kingdom's young talents. These youths were far stronger than they had imagined. Their elders were suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom's old guards, and their young ones couldn't beat the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies. The entire plan had fallen into complete chaos. And while these young prodigies were clearing the scum on the ground below, the top-tier experts in the sky also gradually finished off those who had been holding them back. Wu Wanhua took less than 10 minutes to dispatch the British 7th rank expert who had been blocking her. That British cultivator had thought his 7th rank strength could contain Wu Wanhua. But in the end, he was utterly outmatched by Wu Wanhua. The vice principal of the magic capital also eliminated the Russian 7th rank expert, who didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was killed instantly. Lin Wenyuan from Daijing also slew the Korean martial artist in one move. The other vice principals also successively defeated those who had been restraining them. The 7th rank experts from various countries were no match for the Dragon Kingdom's old guards. When the evil god sect members, still struggling on the ground, heard this news, they panicked completely. Their plan had utterly failed. The elders couldn't defeat the ancient masters of Longhua. The youth couldn't match those geniuses from Longhua either. All their arrangements, all their plans had come to nothing. Now the top experts of Longhua had freed their hands. They were as good as dead, just as the followers of the evil god cult, terror-stricken, were about to surrender. Suddenly a follower of the evil god cult shouted loudly, "Wait a minute. Where has our patriarch gone?" This cry instantly awakened everyone. Right? They still had their patriarch. And the great evil god. They hadn't lost yet. The patriarch would surely come to save them. At this thought, those who had completely lost their fighting spirit and were about to drop their weapons and surrender, in an instant a new light flickered in their eyes. Their battle fervor surged back. They picked up their weapons again and charged at the people of Longhua. This caught the Longhua forces completely off guard. Just moments ago these people were terrified and ready to surrender. How could they in the blink of an eye transform as if pumped full of some invigorating drug and charge forward again? What was going on? They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how these people had changed so suddenly. Meanwhile, the remaining forces from other nations and those defectors from renegade clans also came to their senses. They were trapped now. There was no escape. So they could only pin all their hopes on the patriarch of the evil god cult and that great evil god. They believed that as long as the patriarch came, as long as Lord Evil God appeared, they still had a chance. They could still win. At this moment, Wu Wanhua, Lin Wenyuan, and the 5 top vice principals from Morda Zhongyuan and Jinhai gathered together. The vice principal of Zhongyuan Martial Arts University patted his robes, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. "Oh, it's been ages since I last fought. These opponents are far too fragile. I hadn't even unleashed my full strength before they were dead. How dull. I didn't even get to enjoy myself." "Cut the bragging," Lin Wenyuan retorted. He paused, frowning. "Never mind that. Where has the patriarch of the evil god cult gone? Why haven't we seen him from beginning to end? Could it be that we fought too swiftly, and that patriarch simply hid himself, sold out those foreign scum, and made his own escape? And ran away himself?" The vice principal of Jinhai Martial Arts University couldn't resist joking. Wu Wanhua shook her head, her brow furrowed. "It's unlikely. What they've set in motion this time is far too massive, a war spanning all of Longhua. They couldn't possibly have just fled. There must be a backup plan. Let us not let our guard down." Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan stroked his chin and cast his gaze over the chaotic battlefield below. Those young ones were fighting with extraordinary vigor. Murong Yan's flames sent the evil cultivators wailing for their mothers, while Yi Qinjue's dark devouring swallowed his opponents until not even crumbs remained. Su Mingqiu was like a firefighter rushing to every blaze. Wherever danger flared, he was there. In a short span, he had already wiped out evil god cult strongholds in several cities. He shook his head with a smile. "Let's not worry about that patriarch for now. Let's go down first and clean up those 6th-order foreign scum and the remnants of the evil god cult. We can search for him as we go." His tone carried a hint of satisfaction. These youngsters have seen enough trial. It's time to bring this great battle to a close. Those 6th-order old bones, we'll have to deal with them. Exactly. The Zhongyuan vice principal nodded immediately, rubbing his hands with anticipation. That 7th-order guy from Tianzhu was too weak. He fell before I'd even finished warming up. Perfect. Now I can properly stretch my muscles. The Mordu vice principal also nodded with a smile. "Just right. Let the youngsters rest. I saw them fighting with their eyes red from exertion. It's time for us old dogs to step in." Wu Wanhua nodded as well. "Agreed. We'll search as we clear. That patriarch can't remain hidden forever. Once we've cleaned up these pests, he'll have no choice but to show himself." The moment her words fell, the 5 top-tier 7th-order experts moved almost simultaneously. Without a word of waste, they split into 5 directions at once. The subsequent cleanup was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Those 6th-order evil cultivators who had been so arrogant on the battlefield were utterly inadequate before these ancient titans of Longhua. Lin Wenyuan rushed to the eastern battlefield and raised his hand, unleashing an energy slash condensed to its absolute peak. As that golden light flashed, several 6th-order scum who were still stubbornly resisting didn't even have time to scream before being slashed into floating ash. Not even a speck remained. Wu Wanhua's method was even simpler. With but a gentle wave of her hand, those evil cultivators were instantaneously killed. The Zhongyuan vice principal was in high spirits, punching one after another. Those 6th-order experts were like paper to him. With each strike, he smashed straight through their chests, giving them no chance to beg for mercy. The vice principals from Mordu and Jinhai were no different. Wherever they passed, the scum of the evil god cult and foreign experts were all instantaneously eliminated. No time to even react. The entire battlefield was like wheat being reaped. Those once ferocious members of the evil god cult were cleaned up in the blink of an eye, unnervingly fast. In merely a few short minutes, the entire battlefield was swept clean. The 5 top vice principals regrouped, though their faces bore expressions of gravity and helplessness. "Can't find him," the Zhongyuan vice principal swore, first scratching his head with visible irritation. "I turned over every inch of the southern area, not even sparing a single mouse hole, and still couldn't catch a glimpse of that patriarch. Is this fellow a turtle hiding in his shell?" "Same here." Lin Wenyuan frowned, scanning their surroundings. His perception had long since covered the entire battlefield. Even a 7th-order expert couldn't possibly conceal himself from his senses. Yet somehow he simply couldn't locate the patriarch of the evil god cult. "I've searched the eastern sector as well. Not a single trace of his aura remains, as though he vanished into thin air. My area is the same, the Mordu vice principal said, shaking his head gravely. I've checked every corner to the north. Not a soul, not even a lingering fluctuation of spiritual energy. The Jinhai vice principal sighed. The central region is the same. Found nothing. Wu Wanhua's brows drew even tighter. Her perception was sharper than anyone else's. And yet even she had found no clue. She spoke solemnly. That evil god cult patriarch has hidden himself far too deeply. Even seventh-order concealment techniques couldn't possibly allow someone to hide so flawlessly right beneath our noses, leaving absolutely no trace. In but a brief moment, the high-ranking members of the evil god sect and those foreign experts were thoroughly eliminated by the 5 vice principals. The remaining low-level remnants of the evil god sect were utterly insignificant. The entire battlefield instantly transformed from the previous sea of blood and mountains of corpses into a scene of jubilant celebration for surviving the calamity. Everyone believed that the crisis had been resolved. All that remained was to deal with the spatial rifts, and everything would return to normal. Mingqiu looked at the cheering crowd and also breathed a sigh of relief. The nerves that had been tense for so long could finally relax. He rubbed his sore shoulders and was about to go greet Wu Wanhua. But out of the corner of his eye he inadvertently glanced at the bodies on the ground. That single glance made the smile on his face instantly freeze. He noticed that the corpse's blood and scattered limbs on the battlefield had not coagulated or dried up normally. Instead, as if pulled by some invisible force, they were slowly seeping into the ground at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. And beneath the ground a force of extreme filth, coldness, and distortion was surging wildly along the absorbed blood essence. Like a dormant, ferocious beast, it was crazily devouring the blood essence of everyone on the battlefield. Mingqiu's heart tightened, and he instinctively released his ice element ability, sending a sweep of cold air. In an instant, a small patch of blood at his feet was frozen solid. But the next second his pupils sharply contracted. A thick layer of ice had indeed formed on the surface of the blood. Yet through the transparent ice layer, he could clearly see that the blood inside the ice was not frozen at all. Instead, strange black-red runes were slowly flowing within the blood. Even though sealed by ice, they were still drilling bit by bit into the ground. Seeing this, Mingqiu's heart sank to the depths. Something was wrong. Just as his heart plummeted, a hoarse, cold voice suddenly came from underground. The voice did not come from a specific direction, but spread through the formation directly across the entire battlefield and the entire city. No matter where you were, you could hear it clearly, carrying a strange, penetrating power. The 5 vice principals are indeed worthy of being the top experts of the Dragon Kingdom. The voice of the evil god sect leader, tinged with a strange smile, slowly echoed. If you hadn't acted so decisively, killing those delivered sacrifices so quickly, how could this 10,000 blood descending god formation have taken shape so soon? These words struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's ears. The 5 vice principals, who had been troubled by not finding the culprit, instantly changed expression. And the crowd that had been cheering fell silent instantly, the cheers ceasing abruptly, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Not good. Lin Wenyuan, the quickest to react, immediately realized and shouted, "Quick, suppress the formation underground." The 5 top-tier 7th rank experts moved almost simultaneously, about to strike the ground. They wanted to shatter the formation before it fully materialized. But as soon as they raised their hands, the entire underground of the city suddenly lit up with dense blood-colored formation patterns. Those patterns emerged from the soil, spreading along the streets, houses, and city walls, instantly covering the entire city. The entire earth turned blood-red. The strange black-red runes swirled madly within the patterns, emitting a nauseating, filthy aura. Gentlemen, feel free to continue. The evil god sect leader's cold laugh came again, tinged with a hint of manic triumph. But if this formation shatters, the entire city will die with me. Lin Wenyuan instantly released his perception, probing deep into the ground. The next second his face turned ashen. This is terrible. The true formation eye is thousands of meters underground, and it's connected to the Dragon Kingdom's terrestrial veins. If we forcefully smash the ground, not only will the entire city be overturned, killing every student and civilian inside, but it will also directly damage the Dragon Kingdom's terrestrial veins. The consequences would be catastrophic. He paused, then spoke urgently. Furthermore, this formation is bound to the life force of all the nearby students' residents and our Dragon Kingdom martial artists. Once we forcibly break the formation, it will immediately backlash, draining everyone's life as a sacrifice. Wu Wanhua also sensed something, her expression grave as she spoke. Not only that this formation is specifically designed to target high-level experts like us. The higher one's cultivation, the easier it is to be locked onto by this 10,000 blood descending god formation. The moment we approach, it will frantically drain our chi and blood while accelerating the descent of the evil god. The 5 of us simply cannot break this formation. Worthy of being the 5 old antiques of the Dragon Kingdom, you've discerned so much so quickly. The evil god sect leader's maniacal laughter rang out across the entire city, filled with undisguised triumph and madness. As his words faded, the evil god sect leader's voice sounded again. This time his voice was filled with fervor, as if reciting a sacred sacrificial text, each word carrying a twisted devotion. With the blood of the evil god sect disciples as a sacrifice of faith, I stabilize the formation. With the blood of foreign experts as the fortune of foreign lands, I pollute the Dragon Kingdom's terrestrial veins. With the blood of Dragon Kingdom martial artists as the key, I tear open the Dragon Kingdom's protective barrier. With each sentence he uttered, the blood light beneath the ground grew brighter, the strange black-red runes spun faster, and the entire earth trembled slightly. Not good. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanhua's face instantly turned deathly pale, and she cried out, "He's going to open a rift within the Dragon Kingdom for the evil god's power to descend." The moment her words fell, the entire sky instantly darkened. The sky, which had held a glimmer of light, was immediately shrouded by thick, filthy clouds. It was pitch black, as if the entire world had fallen into an eternal night. Then the blood light from underground surged upward. A blood-red pillar of light dozens of meters in diameter burst through the ground, and the clouds dyeing the entire black sky into a sinister blood red. That nauseating cold and filthy aura instantly filled the heavens and earth, pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Just as everyone was trembling from the terrifying phenomenon, within the blood light a massive finger covered in bizarre wrinkles and black-red patterns slowly extended outward. That finger moved just slightly, and the surrounding space began to warp. With that gentle motion it tore open a pitch-black rift in the void. From within the rift foul miasma continuously gushed out, along with countless twisted inhuman screams. And behind that rift, an enormous eye of the evil god slowly opened. That eye was larger than the entire city, covered with ghastly bloodshot veins, its pupil in eerie pure black, and within it were countless tiny eyes densely packed. With a mere sweep across the battlefield, a strange mental shock instantly engulfed everyone. Those who were gazed upon by that eye immediately underwent bizarre mutations. A young student who had been trembling in fear suddenly had his internal chi completely go out of control, and raging black flames erupted all over his body. He couldn't control it himself. The flames scorched him, causing him to scream in agony, and even his bones sizzled with black smoke. Others had their eyes turn bloodshot in an instant, losing all reason, and they raised their blades to strike at those beside them. They let out inhuman roars as if completely mad. Even more terrifying, the corpses of the fallen foreign powerhouses suddenly began to rise one by one. Their eyes turned blood red, their bodies stiffened, their skin blackened, and they lunged at the living, becoming mindless walking corpses. And the remnants of the evil god's cultist souls drifted out from the corpses, twisting and deforming into monsters covered with countless tentacles. They roared and grabbed at those around them, leaving a trail of corrosive, sizzling sounds in the air. The entire battlefield instantly plunged into even greater chaos, with panic spreading and cries of anguish rising one after another. The momentary relief from the calamity had turned into a living hell. "Quick, form the formation," Lin Wenyuan roared. The 5 top-tier vice principals immediately soared into the air, flying toward the 5 directions: east, south, west, north, and center. They struck almost simultaneously, their 7th rank chi surging wildly, as 5 brilliant golden rays shot out from their bodies. In an instant the rays connected, forming a massive golden protective barrier that enveloped the entire city. This was the 1,000-year-old city protecting grand formation of the Dragon Kingdom. With the 5 top-tier 7th rank cultivators united, they temporarily stabilized the situation. They blocked the evil god's power, preventing the strange mutations from spreading further. They also temporarily held back the power of that evil god's eye, buying a little time for those inside. When that eerie mental shock swept over, Su Mingqiu was also caught in it at the first moment. That foul, twisted force madly drilled into his spiritual sea, trying to corrupt his soul and turn him into a mindless monster. But at that moment the ice coffin within his mind suddenly lit up. It was the ice coffin to pacify the soul. He had deliberately purchased earlier a skill to bolster his mental defense. Now that cold, bone-chilling ice coffin stood directly before his spiritual sea, blocking all the foul mental shocks outside. Those twisted, corrupting forces collided with the ice coffin and were instantly shattered by the piercing cold, never touching his soul in the slightest. Su Mingqiu just shook his head and regained his clarity. At that moment the remaining surviving remnants of the evil god's cult were cheering wildly. They gazed at the evil god's eye in the sky, each face twisted with fanatical smiles, raising their weapons and shouting, "Long live the evil god! Long live the cult leader! We shall be one with the evil god." They believed that once the evil god descended they would rise to the heavens, become the chosen of the evil god, and enjoy boundless power and eternal life. But the next second their fanatical smiles froze into extreme terror. They realized that the blood and warm flesh on their bodies were slowly disappearing at a visible rate. Seeping along the underground array patterns, slowly sinking into the earth, being madly drained by the formation as offerings to the evil god. No, cult leader, why? A leading cultist stared in horror at his own arms slowly becoming transparent, flesh vanishing, leaving only white bone. He roared in disbelief toward the ground, but the only response was the hum of the formation, frantically draining power. In just a few seconds those cultists who had been cheering wildly vanished completely. all turned into offerings drained clean by the 10,000 blood god descending array, not even their souls left. Mingqiu watched this scene, his pupils sharply contracting. He finally understood. This evil god cult leader had never intended to spare anyone. Whether the Dragon Kingdom's warriors, the foreigners, or even his own followers, all were merely sacrifices to summon the evil god. Watching the sacrificed cultists vanish completely, Mingqiu's mind raced. When he had frozen the bloodstains earlier, he had vaguely sensed something was off. Now calming down and carefully sensing, he instantly discovered the key to the formation. The entire 10,000 blood god descending array operated on nothing else but the blood seeping into the earth. Those blood currents, like the formation's veins, carried the eerie black-red runes and countless streams of blood essence continuously flowing toward the array's thousands of meters underground. As long as this blood continued to flow underground, the evil god's power would keep strengthening. Before long, the evil god would completely shatter the rift and descend into this world. Having realized this, Mingqiu didn't hesitate for a moment. He instantly released his SSS Rank Ice ability. Ice Age. The bone-chilling cold erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The blood on the surface, as well as the blood that had seeped into the shallow underground, was instantly frozen into ice. Even the eerie black-red runes were frozen within the ice, completely ceasing their flow. With the blood frozen, the entire formation's operation immediately slowed down. The blood-red glow in the sky dimmed, and the enormous evil god's eye seemed to grow slightly duller. Lin Wenyuan high above saw this, and his eyes lit up instantly. He had been tormented earlier. The 5 old-timers of high cultivation dared not approach the formation. The moment they did, they would be locked onto and have their vital energy madly drained, accelerating the evil god's descent. But unexpectedly, this young man, Mingqiu, could accomplish what they could not. Without any hesitation, he descended from the sky in an instant, landing before Mingqiu. His face was somewhat pale from the immense expenditure of qi for the formation, but his gaze was extremely solemn. Lin Wenyuan withdrew a golden token from his robe and pressed it directly into Mingqiu's hands. His voice deepened. The 5 of us will stay above and hold back the evil deity's projection in the sky. The array core beneath the ground is your burden alone. He gazed at Mingqiu with unwavering trust. Only you can accomplish this. Those of high cultivation would be instantly locked by the formation and sacrifice themselves for nothing. Only you can approach the array core. Only you can freeze those flowing rivers of blood. Only you can shatter this myriad blood descent array. Mingqiu gripped the headmaster's token and nodded firmly. Rest assured, Elder Lin. I will not fail you. Lin Wenyuan said no more. Time was too precious. Every moment of delay heightened the peril of the deity's descent. He simply patted Mingqiu's shoulder heavily, then soared back into the sky to reclaim his position. He reunited with the other 4 vice principals to reinforce the city's protective formation and confront the evil deity's celestial projection. Mingqiu swept his gaze across the battlefield. Chaos reigned. Out-of-control martial artists slashed wildly, reanimated corpses lunged at the living, and twisted tentacled monstrosities ran rampant. But he had no time to deal with these distractions. Once the array was shattered, these aberrations would vanish on their own. He drew a deep breath and unleashed his ice-based ability. Biting cold seared the earth before him, freezing it into solid ice in an instant and carving a passage through the hardened ground. He shifted his body and dove underground, following the flow of blood toward the array core, thousands of meters below, racing forward at full speed. Far from the main battlefield, Yi Qinjue, Jiang Ren, Murong Yin, and the other young geniuses, along with a handful of Dragon Nation experts who had barely arrived, stood halted at the array's perimeter. They had been purging the evil deity cult in other cities when they sensed the commotion here and rushed to aid. But they could not approach. The array's power repelled them entirely. The moment they drew near, the formation would lock onto them and claim them as sacrificial offerings. Forced to stand at a distance, they could only watch the monstrous eye of the evil deity looming in the sky, helpless. There's nothing we can do, Jiang Ren frowned. We'd only cause trouble and feed sacrifices to the array. Yi Qinjue nodded, his expression chilling. Then we handle what remains. Those unsealed spatial rifts, the leftover cultists and the traitorous clans. They must not be allowed to exploit this chaos and destabilize the entire Dragon Nation. Precisely. What they could do now was stabilize the outer perimeter and prevent the situation across the Dragon Nation from collapsing entirely. Mingqiu moved at terrifying speed. His biting cold blasted ahead, freezing the dense soil and bedrock into crumbling shards. In barely a dozen seconds, he pierced through thousands of meters of earth and reached the array's core zone. But the moment he landed, before he could even take in his surroundings, what lay before him left him utterly stunned. Everywhere his eyes fell was an endless sea of blood zombies. The deceased evil deity cultists and foreign strongmen alike had been seized by the formation and transformed into mindless blood undead. Their bodies were coated in thick, congealed black-red blood. Their skin turned dark and purplish. Some were missing limbs, and others had lost half their skulls. Their eyes burned with an eerie crimson glow, and black-red array runes coiled around their corpses, pulsing continuously. An image of horrific grotesquerie. Stretching beyond sight, the vast underground chamber was completely packed with these blood zombies. Countless tens of thousands at the very least, overwhelming and suffocating. The overwhelming stench of coagulated blood and foul corruption nearly knocked one unconscious. The moment these blood zombies caught sight of Mingqiu, they went wild like sharks sensing blood in the water. Roar! A cacophony of inhuman roars erupted, causing the entire underground space to tremble. Every single blood zombie charged towards Mingqiu with frenzied desperation. They filled the space around him in an instant. The sheer oppressive weight of the horde. Even Mingqiu found his brow furrowing. These blood zombies were the formation's guardians placed precisely to block his path to the core. Watching the overwhelming tide surge toward him, Mingqiu's eyes hardened. There was no way around them. They were the barrier between him and the array core. He would have to forge straight through. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a plume of white frost. The breath condensed into a fine layer of ice crystals upon contact with the air. In the next instant, Mingqiu's cold energy erupted in full force. SSS Rank Ice Age ability unleashed without reservation. The piercing cold surged outward like a tidal wave. The blood zombies nearest to him never even had time to react before being frozen solid into icy statues. They remained locked in their ferocious charging poses, paralyzed in place. Even the black-red array runes swirling upon their bodies froze and went dormant instantly. Then Mingqiu stamped his foot against the ground. As if responding to his movement, countless jagged ice spikes erupted from below the earth, shooting upward at blinding speed. The spikes were razor-sharp and struck with lethal velocity. The leading blood zombies could not dodge in time. They were impaled from below, speared clean through. Pinioned to the ground, they couldn't even cry out before going utterly still. In that single instant, over 1,000 blood zombies were annihilated. Yet the zombies behind them continued charging blindly, showing no sign of stopping. Mingqiu's expression did not waver. Without hesitation, he surged forward into the tide. Cold energy exploded from his body, continuously ice spikes rising from the ground non-stop. Wherever he passed, the blood zombies could not hold him back a single step. Then Mingqiu's cold energy gathered violently. In the blink of an eye, a massive ice dragon spanning dozens of meters coalesced before him. Its body was composed of crystal-clear ice, each scale distinctly visible, shimmering with a cold, lustrous gleam. Its dragon eyes radiated piercing chill, and a deep rumbling roar shook the entire underground chamber. Even the frenzied blood zombies instinctively hesitated. Mingqiu moved in an instant, landing squarely atop the ice dragon's head. The dragon surged upward without delay, soaring into the sky to evade the tide of blood corpses charging from below. The blood corpses leapt wildly in a desperate attempt to grab him, but they could scarcely reach him. Mid-leap, the bone-chilling cold radiating from the ice dragon froze them solid, turning them into ice statues that crashed heavily onto the ground. Immediately after, the ice dragon threw its massive jaws wide open, unleashing a torrent of piercing cold. The freezing blast swept outward like a rising tide, crashing down upon the horde of blood corpses below. Wherever it passed, the frenzied, charging blood corpses were instantaneously frozen mid-stride, locked forever in their grotesque, attacking poses as countless ice sculptures. From near to far within but a few fleeting seconds, every blood corpse in the underground space had been frozen solid. Mingqiu stood atop the ice dragon's head and gazed out across the cavern, now filled floor to ceiling with a sea of densely packed ice statues. Those once savage blood corpses were now motionless ice figures, white crystalline frost blanketing the entire ground. The thick stench of blood that had pervaded the air was completely stilled by the biting cold, and the scene was nothing short of breathtakingly magnificent. Having frozen all the blood corpses, Mingqiu did not dismount. He remained perched on the ice dragon's head, guiding it at high speed deeper into the underground chamber. The ice dragon flew at tremendous speed, carrying him straight toward the formation's core. He knew the people above could not hold out much longer. He had to be faster. He would not let those old men have sacrificed themselves in vain. Meanwhile, atop the surface, the 5 vice principals were pouring all their strength into battling that colossal evil god's eye. So what happened? Didn't you brag just now that the opponent was too weak and you hadn't even warmed up? Why the sudden loss of fire? Lin Wenyuan stabilized his position while leveling a sarcastic remark at the vice principal of Zhongyuan Martial Arts University beside him. He had only just been blowing his own trumpet about not having enough fun, and now facing the evil god's eye, his face had gone pale. The Zhongyuan vice principal flushed red and snapped back. Who wouldn't lose their spirit fighting this thing? Tell me, the mental corruption from this monstrosity is too grotesque. Each time I block it, a massive chunk of my primordial energy is drained. Try it yourself if you dare. Enough bickering. Wu Wanhua frowned, cutting them off. At a moment like this, who had the luxury for pointless banter? She swept her hand sharply forward, and a wave of invisible force shot toward the evil god's eye in an instant. A thunderous boom echoed, and the colossal eyeball merely shuddered. Wu Wanhua's devastating strike managed only to shatter one of the smaller eyes within the great orb, inflicting no substantial damage whatsoever. If anything, it enraged the evil god's eye further, which then hurled itself more furiously against the city's protective formation. This city protection array won't hold much longer. The vice principal of Modu Martial Arts University spoke, his face ashen. His primordial energy was nearly exhausted, and the golden radiance of the protective array had already begun to dim numerous hairline fractures spiderwebbing across its surface. At most 30 minutes, and the array will be breached. Upon hearing this, the vice principal of Jinhai Wuda glanced upward at the evil gods. I then suddenly pointed at the crack urgency in his voice. But tell me, have you noticed that finger behind the eyeball? Everyone followed his pointing finger. Indeed, behind that enormous evil god's eye, a single finger, crawling with grotesque patterns and dripping viscous slime, was wedged at the edge of the rift, writhing incessantly as it struggled to squeeze through. Yet it was blocked by the spatial tier which had not yet fully expanded, preventing it from penetrating. Lin Wenyuan furrowed his brow and said gravely, "Yes, the finger still cannot enter. The 10,000 blood descent array has not yet fully formed, so the evil god's main projection cannot cross over." He paused, his tone filled with grave significance. "But once the array completes its formation, even all 5 of us joining forces will not be enough to stop it." "Absolutely right." Wu Wanhuan nodded, her voice heavy. "We must destroy this 10,000 blood descent array now, or it will be too late. Once the evil god descends in full, all will be lost." The 5 exchanged glances, each reading the same solemnity in the other's eyes. They had exhausted every option available to them. There was nothing more they could do. As cultivators of high realms, they could not approach the array and could only hold the line from above. Now their sole remaining hope rested with that young man underground. The vice principal of Modu sighed, wiping cold sweat from his brow, and spoke with a heavy heart. "Our only chance now lies with that kid Mingqiu." Indeed, beyond him, no one else could accomplish this. All they could do was hope he would push himself even harder, that he could shatter the 10,000 blood descent array before the protective formation collapsed. Just as Mingqiu guided the ice dragon forward at top speed toward the formation core, several semi-transparent figures suddenly darted from the shadows ahead, blocking his path once again. Mingqiu focused his gaze and realized they were lingering souls. Each had reached the first stage of the 6th realm in life, and upon death their spirits had been corrupted by the formation's power, transformed into guardian remnants that guarded the passage. Unlike the mindless blood corpses, these lingering souls retained fragments of residual intelligence. Upon seeing Mingqiu, they began chattering urgently at him in rapid, indistinguishable speech. They spoke so fast that Mingqiu could not understand a word. He had no idea which nation's foreign tongue they were using, but it was certainly not dragon national language. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to be urging Mingqiu to surrender, or perhaps pleading about their so-called evil god. But Mingqiu understood not a single syllable. Standing atop the ice dragon's head, Mingqiu picked at his ear, his expression filled with disgust, as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Can you speak in dragon national language? If you can't understand human speech, then so be it." He was in a hurry to destroy the formation. He had no time to waste words on these remnants. So what if they were at the 6th realm? In his eyes, they were no different from the mindless blood corpses he had faced earlier. After his sharp remark, Mingqiu simply leaped down from the dragon's head. At that very moment, the colossal ice dragon accelerated fiercely, its jaws gaping wide, as it charged straight toward the lingering souls. But their reactions proved far quicker than he had anticipated. Seeing the ice dragon barreling toward them, the remnants scattered instantly, assuming a peculiar formation. Then, combining their efforts, they unleashed a miniature array. The formation immediately trapped the ice dragon within its grasp, and countless black-red runes spiraled furiously inside, tearing the beast apart and annihilating it completely. That enormous ice dragon, tens of meters long, shattered into countless fragments of ice within the blink of an eye, utterly disappearing. Witnessing this, Mingqiu was momentarily stunned, then raised an eyebrow and muttered in surprise, "Well now, not bad. A few lingering souls actually know how to coordinate an array technique. Interesting indeed." Mingqiu had never expected that these beings, even reduced to remnant souls after death, could still coordinate and activate a formation together. That alone surprised him. Upon witnessing the ice dragon being torn to shreds, those remnant souls burst into triumphant laughter. They then chattered some incomprehensible foreign tongue towards Mingqiu, clearly mocking his presumption. Believing he would meet the same fate as the ice dragon crushed by their formation, they laughed, and then immediately charged forward, surrounding Mingqiu at the center. The next moment, their formation activated again. Countless dark red patterns surged towards Mingqiu in an instant, aiming to trap him just as they had the ice dragon and crush him within. Seeing this, Mingqiu's expression remained unchanged. The ice element power within his body erupted instantly, and a bone-chilling coldness gushed forth from him. Those dark red formation patterns barely neared Mingqiu before the piercing cold repelled them completely. They could not touch him in the slightest, could not even approach. In the face of his ice-cold aura, that defiled power was utterly worthless. Immediately, Mingqiu unleashed his combat technique, Cold River Snow. As his movements unfolded, countless ice crystals rose into the sky around him. Those surging dark red patterns were instantly frozen, and the entire formation came to a complete halt. The formation the remnant souls had arranged was locked firmly in ice, and the entire array was destroyed by Mingqiu. Their smirks froze on their faces as they stared at him in utter disbelief. Their prized joint formation had been shattered so effortlessly. Mingqiu glanced at them, raising an eyebrow, and quipped lightly, "You still need more practice. But too bad. You won't get the chance. Perhaps in your next life." The moment Mingqiu finished speaking, those remnant souls scrambled backward, turning to flee with all their might. They babbled incoherently, likely begging for mercy or summoning their evil deity for salvation. Unfortunately, Mingqiu understood none of it and found the noise merely irritating. But how could he possibly allow them to escape? These creatures had aided the evil god cult during their lifetime, invading Long Country. Even as remnant souls, they dared to block him. With a thought, he unleashed Ice Soul Gaze. Instantly, his eyes transformed into a crystal-clear ice blue, and 2 streams of frigid divine sense shot forth from his pupils. Those foreigners were already remnant souls lacking physical bodies, and their divine sense was inherently weak. How could they withstand such an attack from Mingqiu? They had barely taken 2 steps, their legs not even lifted, when Mingqiu's gaze locked onto them. The next instant, they all froze rigid in place, utterly immobilized, their consciousness completely frozen. Even their remnant souls ceased, trembling under that icy spiritual force. The terror and despair in their eyes were captured and frozen upon their faces. Mingqiu walked forward, his footsteps striking the frozen ground with crisp resonance. He gazed at the immobilized remnant souls, raised his hand, and the bone-chilling coldness instantly converged at his palm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small iceberg, completely enclosing those remnant souls within. Having done this, he rested his chin on his hand and circled the miniature iceberg twice, smugly remarking, "Look how kind I am. I've even provided you with a coffin. This is an ice tomb that others would dream of." He patted the iceberg and continued, "Besides, if it weren't for me, you would have ultimately been offered as sacrifices by that evil god cult leader, drained until not even your souls remained. Not a single intact corpse would have been left. Now that I've sealed you here, at least your souls remain whole, dying with such dignity. You should consider yourselves fortunate and rejoice in secret." Having dealt with those remnant souls, Mingqiu did not linger for a moment. With a flicker of movement, he once again shot toward the deepest part of the underground space. The protective formation above would not hold for much longer. He had to locate the formation's core and shatter the 10,000 blood descent array before then. Otherwise, everything would be too late. His speed increased relentlessly, the bone-chilling coldness forging a path ahead of him. However, midway through his flight, Mingqiu came to a halt. In the shadows ahead, several figures clad in black robes stood blocking his path. It seemed they had been waiting for him here specifically. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Oh, there are still living members of the evil god cult. I had assumed your leader had long since sacrificed all of you to the evil deity. After all, those previous cultists were stripped until not even a trace remained. Audacious." Upon hearing Mingqiu's words, those black-robed figures instantly flew into a rage. The leader among them threw back his hood, revealing a fanatical face, and roared at Mingqiu, "We are the trusted war generals of our holy lord. How could we be the same as those ordinary cultists?" The other black-robed figures joined in their frantic shouting. Moreover, those brothers who were sacrificed did not truly die. They have merged with Lord Evil God and achieved true eternal life. That is their glory. It is a blessing they could only have prayed for. Their eyes burned with twisted fanaticism. Clearly thoroughly brainwashed by the cult, in their minds being drained of flesh and soul as sacrifices was not death at all. It was union with the evil deity, granting immortality, an incomparably glorious event. Hearing this, Mingqiu broke into laughter. He gave them a thumbs up and quipped with mock admiration, "Damn, your self-deception is truly impressive. Being slaughtered as sacrifices until not even your souls remain, and you still call it eternal life. The level of brainwashing you've reached. Even I'm impressed. If your cult leader didn't have fans like you, he truly wouldn't have accomplished anything. Such talent for self-deception is a waste if not used for writing novels." Hearing Mingqiu's mockery, the lead black-robed figure's expression twisted into ferocity. The dark red formation runes upon his body flared to life, and his cultivation aura, stage 6 first layer, erupted forth. The other black-robed figures simultaneously released their auras. Mingqiu then realized that every one of these individuals was also at stage 6 first layer. It seemed this was the final line of defense left by the evil god cult leader. Words are useless," the leader snarled at Mingqiu. "There is nothing to say to you. Every word is a waste of time. Today you will die here." His eyes were filled with twisted greed as he looked at Mingqiu, regarding him as a sacrifice of perfect extremity. He then ranted madly, "When the time comes and we feed you, lad, to his evil divine majesty, I believe the lord of evil gods will be most pleased. You are a top-tier sacrifice we have never encountered before. With your pure ice origin essence, you will surely bring great joy to the evil god. When the evil god is pleased, we shall receive his rewards and achieve true eternal life. To become a sacrifice of the evil god is the greatest fortune of your lifetime." The other robed figures joined in their frenzied screams. Their minds had been thoroughly corrupted. In their eyes, Mingqiu was no enemy at all. He was merely a gift intended for the evil god. After their chanting ceased, the group gripped their dark, eerie weapons and charged towards Mingqiu. Black-red runes swirled feverishly across their bodies as they sought to capture Su Mingqiu and offer him as a sacrifice to their dark deity. Su Mingqiu listened to their ramblings and could not help but roll his eyes inwardly, muttering to himself, where on earth did this cult leader find so many lunatics? Each one destined to become a sacrifice, yet still aiding their captors, truly beyond salvation. Their indoctrination ran deeper than any pyramid scheme from his past life. Carefully sensing their cultivation, he immediately detected something amiss. Though all four stood at the 6th stage first segment, their energy felt hollow and unstable, clearly not earned through genuine cultivation. It was evident that the cult leader had forcefully pushed their realms through the power of the myriad blood descent god array. They were kept here solely to serve as the final guardians blocking his path. Even so, 4 cultivators at the 6th stage first segment fighting together with array support was no small threat. Before Su Mingqiu could finish his thoughts, the 4 had already taken positions at the east, southwest, and north. Black-red array patterns erupted beneath their feet. Drawing upon the myriad blood descent god array's earth energy, their combined strength instantly wove together into an unbreakable formation. Without another word, they surged forward from all directions, enveloped in a nauseating stench of gore and dark miasma, converging on Su Mingqiu in a deadly encirclement. Each one wielded the array's power, making them significantly stronger than ordinary 6th stage first segment cultivators. Facing 4 such enemies united by array support, Su Mingqiu knew he would need to fight seriously to end this quickly. Surrender, boy. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand us. The lead figure in black robes shrieked as they charged. How you are truly devoted followers of the evil god, Su Mingqiu thought with amusement. Even at this point you are still delusional. There is genuinely no hope for you. Su Mingqiu could not help but roll his eyes inwardly at their words. These individuals had been so thoroughly indoctrinated by the cult that they had even managed to deceive themselves. Even now they still believed he would meekly submit as a sacrifice. He abandoned further conversation as since these opponents insisted on blocking his path, he would deal with them swiftly. Black Dragon devours heaven. With a low command, a chilling aura of deathly stillness erupted from his body in an instant. Then from behind Su Mingqiu, a pitch-black dragon wreathed in translucent ice crystals materialized with slow, deliberate grace. The moment it appeared, the underground chamber's temperature plummeted dozens of degrees, causing the surrounding rock surfaces to frost over with thick layers of dark ice. The advancing black-robed cultivators were immediately halted by the terrifying cold, their momentum arrested as they dared not press forward another step. Watching them freeze in place, Su Mingqiu arched an eyebrow and sneered, "What is wrong? Were you not so arrogant moments ago? Aren't you going to sacrifice me to the evil god? Why have you stopped? Cowardice! Hold your ground." The lead black-robed figure growled through clenched teeth. He understood they could not possibly withstand this attack individually. They had no choice but to deploy the leader's final stratagem, their last remaining trump card. His evil divine majesty stands with us. For the evil god we fear nothing. All the black-robed figures bellowed in unison, their voices twisted with manic fervor. Their bodies began to dissolve instantly, skin, muscle, and bone liquefying into crimson-black viscera that merged together without a trace of suffering, only religious ecstasy. In their eyes, this was their glorious sacrifice to the evil god. Within mere seconds, the 4 6th stage first segment cultivators fused into a towering, grotesque monstrosity. The creature stood over 3 meters tall, with 4 contorted heads, each bearing blood-red eyes. 8 arms slick with dark green ichor emerged from its body, which was composed entirely of rotting black-red flesh. Its surface teemed with countless blinking eyes, exuding a nauseating stench of corruption. Through the array's blessing, its cultivation surged to the peak of 6th stage. Su Mingqiu regarded the abomination with a disdainful expression, stepping back 2 paces. "What in the world is this thing?" he remarked with visible disgust. "Ugly as sin. It is making me sick." The creature's 4 heads roared in unison upon hearing the insult, their voices a blend of madness and fury laced with offended fanaticism. "Silence, ignorant mortal. This form was bestowed upon us by the evil god himself. It is supreme glory. A common mortal such as you could never comprehend." Every eye upon its body flared to life, simultaneously radiating sinister crimson-hued light, brimming with malevolent intent. Su Mingqiu had no patience for the brainwashed madman's ravings. With a flick of his wrist, the crystallized black dragon unleashed a deep, resonant roar. It shot forward with piercing coldness toward the hideous abomination. The creature, however, had anticipated this. Those countless eyes upon its body instantly fired streams of crimson-black rays. Laden with concentrated corrupt energy and the malevolent power of the myriad blood descent god array, the beams struck the dragon mid-flight. The dragon had only reached halfway when it was hit by those rays. The crimson-black rays corroded the dragon's crystalline form directly. Its piercing cold was nullified instantly by the overwhelming defilement. In merely an instant, the dozens of meters-long ice crystal black dragon was destroyed outright. Su Mingqiu's pupils contracted sharply as he witnessed this, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He had not anticipated that this fused monster would be so formidable. Could it truly annihilate his S-rank ultimate battle technique, the Black Dragon Devours Heaven, which he had cultivated to its maximum level? It appeared that the 10,000 Blood Descent God formation indeed possessed genuine power. This creature, drawing upon the formation's earthly chi and vile energy, could actually suppress his ice-based abilities, a development that surprised him considerably. Boy, do you see now. This is the power granted to me by the evil deity. The monster's four distorted heads laughed madly in unison, their voices warped and grotesque, overflowing with unbridled arrogance. Having destroyed Su Mingqiu's black dragon, the creature believed victory was assured. Its 8 slime-covered arms stretched backward as it addressed Su Mingqiu in a bizarre, fervent tone. Well, young man, unite with me and become one. By becoming part of the evil deity, you shall attain this supreme power and achieve true immortality. This is the greatest fortune of your entire life. Enough. If you keep talking like that, I'll actually retch. Su Mingqiu gazed at the hideous creature, a mass of rotting flesh dotted with tiny eyes, and feigned vomiting, his expression one of utter disgust. You're so repulsive, and you expect me to merge with you? I'd vomit up last night's dinner if I did. Keep your precious fusion to yourself. I can't stomach it. You damn mortal. The monster was utterly enraged by Su Mingqiu's words, its 4 heads contorted in fury, the viscous slime on its body dripping uncontrollably. Fine. So you refuse to accept my gift and demand punishment instead. Since you won't show proper respect, then die. With those words, all the countless tiny eyes covering its body flared with blood-red light simultaneously. An overwhelming barrage of sinister black-red rays erupted from every direction, descending upon Su Mingqiu like a deluge, attempting to pierce him through and leave him with no refuge. Su Mingqiu, refusing to underestimate the threat, instantly manifested a colossal iceberg several meters thick before him to shield himself from those eerie rays. Unexpectedly, the rays immediately began corroding the iceberg's crystalline structure upon impact. Within moments, they pierced through the massive formation, shattering it into countless fragments. Startled, Su Mingqiu swiftly moved his body, dodging left and right to evade the onslaught. The rays grazed past his form and struck the rock wall behind him, eroding the hard stone into deep pits that sizzled and emitted black smoke. While deftly evading the incoming rays, Su Mingqiu quickly studied the creature. He understood that merely dodging wouldn't suffice. He needed to identify its weakness and end this threat as soon as possible. Soon he noticed black-red blood continuously flowing beneath the monster's feet. Through the formation patterns of the 10,000 Blood Descent God formation, this blood continuously supplied the creature with power to sustain its grotesque fused body. Su Mingqiu immediately grasped the situation. If he cut off the blood supply, the creature would collapse on its own. Have the courage to stop hiding. You coward who can only cower and run. The monster, after firing endlessly without landing a single strike on Su Mingqiu, let out a furious roar, its 4 contorted heads nearly twisting from rage. He had never expected Su Mingqiu to be so swift. His rays couldn't even connect. After exhausting himself with relentless shots that all missed, the creature was visibly winded, the small eyes across its body growing dim. Forced to halt, it panted heavily, glaring at Su Mingqiu with eyes brimming with fury and resentment. Seizing this opening, Su Mingqiu called out sharply, "Black Dragon Devours Heaven." With his command, 3 pitch-black ice crystal black dragons materialized behind him this time. Each one was larger and more powerful than the previous single dragon, measuring dozens of meters in length, with scales radiating bone-chilling coldness. As the black dragons took form, the rocky walls surrounding Su Mingqiu were instantly encased in dark ice. The temperature throughout the space plummeted by dozens of degrees, once more the air nearly freezing solid as bone-piercing cold swept toward the creature. Your trick won't work on me. The monster laughed wildly, with all 4 heads showing complete disregard. Having destroyed Su Mingqiu's black dragon before he expected the same outcome this time. Do you truly believe your feeble ice-based power can withstand the strength of the evil deity? Have you not yet comprehended this? Then the 3 black dragons shot toward the monster with deep dragon roars and piercing coldness. Upon seeing this, the monster extended all 8 slime-covered arms forward in unison. The dark green corrosive slime on its body instantly surged outward. The slime enveloped the 2 leading black dragons as they flew forward. The viscous slime carried a concentrated corrupting and corrosive power. Upon contact with the first 2 black dragons, it immediately melted their ice crystal bodies. In mere moments, those 2 black dragons were completely melted away, leaving not a single fragment of ice behind. While the monster was preoccupied with using its slime to dissolve the first 2 black dragons, the 3rd black dragon had already circled around behind the creature. Its true target was not the grotesque monster itself, but rather the swirling formation patterns beneath its feet, and those continuously flowing black-red blood vessels that supplied its power. Su Mingqiu intended to use this opening to have the black dragon smash into those formation patterns, directly severing the connection between the creature and the 10,000 Blood Descent God formation. Once its blood supply was cut off, this fused monster sustained by blood would inevitably collapse and disintegrate on its own. But unexpectedly the creature reacted with considerable speed. The countless tiny eyes covering its body instantly fired streams of sinister black-red rays toward the ambushing black dragon. They struck the black dragon, immediately melting it outright. "Huh! You dare attempt a sneak attack? You foolish mortal!" The creature's four heads laughed maniacally in unison, overflowing with unguarded triumph. "Did you truly think your petty cunning could deceive me? The evil deity has already revealed everything to me." Its 8 arms coated in dark green slime waved wildly. "Did the nether god just deign to address you, you wretched cur?" Hearing this, Mingqiu couldn't help but curse. After being vexed for so long by this brainwashed fool, he had no patience left for idle words and directly unleashed all his power. In the next instant, the freezing aura within his body surged forth like a raging torrent, unmeasurably stronger than before. That bone-chilling cold swept across the entire underground chamber in a single breath. The temperature across the entire space plummeted instantly to well below 100 degrees below zero. Even the air seemed on the verge of freezing solid, and with every inhale one could feel the biting cold seeping into the bones. Immediately following this, sinister black dragons began to coalesce behind him one after another. At first there were only a few, but they soon multiplied, innumerable, densely filling the entire space behind him. Gazing out, it was impossible to count how many there were. Upon witnessing this scene, the monster's 4 heads went utterly blank, its eyes bulging in sheer disbelief. His entire body began to tremble faintly. He could not fathom how the youth before him managed to summon so many black dragons in succession. In his understanding, S-rank battle techniques came with staggering energy consumption. Each strike demanded a tremendous toll. How could this youth possibly unleash so many? And show not the slightest sign of fatigue? Impossible. This is impossible. You cheat, he screamed frantically, all 4 heads trembling violently. How could you possibly exert no cost? How could you? Want to learn it? I won't teach you. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, cutting him off mid-sentence. With those words he flicked his wrist, and the densely packed ice dragons instantly soared toward the monster. Every conceivable escape route was sealed off the entire chamber, swallowed by a forest of frostbound serpents. Only the small monster remained in the center. Desperately, it frantically shot streams of dark red rays and jets of ink-green corrosive mucus, attempting to halt the advancing ice dragons. Yet his rays grew progressively weaker and the mucus thinner. His power relied entirely on the formation's blood supply, and that sustenance could never keep pace with his lavish expenditures. His strength continued to wane. Initially, he could still repel waves of approaching ice dragons, but there were simply too many. Some of the ice dragons had already made contact with his flesh. That piercing cold instantaneously froze his mucus solid, causing his rotting flesh to frost over. Agonized shrieks erupted simultaneously from all 4 of his heads. Meanwhile, Mingqiu had long since materialized a comfortable ice throne. Perched upon it with his legs crossed, he watched the spectacle with casual ease. Behind him, new ice dragons continued to coalesce, endlessly, never ceasing. Gazing at the evermore beaten monster, he remarked with a sneer, "Look at you. Already spent after such a short while. I haven't even properly warmed up yet. This power of the nether god of yours is terribly lackluster. And to call it the supreme, unrivaled power. In my eyes, it's not even fit to carry my shoes." The monster, still struggling, opened its 4 twisted mouths to utter something, hoping to summon his nether god lord for salvation, or to curse Mingqiu as an ignorant mortal. But it was already too late. Those ice dragons smashed directly into the formation runes beneath his feet, shattering them to pieces. His connection to the myriad blood descent array was severed in an instant. "No, my nether god lord, save me." The monster let out a roar of pure, unadulterated despair. He knew that once severed from the array, his fused physique could never withstand the strain. As the connection snapped completely, his grotesque form, sustained solely by the array's blood, immediately began to collapse. His 4 twisted heads tore clean off his body and crashed onto the ground. In the next instant, they melted into pools of dark red fluid. Soon after, his entire frame gradually liquefied into dark red blood. Carrying his last remnants of power, the blood instantly flowed into the formation runes, where the array absorbed it to amplify the potency of the myriad blood descent array. Witnessing this, Mingqiu quickly raised his hand, intending to unleash his freezing aura to solidify the blood. But it was too late. The blood moved with blinding speed, vanishing into the formation runes before he could freeze it. Shaking his head at the sight, Mingqiu remarked with visible distaste, "What a thorough exercise in utilizing refuse. Even in death you turn into dark red blood to fortify your leader's formation. This leader of the nether god cult truly knows how to make ends meet. Not a scrap is wasted. Even in death, he squeezes out every last drop of value." Having finished his remarks, he did not linger for a moment. With a shift of his figure, he sped toward the deepest part of the underground chamber once more. In merely 2.5 minutes, he pierced through the final corridor and arrived at the focal point of the myriad blood descent array. This was the core of the entire formation, the very place where the nether god cult leader had been hiding. And here he finally beheld the man behind all this commotion. To Mingqiu's surprise, this nether god cult leader, who had nearly sacrificed an entire city, was not the monstrous, grim-faced fanatic he had imagined. Nor was he some grotesque entity slick with mucus and bristling with tiny eyes. On the contrary, he appeared to be a middle-aged man of gentle and refined bearing. Clad in a pristine white robe, a faint, amiable smile gracing his lips, his hair neatly combed. He looked like nothing more than a town schoolmaster or a scholar devoted to ancient texts. So gentle and scholarly did he seem that he hardly resembled a cult leader, let alone a madman who would sacrifice all his followers to summon an evil deity. Yet there he sat perfectly still at the very heart of the Crimson Formation, eyes closed, as if communing with the array's power. Looming behind him was a colossal, indistinct phantom of an evil god. It was covered in countless bizarre eyes and writhing tentacles radiating a nauseating aura of foul corruption. This stood in extreme contrast to his own refined appearance, creating an eerie dissonance that sent shivers down the spine. Upon hearing Su Mingqiu's approach, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profoundly calm, devoid of any murderous intent or the fanatic zeal typical of cultists. It was as though he were greeting a guest who had arrived for a prearranged visit, showing not a flicker of surprise. "You have come." He spoke in an ordinary tone, utterly flat and untroubled, yet a gentle smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth. One would have sworn the two were not standing in the core of a formation built upon tens of thousands of corpses, nor were they mortal enemies destined to fight to the death. Rather, they were old acquaintances chance upon in a tea house. Su Mingqiu halted in his tracks, his fingertips unconsciously tinged with a faint frost. Even though the man before him appeared gentle, he dared not relax in the slightest, for this was a madman who could cold-bloodedly sacrifice tens of thousands of people without a flicker of emotion. Gazing at the man, he spoke slowly. "It's hard to believe that the leader of the evil god cult could look like this." He had encountered countless cultists before, some fanatically deranged, others so sinister they made one's skin crawl. Yet this man was as gentle as an ordinary schoolteacher. And it was precisely this seemingly normal person who had committed the most inhuman acts. This stark contrast was far more terrifying than those who were obviously mad. Hearing Su Mingqiu's words, the middle-aged man merely smiled faintly, his voice drifting over with a calm that suggested he controlled everything, as if all were within his schemes. "There's nothing unbelievable about it." He paused, his eyes carrying a nearly insane smugness. Not the fervor of an ordinary cultist, but the sense of control a chess master feels when every piece has fallen precisely into his trap. "You know, this attack was never meant to breach the Dragon Kingdom. It was designed to make the strongest of the Dragon Kingdom personally complete the sacrifice for me. Those cultists who stormed in, those foreign experts, every single one was a pre-prepared offering. The more they killed, the more complete the blood sacrifice of the formation, the more thorough the corruption of the earth veins. The more they tried to protect the Dragon Kingdom, the more desperately they slaughtered the invaders, the faster the evil god would descend." With that, he looked at Su Mingqiu, a hint of mockery in his tone. "What? Did those old fools send a mere greenhorn like you to die?" At these words, Su Mingqiu's eyes turned icy cold. This man had turned everyone's sacrifice and effort into his own pawns. Those ability users who fought desperately to protect ordinary people, those warriors who shed blood to hold the line. In his eyes, they were merely tools to complete the sacrifice. "Enough talk." Su Mingqiu roared, unleashing his ice-based ability in an instant. A massive ice dragon coalesced before him, carrying bone-chilling cold and a storm of icy shards charging straight at the cult leader. But just as the ice dragon was about to reach the leader, the colossal evil god projection behind him suddenly opened a bloodshot eye. A jet-black ray shot out and collided with the ice dragon. With a thunderous boom, the dragon, infused with all of Su Mingqiu's power, was instantly shattered. Shards of ice flew everywhere, evaporating as they touched the blood-red light of the formation. "Don't be so hot-tempered," the leader said with a smile. "For someone with an ice ability, you sure have a fiery temper." The leader, unfazed, spoke as if about to lecture him on some grand principle. In his eyes, everything he did was far-sighted, meant to welcome the evil god and usher in a new era. He thought a top genius like Su Mingqiu could understand his ambition. "Don't you want to know why I did this?" But Su Mingqiu had no patience for his nonsense. He had seen too many cultists wrap their madness and ambition in lofty words. Yet at the core, they used others' lives to fill their own filthy desires. No matter how eloquently they spoke, it couldn't change the fact that he had sacrificed tens of thousands. "I don't want to hear your nonsense, and I won't waste reason on you. You don't deserve it." Su Mingqiu's ice ability erupted without restraint, directly activating the S-rank ice battle technique. Black Dragon devours heaven. The next moment, countless giant black dragons appeared behind him, each radiating bone-chilling cold, their dragon eyes gleaming with icy light. The entire underground space was instantly filled with these dragons. The dense blood-red glow of the formation was dimmed by the overwhelming cold. Without hesitation, all the dragons charged toward the cult leader in a massive wave. As if they would freeze and shatter the entire array core along with the mad leader and the evil god projection. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of dragons, the cult leader remained utterly calm, seated securely in the center of the blood formation, not moving an inch. But the evil god projection behind him seemed provoked. Its countless half-closed eyes opened simultaneously, and dense black rays shot out like a storm, filling the entire space. A series of deafening explosions rang out. One by one the charging dragons were struck by the rays and exploded into icy shards. No matter how many dragons Mingqiu summoned, no matter how piercing their cold, they could not breach the barrier of rays, not even touching the leader's robe. Look! At that moment the cult leader waved his hand lightly. A blood-red light rose from the formation beneath him, floating in midair. As the light slowly dispersed, it revealed the scene of the battlefield above. It was an image of the 5 vice-chancellors, including Wu Wanhua, struggling against the evil god's eye. In the image, the protective city array that had once covered the entire city was now covered with dense spiderweb-like cracks. The once brilliant golden barrier had dimmed nearly to transparency, the array patterns crumbling. It was clearly on the verge of collapse. They can't hold out much longer. The cult leader looked at Mingqiu, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, his tone filled with crazed excitement, as if he could already see the evil god's descent. Soon they will be devoured by the evil god. No, not just them, but everyone in this city, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, including you. This will be your last moments. Cherish them. He thought this would rattle Mingqiu, make him lose his composure. But Mingqiu didn't even listen to his ranting. His gaze had already passed over the flying black rays calmly fixed on the leader. He noticed that the leader's body was completely connected to the surging river of blood beneath him. The boiling blood flowed along his limbs, pouring into his body continuously. So that was it. Mingqiu instantly realized the truth. No wonder this guy had been sitting there motionless since just now. It wasn't composure, it was sheer immobility. To sustain the 10,000 blood god descent array and maintain the power of the evil deity's phantom, he had to bind himself inextricably to the blood river of the formation. He was utterly incapable of leaving his post, let alone fighting with his own hands. All he could do was command the evil deity's phantom behind him to strike, and that was his greatest vulnerability. The evil deity cult leader continued his endless torrent of threats. Meanwhile, Mingqiu persisted in condensing black dragons, sending wave after wave, charging relentlessly toward the leader. Stubborn fool. The cult leader finally wore a flicker of impatience upon seeing him still resisting. He never expected the young man to refuse surrender even at this juncture. Since you desire death so badly, I shall grant it to you. And do not fear loneliness. I shall send my disciples above to keep you company. Hardly had he finished speaking when the evil deity's phantom behind him erupted into violent rage. The phantom, which had previously only partially opened its eyes, suddenly unleashed them all at once. Dense with countless pupils, they covered its entire twisted form. Upon its face, the largest eye, the great eye of the evil deity that had remained half closed, flung itself wide open. Veins of crimson spiderwebbed its surface, emanating a nauseating aura of corruption. In the next instant, a deluge of pitch-black beams, more than tenfold denser than before, fired forth without warning. Thud, crack, crackle. In a single breath, all the black dragons Mingqiu had sent charging forward were annihilated by the beams. The sky filled with shattering ice, instantly vaporized by that filthy power. Mingqiu's pace of condensing black dragons could never match the rate of their destruction. In merely a single second, every last one vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the thickest primary beam, shooting directly from that colossal eye, tore through all obstacles. Brimming with world-shattering force, it streaked straight towards Mingqiu. Perish! The cult leader observed the imminent beam with calm detachment, already envisioning Mingqiu impaled and utterly devoured by the evil deity's power. In his estimation, there was absolutely no way Mingqiu could evade this strike. Yet Mingqiu never intended to dodge. The instant the pitch-black beam was about to make contact, he violently drew forth the principal's token Lin Wenyuan had pressed into his hand. It had been a contingency plan, a protective amulet Lin Wenyuan offered as a precaution before departing. The very next moment, the golden token engraved with the emblem of Daijing Martial University erupted in blinding yellow radiance. A dense golden barrier materialized, instantly shrouding Mingqiu entirely. At that precise moment, the world-shattering black beam slammed against it with full force. Hong! A deep resonant hum echoed throughout the entire underground space, the beam fiercely battering the barrier. The very subterranean ground trembled in sympathy, yet the golden barrier merely shuddered slightly. It stood unyielding, not even a single crack marring its surface. The cult leader's smug confidence, so thoroughly assured moments before, froze instantly. He stared at the unharmed Mingqiu within the barrier, his face etched with sheer disbelief. What is that thing? He never could have imagined that his full-strength strike, empowered by the evil deity itself, would be thwarted by such a modest token. Even the power of the evil deities, I cannot pierce it. Watching the world-shattering beam finally exhaust its potency and dissipate completely before the golden barrier, Mingqiu couldn't help but exhale in relief, secretly marveling. Damn, this thing old Lin gave me is genuinely impressive. Previously, he hadn't taken it seriously, regarding it merely as a temporary credential Lin Wenyuan had provided. He never expected it to perform so flawlessly at a critical juncture, steadily deflecting even the full force of the evil deity's eye. This was essentially a portable defensive barrier imbued right into the token. The cult leader watched him, a fleeting flicker of irritation crossing his face, yet he remained largely unruffled. He knew that no matter how formidable the token's protection, it could not hold indefinitely. Moreover, he no longer felt any urgent need to shatter it. It doesn't matter, just stay inside, he said, gazing at Mingqiu with an eerie, triumphant smile. Watch this grand performance closely. When the evil deity descends, even if you hide behind that wretched token, it will change nothing. But just as Mingqiu was about to speak, the principal's token in his hand suddenly erupted with even more dazzling golden light. Immediately afterward, the token shot free from his grasp, hovering in midair. In the next moment, the token's radiance gradually dispersed, and a human silhouette clad in the attire of Daijing Martial University, bearing its emblem upon the chest, slowly materialized. It was the phantom of a middle-aged man exuding calm authority, the actual principal of Daijing Martial University, a fragment of his consciousness sealed within the token. As soon as the phantom appeared, it swiftly scanned its surroundings, its tone tinged with the confusion of one just awakened. Where is this place? Senior. Mingqiu quickly interjected, pointing at the still-stunned cult leader and rapidly explaining. That is the evil deity cult leader. He has activated the 10,000 blood god descent array, aiming to sacrifice the inhabitants of this entire city to summon the evil deity. The phantom followed Mingqiu's gesture, its gaze immediately catching the middle-aged man in white robes and the colossal twisted phantom of the evil deity looming behind him. Then raising his hand to sense the conditions above, he grasped the situation in an instant. I see. The phantom of the Daijing Martial University principal sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. When did a vile cult like the evil deity's sect, unworthy of even a place at the table, dare to set foot on the territory of Longhua? Upon hearing these words, the cult leader shook his head, his face remaining utterly expressionless. To him, this was simply a gift delivered to his door. The 10,000 blood god descent array feared nothing more than masters of high cultivation realms. The higher their realm, the more vigorous their chi and blood, and the closer they drew to the arrays, the more easily they would be locked onto and absorbed. Those 5 old men had hesitated to approach the array's core precisely for this reason, terrified that their vital energies would be siphoned away, thereby accelerating the evil deity's descent. Now this phantom had recklessly walked right into his trap. Was it not the perfect offering his formation had been craving? With this thought, he secretly activated the formation's power, intending to siphon the phantom's vital energy to serve as nourishment for the sacrifice. But the very next second, he was utterly frozen in astonishment. The bloody radiance of the formation upon contacting the phantom reacted as if it had touched a red-hot branding iron. The phantom's aura remained perfectly steady, unaffected in the slightest by the formation's influence. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon since laying down the 10,000 blood god descent array. For the first time, an unmasked look of surprise crossed the cult leader's face. What is going on? Do not be surprised, rat. Something that hides in the gutter practicing blood sacrifices could never comprehend my level. The phantom looked at him with unmistakable disdain, showing not the slightest regard for the cult leader. With that wretched formation of yours, you think you can absorb my chi? How naive. Mingqiu, standing aside, was stunned silently. Could this principal of the Beijing Martial Arts University really be that formidable? This is impossible. The evil god cult leader shook his head vehemently, his face a mask of disbelief. The 10,000 blood descent god formation cannot possibly fail. Absolutely not. This is a formation bestowed by the evil god. Still unwilling to accept defeat, he frantically activated the formation beneath his feet. The once calm river of blood surged violently, its crimson runes flashing madly. The entire underground space trembled along with it. He exerted all his strength, attempting to draw the phantom's vital essence over, determined to prove his formation was flawless. But at the very moment he poured his energy into the formation, the phantom merely extended a finger and gave a gentle tap in his direction. A slender ray of golden light shot forth, instantly piercing through the churning river of blood and all obstacles in its path, landing with pinpoint accuracy right upon the evil god cult leader. The evil god cult leader spat out a mouthful of scalding blood, his body staggering. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. The previously turbulent river of blood was instantly suppressed by that golden light and calmed back to stillness. I don't believe it. Clutching his chest, the evil god cult leader's face twisted with madness and incomprehension. If you were truly this powerful, those old fogies would have released you long ago. They would never have sent some brat down here to break the formation. This makes no sense. Oh, you mean this? The phantom raised an eyebrow. This is a phantom I secretly embedded within the token as a trump card, just in case. I never told them about it. Upon hearing this, the evil god cult leader went completely mad, his mind overwhelmed by a torrent of fury. He frantically channeled all the power of the evil god phantom. The next moment, every eye on the phantom behind him simultaneously opened. Even the largest evil god eye upon its face locked onto that phantom, pupils brimming with ferocious crimson veins. The entire phantom exuded a nauseating aura of profane corruption, appearing utterly terrifying. Then all the eyes simultaneously shot forth dark beams. Countless rays flooded the entire underground space in an instant, each attack more than 10 times stronger than before. The entire space distorted under this apocalyptic power. Su Mingqiu quickly retreated several steps and erected a wall of ice, fearful of being caught in the devastation. Die! The evil god cult leader's eyes bloodshot. He roared frantically like a madman. He no longer cared about anything. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would eliminate this phantom that had ruined all his plans. Why the sudden anger? The phantom regarded the overwhelming barrage of dark rays and murmured calmly. Then he simply extended one finger and gently pointed toward the oncoming attacks. The next instant, an enormously massive golden finger appeared in midair. Several times larger than the entire evil god phantom, it surged forward with surging power. In the blink of an eye, the deluge of dark rays was completely obliterated by that golden finger. Not a single trace remained. That golden finger did not slow the slightest, continuing its relentless descent toward the evil god phantom below. The evil god phantom attempted to struggle and resist, contorting its twisted body in a frenzied effort to push the finger away. But it was merely a projection sustained by a blood formation, no match for this clone of the Beijing Martial Arts University principal. In an instant, it was crushed directly by the golden finger. Without even a scream, it was utterly destroyed. The evil god cult leader, still seated on the ground, suffered a terrifying backlash due to his connection with the evil god phantom. He spat out a mouthful of scalding blood all at once. His hair disheveled in an instant, his face as pale as paper, completely drained of vitality. All his power had come from that evil god phantom. With it gone, he was finished. After unleashing that strike, the principal's phantom itself grew increasingly transparent due to exhaustion, clearly on the verge of dissipating. He looked at Su Mingqiu and spoke gently. The remaining task is yours. Break the formation, and those above will be safe. As he finished speaking, his figure began to fade bit by bit. Just before completely vanishing, Su Mingqiu faintly heard a muttered remark with a tone of regret. Ah, what a pity. Such a fine talent. And not from my university. Watching the phantom completely dissolve into the air, Su Mingqiu stepped forward and picked up the principal's token, now utterly dim. That battle had exhausted all the power concealed within the token. He casually stowed it away and slowly approached the collapsed evil god cult leader. The evil god cult leader had long lost his earlier composure. That refined, gentlemanly image of a middle-aged man had vanished without a trace. Due to the terrifying backlash, his body was gradually crumbling apart, flesh churning beneath his skin, a horrifying sight to behold. Yet even in this state, he was laughing wildly. That insane, eerie laughter echoed throughout the vast underground chamber, sending chills down one's spine. You think you've won? Looking at Su Mingqiu, his cloudy eyes crawling with crimson veins, he said in a mad tone, he has already seen you. There is no escape for you. Having spoken those words, his body completely shattered, turning into a shower of blood mist. Not a single bone remained. He was dead. Su Mingqiu glanced at the spot where the man had dissolved into blood mist, and couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. He paid no mind to those last eerie words. Whether he sees me or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you'll never see anything again. I thought you could maintain your composure until the very end. So that refined, scholarly demeanor was all an act. Performing like this for my benefit. It would be a waste if you didn't become a movie star at the China Drama Academy. Shaking his head, he no longer bothered with the thoroughly deceased cult leader and turned his attention to the Wanxue Jiangshan formation beneath his feet, which had begun to loosen. Now that the cult leader was dead and the evil god phantom gone, the next step was to shatter this formation and rescue everyone above ground. Su Mingqiu ceased his useless talk and unleashed the ice ability within his body without reservation. A torrent of icy cold surged from his entire being, spreading wildly along the river of blood beneath his feet. Where the bone-chilling cold swept through, the once boiling and surging river of blood instantly froze into solid ice. Those blood-colored array patterns that had been flowing were gradually encased in ice. The entire underground space instantly transformed from crimson red to icy white, with frost flowers forming everywhere. Once the array patterns were frozen, they emitted cracking sounds as the entire 10,000 blood descent array crumbled and disintegrated piece by piece under his icy cold. Meanwhile, on the surface, Wu Wanhua and the other 4 vice principals were straining every ounce of their strength to maintain the city's protective barrier. They had been holding on for nearly 10 minutes, each one pushed to their limits. Lin Wenyuan's face had turned deathly pale. Vice Principal Zhong Yuan was gasping for breath, muttering repeatedly, "We can't hold on anymore. How is this damn eye so powerful?" But just then they suddenly noticed that the evil god's eye hovering in midair was not as powerful as before. That vile power was gradually diminishing, and the spatial rift that had torn open was slowly shrinking, nearly closing. It's that kid Su Mingqiu. He did it. Lin Wenyuan was the first to realize, his spirits instantly soaring. All his previous exhaustion vanished, and his eyes lit up. Come, let's deliver the final blow to this bastard. Lin Wenyuan roared, and the 5 top-tier 7th-order experts immediately rallied together. They exchanged glances and simultaneously channeled their power, drawing upon the city's protective barrier to perfectly merge their strength into one. They conjured an enormous golden sword over 100 meters tall, radiating the majestic power of Longhua's greatest experts. It instantly illuminated the gray sky, overpowering the earlier blood-red glare. The next moment the golden sword crashed down upon the evil god's eye with devastating force. With a thunderous boom the eye was slashed clean through. It completely dissipated into the air, and the spatial rift that had nearly allowed the evil god to descend sealed shut at that very moment. Seeing the rift fully close and the evil god's eye vanish, everyone on the battlefield, the 5 vice principals, the young students, the Esper defenders, and civilians guarding the city, all breathed a collective sigh of relief. It's finally over, everyone exclaimed with excitement. The catastrophe that had nearly brought down the city and summoned the evil god had finally passed. Cheers erupted as the tension and fear from the past 10 minutes vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, underground Mingqiu had successfully frozen the 10,000 blood descent array completely. Even the last traces of the array patterns struggling to move were completely immobilized by his icy cold, unable to stir a fraction. The entire underground space was now frozen solid by Mingqiu's power. The once churning river of blood had become a frozen crimson ice flow. The entire space had transformed into a frozen wasteland with none of the bloodstains and grotesque atmosphere of before. Having completed everything, Mingqiu exhaled a cloud of white cold air. He shook his somewhat numb hands, then took flight toward the surface to reunite with the others above. Upon reaching the surface, Mingqiu headed straight toward Lin Wenyuan and the others. I knew you could pull this off, kid. Lin Wenyuan laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder, his face full of admiration as his earlier worries disappeared. It was nothing. Mingqiu scratched his head, smiling shyly. It was mainly thanks to that token you gave me, Elder Lin. It played a crucial role. Saying this, he took out the headmaster's token, now completely dimmed, and returned it to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan took the token, paused, and asked with confusion, didn't I only add a single layer of defense to this? Actually, inside was a phantom replica of the headmaster of Imperial Capital Martial University. He resolved the evil god cult leader on my behalf, which is why I could break the formation. Mingqiu explained quickly. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Wenyuan was instantly stunned, his eyes widening in shock. The headmaster left a replica inside. How was I unaware? When did he secretly do this? Well, Senior said he didn't want you to know. Mingqiu rubbed his head, awkwardly relaying the headmaster's words. Hearing this, the other vice principals began murmuring among themselves, all thinking about hurrying back to their schools to check whether their own tokens also had such hidden safeguards secretly left behind. Wu Wanhua spoke up beside them, her voice steady and composed. Enough, let's not dwell on this. Now is not the time to obsess over such matters. She glanced around at the battlefield that still needed clearing and the spatial rifts still flickering in the distance, then said, we are not finished yet. There are still many spatial rifts created by the evil god cult that remain unsealed. We must go deal with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenyuan immediately composed himself, stowing the headmaster's token in his robe, and nodded. Thus a week passed, during which all the spatial rifts across various regions were completely resolved. The hidden dangers left behind by the evil god cult were thoroughly eliminated. Now throughout Longwo, reconstruction was underway everywhere. Buildings destroyed during the Great Battle and lands contaminated by evil god power were gradually recovering. Those who had been displaced were properly resettled, and everything was moving toward stability. At the same time, the entire nation remained on the highest level of alert. No one dared relax, even slightly, always prepared for the next possible crisis. However, the evil god cult was no longer to be feared. After this great battle, nearly all of their core leadership had perished. The core strength of the entire evil god cult had been completely destroyed. What remained were only scattered low-level minions hiding in the shadows, incapable of causing any significant trouble. Longwo was now conducting a nationwide manhunt for the cult's remnants. Not only were Esper operatives across all regions searching, with full force, ordinary citizens were also helping. After all, these cultists had caused such catastrophic events that everyone hated them thoroughly. All sought to root out the hidden remnants and completely eliminate the remaining threats of this evil cult. Mingqiu, due to his monumental contributions in the recent Great Battle, had been granted the highest cultivation reward by the Dragon Nation, allowing him to enter the Ice Marrow Forbidden Land at the deepest part of the Cold Abyss Secret Realm. The Ice Marrow Forbidden Land was the most prestigious ice attribute cultivation sanctuary in the entire Dragon Nation. However, due to the terrifying cold aura within it, remained sealed throughout the year under normal circumstances. And now Mingqiu sat at the very center of the ice spirit vein, absorbing the purest and most ferocious ice attribute power in this realm. At this moment, Mingqiu's entire figure was encased within a massive slab of 10,000-year-old ice, his body exuding an increasingly oppressive aura of coldness. The temperature across the entire Forbidden Land continued to plummet in synchronization with his breathing as the surrounding air crystallized into delicate shards of ice. Even the bedrock beneath the ground had fractured into a dense network of cracks from the sheer force of this freezing aura. Any other ice attribute ability user would have perished long ago. Even S-rank ice attribute ability users could not withstand the bone-piercing cold here. None dared sit upon the ice spirit vein to absorb power. Here the energy was too feral and violent. An ordinary person would simply have their body shattered and frozen solid by the crushing cold. Only Mingqiu with his SSS rank ice attribute ability could endure cold forces beyond mortal comprehension. That was precisely why he alone could cultivate peacefully in this treacherous environment. As for the other young geniuses at the S rank level, they had all gone to secret realms suited to their own temperaments to cultivate. On the third day of Mingqiu's peaceful cultivation in the Ice Marrow Forbidden Land, an emergency top-secret meeting was being convened in the Dragon Nation's Supreme Martial Arts Conference Room. Everyone had received urgent notices in the early hours of the morning and abandoned all their affairs to rush over. Nearly the entire decision-making leadership of the Dragon Nation was present. Seated around the enormous circular conference table were the Dragon Nation's top officials. The military senior figures, the director of public security, vice presidents of the 5 premier martial arts universities, and commanders of various border garrison headquarters, each bearing an extraordinarily grave expression. In the center of the conference room, a luminous screen slowly unfurled. It was residual footage recovered from a hidden underground stronghold of the evil god cult. It had taken the intelligence department considerable effort to decrypt this recording. Within the luminous display, several warriors clad in foreign standard battle armor stood beyond the perimeter of a crimson formation. The intricate patterns adorning their armor were exclusive military insignias belonging to their respective nations. They were handing over coordinate stones pulsing with spatial fluctuations to the evil god cult's guardians, their indistinct voices carrying through, reassuring them that these coordinates had been thoroughly mapped out. Our people will coordinate with you to hold back their experts, and when the time comes, the Dragon Nation will be ours. In the next moment, the scene shifted. The corpses of foreign powerhouses who had fallen within Dragon Nation's territory during this great war each bore distinctive identity marks representing different factions. Every single one of them bore the exclusive insignia of those nations' regular military forces. In other words, those individuals were all official soldiers of those countries. Witnessing this revelation, the entire conference hall fell into an abrupt, suffocating silence. This great war had been orchestrated by those nations in collusion with the evil god cult, aiming to destroy the Dragon Nation in a single devastating stroke. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity, so profound that even the sound of breathing became nearly imperceptible throughout the chamber. Finally, an elderly man with silver hair from the military department broke the silence, his voice heavy and laced with long-suppressed fury. The Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Stick Nation, the Heavenly Lotus Nation. Not a single one of these nations is clean. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold voice cut through the air. It was the Director of Intelligence. He had just received word from outside. They have already issued statements claiming the deceased were renegades who had severed ties with their nations, insisting there was no connection, and urging us not to misinterpret the matter. Traitors. Lin Wenyuan's lips curled into a scornful smile at the word, his fingertips tapping rhythmically against the table. A steady hollow drumbeat that resonated like blows, striking every heart in the room. Their equipment bears the official military issue, standard gear only authorized for regular armed forces. The coordinates came from classified strategic deployments sourced exclusively from their nation's secret archives, while the identity marks were officially branded on a military personnel by state authorities themselves. Could such credentials be accessible to deserters? Now that these individuals have died on Dragon Nation soil, they expect a single word, traitor, to sweep everything under the rug, to completely erase evidence of their collusion with the evil god cult and their plans to destroy the Dragon Nation. Just then, from across the conference room, a middle-aged man draped in black military robes slowly raised his gaze. A faint scar traced his face, a memento from the battles fought against alien races across the myriad tribes' warfront. An aura of iron-blooded lethality radiated from him. Merely sitting still was enough to make others hesitant to meet his eyes. His voice was measured and low, yet it sent the room's temperature plummeting in an instant, silencing Lin Wenyuan's earlier fury without a single raised tone. He was Qin Song, commander of the left flank across the myriad tribes' warfront. He had returned specifically due to matters involving the evil god cult. Numerous attendees at this gathering had similarly just arrived from the myriad tribes' warfront. Men accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, they understood these nations' true nature better than most. If they wish to play ignorant, then let them continue their charade. At these words, every eye turned toward him, awaiting what he would say next. Everyone knew this god of war, freshly returned from the myriad tribes' warfront, would have a plan. The middle-aged man spoke calmly. Is the World Genius Tournament not about to begin? As his words settled, many in the conference room exchanged knowing glances, immediately grasping his intent. The World Genius Tournament. This was the pinnacle martial arts competition for the younger generation across all nations. Held triennially, it drew together the finest talents under 20 from every nation. It was the most elite confrontation among the younger generation worldwide, gathering the hopes of every country. Even the myriad tribes' warfront paid close attention to this tournament. In peacetime, it served as a venue for exchange, a platform for the young to test their skills, and an event designed to foster goodwill and showcase the strength of each nation's rising generation. Yet in the present moment, with those nations colluding with the evil god cult to sow chaos while attempting to deflect blame and pretend ignorance, this arena became their battlefield. Just then someone furrowed their brow and spoke. This time the world competition is set to take place within the desolate ancient secret realm under the Eagle Nation's control. That is their territory. They likely have already laid their traps. If our people go there, could there be hidden dangers lurking? So what? The elderly gentleman with white hair from the military department rose slowly to his feet. Though his back bore the weight of age, his eyes burned with a martial spirit that rivaled even the youth. In those aged eyes there existed not an ounce of retreat. They dared to send people into Longwa, collude with the Xieshan sect, and conduct a blood sacrifice on our land, nearly destroying an entire city's populace. Why should we fear their petty schemes? Then we shall make them understand what it means to pay blood with blood. Upon hearing this, someone asked in a low voice the most critical question: what about the scale of our retaliation? The conference room fell silent once more. All eyes turned to the elderly man seated at the front. That old man was one of Longwa's nation-guarding powerhouses. He was also a top-tier expert who had returned from the Wanzhou battlefield and the true tone-setter of this meeting. In all of Longwa, his word was the final decision. He paused for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly on the cold table. Then he uttered only 4 words: no mercy regardless of life or death. As those words fell, it was as if thunder had exploded within the conference room. Everyone's eyes lit up. The previous oppression and fury instantly transformed into a blood-soaked battle intent. Wu Wanhuan narrowed her eyes and confirmed, so the students participating in this competition need not hold back. The old man nodded calmly, his voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The rules of the world tournament have already signed a life and death contract. Each fights for their own fate. There was never any notion of holding back. Just then someone hesitated and asked, if our students kill their prodigies on the world stage, what if the other nations turn hostile? What if they unite and pressure us? Hearing this, the old man slowly raised his eyes. His voice was calm, yet brimming with the confidence to look down upon the world. It was the pride of Longwa's top-tier powerhouse. Then we will kill their high-ranking officials as well. Since they believe that on their own turf Longwa dares not make a move, and that we fear their so-called international opinion. Then let them see clearly. Longwa's blade can slay anywhere. Meanwhile, in another secret conference room, within Ningwa, the high-ranking officials of several nations had also gathered. They were secretly discussing how to handle matters concerning Longwa, each wearing sinister smiles, utterly unaware of any flaw in their plans. A dark-skinned high-ranking official from Tianzhu Kingdom frowned and said, if we issue a statement claiming those people were traitors, Longwa will certainly not believe it. Their intelligence department will surely uncover that those who died on their soil were our regular soldiers. This cannot be concealed. The golden-haired Ingwa high-ranking official waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned, and said lightly, believing it or not doesn't matter. Just give them an explanation. Longwa has just endured the Xieshan sect incident and suffered heavy losses. They have to rebuild their cities and clean up the remnants. They simply don't have the energy to wage war against so many of us. They wouldn't dare offend all of us at once. A high-ranking official from Bang Kingdom nodded and smirked smugly. Exactly. This is our territory. Can they even march over? Do they really think we are pushovers? If they dare attack, we'll unite and condemn them internationally, labeling them as aggressors and having the whole world curse them. A bespectacled man from Inghua Kingdom pushed up his glasses, his eyes calculating, and spoke. The World Tianjiao Tournament is about to begin. Longwa will not give up on this event. Their top prodigies will definitely come, especially that Su Mingqiu. They will surely send him to win the championship and boost their morale. The competition venue is the Huanggu secret realm on our side. It's our territory. The Longwa people won't dare to act recklessly. A tall man from Xiong Kingdom took a gulp of strong liquor and said gruffly, our younger generation united can suppress those Longwa prodigies. Even if that Su Mingqiu is formidable with a dozen of us surrounding him, he's doomed. The golden-haired Ingwa high-ranking official sneered, his eyes brimming with intense malice. Longwa wants revenge. Dream on. In the world tournament, we'll slaughter all of Longwa's prodigies of this generation. Let Longwa's future be completely severed. Without their young generation, they'll be at our mercy. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room burst into loud, arrogant laughter. Each of them wore a look of smug excitement, eagerly anticipating the day the tournament would begin. They longed to slaughter all of Longwa's prodigies in that ancient secret realm, utterly destroying Longwa's future. 4 days later, on the training ground of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, 15 of Longwa's most outstanding young prodigies stood in perfect formation. They were S-rank prodigies from top-tier universities, the participants representing Longwa in the World Tianjiao Tournament. At this moment, the aura radiating from each of them was extraordinarily extraordinary. Placed anywhere, they would be top-tier geniuses capable of standing alone, easily overwhelming opponents of the same rank. At the front of the line, Su Mingqiu stood still, his expression calm and devoid of any ripple, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Since emerging from the Bingshui Forbidden Land, his temperament had clearly changed. If he had once been a prodigy with a sharp edge full of youthful vigor that dazzled and drew admiration at first glance, then now he resembled a fathomless abyss covered in ice and snow. He stood there quietly motionless, yet no one dared to approach him easily. Dangerous, unfathomable, inscrutable. Even Moron Yin, when Xingyao and other classmates familiar with him could feel the faint bone-chilling cold emanating from him along with an oppressive presence that made it hard to look him in the eye. After several days of cultivation, Su Mingqiu's realm had already reached the peak of the 5th order. He was only a step away from the 6th order. This was the result of deliberate suppression. Otherwise, with the power of his ice spirit meridian, he would have long broken through to the 6th order. Not only that, but his blade the Frost Flow had been handed over to Longwa's top weapon refining master when he entered the Bing Sui Forbidden Land. This time, because of his great contributions, the university specially invited this master to forge weapons for him. He added the dragon bone inscribed with the black dragon devouring heaven battle technique obtained earlier along with other rare materials rewarded by the nation, such as the millennial ice marrow and starry cold iron, into the reforging of the blade. Now the reforged Frost Flow had become a 6th order peak battle weapon far stronger than before. The cold aura emanating from the blade had also become even more terrifying. Lin Wenyuan stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the 15 top talents before him. His eyes carried a coldness that had been suppressed for far too long. This world tournament is no ordinary exhibition match, no mere inter-school exchange as you're used to. It's far from simple. The incident with the evil god cult, foreign forces interfered. I assume you're all aware of this. Those weren't rogue cultivators or heretics. They were regular soldiers from those nations. At these words, everyone's expression instantly turned cold. They had all experienced that great battle firsthand, witnessed what those people had done, colluding with the evil god cult, nearly summoning the evil god to destroy the entire city. Some clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white. Others let their killing intent manifest openly that targeted animosity toward those nations nearly spilling over. Lin Wenyuan continued, but they deny it. They claim those who died at our hands were traitors with no ties to their nation, insisting we misunderstood. They say Dragon Country has no right to hold them accountable. They even believe that since the world tournament is on their turf, we wouldn't dare do anything, wouldn't dare touch their people. At this, Lin Wenyuan smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Only cold, killing intent. So the orders from above are simple. Once inside the secret realm, if you encounter geniuses from those nations, Eagle Country, Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Stick Country, and Hindu Country, you need not hold back. If they can be crippled, cripple them. If they can be killed, kill them. Should anything go wrong, Dragon Country will bear responsibility. Fear nothing, for we will shield you should the heavens fall, and even if they turn hostile, we fear them not. Hearing this, everyone on the training ground froze for an instant. Su Mingqiu standing at the forefront, his gaze turned subtly colder. His aura of cold grew heavier. Meanwhile, everyone else erupted. Long-suppressed killing intent burst forth all at once. The temperature across the entire training ground plummeted instantly. Every pair of eyes brimmed with battle lust and killing intent. Lin Wenyuan's gaze finally settled on Su Mingqiu. He regarded the young man with eyes full of expectation. Everyone knew Su Mingqiu was the absolute core of this team. The success of this mission depended largely on him. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his head. His previously calm expression finally showed a trace of chilling disturbance, his voice measured, yet carrying an icy edge that made one hesitate to meet his gaze. Present, you were there during the battle against the evil god cult. You know better than most how those people allowed the cult inside and nearly brought about disaster. The evil god almost descended and destroyed the entire city. Lin Wenyuan looked at him and spoke slowly. So for this world tournament, you need not restrain yourself. Fight however you see fit. No one will blame you. Even if you slaughter all their geniuses, will take responsibility. Su Mingqiu fell silent for a moment, the white frost on his fingertips flickering slightly. Then he nodded. Understood. Lin Wenyuan watched him and asked with a smile, what exactly do you understand? Su Mingqiu slowly raised his eyes. Deep within his dark pupils, a sliver of icy blue glint began to emerge. In an instant, the air around him condensed into fine ice crystals, and even the hardened ground of the training field became dusted with a thin layer of frost. Don't they claim those who died in Dragon Country were traitors? Then I'll send their geniuses down one by one. Let them ask those dead themselves whether they were truly traitors. With these words, the entire training ground fell instantly silent. After a moment, Lin Wenyuan burst into laughter, his voice ringing with excitement and approval as he slapped his thigh. Excellent. This is exactly how a genius of Dragon Country should be. That's right. You haven't disgraced our nation. With you here, I'm completely at ease about this mission. After his laughter subsided, Lin Wenyuan quickly composed himself, his expression turning serious once more. He raised his hand to quiet everyone before diving into the actual matters of the World Genius Tournament. Next, I'll explain the specific rules for this World Genius Tournament. Pay close attention. He paused before continuing. The battlefield for this event is located at the desolate ancient secret realm on Eagle Country's side. It's a vast ancient secret realm containing not only numerous heavenly treasures and earthly spiritual materials left behind from the ancient era, but also slumbering ancient beasts, perfect for your training and development. Once inside the secret realm, all participating geniuses from various nations may form teams freely. Your objective is to seize resources and eliminate the geniuses from other countries within the realm. As with previous tournaments, all contestants must sign a life and death pact before competing. Should any accident occur within the secret realm, whether wounded by a beast or slain by another contestant, no nation can seek accountability afterward. Life and death are left to fate. This has been the established rule from the start. Most crucially, once the secret realm opens, no higher authorities from any nation outside may interfere with anything happening within it. Finally, upon closing, the secret realm rankings will be determined by each participant's total score, the heavenly treasures and spiritual resources brought out, and the number of surviving competitors from their respective countries. Here Lin Wenyuan paused, deliberately emphasizing his tone, while looking at the young man before him. Oh, and there's one more rule. If you kill geniuses from other countries inside, all their accumulated points will be directly transferred to you. After finishing these words, Lin Wenyuan looked at the young people before him and asked in a deep voice, "Do you all understand?" No sooner had his voice faded when everyone nodded vigorously. Hearing these rules ignited something within them. All their eyes shone with an alarming intensity as they responded in unison, "Understood." On the day the World Genius Tournament opened near the entrance to the ancient secret realm within Eagle Country, a massive crowd had already gathered. Delegations from all corners of the world had nearly arrived. Voices in different languages, conversations, laughter, and banter created an uproar. At the very center of the square, the massive spatial rift stretching between heaven and earth served as the entrance to the ancient secret realm. The edges of the rift were wrapped in dark, golden ancient runes, vestigial formations from bygone eras that radiated a faintly savage, yet perilous aura. The moment the Longwa team stepped into the plaza, the previously noisy square fell instantly silent, as if someone had abruptly severed all sound. All eyes instinctively turned and fixed upon that team clad in dark black attire. The 15 competitors from Longwo wore matching dark uniforms. Golden dragon patterns were embroidered upon their chests, each one wearing a cold, expressionless countenance. Mingqiu, walking at the forefront, didn't even spare a glance at those around him. An almost imperceptible, bone-chilling coldness radiated from their bodies, causing the surrounding crowd to instinctively step back half a pace. Shortly after, hushed whispers began to ripple through the crowd, spoken in low voices. "Is that the Longwa team? I've heard that after the evil god sect incident, Longwa has been simmering with anger, waiting for an opportunity to seek vengeance." "Have vengeance?" A person from Ingwa nearby sneered, speaking in an extremely low voice. "This is Ingwa's territory, the desolate ancient secret realm, not Longwa's backyard. Does he really dare to cause trouble here? Exactly, do they really think we're afraid of them? I think they're all talk. When it comes to action here, would they dare to make a move?" Everyone understood that this world genius competition had long ceased to be merely a friendly exchange. Longwa arrived armed with seething wrath over the evil god sect incident. Those nations that had covertly colluded with the evil god sect were equally lurking with malicious intent, biding their time to strike within the secret realm. Though the opening plaza appeared tranquil on the surface, undercurrents of tension were already churning beneath. All were waiting for the moment the secret realm opened for the clash that had been sealed by fate. Not far away, a golden-haired youth with blue eyes leaned against a nearby rock face, his gaze fixed on the Longwa team, an unmistakable mocking smile playing across his features. He was Ingwa's ace competitor, this time widely regarded as one of the top favorites to claim victory in the world competition. Among the younger generation across the western lands, his reputation was formidable, and his arrogance had never once acknowledged Longwa's people as worthy adversaries. As the Longwa team approached, he deliberately tilted his chin upward, deliberately raising his voice, and spoke in halting, awkward Longwa dialect, articulating each word with deliberate slowness. His voice carried just enough to reach every member of the Longwa party, clearly meant as open provocation. "I've heard quite a few of your people have been dying lately, haven't they, eh?" As he spoke, he feigned regret with a pained expression, spreading his hands in mock sorrow. "How unfortunate. But don't go pointing fingers at the wrong people. Those who colluded with the evil god sect were branded traitors long ago. What they did was entirely their own making, having nothing to do with our nation or our people." Raising an eyebrow, his mockery and provocation now utterly exposed, he slowly added to the Longwa delegation, "Oh, and here's wishing your so-called geniuses live a bit longer in this tournament." The moment those words left his lips, the Ingwa team members nearby, along with competitors from Xiongwa and Bangwa, erupted into raucous laughter. Their eyes gleamed with cruel amusement as they watched the Longwa people, eager to see them lose their composure. Competitors from smaller nations fell silent, shrinking back in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone recognized this wasn't casual banter. It was outright humiliation and provocation. Hearing these words, the gaze of many in the Longwa team instantly turned ice cold. Seeing their restraint, the golden-haired youth only grew more brazen, spreading his hands with complete audacity. He knew they wouldn't dare make a move at the opening ceremony. "What's wrong? If you disagree, come find me once you're inside the secret realm. As long as you have the courage to make a move, I'll be waiting." Before the words had even finished, echoing of bone-chilling coldness suddenly flooded across the plaza without warning. The icy blast hit with such speed and ferocity that onlookers shivered violently, instinctively pulling their collars tight. The raucous laughter vanished, instantly replaced by an eerie silence that gripped the entire area. The mocking smile on the golden-haired youth's face froze mid-expression. A piercing chill seized his feet and he glanced down to find a thin layer of white frost already coating his leather boots. The frost crept upward along his pant legs in slow, deliberate strands. Panic surged through him as he instinctively tried to activate his ability, desperate to melt the encroaching ice. Yet the biting cold was so intense that his ability faltered, moving sluggishly against the oppressive chill. He struggled futilely to break through the frozen layer. At that moment, Mingqiu stepped forward from the Longwa team, moving with deliberate slowness. Clad in the same dark uniform as the others, his expression remained as cold and unyielding as ancient ice. His gaze held no trace of emotion as he regarded the golden-haired youth, his voice devoid of inflection, yet radiating an iciness that cut through the air. "Rest assured, you'll be the first." The golden-haired youth's eyes darkened, instantly, rage flashing across his face. He hadn't anticipated Mingqiu would dare speak to him this way, let alone threaten him openly before so many witnesses of high standing. Through clenched teeth he growled, "Are you threatening me?" Mingqiu refused to meet his gaze, as though the blustering figure before him wasn't worth a single glance. Instead, he raised his head slowly to gaze at the desolate ancient secret realm entrance splitting the sky and earth, his voice remaining calm, yet carrying absolute certainty. Not a threat, a notification. A deafening roar erupted between heaven and earth. The spatial rift that divided the realm finally tore completely open. The dark golden patterns that traced its edges blazed with brilliant light. The fissure widened, releasing a surge of primordial wilderness energy. Geniuses from all nations, impatient after such a long wait, moved simultaneously. Each activated their abilities, becoming streaks of colored light cutting through the air. Dense formations of competitors surged toward the rift. Mingqiu did not rush to follow. Moments before crossing the threshold, he paused to cast one final glance toward the viewing platform nearby. Seated above were the leaders of various nations, their expressions composed, some wearing the faintest traces of disdain. They watched the Longwa team as though certain Longwa would never strike fatally. They were convinced the traps they'd laid within the secret realm would capture every Longwa genius in one net. Mingqiu's gaze remained as still as a placid lake, calmly retracting his look. A faint wisp of cold aura slowly rose from his palm. The next moment, he shifted his stance and instantly shot into the spatial rift, his figure completely disappearing at the entrance to the secret realm. And so the reckoning that belonged to Longwa officially commenced from this very moment. Those people had believed their plan was impeccable, that the people of Longwa would dare not make a move. Little did they know the blade of Longwa had long since been drawn. Soon they would demonstrate through action what price must be paid for provoking Longwa. Before entering the secret realm, all competing contestants had received a world competition exclusive identity token. This token was a special artifact jointly forged by all participating nations, possessing numerous functions. It automatically recorded points earned from slaying mutant beasts and collecting heavenly treasures and earthly materials, while also marking your location in real time. Under normal circumstances, these information could be synchronized and observed by higher-ups in the outside world. However, this ancient, desolate secret realm, being a relic left from ancient times, contained ancient prohibitions so formidable that the token's signal could not penetrate through them to transmit outward. Therefore, the higher-ups in the outside world could only vaguely observe each person's point fluctuations, and whose token had completely extinguished, that meaning the contestant had perished within the secret realm. As for what specifically occurred inside the secret realm, conflicts between contestants who killed whom and the precise location of each participant, none of these detailed visuals and information could be observed from the outside world. They could only infer the situation within by tracking point changes. The moment crossing that spatial rift, an intense sensation of spatial distortion struck instantly, and the surrounding light dimmed sharply. The vertiginous dizziness, even for Mingqiu at the peak of the fifth stage, caused his consciousness to stagger momentarily. When he opened his eyes again, he stood in a desolate valley. This was the interior of the ancient, desolate secret realm. Looking up, the sky was not the usual azure blue, but a suffocating dark crimson. Like blood solidified for millions of years, even the sunlight filtering through the ancient prohibitions was dyed an eerie dark red. The entire world was shrouded in a heavy blood-colored halo that made it difficult to breathe. The earth beneath his feet was even more shocking, covered with dense, massive cracks, some bottomless, emitting faint black, murderous aura from within. This was the residual vicious aura from ancient wars. Gazing into the distance, continuous black mountain ranges were visible, with enormous petrified beast bones protruding between them. These bones were thicker and taller than the mountains themselves. Some bore terrifying bite marks and cuts from blades and axes, clearly wounds inflicted during that ancient battle. Merely gazing at those beast bones was enough to envision what unimaginable earth-shattering battle had once erupted here eons ago. How many powerful ancient mutant beasts had perished to reduce this primordial land to such a desolate state? And the air carried a faint yet lingering scent of blood. Even after all this time, it had not completely dissipated, instead mingling with that murderous aura. Mingqiu lowered his head and gazed at his palm. The world competition exclusive token rested quietly in his palm, emitting a faint white radiance. On the token's light projection, in the most prominent position, his initial points were displayed. A clear and unmistakable 0. Simultaneously, a rule notification that had just synchronized appeared clearly before his eyes. Within the ancient desolate secret realm, slaying ferocious beasts would yield corresponding points based on the beast's rank. Seizing heavenly treasures and earthly materials would grant points according to the resource grade. Defeating other contestants allowed acquiring half of their points. If they perished, all their points would automatically transfer to the killer. After scanning these rules, Su Mingqiu's expression remained utterly unchanged, with the faintest trace of a cold smile touching his lips. Death. Automatic point transfer. Wasn't this the most suitable rule for reckoning? At that moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from afar. Immediately following, an angry voice in Longhua language clearly reached Su Mingqiu's ears. You dare. His eyes instantly turned cold. One of their own. Without any hesitation, he lightly pressed his foot, and his figure vanished from the spot, in an instant shooting toward the direction of the sound. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, the anomalous ability user from Zhongyuan Martial Arts University knelt half-prostrate on the ground, his face deathly pale. His left arm was thoroughly stained crimson with blood, a gruesome wound extending from shoulder to elbow with the stark white of bone faintly visible. He had barely teleported in when 4 figures intercepted him before he could steady himself. Before him stood 4 young warriors clad in Banggua's standard battle armor. One lean tall youth toyed with a short blade gleaming with cold light, a mocking grin on his face as he regarded the Longhua youth on the ground like prey already captured. Aren't Longhua people supposed to be tough? He sneered, his disdain barely concealed. Why can't you even stand properly now? Don't say that, another shorter, stockier youth beside him chimed in with a smile. That fellow came seeking revenge. We shouldn't provoke him too much. Revenge? The short blade youth laughed as though he'd heard the funniest joke. He approached the Longhua youth and brought his foot down hard on his shoulder, forcing a suppressed grunt from him as he remained pinned to the ground. This is the ancient desolate secret realm, not your Longhua territory, he sneered. Your higher-ups can't enter here, no one can save you. Weren't you looking to settle scores with us? Huh. He leaned closer, staring into the Longhua youth's eyes, speaking word by word. Now who's settling scores with whom? The anomalous ability user gritted his teeth, his power surging frantically within him as he tried to push the foot away and rise up to fight back. But he had been ambushed immediately upon arrival and was already severely wounded. With barely any strength remaining, he was instead kicked hard in the chest. Boom. His body smashed against the rock wall behind him, spraying a mouthful of scalding blood before he collapsed, entirely, utterly drained of strength. The 4 geniuses watched his battered state and laughed even more brazenly. The short blade youth slowly raised his weapon, blood still dripping from its edge. He sneered, Don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. I'll track down every contestant from your Longhua nation and eliminate them one by one. Especially that one named Su Mingqiu. Let's see if he's truly as formidable as rumored, if he actually dares to make a move against us. At the mention of the name Su Mingqiu, the eyes of the destitute Esper instantly shifted. The short-bladed youth noticed his reaction immediately. The smirk on his face deepened, brimming with triumphant contempt. Looks like you know him. Perfect. Once I kill you, I'll send him down to keep you company. Maybe your Longhua countrymen can keep each other entertained on the way. The moment the words left his lips, a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. His short blade surged forward, slashing viciously toward the Longhua youth's neck. He was incredibly fast. A flash of blade, so close to severing the man's head entirely. But at that precise instant, just as the edge was about to meet his throat, crack! A crisp, freezing sound suddenly echoed through the silent valley. It was a soft noise, yet it detonated like thunder in the ears of those Korean youths. The short-bladed youth's grin froze solid. A bone-chilling coldness seized his entire arm in an instant, leaving him utterly motionless. He instinctively glanced down and saw his entire right arm completely encased in a layer of ice-blue frost, sealed without warning. The ice continued creeping upward along his arm and up the blade's hilt. In moments, the entire short sword was frozen rigid mid-air, unmoving by any effort of his ability. The piercing cold seeped inward, burrowing into his flesh. Who? The short-bladed youth panicked, snapping his head up toward the source of the sound, his face painted with sheer terror. The other 3 Korean youths reacted, instantly whipping their heads toward the valley entrance. Their mockery vanished in an instant, replaced by profound wariness. At the valley entrance, a figure strode forward. Black hair, dark eyes, clad in jet-black combat attire, wrapped in an aura of bone-piercing ice-blue cold. Su Mingqiu first glanced at the fallen Esper, whose face was deathly pale. The injuries were grave, but survivable. Only then did he slowly raise his gaze to those Korean prodigies, their faces drained of color. His voice was calm, utterly devoid of emotion, yet laced with a cutting chill. He spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Who were you saying you wanted to find? Hearing Su Mingqiu's question, the Korean prodigy's expressions flickered with alarm. Then the short-bladed youth's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized him instantly. Su Mingqiu. In the next moment, as if struck by inspiration, his panic evaporated completely. Instead, a look of pure ecstasy crossed his face, and he burst into unrestrained laughter, his voice thick with excitement. Ha ha. What incredible luck. It really is him. Just entered the secret realm, and already encountered Longhua's #1 priority target. This is a monumental achievement. The other three Korean youths' eyes instantly blazed with fervent intensity. Far from fear, they regarded him like hunters spotting the fattest prey, their eyes gleaming. Before arriving, their superiors had issued a strict mandate. Prioritize eliminating all Longwa contestants upon entering the secret realm, with Mingqiu at the very top of their kill list. The short-bladed youth, trembling with excitement, drew forth a black data chip from his chest. He tapped it gently, and rows of names immediately materialized upon its surface. They were the complete roster of every Longwa contestant in this tournament. And at the very top of the list, three crimson characters blazed prominently. Mingqiu. Beneath his name, an even more blood-red annotation followed. Longwa's #1 priority target. Staring at the chip, Mingqiu's expression finally turned cold. The bone-chilling aura that emanated from him instantly suffused the entire valley. I see. You were prepared from the start. The short-bladed youth sneered, his face awash with smug arrogance. You only just realized. Too late. Not a single one of your Longwa people will leave this world tournament alive. Boom. As soon as those words fell, all four Korean prodigies unleashed their power simultaneously. All four were at the fourth stage, their combined aura crashing down like a tidal wave. The short-bladed youth blurred forward, becoming a phantom streaking from the flank, intent on executing a killing strike against Mingqiu. The remaining three attacked at the exact same moment. One channeled his fire ability, hurling a colossal fireball seething with scorching heat directly at Mingqiu. Another unleashed his wind ability. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades rained down upon Mingqiu in a dense storm. The last one knotted his hands in rapid seals. The ground beneath Mingqiu's feet cracked open, and countless sharp rock spikes erupted upward, aiming to impale him through and through. Four attacks descended from four different directions, almost simultaneously sealing off every possible escape route. The fallen Esper watched in horror, his face draining of color, and screamed, "Watch out." But Mingqiu did not retreat. He simply stood his ground and slowly raised his hand. In the next instant, the entire valley shuddered as heaven and earth turned frigid. The bone-chilling aura exploded outward, and the valley's temperature plummeted to hundreds of degrees below zero in a single breath. The approaching flame froze midair instantly. Those razor-sharp wind blades became encrusted with thick rime, then shattered piece by piece, dissolving into a shower of ice crystals that scattered across the ground. The rock spikes rising from the earth were wrapped in ice and halted motionless, suspended a mere half-foot from Mingqiu, unable to advance another inch. Those once unyielding rocks proved as fragile as glass before that murderous cold. As for the short-bladed youth who had charged towards Mingqiu, his body was utterly rigid. His blade remained frozen 3 inches from Mingqiu's forehead, unable to press forward the slightest fraction. Frost surged upward from his feet, spreading with terrifying speed until it engulfed his entire form. Deep terror finally surfaced in the short-bladed youth's eyes. His earlier ecstasy and arrogance vanished without a trace. This is impossible. Mingqiu regarded him calmly, his tone cold to the core. Didn't you say you wanted to find me? Here I am. The short-bladed youth opened his mouth, a plea forming on his face, seemingly hoping for mercy. But Mingqiu gave him no chance whatsoever. The ice completely sealed shut. In an instant, the young man with the short blade was transformed into a sculpture of ice-blue crystal. The next moment, that ice statue exploded violently, shattering into countless fragments of ice that filled the sky. The other three Korean youths watched this scene and were stunned. The excitement on their faces was replaced by utter terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They finally understood how absurd their previous thoughts had been. The world competition token trembled slightly. In the next instant, Mingqiu's score jumped directly from 0 to 120. In the valley, the remaining three Korean geniuses turned pale. They stared fixedly at Mingqiu, unable to hide the fear rising in their eyes. Only at this moment did they truly comprehend. The Dragon Country genius before them was not prey that could be hunted. From the very beginning, the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. He was the one come to hunt them. Run! The three did not hesitate for a moment, simultaneously turning to retreat in full force. However, as soon as they took their first step, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly erupted from the ground beneath their feet. Frost spread from Mingqiu's feet like a white tide sweeping across the entire valley. Rocks, ancient trees, the ground, and even the moisture in the air were forcibly frozen in that instant. The three figures froze in place. Mingqiu stood motionless, his expression indifferent, slowly raising his gaze. Did I allow you to leave? As soon as those words fell, a terrifying cold energy erupted without restraint. The three Korean geniuses could not even cry out before their bodies were consumed by ice from the soles of their feet upward. After a single breath, three lifelike ice sculptures stood where none had existed before. And Mingqiu's world competition token trembled again. Mingqiu walked forward slowly and picked up the black crystal chip from the ground. It was cold to the touch, with rows of names still flickering across its surface. It was a list. A killing list specifically targeting Dragon Country's competitors. Behind every Dragon Country genius's name, a different kill priority was marked. Some were marked for priority elimination. Others were flagged for coordinated attacks. Several names even bore the two characters for certain death. Su Mingqiu's gaze swept over the list, his eyes growing progressively colder. After a moment, he tossed the black crystal chip to the severely injured Dragon Country youth. Can you move? The Qiangqi supernatural ability user gazed blankly at him, as if still unable to process what he had just witnessed. Only upon hearing Su Mingqiu's voice did he suddenly snap back to reality. Gnashing his teeth, he nodded. I can. Su Mingqiu said coldly. Take this to the others from Dragon Country. The Qiangqi supernatural ability user took the crystal chip, his expression changing slightly. He understood perfectly what this meant. This was not ordinary intelligence. This was evidence. Evidence that those nations were colluding to eliminate Dragon Country's geniuses. Su Mingqiu turned and gazed beyond the valley. Seeing this, the Qiangqi supernatural ability user hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Su Mingqiu did not turn around. To find people. Find who? From Su Mingqiu's palm a deep white coldness began to rise steadily. His voice was as calm as still water. Everyone on the list. With those words, Su Mingqiu took a single step and vanished at the far end of the valley. In the valley, cold winds howled. The three ice sculptures stood silently in place, wreathed in chilling energy like silent tombstones. And at that very moment, beyond the desolate ancient secret realm, a massive ranking board hovered in midair, radiating a faint golden light. The names of competitors from every nation were densely listed upon it, each name accompanied by their current score. The world competition had only just begun. Most competitors' scores remained in single digits. Only a few exceptionally swift geniuses had already begun hunting ferocious beasts within the secret realm, their scores slowly climbing. On the viewing platform, the high-ranking officials from each nation wore varying expressions. Some smiled confidently, clearly assured of their own geniuses. Others observed in quiet composure, watching the changes on the leaderboard. After all, the competition had only just begun. The true slaughter was still far from coming. Yet no one could have anticipated. On the world competition leaderboard, 4 Korean names dimmed almost simultaneously. Gray, indicating elimination, signifying death. On the exterior viewing platform, the Korean officials who had appeared so relaxed saw their smiles freeze instantly. He stared fixedly at those 4 grade names on the leaderboard, his eye twitching violently. How could this be? On the Dragon Country seating area, the middle-aged man Qin Song, draped in black military robes, merely glanced casually at the leaderboard. His expression did not shift, as if he had foreseen this moment. Then he lifted the teacup before him and took a gentle sip. First, his voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to every foreign official nearby. In an instant, the once noisy viewing platform fell strangely silent. Many foreign officials' expressions shifted. They understood perfectly what those 3 characters from Qin Song meant. First, not the first genius, but the first nation. A Korean strongman looked up sharply, gazing toward the Dragon Country seating area. His eyes were filled with barely concealed killing intent. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Country seating area, Qin Song calmly set down his teacup. The bottom of the cup met the table with a crisp click. He raised his gaze to look at the Korean strongman, his tone indifferent. Why are you looking at me? Live or die in the world competition. That is a rule you yourselves established. The Korean strongman's face darkened instantly. This is only the beginning. Qin Song's eyes showed no fluctuation whatsoever as he merely watched him coolly. And, can no one die at the beginning? Those words left the Korean strongman completely speechless. He naturally could not argue against death, for the rules of this world competition had been orchestrated behind closed doors by their coalition of nations. Live or die. No outside interference. Within the secret realm, only strength mattered. Their original plan had been to have geniuses from all nations team up within the desolate ancient secret realm to systematically eliminate Dragon Country's younger generation, ensuring Dragon Country would fall completely behind in this world competition. Yet no one could have predicted. As the competition had only just begun, it was their Korean geniuses who were being cleared first. All 4 dead. 4 names turned gray together, like 4 slaps delivered hard across the face of the Korean strongman. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Heaven Lotus Nation all furrowed their brows slightly. Gazing at those 4 grade names on the leaderboard, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The competition had only just begun and 4 Korean geniuses fell simultaneously. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. But the desolate ancient secret realm had only just opened. External viewing was restricted by the realm's barriers. They could only observe score changes and whether names turned gray. What exactly transpired within the secret realm remained completely inaccessible to outside observers. At the Longwood delegation's seats, several vice principals from the 5 top universities exchanged glances, a knowing significance flashing in their eyes. Lin Wenyuan leaned back in his seat, his gaze fixed on the leaderboard, a slight smile curling his lips. It seems that kid has already started. As his voice fell, a faint smile appeared on the faces of several vice principals. Others had no idea what was happening inside the secret realm, but in their hearts they knew clearly. From the moment Su Mingqiu stepped into the desolate ancient secret realm, this world tournament was no longer about geniuses from various nations hunting Longhua. Rather, it was Longhua beginning to settle scores with all nations. The desolate ancient secret realm. Black Rock Ruin City. This was the predetermined gathering point for Longhua's competing teams. The entire ruined city was already in ruins with collapsed ancient buildings everywhere. Broken stone pillars lay scattered on the ground and pitch-black walls were covered with blade marks and beast claw scratches, as if here had once erupted one brutal battle after another long ago. At this moment at the center of the ruined city, more than a dozen Longhua geniuses had already gathered. Leading them was Yi Qianjue. Behind him stood Murong, Yin Zhongrun, Wen Xingyao, and others. However, at this moment, everyone's expressions were grim. Because from the start of the competition until now one Longhua contestant's token aura had become extremely faint. This meant either the other party had suffered heavy injuries or was on the verge of life and death. Yi Qianjue looked down at the map in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. After a moment he spoke in a low voice, "They came for us." Beside him Wen Xingyao's eyes turned cold as he slowly opened his mouth. Just after entering the secret realm someone was already heavily injured. This could not possibly be a coincidence. Murderous intent surged in Murong Yan's eyes as he gradually clenched his fists. These bastards clearly had this planned from the start. No sooner had he finished speaking than hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ruined city. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they turned to look almost simultaneously. Clang! Several weapons were drawn. Yi Qianjue raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The next moment a blood-soaked figure staggered into the ruined city. "Comrade!" The moment he shouted those 3 words his body jerked violently, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Several Longhua geniuses changed expression. "Zhou Ming! It's Zhou Ming!" They immediately rushed forward and helped the figure up. This person was exactly the unusual Esper who had been rescued by Su Mingqiu earlier. Now Zhou Ming's face was deathly pale, covered in blood, his chest heaving violently, his breath weaker than ever. Yi Qianjue strode forward quickly, asking in a deep voice, "How did you get so badly hurt?" Zhou Ming struggled to lift his head, looking at everyone before him, his lips trembling slightly. He didn't answer immediately, but instead used his last strength to take out that black crystal chip from his chest. The list. In their hands. "They have our killing list." Wen Xingyao stepped forward quickly, a soft green light appearing in his palm. Rich life energy slowly flowed into Zhou Ming's body, beginning to repair his injuries. Zhou Ming's deathly pale face finally regained a trace of color. Yi Qianjue's gaze had already fallen upon that black crystal chip. His eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out to take the chip, then immediately channeled his own yuan qi into it. The next moment the chip trembled violently. A dark black light curtain instantly unfolded before everyone. Upon the curtain, name after name densely appeared one after another. Those were the lists of all Longhua contestants. And behind each name different danger levels were marked. Level 3 clearance target. Level 2 clearance target. Level 1 clearance target. Every line was ice cold without any warmth. As if in those people's eyes Longhua geniuses were not contestants at all, but prey that had already been categorized into levels. Everyone's faces gradually darkened. Murong Yan's eyes churned with killing intent, his fists clenched until they cracked. Jiang Ren's gaze also became colder than ever before. However, when they saw the name at the very top of the light curtain, everyone's breathing paused for a moment. The name ranked first was none other than Su Mingqiu. And behind his name, there was only one crimson-hued annotation. Long was number 1 clearance target. Recommendation: multiple nations geniuses cooperate to surround and kill. The moment they saw these words, the entire Black Rock ruined city fell into dead silence instantly. No one spoke. Only the howling wind around them echoed through the dilapidated ruins. After a moment, Yi Qianjue slowly raised his head, his eyes terrifyingly cold. It seems this time, they truly want our young generation of Longhua to all die here. The next moment, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted throughout Black Rock ruined city. Boom. The air seemed to grow heavy in that instant. Murong Yin stared fixedly at the list on the curtain, flames surging in his eyes. From the very beginning, they never intended for us to leave alive. Wen Xingyao's face turned ice cold, his voice carrying an uncontrollable chill. No wonder they dared to say that those who participated in the evil god cult incident were all traitors. So their so-called proof of innocence was to continue targeting us Longhua people. Zhao Tianfeng punched the stone wall beside him. Boom. The hard stone wall cracked instantly, debris scattering everywhere. He laughed in extreme rage, murderous intent glaring in his eyes. Good, very good. We haven't even settled the score for the evil god cult incident, yet they're actually handing us another knife. Everyone's faces turned extremely grim. What kind of world genius tournament is this? This is clearly a pre-planned ambush. A hunt specifically targeting Longhua's young generation. Yi Qianjue didn't speak immediately. He just stared fixedly at that list on the curtain, his eyes growing colder bit by bit. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Zhou Ming. Where did this thing come from? Zhou Ming's chest heaved violently, his voice hoarse, as he replied, Su Mingqiu gave it to me. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhou Ming nodded. I was surrounded and nearly killed by 4 Bangwa geniuses. It was him who saved me. 4. Someone immediately followed up. What happened to those 4 Bangwa people? Zhou Ming fell silent. In the ruined city, everyone's gaze fell upon him. After a moment, Zhou Ming slowly spoke. Dead. With just those 2 simple words, the entire ruined city fell silent once more. Zhou Ming continued. After Su Mingqiu killed them, he got this list from their bodies. Then he asked me to bring the list back. Yi Qianjue's eyes moved slightly, asking in a deep voice, "Then where is he?" Zhou Ming raised his head and looked beyond the ruined city. In his mind, Su Mingqiu's figure leaving the valley seemed to reappear once more. Cold air rose. One person walked toward the entire desolate ancient secret realm. Zhou Ming's voice was hoarse as he spoke word by word. He said, "He's going to find everyone on the list." At those words, every heart in the ruined city quivered. One person, to hunt down all the genius from hostile nations on that list. If anyone else had spoken such words, they would have been dismissed as sheer arrogance, even recklessness bordering on suicide. Yet the one who spoke was Su Mingqiu. The Su Mingqiu who during the evil god sect incident single-handedly froze the blood sacrifice formation and forcibly blocked the descent of the evil god. That Dragon Nation prodigy whom countless foreign elites wished dead. So no one thought he was joking. Nor did anyone doubt his capability. Yi Qianjue looked down at the black crystal chip in his palm and suddenly smiled. But there was not a trace of warmth in his smile. "It seems we cannot fall too far behind either." As his words fell, his 5 fingers slowly closed. Crack! The black crystal chip inscribed with the assassination list instantly shattered in his palm. The dark luminescent screen dissipated at once. Yet in the ruined city, the eyes of every Dragon Nation genius had fundamentally changed. Since those nations had never intended for them to leave alive from the very beginning, then the nature of this competition should also change. Yi Qianjue slowly turned and looked at all the Dragon Nation geniuses in the ruined city. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. The original plan is cancelled. Resource nodes contested no longer. Inheritance grounds entered no longer. Speaking thus, Yi Qianjue's eyes turned suddenly cold. From this moment on, the Dragon Nation team has only one objective. Everyone raised their heads to look at him. In the ruined city, killing intent spread silently. Yi Qianjue spoke each word deliberately, "Clear the field." The 2 words fell, and the eyes of every Dragon Nation genius instantly turned sharp. Yi Qianjue's gaze swept over the assembled, his voice icy. "All participants from the Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Stick Nation, and Hindustan Nation shall be listed as assassination targets. Not a single one spared." With these words spoken, the atmosphere in the ruined city instantly turned grim and deadly. Yi Qianjue continued, "Have they not claimed the evil god sect incident has nothing to do with them? Have they not declared that those who participated in the blood sacrifice were traitors of their own nations? If so, then let them explain with their lives within this ancient desolate secret realm." Someone's throat bobbed, and he could not help but whisper, "What if they beg for mercy?" Yi Qianjue slowly turned his head and glanced at him. That glance was calm, yet it made the man's heart tremble violently. Yi Qianjue said calmly, "When the evil god sect conducted the blood sacrifice upon Dragon Nation's land, did anyone hear Dragon Nation's people beg for mercy?" The man fell instantly silent. The ruined city fell quiet as well. Indeed, when the evil god sect activated the blood sacrifice formation, attempting to draw forth the evil god with the blood and flesh of Dragon Nation's people, had those people shown the slightest mercy? Now it was their turn to beg. Why should Dragon Nation's heart soften? Yi Qianjue slowly raised his hand and drew the silver spear from his back. Clang! The spearhead left its scabbard, its chilling gleam dazzling. He took one step forward, the silver spear angled toward the ground, his voice as cold as iron. "Remember, from the moment they produced that assassination list, this place has ceased to be a competition arena. This place is a battlefield." Killing intent erupted fully from Yi Qianjue's eyes. "They wish to hunt Dragon Nation. Then we shall make them see clearly who the true hunter is." Boom. As his words fell, the aura of more than a dozen Dragon Nation geniuses exploded simultaneously. Fierce energy surged into the sky, and terrifying killing intent swept across the entire Black Rock ruined city. Above the ruined city, heavy dust sifted down. At this moment, the Dragon Nation team officially began their counterhunt. Just then, from the distant horizon, a column of crimson light suddenly shot into the sky. Boom. The pillar pierced through the clouds, its blinding red light nearly painting half the sky crimson. In the ruined city, everyone looked up simultaneously. That was the signal of a world competition resource node opening. Under normal competition rules, once a resource node appeared, all nearby participants would rush there at once to compete for resources and snatch points. That place would quickly become a chaotic battlefield. Yi Qianjue glanced at the crimson light pillar in the distance, but did not give an order immediately. He turned to Zhou Ming and asked deeply, "How is your injury?" Under Wen Xingyao's healing, Zhou Ming's complexion had already improved considerably. Although the bloodstains on his body had not yet dried, his breathing was markedly more stable than before. Biting his teeth, he straightened his body and nodded. "Much better. I can still fight." Yi Qianjue looked at him and gave a slight nod. "Good." Then he raised his head once more, gazing at the crimson light pillar in the distance. A cold curve slowly rose at the corners of his mouth. "Just right. With the resource node opening, everyone nearby will go there." Saying this, he slowly turned the silver spear held diagonally in his hand. "We go too." Wen Xingyao glanced at him and asked to seize resources. Yi Qianjue shook his head. His gaze swept over the ruined city, fixed upon the direction of the crimson light pillar. His eyes held absolutely no warmth. Kill. As those two words fell, more than a dozen Dragon Nation geniuses in the ruined city moved simultaneously. Figures shot into the sky one after another, hurtling toward the crimson light pillar. From this moment on, the resource nodes in the ancient desolate secret realm were no longer merely places of fortune. They were also burial grounds for enemy geniuses. Qiyang Valley, the first major resource node on the periphery of the ancient desolate secret realm. The entire valley was extremely hot, the air filled with scorching energy. In the center of the valley, cracks of magma crisscrossed in all directions, with crimson molten lava flowing slowly within, radiating intense heat. Beside the magma cracks, a spiritual tree entirely crimson rooted in the earth. Its branches and leaves blazed like fire, with over a dozen flame-red fruits hanging from its tips. A faint spiritual aura rippled across the surface of each fruit. Qiyang spiritual fruit, capable of refining qi and blood, strengthening the physical body. Even within the ancient desolate secret realm, this was an extremely precious resource. At this time, numerous geniuses from various nations had already gathered near Qiyang Valley. Participants from the Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Stick Nation, and Hindustan Nation were all present. Though they hailed from different countries, they now implicitly stood in the same camp. Several foreign geniuses looked at the empty valley entrance with mocking expressions. Where are Dragon Nation's people? With such a large resource node opening, they wouldn't be too afraid to come, would they? A young man from the Cherry Blossom Nation sneered. It seems Dragon Nation's younger generation is not as tough as rumor has it. Ha ha ha. Several foreign geniuses nearby immediately burst into laughter. Their laughter was full of contempt and mockery. But just at that moment, a calm voice suddenly came from beyond the valley. Who said we were afraid to come? The voice was not loud, yet it made the laughter in the valley instantly freeze. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. At the entrance to Qiyang Valley, more than a dozen figures slowly appeared. The leader held a silver spear in hand, his gaze cold and indifferent. It was Yi Qianjue. Behind him, genius talents from Longhua, Wen Xingyao Morong, Yan Zhongren, Zhao Tianfeng, Zhou Ming, and others entered the valley one after another. They made no effort to conceal their presence or utter threats. Rather, they simply advanced with deliberate steps, and as they emerged, an atmosphere of chilling severity descended upon the entire Qiyang Valley. Several foreign geniuses who had been mocking them felt their smiles freeze upon witnessing this scene, while a youth from the Cherry Blossom Nation experienced a subtle shift in expression. The Longhua team. A tall youth from the Eagle Nation furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over Yi Qianjue and the others. You've arrived rather swiftly. Yi Qianjue offered no response. Instead, he slowly raised his silver spear, its tip angled toward the ground, as his icy gaze traversed every foreign genius present in the valley. It was as though he were assessing potential prey. The tall youth from the Eagle Nation's expression darkened, his stare fixed unwaveringly on Yi Qianjue. Yi Qianjue, what is it you're attempting? Yi Qianjue met his gaze with an air of composure. I have a question for you, he replied. The tall youth scowled. And what question is that? Yi Qianjue spoke slowly, his voice measured, yet carrying across the entire Qiyang Valley, drawing absolute silence. Do any of you carry a list of those you've hunted from Longhua? The moment those words echoed through the valley, a subtle shift passed across the faces of several foreign geniuses, fleeting but unmistakable. Yet every Longhua genius present witnessed the exchange. Yi Qianjue smiled, though warmth never reached his expression. I see there is. The tall youth from the Eagle Nation's gaze darkened instantly, his voice chilling as he denied knowledge of the matter. Meanwhile, Yi Qianjue slowly raised his silver spear, and darkness began to coil about its tip. It matters not, Yi Qianjue replied calmly. The dead require no explanation. As he spoke, he took a single step forward, and the earth fractured beneath him with a thunderous crash. His figure became a phantom streak, his silver spear slicing through the void like lightning tearing through darkness. The tall youth from the Eagle Nation's expression twisted in alarm. He roared, his arms gleaming metallically as his muscles swelled, transforming him into a towering figure of living steel who attempted to withstand the strike. But before he could complete his defense, the spear pierced through the air and impaled his shoulder, launching his body backward with tremendous force. The impact drove him against the mountain wall, shattering stone and sending blood spraying. He gripped the spear shaft desperately, trying to wrench it free. The moment his hands made contact with the spear, threads of pitch-black spiritual energy surged into his wounds, flooding his body like an invasive force. The cold seeped through him, corroding and consuming as his face drained of color, and his own spiritual energy gradually fell victim to the encroaching darkness. Yi Qianjue stood unmoving, his cold gaze fixed upon his victim. Now, he said, I'll ask again. Where's the list? The foreign geniuses in the valley reacted with visible shock, stunned that Yi Qianjue would dare strike so brazenly at a resource point. His opening move carried lethal intent. A Cherry Blossom Nation youth cried out in fury, his face darkening as he demanded to know if Longhua intended to provoke war. Yi Qianjue didn't even glance his way. War, he scoffed, his eyes chilling. The war began the moment you colluded with the evil god cult and brought the flames of conflict to Longhua's soil. It has already begun. The words had barely left his lips when Yi Qianjue's fingers clenched tightly. A thunderous crash erupted as the pitch-black spiritual energy surrounding the silver spear impaled in the Eagle Nation youth's shoulder surged violently. The dark energy flooded his wound, devouring his life force in an instant. The Eagle Nation youth screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently. With a sudden wrench, Yi Qianjue yanked the spear free, sending a spray of blood as the Eagle Nation youth crashed to the ground lifeless. Meanwhile, a brilliant flash illuminated the world competition token at his waist, and Yi Qianjue's score surged dramatically. The atmosphere within Qiyang Valley froze completely. All the foreign geniuses gazed at the fallen Eagle Nation youth, a chill spreading through them as they finally grasped the gravity of what had just transpired. Longhua had not come to compete. They had come to settle scores. The Cherry Blossom Nation youth's face contorted with rage as he snarled, "Attack together. We outnumber them," he cried. "Kill them all." The moment his words echoed, every foreign genius unleashed their powers simultaneously. Explosions shook the valley as flames, lightning, wind blades, holy light, and sword flashes tore through the air, raining down upon the Longhua team in a devastating barrage. Scorching waves of force swept through the valley, fracturing the ground beneath them. Yet facing this overwhelming assault, Yi Qianjue merely raised his silver spear with deliberate calm. Dark spiritual energy coiled around the spear's tip as his voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Kill." The moment the word fell, a thunderous explosion erupted. Over a dozen Longhua geniuses surged forward in unison, their power flaring like a blaze of divine warriors charging into battle. Jiang Ren's eyes crackled with lightning as arcs of electricity erupted around him, transforming his figure into a blur of thunder as he struck through enemy lines with devastating force. The lightning detonated, piercing through a foreign genius before he could react, his charred body sent flying backward. Meanwhile, when Xingyao's palms glowed with emerald light as life energy enveloped the Longhua team, Zhao Tianfeng roared as golden radiance intensified around him, his skin taking on a metallic sheen. He charged forward like a warrior clad in golden armor, shattering the incoming wind blades with his body before delivering a devastating punch. The impact sent the enemy genius and his weapon flying through the air. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with fierce intent as the spectral form of Qiongqi materialized behind him, releasing an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The valley became a killing ground, the resource-gathering site transformed into a battleground. This time the hunter had become the hunted. Miles away from Qiyang Valley, Su Mingqiu stood silently atop a cliff, his robes billowing in the mountain wind. Looking down at the world competition token in his hand, he noticed all the Longhua markers concentrated in Qiyang Valley. It was clear that Qiyang Valley had become the storm's epicenter on the outskirts of the desolate ancient secret realm. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his gaze toward the horizon, where a column of crimson light shot skyward like fire tearing through the clouds. Even from dozens of miles away, he could feel the scorching and violent energy radiating from the valley below, a fire tribute resource point. Su Mingqiu gathered his fingers around the world competition token, then condensed cold energy beneath his feet, ready to move. But at that moment, a soft chuckle echoed from behind him. "Su Mingqiu, don't you think it's dangerous to travel alone?" Su Mingqiu's footsteps paused slightly. He slowly turned his head to look back. Not far away, a golden-haired youth stood at the edge of the cliff. The man wore combat gear from Mingqiu, pale blue arcs of lightning coiling around his body. As the thunderlight danced, the air crackled with an audible buzz. It was Lei Yin, the Yingguo prodigy, who had taunted him before the competition at the secret realm entrance. Lei Yin gazed at Su Mingqiu, that same arrogant smile still plastered across his face. "Surprised too. I told you we would meet inside the secret realm." Su Mingqiu regarded him without the slightest change in expression. "Come to throw your life away." The smile on Lei Yin's face stiffened for a moment, his eyes instantly growing cold. But soon he broke into a smile again. "Su Mingqiu, you are indeed arrogant. But what a pity. This time you are not facing just me." As the words fell, from around the cliff, figures slowly emerged. One man wielded a long blade, a Sakura Kingdom samurai, token hanging at his waist, his sword intent ferocious and lethal. Another wore a flowing white robe, sacred light circling his body, his aura divine, yet chillingly cold. A third's eyes were dark and profound, his spiritual fluctuations spreading outward like an invisible tide. Still another stood barefoot, hands pressed together in prayer, ancient golden patterns rising across his skin. Beyond them, dozens of young, gifted individuals from various nations appeared from different directions. Ingua, Inghuagua, Bangua, Xiongua, Tianjugua. All of them positioned themselves at different angles, completely sealing off Su Mingqiu's escape routes. Lei Yin slowly spread his arms wide. Boom. Lightning exploded behind him, making his grin appear ever more sinister. "We have been preparing for a long time to kill you. This is not far from Qiyang Valley. If you go to rescue them, you will surely die. And if you do not go, the Longhua team will be surrounded and slaughtered." Su Mingqiu. Lei Yin stared at him fiercely, his voice laced with unmasked killing intent. "Are you not good at freezing things? Today I want to see. Just how many people can you freeze alone?" Su Mingqiu said nothing. He merely slowly raised his right hand. A strand of icy cold energy slowly rose from his palm. Lei Yin's smile suddenly faded slightly, for he had noticed that the wind upon the cliff had stopped. The distant churning clouds seemed to freeze solid in this moment as well. Even the lightning arcs constantly dancing beside him appeared to be suppressed by some formless power, their speed suddenly slowing for an instant. An indescribable chill quietly enveloped the entire cliff. Mingqiu slowly raised his eyes. In the depths of those pitch-black pupils, ice blue light blazed to life. Many. Lei Yan frowned. What? Mingqiu's voice was calm, as if merely answering an ordinary question. You asked me how many people I can freeze. His palm's cold energy surged dramatically. My answer is many. Boom. The next moment, cold energy shot up to the heavens. Terrifying ice blue light instantly swept in all directions. The cliff, the boulders, the ancient trees, the clouds, and mist, even the dust in the air, all were forcibly frozen in this instant. The entire cliff instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. And Mingqiu stood in the center of the wind and snow, his expression indifferent, like a deity who commanded the winter. Those foreign prodigies who had just been full of mockery saw their expressions change instantly. They could only feel their blood circulation suddenly slow, their abilities becoming incredibly sluggish to operate. Even the breath they exhaled condensed into patches of ice fog in the air. Someone subconsciously took a step back only to discover their feet had been firmly adhered to the ground by the ice. How is this possible? A foreign prodigy's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. This place is clearly near Qiyang Valley with fire attributes so concentrated. Why can his ice abilities still be this strong? No one answered him, because at this moment everyone realized something. They had thought they were setting a death trap to ambush Mingqiu. But from the moment Mingqiu released his cold energy, this cliff had already become his domain. Attack! Lei Yan was the first to react. The lightning on his body exploded with a boom, and he became a bolt of thunder, instantly charging towards Mingqiu at incredible speed. Boom! The thunder tore through the cold wind, its velocity reaching the extreme. Almost simultaneously, the Ying Hua Guo swordsmanship prodigy suddenly drew his blade. Clang! The moment the blade left its scabbard, a pitch-black slash like a waning crescent moon cut through, tearing apart the blizzard, aimed directly at Mingqiu's throat. Bang was light. Holy Maiden Ai Lina pressed her palms together, and a holy halo materialized behind her. The next moment her eyes turned cold, and she uttered a low chant. Holy light judgment. Boom. A massive pillar of white light descended from the heavens, carrying a terrifying aura that purified all in its path, striking hard towards Mingqiu's position. Xiongguo's mental attribute prodigy Wei Kuduo's eyes flashed with a dark blue luminescence. Formless mental power like sharp needles instantly penetrated through the wind and snow, driving straight into Mingqiu's mind. And that Tianzhu Guo prodigy stepped forward sharply at this moment. He pressed his palms together, the golden patterns on his body flaring bright, and a phantom of an ancient deity faintly appeared behind him. Brahma's prison suppression. Boom. A colossal golden palm descended from the heavens, carrying the terrifying might to crush mountains and seas, slamming down hard towards Mingqiu. 5 great prodigies attacking in unison. Thunderblade light, holy radiance, mental assault, and the colossal golden palm. 5 entirely different powers erupted simultaneously at this moment. Each kind of power alone was enough to severely wound an ordinary prodigy, let alone now with 5 joining forces to surround and kill. Around the cliff, the other foreign prodigies saw this scene, and cold sneers returned to their faces. Mingqiu is as good as dead. No matter how strong he is, he cannot possibly block the attacks of 5 great prodigies at once. This is not Longhua. No one can save him. Violent powers crashed down with a thunderous roar. The entire cliff trembled violently. Yet facing the combined assault of 5 great prodigies, Mingqiu merely stood still. His gaze remained terrifyingly calm. Facing the combined assault of 5 great prodigies, he merely slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers spreading open. Icy cold energy gathered in his palm. Then he calmly uttered 3 words. Hanjiang Shui. Boom. Terrifying cold energy exploded outward from Mingqiu, as its center sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the wind and snow surged. The entire cliff seemed swallowed by an invisible cold river. The thunder that Lei Yan had transformed into had barely reached in front of Mingqiu when its speed suddenly stalled. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply, because he could clearly feel that his own speed had been forcefully suppressed. It was not that his body was frozen. It was that the trajectory of the flowing thunder seemed to have been forcibly dragged into a quagmire by some extreme cold power. The thunder was slowing. Even his reactions were slowing. What? Lei Yan's expression shifted dramatically. But before he could react, Mingqiu had already raised his eyes and was gazing at him. The next moment, crack! A colossal wall of ice rose from the ground, standing before Mingqiu. Boom! Lei Yan slammed into the ice wall with full force. Lightning erupted wildly as the furious thunderbolts relentlessly battered the frozen surface. Yet the ice wall merely trembled slightly. Not even a single crack appeared. Lei Yan's expression turned utterly grim. This ice. Before he could finish his sentence, from the other side, the black blade of Yinghua country's sword prodigy had already sliced towards Mingqiu's flank. The sword gleamed fiercely like a black crescent moon, tearing through the wind and snow, aiming directly at Mingqiu's shoulder and neck. Su Mingqiu's expression remained unchanged as he merely shifted his stance slightly. Whoosh! The black blade grazed past his shoulder, striking the ice behind him with brutal force. Boom! The solid ice layer was split by a deep gash. But Su Mingqiu did not even turn his head. He struck out with a reverse palm. Crack! Ice surged along the blade, rapidly covering the sword prodigy's arm in an instant. The Yinghua prodigy's face changed dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his blade and leaped back. But his speed was ultimately a fraction too slow. A chilling white frost swept across his chest, instantly covering his combat suit with a thick layer of ice. A bone-piercing cold surged toward his heart. His pupils contracted sharply, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Had he not retreated with such decisiveness, what would have been frozen was not his clothes, but his heart. At the same time, the holy judgment descended with a thunderous crash. A blinding column of white light fell from the sky, engulfing Su Mingqiu entirely. The terrifying holy power erupted furiously, shattering the ice layer beneath, and the dazzling radiance forced many foreign prodigies to squint instinctively. Elena watched Su Mingqiu swallowed by the holy light, a cold glint finally appearing in her eyes. It's over. The holy judgment was one of her most powerful offensive techniques. Under this beam of holy light, even an ordinary prodigy would be reduced to ashes without a single scream. The Tianju country prodigy did not stop either. Boom! A gigantic golden palm descended from the heavens. The holy light and the golden palm struck down simultaneously. The entire cliff trembled violently. To the onlookers, Su Mingqiu had no room to evade. But the next moment, the coldness on Elena's face suddenly froze. The Tianju prodigy's pupils also contracted sharply, because within the descending holy light a trace of ice blue had appeared. At first just a speck, but then that ice blue spread with terrifying speed, visible to the naked eye. Crack! 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 A crisp sound of freezing echoed across the cliff. Everyone's pupils contracted, because they saw that the brilliant pillar of holy light was being frozen bit by bit. Not only that, even the golden giant palm descending upon him was rapidly covered in a layer of frost midair. The holy light was solidifying. The divine power was freezing. The radiance was sealed by ice. What was once a force of purification and judgment now stood as a colossal crystalline pillar of ice quietly erected between heaven and earth. And the golden giant palm had turned into a massive ice sculpture. The next instant, boom, the ice pillar exploded with a thunderous roar. The frozen golden palm shattered simultaneously. Crystalline shards scattered in the wind. Amidst the snowstorm, Su Mingqiu walked out slowly. His robes were undisturbed. His expression was calm, as if the devastating strike that could have gravely wounded a prodigy was nothing more than a gentle breeze against his face. Elena's pupils contracted violently, and her voice turned shrill. You can freeze holy light. The Tianju prodigy was equally incredulous. Even the power of Brahma can be frozen. Su Mingqiu glanced at them indifferently. His voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. All things in this world can be ushered into winter. At these words, the expressions of Lei Yin and the others changed completely. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Yet at this moment no one dared to refute him, because Su Mingqiu had indeed frozen the holy light before their very eyes. He had frozen divine power. Victor's gaze darkened, and he gritted his teeth. The next moment the azure light in his eyes surged again. Invisible spiritual power like countless sharp needles stabbed madly into Su Mingqiu's mind. Your body can defend. Your energy can freeze. But what about your spirit? Victor stared at Su Mingqiu, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Spiritual attacks are formless and intangible. Let me see how you freeze this. As his words fell, countless spiritual needles plunged into Su Mingqiu's mind. Su Mingqiu's steps finally paused briefly. Seeing this, Victor's eyes lit up with wild joy. It works. At that very instant, Lei Yin seized the opportunity, his lightning exploding with a thunderous roar as he transformed into a bolt of lightning charging towards Su Mingqiu. Now, the Yinghua sword prodigy also gripped his blade anew, enduring the stinging pain in his arm, and slashed from the other side. The black blade split the wind and snow, aiming straight for Su Mingqiu's vital points. Behind Elena, holy light gathered once more. A host of light swords materialized, dozens of them. The next moment the light swords shot through the air like a rain of judgment, bombarding Su Mingqiu. And the Tianju prodigy also took a decisive step forward. He pressed his palms together, golden runes on his body blazing brightly, and the ancient divine statue's phantom reappeared behind him. Brahma prison suppression. Boom. A colossal golden palm descended from the sky, carrying the terrifying might to suppress mountains and rivers, slamming down towards Su Mingqiu. They had fully realized. Su Mingqiu must die. If he left the Huanggu secret realm alive today, then in the future the entire younger generation of the world would be utterly overshadowed by one man. Boom. 5 powers erupted simultaneously, converging from different directions to annihilate Su Mingqiu. Yet just as the 5 attacks were about to land, Su Mingqiu suddenly lifted his gaze. In the depths of his pupils it seemed as if a massive ice coffin slowly materialized. That ice coffin hovered in the depths of his spirit, exuding a frigid aura capable of freezing the very soul. Victor's smile froze instantly, because he realized that the spiritual power he had thrust into Su Mingqiu's mind had been severed. Not shattered, nor devoured, but frozen. Threads of formless spiritual power, like fine lines falling into a frozen lake, were being traced back by that terrifying cold freezing along the source. Impossible. Victor's face turned pale as he stumbled backward. How could a spiritual attack formless and intangible be frozen? But reality gave him no time to react. Crack. A layer of frost suddenly appeared on his brow. Then the frost rapidly spread to his eyes. Victor let out a piercing scream, clutching his head as his body convulsed violently. His spiritual sea was being eroded by the cold. It was not the chill of the flesh, but a freeze from the depths of the soul. Su Mingqiu stood in the wind and snow, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. Who told you that the spirit cannot be frozen? In the next moment, Su Mingqiu stepped forward. His figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Thunderblade light, sacred sword, and a golden giant palm struck down almost simultaneously. Boom. The spot where Su Mingqiu had been standing instantly exploded, ice layers shattering as a violent force swept in all directions. Yet at that very moment, everyone's expressions suddenly changed, because they realized Su Mingqiu had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Victor. Victor's face dramatically changed, his pupils contracting frantically. He wanted to retreat, but in the next instant he discovered in horror that his legs had been sealed to the ground by ice without him noticing. No! Victor roared, but before his voice had finished, Su Mingqiu had already raised his right hand and pressed it against Victor's chest. Ice blue cold energy instantly penetrated his body. Su Mingqiu's expression remained indifferent as he softly spoke a single word. Shatter. Crack. A piercing cracking sound suddenly erupted. The ice at Victor's chest instantly exploded outward. His entire body was struck as if by a heavy blow, flying backward violently. But before he hit the ground, pale white frost rapidly spread across his entire body from his chest, covering his arms, neck, face, and eyes. In just a blink, his whole figure was completely frozen solid. Thud. Victor crashed heavily onto the ground. The ice spread along the surface beneath him. When everyone looked again, a lifelike ice statue now lay on the ground. On that ice statue's face, Victor's terrified and despairing expression before death was still preserved. At the same time, the world competition token at Su Mingqiu's waist gave a slight vibration. Light flickered. His points surged once again. Around the cliff, deathly silence fell instantly. Those foreign geniuses who had been sneering moments ago now had completely changed expressions. Victor was no ordinary person. He was one of the strongest spiritual-type prodigies of his generation in Bear Country. Before the world competition began, he was even considered one of the most formidable opponents this year. Mental attacks were formless and intangible, impossible to defend against. Yet now, he had been ice-sealed on the spot by Su Mingqiu. Moreover, even with the protection provided by Rain Elena, the Cherry Blossom Country's sword genius, and the Tianju Country genius working together, he had been forcibly killed by Su Mingqiu. At this moment, everyone finally realized something. Their so-called encirclement and assassination meant absolutely nothing in Su Mingqiu's eyes. Whoever he wanted to kill would die. Rain's face darkened terrifyingly. Su Mingqiu. Boom. The lightning on him erupted completely. Thunder and lightning shot into the sky as violent arcs crazily tore through the cold wind around them. In this moment, Rain's entire aura was rising frantically. He stared fixedly at Su Mingqiu, his voice carrying suppressed rage. Do you really think you're invincible, eh? There are dozens of geniuses from various countries here. Can you kill them all? Su Mingqiu didn't answer. He merely slowly raised his head, looking at those foreign geniuses surrounding the cliff. Where those ice-blue eyes swept, everyone felt inexplicably chilled in their hearts, as if being targeted by something extremely cold. In the next moment, the ice beneath Su Mingqiu's feet suddenly cracked. Crack. Several ice-blue patterns spread frantically in all directions from him like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire cliff. Rain's face suddenly changed. Bad. Retreat. But it was already too late. Boom. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, dense and thick like an upside-down ice forest rising up. Those foreign prodigies with slightly weaker strength couldn't even react in time before being impaled by ice spikes and pinned to the ground. Squelch. Squelch. Blood splashed. Screams of pain instantly echoed across the entire cliff. Some in terror immediately soared into the air, attempting to flee from the icy surface. But in mid-air, cold energy had already condensed into ice-blue chains. Rattle. The chains burst through the air, wrapping around their ankles and forcibly dragging them back to the ground from mid-air. Boom. A foreign genius slammed heavily onto the ice surface, and before they could get up, several ice spikes pierced through their body. Someone roared in anger, flames erupting around them as they attempted to forcibly melt the ice. But that flame, as soon as it rose, was continuously compressed by cold energy surging from all directions. The firelight grew weaker and weaker, smaller and smaller. Finally, to that foreign genius's horrified gaze, it completely extinguished. Others also turned and fled, but when they rushed to the edge of the cliff, their faces turned instantly pale. because at some unknown point a ring of massive ice walls had risen around the cliff. The ice walls stood dozens of feet tall, crystal clear, throughout swirling with cold energy, like an impassable ice and snow cage, trapping everyone inside. Mingqiu stood at the center of the cliff, watching all this with an indifferent expression, as if these dozens of geniuses from various countries were no longer opponents in his eyes, but prey confined in a cage. He slowly raised his gaze, looking at Rain. Now, do you think I can't kill them all? Mingqiu stood at the center of ice and snow, looking at those foreign geniuses around him with terrified expressions. His voice remained calm. Didn't you want to surround and kill me, eh? Now why do you want to leave? No one answered. Above the cliff, only the sound of howling cold wind remained. Those foreign geniuses who had been so confident just moments ago now had worse and worse expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Rain's eyes churned with rage as he roared loudly, "Don't be afraid. Attack together. He's only one person. He can't hold out long." These words were like a shot of adrenaline to everyone. Those foreign geniuses gritted their teeth, viciousness reappearing in their eyes. In the next moment, a series of violent attacks tore through the air, sweeping down upon Mingqiu like an overwhelming tide. Terrifying energy fluctuations even caused the entire cliff to tremble violently. However, Mingqiu merely slowly raised his right hand. Ice blue cold energy condensed in his palm. In the next instant, roar! A deafening dragon's cry suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. Everyone's pupils sharply contracted. They saw behind Mingqiu the sky filling cold energy gathering frantically, actually transforming into a gigantic ice dragon. The ice dragon coiled above the cliff, its pair of ice blue dragon eyes overlooking everyone. That moment, the temperature of the entire cliff dropped frantically again. An indescribable extreme coldness instantly enveloped the entire scene. All sounds seemed to vanish at this moment. The next second, the ice dragon opened its mouth. Boom! A cold wave swept out. The attacks towards Mingqiu were actually forcibly frozen midair. Flames solidified. Thunder stopped. Storms turned into ice crystals. Holy light was sealed by frost. Blade flashes halted midair, transforming into scattered ice shards. Even the golden giant palm struck by the Tianju country genius rapidly froze under the cold wave. The surface of that ancient deity statue's phantom was covered in frost, then collapsed with a boom. The golden giant palm solidified in midair, eventually transforming into countless ice crystals raining down from the sky. The entire cliff fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Those foreign geniuses stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. How was this possible? Dozens of geniuses had joined forces for a single strike, yet he had frozen them all with a single ice dragon. Mingqiu stood amidst the ice and snow, his 5 fingers slowly closing into a fist. Crack! The attacks frozen midair instantly shattered. A storm of ice fragments rained down. He slowly raised his eyes, his voice terrifyingly calm. My turn. As the words left his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Mingqiu the cold aura surged again. 1, 2, 3. Ice dragons emerged one by one from the blizzard coiling above the cliff. Their icy blue dragon eyes opened simultaneously, locking onto the foreign geniuses surrounding them. The next moment, the dragon swarm struck. Roar! Multiple ice dragons surged forward at once, launching ferocious attacks toward the foreign geniuses. Where the ice dragons passed, cold energy swept through, freezing everything in their wake. A foreign genius barely turned to flee before an ice dragon pierced through his body, instantly transforming him into a statue of ice. Another foreign genius roared and swung his blade to defend himself, but the moment the edge touched the ice dragon, his entire arm became encased in frozen ice. Crack! As the ice dragon swept past, his entire body shattered on the spot. Others attempted to combine their efforts to resist, but under the ice dragon's assault, their defensive barriers couldn't even hold for a breath before shattering catastrophically. Screams of agony, roaring in fury, and pleas for mercy echoed across the cliff. In just a few breaths' time, over a dozen foreign geniuses were encased in ice and killed. The world competition token at Mingqiu's waist vibrated continuously. His score began skyrocketing. Meanwhile, outside the ancient secret realm, on the massive world competition leaderboard, name after name of foreign geniuses faded rapidly. Gray, gray, still gray. The senior figures from Eagle Country, Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Stick Country, and Heaven India saw their expressions shift in that very moment. From the initial gloom, to shock, then to furious outrage. They stared fixedly at the names on the leaderboard, turning gray one after another, and in their eyes a trace of undeniable panic finally emerged. Because they realized, this time it wasn't just 1 or 2 names turning gray, but an entire field. How is this possible? They're dead again. Who died this time? Why are so many dying at once? What exactly is happening inside the secret realm? On the observation platform, the expressions of senior officials from various countries had finally changed completely. Particularly a senior official from Stick Country who suddenly rose from his seat and stared rigidly at the floating leaderboard. His expression grew exceedingly grim. Because up to now 7 of their Stick Country's geniuses already had their names turned gray. Among them was one who was a young powerhouse being heavily cultivated by their country. Originally, they had been planning to ambush and kill the Dragon Country geniuses in this world competition, using it to weaken Dragon Country's younger generation. But now, the competition had barely begun. The Dragon Country geniuses were still alive, but their Stick Country people had been slaughtered first. A senior figure from Cherry Blossom Country said with a dark look and cold voice, "Something is wrong. This was definitely not done by ferocious beasts." The Eagle Country senior's expression was equally grave. The names turning gray on the leaderboard almost all came from their few countries. What did this mean? It meant someone inside the secret realm was systematically hunting their people. On the Dragon Country seating area, Qin Tsang watched the leaderboard, his gaze still calm, as if those names turning gray couldn't stir the slightest emotion in him. But the vice principal beside him, seeing the grim expressions of the foreign officials, couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Didn't these people think that since they set the rules, Dragon Country wouldn't dare to kill a? It seems now, they guessed wrong. As those words fell, the foreign officials nearby grew even more grim-faced. Yet they couldn't bring themselves to utter a single word of rebuttal. Because it was they who had pushed through the rules without distinction between life and death. Now that very blade had simply turned back to strike them. Upon the cliff, blood splattered across the ice surface, instantly crystallizing into dark red ice flowers. The cold wind howled. Sculptures of ice stood silently around the cliff. Some still held the poses of those fleeing. Others had their faces frozen in terror and despair. Leian watched the figures falling around him, his expression finally shifting completely. He had originally thought that bringing so many people, even if they couldn't kill Su Mingqiu, would be enough to wear him down here. But now he realized. Numbers meant absolutely nothing before Su Mingqiu. Dozens of geniuses from various countries joining forces to surround and kill him. Yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his garment. Instead, their people were being encased in ice and killed one after another. Was this a siege? No, this was clearly a massacre. And they were the ones trapped as prey in this ice and snow prison. As long as your strength wasn't enough. However many came, however many froze. Leian stared rigidly at Su Mingqiu, his teeth grinding audibly. For the first time, fear surfaced in his eyes. Elena's face had gone pale, and the holy light behind her had dimmed considerably. The hand of the Cherry Blossom Country's sword genius gripping his blade was also trembling slightly. It wasn't fear. It was the cold. That chill had already invaded his meridians, making even the flow of sword chi within his body grow sluggish. The Heaven India genius's expression was equally grim. The golden patterns on his body were half covered in frost, and the ancient divine statue apparition behind him had grown considerably more ethereal. Su Mingqiu's gaze finally fell upon them once more. His voice remained calm. "Now, it's your turn." Leian stared rigidly at Su Mingqiu, killing intent and apprehension warring in his eyes. "Su Mingqiu, don't get cocky. You really think we came unprepared?" As the words left his lips, he suddenly produced a crimson-red crystal core and crushed it with all his might. Boom! A terrifying surge of flame power erupted instantly. The cliff ground shook violently, and cracks began spreading across the ice surrounding them. Far away toward Crimson Sun Valley, the pillar of red light shooting into the sky seemed drawn by some force, splitting off a massive blaze that surged toward the cliff. Rumble! Scorching fire element energy poured madly into the cliff. The formerly icebound world began to quake violently. The ice layers started melting. Cold mist rose in clouds. Lightning and fire wreathed Leian's body, his aura swelling once more. He looked at Su Mingqiu with a savage grin. "This place is near Crimson Sun Valley. The power of the Crimson Sun's spiritual vein counters your ice perfectly. Su Mingqiu, this is the grave we specially chose for you." Elena also produced a white crystal at this moment. The moment it shattered, sacred light reignited. The halo behind her, previously dim, grew brilliant once more. The Cherry Blossom Country's sword genius slowly closed his eyes, gripping his blade with both hands. The next moment, a pitch-black sword shadow materialized behind him. That sword shadow was chilling beyond measure, as if bearing the edge capable of severing all things. Meanwhile, the Heaven India genius produced a golden Buddhist prayer bead. When it shattered, dense golden divine light rushed into his body instantaneously. The ancient divine statue apparition behind him solidified once more. The four individuals' auras surged simultaneously at that moment. Obviously, they had been prepared all along. From the very beginning, their choice to ambush Su Mingqiu on the cliff near Qian Valley was no coincidence. They intended to harness the fire vein energy of Qian Valley to suppress Su Mingqiu's ice-based ability. Thunderfires surged skyward. Holy light blossomed. Blade shadows hung suspended in the air. Divine statues pressed down with crushing authority. For terrifying auras erupted simultaneously, forcibly tearing apart the ice and snow domain upon the cliff. Leian stared at Su Mingqiu, his eyes overflowing with madness. "Su Mingqiu, now can your ice still freeze us?" Upon the cliff, the ice that had blanketed everything around began showing signs of melting. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of ice walls towering dozens of zhang high. Crimson-red fire vein energy continuously poured in from afar, its scorching aura violently battering this frozen world. Leian took a step forward. Boom! Thunder and fire intertwined behind him, forming a pair of colossal thunderfire wings. "Su Mingqiu, your greatest mistake was being far too arrogant. Did you really think we would come to kill you unprepared? Su Mingqiu watched the surging fire vein energy from Qian Valley, his expression remaining utterly calm. He slowly raised his hand. A single water droplet melted from the ice wall above, fell perfectly into his palm. In the next instant before the droplet could even splash, it refroze into a crystal-clear bead of ice. Su Mingqiu looked down at the ice bead in his palm, his voice barely above a whisper. Fire can melt ice. That is your understanding of ice. Lei Yin's brows knitted together. What do you mean? Su Mingqiu slowly raised his head. Ice blue brilliance ignited completely within his eyes. But my ice has never been the kind of ice you know. As his words fell, a deafening boom shook the air. The ice beneath Su Mingqiu's feet erupted outward, sending concentric ripples of ice blue energy sweeping across the entire cliff. The fire vein energy drawn from Qian Valley actually came to an abrupt halt midair. The crimson-red flames froze suspended in space. It was as though an entire river of fire had been frozen solid. Lei Yin's thunderfire wings behind him too seemed pressed down by an invisible hand, suddenly going rigid. The flames ceased their dancing. The thunder stopped its coursing. Even that scorching heat seemed forcibly arrested in that very moment. Lei Yin's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. Su Mingqiu took a step forward, cold frost spreading from beneath his feet. Whether it's fire. His second step fell. The cliff trembled, and the crimson firelight solidified inch by inch. Or thunder. His third step descended. The holy light behind Elena, the blade shadows behind the Japanese swordsmanship genius, and the divine statue phantoms behind the Indian genius. All of them became coated in a layer of frost in that instant. Holy light, blade energy, divine power, all the same. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers gradually curling inward. Crackle. The frozen fire vein energy suspended in midair actually emitted a sound like shattering ice crystals. He looked at Lei Yin and the others, his voice so calm it bordered on indifference. As long as I will it, all things can be stilled. Boom. As the final word fell, every flame bolt of thunder, shard of holy light, trace of blade shadow, and phantom of every divine statue upon the entire cliff froze solid simultaneously. Between heaven and earth it seemed as though only that ultimate ice blue remained. The expressions on Lei Yin and the others' faces finally shifted completely. Su Mingqiu swept his hand forward. The frigid aura from all directions converged, instantly transforming into 4 ice blue chains that pierced through the void. Rattle. The chains tore through the air, radiating a chilling menace. The first ice chain instantly pierced through Elena's shoulder. Splash. Blood sprayed. Elena's face went deathly pale as her entire body was ruthlessly nailed against the ice wall behind her by the chain. Her pristine white robe was stained crimson with blood. She struggled, but the cold energy surged into her body through the wound, instantly freezing most of her vital energy. The second ice chain coiled around the long blade held by the Japanese swordsmanship genius. The swordsman's expression shifted, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, attempting to wrench it free. But in the next instant the ice chain yanked violently. Snap! The long blade shattered on the spot. As the broken blade flew outward, the cold energy crept up the hilt, instantly freezing both his arms. The Japanese swordsmanship genius groaned painfully, retreating repeatedly, genuine terror finally manifesting in his eyes. The third ice chain whistled through the air, heading straight for the Indian genius. The Indian genius roared and attempted to block the ice chain. It struck him hard across the chest, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. The fourth ice chain slammed directly toward Lei Yin. His pupils contracted, and he let out a furious roar, forcibly unleashing the thunder power within him. Boom. Thunder light exploded wildly. He forcefully broke free from part of the ice encasement, his entire body transforming into a fractured bolt of lightning that barely avoided the ice chain. But before he could even sigh in relief, a figure had already silently appeared before him. Su Mingqiu. Lei Yin's face underwent a drastic transformation. Before he could finish speaking, Su Mingqiu had already thrown a punch. Boom. Terrifying cold energy erupted instantaneously. Lei Yin felt as though an ice mountain had collided with his chest, sending him flying backward in an instant. Bang! He smashed through the ice wall behind him, carving a massive concave crater at the cliff's edge as shards of ice sprayed everywhere. Lei Yin spat a mouthful of blood, his thunder light flickering violently, his aura significantly diminished. Su Mingqiu walked toward him at a leisurely pace. With each step the ice beneath his feet spread outward a little further. That chilling aura enveloped Lei Yin bit by bit like the shadow of death itself. Lei Yin finally panicked. Struggling to his feet, all traces of his earlier arrogance and madness had vanished from his face. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Su Mingqiu, his voice trembling slightly. Su Mingqiu, you cannot kill me. Su Mingqiu did not break stride. Lei Yin's face contorted viciously as he bellowed. I am the heir to the Thunder family of Ying Nation. If you kill me, Ying Nation will not let you go. Su Mingqiu stopped before him, looking down upon him. His gaze was utterly impassive, as if the identity, family, and threats Lei Yin mentioned held zero significance before him. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his hand. Pale white cold energy condensed in his palm, gradually taking the shape of a crystal-clear ice blade. Cold radiance flowed across its surface. Lei Yan's pupils contracted violently, feeling the aura of death for the first time truly. Mingqiu looked at him, his voice calm. You said just now that I would become your prey. He took a slow step forward. The ice blade hung downward, its razor edge reflecting Lei Yan's pallid face. Looking at it now, you had it backwards. Lei Yan's face twisted in fury as he let out a sudden roar. Mingqiu, boom. He forcibly squeezed out the last reserves of thunder power within him, attempting a final counterattack. But the moment the thunder light rose from his body, it was brutally extinguished by the extreme cold energy surging from all around. The thunder died out. The flames dispersed. Lei Yan's expression finally turned to absolute despair. The next moment, the ice blade in Mingqiu's hand fell. Splash! The ice blade pierced into Lei Yan's chest. His body stiffened suddenly. Looking down at the ice blade protruding from his chest, his eyes were filled with utter disbelief. No. He seemed as though he wished to say something more. But the ice had already spread rapidly from his chest across his entire body. His heart, his blood, his meridians, all frozen in that single instant. Within the span of one breath, Lei Yan's entire figure had turned into a statue of ice. His eyes remained wide open, the terror and resentment of his final moments still etched upon his face. Until his very last breath, he could not bring himself to believe it, that he, the heir of the Eagle Nation's Thunder family, would truly perish within the desolate ancient secret realm. Perish at the hands of Mingqiu. Mingqiu's expression remained utterly indifferent as he slowly retracted his hand. Crack! A fissure appeared upon the surface of the ice statue that was once Lei Yan. Then immediately the cracks spread in every direction. Boom! The entire ice statue shattered with a deafening crash, collapsing into a storm of ice shards that rained down upon the cliff edge. At that very moment, the world competition token at Mingqiu's waist blazed with brilliant light. His score surged once again. The Eagle Nation's top young genius, the Thunder family's heir, Lei Yan, dead. Upon the cliff edge, the remaining foreign geniuses completely broke down. Yet Mingqiu merely cast them a cold, indifferent glance. Then he turned his gaze toward Crimson Sun Valley. There the fierce aura of battle still raged. The Dragon Nation team was still there. He had no more time to waste on these people. Mingqiu slowly raised his hand, and within his palm pale white cold energy intertwined with dark ice streaks of ice light. In the next instant, he spoke 4 calm, measured words. Black dragon devours heaven. Boom. The entire cliff trembled violently. An endless torrent of freezing cold energy erupted skyward, condensing behind Mingqiu into a colossal black ice dragon. The foreign geniuses looked up, their faces frozen in utter terror. The next moment, the black dragon dove downward. Boom. A terrifying surge of cold energy swallowed the entire cliff in an instant. Ice walls quaked. The bitter wind howled. Screams of agony arose one after another, only to be cut off abruptly. A moment later, silence reclaimed the cliff. Beyond the shrieking cold wind, not a single sound remained. Mingqiu stowed away his world competition token and turned striding toward Crimson Sun Valley. Behind him, the entire cliff face was dotted with ice statues. They stood frozen in the poses of their final moments. Terror, despair, unwillingness. Not a single one had escaped. Thus far, Lei Yan, Victor, Elena, Chiba, Shunji, and Shaga all had fallen. The top genius squad from 5 nations assembled to ambush Mingqiu, all wiped out. Outside the desolate ancient secret realm, upon the massive world competition leaderboard, one name after another turned gray. Eagle Nation, Lei Yan. Stick Nation, Elena. Bear Nation, Victor. Cherry Blossom Nation, Chiba, Shunji. Heavenly India Nation, Shaga. Those 5 names had nearly represented the finest combat prowess of their respective nations' younger generation. But now all were dimmed. Upon the viewing platform, the senior officials of all 5 nations rose to their feet almost simultaneously. Lei Yan is dead. Elena. Chiba, Shunji is dead as well. Victor. How could Victor also be dead? Shaga's name has gone gray too. Shocked and enraged voices erupted across the viewing platform in quick succession. They stared fixedly at the leaderboard, their expressions shifting from astonishment to fury to sheer disbelief. These were no ordinary geniuses. They were the seed players meticulously cultivated by each of their nations. The young prodigies with hope of one day reaching the national guardian tier. The loss of even a single one would have been a tremendous blow. But now, they had all perished within the desolate ancient secret realm, all slain by Mingqiu's hand. Upon the Dragon Nation's seating area, Qin Song slowly raised his gaze, turning toward the 5 nations' senior officials, whose faces had turned ashen. His expression remained perfectly composed. Even his tone carried hardly a ripple. Well, already feeling heartache. The officials of the 5 nations looked as though they had swallowed a bag of bitter pills. Yet they could offer no rebuttal. For the life and death contract of the world competition had been signed by their own hands. The rules of life and death within the secret realm had been agreed to by themselves. They had originally intended to use these very rules to ambush and eliminate the Dragon Nation's geniuses within the desolate ancient secret realm. But now, that same blade had been turned back against them, and it had struck far more devastatingly than they had ever imagined. Qin Song casually withdrew his gaze, lifted his teacup, and took a delicate sip. Then in a calm voice he remarked, "Do not fret. This is only the beginning. Crimson Sun Valley. Flames shot skyward. At the valley's center, the crimson sun spirit tree shook violently, its branches heavy with crimson spirit fruits radiating an intense, scorching aura. Under ordinary circumstances, these crimson sun spirit fruits would have sent countless competitors into a frenzy of contention. But at this moment, few still paid them any mind. For the entire Crimson Sun Valley had been transformed into a battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Flames detonated, thunder roared, and fragments of stone went flying. The very ground split asunder. Fierce auras interlaced wildly throughout the valley. Yi Qianjue stood at the forefront of the Dragon Nation team, a silver spear in hand. A rich, dark power coiled about the spear shaft like a black demon dragon perched upon it. With every sweep of the spear's edge, the darkness spread ever wider. In its wake, even the light within the air seemed devoured, growing cold and oppressive. Behind him, Wen Xingyao Morong, Yan Zhongren, Zhao Tianfeng, Zhou Ming, and the other Dragon Nation geniuses stood back to back. Many bore wounds. Blood trickled from their sleeves. Their garments were stained and torn. Yet in their eyes there was not a trace of retreat. Instead, their gazes grew only colder still. For they now understood. The so-called World Genius Tournament had never been a fair contest from its very inception. It was a killing trap laid by multiple nations for Dragon Nation's younger generation. If that was the case, then kill them until they lived in fear. Charge! Yi Qianjue stepped forward. Boom. Dark energy erupted with tremendous force. His silver spear moved like a coiling dragon, piercing through the void in an instant. A Stick Nation genius had not yet finished retreating when the spear tip drove straight through his shoulder. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream. But Yi Qianjue's eyes did not flicker in the slightest. With a flick of his wrist, dark energy surged from the spear tip and poured relentlessly into the man's body. The next moment, the Stick Nation genius was struck as though by a colossal force. His body sent hurtling backward until he crashed heavily into the valley's rock wall. Boom. The wall split open and debris rained down. The Stick Nation genius spat blood, his aura withering in an instant. On another flank, Morong Yan's entire frame was wreathed in churning flames. Crimson flames erupted behind him like a soaring sea of fire. He brought his hands together, and the raging inferno condensed into a ferocious flame dragon roaring toward several Eagle Nation geniuses ahead. Get lost. Boom. The flame dragon swept across. Scorching waves crashed through the valley, and the Eagle Nation geniuses' expressions turned pale as they were forced to retreat step by step. Some attempted to force their way through the sea of flames, but the moment they took a step forward, their battle garments ignited, and they stumbled backward in utter disarray. Meanwhile, on another front, Jiang Ren's entire body shimmered with crackling lightning. Threads of thunder coiled about his arms, the air resonating with incessant popping sounds. A Bear Nation genius bellowed, a thick layer of rock armor manifesting across his body as he prepared to meet Jiang Ren's attack head-on. But Jiang Ren merely regarded him with a cold stare. The next instant, the lightning in his palm exploded outward with overwhelming force. Boom. A colossal bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the Bear Nation genius square upon the body. The rock armor shattered in an instant. The Bear Nation genius let out an agonized scream. His entire body launched dozens of meters through the air before crashing heavily into the mountainside. Rocks exploded outward. Lightning continued to dance erratically across his body. Jiang Ren slowly retracted his hand, his expression chillingly cold. Is this all you have? And you dare come ambush Dragon Nation? On the other side, several prodigies from Sakura country, taking advantage of the chaos, surrounded a water element ability user from Modu Martial Arts University. Blades clashed in a flurry of light. The sharp blade aura continuously tore through the water curtain defense. The water element ability user's face turned pale, a deep bloody gash carved across his chest, instantly staining his clothes crimson. Die. A young man from Sakura country, his killing intent surging, gripped his blade with both hands and swung it directly at his opponent's neck. If that strike landed, it would sever his head cleanly. But just as the blade was about to fall, crack, a faint sound of freezing suddenly echoed. Frost crept up from the ground. The blade halted in midair. The Sakura country youth's sneer had yet to fade, but his long sword was already coated in ice. In the blink of an eye, the entire blade turned to crystal. What? His pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, an indescribable, bone-chilling cold swept in from the entrance of Qiyang Valley. Qiyang Valley was originally a fire-attributed resource point. Magma churned, heat waves seared, and the entire valley was filled with blazing fire element energy. But at this moment, snow began to fall within the valley. A single snowflake landed gently on the shoulder of that Sakura country youth. His body stiffened. Then ice spread rapidly from his shoulder, covering his entire body in an instant. No. He tried to scream, but before the sound left his mouth, he had already turned into an ice sculpture. Crack. The ice sculpture shattered. The Sakura country youth, unable to utter a single complete word, vanished completely amid the swirling ice crystals. The entire battle in Qiyang Valley seemed to pause for a moment. Almost everyone turned their heads simultaneously toward the valley entrance. Amid the wind and snow, a figure walked slowly forward. His black hair drifted lightly, and cold aura swirled around him. It was Su Mingqiu. He had arrived. The foreign prodigy's expressions all changed the moment they saw Su Mingqiu. Some instinctively stepped back, while others clenched their weapons tightly. Some stammered in disbelief, impossible. Where are Lei In and the others? Where is the Saintess? Where is Waiqijuo? Where is Qinyejinshu? Where is Shajia? Su Mingqiu did not answer. He merely lifted his eyes slowly, his gaze sweeping over all the foreign prodigies in Xiang Valley. That gaze was very calm, but the calmer it was, the more a chill crept into people's hearts. Yi Qianjue watched him, a slow smile curling at the corner of his lips. Done. Su Mingqiu nodded. A bunch of nobodies. All taken care of. The words made Yi Qianjue's eyes light up instantly. But in Xiang Valley the faces of the foreign prodigies turned deathly pale. Lei In Ai Lina Waiqijuo Qinyejinshu. Shajia. These few individuals represented the pinnacle of the younger generation from 5 nations. They had joined forces to ambush Su Mingqiu, and the result? They were all dead. A wave of cold shot from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Only then did they finally understand. The true monster had arrived. A prodigy from Ingwa, his composure completely shattered, roared with bloodshot eyes, impossible. Leian cannot die. He is the heir of the Thunder Clan. How could he possibly die by your hand? Su Mingqiu gave him a faint glance. Miss him that much? The Ingwa prodigy was taken aback. Before he could react, Su Mingqiu slowly raised his hand. Don't worry. I'll send you to see him now. As his words fell, Su Mingqiu pointed a finger. Whoosh. A streak of pale white cold energy pierced through the void. The Ingwa prodigy's face changed drastically. The flames on his body had just flared up when they were forcibly extinguished by the terrifying chill. The fire flickered for a moment, then died out as if meeting its master. No. Splurt. The cold energy pierced through his chest, sending his body flying backward with tremendous force. Bang. He was nailed to the valley's rocky wall. Frost spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an ice sculpture, his face still frozen in that impossible expression. He looked just like a hapless student who confidently claimed he'd aced the exam, but couldn't even answer the first question. Su Mingqiu's world competition token hanging at his waist trembled slightly. His score climbed again. Xiang Valley fell utterly silent. The foreign prodigies stared at the ice sculpture on the cliff, their throats bobbing involuntarily. Yi Qianjue slowly raised his long spear. Dark energy gathered at the spear tip. His gaze swept over all the foreign prodigies in the valley, his voice icy cold. Longwa squad. Clear the area. As his words fell, the eyes of the Longwa prodigies sharpened. One by one they gripped their weapons, killing intent rising. Since you like to set up encirclements, now it's Longwa's turn to clean house. And these people in Xiang Valley, they are the trash. Yi Qianjue took the lead. Boom. The dark domain expanded instantly. Wherever it passed, even the flames seemed to be swallowed, turning dim and oppressive. Yi Qianjue, holding his silver spear, charged directly into the enemy ranks. The spear swept across its light, tearing through the air. A foreign prodigy tried to retreat, but was sent flying violently by the dark spear light, spitting a mouthful of blood midair. On the other side, Murong Yin roared and pressed his palms together. Boom. A sea of flames erupted, surging forward like a tidal wave. Several foreign prodigies' faces changed drastically, and they turned to flee. But the moment they took a step back, ice sealed their feet. Su Mingqiu stood at the valley entrance, casting them a faint glance. Running. The hot pot broth is ready. Don't you want to take a dip? The next moment the sea of flames engulfed them. Screams instantly echoed through the valley. Jiang Ren transformed into a bolt of lightning and plunged into the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder exploded. Every strike he made was accompanied by a deafening roar. A prodigy from Ingwa charged at him with a roar, but before he even reached Jiang Ren, a bolt of lightning struck him, leaving his body charred and his hair standing on end. Another thunderbolt crashed down. That Xiongwa prodigy was sent flying backwards, smashing into the rock wall. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu remained standing at the valley entrance. His task was simple: block the path. Anyone trying to escape would be stopped by ice. Anyone trying to ambush wounded Longwa members would be pierced by ice spikes. Anyone trying to play dead would be effortlessly finished off. At this moment, Xiang Valley had become a cage for the foreign prodigies. A foreign prodigy watching the advancing Longwa team finally broke down completely and screamed in terror, "I surrender." Yi Qianjue sent an enemy flying with a spear, thrust the dark spear light piercing through his chest. Then he slowly turned to look at the foreign prodigy who had shouted surrender. Surrender? The man's face was ashen. He nodded frantically. Yes, I surrender. I'm done fighting. Yi Qianjue gave a cold laugh. Surrender my ass. The man's pupils shrank, and he turned to run. But the next moment the spear light pierced through the void. Splurt. The man's body stiffened. He looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, despair flooding his eyes. Then he collapsed heavily to the ground. Su Mingqiu stood in the howling wind and snow, his expression unchanging. Beg for mercy. Admit defeat. Make excuses. He had heard those words far too many times. So now you know fear. Too late. Moments later the screams from within Xiang Valley gradually faded away. The fires continued to burn. Yet the entire valley was already blanketed in a thick layer of frost. On one side, blazing flames roared. On the other, bone-chilling ice rained. Beneath the Qiyang spirit tree, blood had been frozen by the cold into clusters of dark red ice crystals. One by one the corpses of foreign prodigies lay scattered across the frozen ground. Meanwhile, beyond the ancient ruined secret realm upon the World Championship leaderboard, the names of prodigies from the 5 nations began turning gray one after another. 1, 2, 5, 10. The gray spread relentlessly. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation competitors' scores surged at a terrifying pace. Upon the viewing platform, the senior figures from the 5 nations stared fixedly at the leaderboard, their expressions growing progressively darker. They had originally believed this World Championship was a graveyard prepared for Dragon Nation, but now they realized the grave was indeed ready. Only the ones meant to be buried seemed to have been swapped around. Yi Qinjue sheathed his silver spear and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi. This battle was finally over. Inside Qiyang Valley the flames still burned. Yet the valley was already covered in a thick layer of frost. The Dragon Nation warriors stood amidst the ice, each bearing wounds of varying severity. But their eyes shone brighter than ever before, because they had won. And not just one, but won overwhelmingly. In this battle, the main forces of prodigies from Eagle Nation, Tianju Nation, Bear Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Stick Nation were nearly annihilated. Those foreign prodigies who had previously been so arrogant, boasting of surrounding and slaughtering Dragon Nation's younger generation, now lay as cold corpses throughout Qiyang Valley. Someone gazed at the carnage strewn across the ground, voice hoarse. Is it over? Su Mingqiu glanced down at the World Championship token. Upon its surface, nearly all the names of competitors from the 5 hostile nations had turned gray. The occasional names that remained were those of ordinary prodigies who had dared not participate in the siege and instead hid in the corners of the secret realm. Those people no longer had the qualifications to influence the championship results. To put it plainly, the main course had already been taken away. What remained didn't even qualify as a side dish. Su Mingqiu stood at the valley entrance, his expression still tranquil. He did not speak immediately, but instead raised his gaze to the sky above the ancient ruined secret realm. Towards the entrance, space was undergoing violent tremors. Even through the barrier of the ancient ruined secret realm, he could faintly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the outside. This was not a battle between the younger generation. Rather, the senior figures of each nation were truly losing their composure. Yi Qinjue also sensed the anomaly, glanced up at the celestial dome, and let out a cold sneer. Looks like those old dogs are getting anxious. When the young ones can't win, they're preparing to send in the old guard. A Dragon Nation prodigy couldn't help but ask, should we go out now? Just as Yi Qinjue was about to speak, Su Mingqiu suddenly said, no rush. The others paused in surprise. Su Mingqiu raised his hand, pointing toward the Qiyang spirit tree at the valley's center. We haven't collected what we came for yet. The group followed his gaze. They could see that atop the branches of the Qiyang spirit tree, the spirit fruits still radiated their scorching brilliance. With the enemies exterminated, Qiyang Valley was now entirely under Dragon Nation's control. These spirit fruits naturally belonged to Dragon Nation as well. Morong Yin hesitated for a moment, then broke into a grin. That makes sense. Let the elders outside fight their battles. As for the resources here, we take what's ours. Zhang Ren also nodded. Since we're already here, it would indeed be impolite to leave empty-handed. Zhao Tianfeng grinned widely. They've left their bodies behind. Surely they can't take their storage equipment with them. The moment those words were spoken, the eyes of the Dragon Nation warriors instantly lit up. The Qiyang spirit fruits were resources. The storage equipment on the enemy prodigies were also resources. Fighting was one thing, but leaving loot behind was unacceptable. Otherwise, what about the blood they had shed? Even more disrespectful to those foreign prodigies who had traveled thousands of miles just to deliver packages. Qiyang spirit fruits were excellent for tempering qi and blood. Outside, a single fruit was enough to make many young ability users fight over it. And now the entire Qiyang spirit tree lay before them. If they didn't pick it, wouldn't that be sheer foolishness? Though wounded after the great battle, everyone felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. Not only because they had won, but because they knew this battle proved Dragon Nation's ferocity. From now on, any nation wishing to besiege Dragon Nation's younger generation in the World Championship would have to think twice. Before long, every Qiyang spirit fruit had been harvested. Not a single one left. Even the leaves were nearly plucked by Murong Yin for study. The storage equipment from the enemy prodigies was also stripped clean. After looting a storage ring, someone couldn't help but mutter an insult. Poor wretch. Crying so loud, and this is all they had. A Dragon Nation prodigy beside them patted his shoulder. Give them a break. They probably never expected to come here delivering gear instead. The group burst into laughter. Rumble. At that moment, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Upon the distant secret realm's sky dome, terrifying waves of energy continued to spread, as if powerful figures outside were engaged in combat. A Dragon Nation prodigy looked toward the horizon, his expression growing somber. They're really going at it out there. Yi Qinjue glanced at the sky dome, his gaze turning cold. They simply can't afford to lose. Su Mingqiu said quietly. Then let those outside teach them how to accept defeat. Hearing this, everyone felt a shiver of excitement. The words were spoken calmly, yet they carried an undeniable satisfaction. The younger generation lost, and now the elders wanted to cheat. Then let Dragon Nation's senior figures fight until they swallow those words, no rules whatsoever, back down. Yi Qinjue tightened his grip on his silver spear and looked at the group. Let's move. Qiyang Valley has been thoroughly cleared. Su Mingqiu glanced at the frozen sculptures and corpses covering the ground, adding in a calm tone. The sanitation work is almost done as well. The group. That was called cleaning up. While their sanitation standards were indeed rather high, a cold wind swept through Qiyang Valley. The Dragon Nation warriors gathered their loot and headed deeper into the secret realm. And behind them, the former largest resource point on the outer perimeter of the ancient ruined secret realm had fallen completely silent. Only the frost-filled valley remained, and those foreign prodigies who would be forever left here. Beyond the ancient ruined secret realm, the senior-level battle erupted in full force. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy swept across heaven and earth. Even the World Championship leaderboard, which had been floating in midair, trembled violently under that oppressive pressure. The Eagle Nation's senior figures were the first to lose their composure. His eyes bloodshot, he stamped forward, fiercely attempting to forcibly tear open the entrance to the ancient ruined secret realm and rescue the remaining Eagle Nation prodigies inside. Get lost, he roared, raising his hand to grasp toward the secret realm's entrance. But the next instant a figure appeared before him in an instant. It was Qin Song. Qin Song's eyes were cold, his words few and sharp. He threw a single punch. Boom. A devastating fist energy tore across the heavens, sending the high-ranking official of Ing country flying backward. His entire body slid hundreds of meters through the air, his face contorted in agony. Qin Song slowly withdrew his fist and stood before the entrance to the Huanggu secret realm. His voice was icy. What is it? The young ones are dead, and now the elders wish to line up and throw away their lives. At these words, the Ing country high command turned ashen. On the other side, the high-ranking officials of Inghua country, Xiong country, Bang country, and Tianzhu country all rose to their feet at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The auras of all 5 nations' high command erupted simultaneously. Terrifying pressure surged toward the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble violently. The officials from other nations on the viewing platform changed color and hastily stepped back, fearing being drawn into the conflict. They had come merely to watch the world tournament. Now what? The younger generation had been turned into a slaughterhouse, and the elders were about to personally jump into the cauldron. Yet facing the oppression from the 5 nations' high command, not a single person on the Long Nation side retreated. The vice principals of the 5 top universities rose simultaneously. Powerful auras erupted one after another. The experts from the military department stepped into the void, their battle intent surging like tides resembling war gods risen from mountains of corpses. Qin Song stood at the forefront, blocking the entrance to the Huanggu secret realm. He looked up at the 5 nations' high command, his gaze chillingly cold. So the young ones lost, and the old things want to enter the fray, eh? Life and death in the world tournament are as you yourselves decreed. No interference in the secret realm from the outside world. You signed that yourselves. Reaching this point, Qin Song sneered coldly. What? When the rules favor you, you call it fairness. Now your people are dead, and you demand a pause. Are you competing in a tournament or playing children's games? The 5 nations' high command turned extremely grim. Qin Song took a single step forward. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, forcefully holding back the oppressive pressure from the 5 nations' high command. His voice rang across the entire arena at this moment. I will stand here today. Whoever dares to take one step into the secret realm, I will break their legs. Qin Song's gaze swept over the 5 nations' high command, his tone icily cold. Do you think Long Nation has no one? As his words fell, every powerful expert on Long Nation's side stepped forward in unison. Boom. A series of terrifying auras surged skyward, crashing fiercely against the 5 nations' high command's oppressive pressure. The heavens trembled. The winds and clouds shifted hue. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the Huanggu secret realm dropped to its lowest point. The Ing country high command's faces turned steel gray, and they roared angrily, Qin Song. Your Long Nation slaughtered our 5 nations' geniuses. You must give us an explanation. At these words, Qin Song suddenly smiled. But there was not a trace of warmth in that smile. An explanation. He looked up at the Ing country high command, his eyes chillingly dreadful. You colluded with the evil god sect and attacked our Long Nation's territory. Now your people are dead, and you come asking me for an explanation. Qin Song slowly stepped forward. Boom. A terrifying surge of qi and blood erupted skyward, as though an ancient ferocious beast that had slumbered for ages had awakened in full force at this moment. His voice was icy cold. Fine, I'll give it to you. As his words fell, Qin Song stepped forward, and his entire figure vanished from the spot instantaneously. The Ing country high command's face changed sharply, and just as he was about to retreat, it was already too late. Boom. A single fist crashed directly into his protective spiritual light. Crack. The protective aura shattered on the spot. The Ing country high command's pupils contracted violently, and his entire body was sent flying backward by that one punch. The great battle had completely erupted. The high command of Inghua country, Xiong country, Bang country, and Tianzhu country all launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Terrifying auras tore through the heavens, and the entire viewing platform shook violently. But they soon discovered they had mistaken the situation entirely. Long Nation had no intention of negotiating peace this time. At least before winning, there was no option for compromise. The vice principals of the 5 top universities struck simultaneously. The experts from the military department walked upon the void, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. In an instant, the momentum on Long Nation's side actually forcefully overshadowed the combined might of the 5 nations. Boom. Qin Song pressed forward once more and slammed a fist into the Ing Country High Command's chest. Crack. The battle armor on his opponent's body shattered instantly. A large mouthful of blood spewed from the Ing Country High Command's lips, and his face turned ashen in an instant. But Qin Song gave him no chance to catch his breath. He stepped onto the void and gave chase. Didn't you say those who colluded with the evil god sect were traitors? Boom. Another punch. The Ing Country High Command's body was sent flying once more. Qin Song's voice was cold, but his fists were even harder. Didn't you say it had nothing to do with your Ing Country? Boom. The third punch descended. Half of the Ing Country High Command's body was drenched in blood, his condition wretched beyond measure. Qin Song looked down at him from above. Then what are you in such a hurry for? Hurrying to avenge the traitors? The Ing Country High Command's face was ashen, his lips trembling, yet he could not utter a single word. What could he say? Claim those people were not traitors. That would amount to confessing Ing Country's collusion with the evil god sect. Claim they were traitors. Then acting as their champion now would make them look foolish. Either way, he was getting beaten. A textbook case of a losing position with both cheeks stinging. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Inghua Country High Command member wielded a long blade, its edge slicing through the heavens as he attempted to forcefully drive back a Long Nation vice principal. But that vice principal merely snorted coldly and raised his palm to strike. Boom. A colossal palm descended. The long blade in the Inghua Country official's hands was forcibly shattered. The moment the blade broke, his face changed sharply, and he staggered backward several steps. A Bang Country expert summoned a towering divine phantom of sacred light behind him, attempting to suppress a Long Nation military department expert. But that old military man's eye sharpened, and both hands shot out violently. What divine illusion are you trying to play, eh? Shatter for this old man. Boom. The sacred light phantom was torn in two by sheer force. The Bang Country expert's face turned white as paper, and he coughed blood, retreating instantly. A Xiong Country psychic strength expert attempted to launch a mental attack. But the moment he struck, the backlash hit him directly. Blood gushed from all 7 orifices, and his entire body trembled violently. He looked as though he'd intended to smash someone else's mind, only to shatter his own first. Behind a Tianju Country High Command member, a divine statue, phantom materialized golden divine light, enveloping his entire body. But the next instant, Lin Wenyuan descended from the heavens and smashed a fist directly onto the divine statue phantom. Crack! The statue shattered. The Tianju Country official cried out in agony, one arm broken on the spot, retreating wretchedly. Around the viewing platform, representatives from other nations watched this scene, their hearts shaken to their cores. They had originally believed Long Nation would at most issue a stern warning. But now they finally understood. Long Nation was not merely warning them, nor was it mere deterrence. This was a genuine reckoning. The younger generation had slaughtered the 5 nations' geniuses within the Huanggu secret realm. The older generation crushed the 5 nations' high command outside the secret realm. At this moment, the same thought sprang to everyone's mind. These 5 nations had kicked an iron plate this time. And not just any ordinary iron plate. This was one forged, tempered, enchanted, and fitted with a damage-returning enchantment by Long Nation itself. Within the ancient secret realm, Mingqiu stood outside the Crimson Sun Valley, lifting his head slightly. In the distant sky, the spatial ripples that had been violently trembling were gradually calming. The terrifying aura that had emanated from the outside world was also fading away. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. It's almost over outside. Yi Qianjue, upon hearing this, also withdrew his smile. Time to leave. Mingqiu nodded. Yi Qianjue turned to look at the others. Got everything packed? Everyone immediately nodded. Yes. Even picked up the shattered spirit crystal fragments on the ground. A genius from the Dragon Kingdom nearby twitched his mouth. Brother, that's a bit much. The other replied with conviction. What do you know? Diligence and thrift are traditional virtues of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Qianjue. Mingqiu. Good heavens. Yi Qianjue couldn't help but cough, then continued asking, what about the evidence crystals? When Xingyao patted her storage equipment. All here. The assassination list, the enemy's communication crystals, and several plan records we found on them. All collected. Yi Qianjue nodded. Good. With these items, even if the 5 nations tried to deny it, they wouldn't be able to. Of course. Even if they tried to renege, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't mind using their fists to jog their memories. Yi Qianjue looked toward the entrance of the ancient secret realm, his gaze growing cold. Then let's go out. Let's see if those old bastards have been beaten into submission. Morong Yin grinned. They should be convinced by now, right? The crowd burst into laughter. The oppressive atmosphere after the great battle eased slightly at this moment. Mingqiu said nothing more, simply stepping forward. The others followed closely. The next moment, a beam of teleportation light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Dragon Kingdom team. The light flickered. Their figures vanished instantly from the ancient secret realm. Outside the ancient secret realm, the high-level battle had concluded. The The once grand and solemn viewing platform was now a scene of utter devastation. The ground was cracked. Stone pillars had collapsed. The air still carried the residual waves of violent clashes. The high-level official from the Eagle Kingdom was in low spirits, his right arm broken, his battle armor shattered. Standing there, his face was as grim as if he had just eaten a plate of raw bitter melon. The high-level official from the Sakura Kingdom knelt on one knee, his long sword broken, only the half-hilt still clutched in his hand. The holy light giant behind the powerful expert from the Stick Kingdom was completely shattered, his face pale, blood still at the corner of his mouth. The powerful expert from the Bear Kingdom had suffered damage to his spiritual sea, with blood still seeping from his 7 orifices, his eyes vacant, as if someone had just beaten a set of chimes inside his skull with a hammer. The high-level official from the Heaven's Blessing Kingdom was in the worst state. He was trampled underfoot by a Dragon Kingdom military expert, unable to even stand. The Dragon Kingdom expert hovered in midair. The vice presidents of the 5 top universities stood like mountains, gazing coldly at the high-level officials of the 5 nations. The military experts still had their battle intent unspent, their killing intent condensed like a tangible substance. And Qin Song stood at the forefront. His black military robe rustled in the wind. He looked down upon the 5 nations' high-level officials, his gaze icy. Now, can we talk? The faces of the 5 nations' high-level officials were extremely grim. But this time no one dared to retort, because they had already lost. The younger generation had lost in the ancient secret realm. The high-level combatants had lost outside the secret realm. They had lost from beginning to end. It was a complete loss. One could even say that the 5 nations had come to this world tournament to experience a full-scale failure service. Qin Song looked at the silent high-level officials and sneered. Weren't you shouting just now? Where's the explanation? Where's the rule? Where's the no-holds-barred? Why are you all silent now? The 5 nations' high-level officials had faces ashen, but they could only grit their teeth. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. They dared not. Because Qin Song's fists had not yet been withdrawn. Whoever spoke first might have to experience another round of Dragon Kingdom-style physical communication. Just then a teleportation light suddenly lit up at the entrance of the ancient secret realm. Everyone turned to look simultaneously. Within the light, one by one young figures emerged. The one in the lead had black hair, gently flowing, his expression calm. It was Su Mingqiu. Behind him, Yi Qianjua Murong, Yin Zhongren, Wen Xingyao Zhao Tianfeng Zhou Ming, and other Dragon Kingdom geniuses walked out one after another. They still bore bloodstains and wounds. But the fire in their eyes was astonishingly bright. The young generation of the Dragon Kingdom had returned. And they had returned with victory. Su Mingqiu stepped forward. Without wasting words, he simply raised his hand and flicked it. Several black crystal chips floated directly into the air. These were found on them. Yi Qianjua also stepped forward, casually tossing out several image-storing crystals. The crystals floated in the air, emitting a faint glow. Yi Qianjua's voice was icy. The assassination list. The encirclement route. The secret codes among the 5 nations' geniuses. And some high-level secret orders. With each word, the faces of the 5 nations' high-level officials grew darker. By the time he finished, the faces of the high-level officials from Eagle, Bear, Sakura, Stick, and Heaven's Blessing Kingdoms were ashen to the extreme. Their expressions were like those of thieves caught red-handed with a note reading, "I am a thief," falling out of their pockets. Qin Song raised his hand and took the crystals. Then he infused his yuan power into them. Buzz. The next moment, beams of light screens instantly unfurled in midair. All national representatives looked up simultaneously. On the light screens, crystal-clear records were displayed. The list of Dragon Kingdom contestants. The encirclement route. The joint markings of the 5 nations. The secret codes within the secret realm. And even several encrypted high-level orders. Every piece of evidence was laid out clearly before the crowd. Ironclad evidence. Impossible to deny. The representatives of other nations on the viewing platform also changed their expressions. They had thought the conflict between the 5 nations and the Dragon Kingdom was merely a disagreement. But now it was clear. This was not a mere disagreement. This was a premeditated encirclement and slaughter by the 5 nations. Qin Song stood beneath the light screen, slowly turning his head to look at the ashen-faced high-level officials of the 5 nations. His gaze was calm, but the calmer it was, the stronger the oppressive aura. Now, still claiming it's a traitor, the 5 nations' high-level officials remained silent. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. Qin Song sneered. Weren't you all so vocal just now? Each of you shouting as if the entrance to the secret realm had amplification arrays installed. Now that the evidence is laid out, why are you all mute? The faces of the 5 nations' high-level officials were extremely ugly. But they couldn't say a word. Because the evidence was right in front of them. Still claiming it's a traitor. Then how would they explain these orders? Still claiming it's unrelated to them. Then how would they explain the assassination list? Unless they claimed the Dragon Kingdom geniuses had wholesale produced these items on the spot, in the secret realm. Qin Song slowly withdrew the light screens, his gaze icy as he looked at them. It seems you're not incapable of speech. You just know you have no ground to stand on. No one answered. Because they no longer had the right to answer. The younger generation had lost. The high-level combatants had lost. Now even the last shred of their fig leaf had been torn off by Su Mingqiu and Yi Qianjua. This time the five nations had lost utterly and completely. The old man from the Longhua military department slowly stepped forward. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every corner of the venue. Ingwa Xiongwa Yingwaguo Bongwa and Tian's Hugwo. Colluding with the evil god cult attacking Longhua. During the world tournament, you secretly organized geniuses to besiege our Longhua participants. Now the evidence is conclusive. With that, the old man from the military department swept his gaze across the high-ranking officials of the five nations, his voice suddenly turning cold. Today Longhua formally demands a reckoning. At these words, the representatives of all nations present felt a shock in their hearts. Reckoning. These two words were not a simple apology. The high-ranking official of Ingwa looked extremely grim, gritting his teeth and saying, "What does your Longhua want?" The old man from the military department wore an icy expression and slowly spoke. First, the five nations publicly admit to involvement in the evil god cult incident and formally apologize to Longhua. Second, hand over all implicated high-ranking officials. Third, compensate Longhua with cultivation resources, Yuanjing mine veins, and secret realm development rights. Fourth, for the next 10 years, martial artists of the five nations shall not step into Longhua's border war zones. Fifth, no nation may question the results of this world tournament. With each point he listed, the faces of the five nations' high-ranking officials grew darker by a shade. Especially when they heard about Lingjing mine veins and secret realm development rights, the officials' faces twitched violently. How could this be compensation? This was clearly cutting flesh from their bodies. And after cutting the flesh, casually sprinkling salt on the wound, the high-ranking official of Yingwaguo gritted his teeth and said, "What if we refuse to sign?" Qin Song slowly raised his eyes and looked at him. "Then we continue fighting." The simple four words fell. The face of the Yingwaguo official instantly stiffened. Continue fighting. With what? They were all either severely injured or half-crippled. If they really continued fighting, never mind negotiating terms, they would probably be beaten to death by Longhua on the spot. Beside them, Yi Qianjua lowered his voice and said, "They shouldn't be able to fight anymore, right?" Su Mingqiu glanced indifferently at the five nations' high-ranking officials. It seems so. Their voices were not loud, but everyone present was a strong practitioner and heard clearly. The faces of the five nations' high-ranking officials instantly turned even uglier. What does it seem so mean? What are you two young men commenting on? Don't we need face? Unfortunately. Now they really didn't have much face left. The high-ranking officials of the five nations were silent for a long time. Finally, an old man from Ingwa spoke in a hoarse voice. "We sign." As these words fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. All the nation representatives watched this scene in silence. The five nations bowed their heads. Before the world's nations, at the very world tournament they themselves had promoted, they bowed their heads. The Longhua crowd's eyes were icy. No cheers, no laughter, because everyone knew this was not a gift. This was a result that Longhua had fought for with fists and spears, with blades and blood. Qin Song looked at Su Mingqiu, his gaze finally softening a little. "You did well this time." Su Mingqiu nodded. "We also took the resources." Qin Song. He paused for a moment. Then he slowly nodded. "Good that you took them." The five nations' high-ranking officials felt as if another knife had been stabbed into their hearts upon hearing these words. Treaties to sign. Compensation to pay. Their geniuses wiped out. Even the secret realm resources were stripped clean. This time they lost completely. They lost so badly that even their underwear was almost stripped away by Longhua. No. Strictly speaking, their storage equipment was thoroughly stripped. That their underwear could remain was already a testament to the martial virtue of Longhua's geniuses. Su Mingqiu looked up, gazing toward the direction of the five nations. In the eyes of those people looking at him, there was resentment, fear, and deep wariness. Yet his expression remained calm. The world tournament was over. But the name Su Mingqiu would from this day on truly spread across the world. Not because of talent, not because of potential, but because he had personally frozen the pride of the younger generation of the five nations. Whoever dared to point a blade at Longhua, he would freeze them into ice. If they still didn't behave, he would add another layer of frost, guaranteeing to freeze them thoroughly. On the third day after the world tournament ended, Longhua, the supreme ability square. The enormous Longhua flag fluttered noisily in the wind. The square was a sea of people. Young ability users from various academies and the military department had almost all come. Countless gazes fell simultaneously on the front of the square. There stood the Longhua geniuses returning from the world tournament. Yi Qianjua Murong, Yan Zhongrun, Wen Xingyao Zhao Tianfeng, and Su Mingqiu. Compared to the sharp, overwhelming aura of the others, Su Mingqiu was exceptionally quiet. He simply stood there quietly, his black hair slightly falling, his expression calm. He did not deliberately release his aura, nor did he speak. Yet somehow everyone's gaze would involuntarily fall on him. Because after this world tournament, the entire Longhua, and even the whole world, remembered a name. Su Mingqiu. The one who froze the geniuses of the five nations in the ancient wilderness secret realm. The one who caused a near-generation gap among the younger generation of the five nations. The man who turned the world tournament into a nightmare for the five nations and turned the Qiyang Valley into an ice sculpture exhibition hall. Among the crowd in the square, a young ability user lowered his voice and said, I heard that in the battle at Xiyang Valley, he alone sealed the entrance of the valley, and the geniuses of the 5 nations couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Beside him someone gasped. Hiss. This is not an ice element genius, is it? This is clearly a refrigerator that has become a spirit, right? At these words the corners of several people's mouths twitched. Another person quickly patted his shoulder and lowered his voice to remind him, brother, keep your voice down. If he hears you he'll casually preserve you fresh. The man's face stiffened. Then he silently shut his mouth. He even subconsciously moved half a step back into the crowd. At the front of the square, the old man from the military department slowly walked out. The entire Supreme Abilities square instantly fell silent. Countless young ability users looked up. The old man from the military department swept his gaze across the entire venue, his voice clearly reaching every ear. In this World Prodigy tournament, Longwo wins. The simple 5 words fell. The next moment the entire square instantly erupted. We won. Longwo won. Ha ha ha. What does it matter that the 5 nations joined forces? We still crushed them. What World Prodigy tournament? This is clearly Su Mingqiu's personal ice sculpture exhibition. Don't talk nonsense, there's Yi Qianjue and the others. Right, a team ice sculpture exhibition. Countless young ability users were so excited their faces turned red. Some clenched their fists. Some had burning eyes. Others looked at Su Mingqiu, Yi Qianjue, and the others with eyes full of admiration. They won. Not a small victory, but a great victory. Longwo not only crushed the younger generation of the 5 nations in the ancient wilderness secret realm, but also forced the high-ranking officials of the 5 nations to bow their heads outside the secret realm, signing treaties compensating resources and publicly apologizing. This was a victory won by Longwo's younger generation with their own hands. It was a dignity wrested back with blood, strength, and slaughter. The old man from the military department raised his hand and gently pressed down. The boiling square gradually quieted down. He continued, in the world tournament you all fearlessly faced sieges, fought bloody battles, and upheld the prestige of Longwo. The nation will not forget your contributions. At these words, Yi Qianjue Murong, Yan Zhongrun, Wen Xingyao, and others standing at the forefront all wore solemn expressions. Many contestants instinctively straightened their backs. They were still wounded. Yet at this moment no one felt the pain. The military elder's voice was steady as he continued, from today onward all contestants will enter corresponding secret realms for cultivation based on their contributions in the world tournament. Morong Yan's eyes lit up. Secret realm cultivation, he murmured. That's a great reward. Zhongren glanced at him. What are you so excited about? You burned half of Xiyang Valley this time. Don't be surprised if they assign you to a fire element secret realm and let you in as a furnace. Morong Yan's mouth twitched. Can't you talk? That's called fire suppression. The military elder began announcing the list of rewards. His voice was steady and powerful, echoing across the Supreme Abilities Plaza. Yi Qianjue. Enter the Heian Goody to cultivate for 15 days. As his words fell, a wave of exclamations arose from the crowd. Heian Goody. That was one of the top-tier dark element cultivation secret realms in the Dragon Kingdom. For a dark element ability user like Yi Qianjue, it was undoubtedly a dream cultivation paradise. Morong Yan. Enter the Qian Lingqiu to cultivate for 15 days. Morong Yan's eyes brightened immediately. Jiang Ren whispered beside him, quite fitting for you. The military elder continued. Jiang Ren. Enter the Leiqi Mijing to cultivate for 15 days. Wen Xingyao. Enter the Shengming Lingquan to cultivate for 15 days. Zhao Tianfeng. Enter the Jinmai Gushin to cultivate for 15 days. Name after name was announced. Each reward sparked envy among the young ability users in the plaza. Heian Goody, Qian Lingqiu, Leiqi Mijing, Shengming Lingquan, Jinmai Gushin. These were all truly top-tier cultivation resources of the Dragon Kingdom. 4 ordinary prodigies, even entering for a single day, would be enough to boast about for half a year. If they could bring out a photo, they'd probably pin it on their social media until retirement. Yet everyone knew that the real highlight had yet to come. The military elder's gaze finally fell on Su Mingqiu. The entire plaza fell silent. Countless eyes turned simultaneously toward the young man standing quietly at the front of the crowd. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his head. Present. The military elder looked at him, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration. In the world tournament you slew the core prodigies of 5 nations, thwarted their encirclement plan, and rendered the greatest service to the Dragon Kingdom. By the joint decision of the military department, the security bureau, and the 5 top-tier universities. At this point the military elder paused slightly. The entire plaza held its breath. Then the elder spoke slowly. You are rewarded with entry into the Wanyan Hanyuan secret realm. Those 6 words fell. The Supreme Abilities Plaza fell into utter silence. Then a sharp intake of breath echoed from all around. Wanyan Hanyuan. Did I hear that right? Isn't that one of the highest level ice element secret realms in the Dragon Kingdom? I heard it's sealed off year-round, and even top university mentors have to queue for approval to enter. The nation actually gave this slot to Su Mingqiu. A young ability user beside him couldn't help but say, who else would it be? Go try freezing 5 nations at Xiyang Valley. The speaker opened his mouth, then silently closed it. Harsh, but undeniable. After all, ordinary ice element users would struggle to freeze a bottle of mineral water. But Mingqiu, he went straight to freezing the prodigies of 5 nations, giving him Wanyan Hanyuan. No one could argue. The military elder looked at Mingqiu and spoke slowly. Wanyan Hanyuan is extremely cold. Within it lie 10,000-year-old profound ice Hanyuan ice marrow, and even the residual will of ancient ice element powerhouses. For ordinary ice element ability users, even a slight misstep could lead to backlash from the cold. Minor cases would damage meridians, severe cases would freeze them into ice sculptures. He paused his gaze on Mingqiu solemn. For others it is a perilous place. But for you, it may be the most suitable cultivation ground. Mingqiu nodded calmly. Understood. Many young ability users around felt a shiver in their hearts. 10,000-year-old profound ice. Hanyuan ice marrow. Residual will of ancient ice element powerhouses. Just the names alone told them it was no place for ordinary people. The military elder continued, cultivation duration 30 days. At these words the plaza trembled once more. 30 days. The others got 15 days. For Mingqiu it was doubled. Yet despite the shock no one showed resentment. Because everyone knew that Mingqiu deserved it. Yi Qinjue and the others had also made great contributions in the world tournament, but Mingqiu's achievements could no longer be described merely as outstanding. He had almost single-handedly frozen the top combat power of the younger generation from 5 nations. Others participated in the world tournament. He turned it into a nightmare memoir for 5 nations. 30 days in Wanyan Hanyuan. It sounded extreme, but for Mingqiu it seemed perfectly reasonable. The military elder looked at these young people, a hint of relief in his eyes. This generation of Dragon Kingdom prodigies had endured bloody battles in the world tournament and faced life-or-death sieges. Yet they did not retreat. Instead they displayed the sharp edge of the Dragon Kingdom's youth. After a moment, the military elder raised his hand slowly. The plaza fell silent again. He announced in a steady voice, "Make your preparations. In 3 days you will enter the corresponding secret realms for cultivation. After the cultivation, there will be further arrangements." Mingqiu keenly caught the last few words. Further arrangements. He lifted his head slightly, looking at the military elder. The elder did not explain further, only gave him a deep glance. That glance carried both relief and gravity. Mingqiu's heart stirred. The world tournament was over. The younger generation of 5 nations had been crushed. The high-level officials of the 5 nations had been forced to bow. The treaty had been signed. Logically, this matter should have come to a temporary end. Yet the military elder's final words, further arrangements, made Mingqiu vaguely sense that things were not so simple. He looked up at the fluttering Dragon Kingdom flag in the distance. The wind held the flag blazed like fire. Mingqiu's eyes were calm, yet they seemed to pierce through the plaza to a battlefield far beyond. The military elder withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Mingqiu stood still, saying nothing, watching the direction the elder had gone. The world tournament was indeed over. But deep down he knew that the true battlefield might have just begun. 3 days later, northern border of the Long Kingdom. At the entrance of the Wanyan Cold Abyss. Here snow and wind raged year-round. Between heaven and earth, everything was a vast expanse of white. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were blanketed in ice and snow, and the icy wind howled. A massive ice rift valley stretched across the mountain range. From a distance, it looked like a wound left behind after an ancient deity had sliced open the earth with a single strike. Chill air continuously surged from the depths of the rift. Layers of icy mist rolled and rose. Even an ordinary high-level ability user standing here would feel a stinging pain in their meridians and a stagnation of their blood flow. Those with slightly weaker strength would probably have to start contemplating their last words. Mingqiu stood at the entrance of the cold abyss. His black hair was lifted by the freezing wind, yet his expression remained calm. Before him, an elderly man in charge of guarding the mysterious realm spoke slowly. The Wanyan Cold Abyss is no ordinary cultivation realm. The chill within is not just cold. It will erode meridians, freeze blood flow, and even affect the mind. Mingqiu nodded. "I know." The old man looked at him and said in a deep voice, "You have 30 days. After 30 days, no matter what level you have reached, you must come out. Because there are more important matters waiting for you afterward." Mingqiu raised his eyes and asked, "What matters?" The old man was silent for a moment. Then he slowly said, "You will know once you come out." Mingqiu did not ask further. Some things if the other party wasn't telling now meant the time wasn't right. He stepped forward, and with a single step entered the cold abyss. Boom. In an instant, terrifying cold surged from the depths of the rift, completely engulfing his figure. Outside, the wind and snow churned. The guarding old man stood in place, watching Mingqiu's disappearing back, his eyes somewhat complex. Others entering the Wanyan Cold Abyss were venturing into a perilous place. But Mingqiu as he entered seemed more like returning home. Inside the Wanyan Cold Abyss. As soon as Mingqiu stepped inside, he felt that the world around him had completely changed. Here there was no sun, no mountains or forests, nor any trace of life. All that existed was an endless ice plain. Upon the ice plain, the icy wind was like a blade. Every gust seemed capable of cutting through flesh and piercing into the marrow. In the distance, ice peaks formed from 10,000-year-old profound ice rose from the ground, piercing the sky. Within those ice peaks faint shadows could be discerned. There were the remains of ancient beasts, broken weapons, and human-shaped silhouettes sitting cross-legged within the profound ice. They had been frozen for an unknown number of years. Yet they still emitted a heart-stopping aura. This place was not like a mysterious realm. It was more like a frozen graveyard forgotten by time. Mingqiu stood silently on the ice plain, slowly closing his eyes. The SSS-level ice ability within him began to circulate. The next moment, boom. The violent chill around him seemed to be drawn by some force surging madly into his body. The icy wind swirled backward. Icy mist churned. Streams of extreme cold force poured into his meridians. If it were an ordinary ability user, their meridians would likely be shattered by the freeze, in an instant turning them into a human popsicle on the spot. But after this chill entered Mingqiu's body, it caused no rejection at all. Instead, it seemed to have returned to its source. The ice elemental power circulated slowly within his meridians. Blood, bones, soul. It was as if all were being tempered by this 10,000-year-old cold. The aura around Mingqiu also began to rise bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a flash of icy blue cold light flickered and vanished. Not enough. His voice was very soft, yet it sounded exceptionally clear in this silent ice plain. Mingqiu looked up, gazing deeper into the Wanyan cold abyss. There an ancient pillar of icy blue light faintly shot up into the sky. In the depths of the light pillar, it seemed as if something was sleeping, or perhaps some presence was calling out to him. Mingqiu did not hesitate. He stepped forward. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the cold became. The wind and snow on the ice plain grew increasingly fierce. Yet Mingqiu's steps did not falter in the slightest. On the 10th day, Mingqiu found a cold abyss ice marrow pool deep within the Wanyan cold abyss. The pool water was entirely icy blue, emitting an extreme cold aura that could freeze the meridians of high-level ability users, yet it never solidified. Wisps of icy mist rose from the pool's surface. Mingqiu did not hesitate and stepped directly into the pool. The next moment, terrifying cold surged into his body through his pores. Meridians, bones, flesh, and even his soul seemed to be tempered inch by inch by the cold abyss ice marrow. If it were an ordinary ice ability user, they would likely ascend to heaven the moment they sat down. But Mingqiu merely sat cross-legged within his expression calm. He even closed his eyes slightly. His demeanor did not resemble someone enduring the body tempering of the cold abyss ice marrow. Rather, it was like soaking in a hot spring. Of course, the kind of hot spring that could soak others out of existence. On the 15th day, Mingqiu ascended a profound ice peak. At the summit, the wind and snow were like blades. An ancient and powerful will still lingered in the depths of the peak. It was the remnant thought of an ancient ice master. The moment Mingqiu set foot on the summit, the entire profound ice peak trembled violently. Boundless cold converged, forming an ice shadow. The ice shadow did not speak. It raised its hand and struck with a palm. Boom. A cold wave swept across freezing heaven and earth. Mingqiu raised his hand as well. Two forces of extreme cold collided violently at the summit. That battle lasted a day and a night. The entire profound ice peak was constantly shattered by the impact. Ice blades flew across the sky. Cold waves reversed their course. Two figures weaved through the wind and snow. In the end, Mingqiu landed a palm strike, shattering the ice shadow with sheer force. Crack! The ice shadow disintegrated. It turned into countless icy blue specks of light that surged into Mingqiu's body. At that moment, countless insights about ice abilities surfaced in his mind. Freezing, sealing, stagnation, annihilation. On the 20th day, Mingqiu's extreme cold domain was fully formed. When the domain was deployed, everything within 100 meters would be forcibly slowed down. The wind would slow. The snow would slow. Elemental power would slow. Blood flow would slow. Even the enemy's thoughts would experience a momentary lag in the extreme cold. A single moment. For a true powerhouse, that was enough to determine life and death. Mingqiu stood on the ice plain, slowly raising his hand. The extreme cold domain spread silently. The next moment, the wind and snow in the sky froze in midair, as if the entire world had been pressed the pause button. On the 25th day, Mingqiu entered the deepest part of the Wanyan cold abyss. Here there was no sound of wind, no sound of snow. Even the sense of time's flow had become extremely vague. Silence reigned all around. At the center of this frozen world stood a massive piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice. The profound ice was 100 zhang tall, entirely crystal clear, with ancient icy blue light faintly flowing within. And deep within the profound ice, a drop of icy blue liquid was sealed. That drop of liquid was only the size of a thumb. Yet the cold it emitted made the entire Wanyan cold abyss tremble slightly. The cold abyss ice heart. The most precious core treasure of the Wanyan cold abyss. It was also a drop of extreme cold origin that this mysterious realm had taken 10,000 years to nurture. Mingqiu stood before the mystic ice. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within that drop of cold abyss ice heart. This was not ordinary cold energy. Rather, it was the primordial source of extreme cold, powerful enough to freeze rivers and mountains, seal heaven and earth, and suppress souls. The moment Su Mingqiu drew near, a thunderous rumble shook the ground. The entire 10,000-year cold abyss shuddered violently. The ice plane cracked open. The mystic ice peak swayed. Endless cold energy converged madly from all directions. An ancient weathered voice suddenly echoed in Su Mingqiu's ears. You who come after, can you endure the cold of the 10,000-year cold abyss? Su Mingqiu looked up at the cold abyss ice heart suspended within the mystic ice. His reply was simple. I'll try. The ancient voice fell silent for a moment, as if it hadn't expected the chosen heir to respond so casually after waiting so many years. The next instant, boom. The colossal mystic ice shattered violently. The cold abyss ice heart transformed into an icy blue beam of light, instantly piercing into Su Mingqiu's brow. Boom. Endless cold energy erupted completely from within his body. The entire ice plane fell into dead silence. The wind and snow stopped. The ice peaks stood still. Even those ancient auras slumbering in the abyss's deepest reaches seemed awakened at this moment. Su Mingqiu sat cross-legged at the center of the ice plane. On his brow an icy blue mark slowly emerged. The power of the cold abyss ice heart was merging with his SSS rank ice-type ability. An even more terrifying extreme cold aura slowly awakened within him. At this moment the 10,000-year cold abyss no longer resembled a secret realm. It was as if it welcomed its true master. On the 30th day at the entrance to the 10,000-year cold abyss, an elderly guardian stood in the howling wind and snow. Time had come. According to the rules, today was the day Su Mingqiu should exit the 10,000-year cold abyss. Yet at this moment the secret realm's entrance remained utterly still. The wind and snow howled. Cold energy churned. The old man's brows furrowed slightly. Surely nothing has gone wrong. The 10,000-year cold abyss was no ordinary secret realm. The cold energy within could erode meridians, freeze blood and chi, and even affect the mind. Even though Su Mingqiu was an S-rank ice-type ability user, it did not guarantee he would not face danger. Especially the deep reaches of the 10,000-year cold abyss, where even he the guardian dared not tread lightly. Just as the old man prepared to open the secret realm for reconnaissance. Boom. The entrance to the 10,000-year cold abyss suddenly shook violently. The next moment, an overwhelming chill swept out from the depths of the secret realm. Where the cold energy passed, the wind and snow and heaven and earth froze instantly. Even the ice layer beneath the old man's feet began to crack. The guardian's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily retreated several steps. Such formidable cold energy. From within the wind and snow a figure slowly emerged. His black hair hung slightly over his face. His expression was calm. It was Su Mingqiu. His appearance had not changed significantly, yet his entire demeanor had become entirely different. If before entering the 10,000-year cold abyss, Su Mingqiu was like an extremely sharp ice blade, exposing its razor-sharp edge with bone-piercing chill, now he resembled an unfathomable cold abyss. Calm, deeply chilling. Yet one could never see its end. Merely standing there, an invisible oppressive pressure spread around him. The guardian's gaze fell upon Su Mingqiu, his pupils contracting slightly. Sixth stage, sixth segment. His voice carried barely concealed shock. It should be known that the later one advances in ability cultivation, the greater the difficulty of improvement becomes. After reaching the sixth stage, each advancement and segment requires substantial resources, comprehension, and accumulated time. Many geniuses stagnate at the first or second segment of the sixth stage, struggling to make progress for months or even a year. Yet Su Mingqiu had entered the 10,000-year cold abyss for only 30 days. He had directly stepped into the sixth stage, sixth segment. This speed could no longer be described merely as terrifying. It was as if he had merely gone to cultivate in the 10,000-year cold abyss and casually dragged his realm progress bar forward by several notches. The guardian took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the faint flickering icy blue mark on Su Mingqiu's brow. After a moment he could no longer contain himself and spoke. You refined the cold abyss ice heart. Su Mingqiu nodded. His tone was calm. By luck. The guardian. His mouth twitched slightly. By luck. That was the cold abyss ice heart. Formed over countless ages by the 10,000-year cold abyss. So many years had passed and countless ice-type experts had attempted to approach it, only to be either overwhelmed by the cold energy or forced back by the extreme cold will. Some hadn't even caught a glimpse of the cold abyss ice heart before being frozen so severely they questioned their very existence. And yet in Su Mingqiu's words, just two characters. By luck. The old man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly felt this young man was fine in every way. Except when he spoke, it really tested one's composure. The guardian looked at Su Mingqiu and could only let out a deep breath. It seems you gained quite a bit these 30 days. Su Mingqiu thought for a moment, then nodded. Not bad. The guardian's eyelid twitched again. Just then a communication light screen suddenly illuminated before him. Buzz. The light screen unfolded. The figure of an elder from the military department appeared within it. His gaze immediately fell upon Su Mingqiu. At a single glance the military elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly he too had noticed the changes in Su Mingqiu. That aura was deeper and colder than before he entered the 10,000-year cold abyss. Like a true abyss sunk deep into the earth. When still calm and silent. Once unleashed, it could freeze rivers and mountains. The military elder spoke slowly. You've emerged, oh. Su Mingqiu nodded. MMH. The military elder regarded him for a moment, then said gravely. Rest for 1 day. Come to the military department after 1 day. There is a mission for you. Su Mingqiu raised his eyes and asked. What mission? The military elder fell silent for a moment. Then word by word he said. Proceed to the myriad races battlefield. As those 4 characters fell, the guardian's expression immediately grew solemn. Su Mingqiu's eyes also shifted slightly. The myriad races battlefield. These 4 characters carried an extremely special weight in the hearts of all ability users in Dragon Country. That place was not a secret realm. It was not a competition, nor was it a trial. That place was a true battlefield, where humanity and the myriad races slaughtered one another. The border stronghold guarded by countless powerful figures of Dragon Country. It was also where countless geniuses truly transformed into powerhouse warriors. The military elder looked at Su Mingqiu and spoke slowly. At the world competition, you proved you possessed the ability to slay top-tier geniuses. In the 10,000-year cold abyss, you also completed further transformation. Now you should go see a true battlefield. Su Mingqiu fell silent for a moment. Then he nodded. All right. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the military elder's eyes. No hesitation. No backing down. Nor did he ask whether it was dangerous. This was the young powerhouse truly needed by Dragon Country. The military elder continued. Remember, the myriad races battlefield. There are no rules there. No referees. No surrender. And certainly no so-called holding back. Only living. Or dying. 1 day later, in the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom, the military's teleportation base. A colossal steel city wall stretched across the end of the snowy plain. Atop the wall, rows of Yuanning cannons were arrayed, their muzzles aimed into the distance. The sky was overcast. The wind howled. Teams of military psychics in black battle armor patrolled back and forth, each exuding an intensely fierce aura of slaughter. This was not a university, not the entrance to a secret realm, and certainly not the viewing stand for the World Championship. This was the true border stronghold of the Dragon Kingdom. No cheers, no applause, no warm welcome from senior students. Those who came here were either going to the battlefield or returning from the battlefield. Of course, some never returned. Su Mingqiu stood in the center of the teleportation square, his expression calm. After 30 days of cultivation in the 10,000-year cold abyss, the aura he emitted was even more restrained than before. Without careful observation, one might mistake him for an ordinary student. But upon approaching, one could faintly sense a chill that penetrated to the bone. It was not an outward release of cold air. Rather, it was as if within his entire body lay a bottomless 10,000-year ice abyss. The military elder standing beside him spoke in a deep voice. Ahead lies the spatial passage to the 10,000 races battlefield. Su Mingqiu looked up. In the distance, a massive black portal stood between heaven and earth. The portal was 100 zhang tall, its surface covered with intricate ancient runes. Runes lit up and dimmed in succession. Each flicker released a heavy, ancient, and bloody aura that slowly seeped from beyond the gate. That aura was entirely different from the desolate secret realm. No matter how dangerous the desolate secret realm was, it was ultimately just a secret realm. But beyond this gate, there was a battlefield. A place where people truly died. The military elder looked at Su Mingqiu and said slowly, the 10,000 races battlefield is the battleground where humanity fights against the myriad races. There no one will show mercy just because you are a genius. Su Mingqiu nodded. I know. The military elder glanced at him. No, you don't know. Su Mingqiu raised his eyes slightly. The military elder's voice was low. In the World Championship, you killed geniuses from various nations. No matter how ruthless they were still young. But on the 10,000 races battlefield, you face warriors of alien races. Some alien races have been fighting on the battlefield since birth. Some alien races eat humans. And some alien races were the skulls of human psychics as trophies of war. At this point, the military elder's eyes turned cold. Their mercy will get you killed. Hesitation will get you killed. Underestimating the enemy will also get you killed. No one will call a timeout. And no one will let you off just because you say you surrender. Su Mingqiu was silent for a moment. Then he said, I will not underestimate the enemy. The military elder nodded. He raised his hand and handed Su Mingqiu a black military badge. The badge was cold to the touch. On the front were engraved 2 characters. Dragon Kingdom. On the back was a series of numbers. This is your temporary military badge. After entering the 10,000 races battlefield, you will be assigned to the 7th defense line. It has been a bit unstable there recently. Su Mingqiu took the badge. The 7th defense line. The military elder's eyes narrowed. On the 10,000 races battlefield, the Dragon Kingdom guards a total of 9 defense lines. The 7th defense line is located near the cold Iron Ridge. The terrain there is complex, and it is constantly harassed by the demon race, the devil race, and the blood race. You just came out of the 10,000-year cold abyss. The environment there is cold and suits you well. Su Mingqiu looked down at the badge in his hand. Then he asked, just training? The military elder looked at him. No. Su Mingqiu's eyes flickered. The military elder said in a deep voice, after the World Championship, you have been placed on the highest danger genius list of various nations. But for the Dragon Kingdom, you should not remain merely at the level of a genius. The title of genius sounds nice. But on a real battlefield, the enemy does not care if you are a genius. They only think about how to kill you. So you need to see real blood. See the blood of alien races. And see the blood of the human battlefield. Mingqiu tightened his grip on the badge. A wisp of cold air silently spread across the black badge, then quickly dissipated. After a moment he nodded. Understood. The military elder said no more. He raised his hand and waved. In the distance the black portal slowly opened. Boom. Space trembled. Strands of dark red light seeped out from the depths of the portal. Beyond the gate a completely different world appeared before Mingqiu's eyes. A blood-red sky. A black earth. In the distance burning city walls and towering beacons of war could be faintly seen. Further away countless roars, battle cries, and war drums intertwined. That was no illusion. It was the real battlefield. Mingqiu stepped forward. Snow and wind blew from behind him. The bloody aura from the black portal rushed toward him. Two auras collided around him, as if winter had crashed into the flames of war. The military elder watched his back and suddenly spoke in a deep voice, Mingqiu. Mingqiu's footsteps paused slightly. The military elder said slowly, come back alive. Those words were simple, yet heavier than any admonition. Mingqiu did not turn around. He merely said calmly, I will. Watching Mingqiu's calm back, the elder could not help but slightly curl the corner of his mouth. This kid. Once he arrived at the 10,000 races battlefield, those alien races were probably in for a headache. The next moment, Mingqiu stepped into the spatial passage. The black portal flashed with light. His figure disappeared completely into the snow and wind. The 10,000 races battlefield. The 7th defense line. The cold iron ridge. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. In midair the spatial passage suddenly tore open. The next moment a figure slowly walked out of the passage. It was Mingqiu. The moment he landed a pungent smell of blood assailed him. Mingqiu looked up slightly and gazed ahead. What met his eyes was a massive black border city. The city walls soared into the clouds completely black. Its surface was covered with dense traces. Scars of blades, scars of claws, and large patches of black scorch marks left by flames. Each scar silently told of the brutal battles this border city had endured. Beyond the city wall stretched a vast, boundless black wasteland. At the end of the wasteland, broken mountain ranges could be faintly seen. The sky was dark red. The sun hung on the horizon as if soaked in blood, emitting a oppressive and cold light. Ash floated in the air. When the wind blew, fine dust drifted past the eyes. In the distance, ear-splitting beast roars rang out from time to time, along with the dull explosions of Yuanding cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Each sound made the earth tremble slightly. Mingqiu looked up at the black border city. This was the 10,000 races battlefield, the 7th defense line, the cold iron ridge, and also his first stop on the true battlefield. New here, Mingqiu turned his head. A middle-aged officer with a scruffy beard was leaning against the wall, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. The middle-aged officer scrutinized Mingqiu from head to toe. Black attire, youthful, a restrained aura. He didn't appear to be a battle-hardened esper. Rather, he looked like a brilliant student who had just graduated from university. The middle-aged officer raised an eyebrow. Name? Mingqiu. Where are you from? Himing Martial Arts University. The cigarette nearly fell from the officer's mouth. He studied Mingqiu once more, his expression growing oddly complicated. A university student. A few veteran soldiers nearby turned to look as well. One of them chuckled quietly. Another one here for the resume. Look at those thin arms and legs. Can he survive a single swipe from the mutants? Don't say that. He's from a top-tier university. His resume might be thicker than our combined lifespans. That's true. We've only got our lives, he's got credentials. The middle-aged officer glared at them. Shut up. The veteran soldiers immediately fell silent. Yet their gazes still carried an air of scrutiny towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu remained composed, offering no explanation. The middle-aged officer took his military badge and glanced at the serial number. Temporarily reassigned to the 7th Defense Line Combat Reserve roster. His brows immediately knit together. What were they thinking? A fresh student straight into the combat roster. One veteran couldn't help but speak up. Old Zhang, why not assign him to logistics first? The 7th Defense Line has been unstable lately. If something goes wrong, we can't answer for it. Another veteran nodded in agreement. Right? Let him acclimate for a few days. Don't throw him into bloodshed on his very first day. He might develop psychological trauma. Mingqiu looked up at them. I can go to the battlefield. The veterans froze. Then one laughed. Young man's spirit is a good thing. But the all-races battlefield isn't a school sparring ring. The mutants here won't stop just because you shout surrender. Mingqiu nodded. I'm aware. The veteran was about to say more when a shrill alarm instantly shrieked across the entire border city. Upon the city wall, a crimson pillar of light shot skyward. Every veteran's expression changed in that instant. The middle-aged officer looked up sharply. Enemy raid. The next moment, a communications soldier sprinted over at full speed. Report. Massive mutant signatures detected east of the cold iron ridge. Bloodwing demons and frost-scaled demons. The numbers exceed 3,000. and there are likely a commander-class mutant among them. The middle-aged officer's face darkened instantly. Commander class. He threw Su Mingqiu's military badge back at him without hesitation. Stay at the rear, now. Then he whirled around and roared, 7th Squad assemble. Element cannon ready. All hands on the eastern wall defenses. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire border city sprang into immediate motion. Squad after squad of military espers surged onto the city wall. The elemental cannons began charging. The protective barrier array flared to life, casting shimmering azure shields across the ramparts. Su Mingqiu stood motionless, gazing outward beyond the wall. In the distant black wasteland, dust billowed endlessly. Dense swarms of mutant figures were closing in rapidly. The bloodwing demons bore bat-like crimson wings, their lithe frames armed with razor-sharp claws and fangs. The frost-scale demons were armored in glacial scales, scuttling forward on all fours at blistering speed. Mixed together, they formed a surging tide of black and crimson, crashing relentlessly toward the 7th defense line. Upon the wall, the middle-aged officer drew his saber and bellowed, fire. Boom. The first salvo of elemental cannons erupted. Blue-white beams of energy tore through the heavens and smashed into the mutant horde. Vast numbers of mutants were obliterated in an instant. Yet countless others pressed on in blind fury. The bloodwing demons soared into the air to evade the bombardment. The frost-scale demons absorbed the impact with their bodies, drawing ever closer to the wall. One veteran's face darkened. Has this swarm lost its mind? Assaulting the walls in broad daylight. Another veteran gritted his teeth. No, something's wrong. They're being commanded. As if on cue, a towering silhouette slowly emerged from the distant black mist. It was a bloodwing demon commander. Nearly 3 meters tall, with wings spanning over 10 meters when spread wide. It gripped a crimson bone spear in one hand, and curved demonic horns protruded from its brow. It raised its gaze toward the wall, a cruel smile twisting its features. Humans. Today the 7th defense line falls. Its voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the chaos of battle and reached every ear with crystal clarity. The middle-aged officer's expression turned grim. Late-stage commander. Beside him, a veteran tightened his grip on his weapon. Old John, can we hold? The middle-aged officer spat on the ground. Even if we can't, we hold. Behind us lies the supply city. If the 7th defense line breaks, all 300,000 ordinary citizens inside will die. The veteran fell silent. Then he gripped his saber firmly. Then we fight. At that moment, a pack of frost-scale demons broke through the initial artillery barrage and had already scaled the outer wall. Their razor claws dug into the masonry joints, ascending with terrifying speed. Close combat readiness. The middle-aged officer roared. Soldiers along the wall drew their blades. The first frost-scale demon leapt onto the rampart and lunged jaws wide straight at a young soldier. The soldier's face drained of color as he frantically swung his sword. But his speed was a fraction too slow. The demon's claws were already within striking distance. At that decisive instant, crack! A crisp, freezing sound rang out. That frost-scale demon's body froze rigid midair. A layer of bone-white ice spread from its claws, engulfing its entire form in the blink of an eye. The young soldier stood paralyzed, stunned. The demon's razor claws hovered less than 3 inches from his face. Those 3 inches might as well have been an endless chasm. The next moment, a bitter cold wind swept past him. Su Mingqiu had appeared on the rampart without a sound. He lifted his hand and swept it gently. Bang! The frost-scale demon instantly shattered into countless ice crystals, scattering across the battlements. The young soldier's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. You? Su Mingqiu did not look at him. Instead, he gazed outward beyond the wall. They've come up. No sooner had the words left his lips than boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen frost-scale demons leaped onto the rampart simultaneously. The middle-aged officer turned and saw Su Mingqiu. His expression shifted sharply. Who told you to come up here? Su Mingqiu offered no reply. He simply stepped forward. Crack! Cold energy radiated from his feet, spreading outward in all directions. The temperature along the entire stretch of wall plummeted instantly. Those frost-scale demons that had just scaled the rampart froze mid-motion. Their ice-scale armor, once their greatest defense, capable of withstanding most low-temperature attacks. Now faced with Su Mingqiu's overwhelming cold, those scales seemed to recognize their true master. Rather than blocking the chill, they became conduits, channeling the freezing energy inward. An absolute merciless coldness drilled into their bodies. Their blood solidified. Their limbs went rigid. One frost-scale demon let out a shriek and struggled desperately to charge at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his gaze. His voice was calm and measured. Kneel. A terror-stricken cold aura erupted instantly. A dozen ice-scale demon beasts were simultaneously pinned against the city wall. Their limbs froze solid, their bodies stiffening inch by inch, making even the slightest struggle nearly impossible. The next moment, ice spikes erupted from the city wall ground. Uft, uft, uft. A dozen ice-scale demon beasts were pierced through simultaneously by the ice spikes. Their bodies froze rapidly, then shattered with a loud crash, crumbling into scattered ice fragments on the ground. The veteran soldiers on the city wall were all utterly stunned. The veteran who had just been urging Su Mingqiu to join logistics had his mouth twitch violently. This Is this really a university student? A veteran beside him swallowed hard. Are university students this fierce nowadays? Another fell silent for a moment, then murmured, I take back what I said just now. This isn't someone here for gilding. This one is here to frost the alien races. The middle-aged officer also paused for a moment. In the distance, the blood-winged demon commander also noticed Su Mingqiu. A flash of bloodlight raced through its scarlet eyes. An ice-type human. Interesting. It slowly raised the crimson bone spear in its hand and pointed it forward sharply. Kill him. The words had barely fallen. Hundreds of blood-winged demons flapped their wings and rose into the sky simultaneously. Boom. Crimson wings tore through the air. They became streaks of blood-colored shadows diving from the high sky straight toward the city wall where Su Mingqiu stood. The dense blood shadows obscured the sky like a bloody dark cloud bearing down upon the 7th defense line. The middle-aged officer's expression drastically changed. Anti-air formation. Quick. The military ability users on the city wall immediately adjusted their formations. But the blood-winged demons were simply too fast. If they truly plunged into the city, the entire defense line would surely be thrown into chaos. However, Su Mingqiu merely looked up at those blood-colored shadows that kept closing in. His gaze remained as calm as ever. He slowly raised his right hand. Within his palm, a wisp of ice-blue cold aura slowly rotated. The next moment, the ultimate cold domain abruptly unfolded around him as its center. Boom. A terrifying chill instantly swept across the skies above the city wall. The blood-winged demons that had been charging forward with fierce howls suddenly decelerated sharply. A layer of frost rapidly formed on the surfaces of their crimson wings. Panic flashed across the eyes of each blood-winged demon. They flapped wildly, desperate to escape this realm of extreme cold. But the more they struggled, the faster the freezing aura spread. Wings froze solid. Blood coagulated. Bodies grew increasingly heavy. Su Mingqiu's 5 fingers slowly closed. His voice was calm. Fall. Crack, crack. Hundreds of blood-winged demons were frozen mid-air simultaneously. The next instant, they fell from the sky like icy blue meteorites crashing down with thunderous force. Boom, boom, boom. Ice sculptures slammed into the wasteland one after another. Ice crystals shattered. Cold mist churned. The blood-winged demon aerial assault that had seen so fierce moments before was suppressed by Su Mingqiu's single hand in the blink of an eye. On the city wall, everyone fell silent. The veterans gazed at the shattered ice sculptures across the wasteland, then looked back at Su Mingqiu standing atop the wall, momentarily at a loss for words. The middle-aged officer looked at Su Mingqiu, his throat bobbing. He suddenly felt that letting this kid directly enter the combat lineup hadn't been a deranged decision after all. They were the blind ones among the veterans. This wasn't any university student. This was clearly a human anti-air formation. In the distance, the smile on the blood-winged demon commander's face finally vanished. It stared fixedly at Su Mingqiu, bloodlight churning in its eyes. After a moment, it gripped the crimson bone spear tightly, and its back wings slowly spread. A terrifying commander-level aura began to radiate from its body. Human genius. You deserve to die by my hand. Boom. The blood-winged demon commander took a step forward. Its figure vanished from its original position instantly. The next moment, it had already appeared above the city wall. The crimson bone spear tore through the air, carrying incomparably terrifying power, thrusting straight towards Su Mingqiu's brow. The middle-aged officer's expression changed drastically. Careful. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his head. The bone spear expanded rapidly within his pupils. Yet he did not retreat. His gaze didn't even flicker. He merely raised his hand. Cold aura condensed rapidly within his palm, forming an ice-blue long spear. Boom. The ice spear collided with the bone spear with tremendous force. A terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the city wall. Soldiers nearby paled, being knocked backward in succession. The city wall ground also cracked with fine fissures under this strike. Yet Su Mingqiu himself remained standing where he was. Not a single step backward. A flicker of shock passed through the blood-winged demon commander's eyes. You, a young human, actually managed to block one of my spear strikes. Su Mingqiu looked up at it. Commander level. The blood-winged demon commander sneered. Scared, Su Mingqiu shook his head. No. Just thinking, compared to those geniuses from the world tournament. You're more durable. The blood-winged demon commander's expression turned dark in an instant. Those words hardly sounded like praise. Seeking death. The blood-winged demon commander roared. Boom. Crimson primordial energy exploded completely. A ferocious demonic visage emerged upon the bone spear in its grasp. The demon face opened its mouth to roar, and terrifying blood aura instantly filled the air. Blood demon pierces the heavens. The moment the words fell, the crimson long spear tore through the air with a piercing shriek, striking fiercely towards Su Mingqiu. This attack was faster than before, stronger, and far more vicious. Within Su Mingqiu's eyes, an ice-blue light slowly illuminated. The power of the cold abyss, refined from 10,000 years in the frozen depths, activated at this moment. The next instant, behind him, the phantom of a bottomless icy abyss seemed to materialize. That abyss was silent. Chill. Su Mingqiu raised his gaze, his voice tranquil. Cold abyss. Seal. Hum. The crimson bone spear halted, stopping mere 3 inches before Su Mingqiu's brow. The sharp edge was within reach, yet could no longer advance a single stroke. The Bloodwing Demon Commander's pupils contracted sharply. It clearly felt as though its own power was being dragged into an endless icy abyss by some invisible force. The crimson primordial energy ceased to flow. The bone spear made no progress. Even the surging blood and chi within its body gradually grew cold. The sensation was as if someone had forcibly thrust its entire being into a 10,000-year ice cave. Impossible. The Bloodwing Demon Commander roared fiercely, attempting to withdraw. But Mingqiu had already raised his hand and pressed it against that crimson bone spear. Cold aura spread instantly. Crack. A layer of frost rapidly coated the surface of the bone spear. Then the first crack appeared. The Bloodwing Demon Commander's expression changed drastically. You dare destroy my war weapon. Mingqiu's features remained completely unmoved. His voice stayed calm. Not just the war weapon. The next moment, his 5 fingers clenched suddenly. Boom. The crimson bone spear shattered catastrophically. Countless fragments exploded in midair, then were instantly frozen into ice crystals by the cold aura. And that terrifying chill spread directly to the Bloodwing Demon Commander's arm along the bone spear fragments. Crack, crack. Frost climbed madly. The Bloodwing Demon Commander let out a furious roar, a ruthless glint flashing in its eyes. The Bloodwing Demon Commander actually shattered half of its own arm forcibly, severing the spread of cold air, and retreated swiftly. Blood splattered across the sky. The moment it splattered, it froze into dark red ice crystals midair. The Bloodwing Demon Commander stared fixedly at Mingqiu, finally revealing a look of terror on its face. This human was far too young, yet his power was eerily terrifying. Ice element. How could such ice element exist? It was about to flap its wings to flee. Mingqiu had already slowly raised his head. Want to leave now? His voice was calm. But to the Bloodwing Demon Commander's ears it sounded like death speaking behind it. The next moment Mingqiu took a step. His figure instantly vanished from the city wall. When he reappeared, he was already standing in midair. The cold air surged. He raised his hand and waved. Black dragon devours the heavens. Boom. Above the sky, endless cold air gathered wildly. A massive black ice dragon suddenly took shape beneath the blood-red sky. The black dragon coiled in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura of devouring everything. The Bloodwing Demon Commander's face changed drastically, letting out a terrified roar. No. It flapped its wings desperately, its blood-colored yuan power erupting wildly, trying to break through the cold air blockade. But the moment the blood-colored yuan power rose, it was swallowed by the black ice dragon in one gulp. The next moment, the black ice dragon swooped down. Boom. Terrifying cold air instantly engulfed the Bloodwing Demon Commander. Its body was completely covered by black ice. Wings frozen. Blood and chi frozen. Yuan power frozen. Even the fear in its eyes was frozen in the final moment. Crack. The Bloodwing Demon Commander turned into a giant ice sculpture falling from the sky. Boom. The ice sculpture crashed heavily onto the wilderness outside the city wall. The ground shook violently. The next moment, the ice sculpture shattered with a loud crash. Countless black ice crystals mixed with dark red blood mist exploded in all directions. The commander-level alien. Dead. The entire 7th Defense Line instantly fell silent. The veteran soldiers on the city wall widened their eyes, their hands gripping weapons frozen in midair. The Bloodwing Demon Commander, which had just been arrogant and domineering, was frozen and shattered by Mingqiu's single move. This was no university student. In the distance, the surging tide of aliens charging forward also came to a sudden halt for a moment. Then an unknown alien let out a terrified roar. Immediately after, the alien army began to retreat. The commander was dead. The air assault unit was gone. The ice-scale demon tribe vanguard was also frozen into a pile of debris. This originally massive assault on the city, which hadn't even truly breached the 7th defense line, was utterly crushed by a newly arrived young man. On the city wall, the veteran soldiers stared at the black-clad figure in midair, silent for a long time. The veteran who had just said, "A university student can't withstand a single claw of an alien," silently reached out and pulled his helmet down. "Cover as much as I can." Someone next to him patted his shoulder and said faintly, "Old Lu, why aren't you talking anymore? Weren't you quite good at commenting just now?" The veteran's mouth twitched violently. "Shut up. I call that reasonable pre-war doubt. Who would have thought he'd do it for real?" The middle-aged officer also remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until Mingqiu slowly landed back on the city wall that he couldn't help but take another look at him. Black clothes. Young. Calm expression. He looked just like a student who had just stepped out of university. But the problem was, which student upon arriving at the myriad races battlefield could raise their hand and turn a commander-level alien into an ice sculpture on the spot? Was this reasonable? This was not reasonable. But it happened nonetheless. The middle-aged officer's mouth twitched slightly as he couldn't help asking, "Are you really a student here for training?" Mingqiu thought for a moment. Sort of. The middle-aged officer. Sort of. If this was a student, then what was that commander-level alien just now? A mock exam for entrance test. The surrounding veteran soldiers also had complex expressions. After a moment, someone whispered, "This is no student. This is a walking natural disaster, right?" The middle-aged officer stood at the edge of the city wall gazing at the distant tide of aliens gradually receding, his expression still grave. His name was Zhang Jinyue, a garrison officer of the eastern section of the 7th Defense Line. He had guarded this line for a full 12 years. In those 12 years he had seen too many geniuses come here. Some arrived with high spirits thinking the myriad races battlefield was nothing special. But as a result their pride was torn apart by aliens on their first battle. Others had extraordinary talent and impressive backgrounds, but couldn't endure the endless slaughter here, eventually slinking back to the rear. So when he saw Su Mingqiu just now, Zhang Jinyue subconsciously thought this was another top university student sent to gild his resume. But now, Zhang Jinyue glanced at the ice crystals on the wilderness, then at the frost remaining on the city wall, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Beside him a veteran soldier spoke softly. Captain Zhang. Zhang Jinyue didn't respond. The veteran added, did you just tell him to stay in the rear? Zhang Jinyue's eye twitched slightly. What are you trying to say? The veteran looked serious. Nothing. Just think you have quite unique eyesight. Zhang Jinyue slowly turned his head to look at him. The veteran immediately shut up. A few nearby veterans were shaking with suppressed laughter. Zhang Jinyue snorted coldly. What are you laughing at? Don't you have patrols? No need to count the alien corpses. No need to check the energy cannons. The few veterans straightened their faces and scattered instantly, each running faster than the last. No joke. If they didn't run, Captain Zhang might get angry and make them run 3 laps around the 7th defense line. 3 laps on the myriad races battlefield wasn't like 3 laps on a school track. Those were 3 laps that could turn a person into a dog. Zhang Jinyue withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Mingqiu not far away. At this moment Su Mingqiu was standing at the edge of the city wall. He looked down at the temporary military badge in his hand. That black military badge was faintly glowing. That battle's merits had been automatically recorded by the badge. Killed 1 Bloodwing Demon Commander. Killed 37 Ice-Scale Demon Tribe members. Killed over 200 Bloodwing Demons. Assisted in defending the eastern section of the 7th Defense Line. Line after line of merit records kept appearing on the badge's surface. The merit number behind also jumped wildly. Zhang Jinyue watched the ever-increasing number, his mouth twitching again. How long had he been at the 7th Defense Line? A young soldier beside him stared at the jumping merit number, his eyes almost going straight. This merit is rising too fast. Another soldier swallowed, his voice weak. I've been guarding here for half a year. And altogether it's less than what he got in 1 battle. Someone next to him patted his shoulder, tone heavy. Don't say it. If you keep talking I feel like I'm just here to make up the numbers on the myriad races battlefield. The man was silent for a moment, then said seriously, be confident. Take off the feel like. The few. Heart-stabbing. But completely unable to refute. Zhang Jinyue walked over. Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu turned to look at him. Captain Zhang. Zhang Jinyue gazed at the young man before him, silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke, earlier. I made a wrong judgment. The moment those words left his lips the veterans nearby perked up their ears instantly. Though they stood at a distance they suddenly began surreptitiously stealing glances. Zhang Jinyue caught this from the corner of his eye. The veterans immediately pretended to be busy. One man was polishing his blade. Another was inspecting the gun barrel. And one was crouching on the ground staring intently at a rock. He looked as if that stone were a stunning beauty in the nude. Zhang Jinyue couldn't be bothered with them and turned his attention back to Su Mingqiu. You're not here for credentials? Su Mingqiu nodded. I never was. Zhang Jinyue's lips twitched slightly. Why is this kid so blunt? Not giving anyone an inch of leeway. But he wasn't angry either. On the battlefield the strong have the right to speak the truth. Especially one who'd just saved an entire stretch of the wall. Zhang Jinyue set aside his extraneous thoughts and spoke gravely. That attack just now was abnormal. The Bloodwing Demons and Ice-Scale Demons maintain poor relations with each other. One favors flesh, the other cold lands. The fact that both factions moved simultaneously suggests something far more sinister orchestrating from behind the scenes. Su Mingqiu asked, demons? Zhang Jinyue nodded. Most likely, and at minimum a demon general. Su Mingqiu's eyes shifted slightly. Demon general? Zhang Jinyue explained. In the battlefield of myriad races demonic military ranks are roughly divided into soldiers, elites, commanders, generals, and kings. The Bloodwing demon you killed earlier was a late-stage commander. And whoever can simultaneously mobilize multiple demonic forces is at least a general. As he spoke Zhang Jinyue looked at Su Mingqiu, his tone growing even more grave. A general-level demon is on an entirely different tier from a commander. They are not merely stronger in combat. More importantly, they have brains. They set ambushes. They lure enemies. They use their own kind as bait. And some demon generals are even more ruthless than humans. A veteran nearby couldn't resist adding softly, some are more than just ruthless. They're despicable too. Zhang Jinyue shot him a glare. The veteran immediately fell silent, focusing on his blade. Just then a communications soldier sprinted onto the wall. Captain Zhang. Orders from headquarters. Zhang Jinyue's expression hardened. Speak. The communications soldier glanced at Su Mingqiu, then said gravely, Headquarters demands Su Mingqiu proceed immediately to the 7th Defense Line's operational briefing room. Simultaneously the strike squad assembles in full. Zhang Jinyue's brows furrowed. The strike squad. The communications soldier nodded. Headquarters assesses that this attack may have been commanded by a demon general. The 7th Defense Line plans to deploy the strike squad outside the walls for reconnaissance. Su Mingqiu has been temporarily assigned to the strike squad. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the nearby veterans shifted instantly. The strike squad. This was no ordinary patrol unit. Only those who were the 7th Defense Line's fiercest fighters, most resourceful survivors, and most reckless souls could earn a place in the strike squad. Their mission was not to defend the wall. It was to venture beyond it. Deep into the wasteland, gather intelligence on enemy movements, assassinate demonic commanders, and dismantle enemy strongholds. To put it plainly, others served as the shield upon the line. The strike squad was the blade thrusting outward, sharpest and most easily broken. Zhang Jinhua looked at Su Mingqiu and spoke gravely. You just arrived your first day. By all rights, you shouldn't be going out of the wall so soon. Su Mingqiu asked, dangerous? Zhang Jinhua nodded. Very. Su Mingqiu's expression remained calm. Then I'll go. Zhang Jinhua fell silent for a moment. Would you like to reconsider? Su Mingqiu looked up toward the depths of the wasteland. I felt that presence earlier. It's still watching us. Zhang Jinyue's eyes narrowed. Su Mingqiu continued, since it dares to watch, it means it will return, rather than wait for it to come again. I'll go find it instead. These words were spoken calmly, but the veterans on the wall felt a shiver run down their spines. Wait for it to come again. No, I'll go find it instead. Was this the confidence of a top-tier prodigy? Zhang Jinyue studied Su Mingqiu for a long moment. Then he nodded. Let's go. 7th Defense Line. Operational Briefing Room. A massive tactical hologram hovered at the room's center. Upon the hologram, the terrain within 300 li around Cold Iron Ridge was rendered in precise detail. The Black Wasteland, Bone-Cleaving Gorge, Frostwind Valley, Bloodcrow Forest, and farther still the temporary demonic encampments. Red markings flashed continuously across the hologram, denoting areas where demonic forces had recently been active. Inside the briefing room, several figures already stood. At their head was a middle-aged man clad in a dark gray military uniform. His face was stern, his temples lightly silvered, and a hideous scar marred the area beneath his left eye. Simply standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Commander of the 7th Defense Line, Shen Tsongshan. Before him stood 6 powerful enhanced operatives. 4 men and 2 women. Each carried a thick, unmistakable scent of blood. The moment Su Mingqiu stepped into the briefing room, all 6 turned their heads. Their gazes converged upon him simultaneously. Young. Far too young. That was the first thought shared by all 6. Among them, a burly man with a massive axe slung across his back raised an eyebrow. Commander, is this the new member? Shen Tsongshan nodded. Su Mingqiu. The burly man sized Su Mingqiu up and grinned broadly. Looks barely grown. A short-haired woman beside him spoke calmly. According to his records, he came straight from a top university. The burly man blinked. A university student? He turned to Shen Tsongshan, his expression turning oddly strained. Commander, does the strike squad handle babysitting now? Su Mingqiu. He hadn't heard this line quite so many times today. Did people on the battlefield of myriad races really hold such deep prejudices against scholars? Before Shen Tsongshan could respond, Zhang Jinyue's cold voice cut in from the side. Lei Hu, shut up. Lei Hu turned and glanced at him. Old Zhang, you're here too. Zhang Jinyue replied evenly. I held the eastern wall alone earlier. Lei Hu's smile stiffened slightly. The short-haired woman's eyes shifted subtly. Shen Tsongshan swept his hand forward. Beside the tactical hologram, the battle records from the eastern wall earlier that day materialized. On the holographic display, Su Mingqiu stood upon the ramparts, raising his hand to freeze hundreds of blood-winged demons solid. Then he soared into the air, sealed the blood-winged demon commander with his cold energy, and dispatched it in a single strike. The briefing room fell utterly silent. Lei Hu's grin froze completely. He stared at the hologram for a moment, then looked at Su Mingqiu standing before him. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. Are university students this monstrous nowadays? Beside him, a tall, thin man adjusted his glasses and said calmly, according to the records, he's not an ordinary college student. Lei Hu instinctively asked, then what is he? The tall, thin man looked at the documents in his hand and read slowly, first place in individual rankings at the world competition. The core genius who froze the young generation of 5 nations. Lei Hu. He fell silent. The others in the conference room also fell quiet for a moment. After a brief pause, Lei Hu looked seriously at Su Mingqiu. I was a bit loud just now. Su Mingqiu nodded. It's fine. Lei Hu sighed in relief. But the next moment, Su Mingqiu added another remark. Besides, you can't beat me anyway. The conference room fell silent for an instant. Zhang Jinyue's mouth twitched. Shen Tsongshan's eyes shifted slightly. The short-haired woman burst out laughing. Lei Hu's eyes widened. Hey, you're quite arrogant, kid. Su Mingqiu looked at him, expression calm. The truth. Lei Hu opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to argue. But his peripheral vision caught the combat footage still playing on the side. In the footage, Su Mingqiu raised his hand and froze hundreds of blood-winged demons, casually turning a commander-level alien into an ice sculpture. Lei Hu fell silent. It was really uncomfortable. His sharp tongue was ready to fire, only to realize the other side could probably handle him effortlessly. The verbal jab suddenly lost its punch. Shen Tsongshan raised his hand and tapped the table. Enough. His voice dropped. Everyone in the conference room immediately fell quiet. Shen Sangshan looked at the tactical sand table in the center, his expression turning cold again. Let's get to business. He raised his hand and pointed. On the sand table, an area 30 li east of Hantai Ridge immediately lit up with red light. The alien attack just now came from 3 directions simultaneously. The Bloodwing demons handled aerial assaults. The Ice-Scale demons were responsible for breaching the walls. There was also a Shadow Demon squad attempting to infiltrate behind the defensive line through underground tunnels. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several people in the conference room darkened. Shen Sangshan's voice was low. This wasn't a spontaneous attack. It was a calculated probe. Su Mingqiu looked at the sand table. Probe what? Shen Sangshan glanced at him. To test the defensive strength of the 7th front line. And to test you. Su Mingqiu's eyes shifted slightly. The others in the conference room also turned to look at him at this moment. Shen Sangshan continued. You just arrived at the 7th front line, and the aliens launched an attack. If it were merely a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. Zhang Jinyue frowned deeply. Commander, do you mean? Do the aliens know Su Mingqiu would come? Shen Sangshan said gravely. At the very least, they know an important genius from Dragon Nation has arrived at the 7th front line. The news about the world competition has already spread. The name Su Mingqiu is known not only to the human race. The 10,000 races will also know. With these words, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately grew heavier. At the world competition, Su Mingqiu froze the core geniuses of the young generation from 5 nations. This matter had already been widely discussed among the various countries of the human race. But everyone understood. The battlefield of the 10,000 races was not completely isolated from the outside world. The human race could obtain information about the 10,000 races. Naturally, the 10,000 races could also gather intelligence on the human race. A young genius like Su Mingqiu, who had recently risen to prominence with terrifying battle records, would inevitably catch the attention of the 10,000 races. Lei Hu scratched his chin and couldn't help muttering. So you're saying? This kid arrives on his first day and the aliens have already arranged a special welcome ceremony for him. The short-haired woman said indifferently, quite enthusiastic. It's just that the gifts they brought weren't exactly auspicious. Zhang Jinyue glanced toward the outside and said coldly, they sent over 3,000 aliens. And he rejected them all on the spot. Lei Hu's mouth twitched. Rejected them? That commander-level alien was reduced to fragments. That would be classified as refused and destroyed. Su Mingqiu remained composed, not joining in their banter. He simply stared at the red area on the tactical map. After a moment he asked, so they're coming for me? Shen Sangshan nodded. Possible. Lei Hu grinned. Being targeted by the aliens right after arriving. Kid, you've got quite the presence here. Su Mingqiu thought for a moment and said seriously, the more enemies there are, the more valuable I must be. Lei Hu was taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. I like that. The tense atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly because of these words. Shen Sangshan, however, didn't smile. He raised his hand and pointed at the tactical sand table again. On the table, the location of Liegu Gorge instantly lit up. According to reconnaissance, after the aliens retreated, they didn't fully disperse. A portion of the remnants withdrew into Liegu Gorge. The terrain there is complex with cliffs on both sides, making it ideal for ambushes. The short-haired woman's gaze narrowed slightly. Bait. Shen Sangshan nodded. Highly likely, but we can't ignore it. If there truly are demon general-level aliens hiding there, the next attack will be even more dangerous for the 7th front line. As he spoke, his gaze swept across everyone in the conference room. His voice grew heavier as well. Therefore, the assassination squad will leave the city. There are 3 missions. First, confirm whether demon general-level aliens exist in Liegu Gorge. Second, if there's an opportunity, eliminate their commander. Third, determine their next target of attack. Lei Hu frowned and asked, what if we encounter the demon general itself? Shen Sangshan fell silent for a moment. Then he slowly said, kill it if possible. If not, retreat immediately. After saying this, his gaze fell on Su Mingqiu. Especially you. Don't underestimate a demon general just because you killed a commander earlier. On the battlefield, survival matters more than killing enemies. Su Mingqiu nodded. Understood. Shen Sangshan gave him a long look. He was actually somewhat worried. The most common mistake genius often made was that after winning one battle, they would feel capable of winning all of them. Especially someone like Su Mingqiu, a young man who had just dominated 5 nations at the world competition and had also killed a commander-level alien at the 7th front line. If it were anyone else, they would have likely become so inflated with pride that they wouldn't even know their own surname. But Su Mingqiu's eyes were very calm. There was no excitement, no arrogance, nor any panic after stepping onto the battlefield of the 10,000 races for the first time. This made Shen Sangshan feel somewhat relieved. He withdrew his gaze and said gravely, departure time 30 minutes from now. Collect your equipment and supplies on your own. For this mission, Lei Hu will serve as the team leader. Lei Hu patted his chest and grinned, don't worry. I'll make sure to bring everyone back alive. Su Mingqiu glanced at him. Lei Hu's eye twitched slightly. What do you mean by that look? Su Mingqiu said calmly, doesn't sound very reliable. Lei Hu. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The short-haired woman couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud again. Half an hour later, east gate of the 7th defense line. The assassination squad assembled. Lei Hu stood at the forefront carrying a massive battle axe on his back. The short-haired woman was Chu Qingxuang, specializing in wind-based speed and reconnaissance. The gaunt tall man was Su Su, a psychokinetic mutant responsible for perception and interference. The remaining 3 members handled defense, archery, and healing respectively. Adding Su Mingqiu, there were 7 in total. Rumbling. The east gate slowly opened. The heavy city door parted to both sides, revealing the boundless black wasteland beyond. The night sky hung low in the distance. A blood-red moon hovered above. The air still carried the scent of blood and scorched earth from the great battle. Lei Hu turned to look at the team, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Standard rules. No unauthorized movement after leaving the city. No loud talking. Do not touch any corpses randomly. Do not trust any cries for help, screams, or voices that sound human. He paused, his voice growing even deeper. On the 100-race battlefield, the ones best at imitating human speech are often the least human. His words fell. Lei Hu looked towards Su Mingqiu. Especially you. Su Mingqiu raised his eyes. Why especially me? Lei Hu wore a thoroughly serious expression. Because you look exactly like the kind of naive college student who would fall for a female demon's crying voice. Su Mingqiu fell silent for a moment. You have a deep misunderstanding about college students. Lei Hu grinned. I have a deep misunderstanding about living people in general. Su Mingqiu. That didn't sound like experience. That sounded like an illness. Chu Qingxuang spoke coldly. Enough, stop chatter. Su Su closed his eyes. An invisible spiritual energy spread slowly outward from his center toward the black wasteland ahead. After a moment, he opened his eyes. The area ahead is temporarily safe. Lei Hu nodded. Move out. As he spoke, all 7 members darted out through the east gate. Behind them, the massive city gates slowly closed. Su Mingqiu stepped onto the black wasteland. The ground beneath his feet was hard and cold, yet carried a faint metallic scent of blood. He did not know how many bodies lay buried here. Human soldiers. Alien races. Perhaps even more ashes, long indistinguishable by race. Moving eastward, the team traveled at great speed. Yet everyone maintained a combat formation at all times. Lei Hu led the front, clearing the path. The defensive mutant occupied the forward flank, always ready to raise barriers. Chu Qingxuang scouted both wings. Su Su monitored surrounding mental fluctuations. The archer held the center position, ensuring optimal vision and firing angles. The healer stayed at the rear for support. Su Mingqiu was positioned in the middle of the formation. This was a protective slot. Though Lei Hu teased him verbally, he still treated Su Mingqiu as a newcomer and shielded him accordingly. Su Mingqiu offered no objection. He was new to the 100-race battlefield and unfamiliar with everything here. Learning from veterans was nothing shameful. After traveling more than 10, Li Chu Qingxuang suddenly raised her hand. The team halted instantly. Everyone instinctively lowered their bodies and concealed their aura. Lei Hu asked in a low voice, "What did you find?" Chu Qingxuang crouched down, her fingertip gently brushing the ground. On the dark soil, several faint dragging marks appeared. Unless carefully observed, they would almost be hidden by the scattered stones and bloodstains of the wasteland. Chu Qingxuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Dragging marks. No more than half an hour old. Su Su closed his eyes and let his spiritual sense spread outward once more. After a moment, he opened them, his voice dropping lower. There is still a faint mental residue. It resembles shadow demons. Lei Hu's gaze turned cold instantly. A shadow demon squad. Su Mingqiu looked at him. Troublesome. Lei Hu lowered his voice, his expression clearly growing serious. Shadow demons excel at lurking and ambushing. They prefer peeling human skin and disguising themselves as acquaintances to infiltrate defenses. If they reach the rear, the trouble would be immense. Among such alien races, their frontal combat power may not be the strongest. But in terms of disgusting nature, they certainly rank among the top on the 100-race battlefield. You think the one standing beside you is your comrade. In the next second, they might rip out your heart. Su Mingqiu nodded. He raised his hand. A wisp of ice blue chill drifted slowly from his fingertip. The chill settled upon the ground, resembling a slender ice snake spreading forward along those dragging marks. Everyone held their breath. After a moment, the wisp of chill suddenly paused slightly, as if sensing some lingering presence. Su Mingqiu looked up, gazing toward the upper left. Over there. Chu Qingxuang glanced at him. You can track them? Su Mingqiu replied calmly. The temperature differs where they have walked. Lei Hu blinked. Can your ability be used like a hound? Before the words finished, Su Mingqiu slowly turned his head and looked at him. A sudden chill ran down Lei Hu's back. He immediately corrected himself in all seriousness. What I mean is, very practical, extremely practical. Chu Qingxuang's lips curled slightly upward. Su Su adjusted his glasses and said calmly, Captain Lei, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Lei Hu snorted coldly. I'm livening up the pre-battle atmosphere. Su Mingqiu withdrew his gaze and said nothing more. That wisp of chill continued creeping forward along the ground. Chu Qingxuang whispered, move. The team immediately adjusted their formation and continued darting forward along the direction Su Mingqiu indicated. Soon the group arrived behind a low hill. The moment they approached, the scent of blood intensified sharply. This was not the stale odor of an ordinary battlefield. It was fresh, pungent, bone-chilling. Beneath the hill lay several human soldiers' corpses in disarray. Their armor was torn apart, chests riddled with claw marks. More eerily, nearly all their facial skin had been completely peeled away. Only bloody flesh-exposed faces remained exposed to the cold wind of the black wasteland. The female healer's face paled slightly. Leihu's eyes turned ice-cold instantly. Shadow demons. Those words were nearly squeezed between his teeth. Susu adjusted his glasses, his spiritual sense quietly expanding, his voice pressed to an almost inaudible whisper. Be careful. They may not have gone far yet. Before his words finished, a corpse on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Upon that faceless, bloody visage, a grotesque smile slowly split open. Found you. Boom. In the next instant, shadows erupted from all directions. More than a dozen shadow demons surged forth from the shadows cast by those corpses. Their figures were gaunt and elongated, limbs sharp as blades, skin black as pitch, movements so fast they left only after images. Even more hair-raising was the fact. Upon their faces they wore freshly flayed human skin. One shadow demon even donned the face of a Dragon Nation soldier. That face still bore the expression of terror from death, now forced into a grotesque, twisted grin by the demon. It mimicked a human voice, rasping hoarsely, "Help me. Please help me." The sound resembled that of a dying soldier's pleas. Yet paired with that black, twisted body, it only chilled the spine. The killing intent in Leihu's eyes surged instantly. "Help your grandmother." The words had barely settled when Leihu stepped forward, his massive axe sweeping down from behind with devastating force. The blade carved through the air, shattering it instantly. Boom. The shadow demon at the very front never even had time to scream before Leihu's axe cleaved it clean through, sending it flying. Chu Qingxuang's figure moved. She darted into the swarm of shadow demons like a streak of emerald wind. Blade light flashed. Wind blades tore through the air. One shadow demon had barely protruded half its body from the shadows when she drove it back with a single slash. At the same moment, Susu closed his eyes slightly, his mental energy silently spreading outward, covering dozens of meters around them. His role was to suppress the shadow demons' mental interference, preventing them from mimicking voices and disrupting judgment. The battle erupted instantly. The shadow demons were extremely fast. Their figures constantly flickered in and out of shadows like clusters of black, ghostly phantoms skimming across the ground. Ordinary attacks barely managed to hit them. Even an elite veteran unit such as the strike team had to remain on high alert at all times. A single lapse in concentration could leave them open to a fatal strike from behind. A shadow demon silently circled around behind a female healer soldier. It wore the face of a human soldier, complete with a sinister grin. Its pitch-black claws stabbed straight toward the healer's heart without so much as a whisper of wind. Just as the healer began to react, crack, the claws suddenly froze midair, less than half a foot away from her back. A layer of ice blue frost instantly coated the shadow demon's arm. The shadow demon's pupils contracted sharply. It tried to slip into the shadows, but in the next instant it found itself unable to move at all. Su Mingqiu stood nearby, his expression calm, one hand raised. His 5 fingers slowly closed. Crack, crack. Ice surged from the shadow demon's arm, spreading across its entire body. In the span of a single breath, the shadow demon was frozen solid into an ice statue. Then, boom, the ice statue shattered on the spot. The human skin draped across its face crumbled along with it, scattering like ice shards. The female healer blinked in surprise. She glanced at Su Mingqiu and murmured softly, "Thank you." Su Mingqiu nodded. "You're welcome." Leihu swung his massive axe while shouting loudly, "Kid, don't just cover the rear. Step up and fight." Su Mingqiu looked up at him. "All right." The moment he spoke, he stepped forward. Boom. Ice blue cold energy instantly spread outward from beneath his feet. In the next instant, the temperature around them plummeted. Even the twisted shadows pooling across the ground began to frost over. The shadow demons, who had freely navigated through shadows moments before, suddenly moved stiffly. They tried to flee into the shadows, only to find them frozen solid. They couldn't burrow anymore. Leihu stared for a moment, then burst into roaring laughter. "Nice one, kid. Now let's see where they hide." Chaos erupted among the shadow demon horde. Their greatest advantage lay in slipping through shadows to launch ambush strikes. But now their shadows were sealed by the cold energy. They were like rats that had always burrowed underground, only to discover every entrance was suddenly cemented shut. Chu Qingxuang seized the opportunity, her figure blurring into a streak of wind as she dove into the shadow demon ranks. Wind blades slashed horizontally. Splat! 3 shadow demons hadn't even time to retreat before their bodies were torn apart by the wind blades, their corpses sent flying. On the other side, Leihu let out a roar, his massive axe smashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled. 2 shadow demons were struck head-on by the axe's aura, their black bodies exploding on impact. The remaining shadow demons finally realized something was wrong and turned to flee. Su Mingqiu simply raised his hand. From beneath the ground, ice blue chains suddenly burst forth. Crack! Crack! Those chains coiled around the remaining shadow demons like colossal ice pythons, wrapping their limbs and necks before dragging them back to their original positions. Su Mingqiu's voice was calm. "Stay." The next moment, cold energy exploded. Every shadow demon's body froze simultaneously. Frost rapidly crept across their dark skin. In the span of a single breath, all the remaining shadow demons were transformed into ice statues. Boom. Ice statues shattered one after another. Ice shards rained down across the ground. A moment later, the battle ended. Susu crouched down and retrieved a black bone fragment from the remains of a shadow demon. The fragment was only palm-sized, cold, and rough to the touch. Etched upon it was a crescent-shaped mark. The mark was dark red as though soaked in blood, exuding an eerie chill against the night. The smile instantly vanished from Lei Hu's face. Dark Moon mark. Chu Qingxuang's eyes also turned cold. The Dark Moon General. Su Mingqiu looked at them. Who was that? Lei Hu's grip on his axe tightened slightly, his voice dropping lower. An old enemy of the 7th Defense Line. A demonic general-class powerhouse. Skilled in ambushing, luring prey into traps, and splitting the battlefield. Over the past 3 years, 7 patrol teams have fallen to it along the 7th Defense Line. Even the strike team has lost 2 full squads to it. At this, Lei Hu's expression turned grim. Clearly this name was no stranger to the 7th Defense Line. In fact, it could be described as a thorn driven deep into everyone's hearts. Su Mingqiu looked down at the black bone fragment. So that menacing presence targeting the 7th Defense Line. It was it. Susa nodded. Likely. No sooner had he spoken when a deep, mournful horn sound echoed from the direction of Liegu Gorge in the distance. Whoa, whoa. The sound seemed to rise from the depths of the earth. Dull, eerie, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. Everyone's expressions shifted simultaneously. Lei Hu looked up sharply toward the silhouette of the distant dark canyon. Liegu Gorge. Chu Qingxuang's voice turned cold. It's luring us there. Lei Hu tightened his grip on his axe, killing intent churning in his eyes. Even if we know it's a trap, we still need to investigate. Otherwise, next time it'll set its traps right at the gates of the 7th Defense Line. He turned to look at Su Mingqiu. Kid. Scared. Su Mingqiu didn't answer immediately. He simply gazed into the distance. Within the darkness, the direction of Liegu Gorge, a dark red crescent moon, seemed to slowly emerge. That overwhelming presence flashed once more before vanishing. Cold. Sinister. Loaded with undisguised provocation. As if it were telling them, I'm right here. If you dare come and find me. A wisp of ice-blue cold energy slowly rose from Su Mingqiu's palm. Not scared. Lei Hu looked at him, then suddenly grinned broadly. Good. You've got guts. He hoisted his axe onto his shoulder and turned toward Liegu Gorge. Then let's move. The 7 of them reformed their formation. Then they sped toward Liegu Gorge. Liegu Gorge, located 70 li southeast of the 7th Defense Line. Viewed from above, the gorge resembled a wound torn open by the razor-sharp claws of some ancient behemoth. Narrow and elongated. Profoundly deep. Radiating an aura of ill omen. The cliff walls on both sides rose like sheer blades, their black rock surfaces covered densely with white bone patterns. Under the night sky, the entire gorge exuded an indefinable chill. Wind blew from the depths of the gorge. Whoa, whoa. The sound was low and eerie. Lei Hu walked at the forefront, his massive battle axe already gripped tight. Usually talkative, his entire demeanor shifted the moment he truly entered the mission zone. No idle words. No banter. Only the vigilance and composure of a seasoned veteran. Chu Qingxuang moved with ethereal lightness, her footsteps soundless, always prowling the left flank of the formation. Susu kept one eye shut, his intangible spiritual energy radiating outward like a spider's web. The shield-bearer hoisted his heavy tower shield, guarding the female healer. Archer Zhao Lai stood at the rear, his fingers never leaving the bowstring, ready to strike at any moment. Su Mingqiu walked in the middle of the formation. In the center of his palm, a wisp of icy blue frost flickered faintly. He could sense that the temperature here was strange, not merely cold. It was a chilling, bone-deep cold. Suddenly Lei Hu raised his hand. Everyone halted instantly. He lowered his voice. Listen. They held their breath. From deep within the gorge came a faint, feeble voice. Help. Is anyone there? Save me. The voice was weak. Intermittent. Like a wounded human soldier struggling to survive in the darkness. The female healer's face flickered, and she instinctively moved forward. Lei Hu grabbed her shoulder. Don't move. The healer gritted her teeth. But that voice. Lei Hu's eyes went icy. What did I just say? The healer froze. Never trust any crying. Never trust any plea for help. Never trust any voice that sounds like your own kind. On the battlefield of myriad races, the ones most skilled at mimicking human speech are often the least human. Lei Hu turned to Susu. Can you sense it? Susu closed his eyes. His spiritual energy probed forward along the gorge. After a moment, his expression darkened. There's a life fluctuation ahead. But it's chaotic. It resembles a human. Yet not quite. Lei Hu let out a cold laugh. Then it's not human. He raised his hand abruptly. Old Zhao. Archer Zhao Lai nodded. The next instant, he drew his bow to a full moon. Whoosh. A Yuan force arrow tore through the air, ripping apart the darkness, and shot straight toward the source of the voice. Boom. The arrow exploded. Blazing Yuan force erupted violently in the darkness. A piercing screech echoed from ahead. Then a twisted figure rolled out of the shadows. The creature wore human armor, but its face looked like kneaded mud, features shifting constantly. One moment, it was the face of a young soldier. The next, it morphed into a woman. Then again the face twisted and writhed, taking on Lei Hu's likeness. Captain Lei. It chuckled in Lei Hu's own voice. How can you kill your own men? The sound was almost identical to Lei Hu's. In the chaos of battle, such a voice could cause a momentary hesitation. And that single instant of hesitation was often enough to get someone killed. Lei Hu's face was expressionless as he slowly raised his battle axe. Because you're not ugly enough to be me. Boom. The axe fell. The monster didn't even have time to scream before being cleaved in two. Black blood splattered on the ground, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. A pungent stench of rot filled the air. Mingqiu stared at the corpse. Is this also a shadow demon? Lei Hu shook his head. No. This is a phantom face. A filthy creature raised by the demon race. They love to mimic the faces and voices of familiar people. He glanced at Mingqiu. Remember, here, even if you see your own mother, you ask for the password first. Mingqiu was silent for a moment. I don't have a mother. Lei Hu. His mouth twitched violently. How does one respond to that? No response. Forcing one would make him seem inhuman. After a moment Lei Hu coughed dryly. Then ask me when you see me. Mingqiu nodded. That I can do. Lei Hu. For some reason he felt even more stung. Chu Qingshuang's lips curled slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. Susu pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice. Enough. The mental fluctuations around us are intensifying. As his words fell, the chilling aura in the gorge suddenly thickened. The white bone patterns on the cliffs on both sides began to glow faintly, as if awakened by something. Lei Hu's eyes turned cold. He gripped his battle axe and slowly turned. They're here. No sooner had he spoken than pairs of crimson eyes lit up on the cliffs. Dense and countless. The next moment a piercing shriek tore through the canyon. Dozens of shadow demons lunged from the shadows of the cliffs. They moved with incredible speed, their bodies almost merging with the darkness, leaving only black blurs flickering across the rock faces. At the same time, ice-scale fiends crawled out from the fissures in the ground. Their claws dug into the earth, their scales cold and gleaming. Farther away, several bloodwing demons took to the air, sealing off the escape route above. Lei Hu cursed. They really prepared a full-course meal for us. Shield. The shield-bearer stepped forward, gripping the heavy shield, and slammed it into the ground. Boom. A earthen yellow barrier rose, instantly blocking the first wave of shadow demons. Bang. 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 The demons crashed against the barrier, their claws scraping furiously, producing a grating, teeth-chilling sound. Chu Qingshuang turned into a gust of wind flashing to the left. Wind blades swept across, forcing back several shadow demons that tried to close in. Zhao Lai drew his bow repeatedly. Whiz. 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 Arrows of Yuan force shot out like meteors, precisely targeting the bloodwing demons in midair. The female healer stood at the rear, hands forming seals, sending waves of restorative spiritual light over the team. Susu in the center of the formation continuously pulsed his spiritual energy, forcibly suppressing the illusions and mental interference surging around them. Mingqiu raised his hand. Icy blue frost gathered in his palm, ready to erupt and seal the entire battlefield. But just then Susu's expression changed sharply. Watch out. Boom. A black runic array blazed up from the ground beneath them. It seemed to have been buried long ago in the gorge, and now triggered by Mingqiu's frost, it released a strange devouring force. The frost that Mingqiu released, instead of spreading to freeze the enemy, was forcibly drawn by the array toward the cliffs on both sides. The cold did not seal the foes, instead it formed a thin layer of ice on the rock faces. The shadow demons, using the ice's reflection, became even more distorted and blurred. Shadows, icy glints, afterimages. All intertwined, making it impossible to pinpoint their true positions. Lei Hu's face shifted. They're using your frost to mess with our vision. Mingqiu's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, his frost would simply dominate the battlefield, freeze the enemy, lock the space, and crush all resistance. But this time the enemy had pre-laid the array in Liegu Gorge, forcibly diverting his frost. The cold did not freeze the enemy, instead it reflected off the icy cliffs, making the shadow demons' movements even more impossible to track. Lei Hu's expression turned grim. They're using your cold to confuse our sight. Mingqiu's gaze hardened. This was his first encounter with such a tactic. In the past, his frost would simply overwhelm the battlefield, freeze the enemy, seal the space, and crush all resistance. But this time the enemy had pre-laid the runic formation in Liegu Gorge, forcibly diverting his frost. The cold did not freeze the enemy, instead it reflected off the icy cliffs, making the shadow demons' movements even more impossible to track. Deep within the canyon, a low, lingering chuckle echoed. Mingqiu, you froze the prodigies of 5 nations in the World Championship. But this is not the World Championship. Your abilities are formidable, but no matter how powerful, if misused, they can get your comrades killed. The voice echoed continuously through the canyon. Now far, now near. Now left, now right. As if coming from the cliff walls, yet also whispering right beside everyone's ears. Impossible to discern its true origin. Rage surged in Lei Hu's eyes as he looked up and roared. Dark Moon, what kind of demonic general hides and lurks? If you've got the guts, come out and duel me, your Uncle Lei. The voice chuckled softly. Lei Hu, you're still as stupid as ever. The last time I killed your decapitation squad's deputy commander, you shouted the same thing. The words fell. Lei Hu's eyes instantly turned red. Chu Qingxuang's face changed and she immediately barked, "Lei Hu, hold steady." But it was already one moment too late. Boom. Blood and chi erupted from Lei Hu's body with tremendous force. A violent shockwave exploded outward from him as his great axe swept horizontally, sending several ice-scale demon beasts flying. The next moment he had already charged forward. Dark Moon, I'll kill you. Su Mingqiu's brows furrowed. Just as he was about to follow, the black formation pattern beneath his feet lit up again. Boom. A wall of shadow erupted from the ground. Pitch black darkness solid as physical matter instantly split across the canyon, forcibly dividing the decapitation squad. Lei Hu was isolated at the forefront. Su Mingqiu, Chu Qingxuang, and Su Su were trapped in the middle section. The shield warrior Zhao Lai and the healer soldier were blocked at the rear. 3 separate battlefields formed in an instant. Su Su's face darkened. It's splitting us apart. Chu Qingxuang gritted her teeth. Lei Hu has been provoked. Su Mingqiu glanced at the shadow wall ahead, his expression still calm. He raised his hand. Ice blue cold energy rapidly condensed. But this time he did not release the cold energy across a wide area as before. Instead he compressed it into an extremely thin line of ice. The next moment, the ice line pierced the black formation pattern beneath his feet. Crack. A layer of fine frost instantly formed on the pattern's surface. That force which manipulated the cold energy also hesitated noticeably for a moment. But before Su Mingqiu could completely freeze the formation pattern, the black pattern unexpectedly disconnected on its own. Like a living creature, it rapidly retreated underground and vanished. Su Mingqiu's eyes shifted slightly. The Dark Moon demonic general's voice rang out again from the deep canyon. Learns quickly. Unfortunately not enough. On the battlefield, enemies won't stand there waiting for you to adapt. The next moment, from within the shadows, 3 dark silhouettes suddenly erupted. 3 shadow demons wearing human skin pounced on Su Su simultaneously. Su Su was a spiritual type ability user most skilled in perception interference and mental suppression. But close combat slaughter was not his strength. The 3 shadow demons clearly saw this as well. Their target was clear. Kill the perception position first. Chu Qingxuang's face changed, and she immediately turned to rescue. But the moment she moved, several blood-winged demons dove down from above. Crimson wings tore through the air, sharp claws aimed directly at her throat, forcibly intercepting her mid-course. Su Mingqiu's eyes turned cold instantly. He took a step forward. Cold energy in his palm condensed into 3 ice blades, instantly slashing toward the 3 shadow demons. But just as the ice blades were about to fall, the 3 shadow demons' bodies suddenly twisted. Pitch black skin churned. The human skin draped on their faces shifted rapidly. The next moment, they actually simultaneously transformed into the appearance of 3 Dragon Country soldiers. Every face bore pain and fear. Don't kill me. I'm from Dragon Country. Save me. The voices were shrill. Expressions desperate. If it were ordinary ability users, they might truly hesitate for a moment. But Su Mingqiu didn't even change his gaze. You're my grandfather. The words fell. Hand rose. Blade fell. Crack. 3 ice blades slashed through instantly. The 3 shadow demons didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were simultaneously encased in ice. The next instant, bang, bang, bang. The 3 shadow demons exploded on the spot into countless ice crystal fragments. From the rear battlefield, the healer female soldier's startled cry suddenly came. Su Mingqiu suddenly turned his head. Behind the shadow wall, the shield warrior was forcefully knocked back by several ice-scale demon beasts, his heavy battle shield carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Zhao Lai was also suppressed by the blood-winged demons in the air, arrows constantly fired but unable to return aid in time. And behind the healer female soldier, a corpse slowly rose to its feet. That corpse wore a Dragon Country military uniform with a large hole torn open in its chest, empty inside with no heart. But its face was intact. The moment the healer female soldier saw that face, her entire body stiffened. Her pupils trembled, her voice shaking. Brother. The corpse grinned, revealing a stiff and eerie smile. Sister, don't you recognize me? Lei Hu roared from ahead, don't believe it. That's not your brother. But the healer female soldier's eyes had already reddened. That was her real brother. 3 years ago he died in battle on the myriad races battlefield. Not even his remains survived. She clearly knew this couldn't be real. She clearly knew this thing before her was merely imitating. But when that face truly appeared before her, she still couldn't help but waver for a moment. And on the battlefield, one moment is enough to be fatal. The corpse slowly raised its hand. Above its fingertips, flesh and blood split open, transforming into a sharp black thorn silently piercing toward her heart. Sister, come with brother. The voice was gentle, but the movement was utterly vicious. Su Mingqiu's eyes turned cold suddenly. This time, he didn't hesitate at all. Raised his hand, pointed a finger. Whoosh. An ice line compressed to the extreme instantly pierced through the air. That ice line passed through the gap in the shadow wall, precisely piercing the corpse's brow. Crack. Ice rapidly spread from the brow. The corpse's movement instantly stopped where it was. The familiar face on it still maintained a gentle smile. But the next moment, the smile was completely covered by frost. Bang! That face along with the entire corpse violently shattered. The healer female soldier stood frozen in place. Tears still hung on her face. After that familiar face shattered, her fingers still trembled slightly. Su Mingqiu's voice came from ahead. He's not your brother. The healer female soldier clenched her teeth. I know. She took a deep breath and raised her hand to wipe away the tears. When she looked up again, her eyes had become resolute once more. Thank you. Su Mingqiu didn't say anything else. He slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, the cold energy within his body began to circulate. But this time it was not an eruption, not a sweeping strike, nor was it like before directly freezing the entire battlefield. Instead it sank underground, silent and invisible. Ice blue cold energy followed the rock fissures, followed the residual formation patterns, spreading bit by bit throughout the entire bone-cleaving canyon. Without violent momentum, without earth-shattering force, yet more dangerous. The Dark Moon Demon General seemed to have sensed something. Deep within the canyon, that voice showed the slightest fluctuation for the first time. Moi. Su Mingqiu opened his eyes. An ice blue radiance slowly ignited within his eyes. You have a fondness for lurking in shadows. He raised his hand, and the cold energy in his palm condensed into a slender thread. His voice remained calm, yet the temperature throughout the canyon plummeted in an instant. Then I shall freeze the shadows themselves. Boom. A surge of icy energy erupted from his body. But this time the force did not spread outward. Instead it rose in reverse from the depths beneath the earth. Every shadow throughout the bone-cleaving gorge became encased in frost at that very moment. The shadow demons clinging to the cliff faces were forcibly drawn into visibility. Hidden formation patterns surfaced from underground, coiling like black serpents pinned within the bedrock by the freezing energy. The shadow barrier dividing the battlefield began to quake violently. Crack. The first fracture appeared. Seeing this, Lei Hu let out a roar. You've got guts. I knew you had it in you. He swung his massive axe in a wide arc, shattering 2 ice-scale demons before smashing it against the shadow wall. Boom. The shadow wall shattered apart. The 3 sections of the battlefield, front, center, and rear, joined together once more. The beheading squad rapidly regrouped. Lei Hu rejoined the vanguard, bearing new wounds across his body, yet his aura grew even more ferocious. He cast a glance at Su Mingqiu. Took a hit just now, Su Mingqiu nodded. Lei Hu grinned. That's how it should be. The first lesson of the myriad races battlefield. Su Mingqiu's gaze turned toward the canyon's depths. I remember. The Dark Moon Demon General's voice echoed again. Yet this time there was less mockery in its tone. Not bad. Breaking my shadow formation on your first attempt. Truly worthy of being the human prodigy who left the geniuses of the 5 nations in your shadow. Lei Hu sneered. Dark Moon, the formation is broken. Why don't you come out? Deep within the canyon, shadows churned and swirled. A tall figure emerged slowly from the darkness. It wore black demonic armor, a horned head curving backward with a robe crafted from shadow demon hide draped over its shoulders. Those dark crimson eyes gleamed like crescent moons. The Dark Moon Demon General. It had finally made itself visible. There was nothing frenzied about its presence. Rather, it carried an eerie calm. Yet the moment it appeared, every shadow throughout the canyon seemed to stir to life. Lei Hu tightened his grip on his massive axe, his voice low. Took you long enough to show yourself. The Dark Moon Demon General surveyed the assembled group, its gaze ultimately settling on Su Mingqiu. I only intended to test you initially. Now my plans have changed. Do you want to kill me? Su Mingqiu asked. The Dark Moon Demon General chuckled. No. I want you alive. To bring you back to the demon race. Lei Hu sneered. You wish. The Dark Moon Demon General replied casually. That's precisely why I've prepared so thoroughly. The words barely hung in the air before crimson runes flared to life above the Crackbone Gorge, interlacing midair to shroud the entire canyon in an instant. Boom. The gorge shuddered as the weight of altered space pressed down on everyone. Susa's expression darkened. The space has been sealed. Chu Qingshuang gripped her short blade, her gaze cold. Our retreat route is gone. Lei Hu exhaled and slung his massive axe over his shoulder. He glanced at the crimson runes rising around them, then grinned. Then we don't retreat. With that he looked towards Su Mingqiu. Boy, are you afraid? Su Mingqiu gazed into the canyon's depths where the Dark Moon Demon General's presence grew increasingly distinct. Colder. More eerie. The ice blue chill began rising from Su Mingqiu's palms. Not afraid. Lei Hu grinned widely. Then let's tear into it. Deep within the canyon, the Dark Moon Demon General slowly raised its hand. Countless shadows swirled behind it, converging into a massive dark red crescent moon. The crescent hung, suspended in darkness, radiating an oppressive weight that chilled the soul. A terrifying pressure surged through the bone-cleaving gorge in an instant, sending the cliffs trembling and rocks cascading downward. Su Mingqiu stepped forward. A crackling sound echoed as cold energy spread from beneath his feet, rapidly encasing the black bedrock in frost that clashed starkly against the crimson runes surrounding them. Behind him, the phantom of a bottomless cold abyss slowly materialized. It radiated sheer cold and absolute stillness, deepening the Dark Moon Demon General's smile. Come then. Let me see if your cold abyss can freeze my dark moon. Boom. The dark moon crashed down while the cold abyss surged upward. The entire bone-cleaving gorge was torn apart in that instant by 2 opposing forces. one dark shadow, the other piercing ice. The Dark Moon Demon General stood deep within the gorge, its crimson crescent moon slowly rotating behind it, each degree of movement causing the surrounding shadows to writhe and contort. Cliff faces, the ground, the fallen bodies, scattered rocks. Every surface capable of casting shadow seemed to stir with unnatural life. Lehu tightened his grip on his massive axe, his expression more grave than ever. Stay alert. That Dark Moon Fiend excels at using shadows to kill. The words barely left his lips when the shadows on the ground erupted violently. A sharp hissing sound echoed as over a dozen black spikes shot upward from beneath their feet. The shield warrior roared and brought his shield crashing down, raising an earthen yellow barrier that deflected most of the black spikes. Several spikes slipped past the shield and struck toward the healing unit's female soldiers. Chu Qingxuang's eyes turned cold as she moved like wind, appearing beside them in an instant. Her short blade flashed, repeatedly shattering the shadow spikes on contact. But the shattered spikes didn't dissipate. They writhed midair, reforming into pitch-black, ghostly claws. Susu's expression darkened. These things can regenerate. Lehu cursed viciously. What disgusting bastardry. The words had barely left his mouth when he stepped forward, his chi and blood erupting like a furious beast as his massive axe swept through the air. The explosion of violent energy shattered the dozens of ghostly claws before him. The Dark Moon Demon General remained perfectly still, watching with barely concealed mockery in its dark eyes. Humans, you are always the same, charging forward together even when death awaits you. Lehu sneered back. At least we fight face to face, unlike you vermin who hide in the gutters and strike from the shadows. Anyone would think your ancestors were rats given to cunning. The Dark Moon Demon General's expression remained utterly impassive as it replied calmly. Only the living have the right to mock others. Its right hand rose slowly and the dark red crescent moon above the gorge trembled violently. A wave of bone-chilling power radiated outward instantly. In the next moment, countless shadows twisted into thin black threads that coiled toward the group from every direction, delicate as spun silk drawn from pure darkness. The threads moved with blinding speed. Zhao Lai had barely drawn his bow when a black line wrapped around his wrist. His expression shifted as he struggled to break free, but the thread tightened violently, slicing open a wound that bled instantly. A healer's green spiritual light descended immediately to stem the flow. But more black threads were already closing in. Lehu roared, "Don't let yourselves be bogged down." The group dispersed at once. Su Mingqiu remained where he stood, unmoving. His gaze was fixed on the dark crimson crescent moon behind the Dark Moon Demon General. The Dark Moon Demon General had not attacked with its true form. It had been draining everyone through shadows all along. Not because it was weak, but because it was cautious enough. Every shadow and bone-cleaving gorge was its weapon. Shadows of the cliff walls. Shadows of fragmented stones. Shadows of corpses. Even the shadows beneath their own feet. As long as that dark moon remained unbroken, this gorge would forever be its domain. Su Mingqiu slowly raised his hand, condensing cold energy into ice blades which sliced toward the black lines around him. Crack! The black lines were encased in ice. Then they shattered. But almost immediately more black lines emerged from the shadows, dense and countless, as though endless. The Dark Moon Demon General watched him and chuckled softly. Su Mingqiu, your ice is indeed formidable. But how much can you freeze? Every inch of darkness here is my power. Unless you can freeze the entire bone-cleaving gorge. Su Mingqiu's expression remained calm. It can be done. The Dark Moon Demon General's eyes flickered slightly. The next moment, Su Mingqiu stepped forward. Boom. Ice blue cold energy spread like wildfire from his center, crawling across the ground in all directions. The cliffs on both sides of the gorge. The cracks in the ground. The shadows of broken stones. The tattered corpses. All places covered by darkness began to frost over rapidly at that moment. The black threads that continued to crawl out from the shadows were forcibly frozen midair. Each black line hung stiffly in suspension. Seeing this, Lehu burst into laughter. Excellent. Brothers, clear the way. The words had barely left his mouth when he gripped his great axe with both hands, his bloody aura surging violently. The ground beneath his feet caved in instantly. Boom. In the next instant, Lehu launched himself forward. Mountain-splitting strike. His great axe rose high above his head. Fierce bloody chi wrapped around the blade before slashing down fiercely toward the Dark Moon Demon General. The Dark Moon Demon General glanced up. A shadow barrier rose instantly before it. Boom. The great axe struck the barrier. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the entire bone-cleaving gorge with a deep rumble. The shadow barrier trembled violently, yet it did not shatter immediately. Lehu roared again, his arm muscles swelling, sinews bulging like coiled dragons. Shatter for me. Crack. The shadow barrier split open. At the same moment, Chu Qingxuang struck from the flank. Her figure dissolved into several afterimages. Her short blade cut through the darkness, aiming directly for the Dark Moon Demon General's throat. The Demon General shifted backward. Its shadow surged beneath its feet. In the next instant, it merged completely into the ground and vanished. Chu Qingxuang's strike missed. Her eyes changed abruptly. Bad. Susu immediately called out. It shifted. Almost at the same instant. From the shadows behind the healing series female soldier, a pitch-black figure slowly emerged. The Dark Moon Demon General appeared behind her silently. Its 5 fingers formed a claw, aimed straight for her heart. Kill the one who can heal first. The voice was ice-cold, killing intent merciless. The healing series soldier's face turned pale. The shield warrior attempted to return to defense, but several shadow chains dragged him down relentlessly. The ground beneath his feet cracked from his footing, yet he was still a step too slow. Lehu was too far away. This strike was nearly fatal. But just as the Dark Moon Demon General's claw was halfway extended, its movement suddenly froze. As though held in place by some invisible force. The Dark Moon Demon General looked down. It saw that its own shadow had somehow already been frozen to the ground by a layer of frost, locking its movements completely. Not far away, Mingqiu stood firm, his raised palm slowly closing into a fist. His voice was calm. Got you now. The Dark Moon Demon General's pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, cold energy spread rapidly along the shadow beneath its feet. Crack, crack. Frost climbed along the black silhouette, rising up its body to freeze half of it solid. The healing series soldier seized the opportunity and quickly retreated. Zhao Lai's eyes sharpened, and he drew his longbow in one motion. Demon-piercing arrow. A crimson gold arrow shot through the air. Yuan power burned along its shaft like a golden meteor tearing through the night. Thwack! The arrow pierced straight through the Dark Moon Demon General's shoulder. Dark blood splashed outward, but before it could hit the ground, the cold energy froze it into ice crystals. At the same time, Lei Hu and Chu Qingxuang both circled back to attack. The great axe descended from above, crashing down with violent bloody chi. The short blades sliced horizontally from the flank, wind blades sealing off all the Demon General's evasive routes. One from above, one from the side. One fierce, one swift. They completely cut off its escape. The mockery in the Dark Moon Demon General's eyes finally vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling coldness. Get lost. Boom. The shadow power within the Demon General erupted utterly. Half its body, sealed by ice, actually exploded outward with brutal force. Black blood mist churned. The shattered flesh, once freed, immediately transformed into shadow and reassembled onto its body. Lei Hu's great axe slammed brutally into its shoulder. Thwack! The blade sunk deep, tearing open a wound so deep the bone was visible. Chu Qingxuang's short blade sliced across its ribs at the same instant. Wind blades detonated, spraying a stream of blood. But the Dark Moon Demon General, borrowing that brief moment, forced its way into the shadows. In the next instant, its figure reappeared dozens of meters away. But this time its composure had completely vanished. Its left shoulder was pierced by the demon-piercing arrow. Its ribs bled incessantly. Half its body still bore lingering ice-blue frost. That frost clung like a plague, persisting despite the shadow energy it constantly flushed over itself. The Dark Moon Demon General's eyes darkened. It stared fiercely at Mingqiu. Just now, that instant, it had been locked by a human youth's shadow. Not its body that was sealed. Not its power that was frozen. But its most mastered ability, its shadow pinned directly. That was the truly terrifying part. If he did not kill Mingqiu today, this human youth would become 10 times, 100 times more dangerous than now. The Dark Moon Demon General slowly raised its head. Its voice turned thoroughly cold. You cannot be left alive. It raised both hands. Above the gorge, that dark red crescent moon began to descend slowly. Rumble, rumble. The entire bone-cleaving gorge shook violently. Countless shadows surged from cliff walls, from underground, from corpses converging into that dark moon. The dark moon grew larger and larger, heavier and heavier. The terrifying pressure made everyone's expressions shift simultaneously. Su grunted in pain. His spiritual consciousness struck, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It's going all out. Lei Hu hoisted his great axe, teeth gritted. Then we strike together and shatter it. Mingqiu raised his hand to stop him. Lei Hu frowned. Kid. Mingqiu looked at the descending dark moon, his gaze calm. You all step back. Chu Qingxuang looked at him. You alone, eh? Mingqiu nodded. Yes. Lei Hu's expression darkened. Don't be reckless. This thing isn't that Vanguard commander. Mingqiu glanced at him. I know. So, it's time to end this. The moment the words fell, Mingqiu stepped forward. Boom. The chilling aura within Mingqiu's body erupted in full force. But this time it was no longer pure ice blue. A profound darkness gradually seeped into its core. Black icy energy surged upward from beneath his feet. The temperature across all of Liegu Gorge plummeted to its absolute lowest point. It was not merely cold. It was an abyssal silence. The Dark Moon Demon General also sensed something amiss. It fixed its gaze upon Mingqiu. For the first time, it felt genuine peril emanating from this young human. What are you attempting? Mingqiu offered no reply. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Black cold energy swirled and coiled within his palm. The next moment, a low resonant dragon roar suddenly echoed through Liegu Gorge. Roar. The dark icy energy behind Mingqiu converged frantically. A colossal black ice dragon slowly condensed into form. It coiled behind Mingqiu, its enormous frame nearly filling half the entire gorge. When its dragon mouth opened, the surrounding shadows were forcibly drawn and continuously consumed into its belly. The Dark Moon Demon General's expression changed entirely. seeking death. The Dark Moon Demon General raised its hand. Above the gorge, the falling dark red crescent moon suddenly accelerated. Dark Moon Soul Burial. Boom. The massive dark red crescent moon wreathed in endless shadow energy crashed down towards Mingqiu with crushing force. Terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The entire Liegu Gorge trembled. Mingqiu looked up at the descending dark moon. His voice rang out calmly. Black dragon devours the heavens. The words had scarcely fallen. Roar. A dragon's cry shattered the gloomy clouds above the gorge. The black ice dragon shot upward. Its immense body tore through the biting cold wind, charging directly toward the falling dark moon. The dark moon collided with the black dragon. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No dazzling light radiated outward. Only a moment of utter stillness. Then, the next instant, the black ice dragon opened its massive jaws and actually bit down upon the dark moon itself. The Dark Moon Demon General's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. That was its ultimate killing move forged from the combined shadow energy of the entire Liegu Gorge. And yet now, the dark moon had been forcibly clamped by the black ice dragon. In the next instant, frost spread. Dense black ice patterns emerged across the surface of the dark moon. The shadow energy contained within raged, desperately attempting to corrode the black dragon's body. But the black dragon forcefully drew those shadow energies in bit by bit. Crack. The first fracture appeared upon the dark moon. The Dark Moon Demon General's face transformed wildly as it frantically channeled its power. Subdue. But it was already too late. The black ice dragon extended its dragon claws. Boom. The dragon claws tore through empty space, gripping the dark moon with iron force. Then it raised its head. Roar. The entire dark moon was brutally dragged into the dragon's maw. Swallowed. Heaven and earth fell utterly silent. Within Liegu Gorge, all shadows froze rigid at that moment. The Dark Moon Demon General's body shuddered violently. A mouthful of black blood erupted from its maw. It was intrinsically linked to the dark moon. With the moon devoured, it suffered devastating injuries. No. For the first time, terror bloomed across the Dark Moon Demon General's countenance. It abruptly turned to flee into the shadows. But when it looked down, it discovered its feet rested upon nothing. There were no shadows. The cliff walls cast no shadows. The scattered stones bore none. The corpses held none. All shadows across the entirety of Liegu Gorge had been swallowed by that black ice dragon. Without shadows, the Dark Moon Demon General had no escape route. Mingqiu stood where he was, slowly raising his hand and pointing forward. High in the air, the black ice dragon lowered its head. The Dark Moon Demon General let out a furious roar, its demonic energy exploding from within. This general shall not perish at the hands of a mere human upstart. Mingqiu's expression remained calm. His voice carried not the slightest tremor. You will. The words had scarcely left his lips. The black ice dragon dove downward. Its colossal body, carrying an all-devouring extreme cold, struck the Dark Moon Demon General instantly. The Dark Moon Demon General roared and swung forth countless shadow blades. But before they could approach the black dragon, they were frozen solid by the extreme cold. Crack, crack, crack. Numerous shadow blades shattered midair, then were swallowed whole by the black dragon's gaping maw. The Dark Moon Demon General's expression darkened completely. Its demonic armor began to splinter. Its flesh started to freeze. Its demonic energy grew rigid. Finally, the entire being was engulfed in one gulp by the black ice dragon. Boom. The black dragon plunged deep into the gorge. Terrifying cold energy erupted instantly. The entire Liegu Gorge was utterly transformed into a world of black ice. Cliff walls, the ground, array markings, corpses, remaining shadows, all frozen solid. The once grim and sinister gorge now lay as still as a black ice tomb. After a brief moment, the black ice dragon slowly dissipated. Deep within the gorge, only a colossal black ice statue remained. The Dark Moon Demon General was sealed within the ice. Fear and unwillingness still etched upon its face. Mingqiu slowly raised his hand. His 5 fingers closed. Crack. A fracture appeared on the surface of the black ice statue. Immediately, the cracks spread rapidly. Crack, crack. The next instant, boom. The entire black ice statue exploded apart catastrophically. Countless black ice crystals scattered in all directions, carpeting Liegu Gorge. The Dark Moon Demon General. Dead. The entire Liegu Gorge fell into complete silence. No shadows writhed. No phantom whispers drifted. No cries for help. Nor that scalp-tingling laughter of the dark moon. Only the frigid wind drifted slowly from the far end of the gorge. The assassination squad members stood motionless, speechless for a long while. Leihu gazed at the gorge filled with black mystical ice, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This is over. Chu Qingshuang sheathed her short blade, her expression complex as she looked toward the depths of the gorge. It's over. Su raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing at Mingqiu. The Dark Moon Demon General is dead. The medic female soldier exhaled gently. We survived. Only after those words fell did everyone truly realize it. They had genuinely survived. Within a trap personally laid by the Dark Moon Demon General. Within Liegu Gorge, a place of spatial lockdown, shadow encirclement, and illusionary lures. They had not merely survived. They had counter-killed the Dark Moon Demon General. Lei Hu fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, mission complete. He looked toward the shattered black ice deep in the gorge, his gaze gradually growing grave. The Dark Moon Demon General is dead. 7th defense line owes you a major merit. Su Mingqiu shook his head. I did not kill it alone. Lei Hu was taken aback. Looking at Su Mingqiu, he paused for a moment before breaking into a grin. Not bad. Still know this wasn't a solo fight. Su Mingqiu replied calmly, just learned it. Lei Hu stared for a moment. Then his laughter grew even louder. All right. First lesson of the myriad races battlefield. You've passed. He hoisted his great axe and turned his gaze toward the 7th defense line. Let's go. Return to the city. Inform headquarters. Liegu Gorge mission complete. The Dark Moon Demon General has been beheaded. The group turned and departed. Behind them, the entire Liegu Gorge lay shrouded in black mystical ice. That Shadow Gorge which had once devoured countless human patrol teams and assassination squads. From this day forward, there would no longer be any Dark Moon. 7th defense line. Operations conference room. Shun Tsongshan stood before the tactical sand table, his gaze fixed perpetually upon the direction of Liegu Gorge. On the sand table, the light that representing the head-slicing squad had already penetrated deep into Bonecrack Gorge. Ever since the squad stepped into the gorge, communications had grown sporadic, faint, and unreliable, as though some force were constantly interfering. And just moments ago, the connection had been severed entirely. Within the conference room, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy. No one spoke. Only the blinking red zones on the sand table served as a grim reminder that Bonecrack Gorge remained perilous. Zhang Jinyue stood to the side, his brows knotted tight. His gaze fixed upon the area marking the gorge, darkened by degrees. The loss of contact with the head-slicing squad. It was never a good omen on the Wanzhou battlefield. Especially this time, when they were likely confronting a Dark Moon Demon General. After a long moment, Zhang Jinyue finally broke the silence. Commander, shall we send reinforcements? Shun Tsongshan fell quiet. Bonecrack Gorge lay too far from the 7th defense line. If reinforcements were dispatched now, they might arrive too late. More importantly, if this entire situation was a layered trap orchestrated by the Dark Moon Demon General rashly, sending more troops would only drag additional souls into the abyss. Yet if the head-slicing squad truly perished in the gorge, the 7th defense line would suffer devastating losses as well. Lei Hu, Chu Qingshuang, Su Su, Zhao Lai, each of them was a true elite forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the 7th defense line. Especially Su Mingqiu. He had only arrived on the first day of the Wanzhou battlefield. If he perished in Bonecrack Gorge, the authorities back in Long Nation would surely be shaken. The atmosphere in the conference room grew ever heavier. Zhang Jinyue's fists clenched slightly. At that very moment, the red warning zone on the sand table flickered. Then a communication request came through. Shun Tsongshan lifted his head sharply. Connect. A hum resonated through the chamber. The optical screen ignited, revealing Lei Hu's blood-spattered face. His battle armor was severely damaged with a deep gash visible on his shoulder. But he was alive. Seeing this, everyone in the conference room unconsciously exhaled half a breath of relief. Why only half? Because on the Wanzhou battlefield, as long as the mission report remained unfinished, one could never truly relax. Shun Tsongshan intoned, "What's the situation?" Lei Hu wiped the blood from his face and flashed a grin. "Commander, mission accomplished. The Shadow Demon Squad has been eliminated. The Shadow Array of Bonecrack Gorge has been destroyed. The Dark Moon Demon General." He paused mid-sentence, then glanced back over his shoulder. On the screen, Su Mingqiu stood at the entrance of the gorge, his black robes stained with blood, his expression serene. Behind him, the entirety of Bonecrack Gorge was shrouded in black mystical ice. Lei Hu turned back to the screen, his tone tinged with something peculiar. Devoured. Swallowed whole by a black ice dragon. Su Mingqiu's doing. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Zhang Jinyue blinked. Devoured? Lei Hu nodded. Literally. Zhang Jinyue, the recorder, the other officers in the conference room. They had considered countless possible outcomes. Perhaps a grievously wounded breakout by the head-slicing squad. Perhaps confirming the Dark Moon Demon General's location and retreating. Or perhaps driving him off at the cost of staggering sacrifices. But they never could have imagined the briefing would unfold in such a manner. The Dark Moon Demon General, devoured. Shun Tsongshan lapsed into silence for a moment. Then he slowly turned to the recorder beside him. Record the battle merits. The recorder suddenly snapped back to attention and nodded hastily. Yes. Shun Tsongshan's gaze returned to Su Mingqiu on the screen. Deep within those cold, stern eyes, a flicker of genuine astonishment finally surfaced. First day at the 7th defense line. Commanding the City Gate head-slicing squad. Venturing into Bonecrack Gorge under cover of night. Eliminating the Dark Moon Demon General. Such achievements could no longer be described merely as extraordinary genius. Even on the Wanzhou battlefield, a place where ruthless talents were commonplace, this was enough to leave everyone speechless. After a pause, Shun Tsongshan spoke in a grave tone. All units return to formation. After returning, attend to your wounds and rest. With that, his gaze settled upon Su Mingqiu on the screen. Su Mingqiu looked up. At your service. Shun Tsongshan studied him, his voice slow and deliberate. From this moment forward, the 7th defense line formally recognizes your status within the combat roster. The words rippled through the room, and several officers exchanged subtle glances. Formal recognition within the combat roster. It meant that from this instant Su Mingqiu was no longer merely a young prodigy recently transferred from a top-tier academy. Nor was he a rookie requiring special protection. He was now a combatant fully acknowledged by the 7th defense line. Su Mingqiu gave a slight nod. Understood. Lei Hu standing nearby grinned. Commander, you're a bit late with that. Shun Songshan's brows furrowed. What do you mean? He asked in a low tone. On the screen, Lei Hu glanced back at the gorge brimming with black mystical ice. The biting cold of Bonecrack Gorge had yet to dissipate. A faint smirk touched Lei Hu's lips. After what he just did, the 7th defense line wouldn't have a choice but to acknowledge him anyway. Shin Songjuan, the others in the conference room. The remark carried a certain irreverence, yet it undeniably held truth. The optical screen soon went dark. Silence reclaimed the conference room, though this time the atmosphere was no longer as oppressive as before. After a brief pause, Zhang Jinhua let out a soft laugh. Shin Songshan turned to him. Zhang Jinhua gazed at the position of Bonecrack Gorge on the sand table and said slowly, "It seems we weren't sent a student. We were sent a blizzard." He paused, his eyes carrying a trace of emotion. Shin Songshan offered no rebuttal. He simply returned his gaze to the tactical sand table. At the location marking Bonecrack Gorge, the crimson marker representing the Dark Moon Demon General gradually faded. Eventually, it vanished entirely. One of the 7th defense line's most persistent threats over the years had finally been uprooted, and it had all been accomplished in a single night. No, more accurately on Su Mingqiu's first night at the 7th defense line. Shin Songshan's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Mingqiu. He murmured the name. After a moment he spoke again. It seems the Wanzhou battlefield is about to become rather interesting. Outside Bonecrack Gorge, the head-slicing squad made their way back to the 7th defense line under cover of night. In the distance, the lights of the 7th defense line stretched like a colossal dragon coiled across the darkness, silent, yet resolute in its vigil. Su Mingqiu walked at the center of the group. The chill radiating from his body had fully receded. Yet the way his comrades looked at him had transformed completely since they departed the city. Before leaving the city, he was a newcomer college student, someone to be protected. Now he was the prodigy of humanity who had slain a Dark Moon Demon General. A true comrade worthy of fighting alongside them. Lei Hu carrying his massive axe approached Su Mingqiu's side. "Kid." Su Mingqiu turned his head. "Yeah." Lei Hu flashed a broad grin, blood still streaking his face. "Welcome to the Wanzhou battlefield." Su Mingqiu raised his gaze toward the distant lights of the 7th defense line. Beyond, the faint growls of alien beasts still echoed through the night. Su Mingqiu gave a gentle nod. I've arrived."